When the gods are bored, they get into mischief and create a pastime of fighting each other for fun. The characters in this game are humans granted powers by the gods, ranging from divine gifts to TikTok-style holy powers. And Seihan is also a stand-in for some damn god, spending 10 years to reach the top of the server. So the gods got bored of this game and decided to turn everything to gold. With his top rank in the server, Sean was granted a special path by the system to change reality and to confront each god one by one. What will happen next? The system is now notifying you that you have completed the game. The ending is about to unfold, and the vacant, lifeless eyes have finally closed. 10 years ago, the entire world turned into a game, and we became players in it, fighting monsters to survive. The missions given by the management system are usually called GM. The enjoyment of this game is not for us, but for the powers above in the distant sky. Some gods simply watch the game and use their favorite players as stand-ins, while others directly participate in the game. The fate of humanity has been sealed. Now you lie on the ground, hand resting on your forehead in deep thought, teeth clenched, blood on your lips. This damn game. The game ends with humanity's extinction. What could be worse than that? What should I do to give those bastards a lesson? The only way I can escape this destruction is to teleport out of this world through that black hole over there. But the game has a main rule that a god's substitute can't pass through that hole, and I happen to be a substitute for some bastard. Is that god mocking me with this ridiculous ending, or showing mercy? Not that bastard. He gazed up at the sky in despair, knowing he must hate me to death for bringing about this ending. Suddenly, the system sends a notification. You have received a story with no ending. The Lonely World. He looked at the silent notification and thought to himself, a happy ending? That makes sense. How can this be fun in any way? Then he reached out and touched the sword beside him, thoughts running through his mind. The Lonely World has a pretty creative name, but it doesn't mean anything else. I am the last remaining human. At this moment, a message appears. Congratulations on completing all the missions alone. All players will be deleted soon. Thank you for participating. He raises his sword and slashes through the message. Just as I thought, everything will end like this. Thank you for participating. Now my existence no longer has any meaning, instead of disappearing alone with this dying world. Then he raised his sword, contemplating his thoughts. Hisa closed his eyes tightly, the sword pointed at himself. He wanted to end his own life. Suddenly, a notification appeared, surprising him greatly. Huh? What is that? You have completed the single-player mode. The expanded version has been unlocked. The expansion pack. The regular version appears on game consoles to drain money from players. Why are you here? Han then reached out and touched the notification screen. A message immediately appears. You can purchase DLC expansions to continue the game with your current score. He was stunned and sat up. The thing he could buy? This is all there is. I was incredibly shocked. Act 2, do the gods know about this or not know? If he knew, he wouldn't let me move freely like this. I keep wondering, but why did the system suddenly create this? And hidden content that only appears after completing the game. Am I still sane? Then he chuckled softly. Nothing is strange. It's just a game. But if what I'm seeing is real, then I can definitely mess up this game properly. The points I've collected from the start of the game over the past 10 years amount to 1.7 million. Luckily, I still have them. Immediately after Han Thao's car finished its move, a notification appeared. You have purchased the second screen. Benefits will be applied. In the second screen, you can buy other items at the DLC store. He sat in front of the screen, praying silently. Please. If this is real, if I really can start over, I can change everything and avoid this damn ending. Suddenly, a beam of light wrapped around him. Try to achieve a different ending in the second act. Good luck. Those words mark the end of my first act. Part 1. A terrible ending. Seihan opened his eyes, stunned as he looked around, amazed that he had truly returned. He gazed at the familiar scene, then reached out to touch the screen. The status board is gone too. He lies back on the chair and relaxes. How long has it been since I was here? Suddenly, Ju approached. Huh. What are you doing here? He stared at her in shock, unable to look away. Jisoo is the younger close friend I met in college. Seeing him look at her, she instinctively touched her face. Are there any stains on my face? Although younger than me, Ju is very good at caring for others. Whenever I'm alone, she always shows up. He stood up. Nothing. We once cut ties. She was so kind that she still talked to me until the very end. Yeah, the end? She looked at him, her tone full of reproach. Whoa, are you staying up all night playing video games again? If you keep it up, your grades this semester will hit rock bottom. He felt embarrassed. It's okay, so what if it's okay? He chuckled softly. The semester hasn't started yet. What day is it today? Zhao looked confused. It's the 17th, and he bows, so it's really happening. Then he looked at Damchu ahead, who said she would take him to the start of the game. That's right. Today is the day everything begins. Han Jisoo looked at him confused, cutting off his chaotic thoughts. Say, Han, what are you dazed about? Are you still sleepy? Playing games all night again? He gazed out at the peaceful scene before him. Bin hesitantly replied, Yeah, probably. Recalling it himself is also correct. At that time, I was gaming day and night like an addict, just finished beating the game. Seeing you admit it, Ju pouted in anger. So, I really am back. You crossed your arms. Next week marks the start of a new semester. He stretched out on the sofa and casually replied, Later, Han sat up straight and looked at the other person. Thank you for everything. I really owe Ju a lot, not just because of her care. Hanju blushed and turned away. Suddenly, her expression froze and she stammered. I'll go somewhere else to talk. Seiya looked at her with a suspicious gaze. Why is it like that? Oh, it's because Lai looks like a bastard who constantly flirts with Ju and even looks down on me for being a gamer. There's no one like that. I wonder how this guy's first phase of fate turned out. Doesn't seem memorable at all. So he probably just got through the first phase. Seiya looked at Ju, who was about to leave, and then held him back. Why bother going anywhere? She was surprised. Why is that? You still hate him enough to come see his face. Even yesterday, Sean was leaning back with his arms crossed casually. Is that so? Just thinking to myself, whatever happened 10 years ago is none of my business now. Han Jisoo pretended to be annoyed, stomping her feet and making him very awkward. Well, but I still feel uncomfortable because he keeps staring at me hungrily. She glanced at Lai Dong-hyun, so it's better to avoid him before he comes over to bother us. What's over there? Sehan widened his eyes, startled. That's right, these are the moments when everything started 10 years ago. Jisoo and I were talking then. She said that. What's over there? Are they filming? At that moment, Tuan clenched his fist as cracks suddenly appeared below, and a few green arms emerged. It's the goblins. They hear their yellowed teeth and immediately want to tear something apart right here. The noise quickly draws the attention of everyone around. Huh? What's that? Is that cosplay? He quickly drinks the entire can of soda. Why do those people look so small? Are they kids? Other students also ran down the stairs to get a better look, amazed. Oh, they must be filming. As more people gather, the aisles get crowded with chatter about these strange actors. Han Jisoo also couldn't contain her curiosity. Oh, Dad, I'll go see too. Han's car sat still on the seat. Stay here and wait for a moment. She turned back confused and nodded. 10 years ago, Ju took me to see those monsters. His sleep-deprived, dazed eyes look even more tired as the crowd gathers around him in a large circle. Seeing his unusual attitude, Ju stopped. Why are you like that? Suddenly a scream rang out. He's attacking people. The monster with the rusty sword stabbed the man in front of him. The enemy tightly grips the blade, tears streaming down its face as it slashes across his body, grinning mischievously as more and more monsters appear, multiplying exponentially. Han Jisoo is terrified and instinctively steps back. What are they? Are they real monsters? Everyone started running as soon as they realized they were monsters, but that was the wrong choice. These Goban are weaker than an adult man, so they usually target women and children. So, turning your back and running away means you are becoming a target. For Gobans, killing is not hunting, but entertainment. So, whenever they kill someone, they laugh with excitement, trembling with fear. This doesn't look good. She took Sean's hand and said loudly, Let's get out of here. An se han. But before they could do anything, a demon jumped in to block their escape. I looked at it indifferently, and at that moment I was painfully weak and cowardly. The monster grinned, swinging its sword. Ju clenched his teeth and ran forward, raising both hands to protect Han's helpless car. That's why, in all that time, while I was just standing there stunned, Ju was shielding me, and his blood stained all over me. I bit my lip hard. 10 years ago I abandoned Ju and ran away in a humiliating way. Your brain flashes through the image of the system. Your second chance will come soon. Before the second chance begins, synchronization will start. Sahan raises his hand to touch the system panel. I am the only player who has witnessed the day of destruction. Sehan clenched his fist tightly. That's why I'm different from 10 years ago. He suddenly swung Goban's fist. It frantically swung its sword everywhere, but it barely scratched Sean. This time, the sword in its hand dropped, and it was hit directly by his punch. Han grabs the sword, spins it skillfully, and plunges it deep into the terrible monster's heart. I won't let that tragic ending happen again. System notification. You have defeated Goban from Stage 1. You can purchase DLC items with special rewards for Stage 1. The remaining points from the first screen will be transferred to your account. You have unlocked the community feature. Please use this after the synchronization process is complete. Once synchronization is finished, your second chance will begin. At this moment, a notification appears showing the first phase special reward. That points can be used to level up skills or buy items. This is the basic rule of most video games, and these rules also apply to the world being turned into this game, so the screen continues to display, showing the first person to kill the monster. You earned an additional 300 points after clearing all the goblins, and those points have been added to your total from Stage 1, leaving you with 700,000 points. Zehan is stunned, then he slowly raises his hand. The screen displays, player Kim Zehan. The accumulated score is 300 points. He quietly thought, this is no different from the newbie players in role-playing games getting endgame gear. Suddenly, countless divine eyes appeared in the sky, flying everywhere. At this moment, the system displayed a message. You have all received invitations to join the gods' game. Ju looked confused. Then she looked up at the words and read them. From now on, all of you will become players in this game and must complete the main quests. If you cannot complete the mission, you will face a penalty. For more details, visit the help section. What is it saying? Everyone downstairs is really confused. Is this a game? Zehan stared at it intently, thinking to himself, yes, this is a game of the gods. If I suddenly increase my skill points too much or use high-level items, the gods will notice, so I have to be very careful. Their eyes and ears are everywhere. These divine eyes provide visual information to the gods and GMs and can change appearance depending on the user. However, they are usually in this form. If I make any suspicious moves in the eyes of the gods or GMs, the difficulty of the quests will be affected. They really are a bunch of busybodies. From now on, the game will get harder, so it's best to attract as little attention as possible. Then he picked up a Gobin. Does this look like we're getting beaten up by this Gobin? Suddenly, a voice called out to Zehan. He turned around in confusion and accidentally pressed the eyes of the goblin. Over here, Ju looks at the notification screen, which seems quite complicated, but I think I understand a little now. Those monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere. Moreover, this notification board and the strange sounds in my head. This is no longer the reality we once knew. Zehan immediately throws Gobin away. It seems so. Usually, where would a notification window about 2 monsters come from? Ju, how can you do that? Hans Carr here immediately teases, you're so calm. Ju, turning to you, you're the one who should be asking that. How can I stay so calm and easily take down those monsters? Suddenly, the screen lights up. The main quest is to escape from the school campus. The easy difficulty and 2-day time limit mean countless goblins will attack you from now on. There are 2 ways to complete the mission. Hide or kill them. Each player will receive a different reward based on the outcome. Take an active approach to achieve the best results. The E difficulty and 2-day time limit are not too tough. Then he turned to Jisoo and started chatting casually to pass the time before they arrived. We need to scout the area first. Suddenly a goblin roared, then countless green monsters charged forward. Zehan clenched his fist and pulled Jisoo to run. Behind them, the goblins continued to chase, roaring in fury. They quickly ran very fast. The people around, unaware of what was happening, still strolled along casually. They were quickly attacked by monsters rushing to tear them apart. Ju closed her eyes tightly in fear. They run together, keep running, then stop at a peaceful place. Jisoo is gasping for breath. The others, forget about them. Zehan is also exhausted. There haven't been too many casualties. Even a strong goblin is only as tough as an adult. Furthermore, when everyone gathers together, the situation will be more stable, at least until the Hovland appears. Then he suddenly remembered something. I think it's around here. Then he led Ju to the safe zone. Here it is. Jisoo wonders, huh? Safe zone. The system immediately displays that you have entered the safe zone. Then he suddenly remembered that he had to crawl in here before. Luckily, luck was still on his side. Jisoo asked in a voice, what is this safe zone? Since this is a game, there are also areas where monsters cannot enter. At this moment, the goblins outside are extremely angry. They looked very scary with their teeth bared. Then it swung its sword at the safe zone but couldn't do anything, and the angry creatures turned away. See, they couldn't get in, so they left. So that's good, at least we're still alive. Zehan looked at her and said, let's rest here for a while before moving on. Ju smiled softly. Okay. Then he silently thought that he needed to fully equip Ju first, at least so she could handle a goblin on her own. As dusk fell, a frightened young man was trying to run as fast as he could forward. Damn, what are these monsters? Suddenly something exploded in front of the 2 of them. Behind the goblins there was a figure with something strapped to her chest and hip, holding a sword and glaring forward with hatred. What is Hanasu holding? What's going on? A beam of light shines directly at us. We suffer and fall in confusion. The man was stunned, thinking to himself, what is Han Jisoo holding? What's going on? We need to mention that 3 hours earlier, Ju and Zehan stopped at a safe area. Zehan looked at her and said, let's rest here for now and then continue. Jay happily says, okay, got it. Seihan silently thought that he needed to equip Ju properly first. Ju picked up her phone, looking very puzzled. How do you know about a place like this? Suddenly her phone runs out of battery. Will any rescue team arrive? Oh no, my phone's dead. Han's car glances back at this moment. I keep thinking I must not forget that the eye spirits are still lurking around here, and the reason the gods observe players is to buy their souls. They choose players based on their preferences to act as substitutes and then watch as those substitutes complete the missions. That's how they enjoy the game. In addition, GM, short for Game Master, M, are system administrators and mission distributors. This one is a Cadus, the Korean region's eye of GM. Suddenly, Han's car skidded to the ground, making Ju extremely worried. When I had that mountain accident, I learned a few tricks. Hey bro, what are you doing? And I was just thinking, please. It really looks like he's asking with that divine eye of his. It doesn't understand what's wrong with the other person, and quickly leaves. Seeing that, Cyan immediately sat up. He really has no patience at all after 30 minutes. That's why Akut can't become a senior GM. He's too impatient, but in a way that's lucky for him. Then he touched the screen. Now let's see which DLC store it is. Or maybe suddenly he tapped on a line of text. He quickly froze in shock and then panicked, almost dropping his heart before turning to see Jisoo still focused on his phone, and he let out a relieved breath. Joe didn't react much, probably only I could see it. Well, let's see. A website suddenly appeared with a message saying Earth has been chosen as the new location for the role-playing game. He was amazed, then he pondered over a website discussing the TF play of the gods. News updates, information, and missions just like a human website. And a chat room too. The screen immediately displays, "Welcome to the chat room." He read the players chatting on the system, wondering if he should reveal his identity. He focused on the account sending messages in the chat room. Suddenly I was a bit surprised. A Korean person, I got up, quite a lot of information here. They must be talking about me. This chat room is pretty useful. I can gather quite a bit of information. Maybe next time I should also say a few words. Then he turned away, stretching slightly, and reminded himself to regularly check and study the room from now on. Then he walks up to a yellow wall and gently touches it with his hand. His eyes light up, so many high-quality items. In front of him appeared a multitude of valuable items, and suddenly he noticed a sword. Then he saw a locked box and some locked items. A line of text appeared on the item, indicating the main quest is not yet completed. I guess this is the worst stuff, huh? Since it's not for sale, I know what to do. He wondered if this was a benefit of the second level. It's strange there's no description, but just being able to buy these items is already a big win. Then he gently browsed through the shop. By the end of level 1, he had a pretty good understanding of the game. To see if there's anything interesting, I'll just ignore the locked items for now. Suddenly, he noticed a line about team play, so he took down that box, wondering if the solo player from the first stage wanted to play with friends in the second stage. So that's how it is? Does that mean I can form a team? Then he read the information to form a team. He was surprised to find it cost 20,000 points, and he chuckled softly. Luckily, I have 700,000 points. Usually I have to grind hard just to buy this. If the prices of these items are that high, I need to save the remaining 700,000 points. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Come here, everyone, quickly. I don't really know what's going on, but it's best to just stay focused for now. This old man is really confident. No matter what happens, staying united is still the best. Then they started to gather together, each holding a weapon. Seihan silently thought they were starting to regroup. At this moment, that guy shouted loudly, "Fellow comrades, follow me. Together we can defeat these monsters." Then they eagerly charged forward, each one full of strength. "Advance forward," Seihan said. "Let's see. I didn't forget anything. Everything is fully equipped. Are you ready?" "All right, oh my." Then the two of them hide behind a wall. "Now let's go out carefully and defend ourselves." The sunset falls behind the building as the two lie prone upstairs. Below, goblins are attacking humans. Seihan and Jisoo looked at each other, neither speaking a word. Then Jisoo immediately jumped down. The goblins saw her appear and immediately roared, rushing straight toward her. She ran while recalling her conversation with Han's car. "I have a plan like this. What kind of plan is it? If there are many goblins gathered like this, it means there is a mastermind." "The mastermind? How do you know that?" "That's usually how most games are. Guys like you who are addicted to gaming, everyone knows, I see, so that's how it is." "There's no doubt about your addiction to gaming. I heard everything." Documentaries also mention that animals living in groups always have a leader. In a crowd gathering, the existence of the leader is inevitable, isn't that right? The leader is none other than the boss. If we can't eliminate it, we won't be able to escape this place. What? You mean we have to take down the boss? Only you alone, of course. You need my help, too. Now back to the present. She runs with determination, believing she can do it. First, use the seductive perfume. It can attract low-level monsters nearby. Use this to gather the going together. When you're close to being caught, use the water magic so you'll become bait to distract them. It's all thanks to you. I just need to do that. The rest is up to you. Will you help me or will you do it yourself? But where did you get this potion from? She quickly ran ahead. Behind the goblins relentlessly chasing her, she held the medicinal bottle and remembered the instructions. All right, now I just need to wait for them to get close, then I'll drink this potion. And on this side, the man runs in terror, glancing back as he flees. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Just ran while calling Lai's name in Hun. He keeps shouting for help over here. Save me, save me. She wonders silently why it has to happen right now. But why is Sehanopa so determined to kill the boss? The goal of this level is just to escape the school grounds. If this really is a game, then it seems the more people survive, the bigger the reward must be. Suddenly she stopped, then fired a shot that exploded ahead. She stood behind him as if she were a superhero. What just happened? My body suddenly felt weightless. Dong Hun shouted in fear. What are you doing, MM? How did you manage that? Honestly, I know I shouldn't save him anymore. Hey you, if you've been helped, you should at least say thank you. He was extremely scared, stepping back. Meanwhile, Jae-so stared at him with wide eyes. What's going on? Suddenly I feel so short of breath my body is no longer normal. It feels like my blood is leaving my body. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Time can't be delayed any longer. I have to stop these goblins from reaching Han's car. She stood there, the potion bottle falling to the ground and shattering. Behind her, the goblins were watching her. At this moment, her eyes have turned bloodshot. I must stop her. Han's side walks away, thinking she will be fine. Suddenly, goblins appeared in front of him. Hello, my brother. It's been a long time since we last met. About 10 years, right? The goblin stares at him intently, surrounded by a faint purple mist, when suddenly an attack comes from somewhere. Sahan looks up and says, nice defense, then I'll increase my agility by 20 points. Then he quickly boosted his leg strength and soared into the air. The goblin kept looking around but couldn't see him anywhere. Meanwhile, he was smirking confidently before jumping down from above, straight onto its head. He lands on Gobin's head, then raises his hand to deliver a deadly blow. The attack strikes down instantly, causing it to scream in pain non-stop, and he quickly jumps back to the right, leaving it spinning after being hit with overwhelming force as he picks up a stone. Because of that damn sword, many people had to sacrifice themselves in the first scene. This time, it won't be like that. Then he quickly increased his strength by 10 points, his arm becoming stronger than ever, and then he threw the stone directly at the monster. He was delighted. All right, it's a success, that's all I needed. Then he runs away quickly. Now I will send you the person on their way. Then he drew a sword. While the monster was stunned by the previous attack, he quickly rushed forward with a sword and finished it off, the sharp blade slicing through its neck as blood spurted out. The system immediately announces that you have successfully defeated the hidden boss at the beginning, and the reward is the Goblin Hop Belt with 500 points added. He smiled smugly, a reward well deserved for killing the boss and increasing his strength by 10 points. This value is not affected by the MQuest limit. It's pretty good that it's not affected by the MinQuest limit, right? Right now I'm pushing my rank and 100 points is the limit. I'll boost those ability stats when needed. The gods will soon realize that the hidden boss has been taken down. I have to leave here before that damn Death Eye comes back. Ju is still in that direction, right? At this moment, sunset falls and the sky glows with vibrant orange hues. As he walks, he thinks to himself, it's strange. There should have been a few of them here by now. The duration of the stealth water magic is only 5 minutes. Maybe she couldn't escape in time, or perhaps I handled the boss a bit too quickly. They suddenly started panicking and running away, leaving me completely confused. What is going on? The goblins are frantically fleeing. He is stunned. Could something have happened to Jay? Even though it's mixed with the stench of the goblins, I can still clearly smell the blood here. I shouldn't have left Joe alone. I can't let Ju lose his life again because of me. His eyes were filled with surprise. Seon stood there. She didn't turn around but still knew he had arrived. Sehan, you're here. Suddenly the goblins turned and charged, but Ju cut one down immediately. The others saw this and quickly rushed toward her. She glanced with a sharper, more piercing gaze than ever. The monster rushes at her without fear, but she swiftly strikes it with her sword. She continues to swing her sword, causing significant damage to them. Then she stopped. On this side, a monster looked at her with fury. She looked at it with little friendliness, but in the end it collapsed and died. She turned around and stood silently, her eyes still full of redness. At this moment, Sean stepped forward, Sean Opa, and he was also very surprised. Hundi so, then she gently raised her sword, her eyes burning with hatred. He's here! Seeing the blood on her face, he couldn't help but worry. What exactly happened? Although Gobin is considered an easy monster to deal with, how could I handle such a large number alone? What exactly happened? Does Tuiduke's hiding help you in any way? She smiled softly, saying that she was just luring the monsters when she ran into that person. Lai was with Hun and someone else. At first they seemed normal, but after a while she fainted. I thought they were asleep again. Then she looked lost in thought. Maybe it's just because they're afraid of the goblins, but it doesn't have to be that bad. They look really scary. Is it because they saw me that you fainted? You? What's wrong with me? Oh no, what exactly is this girl? We need to find a way to check it first. Then the two of them quickly checked the status board. Hanso, can you check my status board? I will send a request command. You just need to press agree. Just try saying the status board and it will appear. I see. The status board has appeared. Just click the agree button, right? I look at the status window, thinking that the ability stats are quite high but nothing special. No, wait a minute. Why is this appearing here? Tiansatsu is one of the most rare passive skills. It is classified as SS rank. I saw this skill only once before, during my solo run. There is a world where martial arts called Jain exist, but those who come from that world are called blood demons. And he is a very memorable character because he is one of the strongest. That blood demon character also possesses this celestial slaughter skill, and the terrifying effect is always linked to this skill. Now I understand why the goblins ran away, but usually those with this skill find it hard to control their power, and then madness takes over, making them lose themselves and become an extremely dangerous threat. Then he silently thought that he still hadn't seen that trait in Jisoo closely enough to notice. The problem is, right now John is asking if I know what the trait called Divine Slayer is. I was also planning to tell her so she would understand, but if I do that, my identity will be exposed. No, I don't need to use it right now. In short, it's a trait that gets colder the more blood you see. Jisoo is surprised. It seems like a very brutal skill, huh? Suddenly her eyes turned blood red. Then she pressed her sword against Han's face. Come on, that's a skill that could be dangerous for you too. Be careful. Anyway, it's quite surprising that Ma has had such a skill from the beginning. Then he silently thought that killing so many goblins didn't cause any injuries. It seems that the effects of the VIP egg and the Heavenly Assassin are overlapping, creating an incredible healing ability. So Joe, do you want to sign a contract with me? She looked confused. Yes, I agree to the contract. The car driver shrugs and walks away. It's nothing unusual, just forming a team. Why does his face look so stiff? Jay is stunned. A team, I see. I've also gone hunting in a team in the game before. That's the standard method in RPG games. I'm okay with it, so go ahead and buy the skill sharing box. If we use this well, we might become much stronger in the first stage and register for a team. John said, just open the screen and press agree, right? Yes, I trust you. Nothing will go wrong. Don't worry too much. The system notifies you that you have your first team member. Do you agree to share your skills? Yes. You currently have no skills to share, so I guess I need to learn a sharing skill first. If we're exchanging skills like that, I should also share some useful skills with her. There's one skill that suits GSO very well, but I need to learn that skill first. Maybe it'll take quite a bit of time. Guess I'll put off sharing skills for now. If I had that skill, it would be great, but I don't need it right now. The Eye Guardians are coming. Luckily, it didn't see me kill Goblin Bob just now, or we would have been in trouble. Now let's go complete the mission. Yes, the mission is to escape from the school grounds. Suddenly, the guy from earlier wakes up looking confused. Han Joe, you finally got Ju to trick you. Just let it go. And your fear still looks better than the greedy look he used to give you. Sahan stepped forward and he immediately said, You're not a gamer, are you? So what? But why are you here? He shouted, What the hell? What does me being here have to do with you? Joe here picks up the sword. You should answer nicely, right? He's scared. I know. Can you put down the knife already? Diso smiled and said, Try asking again. Sahan thought to himself, Could this be her true personality after all? Right now, most people have already gathered in groups, so why are you the only one left here? Oh, so you're here to spy on me and this girl? That's right, because if something happens to one of you, the other will run back to report. It seems like someone ordered you to do this, because you would never volunteer for a reconnaissance. He angrily said, Damn it, you're just a piece of trash. But immediately, Dai pointed his gun at the person, and he quickly changed his attitude. That's right. I was just here to do some reconnaissance. Damn it, I got dragged into this mess because of some unlucky draw. Seihan was thinking that even though he didn't know who that person was, they were gathering everyone to fight against the Goen. Someone capable of uniting and leading those in such panic must be very smart and talented. But when I think about the first scene, where everyone was wiped out, I realize that escaping instead of fighting back would have been the smarter choice. Then he called out to Lai and Hun. What again? Leading us to meet the leader. What do you want to do with that person? You don't need to know about that. Are you crazy? I just can't understand you from the beginning until now. Who do you think you are to tell me to do this and that? Suddenly, a goblin rushes in to attack. Seihan quickly grabs its arm and then breaks it, causing it to scream in pain. He didn't stop there. He delivered a powerful punch to it. His eyes were extremely sharp. Gobin's blood splattered onto Hun's face as Han's hand clenched into a fist. Do you know what the special trait of goblins is? It's quite interesting. That was his face, filled with fear. Among a crowd, they always choose the weakest target to attack first. So tell me, will you follow my advice or stay here? I'll show you the way. Seihan silently thought that in his previous life, at this time, he was desperately trying to escape. After all, finding a safe zone was truly a stroke of luck. Then Han's car was sluggish. Where do we have to go now? Maybe we're on the right track. He's confused. I'm sure. We all took refuge at the gymnasium. Han was surprised. The sports arena. Then he led the two people here. Yes, this is the place. They looked up at a tall building where someone was doing something on the top floor, while below a few people were treating those lying on the ground. Seihan gazed at the scene with a twinge of sorrow. So many people are injured, they just passed by. Most of them were caught off guard. Seihan thought to himself as he moved, quickly helping and guiding everyone to safety in this chaotic and urgent situation. A calm and trustworthy person who is easily relied upon. Such people are very rare on campus. Seihan suddenly said, I'm sure it's him. Donghun looked a bit embarrassed. What? Then Seihan continued, You're the student council president, right? That person who ordered you to spy on him? Yes. How did you know that? Then Seihan calmly replied, How could someone like that not know? On this side, student council president Yoonhyun Kyun has an outstanding appearance and a sharp mind, exchanging something. Even leadership qualities are proven through this. Surely many gods are watching him. Seihan approached, thinking that the gods probably see him as a rare avatar, even though in his past life he died at the hands of Gobin Hop. Maybe they still don't know anything. If they keep holding out here without leaving the school grounds, they'll all die. That also means they haven't become anyone's avatar yet. There are many divine eyes watching, so they probably all received the request to become an avatar. The problem is they are unsure whether to trust those called gods and whether becoming an avatar will benefit them. Suddenly, the system announced invitations for avatars. Hyun-kyun suddenly realized that the people in Lai's group were among them. So you've returned safely, huh? Then he realized Hanjo was fine and asked what had happened, but Han cut him off, saying that greeting could wait because the urgent matter now is to get out of here quickly. Who are you? I am Kim X Han. He wondered, why are you saying that? Because the boss is dead. The boss, probably everyone has received the news that Gobin Hop has been eliminated. Now they are panicking because they lost their leader. Yes, we just received that news, so this is the best time to leave the school premises. The mission isn't about survival or escaping. It's about escaping, right? Han looked up, tired of all these eyes running around. If you open the mission window, you'll see the time limit. Immediately, Hun-kun opens the system. I had no idea about the time limit. As you know, our reality has already changed. Someone threw it into the game so they could just sit back and watch, and he immediately bristled. Someone? Do you know something already? Seihan quickly denied. No, I don't know anything. I'm just making a prediction based on the current situation. But I can be sure of one thing. No matter who he is, he has no good intentions towards us. This is just the beginning of this game and this system. Yoonhyun and Kyun are not avatars. I must quickly convince them to leave here. Gobin Hop is dead, so the number of survivors will be higher than last time. Maybe the gods are getting bored. We need to act fast before they cause trouble again. The calmer the players are, the more the gods will get bored. In a game like this, the gods' reactions are definitely the most important thing. Maybe after learning that Gobin Hop was eliminated, they feel the need to spice things up a bit. At this moment, Hun-kun says, the important thing now is to complete the mission. It seems you were right about needing to get out of here. Yes, if possible, we should leave right now. But we need to prepare because communication with the outside has been cut off for now. Even if we could get news from outside through the internet, we must not request any rescue measures because it might affect the mission. What is this? How could he grasp the situation so quickly and make decisions so calmly? But in the first scene of the previous life, he did nothing and had to die on his first mission. There's something suspicious about this. As far as I remember, there were no signs of counterattack or escape inside the gym during the first scene. I heard he was only focused on defending and ended up dying at the hands of the Gobin Hop. So I thought the leader back then was a coward and indecisive, but what I see now is not like that. What are you talking about? I think staying here and waiting for the rescue team is the best choice. We don't have to go out there and risk ourselves. Hun, you don't agree with him, do you? Seihan silently thought. What the hell is going on? How is he here? And he said he knows this kid very well. In my previous life, I was betrayed by him many times, but that was only when we could contact the reconnaissance or rescue teams. If we just sit still and wait for the rescue team to arrive without doing anything, what if no rescue team comes? He still refuses to admit it. So what? Are you risking everyone's lives? Hun is confused. No. What you mean is that this bastard Park Dong-kwan also goes to the same school as me. At this moment, Sehan thought to himself that seeing this kid, he already understood what had happened. The arrogant Dong Chuan, wearing a fake smile, said, "Hello, I am the vice president of the student council, Park Dong Chuan." Sehan also quickly responded, "Ah yes, hello, nice to meet you. But deep down, I'm glad I met you so early, but I just heard you say things that don't make any sense to Hun Kyun. You say we have to get out of here." "That's right. Is there something wrong with that?" He glared. "Are you crazy or what? How can we escape with everyone here injured? At best you might kill 1 or 2 monsters, but you'll just run away scared. The monsters outside are far more terrifying than humans can imagine, unarmed and carrying injured people. Getting out of here is impossible. Sitting tight and waiting for the police and army to arrive is the best option for everyone." Saiyan clenched his fists in anger. "Yes, that's a reasonable opinion for an ordinary person, but I know exactly what kind of scum you are. Are you saying it's for everyone? The one who throws stones and hides their hand, dividing our people, and leaves alone after happily watching the monsters destroy everything like you. As long as it benefits yourself, you don't care about others' lives or deaths. You're just a monster in disguise." Sehan's eyes sharpened, and he said with a seemingly confident tone, "Back Dongquan, this time I definitely won't let things go as you wish." At this moment, Jae-so speaks up. "What? At best we can only kill 1 or 2 monsters. Have you seen us kill Gobin before?" He was surprised. "Gobin, that's the name of the monsters outside. When we take them down, their names will appear, which means you have killed monsters before. Now let's go out so I can show you. Only fools wait patiently for rescue teams. Anyway, we can't contact the police or the army right now, and we have no idea when they'll come to rescue us," he said angrily. But no one here would agree to go outside. Seihan couldn't hold back anymore, then just stay here alone. He was stunned. "What?" Seihan continued. "From the beginning, I knew I couldn't persuade everyone here. Whether they stay or leave has nothing to do with me." Then he silently thought that based on what he knew about Park Dong-kwon, he would definitely not stay here. His true goal is the reward for killing everyone here, which is completely opposite to what he's doing. What he's aiming for is the bonus prize from saving people. If he chooses to stay here with a few frightened people, escape, and then kill them for the reward, he would be suspected if he survives and escapes alone. Then Seihan asked Hyun Kyun, "What do you plan to do? You're staying here, right?" Hyun Kyun calmly said, "You will follow Sean's decision. You will leave here." This surprised him a little, and he looked helpless. "I have no choice but to follow Hun Kyun." But he thought to himself, it's really ridiculous. Now I can be sure of one thing. He knows about the system reward, but is pretending not to know anything. Zeha looked at him with little friendliness. Quite quick indeed. Fall apart. Seeing his cheerful face, the more you look, the more it makes people nauseous. It seems you've long become an avatar of the god. Right now, the man is asking Hun Kun if Hyun Kyun will really be okay. There are still many monsters outside. Inside, Hyun Kyun is sharpening a stick. It's okay, they're just a bunch of weaklings. Since the boss was killed, they've lost their judgment and support. Hyun Kyun, how dare you drag everyone outside like that? If you keep acting like this, you'll get bad grades next semester. Then he was extremely angry. They secretly thought, what the hell, at a time like this still worrying about grades? I really don't know what they're trying to do. They have no brains at all. I don't understand how he became a professor back then. Right now, the divine eyes are watching us from above while Hun Kyun is discussing below. The preparations are complete. Let's depart immediately. Everyone move carefully and stay alert. Right now, Ju is worried. Seanopa, will we be able to go outside? Seihan calmly said, it's okay. If nothing unusual happens, the mission will be completed quickly. What I mean by something special is Gobin. No, without the boss, Gobin's gang would never dare to attack a group. So what does that mean? They are moving under the watchful eyes of the divine eyes. Seihan secretly thought he was really annoyed with that crazy guy. But killing him now would be a bit much. I'll spare you this time. Maybe you'll be useful later. Right now, they are gathered together. Everyone is on high alert. They won't rush at us, right? There are many of us, so it will be fine. If we don't split up, they won't dare to do anything. Everyone, don't worry too much. Sahan thought to himself that he was doing quite well, so now I can relax and let him handle the rest. We're almost there, everyone just a little further now. They reached the gate and cheered happily, I see the exit, everyone. They whispered and discussed, I've never been so happy to see that door in my life. We survived, right? Sehan was stunned, and at that moment the system stopped announcing, saying that from now on the mission difficulty would be upgraded from E to D. A sentinel appeared in the stage and suddenly the ground trembled. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? At this moment, Zihan looked up at the sky in surprise. What is that? Suddenly, a huge buffalo approached, and he was terrified. Mine are too. Sehan thought to himself, their eyes filled with fear, chained legs heavy. Are they crazy? Finer to already in the first mission? It should only appear at mission 15 at the earliest. It's also an hidden boss like Hobgoblin. How can I possibly die and control it? Normally, they would only assign a task that an average player could complete if they team up. But they brought Sentinel in like this. It must be an auto-lose event that usually appears in single-player games. If they release Sentinel now, it means they intend to kill everyone here. Only a bastard like Acatus would use such a method. Of course, since this is the first mission, Sentinel's abilities are limited. Although Minto is a level C monster, this guy is only at the Force level. Everyone looks at this monster with great concern. What should we do? What is that? Dongquan shouted. Everyone ran away. But suddenly Ju covered his mouth. Is he crazy? Just shut your mouth. Sehan silently thought, I can't let them run away. Minto is basically a cow. If someone hurriedly runs away, as Park Dongquan said, Minto will chase after immediately. You only know how to destroy like that, you idiot. Suddenly someone shouted and ran away. Hurry up and run. How can we avoid that monster and get out of here? Immediately Min roared, causing the girl to tremble all over, tears streaming down her face. I couldn't lift my feet anymore. The deafening sound made Han cover his ears tightly. It's just the sound effect, still better than rushing to run away. The frightened man runs quickly forward. He nervously looked back over his shoulder, then his eyes filled with terror. Immediately, the monster charged and trampled him. Everyone watching was terrified, trembling nonstop. Han's car just stands silently watching, while the professor, terrified, quickly runs away. Of course, he wasn't a match for it. It quickly seized him and finally crushed him. Blood splattered everywhere as everyone outside watched in fear. He was crushed instantly. Diso closed his eyes tightly, unable to face that terrifying scene. Then Mintu roared so loudly that the heavens and earth trembled. Damn it. A man shouted, oh my god, it must be taller than 5 meters. Even without any weapons, just stomping can shatter a person. So why has the difficulty level increased? How can I escape from this monster? I can't think of anything. It seems staying still is even safer than running away. Hyun Kyun anxiously closes his eyes, wondering what to do now. Seian says someone has to distract it. I will become the bait. He was stunned. What? Bait? Seihan, you didn't have to do that, you know? Han's car turned and left. If not me, then who else would step up? If we leave it like this, soon everyone will become Min's food. He was awkward about it. Even in a situation like this, Seihan still showed no sign of fear or surprise at all. Even he has come up with the best solution to solve the problem. I have always been proud of being calm and rational. But when faced with this person, suddenly Jay saw him approaching. Han's car, oh my. Seihan just waved without saying anything else. She seemed a bit thoughtful, as if he was busy pondering something. Then Guan took her hand away from her mouth, panting heavily. She glanced at him, but her expression was truly one of disgust. Han's side also glanced at her, and suddenly a shirt fell down. Seihan picked it up. Hyun Kyun is curious. What do you plan to do with this? On this side, Quan is thinking, damn it, I can't let him monopolize the reward. But there's no other choice. Mintu is very strong, so for now I'll just withdraw. I still have many missions. I am the chosen one of the divine strategy. No need to rush. Then the two of them walk away. There's nothing else to do. I don't know how long this will buy us, but we really have no other choice. Sorry, I'm counting on you and I really appreciate it. Then Sean said, when I give the signal, everyone run away. I understand. He quickly stomped on a table and then expertly vaulted over the wall, staring intently ahead. Come on then. He quickly waved his red dress. The cow on this side sees the red and quickly becomes angry, then charges forward. Hanzi shouted, it's now or never, run. Hyun Kyun also shouted. Everyone immediately ran toward the exit gate, everyone shouting in fear, each trying to escape under the urging. Hurry up, keep going faster, don't look back and keep running. At this moment, the system announces that you have learned the commanding voice skill. Hyun Kyun then turns around, worried about Sean. Over here, Sean is teasing the monster with a mischievous smile. Mintu quickly lost his temper, then kept provoking it by dodging its attacks. Hyun Kyun watched Jaehan and wondered how he could possibly dodge so perfectly. No way. Suddenly someone behind called the president, right? This is not the time to be distracted by such things. Everyone runs quickly toward their own direction. Now we just need to focus on getting everyone out. The system is now notifying you that the first mission has been completed. Your level has surpassed the mission's requirement and is now gold. The reward will be given right after this, You survived. Is everyone okay? Take care of those around you? It seems everyone is safe and sound. Now we just need to help Han's car get out. What is this? What is this blue barrier? Once you've gone outside, you can't go back in, right? San, we've all safely made it outside. You should leave now, too. Sehan glanced quickly, and suddenly the min charged at him and rammed into his body. Hyun-kyun was stunned and shouted. Sehan and the monster are falling freely through the air. They continue to fall gradually. Sehan was terrified as the ground beneath him awaited his fall. Then he dropped to the ground with a deafening, piercing sound. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. No way. I'm sorry. Really sorry, Sehan. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Absolutely, Hyun-kyun said sadly to Jo. Hanjo, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Ju focused on the screen. There's nothing on the screen. In my past life, I wasn't a hero or anything. I could even say I was quite despicable. This life isn't much different either, so when I heard Hyun-kyun say thank you, I got goosebumps. But, oh well, there's nothing wrong with doing that, right? The cow is still standing there with a pile of ruins behind it. It suddenly looked ahead, as if it had discovered something. In my previous life, I was a weakling. I clenched my fists and said there have been many, many more talented players than me. I stretched slightly because to survive I had no choice but to be cowardly and despicable. I twisted my body in exhaustion, but what is my ending supposed to be? He looked ahead, only to realize that there was nothing left when he was the only survivor. So, I made a different choice in this regression. He stared intently at the monster in front of him, which looked back at him with annoyance. He chuckled softly as no one was watching anymore. It feels so freeing. Now let's use a different strategy. Stay calm, it will only hurt a little. Kimmick's hand sneered with contempt, since there are no eyes watching anyway. If you're so good, come attack me. This idiot. Minotaur Yu didn't attack, just growled for a few seconds. Sehan still keeps his condescending smile. Isn't this too surprising? The system displays that Zine was attacked by Minotaur Yu. You used points, and stamina has increased to 94. It's true, with such high difficulty, it would be strange not to die. Sehan looked at Minu's status screen and thought, but I'm sure of this. All the abilities of this alien are capped at 100 points due to the level cap. It's in a state of full readiness. The giant shadow of the monster looms over Sehan's vehicle. If you were just an ordinary player, it would have been set so that you can't defeat the gatekeeper. In my previous life, the fight with it was the time I was most seriously injured. Even if I fight, I will use all my tricks. Anyone who dies has nothing to do with me. The only goal is to survive. Sehan's eyes become sharper than before. This time I don't want it to happen again. The Minotaur shatters the floor tiles and charges forward at top speed, with a look of shock in Minotaur Yu's eyes. Sehan used both hands to grab the monster's horns and successfully blocked the attack. Your strength points have increased to 83. Your strength capacity has reached its limit. You can no longer use additional ability points. Sehan looked up at Minotaur. This is the balance of power. No matter how much the monster uses its strength, it can't push back against Han. At this rate, you'll start to feel it too. A belt has been wrapped around Sehan's body for some time now. You won't be able to beat me because I have this wall now. Minotaur Yu roared. From now on, I won't be gentle anymore. Anyway, compared to you, my Han's hand gripping the monster's horn makes a louder cracking sound. With just those two hands, Sehan broke Minotaur Yu's horn. The monster roared in pain. If it were me from a previous life, this would be an impossible mission. In an instant, Sean leapt from his original position. A cold-blooded solo player who only cares about extraordinary and normal benefits. A naive prisoner is confined within those limits. Sean stares intently at the monster, as if locking onto a target. If it were my previous self, this would be an impossible mission. But my current self kicks the Minotaur Yu right under the chin, leaving nothing to chance. This is my second turn. Maybe I will become a hero too. The system announces that you have completed the first main mission at Platinum level. You will receive your reward shortly. Sehan read the notification while pondering that he had become prey himself to help others escape, defeating both the hidden boss and the guard to earn a Platinum level. Even though Platinum is the highest level, it feels a bit too easy. Sehan slowly approaches the gate. Behind him lies the fallen Minotaur Yu. I wonder what they'll reward me with. Since I can't use any weapons right now, giving me weapons would be fine. Or give me some useful skill as well. Sehan reached out and pushed aside the blue curtain. If it's not about the item, then that's too much. Sehan suddenly let out a He asked Han Jisoo why she was here. Ju sat on the ground and looked back at him, saying, I thought she went with everyone. Sehan nervously said, maybe you're worried about me. Diu opened the status window and gently replied, No, I know you'll be safe. After the last party, I was able to see the condition of the party members. Ju's finger pointed to his name on the party window. He still looks very normal both when fighting Minta Yu and when flying up, so I think he's just pretending because he doesn't want to attract attention. Seihan smiled. Well, I guess so. Ju asked him again, did you defeat Minta Yu? What did you get? White gold. Ju isn't too surprised either. Wow, as expected. Seihan asked her, what about you? I'm gold. Gold is pretty impressive too. I see. Because gold is the highest achievement level with the strictest standards. Just then, the system notification appeared. After calculating your rewards, you have achieved the following accomplishment. Sacrifice to defeat the strongest guardian and the hidden boss. Seihan glanced at the notification and said, sacrifice. But I am still alive and well. You have been rewarded with Oj Chankam medal with mutable properties. You have acquired the decisive moment skill that can be extended. You have acquired the resurrection skill that can be further enhanced. You earned 1,000 points for reading the entire reward list. Han's reaction is nothing special. Oh, you get a lot of rewards, huh? Ochanam medal. What is this? Higher difficulty grants 2 additional skills. Indeed, hunting rewards are different. That's right, in the first main quest, capturing the gatekeeper was the first time such an event happened in the world. Under the sunset sky, Han's car gazes into the endless space as he contemplates. Being able to increase it would be very helpful for the future. It's a pity that Sean didn't have an S-rank skill like Chen. Jisoo looked at Sean and asked, have you claimed your reward yet? Have you read the message about the second main mission? Oh, I just got it. After reading the second mission message, Sean didn't find it very interesting. It's the same as the mission in the previous life, where everyone in the same group and area receives the same task, so going with Ju or Park Dong-kwan makes no difference. Seihan stepped back from the message and looked over at Ju behind him. Everyone must have already arrived at the Rome World Tower. Diu brushed off the dust on his pants and replied, yes. Then Seihan asked what he still wondered about. Why didn't you go with them? Anyway, I have to wait, so waiting there is fine. Diu straightforwardly replied, I dislike crowded places, and above all, that Park Dong-kwan makes me uncomfortable. When the name Park Dong-kwan is mentioned, Ju's eyes show a clear look of disgust. Seihan tilts his head and looks at her, feeling uncomfortable. Why? Ju replied that he has a certain unpleasant smell. Seihan muttered to himself, focusing on Jisoo's main point. He silently guessed that the unpleasant smell might mean she had already seen through Park Dong-kwan. I'm increasingly seeing that she has many talents. Chae-sung as well, even though that person died young in the previous life. They were a very famous player. I wonder if she will become a hero or a villain. Jisoo approaches the car where Han is standing under the tree. Now, I'll head to the lighthouse. Seihan calmly replied, no, let's take it slow. There's still 2 weeks before the deadline. Both of them stand under the shade of the tree. Seihan looks up at the sky lost in thought, but Ju, being an easily noticeable character, why are there no observers around? I can't say it directly when I think about it aloud, but I'm feeling curious about this. Did you become the god's avatar? Ju replied without a hint of guilt. No. Seiya looks at the registration form to become the deity's avatar. Why is that? If you were chosen by the god, you would definitely know what the advantages of being an avatar are. Just from Ju's look right now, you can tell she doesn't want to submit to a stranger. She doesn't want to obey someone she doesn't know. Especially becoming an avatar, just hearing the name already sounds unpleasant. Seihan was a bit surprised to hear Ju say such things. Oh, I see. It seems your personality has changed a bit. She is a calm person. Her personality has become so strange because of Chanel Zhan's influence. But right now, she still hasn't shown that madness. Even the blood demon can't completely abandon Chen Zhan's crazed nature. Jisoo lowered her eyes slightly and added, it's just a little. Maybe now it's pointless. Seihan was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, so have you already received requests to be their avatar? Ju quietly calculated the exact number and hesitantly answered, something like 10 or 12. Seihan sighs. A sense of pride starts to grow in Seihan's heart when he realizes Ju is a promising talent. Well, you are indeed someone worth pursuing. Now, even though you are a member of my party, if things turn out like that, Seihan smiles, I will train you to become someone not inferior to the divine avatar. Under the sunset, the two walk together. The first skill to train is in a place where a tall figure stands amidst a bloody and terrifying scene. Chen Song's unique method of killing demons, with his fierce face breaking free from chains, is the Blood Heaven Tula technique. That is a skill I couldn't learn in my previous life. Before Chen Song appeared, Kim Shan looked at his hands emitting black flames. When fighting the Blood Horse, I formed a bond with him and learned my first martial techniques as well as some advanced skills. But without Chen So Sang, I ultimately couldn't master them. Basically, martial arts tend to develop over time. Learning it is one thing, mastering it is another. That's why in my previous life I didn't like it that much. but in Jihan's eyes a distinct shade of red was reflected. Ju sat cross-legged on a wooden table, trying his best to level up. A huge flame rises from her. No matter how much she helps me, reaching this level so quickly is truly unbelievable. A few hours earlier, the howls of something could still be heard echoing through the ruined city as the green demons rushed towards their prey. Han's car stood there, his mouth slightly open, and behind him a purple Roman numeral clock had appeared. In that decisive moment, a powerful force struck the demon, causing the affected area to cave in. The painful roar echoed again. Han's car only needed one punch to send several green-skinned demons flying, blood spilling from their bodies. The decisive moment, survival ability, and attack power. This is the skill that suddenly boosts the abilities of both sides. Moreover, because of this development, the duration of maintenance and recovery will gradually increase. Jisoo shouted in worry. There are 3 green demons behind Han, and another alive one from above is raising its sword, ready to strike him down. That green demon is smiling with squinted eyes, making a few growling sounds while Han calmly grips his spear, almost sending himself to his doom. A slash followed by a loud pop echoes. So Han's car delivered a warm punch to the green demon, returning it to its Mother Earth. The resurrection skill is different from the decisive moment skill. This is a skill that gives this side the advantage. Se-han looks at his hand, emitting a gentle blue light. If both the VIP badge's recovery speed and Chen Sang's presence here can be used simultaneously, then the resurrection will accelerate the healing of wounds on the body by more than 50%. Se-han read this note and thought it was really useful. Jisoo, holding a blood-stained dagger, approaches him worriedly. Se-han, are you okay? Se-han casually wiped his hand on his shirt. Of course, he could also share points with you, right? Ju quickly replied, yes, thanks to the power of the VIP badge, the effectiveness has increased so much. All right, then dealing with the monsters around is basically over. Sharing skills quietly like this is quite impressive. Se-han turns around to look and then looks back, causing Ju to wonder, sharing skills? It seems like you've spotted a good opportunity. Se-han immediately suggested, let's go to the other side. At a certain coffee shop, the sunset has covered the entire sky. Inside, Ju has sat down. Se-han also pulled out the chair opposite to sit down. Try opening the status window. You have started sharing skills with your team members. The shared skills, reincarnation, and received skills are now more effective. Se-han quietly thinks that the moment of confrontation is good, but indeed, Ju's rebirth has greatly increased the effectiveness. Suddenly, the system pops up a notification that the group link is not certain, and the power of the shared skill will be reduced by 30%. The stronger the connection, the higher the skill usage efficiency can reach up to 80%. DOH's vehicle frowned at this announcement. Now the message window appears again, but the shared skills won't include the penalty. These messages make Se-han wonder about the connection with team members. Then I looked over the shared skills again. I can only use 30% of my total ability. No, they should have explained from the start. If the effectiveness decreases, the difficulty of the punishment disappears, and the stronger the bond, the greater the effect. Jisoo rests her chin on her hand, and the familiar status window is still in front of her. Having this skill is also a good thing. Since there are no attack skills, I'm a bit worried. Se-han said that to comfort her. Rebirth can also be considered an attack skill. Se-han leaned back in his chair and pointed out the advantage of that skill to Ju, because it lasts the longest and is about to become the most powerful attack skill. Sean's analysis seems to have created an illusion where Ju is attacked by a demon. Just imagine if someone else pointed out only the damaging attack. In that illusion, the demon swung its weapon to attack Jisoo. Even if I wasn't injured, I would still be fine. Yuteen's weapon passes over Jisoo's face and can use its power to attack while dodging. Although the wound on his face was injured earlier, it is now healed. So reincarnation is not just about speeding up wound recovery, it also affects stamina and related physical attributes. In the end, in that illusion, Ju knocked away the demon. So that means I will never be defeated. But still, this isn't a high-level skill. Right now, it only slightly speeds up recovery. The higher the skill level, the stronger it should be, right? Ju couldn't help but stare intently at the skill icon in front of him. Just hearing about it, he knew it was a good skill. Thanks, man. Se-han casually rests one hand behind his chair. In this mission, they give us a lot of free time to get familiar with the new skill before moving on to the next stage. Ju asked curiously. Is it still not enough now? Se-han replied calmly. Huh? That's too vague. He quietly added to himself that to compete with the gods' avatars, perfection could not be achieved. It just so happens that besides reincarnation, they also gave me additional skills. Ju's face shows clear confusion. Yes, but sharing skills is something Sean answers easily. Oh, I can still use this even if I don't share it. Ju now looks at him with a shy yet somewhat grateful expression. Thank you, but is that just your usual personality? You seem to be very generous with me. You usually don't pay attention to me, no matter what happens, right? Ju finished speaking, and the atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward. After a moment of silence to gather her thoughts, Zine sat sideways as if avoiding Ju's gaze, emotionlessly saying, "It seems like we're a good match. Even our names go well together. You don't like it? Then forget it." Ju hurriedly denied. "No, I like it." "What?" The Blood Heavenly Demon Lord has returned to the present, and Ju is still focused on mastering a new skill. Han's car is sitting opposite, observing the situation. Good, she's using it skillfully now. So, while Ju isn't paying attention to anything, just connect with the community. In a white space, various messages float above, and Han's shadowy figure walks confidently, with the development of the arc much better than at the beginning. Let's see a large message window appear in front of Han's car. Chat room. Welcome to the chat room. The unknown system, 48, has joined the chat room live freely. Oh damn it, kill them all now. Hidden in the darkness is darkness itself. What is there to kill? Now is the happiest moment. Sehan read through this entire series of messages. Sehan frowned and said irritably, "These bastards are so naive. Just looking at their nicknames tells you who they are. Unlike the one who walks the path of righteousness, this is the god of Park Dong-kwan. That bastard is as disgusting as Park Dong-kwan." Sehan scrolled through all the messages filled with complaints. Because of Junhoon-kun, Park Dong-chan didn't dare to act. Just like in the first scene, he didn't get any big reward, and everything else was just nonsense. How pathetic. Oh, my avatar has talent, but it just keeps acting so stupid. He's using my valuable skill to rob a bank. Live, honestly. This crazy guy. Deep in the darkness lies the shadow. That's why I say, if you regret it later, this will just make it even more hilarious. Seiya quickly types to join the conversation. Bodan 48. Why rob a bank with players? Money from Earth no longer means anything. Clown. Oh, who knows what he's doing is also interesting, so I don't care. Void name 48. Oh, so curious. Can you show me Clown Lord? Okay, the Clown Lord has invited you to observe through his eyes. Sean was instantly transported to another space, where a mask with the number 48 was already in place. At first he was a bit startled, but then Han's vehicle thought, so there's this skill too? The anonymous user has set the appearance to be hidden. Oh, that's nice. In front of Han's vehicle, there's a screen like a projection, and someone is watching. Is he inviting me to his personal observation channel? The clown mask wearer immediately signaled when he saw him. Here it is. When you got close, the clown pointed to one side. Over there. That's my avatar. The masked vehicle from Class 48 also looks up and follows. Amidst the wreckage, a girl sat trembling. Hearing footsteps approaching, she quickly covered her mouth. The sound of rustling echoed along with faint sobs. Are you okay, student? A man knelt before the girl. He gently advised, it's even more dangerous for you to be in places like this, but the girl reacted so emotionally that she seemed unwilling to go with him. Found it. He's there now, right? I will go deal with the monster at Rom Tower, using the key card, Sean's sister. Isn't this way the same as the direction to the tower? San replied. Well, before going there, there's a place I need to visit first. If you want to remove the second question, you definitely need this. Anyway, there are hardly any eyes watching, right? Han looked up at the sky, meaning there aren't many survival players in the nearby stage. Ju exclaimed. Hey! The streets are really chaotic. In front of them is a pile of rubble, including dirt, rocks, and also human casualties. Ju wonders, is it all caused by monsters? Seihan calmly replied. Part of it is that, but the rest is definitely caused by humans. Seihan pondered silently. The scenery is familiar to me, but Ju must be shocked. His eyes glanced at a nearby ATM because monsters can't tamper with human civilization like that. So that's why, because the law couldn't be enforced, neither the police nor the army could see it. Ju knelt down before the rubble. The evil nature of humans has appeared, hasn't it? After a while, the two continued on their way. As they passed through other places, Seihan once again raised questions. Still, it seems like all civilizations haven't been destroyed yet. Oh, that's right. That news is being broadcast live, isn't it? However, beings like gods and systems cannot sway the powerful, and institutions like governments have actually collapsed. So suddenly, a blue demon appeared behind Ju. Jisoo, watch out behind you. Jisoo reacts quickly and swiftly turns around to deal with the blue demon. After pulling it out of its head, Ju sighed. There's too much blood. Seihan feels a bit helpless in this scene. Are you paying attention to that part? The blade is dull, so I can't handle it neatly. I wish I could change the weapon. Diu tested the blade with his fingertip. Seihan, putting one hand in his pocket and standing beside him, said, So you could kill them with one strike instead? Diu still diligently works on her task. Yes, facing human enemies will likely cause more damage. That's true, I'm at 30%, so Ju is at 100% as a supplement, so it's probably a lot. We've only just finished the first stage. Seihan said, "Let's find someone and a weapon. We've arrived. What about here?" They are standing in front of a building that still looks quite intact. There is work here. A bank. Ju wondered why it had to be a bank. Are you looking for money? Jahan denies it, there's no way. Now, human money is useless. Even if you have money, there's nothing to buy. Maybe trading with points is better. So Han's car sneered and said, "There's definitely someone who needs the second stage inside here." Inside the bank, someone shouted, "I will stop these guys, so run away quickly." Seihan and Ju hide in a corner out of sight right away. "What are you trying to do?" the man in glasses asked. The police officer reassured him. "I'm fine, so don't worry. Just go quickly." Nam Kia Ong, the troll, lunged forward, and the annoyed thief cursed. Damn, how could there be such a damn dog? Under the brim of his hat, Nam Kong smiles softly. A strike to the wrist makes the thief drop his weapon, followed by a kick that knocks him out cold. The accomplice of the other thief charged forward, "You dog," and was hit in the stomach, feeling the pain all the way to his brain. "What is that? How is it so powerful?" The accomplice, trembling, tried to say his words before losing consciousness completely. "I am that player." "Yeah," the man said, "everyone has already run away." He tilted his head and sneered beneath his hat. "Nothing to do with you guys, right?" The ending isn't anything special, is it? Just a bunch of weaklings. That's great. Is that the person you're looking for? Diu peeked inside and marveled at the scene, while Seihan simply responded calmly. "That's right," Diu continued. "Are the bandits also players with such overwhelming power, and does that person have a special item too?" "It could also be, but maybe there's a more fundamental reason," Seihan silently added in his mind, "because that person is the avatar of a god." Mr. Tron finally noticed the two of them. Yeah. He got up and approached the two, kindly asking, "What are you two doing at the bank? It's very dangerous there." Mr. Tron smiled and said kindly, "Just stay safe and avoid the area because robbers keep appearing at the bank." No, there's no reason to go to the bank. In this situation, there's no reason to go to the bank. Mr. Tron continued. "So you're coming to find a hiding spot?" Jaehan retorted straightforwardly. "That's not quite right either," Mr. Tron asked. "Then what is it for? Why is that?" "I came to see you, El Min, right?" Seha looked at him and smiled. "Lehman Min?" In Kong Tron's form, he stubbornly said, "El Min, is this the first time I've heard that?" "My name is Nam Kong Tron." Ju grabs his wrist. "Your heartbeat is faster now, isn't it? It seems like you're in shock about something." If you look at the pupils now dilated, it seems you are very surprised by what Seihan said. If it's a name you've heard for the first time, then why the surprise? That's suspicious. So you must have seen all of this already, right? Ju smiled and asked him, "So what exactly is your background?" It feels so creepy. Mr. Tron still stubbornly refuses to admit it. "Who are those people?" Seihan points. "I don't know. Who really knows your background?" "What do you mean by that?" Han's car casually comments, "Oh, your tone has changed. Where did that observing eye appear from?" That troll nervously grabs his hat. Damn it, the acting is still clumsy. It seems that was the little clown's surveillance eye. It appeared like that originally. What kind of special version is this? Why does it appear like that? Since he's the one reading the situation is interesting, from my perspective this would be a fun situation. The man trollishly flicks his hand at Ju. "So how do you know?" Seihan said. "If it were you, what would you say about that?" The remark made him swear. Damn it. Seihan also said, "Now you seem to have no intention of hiding anymore. Let's handle it gradually." "That's my sister. Where did a guy like this even come from?" All the performances are fragile. A girl sits hugging her knees, trembling so much she can't die, and everything from her clothes to her belongings is a perfect plan. A quick transformation occurs on that troll's body, turning a tall man into a middle school girl. Lemon asked, "So why did you come to me?" "I'm a very busy body. Is Seihan coming closer to Lemon?" He pointed behind and asked her if she was busy robbing a bank. "So the theft will be less noticeable." Lemon. Hearing that, she hesitated and stammered, "No, that's not it." Ju, hearing their conversation, looked confused and asked Seihan, "What is going on? Is the transformation ability like that?" Seihan looked at Lyman in front of him and said to Jisoo, "That's right. This girl's skin. The ability to transform into someone else. Something like that." Lyman responded. She huffed and rolled her eyes at the Korean car. Seeing that, Jisoo tilted her head slightly to the side, thinking to herself that she didn't know how to ask him about what he just said. Luckily, she had no intention of asking. Suddenly, Ju looked at Elmin and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by being busy with bank robbery?" Just now, she seemed to be helping others. Lehman A, hearing that, looked like she found a lifeline, put on an innocent face and shouted at Sean, "Yes, I was helping those who are weaker. Instead of being a high school student, I became a police officer because I felt I could be trusted. Han, hearing this, obviously wasn't fooled by Limon. Sean sneered and said to her, "Hey, you were the one who brought the robbers here from the start. Where do you sell medicine?" Lyman, hearing that, she exclaimed in shock. "What?" Han crossed his arms and leaned against the wall beside him. He calmly said, "Everyone's hiding inside the bank to avoid the monsters, so they can't be robbing the bank, right?" Seeing the bodies lying scattered on the ground, Zine then said to Lyman, "So you didn't incite and bring the robbers here?" Lyman, hearing that, stubbornly shouted, "No!" "Then why should I take down those robbers?" Sehan replied with a smile. "Of course you intended to take the money for yourself." Limonmin, hearing that, she shouted back at him, saying that if they used the bandits and brought them here a few times, everyone would realize this place is dangerous and stop coming. In a hidden corner of that room, Mr. Tron is secretly watching all three of them, holding a large bag of money, his face grim and dangerous. Seeing them suspect each other like that, he smirked with satisfaction. Sehan slightly bowed his head and looked at El Min. "I was right, wasn't I, El Min?" Unable to refute Sehan's words, she shrank back, looking dejected as she nodded. Seeing that, Sehan was reminded of someone, and his face suddenly turned cold. He thought to himself, persuading everyone, Bakdong Quan and this little girl are the top in this area, a trick he often saw in his previous life, so he couldn't not know. Lin, at this moment, still wasn't satisfied, her hands on her hips, stubbornly asking Sehan, "So what now? Are you planning to turn me over to the police?" Sehan asked, his face emotionless. He put his hands in his pockets, looked straight at her, and with a calm voice, Han replied to Lin, "No, anyway, at the moment, the police or prison are of no use. If it were you, you could get out right away. Lemon." Hearing that, she looked at Sean with surprise and suspicion. Then Sean turned his head to look at Ju. He told Elmin that she would have to accompany us for a little while. Lemon Min, upon hearing that, she pouted at Sean. She asked Sehan how long it would take. Sehan calmly replied to her, "Until we solve question 2, Lemon Min." Hearing that, she covered her mouth to hold back her laughter, but her narrowed eyes showed she was very pleased at the moment. She said to Sean, "What? Are you still on question 2? You're so arrogant. I already asked the third question." After saying that, she no longer hesitated or held back. She cheerfully pranced up to Sehan, teasingly asking with a mocking, playful tone, "What stage did you come from? Have you ever fought a monster before?" In response to her question, Sean kept his cold demeanor and said, "That's none of your business. Decide whether to come with us or not." Lai Min, seeing Sehan maintain his cold attitude, turned away annoyed, her back to Sean, her voice angry and her lips pressed down. "Limon, what are you trying to make me do?" Sehan, hearing her, was not angry, only quietly said to her, "If you accompany us, I will give you points." Lai Min Havai, Kotakua Hai, Gyong Diakung Tronen Kin Thuong, Kota Hoing Hieng Dao Noi Voi Xian. Those who haven't completed the second mission, how many points can they get? Sehan tilted his head, his expression indifferent as he looked at her. He thought to himself, is that really his usual tone? Compared to the time I met her in my previous life, this is still a milder version. But there's nothing good about underestimating her, so I have to hold on to my rank. Suddenly, Sehan calls out. Lyman, suspicious, reflexively turned her head just as a very quick hand pressed against her forehead and flicked precisely. Surprised, she was struck with such force that she couldn't react in time and fell backward. What is she thinking in shock? What is he hitting with now? Sehan then flicked his finger and said to Lyman, "We should show each other respect." Sehan said that, but he was thinking to himself that the pain from the pressure would be intense. Limin, furious, threw a punch and charged forward. She shouted, "What kind of uncle are you to make others do this and that? Do you think you can hit me just because you see me not staying still?" Just as her fist was about to hit Han's car, Ju suddenly stepped in to stop her. Lim Min angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Let go." The force from Jisu's hand makes Lim Min a tremble with pain. She grimaced and thought to herself, what kind of power does this woman really have? But outwardly, Lim Min insisted stubbornly, "Do you think I can't get out of this?" Suddenly, a blinding light shone down on Limin's face, making her squint. Jisoo looked at her in confusion, and suddenly Ju's hand clenched tighter, accompanied by a cracking sound, as Limin seemed to have reached her limit. She screamed in pain, and at this moment yellow smoke from Limin Min's body gradually turned black and slowly rose into the air. She shouted loudly at Ju, "It's broken. My weak arm is broken." Ju's face remains calm as if nothing happened. Jisoo casually asks her, "If the pain distracts you, then maybe you can't transform, right?" Limin, clutching her aching arm and whimpering softly, Ju saw this and tightened her grip even more. She gently smiled and asked Limin Min to speak politely with Mr. Seha, not like an animal, right? Lehman is in pain, her face now contorted with agony. She struggles to reply to Ju. I know, I said I know, so please take your hand off now because it hurts. Seha looks at Lima. He smiled knowingly and asked her, So, little sister, in the evening twilight, the sky now is a blend of day and night. The three of them are now walking down a large corridor, with Lim and Min walking alongside Sean and Ju, following behind the two of them. Suddenly, Lai Min asked Han, Are you and the lady also profile pictures? It seems she remembered the pain and the earlier warning. She suddenly stammered and said another word. Ah. Sehan heard that and tilted his head, replying to Limon. No, besides, I feel shy about saying it, so just speak comfortably. She nodded and said, Thandiu Lim Min, then turned to ask Sehan further. Then, how is everyone so strong? Hanze looks into the distance, his eyes seeming to come alive with a little more vitality. He smiled and replied to her that an avatar doesn't necessarily have to be stronger than the player. Although the conditions for becoming stronger improve, what really matters is the equipment. Now a triangular object with a green round stone in the middle appears in his hand. He turns to Elmin and says, Having good abilities isn't everything. You also need to use things like this. Ju tilted his head to look at the shops behind him, now in ruins and in utter disrepair. Suddenly, Ju opened his mouth and asked him, Oba, but is it possible to find proper equipment? It's all chaos, no clean shops, and no people. Hahan's car looks ahead at a store that's probably the most intact among all the shops they've passed. Sure, look at this. At this moment, a notification sounded. You have entered the safe zone. Lyman follows behind Zahan, glancing around nervously. Liminmin asked Jahan curiously, How did you know this was the safe zone? Sehan heard that and replied with a gentle smile. Even just looking at the state of the store gives that feeling. Although it looks intact on the outside, the inside is just as chaotic as any other shop. So there are signs of stolen items but no trace of the monster entering, no damaged objects, and no casualties. The monster wouldn't steal humans' food. Lai Min, hearing that, gasped in amazement and said, So clever. But what kind of weapons would you buy here? Sehan is also investigating this place and coldly responds to her. Everything has a method, don't ask anymore. At this moment, Sean suddenly moved to a corner of the room and coldly said, Open the point shop. And a large purple door quickly appeared in front of him. Lyman was so surprised she gasped. That's impressive. Lyman, hearing that, looked surprised and asked Sean, How could he ask if he didn't know about his own existence? Sehan tilted his head slightly and glanced at Lyman. He thought to himself that he could have known beforehand before asking, since he needed equipment for the game as well. A clown demon appeared in Sehan's memory. He thought to himself that the young, famous clown with a fierce aura wouldn't just let his avatar take an easy path. Despite his divine power, his personality was anything but. Lyman, you're so angry your nose is puffed up and you're scolding me, but honestly I think you're more annoying. Sehan heard that and smiled back at her, saying, I just happened to find out. It's only the beginning, so there's no need to be upset. Sehan suddenly said loudly enough for Jae-soo and Limon to hear, so before you step onto the second stage, you won't have another chance to buy weapons. So, among these, take what you can use. Now I also have a variety of weapons appearing on Han's head. Sehan paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the weapons above, saying, Let's try to enjoy the loot a bit. Sehan thought to himself, Soon there will be players who craft weapons directly, but for now, there's no way to receive gear. Sehan remained silent for a moment before continuing, We should be grateful for these basic gear now. Sehan put on a set of equipment and said, First, we need to buy the appropriate ones, right? Then Sehan took off his belt and handed it to Ju. He said, Han Jisoo, take it. Jisoo, seeing that, asked suspiciously, What is this, Sehan? Sehan didn't look at her, only focused on the items in front. He told her, Defense gear is a form of protecting the heart, so you just need to wear it. Ju heard that. She looked at him happily with a blush, and her whole body seemed to radiate a glow. Sehan saw that and tilted his head, saying to her, Your ability stats are increasing now, so you'll lack points to buy equipment, but you can return them later. Diu listened and replied, Yes, thank you, I will definitely return them. Sean looked at the screen in front of him and asked Ju again, What kind of weapon do you want? Probably a sword. Just a moment. A sword, spear, primitive weapons, or a bow. Those four. Then Ju looked at the hammer on the screen and said to Sean, I will use primitive weapons. M. Sehan. Hearing that, he suspiciously asked again. Sehan happily looked at Jisoo holding the weapon in her hand. He thought it was right because Hyeon Chonshu doesn't choose weapons. Sehan thought that for beginners, swinging and stabbing would be more convenient than slicing and piercing. Lai Min remained silent. Se-han saw this and immediately asked her why. Min nervously said to Se-han, "Oh no, you're also going to buy it for me." Hearing that, Se-han seemed to find something amusing. He laughed loudly and asked her, "Why should I do that? I have no intention of buying it for you. Weren't you the one who refused when I first offered you points?" Min, hearing that, she was so furious she was trembling. Se-han calmly said to Min, "The minimum cost for an equipment is 200 points. Do you still have points? If it were me, I would accumulate points during a bank robbery." Min, hearing that, stammered in shock and shouted loudly, 200 points. You? No, where would I have that many points? Se-han heard that and smiled softly in response. If you have any brains, observe carefully. You don't know? This is all your camera footage. Min, hearing that, shouted angrily. So frustrating. As night falls, a monster appears and roars loudly. Han's car holds a golden sword, and with a swift slash, his face remains calm. The unlucky monster was pierced through the body and pinned to the wall behind. Se-han thought to himself, now stabbing the monster and passing through the concrete wall? Sean quickly opened the illusion screen, thinking to himself while buying weapons. He also considered testing the platinum-grade retaliation methods. Behind him are Hanisu and Limina. She was more angry than upset and threw a stone hard onto the road. Suddenly, a glowing yellow stone appeared in Se-han's palm. He thought to himself that he had tried out the gift item, the Oricon deformable device. Oricon transmutation is a versatile device that can be used by its owner in the form of metal or liquid and can transform Orion into the desired equipment. If the forging is cancelled, it will revert to its original form. Se-han brings Oricon closer to his sword. After a moment, the system notification announced that the Orion forging was complete. In a short time, Se-han held the sword that had now transformed into a dazzling golden blade. Se-han thought to himself, Oricon among metals is definitely the most solid, right? The weight feels about the same to the body as well. Someone who is more useful than I thought. It will be very helpful. At this moment, Ju is standing with Limon beside her when she suddenly calls Se-han, "Oppa, I think we've arrived now. Rome Tower. It looks better outside than I thought, doesn't it? That must be the top, right?" The world hasn't changed that much for everyone to have already adapted. Se-han, hearing that, sneered and said to her, "If the power of attraction isn't that strong, how could they possibly survive? There are no points either." Min, hearing that, frowned and mockingly told him to show off her own points. Min suddenly turned around to face Han's car, which was reversing, and asked Han's car, "Honestly, it's kind of funny to ask now, but what was the second question from both of them?" Se-han heard that and simply answered coldly, "The North Monster Boss." Hearing that, Min didn't believe it and asked again. "The boss monster is actually a question like that." Se-han heard it, tilted his head and asked her, "What is yours?" Min, upon hearing his question, lowered her eyelashes and let out a long sigh. Min said seriously, "We are just survival." Se-han looked at Min in surprise, thinking to himself, "Survival? If that's the case, I understand the question will end very quickly once the number of players drops below the fixed amount. Then it will lead to questions about death and killing each other. The players will become increasingly insane, continuously murdering one another. The strong will trample over the weak to survive. Compared to that, the escape question we faced was very peaceful. Even so, without me, everyone would be killed by Sentinel or Hoplin." The three of them continued down the main road. As they reached a bend, Sean suddenly raised his hand to stop the two men, his face serious as he said, "Wait, someone is there." Everyone else hid behind the wall. Opposite them, in the middle of the main road, two men are walking back and forth. Han hides behind the wall, secretly watching the two men. He thought to himself that the guy was now with the three of them hiding in a ruined house, only jagged walls remaining, while Lyman was walking around their hiding spot to check the situation. Diu sat gracefully opposite him and asked Se-han, "What's going on? Are there guards there?" Se-han whispered in response, "It seems to be at the human level." Diu asked suspiciously, "What level? You haven't seen any monsters nearby, right?" Se-han glanced outside, the two men still standing silently there. He told Ju that it wasn't a monster, but a human level like us, and Se-han couldn't help but wonder silently if shifting levels like this eye observation was just a way to guide the players' competition. So he thought for a moment before turning to point at Ju and then at himself. He slightly smiled and said to Min, "We are here, Ju and I." "Not including you? Do you understand what I mean?" Min, hearing that, immediately turned around and shouted in shock, "What? What does that mean? Could it be that you want me to transform and go inside to investigate the reason?" Seha looked at her silently, smiling without saying anything further. He thought that with the right reason, he could also go inside and find out. In Limon's eyes, Sahan and Ju were like two huge, wicked demons bullying a small girl like her. Perverted demon, Saya smirked and asked her mischievously. So I don't like it. Lemon Min, hearing that, was frightened and reluctantly said, I will go with these demons. You only see the wall in front of you suddenly hit and make a noise. Elmin moved swiftly and skillfully, weaving through the obstacles. She hid behind a wall, peeking out at the two guards. She wondered silently, these sentries are so relaxed, nothing seems tense. Watching the two guards pacing back and forth, she thought, I can't share my view of the situation. The footsteps approaching her grew louder, and just as the guard was about to pass by Lemon, she quickly jumped out and struck him hard on the back of the neck. She thought to herself that if she did this, Lemon would act decisively and quickly take down the opponent. Seon and Jub in the corner could only be speechless. The remaining guard still doesn't know anything. He walks forward leisurely. Behind her, Lehman Mean is struggling to drag her finished product into the corner, pulling while crying out, It's too heavy. Her entire body is surrounded by a golden light, and a smug smile curves on her lips. What's going on? Where are you going now? Suddenly he shouted loudly, Hey, where are you? That lazy guy isn't coming. I'll report to the higher-ups. Hearing that, a gentle figure stepped out from behind the obscured area. As he walked, he said, What's wrong? I just had a little thing to take care of. He waved his hands awkwardly and said to the guard, What's the need for a report? The guard, walking up the stairs in the distance, turned his head and replied, It's not just once or twice, hurry up, it's shift change time, let's go in. The guard, disguised as Lai Min A, immediately nodded and then revealed a sinister smile. From afar, Sehane and Ju watched and wondered, Why are they acting so clumsily? It should be fine, right? The guard, disguised as Lyman A on this side, smiles and scratches his head, saying, Let's go inside together outside the towering building surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. The two guards slowly walk up the stairs, and the disguised guard tells the other that they have finally reached the top floor. The guard chuckled lewdly and said to the imposter, Isn't it true that if we do this, we'll catch the boss right away? Then one hand grasped the rusty door and slowly pushed it open. The old door creaks loudly as a terrifying monster growls and makes frightening sounds inside the room. One of them stepped forward and, clearly frightened, his face turned pale as he stammered uncontrollably, Girl, is this the second sect master's boss? Suddenly, a huge monster flew past in front of them. It opened its eyes wide and stared directly at the crowd in front of it. Then with a whooshing sound, the monster charged at them at incredible speed. A man turns around and shouts, Damn it, how are we supposed to catch it? We can't do this, let's retreat first, everyone run away now. What he said was meaningless. The others had already run far away long ago. His fate was sealed when the monster slammed into him, causing him to fall and roll dozens of meters, breaking his leg instantly. Not only him, but many others who couldn't escape also shared the same fate, being thrown far away by the monster. Even an unlucky man was completely devoured by the giant creature. The others, seeing this, desperately ran for their lives. Another unlucky person was devoured by the monster, which then charged wildly at the group, losing control and crashing into the nearby wall. One of them ran while thinking to himself, Damn it, there's no way out except through that door. If we want to escape, we should turn around now. Suddenly they were surrounded in a circle, the helpless crowd holding their heads and shouting, What is this? Oh, damn it. One of them gritted his teeth, grimaced, and stammered. Are we stuck and can't get out? Another person shouted loudly. What should we do now? A man, hearing those around him already resigned, angrily shouted with his sword, Wake up! Those idiots, no matter how much they scream, it won't change anything. Suddenly, a huge mouth lunged down quickly, biting him, blood splattering everywhere, and the sword fell to the ground with a loud clanging. The monster had now appeared, blocking their path. A curse shouted out, Damn it! A frightened person stammered for help. Ugh, save me. Of course no one can escape fate. In an instant, only screams and desperate cries remained, the gnawing sounds eerie. Outside the building, Lemon Min told Sean that the boss monster of this stage is on the top floor of the building. But of course, the boss monster is very terrifying, and the challenge condition is that the boss entering the room is the starting point. It seems only those experiencing the stage for the first time can do it. There is only one boss, but there are two monsters to catch, so only one team can solve the question. If neither side can surrender, they must face the penalty. So Sehan thought to himself, yes, that's why the side that ends up running behind is the one whose boss has already taken over the underground area. Suddenly, Sehan looked up in surprise, and the man in front of him saw this, flinched, and stammered, What is it? Are you still alive? Sehan thought to himself. That was the question he wanted to ask. A moment later, Sehan and the two others they had just met joined together. Sehan coldly asked Jong Hyun, "Your ability score is still the same. How are you still alive?" Jong Hyun heard that. He forced a smile and said that it was luck, but Sean didn't let him finish his sentence, and I already suspected that Jong Hyun had become much more polite. At this moment, a huge monster ran past Ju and crashed into the wall, shattering it. Ju calmly asked Jong Hyun. He had to be polite since he saw Sean fighting, right? Sehan turned to smile and said to Jong Hyun, "Just in time, right? I'll introduce you to the student council president." Jong Hyun nodded and said to Sean, "Hyun Kyun too." Sehan agreed with a nod. At this moment, In Hai-hun suddenly turned to his teammate, who was startled and then nodded repeatedly. Dong-hun nodded and told everyone, "I know, it's this way." Sehan saw that and thought to himself, "Let's see." All 5 of them continued to a place where many people stared at them, with numerous eyes watching from above. And Sehan asked Jong Hyun, "Is this the place?" He immediately responded upon hearing the question, "This is our base." Suddenly someone around shouted, "That person!" Another person, curious, asked. It was the one who fought Minotaurus back then. Sehan heard that, sighed deeply, and thought to himself, "Oh my God." Behind Sehan, the eyes watching him still closely surrounded him in the middle. Sehan looked helpless and thought to himself that the more people there are, the more eyes are watching. Limin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "So all the people here are the same ones from the last stage, right?" Seeing everyone around constantly staring, pointing, and whispering, Limin turned to Sehan with curiosity and asked, "What exactly were you doing on that last stage?" "Why are those people staring at him like that?" Sehan simply replied coldly, "It's nothing special." Sehan brushed his hair back and continued with a thoughtful expression. "I was just handling the monster while everyone was running away." Hearing that, Lyman screamed in horror. Handling the monster was difficult. What kind of monster was it? Sehan just coldly uttered the name Sentinel Minotauros. Limin. As soon as she heard the name, she froze with wide eyes, then stammered to Sehan, "So that one has already appeared?" "Oh no, have you taken care of that one?" Sehan heard that. He coldly nodded and said yes. Lyman smiled happily and nudged him. Lyman laughs and says to Sean, "Don't talk nonsense anymore." Sehan just remained silent. He hesitated before walking forward. Not hearing anything from Sean, Lyman asked in amazement, "Are you serious?" "No, so how did you do it?" Lyman asks eagerly, stomping her foot and curious. "How did you do it?" "Oh no, just explain in more detail." Suddenly a man runs over from somewhere. He shouted, "Sean!" He hurriedly ran over happily, waving his hand and saying to Sean, "Are you really still alive? That's a relief. Are you hurt anywhere?" And then he rushes to hold Han tightly. Han's car trembled as he held it tightly. Seeing this, Lehman Min, standing nearby, was frightened and hid behind Ju. She asked, "What's wrong with that guy?" After a while, the man finally let go of Sehan. Yoonhoon-kun told Sean that he would first protect this place, because he was late. Hearing that, Sehan remained silent, thinking to himself, so compared to those above, he instinctively clenched his sword in his hand. Then I should focus on defeating the boss first and push back the invaders. But we're not a match for the dominant forces. If they can't handle the monsters, then of course we can. Yoonhoon-kun looked confused and asked Sehan, "What?" Sehan drew his sword and smiled. "I will take down those who intend to monopolize that place." In the darkness, a heavy, sharp blade is embedded in the ground, as a pale hand grips the monster's wrist, causing it to make chilling, cracking sounds. A figure dragging a sharp knife along the ground walks slowly, with a shadow stretching behind him over the blood-stained floor. There is a boss monster in this building, and 2 teams are trying to defeat it. The team that fails the mission will face punishment. The punishment for failing the mission will definitely be death, Seon asked Yoon-hyun-kyun. Did they already know about this monster? Hearing that, he asked back in surprise. Yes. Sehan pointed downward and continued. So are they the ones who revealed its location too? Yoon-hyun-kyun nodded and replied to Sehan, yes, that's right. Suddenly Sehan calmly said, so I should let them catch it first, right? It seemed he didn't expect Sehan to say that. Yoon-hyun-kyun exclaimed in shock, why the flag? Yoon-hyun-kyun couldn't believe his ears and trailed after Sehan. Yoon-hyun-kyun cautiously asked him, are you joking? But he gave him no hope at all. Seon simply turned his head coldly to extinguish Yoon-hyun-kyun's hope. He said he's not joking and told them to go kill that monster on the rooftop first. Then Sehan thought to himself, if they managed to take it down. Yoon-hyun-kyun, hearing him say that calmly, hurriedly asked Sehan, what about our mission? If we can't kill the boss, we're doomed. Ju and Limon have been silently watching Yoon-hyun-kyun, then turn back to look at Sean. He frowns, crosses his arms, and speaks seriously to Yoon. Hun-kyun, the thing is, that monster on the rooftop was actually the boss monster of the mission. Yun-hyun-kyun exclaimed. Yes. Sehan asked again. Why was the monster on the rooftop originally called the boss monster? Yun-hyun-kyun said seriously to Sean, if you watch that video, you'll think the same way. Monsters are usually so powerful that you can't even imagine. I watched the video the opposing team showed me the first time I met them. Moreover, when I entered TH-ROM, I received a notification that it was a boss fight. That notification definitely refers to the monster inside. At that moment, a system message sounded for the players below saying, you have entered the boss fight. Yun-hyun-kyun continued. I also checked the other floors, and there wasn't even a shadow of a monster, let alone one as strong as it. Sehan asked. So that means they also checked the basement, right? Yun-hyun-kyun was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, the basement? Sehan nodded and said, yes, the basement of the ROM tower. Suddenly, Sean pointed at Yun-hyun-kyun and said, I have some information, his expression looking extremely serious. He continued, there is a huge difference between the monster boss and regular monsters. Yun-hyun-kyun asked suspiciously, a difference? Sehan nodded and continued, yes, they only care about becoming stronger, so they will definitely show other differences. At this moment, elsewhere, a man suddenly rushes in from outside, hurriedly opening the door. He quickly calls out, boss, you need to see this. What? It's those troublesome guys again. Are they all strangers? At this moment, Sehan and Yun-hyun-kyun are heading to Kim Jae-gon's hideout, with many people gathered around in groups. Sehan suddenly asked the young man leaning against the pole opposite them, Bae Dong-jun, are you coming with us too? What is this? Starting to believe my words now? Dong-chen heard that and immediately replied, I think we should let that high-level monster go and attack the basement since we probably won't have a chance to defeat the boss anyway. Sehan looked at him with a cold expression. He thought to himself, his scheming was evil, but his quick thinking was impressive. Having a solid plan is definitely better when doing missions. Dong-chen looked at his face, frowning as he wondered what he was thinking about. Yun-hyun-kyun scratched his head and said to Dong-kwan, let's go together first. It really will be fine. All the opponents are former criminals. My heart also has women and children. Lai Min, hearing this, covered her mouth in shock and whispered, criminals? The first time Korea also had many gangs, including a faction whose members were always in the spotlight. Because they are a group of criminals who escaped when the world changed. They are the worst group. For their own benefit, they have killed countless people. As mentioned, their group is called the Sinners. Sehan suddenly had a strange premonition. He suddenly looked up, thinking to himself, Kim Jae-gon. In another place, Kim Do-won seems to be mentally connected with Sehan. He thought to himself, how is that possible? Is there something you want to say? Why are you fighting now? At this moment, around Kim Jae-gon, his followers immediately joined in mocking and pointing at Han's group, laughing loudly and asking, what are you guys saying? All right, where is it? I'm ready for any boss. Today, I am here to present this opinion. Kim Do-won was surprised and exclaimed, then said to Yun-hyun-kyun, so you think that? Aren't the two teams never willing to share the boat? Yun-hyun-kyun immediately replied, we no longer wish to propose cooperation, Kim Do-won asked coldly. And Yun-hyun-kyun? He immediately replied, I came to deliver a message that the boss upstairs is giving way to you guys. What do you mean you want to give way to us? Give way to what? Giving up is the right move. So if you surrender, you'll only have to die anyway. In the end, we don't want to fight with you anymore. We found another way. We'll let you catch the boss monster first and then let the time run out. Wouldn't another monster appear then? We will kill that monster. Sehan, standing behind, listened to Yun-hyun-kyun and secretly admired him, thinking how he could be so serious yet lie without blinking. Suddenly, Kim Jae-gon lightly jumped down from above and asked Yun-hyun-kyun again. Really? Yun-hyun-kyun asked back without replying, questioning Kim Do-won instead. Do you have any other options or not? Kim Do-won's eyes are full of killing intent as he takes out a cold iron and says to Yun-hyun-kyun, if you try to cheat, I won't hesitate to kill all of you. Kim Jae-gon's entire body is now surrounded by a dark, ominous aura as he stands alone facing the group of Han's men. Yes, it's true, huh? I swear. Sehan remains expressionless, standing calmly. Sehan thought to himself, I've always felt he's incredibly cruel. He is the avatar of one of the most powerful gods, Hades. Kim Jae-gon, upon hearing that, also shrank back, his expression returning to normal. He said, Yun-hyun-kyun, fine. What do you guys think? At this moment, Kim Do-won's subordinates upstairs saw this and contemptuously said, there's nothing to worry about. If they don't back down, they'll be heading straight for their own death. Yes, if they dare to deceive us, all of them will have to die. All right, let's go with that. But you also know that we don't trust you unconditionally. Is that right? Yunhun Kyon nodded, as if he had anticipated this, calmly nodded and told Kim Duan, "I will stay here." While they went to fight the boss mob, suddenly a voice calling out to him echoed. Dongkin walks up from behind and says to Yoon Hyun Kyun, "Let me stay behind. I am your leader, you can't do without me." Yoon Hyun Kyun, hearing him say that, was surprised and told him, "Dongkwan, it sounds like you're about to take back what you said." Yoon Hyun Kyun then continued, "All right, if you want to change your mind, just say so." Han's driver, standing aside and watching their intense performance, thought to himself, "Oh my God." Kim Do-go, seeing their affection, coldly chuckled and said, "So maybe only one person stays?" How ridiculous, at least everyone here must stay. They were startled and cried out in fear. Then suddenly Kim Do-won's eyes widened with a fierce look as he continued speaking, especially as he suddenly pointed directly at Do. Only the sharp blade in Kim Do's hand was knocked into the air, with only Han Cheo standing in front of him now, looking at him with a cold and indifferent expression. This oppressive aura suddenly gave Kim Do-won a strange premonition of danger. He clenched his teeth in fear, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this crazy guy doing?" Sehan stood in front of Han Jisoo, thinking to himself that Jisoo must be very annoyed. Although he didn't know what was going on, Ju must have sensed something. Yoon Hun Kyun shouted angrily, "Why are you suddenly asking for this?" But Kim Jun no longer heard what he was saying. His figure suddenly passed right by Yoon without him noticing. Kim Do calmly said, "You've got guts." He then approached and stood in front of Han's car, speaking with a dangerous tone. "You seem talented, too." Sehan nonchalantly responds, "So?" At this moment, a Kim Do-won's subordinate sitting upstairs suddenly points at Sehan's car in shock and shouts, "What? Did that brat just talk nonsense to his brother or what?" But before he could finish, Kim Do-won raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Stop right there!" One of Kim Do-won's eyes turns bloodshot and a dark aura swirls around his brow. Kim Jagan strokes his chin, assessing Sehan, and says this guy won't be easy to deal with. Sehan, with a cold face, responds to Kim Do-won, "That's right, so if you don't want to get involved with them, just cooperate peacefully." Suddenly, Kim Do-in was pushed back, surprising him. Kim Do-won suddenly froze, thinking to himself, what was that just now? A man-eating flower? At this moment, standing in front of him is not Sehan, but Ju herself. Her face is hidden in the darkness, only two cold, deadly eyes glaring at him with icy intent. Behind her, a giant illusionary flower blooms. Kim Do-go's underlings see this and shout angrily, "Big brother, these unruly ones are too arrogant." "Oh my God, big brother." At this moment, Kim Do-won collapsed in pain, his face twitching with veins bulging and trembling uncontrollably. Kim Do-won clenched his teeth, holding his chest with one hand, thinking to himself, who the hell these bastards really are. Suddenly a hand reached out and patted Ju's shoulder, saying, "Stop." Ju then turned to Sean and said, "I'm sorry, I was just so angry that I did that." Sehan thought to himself, compared to John Sansang, she seems a bit more calm. Sehan turned to look at Do-won and thought to himself, even though Kim Do-won is a very brutal madman, he's still far from reaching John S.L. Sang's level. Sehan coldly asked Kim Do-won, "Is that your answer?" Kim Do-won's face was now covered in sweat. Hearing Sehan's question, he lifted his head painfully and answered, "Fine, fine. I guess I have to accept your offer. The others do as it says." Dongquen, hearing that, froze in shock. "Yo, yes, we understand." Yoon Hun Kyun turned to look at Kim Do behind him. He staggered unsteadily and had to rely on his underlings to help him stand. Kim Do watched the group leave and thought to himself, who are they? How dare they pressure me like this? I must eliminate all of them. As I leave Kim Do-won's hideout, Yoon Hun Kyun looks up at the sky and sighs, saying, "Finally, everything has gone as planned. The negotiations went well, but I'm worried about Dong Kwan staying alone." Sean heard that and thought to himself, why worry about someone who wanted to stay from the start? But he still coldly said, "No need to worry about him. We should start preparing right away." Meanwhile, elsewhere, everyone received a notification at the same time that you have entered the safe zone. The passers-by looked on in confusion, mouths agape, not knowing what was happening. Everyone just needed to know clearly what item they wanted to buy. Yoon Hun Kyun looked up at the sky in shock and said, "Is there really something like this?" The passers-by are all focused on the 3D screen in front of them. Everyone has their own weapon. Even pregnant women have them. Yoon Hun Kyun stared intently at the crowd in front of him. He asked Sehan, "What do you think of my thoughts?" Yoon Hun Kyun continued, "Will they be able to catch the boss easily?" Sehan, hearing his question, looked away from the screen and coldly responded to Yoon Hun Kyun, "No." He heard that and said, relieved, "That's right. Now it's your turn to look into the distance." he said confidently. You don't need to worry anyway. Yunhun Kyun, hearing that, asked Sehan in surprise. Why? Sehan calmly said, It's just things like that? Thinking about Kim Do-won silently staying still in his hideout, Sean thought to himself that such things as capturing the boss monster wouldn't happen anyway. Sehan stood in the corner listening to the phone call, can only catch a few faint words from afar, Then, please handle that side for me. Suddenly Ju approached and asked Sean, Who were you just talking to? Sehan looked at Ju standing in front of the window and asked him. Sehan replied, I need to make a call here for a moment. Ju nodded slightly. Sehan thought to himself, sometimes she suddenly appears like this, really frightening him. Hezu suddenly asked him curiously, What is this? Han drives over the weapons scattered on the ground and says, These are all attack weapons. Ju gasps in surprise and asks, I know this spear, but what is that ring used for? Sehan nodded and said, This is a training room that can adjust the difficulty based on the color of the stone, ranging from red to purple. Diu leaned against the window frame and asked, surprised, Are you planning to use it for training? Sehan calmly replied, Not for me. Someone really needs this. Ju was surprised and remained silent for a moment. So that's how it is. What about you? Are you ready? Ju confidently says, I don't need anything else, just this hammer. Sehan nodded and said, Okay, then go do your makeup, and then turned around and left. Hey, Dad, do you know how to use that spear? Sehan turned around and calmly replied, Of course I do. Sehan stepped outside, gazing into the distance and thinking to himself, though he couldn't say he learned it in a past life, he suddenly remembered he didn't know what his master was doing now. From behind, Ju approached and called Sean, What is the weapon you are most skilled with? No, today you're asking so much. I don't particularly like any of them. Sehan tilted his head and smiled at Ju, then raised the spear in his hand, thinking to himself, Just one thing is fine. All just so. But I prefer surviving over winning. Talent isn't necessarily a crucial factor. Even with little talent, I am still the same. The strongest, the best. I've defeated them all. Because I am the only one left alive until humanity's extinction, in the end, it's still me. And besides, maybe this time I might even earn the title of the strongest. Sehan, a voice calls out. Sehan looked at Yunhun Kyun, who had just finished equipping for battle, running towards him while shouting. Sean let out a sound of surprise and said to him, Your weapon coordination is pretty impressive. Yunhun Kyun heard that and smiled, saying, Thanks to you, I converted some of the reward from the first mission, which was gold, into points and bought a few good items. Sehan watched the floating eye-like thing in the air, thinking to himself, and noticed something that looked like this god's avatar. Yunhun Kyun's personality is not like that of an evil god. Well, time will tell me the answer. Then Sehan turned to ask him, So are the others almost ready too? Yes. Then let's start moving gradually. Ju just arrived and nodded, pointing behind him, and said, I and Ju might go solo on the way. Yunhyun Kyun asked back, Do you mean going alone? Sehan nodded and replied, Yes, I have something to do. And this. Sehan then held out his spear in front of him. That's the spear you bought. Sehan simply explained coldly, Find the boss mob and then use this to lure it to the center of the room and smash it down onto the floor. Maybe we can get in there. Make the situation more favorable for us. All right, I got it. Sehan raised the phone in his hand and said, If we can't catch it, I'll send a signal to lure it closer with this spear. And we will help you. Remember, don't forget that. All right, I understand now. Does the spear and the monster both relate to this? Sehan didn't reply, but only left a mysterious message, saying he would know when the time comes. Dongkwan opened his phone, revealing only a single message inside. We're ready now. Let's go down to the basement. I wonder if we're starting now. He looked curious and wondered what on earth they had been preparing for so many days. They've already fought monsters 3 times here. Although he never won, he kept thinking about Sehan, a quiet and reserved person. He wondered to himself if what he said was true, and what his true identity might be. It seems he's hiding something to the point that even his god is paying attention. If everything goes well, Dongkwan suddenly opens the small window of the prison cell and speaks to the guard. Dongkwan said that. The guard asked seriously, Why the flag? Dongkwan continued, I don't know any information related to the mission. The guard looked curious and asked again, What? Just tell me. Dongchuan is not stupid enough to tell him. He continues, saying I won't tell you, but you should go see our boss. Seeing the guard finally showing some agitation, Dongkwan said, This won't harm you. In fact, it will help you with this mission. Then Dongkwan's sinister face thought to himself, Kim Si-han is really a thorn in my side, but Kim Do-won's strength is no joke. If I have to choose, I would pick this side. It's like keeping bees in your sleeve or raising a fox at home. Seihan probably had very bad luck to run into this guy. A moment later, he was led away by the guard who said, "All right, lead the way. Unless it's something serious, just go." Dongquan's face now turned extremely fierce, his eyes fixed on the back of the guard, and he coldly replied, "Of course." Under the sewer drain, shiny black rats as big as a grown man's arm gather together, ready to attack when the flashlight shines on them. Without saying much, Yoon-hyun Kyun immediately struck and killed one, then turned around and encouraged his followers, saying, "Everyone did well. Bring enough flashlights for the number of people as I told you." Seiya turned back, emotionless, and said, "The monsters hiding in these dark places are very afraid of the light." Suddenly a loud squeak echoed, and the rats charged forward without warning, just as a flash of light streaked across the scene, and one rat was instantly cut in half by Sean's sword. Not just one, but countless other rats quickly met the same fate, being systematically eliminated by him. As Han sheathed his sword, the mouse was sent flying into the air, then fell down like rain. Sean wiped his sword, sighed softly, and muttered, "More and more strange things are happening." "No, I think you're planning to kill monsters like these rats." Seihan just lightly waved his hand to kill a flying mouse and replied to Yoon-hyun Kyun, "So this one is a mouse, right? What could it be?" Yoon-hyun Kyun thought helplessly. "That's not what I meant." Seihan tilted his head and continued speaking. "And where have we gotten to?" Yoon-hyun Kyun looked at the surrounding scenery, pondered for a moment, then replied, "We're probably halfway there. We have 6 underground levels and we're in the 3rd week." Suddenly, Han's phone received a notification. He quickly picked it up, suspicious. As soon as he read it, Han's car gasped in surprise and let out a shout as the bank robber nicknamed Zine had just sent a message. "She texted that she's coming down now." Seihan smiled softly. A loud bang echoed as a great force struck the wall, denting it deeply. Kim Do-go braced himself against the wall in front of him, which was also riddled with many deep cracks. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, "Attack? Ridiculous. That's not something humans can catch. From the snake? Turning humans to stone? All right, you devilish snake." Just as Kim Do-gun gritted his teeth in anger, a sudden urgent call rang out. "Boss, the guard is leading Dongquan from behind." He lifted the curtain and said to Kim Do-gun, "This guy has something to tell you." Dongquan gently smiles, steps forward, and bows politely. Kim Do-gun sees him and dismisses him, warning, "Don't play those useless tricks on me." Dongquan responds obediently, "We're currently fighting monsters in the basement. Although the monster on the top floor is the strongest, it is still not as powerful as the fake boss. The real boss is clearly downstairs in the basement. We gave up on the monster upstairs for that reason." Kim Do-won's subordinates, hearing this, angrily shouted, "These bastards dare to mess with us." Dongquan thought to himself, "That's right, no trap is aimed at the human mind. It's natural that you can't catch it because they didn't even let you catch it." Kim Do-won's face turned fierce as he said, "Yes, that's right." He thought to himself, "Those lip-smacking fools, I definitely won't let them get away." Dongquan looked at Kim Do-won and finally believed what he said, then he quickly led his followers away without saying much. "This is the punishment for you. I can hide everything thanks to the god's blessing on my skin." Suddenly, the guard who brought you earlier turned to you and said, "Thanks to you, I appreciate it. You've helped us a lot." Then he laughed loudly. "What help could I possibly give?" "It's a small matter," he wondered silently to himself. "Why are you laughing like that now?" At this moment, Kim Do-kwan's group also arrived in front of the basement door. He didn't turn around and loudly asked Dongquan, "Is this the place, kid?" Dongquan nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Seeing the empty scene in front of him, he was scared and thought to himself, "But why is that? Why is no one here?" Kim Do, hearing that, immediately ordered his men to search this place thoroughly. Those people can't all just disappear like that. At this moment, the jailer suddenly approached and said to Boss Kim Do-gon, "Do they think we're afraid they'll be chased and have all run away? Get moving quickly from the bottom. Even if they get through this, they'll have to come out this way." Kim Do-gon listened silently without saying a word. The surrounding followers agreed and said, "Yes, boss, we must chase after them quickly and teach them a lesson." Another one, also angry, said, "We have to catch up and kill them all." "All right." Kim Do-go led the way and said to his men, "Let's go down there." "But it's so dark here, isn't it?" Kim Do-won ordered, "Everyone, pay attention to what's ahead." One of the henchmen muttered anxiously, "It would be good if we had flashlights now." Suddenly, a beam of light shone through, and the henchmen looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. After a while, they finally noticed 2 figures on the other side, a man and a woman. One of the underlings saw and called Kim Do-won, "Master, there are 2 people over there who look just like those guys." Kim Juan naturally also noticed the two figures, his gaze full of murderous intent as he stared at them, and he coldly said, "They look like them." Se-han stepped forward and addressed Kim Duan's group. "You're later than I expected. I thought you'd leave earlier. Sorry, but you're not allowed down here. You guys should head back." "What are you saying? Are you tired of living?" "That bastard, even after coming back to life, still has to go through this." "Boss." Another person also sneered and said, "Probably tired of living, huh?" Han's car on the other side obviously didn't care about their words. He pointed at Dongquan behind them, sneering as he said to him, "Hey, North Dongquan, I also guessed you would join their side, but you're really predictable, it's no fun anymore." Dongquan, feeling insulted, shouted at Sean, "Are you crazy? I don't know why you keep messing with me, but this time you're definitely dead." Seheng gasped in surprise, let out a long, "Oh," and then said, "Is that so?" He turned to ask a man next to Dongquan, "Do you think so too?" "Lim Min?" At this moment, the man next to Dongquan also gradually transforms into Lim Min. Dongquan saw that and exclaimed in surprise, "What? What the hell?" Lim Min just ran towards Han's car looking exhausted. She let out a long sigh and said, "Oh really, you're always blaming me. Do you know how much I've suffered?" "Those guys smell bad." Dongquan gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" He also realized it. Dongquan thought to himself, no wonder everything went so smoothly. Sean arrogantly points at Kim Jugan's henchmen, and of course Dongquan, and sighs boredly, saying I was planning to deal with all of them at once. These guys and Se-han pointed upward again, and the people upstairs as well. Li Min, standing beside Se-han, asked him with her hands on her hips. "So what do we do now?" Se-han replied to her calmly. "What are we doing? We're just fighting." Li Min, hearing that, mischievously said, "If something happens, I'll run away." Se-han responded indifferently with a hum. Just then, Sean's phone suddenly rang with a notification. He took out his phone, thinking it seemed a bit urgent. Jisoo had been silent until she suddenly stepped forward and said to Sean, "Let's go, Se-han Oppa." He listened, confused and not understanding what she said. Jisoo also didn't turn around, her cold expression telling him, "Just stop them from going down." "Right? Then why is everyone staying here?" Sean looked at the crowd of tall people in front of him, worriedly thinking, "Is this okay?" But he quickly gave his answer. Se-han nodded and spoke to Jisoo. "All right." After saying that, Se-han suddenly lifted Li Min and pressed her against his arm, then spoke coldly. "So we will go upstairs." Lim Min was suddenly lifted up by Se-han. She shouted and then asked what it was. That call. Se-han turned away for a moment and suddenly remembered something. He turned back and told Ju not to kill him. "It's fine to just catch him." Ju, hearing that, looked at Se-han with suspicion. "Who is that?" Se-han simply replied coldly, "That coward." Dong Quyen, hearing Han's car insult him like that, was both scared and furious to the point of madness, but couldn't do anything. Diu looked regretful and said to Dong Quan, "What a pity. Let's just try and see." Se-han, hearing that, immediately ran forward, only leaving a line behind. "Then you take care of the back." Kim Dugan threw the dagger straight ahead, the sharp blade piercing into the ground with a clang. Suddenly Han's car sped up, making him gasp in shock. Kim Dugan widened his eyes and shouted, "What? Why can't I see it move?" Se-han just coldly looked at him in response. Se-han delivered a punch that sent him tumbling backward, and the chain in Loang's hand accidentally tangled him with the unlucky henchman behind, causing him to harm himself. Kim Duo and his men were caught in a mess of tangled chains. Lee Min is being juggled in his armpit, his mind spinning and losing consciousness. The remaining henchman, seeing things are getting out of hand, stammers and shouts. Manhan again carried Min away like a chicken, only leaving Ju with a sentence. "Thanks, if it gets too dangerous. Just run." Ju replied coldly, "Yes." Se-han slightly turned his head to look at her because he sensed something strange in Ju's tone. Se-han wondered to himself, why do I keep feeling that something's off? For now, I'll just let her handle this. Then he told Jisoo, "We're leaving now." From Sean's perspective, Ju's eyes had already turned blood red. She calmly replied, "Okay." Mr. Sean is holding Lim Min in his arms, letting her struggle. Then he turned to Jisoo and said, "I leave this to you." Kim Do pushes his sharp blade away, making it hit the stone face with a loud clang. Suddenly, Ju charges in, catching him off guard and leaving him no time to react. Kim Duan shouted, "Damn it!" Kim Jong widened his eyes, thinking to himself, I didn't even see her move anymore. Ju's speed was lightning fast as he punched toward Kim Duan. He instinctively raised his arm to block the attack. There was only a cracking sound, and his arm bone was shattered by Ju's punch. Kim Du grimaced in pain, thinking to himself, I can't believe it. Suddenly, Han's car arrived and hit him, causing him to tumble and fly away. The tangled chains in Long's hand also accidentally dragged him into the unlucky henchman behind, ending up hurting himself. Kim-doo and his henchmen are tangled up in a mess of chains. One of the remaining henchmen, seeing this, screams in horror, "Boss!" The henchmen who were knocked away with Kim-doo-an quickly got up. Dong-kwan and the guard surrounded him anxiously and asked, "Are you okay, boss?" Kim-doo-gun lowered his head, trembling all over, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Hurry up!" Suddenly he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the crowd and shouting loudly, "Get that bastard here, right now." The henchmen immediately rushed forward while shouting, "Yes, boss." Suddenly their faces turned anxious and terrified. They stammered, saying, "There was a thud just now, and a demon collapsed to the ground." Ju now looked like a hellish creature, standing against the light, making her entire figure dark and her expression unreadable. A dark aura emanates from Ju as she stands before the headless corpse, her seductive voice saying, "Anyone here?" The heavy, blood-stained dagger in her hand strikes the ground with a sharp clang, its heavy head securely connected to the body by a sturdy chain. Ju's face was cold as he held the chain and said coldly, "It's like looking at some bugs." Kim-doo-an looked at Ju with a cold gaze. He thought to himself, "How dare someone like you look at me with that kind of gaze?" He whispered, "I really can't stand it anymore." Then Kim-doo-an once again pointed at Ju and shouted loudly, "Kill that bastard right now." The henchman immediately charged forward without hesitation. Ju calmly stands there, forming a circle with her truncheon in her hand, nonchalantly saying, "Wow, this blood splattering everywhere, so disgusting." A henchman from behind Ju lunged forward and shouted, "Die!" In an instant, his head was gone. The remaining guy, seeing this, shouted in fear, "What was that? What just brushed past here?" Ju crouched down and delivered another blow to take out the last guy. Another attacker tries to ambush Ju from behind with an old trick, but Ju's whip lashes out and easily takes off half his head. She sighs, annoyed, as she wipes the bloodstains from her shirt. Blood splatters burst across the middle, revealing bright orange streaks on Ju's shirt. In an instant, the dark bloodstains on Ju's clothes completely disappeared. Kim-doo-an's henchmen also took the opportunity to rush forward at the same time, but she remained calm and still. After a moment, Ju calmly pressed a button on the skull. As if flipping a switch, it made a clicking sound. Ju swung her hand, quickly taking another life. Even the sword in his hand was gently broken and thrown aside, and with another swing, another victim fell right there. At this moment, Ju, like a demon, swinging her mace to where she goes, causing a trail of dead to fall. A reckless thug rushes forward, fists clenched, shouting, "You damn bastard!" Ju quickly and lightly leans to avoid his punch, then a heavy dagger flies straight toward his head. A loud crack echoed as a life was lost. A black streak suddenly appeared before her, and in the blink of an eye, it was everywhere. Kim-doo-an stands underwater, watching the fight between Ju and his henchmen. Kim-doo-an thinks to himself, "I still have more than 20 people, and she's only alone. She doesn't look tired at all. In fact, she's even dominating everyone. I don't know where she's so terrifying from." Kim-doo-an tightly grips his sword and slowly steps out of the water. He snorts coldly, thinking to himself, "She's definitely not someone easy to leave behind, but at this point I can still handle her. In terms of speed, stamina, and strength, I am superior in every way. Moreover, a sledgehammer flew straight toward him. Kim-jun quickly grabbed a subordinate to stand in front of him, and the unfortunate subordinate let out a desperate scream. Fate needs no words to be understood. The henchman's companion was shattered to pieces by Ju's hammer. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Kim Joo-gon's handsome face, as he coldly thought to himself that he is truly the avatar of Hades. His eyes widened, the pupils inside turning blood red, and a death god appeared behind Kim Doo-an, surrounding his body. A sudden announcement rings out, declaring death. If the skill reaches its maximum level, death will come to everyone within a minute. The higher-ranked person is the only one unaffected, and the skill can only be used once a day. Kim Doo-an seems to gain extra strength, and everyone around emits a terrifying aura of darkness. He prepared to attack. From Kim Joo-gon's blade, a blazing red gem gathered dark black mists to form. Watching Ju keep killing more people, he thought to himself, "This arrogant brat, now I'll show you what respect really is. This body belongs to the avatar of the supreme god Hades." Suddenly his body soared into the air and he had no idea what was happening. Kim Doo-an thought to herself, what is this thing? Ju turned around, holding a club in her hand, gave him a cold glance, then indifferently turned and walked away. He angrily thought to himself, "She doesn't even bother to pay attention to me?" Not letting him stay curious for too long, his head spun around once at the middle point. Outside the building, the sirens blared in waves, echoing loudly. In another place, El-min is running at full speed with Se-han, anxiously turning to ask Se-han, "Are you really leaving her alone like that?" He replied coldly and indifferently. "The opponent isn't that powerful either," Lim and Min exclaimed in surprise. "You managed to sneak in there in just a week, aren't you very skilled?" Se-han replied calmly. "Is that so? That's pretty average." Se-han calmly continued. "This is only the beginning of the game. Kim Ju-gon just became an avatar recently, so he's not very strong yet. He thought to himself that the skin he has is only a declaration from the battle, and using that skin also takes quite some time. If he faces Ju now, he'll probably lose his head before he even gets to use his skills. I guess she's probably back with us now." Suddenly Lai Min shouted, asking, "What are you planning? Are you really going up to the rooftop?" Se-han coldly nodded, while Lai Min, running, continued, "Do you think I can handle it too, even though I know you're strong?" Se-han replied to her immediately, "You only brought her along because you're afraid she can't handle it." Li Min, hearing what I said, she was surprised and asked back, "Me? What can I do to help? It sounds impressive, but I only have my transformation skin." At this moment, Han's car finally stopped. He tilted his head back and let out a sigh, saying that was enough. The two of them stopped in front of a large closed door. Se-han said to Li Min, "Let's go in." Se-han laughed loudly and confidently told Li Min, "Don't worry, I guarantee it. I'll buy you an item worth at least 2,000 points. I will give you an extra reward based on the mission's reward level." Li Min, hearing that, she was stunned and asked Se-han in disbelief, "Look, are you really going to give me that much money? If you're really lying, Se-han will know right away," and he laughed and joked with her. "Got it, you're transforming now, huh?" She asked suspiciously, "I already told you about transforming into a different form just now." Se-han heard that and smiled as he replied to her, "Okay." Turning into a fox, the whole body of Lim and Min is surrounded by a blinding yellow light. She told him that since he asked for help, she would help, but she wondered if doing so would actually be beneficial for him. Se-han put the white-furred fox on his neck and told it to go, then see what happens. "Are you ready?" the little fox whispered softly in response. "Too slow." Se-han continued speaking. "All right, let's go in." Saying that, he pushed open the big door and stepped inside. Inside the room, there are many stone statues of people, all frozen in place while trying to run away. There are also splatters of pitch-black blood on the walls around us. I muttered, "That's terrifying." Se-han glided past the stone statues, observing the terrified expressions on their faces. He thought to himself, turned to stone. They all fell under the curse of the snake spirit. Lai Min, in her small fox form, whispered in fear. "I'm tired too," Se-han said casually to Lai Min. "Let's go and find out where it is. I told you it's okay. Just be a bit quicker. If you're so scared, I'll throw you away, okay?" Hearing that, Lai Min's worldview collapsed, and she froze in fear. Hearing him say he wanted to throw her away, she quickly jumped down from Han's shoulder and ran off in a cloud of dust. After a moment, a loud roar echoed through the room. Se-han hides behind a large pillar in the middle of the room, secretly peeking out. Se-han thinks to himself, "What? Found it so quickly? I should have realized from the start that I didn't need to waste effort searching for it. Such a giant snake. It's the guardian monster of this mission." Now the giant serpent is slithering back and forth across the room, as if sensing my presence, its cold voice echoing. "Some fool has come this far. My name is OGA. Step back and I will spare your life." "So, if I keep going, you'll attack, right?" Se-han thought to himself. Unlike the Minotaur in the first mission, this snake has a name and doesn't appear through shortcuts. It was created so that no player could defeat it and to dominate this level. This is truly a boss monster. Most of all, the hardest part of this monster is its skin. When it opens its eyes, the curse of petrification activates. If it intends to cast the petrification spell, its eyes will glow, and that light will turn any living thing it touches into stone. This monster is truly formidable. But Sean suddenly stopped, gently pinched Limon's cheek and said, "Don't forget what I told you earlier. It's time for you to act now." In response to Se-han, the white fox softly squeaked and then stood up, repeatedly shaking its head. It keeps squeaking in protest, but Se-han, after a moment of thought, says to it, "No, it has to be done this way. Still have to throw you away, huh? All right, if you can't get up, let me help you." El-min, terrified, kept struggling and chirping, then Han threw El-min straight at the white snake, which only managed to let out a cry, and suddenly the eyes of the white snake turned a dazzling yellow. Seeing this, Se-han immediately threw his spear. He thought to himself, "Right now, I have a skill that can temporarily stop the petrification curse. When you can't use it properly, close your eyes." Seeing the spear about to pierce the monster's eye, Tuza suddenly raised its head, and the spear struck its tough scales with a clang. Se-han quickly hid behind a pillar, thinking to himself, Did I hit? He whispered, aiming for its eye. It wasn't too hard. He hid behind a large rock, thinking to himself, damn it, it seems that a regular knife won't work, so now I can only rely on that girl. The white fox was thrown by Seihan and fell heavily to the ground. Ga looked at the white fox but was unaffected by its curse of turning to stone. What could it be whispering? Clearly, I already used my skin to target it earlier. Could it really be a fox? Seihan listened and calmly explained yes. According to mythology, one of the natural enemies of the death snake is the fox. This is the weakness of an undefeated opponent. Hearing that, it sneered and whispered, I knew this guy was trying to target my weakness, but it's just a small fox, far from being my match. Saying that, it flicked its tail to break the surrounding rocks, but thanks to its small and swift body, the white fox easily dodged Tusha's deadly attacks. Seeing that, it roared in anger, this little fox. The white fox swiftly and lightly leapt onto Tusha's body. The villain, seeing this, quickly charged forward. The white fox slightly crouched to avoid being thrown out. Suddenly, Tusha spun around sharply, its gaze directly fixed on the white fox, and uttered a curse. Tusha's eyes emitted a blinding golden light, but despite facing Tusha head-on, the white fox remained safe and unharmed. Aegon was shocked and shouted, Are you okay? It's just a weak little fox. Seihan took the chance while Tusha wasn't paying attention and quickly ran around its legs. Seihan thought to himself, Damn it, Lai Min, hurry up. Tusha, seeing this, sneered and whispered, No need to waste your energy. Even though I don't know what he's planning to do, now he'll realize that everything is useless. Saying that, Tusha swung his leg and forcefully kicked towards Seihan's car. He quickly dodged the attack with a swift reflex. Tusha, seeing that, became angry again and wanted to use the old move. Tusha's eyes gradually brightened, glaring fiercely at him and shouting the curse. At the critical moment, Seihan yelled loudly at Lin. Ah, quickly bite it to pieces. Chan Trang obeys Han's command. It immediately soared upward, its sharp claws aiming straight at Tusha's eyes. A screech echoed as Tusha reared back, blood splattering and forming a curve in the air. Tusha let out a painful scream as Chan Trang also fell freely, but luckily Han drove quickly to catch her gently. Seihan turned his head to glance at Tusha, thinking to himself, Good, now Min can move freely. Tusha, completely angered by the two, extended its claws and roared loudly, revealing that it was not an ordinary Chan. Seihan smoothly dodged another attack from Tusha. He calmly wrapped the white fox around his neck and said to it, Well, in this bustling city, where could a domesticated fox come from? Suddenly Seihan shouted in surprise as the snake darted straight down into the ground. From afar, Shan speeds up, and it coldly says to him, I will absolutely not let you escape. Beside Oi, Shan is running with his face down, thinking to himself, Keep going. Suddenly, Seihan's phone rings with a notification, and he reads the message with surprise. Seihan turns to the white fox and says, All right, I mentioned this earlier. Do you still remember that signal? The white ferret responded with a soft cry, then jumped down and ran back in the opposite direction. From afar, he launched an attack. Seihan dodged once again, realizing he couldn't touch him. Tusha glared with fiery eyes and asked Seihan what trick he was planning to pull now. Seihan sat on the ground with a cold expression and replied to Tusha, If you don't play dirty, how can you beat me? Tusang sneered and replied mockingly, No matter what tricks you try, you can't beat me. Even if you break my skin, your family won't be able to become my match. Then Tusha launched an attack right in front of Seihan. He jumped high to dodge the deadly strike. Seihan thought to himself, No, if it's like this, I won't make it in time. Tusha watched Seihan struggle to dodge each attack and coldly said to him, This is called a different level. Having said that, it flailed its tail and attacked again. Seihan just stood still, seemingly. He gently snapped his fingers and Seihan said, Just one sentence and it's all nonsense. From afar, seeing his confidence, it cautiously asked what Seihan was up to. A rooster appears, crowing loudly. Tusha freezes in surprise. Suddenly, Tusha roared with a jendong, thrashing in pain. Seihan saw this, quickly rushed forward, swung his dagger and smiled, saying, So this is the strength level you mentioned? From afar, anger in his deep voice, he said, This bastard. Han's actions were lightning fast as he repeatedly stabbed the body of the poisonous snake with his dagger. How long can I hold on like this? I don't know why you know my weakness. You're not strong enough to pierce my scales. And then, Tusha kept stomping its feet fiercely, seeing Zan run away to avoid its claws, and sneered, You only know how to run away? In the end, you'll just get exhausted to death. Han jumps back, wiping sweat from his chin, thinking to himself that it acts more decisively than before. He gasped and said to the snake, But you're also exhausted. Thinking to himself, Sean decided to end it gently. Zuzia looked down from above at the tiny figure on the ground and contemptuously said, "You must have prepared well before coming here. But the gap between my body and your power is not small. What will you do now? Running away again?" Seihan didn't answer it. He slowly got up from the ground. "You're right. I really can't fight him." Seihan said that, but in his mind he was already thinking about it. Tsusha scoffs contemptuously and says to him, "So you just realized now? But it's too late now." Seihan calmly lifts his head and looks at Tsusha. "I already knew that, which is why I've been struggling to find a way to kill you. I am used to not being able to defeat my opponents. How can I make myself worthy of defeating someone stronger than me in every way? It must have the choice of the gods, overwhelming abilities, this useful skin, or some unique trait. Although everything is important, in the first act I lack in all aspects. Even the strongest man in Zhang's fate and the two praised as the best couldn't endure until the end, because I am the one who survives to the very last." Shan's face became determined, and he coldly smiled as he told Tsusha that with experience and patience, anything is possible. Tsusha couldn't hear him any longer and charged forward, shouting, "You're doomed!" Seihan did not rush to dodge, quietly smiled and looked at Tsusha. Just as Tsusha charged forward, a huge explosion erupted, and the Kanzom Tower shook violently. 2X lay on the ground, suspiciously asking Seihan, "What did you just do?" "That bomb. A kid has been diligently setting up the traps all week. The explosives are sticky, can be triggered remotely, and won't harm players or monsters." Sang heard that and scoffed, saying to Sean, "You idiot, do you think these bombs can kill me or knock me down to the lower floor? There's no point in doing anything." In response to Tsusha, Seihan simply coldly said, "I know that too." Then Sean smiled and pointed to his wrist, saying, "I also know I can't use the surroundings to kill the monster. What I aim for isn't you. It's not because I'm exhausted from running. It's like those stupid things you don't even know about." "Wait, what is that?" Seihan held a piece of amber-colored stone in his hand and calmly said to Tsusha, "There is a characteristic of Tsusha, which is that when it gets angry, its vision narrows, right? This is a training ring. This gemstone can reduce the weight of the ring by up to 10 tons. So I tried it, and the weight difference occurred. Suddenly, the poison serpent let out a loud cry, and purple rings appeared around its ankles. It was terrified and thought, 'What the hell is that?' Tsusha angrily shouted, 'This human is too arrogant.' Seihan easily stomps on the head of the snake, smiling smugly as he says to it, 'Your strength gap is like a monkey's plaything.' Then Seihan kicks the snake forcefully, causing the ground to crack. It also falls freely down to the lower level. Tsusha angrily thinks, 'Damn it, even if I fall to the ground, I won't die, but if I get sold, this ring will explode. The moment this ring tightens around you, you won't be able to save yourself anymore.' Wait, what is that? What's that? What is that golden yellow spear? Why is there something like that there? Anyway, this is also my second main task. Among the weapons they have, none can pierce my scales. A tiny spear that can't possibly kill me, so there's no need to worry." But unexpectedly, Tsusha's thought was met with a loud piercing into flesh. Tsusha was shocked and couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, "No way." At this moment elsewhere, a group of people are struggling to fight a giant monster flying in the middle of the sky. The group is none other than Yoonhyun Kyun and his followers. Yoonhyun Kyun cautiously looked at the monster, thinking to himself, "Isn't there a single fatal wound on it?" He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking, "It's already unreasonable enough with just us." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a golden spear fell and stuck straight into the ground. A subordinate nervously approaches and asks, "Yoonhyun Kyun, what should we do if this battle drags on?" And suddenly a cracking sound echoes. Yoonhyun Kyun and the others all instinctively looked up. Yoonhyun Kyun, curious, thought to himself, "What is that?" There was a loud bang, and suddenly a huge death snake fell right in front of them. Yoonhyun Kyun looked at the large hole that pierced through dozens of floors, trembling in shock. He stammered, "Was this thing just now falling from above?" "Hey Yoon Kyun, are both of these creatures dead now?" Yoonhyun Kyun looked at the one-eyed monster's corpse, which had been smashed to pieces by the falling giant snake. Yoonhyun Kyun nodded and said, "Yes, it seems so. First, we find the people who came with us and then deal with the situation afterward. The system notification sounds and the second main mission has been completed. The level you achieved in this mission is silver, and the reward will be given shortly." A subordinate looked at the 3D screen in front of him and shouted in horror, "The second mission is over." The observer must definitely be the boss mob. My score is silver? I didn't do anything, so why is it like this? The system notification sound continued to ring, starting from the third main quest. The fixed time or response time to conditions would automatically increase. Yoonhyun Kyun saw that and thought to himself, "What is going on? Does this mean he doesn't know when the next main mission will start? One of Yoon Hyun Kyun's subordinates saw this and immediately turned to ask him, "What is all this about?" He was also in shock. Yoon Hyun Kyun, frowning suspiciously, said, "I'm not sure either. It seems everything is safe and sound." Suddenly, Yoon Hyun Kyun turned to call Sehan, thinking to himself, "Is he back in one piece?" The white fox cart slowly approaches from above, and he looks down at the snake lying below. Sehan says, "Luckily, I threw it in the right spot." Yoon Hyun Kyun, hearing that, wondered silently what exactly was thrown in the right spot. Did he intentionally throw that monster without getting hurt at all? Yoon Hyun Kyun slightly bowed his head and said with a faint smile, "Everything is thanks to you." But he couldn't help but think, with just our strength, how could we catch that monster? On the contrary, if it were that person, it might be different. He has the ability to eliminate the observer, and Sean and that guy are at a different level from us. If things keep going like this, I can't let it happen. I have to get stronger. If I can't gain anything, I must at least hold on. Yoon Hyun Koo clenched his trembling hand tightly. Sehan jumped down into the large pit where the corpse was and replied to Yoon Hyun Koo. "Is it because you didn't listen to me?" Yoon Hyun Kyun shouted loudly from the edge of the pit. "Sehan, what are you planning to do now?" He picked up the golden spear and answered him coldly. "Until the third main mission starts, there's still a bit of time, so I think I'll go around a bit." Yoon Hyun Kyun looked at the car, which had now jumped into the mouth of the pit. He asked Sehan suspiciously, "Where are you going? Will you come back?" He didn't look at him and simply replied indifferently, "Wherever you set foot, just go there. If you need anything, just call me. I'll help with anything minor. If you need anything, just call me. See you later." Sehan also didn't say much. He just left with a simple, "Yes, see you again," then turned around and ran away. Sehan thought to himself that maybe this time Yoon Hyun Kyun realized his own shortcomings. From now on, at least he must survive on his own until the 7th mission. That person alone is enough, and they even became an avatar. I don't know what god they called, but I was startled when I asked again. I must find a chance to ask more. At a clothing store, Ju was wiping his sword and smiling as he said to Sean, "You're here, huh? You're later than I thought." Sehan smiled and, along with Lee Min, approached her and asked, "Did you change your weapon? Is the durability wearing out?" Diu nodded and replied, "Yes, I took out the one you bought last time." "So where is that guy?" Sehan thought to himself, noticing Jisoo looked quite upset. Jis glanced into the next room and said, "I locked her in there." Sehan opened the door and asked Dongkwon, "Are you okay with that?" Dongkwon, seeing it was him, angrily charged forward and shouted, "You bastard, aren't you going to take this off?" He grabbed Han's collar and asked, "What are you doing to my neck?" He calmly took out a stone and said, "That's nothing." Sehan coldly told Dongkwon, "The bracelet is interesting." "Oh no, for you it's just a beast ring, huh?" The ring on Dongkwon's neck now turns blue. Without warning, Dongkwon was pulled down by the power around his neck, causing his face to smash into the ground. He struggled to stand up, but the necklace was too heavy for him to move. Sehan calmly sat down in front of him and coldly said, "About 200 kilograms is too much for a player to handle." Dongkwon lay on the ground, panting heavily. Sehan moved the stone closer. Now it had returned to its amber color. Dongkwon struggled to pull the collar off and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you bastard, you son of a bitch." Sehan saw that and calmly said to him, "If it's so easy to take off, why am I still wearing it on you?" Dongkwon stood up suddenly, shouting angrily, "What did I do wrong that you treat me like this?" Xhan, as if hearing something ridiculous, asked again, "What did I do wrong?" His expression suddenly turned dark and terrifying, speaking to Dongkwon about the main mission. You left everyone in the lecture hall and planned to kill them, and this time you betrayed, right?" Dongchen was surprised that he would find out about this. He froze in silence, saying nothing. Sehan continued, "Lim Min is right beside you and you didn't even notice?" Dongkwon was taken aback, trembling as he shouted in shame. "But isn't it true that I still failed?" Sehan, as if hearing something ridiculous, coldly said, "Yes, it's because of me that you failed. That ring is physical imprisonment for you. This one is mental imprisonment. I spent a little money and found it at the DLC store. You sign this, and from now on you must become a trustworthy and reliable person. If you violate it, the ancient prison will tighten around you, causing an explosion and death. But it only lasts for a year, and I can see your breach of the agreement." Sehan handed over a non-negotiable oath paper and said to Dongkwon. He chuckled to himself and said, "Don't even think about breaking this contract. If you like dying that much, then I will." I don't know when Yen arrived. I only saw her holding a club with a grim face and a murderous aura, telling Dongkwon. Seeing that, he quickly got scared, snatched the paper from her hand and stammered, "Ah, no, you need to give me a pen." How can I sign just the paper? All right then. Sehan took the paper in his hand, nodded with a smile, and said to him, Be strong. Remember that no matter where you are, I will find out. Dongquan didn't dare stay long, and politely replied, Yes, sir. Sehan saw that, he waved his hand and smiled, Live well and stay healthy until we meet again. Dongquan heard that and impatiently replied, Yes, yes. Sehan watched him leave, quietly turning to follow Dongquan's figure. He thought to himself, That bastard, he acts obedient, but his expression is rotten, and that's all he can do. If you dare to resist, you're dead for sure. Well then, I'll just take my time. Sehan gently walks up behind Ju, seeing her focused on the computer in front of her, whispering to himself, Gold level, huh? He doesn't want to disturb her, thinking that thanks to joining the group, Ju has also gained a lot of achievement points. Seeing Shan, she turned around and asked him, Where are you going? He simply coldly replied, I have somewhere to go.
And you?
Me too, Sehan asked suspiciously. Oh, really? Shan looked at the screen in front of him and spoke to Ju. Then each of us go our own way. Since we are in the same group, you can track my location. You know how to check now, right? He replied to her calmly, then suddenly asked, And Lemon mean? She was confused and didn't understand what was happening when he continued, I will give you a proper reward. Come this way. Lyman, hearing that, immediately asked happily, Is it now? Lyman looked at Han's car, reached into the screen to grab something, and excitedly exclaimed, What is this? It can't be anything big, right? He calmly replied to her, Don't get too excited just yet. He then took out a hidden ring that allows you to turn invisible twice a day, for up to an hour each time. Lemon Min holding the ring in her hand, she shouted in shock, Is this really a B-level weapon? He nodded and said, Yes, I won't ask for it back, then I'll take it, really take it. He nodded again and said yes. Hearing that, Lemon Min happily jumped up, feeling that Ju beside her suddenly became different, and he asked her, What did Ju say? Nothing? Sehan then continued speaking to her. Next time I see him, I'll give you something. Something good. Ju replied, No, I'm fine. Sehan smiled warmly, looked at the computer screen, told the others that he had finished the work, and then everyone went their separate ways. Nothing fun about just staying still. The three of them strolled along the main road. Ju suddenly asked him, What did you say you wanted to go earlier? Sehan heard her question and gently smiled warmly. He said, That place? Just a little bit of gardening? The eyes around Kim Shan keep appearing, and he notices them, thinking how intense the surveillance is. It's probably because he's attracting too much attention. But then Kim Shan asks Lee Min beside him, Why do you keep following me? The girl immediately replied, Huh? No, I can't. Sehan then said, Well, it's not impossible. After that, he thought, Whatever. Now that I have another set of eyes watching, nothing bad will happen. I have no pride left anyway. Kim Zine, with a resigned face, patted her head and asked honestly, So why do you keep following me? The girl cheerfully replied, I can tell right away that Oppa is very good, so I want to go with you to enjoy the moon. Hearing her say that, he thought to himself, That's more like Lai Min. Honestly, this is much better than that sneaky Pong Quan. Then Lai Min continued, I won't follow you around, but if you need help, I will assist. He replied casually, Of course that's how it should be. Did the girl get startled? Could it be that when she approached the tunnel, suddenly two thugs ran out and threatened her? We've already taken over this basement, so get lost while I'm still being nice. Put the knife down, please, brother. Then he immediately turned around. What are you doing? Let's go. Lehman? The mysterious girl said. Huh? Are you really just going like that? I didn't plant anything, did I? He chuckled and said, No way that's possible. Once you know the location, you have to go in. The girl ran after him and asked, How do I get in? Then let me lure them in, he replied. No need to force it, just go in naturally. They're not fools either. Do you think they will sit still? This entire area has already been occupied. I wonder if they can get in, I don't know. If there's no way, then just come up with one yourself, right? In the sparkling purple space filled with stars, a strange thing appears. An honest life. That thing is texting someone else and causing a huge scene. Why does this guy keep making things difficult for his avatar? The clown girl replied, Serves her right. A life of integrity continues to message with the clown. Is that girl with the boy over there your avatar? Don't you know? The clown replied, I have no idea. A life of integrity immediately sighs. Oh, really? Kim Zae-ha looked at the map, seeming to be very angry. Well, Park Dong-kwan hasn't achieved anything, and whatever he wants to do is blocked by me. Hwa Kim messages, Stop arguing. There's a solid dungeon here. The three of you will take turns entering it. Yes, sir. Where did you get the flashlight? Hwa Kim replies, About an hour's drive from the Rom Tower. The flashlight exclaims. Oh no, I'm lost. Kim quickly thought, I found it. That's good. This is the dungeon they've been guarding all this time. Are you rubbing your face now? What do you mean by this? He immediately replied, I didn't explain from the beginning, so you've been misunderstanding all along, right? He immediately put his hand on the ground and continued, with such a huge dungeon, can you tell me every day? Lehman? Just wondering. The entrance is on the opposite side. Please continue. I told you, if you can't find it, create it yourself. Saying that, he placed his hand on the ground, and a stream of electricity began to spread out to scan everywhere. After completing the scan within a 50-meter radius around where you placed your hand, he thought to himself, as expected, Ski's loot after killing the white snake was all stolen platinum. He said it's not here in front of it. The girl asked Kim Shan, what does that mean? Kim Shan muttered to himself incoherently, let's go a little further. Yeah, but can you tell me what it is? We've arrived, so now I'll finally ask what's really here. I've asked so many times, I'm tired now, he continued. There is a boss's room 20 meters below this place. Limin, looking at him suspiciously, says, the boss's room? Is that the basement the others just checked? He replied casually. The girl continued, so what? Is that all? He replied. Yeah, that's all there is to it, Limin asked with curiosity. But if there's something below 20 meters, how do we get in? Dig through the ground? Is it like collapsing it? Like back at VM? The girl turned around and shook her head, saying that's only because it's a mission area. Not yet, but that underground chamber is protected by a special kind of magic, so we can't break in using physical force. Kim Zahan then asked, have you heard anything from your god yet? The girl replied, yes, I hear a whispering sound. Then suddenly he pulls out a drilling machine. Then what if we use this, the dungeon drill? The drill bit can change the terrain of the entire dungeon. You need a suitable drill bit for the level of the dungeon. The girl asked in surprise, what is that? Where did you get that from? He replied cheerfully. That was the reward for the mission. Lemon continued asking, you're giving away the entire reward for the mission like that? He snorted and started drilling, sparks flying everywhere. Wow, this is all completely free. Oh, it looks really nice. Look carefully. Now he's drilling to prepare to stab down. It will drill straight through to the boss room. The girl looked on in amazement and asked, when will this drilling be finished? Kim Shan calmly replied, just 1 or 2 more hits. The girl looked at the strange humming thing in front of her, confused. Is this what the drill looked like at first? He replied. Does she not know this is only used in the game? The girl continues speaking. Be careful with the drill. Get up. Both of them keep talking in a dull manner. Hey, change it. Well, this is changing a bit too quickly. Next time, I'll accept everything as a reward. I'm 70 years old this year, but I've never seen anything as bland as this before. Does anyone find it funny? After 5 hours, the road started to crack. Lim and Min said, I think I saw something faint. Everything then shattered even more. Kim Zahan successfully landed and said, it seems like that's right. And the girl, Lim and Min, sat on the ground and said, hey, hey, hey. Suddenly there's a notification that you've reached the deepest part of the dungeon. The small mantises start to appear. The girl asked nervously, are they the boss mobs? He looked at them and said, maybe so, but either way, the mantis bugs started rushing towards and surrounding them. Lim and Min exclaimed, I hate these bugs so much. Kim Jan, with a teasing smile, asked, do you have enough strength to deal with these little mantises? Lim and Min confidently said, easy game, man. Just keep talking. I'll go deal with the boss and you handle the little pests. The girl immediately said, okay. And then a steel spear appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He charged at the largest praying mantis, which swung its claws toward the welding torch. He quickly used his spear to block and then struck it in the face. The mantises kept attacking, but as he dodged, he realized they only focused on the person approaching him, so it was too easy. Moreover, as long as he targets the insect monster's weak points, he can quickly behead them. Lehman turned around and said to him, wow, these are super strong. They must be E-rank monsters, right? Suddenly, a red praying mantis appeared in front of Kim Shan, and he responded to the girl, making the mantises easier to fall. The larger their bodies, the slower their movements, to the point that they didn't even realize they had been attacked. I just need this chance. I strike once and kill. The spear thrusts toward the praying mantis. It immediately explodes, only managing to cry out a yelp before collapsing. Notification appears. The dungeon has been cleared. You are the first player to clear the dungeon and will receive a bonus of 1,000 points. You have earned the title of the most liked man as a pioneer. Why would he have such a name? The system announces that Void 48 has logged in. Fire Kim slams the table and says, damn it, who dares to steal my avatar's dungeon? The clown laughed happily. That's hilarious. Ho Kim looked at the clown and said, what do you want? The clown looked at him angrily, only able to smile without replying. Fire Kim, furious, said, just keep smiling. It's driving me crazy. Vodange48 wondered if he should add a few more lines and then said, "Hey, I just found a pretty solid dungeon. Are you serious? If you lie there, you're doomed." Vodana48 immediately pulls up the map. It's near Seoul University Station. I ignored it. There was a C-grade item among them. Hwa-Kim suddenly said, "Oh, a level C?" The Clown Lord covers his mouth and quietly says, "This is the third time you've come." Right. This information seems reliable, but how do you know? Void48 laughed and said, "There is a way. A lifetime of integrity intervened." "Is he a divine spirit? Where are you from?" Vodon66 said, "Asking where someone is from is against the rules." "A lifetime of integrity," replied, "as long as you have divine energy, that's all you need to understand." How many gods have the ability of foresight? The upright one gently stroked his chin as Vodon48 whispered, "Where are you from? Greece?" The Clown Lord looked at them, laughing and talking. "I told you. It's against the rules, but you're so stupid you don't understand." A life of integrity looks at her with helplessness. "Why are you saying that to me?" "Even if you say that, it's useless," Hoa Kim Jiang said confidently, spreading his arms. "Oh, what a hassle. I thought I'd have to hold on to this anger all week, but now I just need to go to that Super Unan University to make a living." Vodan22 then said, "I will go too." Hoa Kim said, "Go ahead. I'll show you what I can do," Vodan22 said with a smile. "Pretending to be strong, huh?" Geo interjected. "I'm going too." Kim Shan looked at the notification box and thought, "Oh, if that's the case, all the nearby avatars will flock there." Lai Min then asked, "What dungeon are we heading to next?" "My god told me to go to Seoul University Station." He glanced at the girl and nodded, saying, "We won't go there." Then he immediately thought that based on what I remember from my previous life, the items there were high level but not useful at all. Using them as bait is a perfect plan. "Lai Minin, I don't understand what you're saying." "Huh, aren't you going?" "But with this team, we're about to get really rich. Just doing these level-up missions like this is enough." "I hate doing missions. I look at the system display showing many weapons, but I still have to complete the main mission." "Are they really arguing like that? There's no time limit until the next mission anyway." Suddenly, a system notification appeared stating that starting from the third main mission, the fixed time or the time to complete conditions would automatically extend the deadline. He said if delaying causes a conflict with the fourth main mission, it would be complicated. We can't miss the reward from the third mission. Lean suddenly exclaimed with an idea. "Oh, I know, let's go do the third main mission right now." Kim Shan casually replied, "No, before doing the third mission I definitely have to find out what this skin is." The girl then asked with dissatisfaction, "Even if I ask what that skin is, you won't tell me, right?" He quickly changed the subject. "Hey, look over there." "Lima," he nodded in disappointment. "I knew it." "Are they both up in the starry night sky?" the girl says to him. "But the world is about to end, yet the sky is still so beautiful. It's quite funny, isn't it?" Kim Shan immediately replied, "Yes, that's right." "These constellations are very important," the girl suddenly said. "What?" He immediately denied it. "It's nothing." The girl said, a little annoyed. "Why did you stop after saying that?" "The two of them have already reached the subway station with the next dungeon." "Are you not digging this time? It leads straight to the boss's room. Pretty cool." I replied, "This place is deeper than I thought, so I can't pinpoint the location of the room. It's a mess, but what can I do now?" "Before going in here, put this on. Lyman, use the cloth I gave you." "What is this? It smells terrible." Kim Shan says it smells terrible, so it will prevent attacks from a distance. The girl kept complaining. "This stuff? It smells terrible. If there are monsters later, shouldn't we avoid using it?" He immediately said, "It's a hassle. Stop whining. Follow me." The girl just nodded and followed. They went inside and the girl looked around and said, "It's so quiet, isn't it? Is this really a dungeon?" Kim Shan didn't answer. "If it's not a dungeon, then what is it? What kind of strange place is this at the subway station?" The girl looked ahead at the dark area and said, "Well, we should bring a flashlight too. It's completely dark." Kim Shan immediately said, "There's a reason we didn't bring a flashlight. Just keep going." Both of them continued along the train tracks. Then suddenly the girl said, "See, I think we've just been wandering around in the same spot all this time." He glanced at her and said, "Wow, you're quite observant." Then Lai Min, the girl with the face mask, complained dissatisfiedly. "What? Then you should tell them," he said immediately. "It's a mistake. The girl doesn't understand and is angry." "Huh? What do you mean?" So earlier the flying scarf was what blocked Lim and Min from escaping the attack. The girl stammered and called out, "What is this? What is this thing?" "Can it block an arrow too?" The system explains. "A protective item that blocks 5 ranged attacks. The item will be destroyed after reaching its usage limit." Seeing that, Lim and Min exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, he's so skilled. I better warn him." "Only 4 more times. Be careful," the girl said. Yes, yes. He takes the arrow in his hand and the guard appears. I think you're right. Even in this dark dungeon, the arrow can still be shot with precision. Then he read the message. The dead person had sent it. Where can I find a useful avatar now? Vodan 33 wonders. There are no monsters in the dungeon, so how come the avatar still gets killed? A life of integrity? He messages. What is my avatar doing right now? Vodan 66 replied casually. I know. Captain Grease told you and Lynn to stand there and talk before entering the dungeon. The girl said that if it became smaller, it wouldn't get hit. He hesitated and said, the arrows are accurate. You can't dodge them, just eliminate one. Are you asking about that? Ah, Kim Zan looked ahead, holding a ball, and said, I'm guarding against arrows and looking for gaps, so if I give a signal, do you understand? The girl confirmed it. Then the arrow flew and a notification appeared, indicating 4 times of defense. He thought it was okay, still quite relaxed. Now let's see who that is. Then he activates the tracking skill. If it touches an object, he can find out where its owner is. It can only be used once. Then a white string shoots out and he says to chase after it. The string seems to touch something, and after seeing him, it suddenly widens his eyes and rushes over, appearing in front of that person. That person quickly shot another arrow. The system revealed a shadow assassin, a monster capable of moving extremely fast in the dark. His scarf has already stopped him 3 more times, and then the person disappeared. He hurriedly chased after, absolutely cannot let it escape. The monster then fired 2 more arrows at him. Kim Zae-han thought anxiously, its legs moving non-stop, defending once again. And after it shot the next arrow, the cloth on his body was torn apart. He also moved closer to it. It smiled and shot the next arrow. Kim Zae-han said with a smile, What are you laughing at? Then a droplet appeared. He dodged its arrow and thought with a triumphant smile. Usually in the game, you can see small creatures around this target. The marksman saw the bird gradually turn into a person rushing toward him. He thought to himself that they are usually set so that players or monsters cannot harm themselves. A beam of light appears shining directly at the monster, and the system announces a beam attack, illuminates within a 10-meter radius. Within that 10-meter radius, if a player or monster stares directly at this light for 2 seconds, they will lose vision for 10 seconds. Kim Shan's hand, holding a dagger with a sharp gaze, suddenly lunged toward it. He thinks it's also called object. In this dungeon, the drops also use that trick to survive. So to avoid being attacked, I have to transform into a drop. After killing the monster, he said, That way, I won't be exposed. This is the difference in strategy. Both of them look at the monster's corpse and assess. Lemon Min said, This dungeon doesn't have a special reward room like the mantis one, right? He replied, Maybe the only item is the one that guy dropped. Then he crouched down, hand reaching to grab the item on the monster, thinking that in a raid-type dungeon, aside from the boss, there are no other monsters, so most of them wouldn't have their own rewards, but instead would drop very valuable loot for defeating the boss. Then the system immediately announced the Dark Cloak and Dark Gloves. He thought that although they weren't powerful enough to have superior abilities, they still possessed very useful special skills. It's not as good as what that guy used. What he used was a shadow clone that can move within a 10-meter radius, needing to recharge every 5 minutes with up to 3 recharges. The biggest advantage is its ability to move independently. You put on the gear and say, I only need this, the rest can be whatever you choose and bring along. The system appears, showing that they can all teleport or throw themselves accurately to different locations. Kim Zae-han thinks, and moreover, obtaining this skill is not easy, and it is also an extremely important skill. Elmin, when I see you, I also like that shirt of yours, so just tell me. Then the girl went to see the boss. I think the display looks good. Is this level enough? My skill system is also very powerful. I can be sure that there is no player stronger than me in this world. But this still isn't enough to kill him. There's a hint of tension in his eyes. But they are strong enough to help me complete the mission. But my goal is to full clear. Fortunately, I was able to inherit the gear from the first stage. So I was lucky because after completing the 3rd main mission, I could buy the inheritance package from stage 1. Kim Jong continued to think. With this, I will be able to kill that bastard in the 3rd main mission. That damn unlucky guy's name. Then let's start the main mission. In an old apartment complex, Ju frowned and wondered if there wasn't one. She stands in front of a door and calls out, Is anyone home? She looked at her hand on the door handle and thought, whatever. Then she opened the door and her parents called out, while what she saw were round, flying monsters. Ju immediately attacked and scattered them all, but due to her carelessness, she was bitten on the shoulder by one. She glared at it angrily, then crushed it with her bare hand and threw it away. Her wound also gradually healed. Suddenly, Ju was so shocked she covered her mouth, staring at the bloodied corpse of the man in front of her, trembling. Dad, are you really dead? She started to cry. What should I do now? Why did Dad leave like this? Her lonely figure sat there. The phone rings. She wonders if it's her mother, and Diu picks up the phone to answer. Hello, Mom. Yes, it's me. Her eyes have been bloodshot for some time, giving her a dangerous and frightening look. Kim-chan and El-min are walking down the street. The girl suddenly notices something and exclaims, "There's someone over there." At the gate, a woman dressed elegantly said, "Welcome guests. Well, we're glad you came to Lam Tower." Lim and Min anxiously asked Kim-chan, "Could this place still be in operation? Aren't there a lot of ghosts coming here?" "It can't be like this. Just look around and you'll see." "You don't see it?" he replied casually. "Is there anything we've encountered so far that isn't strange?" The girl replied, "I guess so." Then Lai Min asked, "Miss, why are you still here? Aren't you afraid of monsters?" he asked the girl. "Stop looking around, it's really him." The female staff member smiled and said, "Currently everyone can visit the ROM tower for free. I'll help you two in." He replied, "Yes." The girl immediately grabbed his hand to stop him. "Hey, wait a moment." "Wait." He glanced at the girl and asked, "Why again?" Lai Min, worried, asked him, "Do you think it's suspicious but we're still going in? If we don't go in, how can we complete the mission?" he asked. The girl quickly replied, "That makes sense." Then Kim-chan said, "Let's go in." The staff member then pointed out that the entrance and exit are in different locations. Please check them carefully. So I wish you both an enjoyable visit. Kim-chan looked around and paid attention to the staff, as he had thought. This place is so clean. The staff are humans, not monsters or players, and there are too many awkward moments, probably because of the brutal habits of the bastard ruling this place. They both looked at the bustling crowd inside El-min and asked, "Aren't they not players?" He replied, "Yes, they are all just ordinary people." The girl calmly replied, "So they still haven't been killed? Instead of dying, they live happily, but it's still better than dying, right?" "I am not," he said with difficulty. "I mean, they don't really have to die, so they can live like that." Lemon just responded with a simple sound. Everyone going to the amusement park isn't just for the rides. Now the system screen appears, and he says, "The mission has begun." Kim-chan looked at the mission with suspicion and let out a sound in his head. Lyman then said, "Yeah, this time it seems pretty easy, right?" "I don't think so. I just suddenly felt like something was really strange." The girl saw his strange reaction and asked, "Huh, what's going on? Why do you look like that?" The girl exclaimed, "What is this?" The man looked at the mission and pondered. "What is this? This isn't the mission content I know. According to my past life memories, this mission is definitely not a C rank. No matter what, the girl looked around happily and said, "It's so easy. Just play the game." He still couldn't shake his thoughts and continued analyzing. Min's mission is the same as mine from the previous life. There are 6 arenas in total, so I must be the only one to receive a different mission. Only the GM and the system can do this. If it involves the GM, that person will appear directly in front of me. So if that's the case, then it's the system interfering? Since I defeated the 2 gatekeeper monsters, I'm sure they will interfere a bit with my affairs. But unexpectedly, they intervened so early. He kept worrying so much that he was sweating every minute. "Oh, your face is getting worse and worse. What's wrong? Why do you look so unwell?" "Is this mission really that difficult?" He quickly replied. The girl calms him down. "What's wrong with my expression?" "Is the mission really that difficult?" Kim-chan furrows his brow and says, "I'm just organizing some information." Then he fell back into his thoughts. "If there are changes, they will be positive ones, so just stay optimistic." "This is proof that I am changing the future little by little," Lemon nervously said. "So what? Is this mission difficult or easy?" As they walked along the street talking, he suddenly asked Lyman if she knew a game called Roller XTX. She replied, "It's a game managed by the park." "Really?" he continued. "Just pretend we're in that game where the game master can create anything they want. So I don't know how crazy this game could get. Maybe the roller coaster will break, maybe the playground equipment will fall apart. They don't care about the money, they just want to see how people get isolated." The girl listened with a bit of fear and asked, "What do you mean?" "Really?" Kim-chan with a determined look replied, "Yes, this park is run by people like that." Then he thought that the fate of the Crow constellation was up to that bastard. Hearing that, the girl suddenly asked him, "Hyun, someone, a gatekeeper monster or a GM?" I just replied that I don't know either. The girl exclaimed, then she scratched her face and muttered to herself, "I wonder if he knows about me. Any crazy person would be right. But still." Kim-chan looked at the girl and said, "There are still people working overtime in the mission area, so if the game master isn't crazy, then he's sane." "Lymanen," she replied. "Well, I'm not sure either, but maybe so." He looked at her and thought, I probably don't need to mention Kara's existence, right? If I say it out loud, it might just make things even more awkward. No player knows about the constellation yet. If the world changes, countless terrifying monsters will appear. Gatekeeper monsters will also be high level, but the level of those monsters and the constellations are worlds apart. They are not only different in strength, but their very existence is on a different level. The one ruling this place is Kars of the Crow constellation. It's a low-level constellation, but his power still classifies him as a god. He continued to think that this wasn't really the right moment for a celestial sign to appear, except for this guy. If his divine level is lowered, how limited could that celestial sign become? He exploited that point and deceived the entire world. During this period, no one would harm themselves, so I just thought it was safe to have fun. But in reality, in my previous life, I also played this way. Although he is a low-level star deity, the damage he causes to humans cannot compare to that of a high-level deity. Lemon happily said to him, "So, you mean there's someone really strong, right?" "Just be careful then," he replied. "Yeah, just think that to feel at ease." Then Lyman said again, "But hey, this place is a bit different from the Romeo I visited before." Kim-chan immediately explained that the one ruling this place could change it as he wished. Lyman nodded and said, "Yeah, that's possible too." At this moment, a man approached the two of them and asked, "Excuse me, what kind of place is this?" Then that guy also forced a stiff smile and said, "I'm very happy. I hope everyone will be happy too." Kim-chan sized them up and thought, his voice is terrifying and there's something on his neck. Lyman stammered beside him and he calmly replied, "Here it is." The girl swallowed a sip of water and wondered, "So the haunted house, what do you think about that?" "I hate that thing." Lyman, feeling a bit scared, turned to protest. "You're scared, aren't you?" "It's not that scary after all." He looked at her with a puzzled expression. Then suddenly the male servant shouted, "Wait, there's still time," before his necklace glowed, and he could only hold on to it and beg, "Please wait for me, wait for me." Limin, seeing this, stepped closer and asked, "What's going on?" The man cried out in pain before exploding before Lai Minen's astonished eyes. "Oh, seeing that, it's not too surprising. The third main task is to save the people in the amusement park. Currently, everyone in the amusement park is in great danger, with no one knowing who the killer is and who the monster targeting their lives is. You need to handle all of that and escape from the park. The more people you save, the higher the reward. It seems that inviting people within a limited time is like our mission, which must be completed within the set time frame." He looked at the system notification board and thought, although he had guessed, this mission was even more terrifying than he imagined. Limin was still trembling in fear, looking at the man who had been blown up. "What's that?" Kim-chan approached and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. It's not your fault. The problem was due to its original design from the start." He looked around thoughtfully, recalling that in his previous life, most of the people here had to give up. "I also heard about this place from a few remaining survivors, but I didn't expect no one would be left like this. Still, the person I'm looking for is somewhere inside here, so let's get started. Can you tell me about this place? Do you really want to go in there? Even if you do, there's nothing good waiting for you." "I can't give up the mission either, or I'll die." The male servant bowed sadly and said, "If you don't give up, you'll just die. Other players have also entered here, and not long after, they either die or suffocate." Then he pointed towards the house and said, "Anyway, you want to do it, and just like its name, this place is a haunted house. To pass through it is very simple. You just need to go through the haunted house." He casually said, "This simple is good." The servant then said, "The simpler it is, the scarier it gets. If you're careful, anything is possible then. Yes, I wish you both a pleasant journey. It's just the entrance. It's not that scary. That's the entrance." The girl frowned as she looked into the darkness ahead. "It's just because it's too dark that I cling to you in case we get separated," Kim Zae-han replied. "Yeah, I got it. Just follow me carefully." The girl replied, "Yeah, I understand." The two stopped in front of a suspension bridge, Kim Zae-han observed, and then let out a sigh. Suddenly, a spiked ball rushed toward him, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, bend down," then pushed Lim Min's head down, causing her to cry out, "Oh my God, you're shouting, wake up!" And he shouted back, "You're so embarrassing. Only scared people shout," as they ran across the suspension bridge with iron-spiked balls flying everywhere, and the girl ran while shouting loudly. Seeing this, he said, "So embarrassing. Only scared people shout." And suddenly a monster appeared out of nowhere. The girl screamed from behind. Kim-chan looked at her with contempt, and she just kept quiet. Lim Min shouted, "Oh my God, we're in deep trouble. How can I stay silent?" Kim-chan quickly pulled out a spear from the system menu and struck it forcefully into its mouth, causing it to bleed. He looked at her and sneered, "Her face is just disgusting." "Hey, Lim Min, are you crying?" The girl collapsed to the ground and said, "Yes. There's nothing else I can do." "You're looking a bit less handsome now." Kim-chan sighed, carrying the girl and holding her tightly. And he quickly rushed to the monsters, stabbing the fat one with a spear and then splitting it in half before swiftly kicking the skeleton, causing its limbs to fall to the ground. Kim-chan coldly said, "Hey, You could easily defeat it. What are you so afraid of? Can I let go of your hand now, Mom? Elmin cried, clutching his hair and shouting. No, I don't want to, I don't want to. The other monsters continued to roar and rush forward. Lehman, holding his neck tightly, also shouted. He helplessly said, Dong Than is too much. Then a single slash was enough to destroy them both. Kim Zae-ha looked around, thinking that basically it was like any other haunted house, set up to trap victims from relentless monster attacks, but what was different was that they truly wanted to eliminate evil. He cut off the monster's head and took a deep breath. Lemin looked up just in time to see the monster's head falling and immediately burst into tears. He irritably said, Are you crazy? Then immediately felt like he might have spoken out of turn. He also thought that if this were his past life, he wouldn't be much better than her. Fighting and protecting someone was too exhausting. Kim Shan asked the girl, Are you okay? I'll keep going, so hold on tight. Then he quickly ran inside, running while thinking. That's right. I might as well think of it as training for protecting others while fighting monsters. After all, I haven't done this before in my previous life. The staff outside couldn't help but marvel. Truly impressive. The two of you were the first to escape after 15 minutes. He casually replied that he was fine, even though he didn't quite understand why. Lim Min is lying on the ground, crying and gasping for breath. I'm also quite okay. Kim Shan looked at the girl and said with a smile, Everything's fine, you little monkey with a face full of tears and snot. The male servant then said, Thank goodness you two are okay. Hearing that, he immediately asked, I want to ask something, and he answered. Yes, go ahead and ask. I will answer. Kim Shan continued. So is the one you're wearing around your neck a chain? Yes, so that if you go somewhere, you can still find me, right? He pointed to his necklace and said, Are you talking about this? Kim Shan somehow managed to take the necklace from the person who made the haunted house. He observes it, thinking he might need to set up a remote bomb or some special conditions. Let's see. Kim Shan started figuring out how to set up the bracelet. Seeing that, Layman asked, Oj Kakum, just having that metal coating should boost the power, right? He replied casually. You think that's how it works, huh? Social studies girl, Lemon? He immediately retorted, What does social studies have to do with this? After fiddling with the bracelet for a while, Kim Zae-han threw it forward and said, Well, let's just give it a try. Watching Lim Min's strange actions, I asked what he was doing, and he just said you can tell by looking. Then he mentally counted 1, 2, 3, and when he reached 3, the bracelet started shaking and flying up. What are you worried about? What's going on? Why is it like that? It will explode. What will explode? It's still normal, she said. Kim Shan begins to explain. That's right. So even the core inside that explodes can't break through the outer coating of OJ-COM. Lemonman gasped in surprise. There is a small piece escaping from inside this real one. He holds up the exploded ring. The girl asked, But if I am these experiments, will it help everyone? He simply replied indifferently. Probably so. Lee Min asked suspiciously, I don't think you're that kind-hearted, so why do you suddenly want to help everyone? Hearing that, he immediately thought about what someone had told him in a past life. Once you've turned your back on someone once, there will be a second time, so I won't abandon others even once. I can't become like that person from my past life, especially since he has already helped me. I just want to help everyone. Wow, that's too reckless. So now we're going back there. Oh no, you said you wanted to help everyone, not just help that guy earlier, right? You opened the system panel and told her that even without that necklace, going back to that area wouldn't be very dangerous, would it? So maybe acting according to the system would be safer. Lim Min, hearing that, crossed her arms and thought, he probably finds it bothersome to take me along. Kim Zine immediately thought the more numbers he collected, the more information he would gather. Then he asked Lai Min, do you want to ride the roller coaster? Hearing him say that, the girl cheerfully exclaimed, Yes, I'm good at that game except for the haunted house. I can handle any of these. He said warmly, Let's go then. Lim Min, leaning against the wall, said, I am dead now. Hearing her say that, he replied, Well, I told you you could play anything except the haunted house. Lim Min is dissatisfied and says, Playing at an ordinary amusement park is fine, but this is just a scam. What kind of amusement park trick is this? Are you crazy? I smiled and replied, Well, without me, you probably would have died 4 times already. It turns out they were also killing monsters during the game, so both of their hands had seals. Throughout the game, Elmin kept shouting out of fear of Kimex. The most basic rule of riding a roller coaster is that players are not guaranteed safety when a humanoid-faced bird swoops down from above. The interesting part of the water slide game is that there's always a giant monster waiting. In the end, the drop tower ride won't have any brakes. It'll slam us down hard to the ground, and debris will fall all around. Both of them sat among the grass, Lim Min looking quite exhausted now. He took a breath and said, The haunted house is still quite manageable. Limon get up and say, but there's still one more game. Let's finish it and then get out of this creepy park. No. Kim X looked into the distance and said, I probably can't join the next game. Why? The opening hours are over, it's getting dark, the streetlights are on, and music from somewhere in the park is starting to play. Limon asks curiously, Hey, I hear music from somewhere. He looked at her and said, Let's hide first. It's probably an evening event. The two quickly hid in the bushes and watched from outside. Lim Min then said, Oh, it looks like there's a parade. The cheerful clown-like demons danced to the music, juggling eyes like balls and even eating people in a gruesome way. Kim Zan immediately covers the girl's eyes upon seeing this. Lyman, I didn't see anything, so I said, What's going on? Why are you covering my eyes? I don't want minors to see this. Those monsters torturing humans are crazy. Lyman feels uncomfortable and says, I also want to see you advise the girl with the zombie earlier. Hearing that, she immediately turns away and casually says, Let's go somewhere else. Kim Shan looked at the monsters with caution. It's dangerous now. There are players who have died in the procession group. Limin suddenly turned around in shock. Really? He replied. Then why did I cover your eyes? The girl retorted. There are some dirty things involved, so you only see yourself, huh? After hearing that, he could only sigh in frustration before suddenly standing up and leaving somewhere. Limin, what are you curious about? You said it's dangerous, so where are you going? Han doesn't turn back but still answers her. Don't let yourself be noticed, so just stay silent and follow me. As we walk, he observes the monsters, all of them following a person and happily dancing to Kim Zae Han Ni's rhythm. The monsters stroll through the park, but if there are staff, buildings, or scenic areas, the space for players to hide is extremely limited. In the past, those who survived these incidents all said the same thing. They said there was a very large safari park here. According to survivors I met in my past life who have completed this mission, the people in this area are those who have been repeatedly trapped from the first main task to the third main task. Usually this is unlikely to happen, but Karas of the Phoenix constellation can make it happen. Maybe Karas is interested in the game that the gods created for the players. The constellation may be sacred, but no matter how high its position is, if it's not a god, it can't play the game. There's probably some secret deal with the GM, or maybe he discovered a loophole in the system, or something I don't understand. I need to start clarifying this to see what kind of faction he's forming. Lai Min, standing beside him, exclaimed, Oh, that's right. There are many people here who really match what you said. Hey, can we go in there? Everyone else, go ahead and open the door. The man in the white hat introduced himself, saying, I am Hung Seo, one of the players here, and you two are really impressive. Both of them already have 4 seals, so we can only get 3 bears, Kim Shan said. So Lyman next to him smugly said, I guess we also have a bit of skill. Hearing that, he felt a bit disdainful, thinking he's quite shameless. Then Brother Shock told the two of them, Everyone stay here. I will talk to the captain, don't worry, I'll handle it. He replied, Thank you. Then Kim Shan looked around to observe. According to Brother Siok, there are about 200 people here, including players and ordinary folks. Although not everyone is here, most of them are, so that person must be here too. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Yes, that person must be here. He looks toward the man in the hat and the boy in white sitting beside him. Found it, it must be the one who made the kites. One of the 12 supreme gods on Mount Olympus is Hephaestus. The only avatar of that god is Song Siu. Kim Se-han thought of the boy and his family as he assessed. Hephaestos' avatar, Song Siu. He was one of the top players in the previous life, and the weapons he created were always sold. With a price so high at the upcoming auction that no top player would be without a weapon he crafted, it's no exaggeration to say that humanity's survival in this sudden game is thanks to Song Siu. Although humanity ultimately faced extinction, the current Song Siu is not the same Song Siu I once knew. A person who would never give up hope, even in a cruel reality like the one he faces now. Lyman, look over there and tell me. Oh, he seems to have no more regrets about anything in this world. Being near him might also make me feel sad. Kim Shan thought he looked truly lonely. The people over there seemed to be his older brother. I heard that Song Su's brother died at the end of the 3rd main mission. Kim Shan and Lee Min Min walk over to them. He says, Do you mind if we sit here with you? Oh, are you 2 newcomers? Yes, we're just looking for a place to sit and rest for a bit, but it seems there's no spot around here. Just keep sitting. Since everyone is avoiding us anyway, no one will come near. Talking to others like this is actually quite enjoyable. He thought to himself, I didn't hear him say he couldn't see ahead. Song-soo kept her head down and said, What's so fun about it, anyway, those people? He chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, Nothing much. He then sat down close to the 2 siblings. Kim Se-han said, Let's be honest. Shall we introduce ourselves a little first, and then we can get to know each other? Oh, I'm Song Trang-yu, and this is my sister Song Siu. I'm Kim Se-han, and I am Limina. After saying that, he looked at the girl and thought, Maybe this kid only talks empty words with me and Ju, right? Luckily, she didn't ask me about this. Lai Min noticed that he looked at her without any confusion. Then Trangu took the initiative for both of them to shake hands. Sehan Min, I hope you and the other person will help us a lot with this mission. Same here. I hope we can be good friends. Okay. He observes that they are thinking. I truly hope we will have a good relationship. But I still feel like something's not right. On the surface, they look just like normal players, and the weapons they carry are the same. Oh wait, a sword? Kim Jong immediately asked. Is that a sword? Oh yes. Seeing you like this, I didn't expect you to know how to use that sword. My eye is injured, so I just use it like a walking stick to feel my way. As they were talking, Song Seo spoke up, seeming a bit uncomfortable. Brother, please don't bring that up again. I told you already. If you keep mentioning it, I'll just think about it more. Song Trang-yu instinctively felt a bit worried. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. After hearing that, he lay down and turned his back to them. I'll sleep now. All right, Song Trang-yu turned to explain to Kim Shan. Sorry about that. Lately, my younger sibling has been a bit sensitive. It's okay, don't worry. I was the one asking about your personal matters first, and now things are tense. How can they feel comfortable with strangers like this? Yeah, thanks for understanding. We had to run away from that guy for a long time. Then he sighed. Kim Jong immediately asked, Do you mean that guy? Do you think it's Kara's? He replied, Yes, it's the gatekeeper monster here. Here you go. After hearing that, his expression immediately changed to concern, thinking that Enong might be the gatekeeper monster. Why is there a gatekeeper monster in Karis's territory? The only gatekeeper monster ruling this place is the death snake Aga I already killed. So that's why, in another place far away, there's still a monster guarding the gate. Ah, is that why? Are all the mission changes caused by Song Siu? The two of them are starting to realize it. Basically, this world is a game divided into multiple servers managed by GMs, and so if you ask whether the GM is the strongest thing in this world, the answer is definitely no. There is something else on the GM that creates the rules to manage and maintain the entire universe's game. It is the system, and this time it is very likely caused by the system. He pursed his lips tightly, as if contemplating a bold idea. The gatekeeper monster is an unpredictable threat that the system has randomly assigned. Even though I know that attracting attention will only make things worse, getting hurt would be troublesome. Just give it a try. He lies gazing at the sleepless night sky, lost in thought. Starting tomorrow, I will gather information and plan carefully before acting. This girl must be really bold. Suddenly, I saw Song Trang-yu going somewhere, so I sat up and watched. Song Trang-yu, it's already this late. Where are you going alone? He walks toward the gate where two men are on night watch. What is that? I just have some things to take care of and we'll be back soon. They sneer and say, with their eyes like that, where can he go alone? I can't go with you, he explained worriedly. Oh, I know these streets pretty well. I'll go alone. Then they open the door to finish the U page and the surveillance eyes follow. I opened the door for you, but if you don't come back, I won't look for you either. Yes, I understand. You observe the entire process of what they are thinking. The surveillance eyes also follow him. If he's just going to the bathroom, there's no need for the watching eyes to go along. Something's happened. Connected to the anonymous community, 48 has logged in. Are you giving the clown lord who is busy right now? Oh, it's you. Lately, you've been going into the room a lot, huh? He said with a smile. Probably so, yeah. The kids like you a lot. Do you have any interesting information? The dungeon. You told me there was nothing special last Friday, and I don't really care. Vodan 48 thought that Thursday might be the day the god I stole the dungeon from, and wondered if that was a good or bad thing. He immediately said, if the day doesn't change, can we also take a look through the observation eye? As long as the user loses my observation, it's fine. I'm keeping an eye on a player whose night vision quality isn't very clear on the shared observation eye. Without an avatar, there's no observation eye. I was planning to choose a few players as avatars, but they all refused, so he's taking a break. The clown wondered. Heian, huh? Refusing to be an avatar? Probably a newcomer I haven't met before. Then she looked back at the observation screen. The player is with the Clown King's avatar. It seems he doesn't want to be an avatar. Oh, him. Are you also targeting him? These days, he's got a lot of gods with him. You'll only fail. I've noticed he often hangs out with my avatar. If it weren't for Min, I would have already tried to suggest it. The more I see him, the more interesting he becomes. Vodan 48 immediately suggests. Yes, please let me borrow your eyes to observe, and the clown immediately agrees. All right, my avatar is also sleeping now. Then, if you have any good news, you have to tell me first. Of course. So, can you give me a hint about the player you're targeting? It seems like I'm looking at their status page. Vodan 48 tapped the screen and said, the player I care about most just went outside, not him. I feel like something's really strange. Okay. The clown has invited you to use your own observation eyes. Are we heading this way? Both of them observe carefully following the U-shaped river, Vodon 48M thinks. What is he doing in this deserted forest? As expected, what he needs to do is not an easy task. He immediately said, "There's something over there." A pure white bird appeared in front of the U formation, soaring in the sky. He looked up as if seeing the bird in front of him, and the bird landed on a branch. He quickly knelt down before it and said, "Reporting." Vodon 48 was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" The bird spoke. "Is there anything special today?" "No, nothing special at all. 2 new players have arrived today." "New players?" He observes the voice and thinks it doesn't sound like Kara's, so is it the gatekeeper monster for Uong? Keep watching them. If there's any movement from the players there, let me know immediately, and Lord Karis will want to reinforce the team, he replied. Yes, then the bird immediately disappeared. It seems that the U-pages have sensed something, Vodon 48 said to the jester. I'm a player who just escaped, and I felt something strange earlier. Hey, are you coming this way? Heon from the North Island has turned everything upside down. Vodon 48, after observing page U, laughs and says, You can still predict this? Are you a spy? A secret? I follow the mystical doctrine of doing as I please. Why is that? According to Song Su's story from the previous life, his brother was an extremely good person. I heard he sacrificed himself to save Song Su. Could it be that dawn has broken? Kim Shan went to ask those around him about something, and it seemed like everyone knew a little about what he was trying to find out. He sat down beside a tree and sighed. Gathering information is indeed not easy, but based on what we know, everything is still the same as before, except for one thing. Except for the name En Wong, it is probably an extremely rare fire monster, slow but with thick skin and incredible strength. The more metal it eats, the faster its defense and attack power increase. Right now, our attack team probably can't even wound a monster like that. Moving under the Crow constellation, I can't act right now. What is that? Lehman? Where did you come from? That thing is here. Even though I don't know what it is it the thing that can defeat the gatekeeper monster? You answer confidently, right? The girl said loudly with a bit of confusion. Why is it so hard to take it down now after finally getting it? I don't care to answer casually. I told you it's not right now. Her tone sounded a bit condescending, as if she thought she could defeat it someday. He looked at the two siblings and replied to her that if the conditions allowed, it would be possible. If it's allowed, then maybe? Kim Z thinks that right now, no matter what he does, he can't make the situation any better. Maybe later I will know what to do, so just forget about him. Then he stood up and took the shirt from the girl's hand. I have to go out and ask around Safari now. Where are you planning to go? I need to meet someone and listen up. I have something to ask of you. Why do you keep making me do this? Kim Jeon pointed to the two siblings. If you keep an eye on those two, then why? Later I will explain the reason for their suspicion until I return and see something suspicious. Then call me immediately. The girl sighed and said, It's not really a difficult matter, I understand. He put on his coat and started walking, thinking as he went. All right, let's go check the surroundings to see what kind of monster En Yuang is. On the map of the amusement park area, there's a separate palace filled with mold and inhabited by many fairy monsters. Denkaras lies on the floor, saying unclear things. Human fear is an excellent way to increase one's level. I have built my hideout here with half of my interest. That was indeed a wise choice, as his body gradually floated up from the chair with a loud laugh. But what's going on, En Wong? I'm so happy, En Wong said. This is related to the destination of the third main quest. Karas simply replied indifferently. Well, at this point, even the most alert players only have 3 seals at the destination. Jia really enjoys watching those trembling like dried fish because they haven't earned 2 seals yet, Uong replied. Yes, up until yesterday it was like that. From this tone of the monster, it seems Karas' attitude is completely different. How did the players get the 4th seal to appear? There are 2 of them. Are there really such guys? How can he do it without any help? Is he just reviewing images of Kim Se-han and Lemon? Roller coasters, slide rides, drop tower, and even the haunted house. Those rides were already tough, and I made them even harder. Then today they are very likely to obtain the 5th seal and complete the mission. He covers his face, thinking that even in the 3rd main mission, a constellation like me joining the guild was already very difficult, and now it might even be possible to take a shortcut. But that guy has personally come here? No way. He told Cho and Wong to forget about it. Having 2 people might even be better for showing off the players who completed the mission. Cho and Wong was surprised and exclaimed, Huh? Otherwise, lately the number of players attempting challenges at various locations has decreased. Anyway, due to the difficulty, players probably need reassurance, so the number of new entrants is also declining. Karas still spoke happily, but what if the 2 of them alone can overcome the longing? And what if they can leave the park safely? It would probably also apply to other players, right? He said that with a big laugh, and Enwong sighed, thinking how clever that idea was, so all we need to do now is enjoy the remaining time. Am I leaving now? Is it time for the patrol? Yes, you're quite honest. I thought you were a fool the first time we met, but I didn't understand the situation back then. That's right, and suddenly it's rare to see a monster running for office while you kneel before me, which is quite interesting. I don't even know why I added you, not even Actus knows. Have fun, I understand. Cho and Wong walks away while thinking, I hope today I get to see those bugs in large numbers. Leaving that darkness behind, the sky is still bright in the park. Kim Zahan walks along the street, constantly observing his surroundings, thinking that this must be Cho and Wong's main patrol route. If what he heard is correct, his patrol has already started some time ago. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up as Cho and Wong said, Finally you come to kill a madman, isn't it boring? He said nothing, only assessing him first. Anyway, they probably aren't Kars' subordinates. Our thoughts are the same. I just really want to see the scene of the player covered in wounds running for their life. He then raised his hand and punched the ground, but I quickly dodged and rushed toward his leg to strike, only to be pushed away. I suddenly thought, he's strong. His sword is metal-plated, and next week he won't even be able to hurt him without eating metal first. Oh, he's too cautious and very different from his appearance. He quickly jumped out, and he immediately said, Oh, avoiding it. No response. You keep charging forward. That's right, otherwise he wouldn't have such troublesome tasks, like reporting to the U headquarters every day. And Wong looked at him again as he charged forward and suddenly said, Even if you're not trying your hardest, could there really be someone this strong? He focused only on fighting him, causing him to exclaim, This guy is so dull, just talk a bit. Didn't he want to talk from the start? Kim Zae-han finally landed and responded to him. Too many words, is that the special trait of a gatekeeper monster? Attack now. Wong Hevethi Noi, I don't know who you are, but you won't have peace until the end. Hearing that, he contemptuously thought, Well, let's see then. He then punched with his giant fist so hard that the ground shattered beneath him, and he had already leapt onto his arm. He thought that the bigger his body, the more vulnerabilities he had. He immediately swung his sword down but was surprised by this iron-like monster, and then he sighed in frustration. At this rate, I can't attack him at all, but this sword hasn't even a scratch on it, so that means his body isn't stronger than Oakum. He reached behind his back, then jumped back to grab the nearby tree. So what's missing here is just his strength. Seeing that the monster was about to punch, he dodged by, jumping down from the tree, and then aimed straight at its leg to strike. If so, his weakness would be hitting its leg, and his knife thrown into its eye also flew out. Damn it, he has no weak points? Then the bastard keeps attacking, and I keep rushing forward. But my speed is still faster than his, right? I tried my best to gain good strength to fight Chen Wang. My current strength is fully maxed out. I have the best abilities among current players, yet I still can't even scratch him. He dodges his attack and then clings to a tree, watching him with admiration. Wow, he's really tough. I saw this coming, but at this point it's only a plea for not to kill. So just hearing his name makes the player tremble like a leaf. If the gatekeeper for Enwang is this strong, then Kars might have become stronger too. I had planned to kill Karas here, but at this point, aside from inheriting the ability from the first playthrough, I can't tell if I can actually kill him. Darkness makes Enwang shout out immediately, Where are you, you bastard? So you're just running away like the weakest of them all, Kim Han said upon hearing that. My aunt was present with that slowpoke. He heard the sound but couldn't see her, and he got so angry that his veins bulged. You're not arrogant. I will definitely kill you. Wherever you are, come out now. He takes the chance while he's searching for me and smashing everything around to run away quickly. Sorry, but there's nothing more to do here. Even though I haven't found a way to kill Enwang with the skins and items I have, if I want to kill him, I need a really powerful attack. There's only one last option. Is Li Min there? Song Trang Yu looked at the girl sitting beside her and asked, Min and Xian are siblings? The girl answered confusedly. No, they are different now, so how can they be siblings? Oh, right. Since you both seem to get along very well, I think it's even more unreasonable to say you're siblings. If they are brothers, then they shouldn't be so close and friendly. The girl thought briefly, even though he's really kind to me. Lyman, you asked Song Trang Yu if you and he are brothers, so what do we need to do for you two to become close? Song Trang Yu chuckled and waved her hand, saying, No way, we're really siblings because Han's bodyguard doesn't look like an ordinary person, so I asked if he has those 4 rare seals. The girl pointed to her own hand and said, Oh, I also have 4 seals. Song Trang Yu forced a smile. Oh, right, Min is really talented too. The arrogant girl said, Of course. When did Kim Jeon appear behind her and say, Of course what? Lian was startled and turned around. I was so scared. He looked at the girl and asked, What's wrong with you to be so startled? You have to make a sound when you go. I'm not trying to walk quietly. Song Trang-yu saw him return and smiled, saying, I want to talk about Han's car. He looked at Song Trang-yu with curiosity and asked, About me. Lehman then explained, so he was curious to know how we met. What do you mean meet? I caught you robbing a bank, how could I not? Saying that is like calling me a thief. That's right, you thief, you two are really close. Kim Shan immediately said, Can you meet me for a moment, Trang-yu? Song Trang-yu was surprised, huh? I have something to discuss, but it's not convenient here. Let's go over there. Both of you come further away from where we were. Han, where are we going? This is fine. What do you want to tell me? Mr. Trang-yu, yes. Are you secretly passing information to Cho and Wang from this side? Suddenly, the leaf was split in two as Song Trang-ute drew her sword and held it near Kim Shan. He said, How do you know? Kim Shan, with a slightly smug expression, replied, I have a way to know everything. Actually, I have something to ask, but let's save it for later. What do you mean? I was going to attack to see how good you are and how skilled you really are. He quickly dodged the sharp sword, stepping back, while Song Trang-yu firmly held his sword and continued to thrust it straight at him, causing Kim Shan to lose a few strands of hair. I think you're pretty good at fighting. Song Trang-yu swung his sword down hard, and he quickly stepped back. Obviously, he didn't see that, but does he have a third eye or something? Song Trang-yu points his sword at him and speaks sweetly, yet when fighting, he only seems to dodge the attacks. If you don't want to say that, I have no choice but to kill you right here and now. He prepared to draw his sword back into its sheath, surprising him with that stance. Then he slowly drew out the sword and swiftly slashed toward Kim Zae-han. He only lightly pinched the sword with 2 fingers and casually said, Your tactics have reached this level. Song Trang-yu grits his teeth, thinking, how could his sword be caught by him? He only used 2 fingers? His speed and agility are probably around 60 to 70, and his strength must be at least 50, right? Those stats are way too high for someone who isn't an avatar, so his speed and strength are at full capacity. Kim Shan releases his grip on the sword. Seeing that, Song Trang-yu immediately jumped up and swung his sword down repeatedly. He always managed to dodge his attacks. He observed every move of Song Trang-yu, then smirked. Now it's my turn. Then he quickly raised his hand, using 2 fingers to block his attack, surprising him so much he broke out in a sweat. Seeing that, he also swung his hand to push him away, causing Song Trang-yu to bend over and gasp for breath. What is that? He proudly said, I'm pretty good at what I do. But what's even more surprising is your ability. Hearing that, he immediately said, You might think my ability is nothing compared to yours. Why are you using such powerful abilities to be a spy for En Wang? Is it because of Siu? Are you seriously asking Song Trang-yu to promise En Wang to let Siu live if he helps him? That's right, the first time I met him, I faced him alone, but I wasn't strong enough to be his match. He was just toying with me for fun. As a result, I did everything I could to match him. I lost my sight in that fight. Then Siu suddenly became so weak that I had no choice but to accept his offer to cooperate. That was the power of Cho and Wang to me at that time. But I only need Siu to stay alive, even if it means I have to go to hell. Kim Shan asked him, How long have you been a spy? Since arriving at the Safari Zone, I've been continuously passing information to him, mostly about human activities. So, what do we do now? Should we tell everyone about this? Huh? Kim Shan said, But it seems no one has been harmed so far. I think we still have an advantage with the current situation because we can keep track of his actions. Then he turned his back as if intending to leave. He was only gathering information and did nothing else, taking pleasure in the fear of the players. He just told you to supervise so no one can leave here, but I wonder when he will act. Song Trang-yu replied about a week later. Then he ran after you and said, Wait a minute. Are you planning to fight Choung? I know you're strong, but his power is on a completely different level. All your plans or attacks against him are useless. I just met him and came here. Song Trang-yu suddenly looked worried. Huh? You've already met him? Kim Shan glanced at Song Trang-yu's expression and continued. To be precise, he's much stronger than any monster I've ever encountered. How is his body so tough? We can't kill him right now, but that doesn't mean we can't kill him. What do you mean? Anyway, just keep doing your job, but remember to pass me some information. After Trang-yu finished, she called out, So I will explain the Han car to you in detail later. Oh, you have to tell Siu everything. Tell Siu? Do we really have to do this? Why? Because he is the most important person in this story. Then they seemed to return, as if Song Trang-yu had told her brother. He suddenly exclaimed, Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Song Trang-yu nervously explains, Sorry for not paying attention to you. If something happens to you, what should I do? Would I be happy if you did that? Sorry. El-min also looked at the 2 people from afar. The girl cheerfully said, So you only kept me around to watch those 2? Yeah, I sense something suspicious. Your instincts are good, so what should we do now? Kill that guy, right? That monster to me. Oh, yeah. The girl turned her back and walked away. Yeah, of course, so I'll go do my mission or something. Sorry, but for now it's best that you don't leave here because Enwang is looking for me, and he might notice you. The girl pouted and turned back. What exactly is he going out for? Later, Song Seo looked at Kim Shan and asked, was what just happened real? Do you want to kill Enwang? Did you hear everything? Yes, according to your plan, this isn't very feasible, but sooner or later he might come here to corner or kill everyone, so it wouldn't be surprising. According to what he said, he plans to do it in about a week. He asked him again to be sure, are you really planning to fight Cho and-ung? How can we escape this park without doing that? But even if you're talented enough to get all 4 seals, this will still be very difficult to succeed. Yeah, it's really difficult to do it alone. Sitting down in front of Song Soo, I continued, so I need your help. He asked, do you need my help? Can you try making a weapon that can kill Enwang? Song Soo heard that and felt a bit worried but quickly clenched his fist, his eyes determined, and said, I will try once. The group moved to a spot somewhere in the forest. All right, this should be enough, right? Kim Shan said, with Song Soo and Lemin following behind him. Sehan led them to a forge with tools like hammers and tongs, below which are water basins of various sizes, basic weapon crafting equipment used to create weaponry. Sue stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him. Lemon asked, where did you get all this from? Sehan replied, that's the reward points from the previous question. She asked again, really? I'm sure. Yeah, it's true. That's new. I bought it with DLC points. Sehan approached Seo and asked, do you think you can handle this much? He calmly replied, yes, that's enough. Seo's eyes sparkled with excitement. I even want to do it really quickly. Lemon still has doubts. She leans in close and whispers into his ear. Hey, don't you find it strange that these things suddenly appear in places like this? Why are you so calm about it? Anyway, it's a good item. You just want to create something, and that's enough to satisfy you. Leminhaha asked again, what girl what? She nudged Sehan lightly and spoke with a doubtful tone. Was it the same last time, and now it's him again? You had this plan from the very beginning, didn't you? Sehan asked tiredly. What do you mean by that? Someone like me can still understand, but a kid like him wouldn't know. Sehan added more information for her. A kid? He's only 3 years younger than you? What? Siu scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha, I'm a third-year high school student. Minya exclaims, you look so young, I thought you were an elementary school student. Sehan stepped forward to interrupt. That's enough. Li Min? Min asks again, wondering how. Sehan pointed downward and said, set up a barrier around here. The girl stammered. What do you mean by setting up a barrier? Sehan exposed her. A barrier to prevent others from approaching. Why are you pretending not to know? You know how to do that. Lemon flinched and quickly covered her face. Oh, how do you know about that? The girl runs away from the area near him, sits down and draws a barrier on the ground with her finger. Because that night, Lem Min's main ability was to cause confusion in others. Even though she was only at question 3, she probably already had that skill. The magic circle begins to take effect, glowing brightly. A barrier forms in the North Lai space, separating you and Lem Min from Seo. The girl probably feels proud of her achievements. What do you think? The summit won't be visible unless you specifically specify, and no one else can know what's happening inside. We just need to stand outside and watch. Han's car is sweating and the space has been torn apart. Truly a divine support from a top-tier class. So if Lemin in Part 1 decides to run away, he won't be able to find it. Sehan opens the collection table and scrolls to look for weapons. He said that if you want to become an avatar, you have to become the avatar of the highest god. Quick, take this, just melt it down and turn it into a weapon. Siu caught the materials and asked, where did you get this? Sehan replied, I went around the cave collecting these and didn't know what to do with them in my hands. So what should I do with them now? Siu expresses his thoughts about making a sword, spear, or axe. Sehan shakes his head, not those things. He walks over to you, handing you a roll of paper and asking you to do this. Siu reaches out to take it. You open the sketch to look at it. Did he draw this? How can this be used directly? This is the first time I've seen something like this. What exactly is it? Seiya looked at his hand, clenched his muscles, and then answered quietly. I told you, it's a weapon that can kill Cheon Wang. It looks like a sharp drill. On the other side, Chen Wang is standing amidst the wreckage. The scene is chaotic. With his strength, I thought it was obvious he would go for the seal, but there's no report like that, so he probably isn't in the Zafa area. A teddy bear-shaped servant rushes forward shouting, Master Che Wang! Cheon Wang turned back and asked him, what is it? Is that Kajiak calling? The bear panting says, yes, that's right. Cheon Wang clapped his hands together. probably about to have some fun for a while. All right, let's go right now. This bear seems quite confused. He asked again, right now, but it seems the other monsters will probably take a little more time. Cheon Wong ordered, "Don't stop." He wrapped his trunk around the bear, leaving him speechless with confusion. Cheon Wong spoke slowly, emphasizing for him, "I alone am enough." His tentacles still wrapped tightly around the bear's body, the bear trembling as it tried to resist, but to no avail. Brother Sok and Min are standing on the cliff. He asks her, "Hey, is he really coming today?" Mina sat down lazily and replied, "I don't know. Sehan said so I'll just prepare in advance." The people below hurriedly whispered to each other, moving quickly to check each person in case monsters arrive and they need to be ready to fight. Minha thought disdainfully of these people, at first ignoring her evacuation orders, but just because of the seal, their attitude completely changed. What should we do if she has that seal? Suddenly a noise came from afar, startling both Siak and Mina. He asked, "Min." The shock earlier involved some kind of energy that turned Mina into the shape of an eagle, her body twice as large as Huin Siak's. Min takes off into the sky. Brother Siak stays behind, watching her. "Min, pay attention to that area. What is it?" "Could that be Cheon Wong?" Cheon Wong is moving quickly. He was trying to catch something while walking, and Min was restricted in her flight path. What is it trying to catch again that makes it act like this? Come back. Min-A lands where Huin Zok is. He is approaching very close. Zok seems to be in a hurry. I will report to everyone immediately so they can move faster. Min, I think he's faster than expected. Should I just rush in like this? Until now, he's helped me a lot. I also kinda like him, just a little. Min is scratching her head anxiously. What should I do now? The girl thought to herself, maybe I should be the one to lead. Someone from behind interrupts her thoughts. No, there's no need to do that. Min turned back and asked, "Mr. Trang Yu, why are you here? Are you here to fight?" Trang Yu quietly says, "Even a little bit to buy more time." When will it finally arrive here? Trang Yu immediately jumps and runs toward Cheonan Yu. Min just sighs deeply, running at full speed, and Trang Yu remembers that everyone must run away quickly to hide Yu, evacuating all the ordinary people. I keep running blindly, now I have to monitor everyone and be Cheon Wong's eyes and ears. No matter what tactics I use, I must buy more time. Mr. Cheonan Wong, are you waiting for something? Cheonan Yu is pleased. You've been very diligent. Trang Yu informs him that since I am urgently trying to catch the fleeing people, I will only show the shortest path for you to get there. He ponders silently. Che Wong's refusal didn't surprise Trang Yu. What? He continued. I don't want to hear you rambling anymore to waste time. He turned his back as if he knew his intentions. You're not loyal enough to come all the way here just to help me, are you? That damn traitor Trang Yu, I can't let him leave like that. He stood up, surprising Cheon Wong with his move. Oh, Trang Yu pointed his sword at him, but Cheon Wong didn't seem too surprised. Engo, it's been a long time since we last fought like this, right? I hope you've made more progress since then. It's been a long time since I fought you like this. I truly hope you've improved since last time. Trang Yu closes his eyes silently, using his hearing to sense everything around him. He activates his skill at a lightning-fast speed and disappears from his position in front of Cheon Wong. Only agility is useful for what? You should use a better weapon. With this speed, I can't even scratch him. Cheon Wong raises his fist to counterattack, and so far you have done well in delivering the message to me. Trang Yu falls down exhausted, his body trembling and sweat pouring down. I'm sorry, Siu Cheon Wong. I punched straight down into the ground, making him jump back in shock. A spiderweb crack appears behind his shoulder, and shards of stone fly everywhere. What is this? He shouted. Sahan stands over him, with a strange weapon emitting purple energy on his back. It's probably Siu's work, and he looks down on him with contempt. Being just healthy doesn't mean anything. Han's vehicle with a new powerful weapon pierced into his body, causing it to crack and shatter. You should have consumed higher quality metals. Cheon Yung exhaled and said, Finally, you've shown up. He was bragging, but inside he was panicking. What kind of strange thing did he break his hand with? Sehan smiled and said, I'm glad to see you again. This time I brought a special friend. Do you want to say hello? This friend of yours really likes you, and it's the one that will crush your body. Min-A, the butterfly, soars through the air, observing everything in the forest. I remember it's just around here. He's always making me do annoying things. There he is. Below, Siu is sitting and pushing the scooter forward with her eyes closed. Minna lands and runs over to ask, Are you okay? Siu opened his eyes and quickly looked over at her. Anuna Siu suggests you should hide here with me. Sehan said this is the safest area. Min turned around and said, Well, that's true, but I don't know how he's going to deal with that monster. A loud noise came from the other side. Min, stay alert. Han's vehicle jumps into the air to avoid Cheon Wang's headbutt attack. Han keeps swinging wildly in the air. How can he catch him? Cheon Wang loses control, shouting curses, "Damn bastard." He kept punching his fist straight down into the ground, hoping that just one strike would crush his head and body. Unfortunately for him, a clown named Sean had somehow climbed up the pine tree to watch him perform. Cheon Wang wondered, when did he get up there? Sehan sneered mockingly. You've become slower since our first encounter, huh? His sarcasm drove him even more crazy. The bastard then turned and threw a punch straight at him. Sehan observed and realized that he was indeed not as fast as before. He jumped up to dodge the attack. Maybe he's unbalanced because one of his arms is broken. I would have finished him off with a single blow if I could. Cheon Yu laughed loudly. You came all this way to hide from me, and you're still afraid. Sehan landed softly. He thought this was amazing, but it needs time to recharge after each use. But in just about a minute, you know what that means, right? Huh? Bunun's core begins to emit a radiant energy. You're only got 1 minute left to live. Try to do something meaningful with the time you have left. Cheon felt insulted. He shouted, I am a sentinel. I will never be killed on my third mission. Cheon kept punching him repeatedly, standing with a small hope. But since when did Sehan appear behind him, and how did he do it? He screams, you arrogant insect, Sehan says. Aha. P-Bun's spear is pointed at his body. A minute has already passed. Seon didn't know when he had been standing above him, pointing the pie bunker at him. Cheon Wang was startled and began to panic. Wait, I promise I won't kill anyone anymore. So he tried to explain and promise everything like a first-grade kid, but Sehan shut him down. A beam of light from P-Bunker shot straight into his body, destroying each part. The flying stones scatter, Trang raises her sword, and the Steel Law's aura disappears. The system keeps notifying that you have earned the Sentinel Hunter title. You will be rewarded for your extraordinary title. You can deal an additional 30% damage to other sentinels. You will be rewarded for killing the sentinel. Seiyan the Steel Law silently looks at the system panel. I tried to see this as an easy thing, but it's not for nothing that people call them sentinels. I had to struggle a lot to win this time. I need to get stronger quickly. Trang Yu steps forward cautiously. Is he dead? That ironclad rule. Did Sehan see you? You admit it. Yeah. Even if it's a starfish, if you ram into it, you'll die. A pile of debris is in front of you. Seeing the wreckage, Trang Yu said, so even a monster like that can die. Around him and Trang Yu, many floating eye orbs are watching silently. Trang Yu asks, where did you find this weapon? Sehan replies, I'll tell you later. There are too many people watching us right now. He's a bit annoyed, keeps bothering us. Are those voices coming from the bushes? Is he dead? Is it really true? That giant bastard, did we finally get away from him? Trang Yu bowed his head. Sehan, thank you. I don't know what to say except thank you. Sehan was a bit surprised by your actions. No, you don't have to do that. Isn't he just a secondary boss anyway? Min and Seo stepped out with one more person. Everyone listening to the broadcast looked back in confusion. Hey, what? What do you mean? What is she saying? Realizing she misspoke, Min quickly waved her hands and said, no, that's not it. I was mistaken. Sorry, Sehan covered the girl's mouth. He said, I will explain in detail later. I have something to say to everyone here. Finally, it's time to kill him. On the screen, the battle between Sehan and the giant monster Cheon Wang is showing, and the Greek leader is watching intently, surprised and curious about Sehan's identity. Hey, who is this? At the same time, Voidless97 also looked very excited watching the battle, but didn't forget to tease that Greek leader with a few words. Wow, it's been a long time since I saw your face. Haven't you switched to another channel already? He kept asking, so who is he then? Tish immediately jumped in to join the fun, not knowing that he's the one who just killed the sentinel. The Greek leader suddenly asked again, so whose avatar is that? Then Titch replied with a sigh, saying it seems like he's not anyone's avatar, but there's no way to know for sure. Vodan97 notices something's off on the screen and calls out, hey clown, what's going on? The Clown Lord replies. He asks if you know when this guy's always hanging around your avatar. On the other side of the screen, the clown smirked and replied nonchalantly, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you guys. Then came the chat comments about Jane from other accounts. Anon97 casually asked, so how did this guy kill the sentinel? He's just a rookie, but the Greek leader and this sentinel appeared suddenly. Is that so? Isn't it strange that something that shouldn't exist appeared there honestly? I knew he was no ordinary guy from the moment I saw him obsessing over my avatar. But now I have to admit this guy is completely crazy. The Clown Lord chuckled happily. He's definitely an interesting kid who keeps getting more my type. Then he immediately looks forward to what happens next and wonders, so what are you going to do with the remaining crow? Seeing the group gradually leave, Leon A. asked Sean, Did anything fall out this time? Yes, something did, Sehan replied. Lemon immediately asked excitedly. Oh, really? What is this? Sehan stretched out his hand and held a dull gray-black stone. Nothing special to say. This one is called a goi, which looks completely ordinary on the outside, the girl wondered. But it just looks like an ordinary stone. Let me tell you a little about Gimmo. It is an item with the A-class skill. If you eat metal and use this skill, it will turn part of your body into metal. For example, if you eat gold, your body will combine with the metal to become a gold person. This skill is called Starfish. Lion A was extremely surprised to hear it. She gasped in amazement and asked, Oh, so if I eat ojum and use this, can I turn part of my body into ojum? Sehan gently explained that yes, if you use this skill. But the girl looked at the stone with a dissatisfied expression and said, I'll never find one like that. This only drops if you manage to kill the sentinel, right? Contrary to her assumption, Sehan said he's not that lucky. It's not always guaranteed. I was just lucky. Not everyone can find this. His answer still didn't satisfy her. She turned away and said, I know it's rare. You don't have to show off by giving up on her childish attitude. And he explained, You're the one who asked me first, then casually tossed the stone to her. Hey, Lemon. Huh? She was startled but managed to jump up and catch the stone, holding it in her trembling hand. Huh? Lemon looked into my eyes. She looked at the stone, then turned back to him. Give it to me again. Sehan smiled gently and said it seemed more useful to her. Lemona asked in surprise, Me? He crossed his arms and posed as if holding the stone, saying, You could transform your body, and wouldn't it be amazing if you turned your hand into a weapon and then forged it into metal? Lemonade looks like she's discovering a new horizon, and she's incredibly excited. Wow, I can do that right now. He replied that she wouldn't know until she tried herself. Realizing something, Lemonade looked at the stone she was holding and with a cautious expression asked him again, This will disappear after one use, right? Is it okay to give it to me? It looks very valuable. His face looked cunning. Well, it's not exactly very valuable, but it is quite rare. He muttered to himself that she always gets so cautious in moments like this. This is her reward for helping me all this time. Just take it, because it works better than what I do, Min quickly said loudly to cover up the awkwardness. Fine, but no more asking. I accepted because you kept pushing me, not because I'm shameless or anything. Sehan also responded to her very comfortably. Just relax, kid. A stream of red light radiates from between Minnie's hands as she opens them, spreading out and enveloping her. She can't help but exclaim with delight and amazement. Oh, the screen now shows a notification that the Starfish skill has been acquired. Watching Minan quietly collect the skill, I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If Min wasn't an avatar, I could have shared the skill with her, but oh well. But if she weren't an avatar, she wouldn't be here because she wouldn't have the transformation skill. As he thought this, he smiled slyly. This girl is a promising character. At this very moment, the city seems to be incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, the crowd panicked and called each other to run together, breaking the peaceful atmosphere from earlier as the blue-shirted brother enthusiastically urged everyone on, while Song Trang Yu used his mysterious moves, causing the chaos to become even more frantic. Everyone pushed and shoved each other to run as fast as possible. Then, Sehan's deep voice echoed. The next person, he coldly presses the button on the other's collar, and this person nervously asks in a trembling voice, Is it safe? Sehan's determined gaze, he thought to himself. Everything here and there is going smoothly. He stared intently at the other person to reassure them before resolutely saying, Yes, I will do this. The ring emits a golden light as the man with closed eyes waits for what happens next, while the crowd in the distance watches his joyful face almost to tears. Thank you, Sehan, profusely. Thank God, thank you so much. Sehan held the glowing orb in his hand and said, Nothing's wrong, and quietly thought it's really cold. Then he quickly continued his work. The next person from behind El Min Hot High ran over and asked, Wow, you look so exhausted. Shan's face clearly showed fatigue as he asked her why she was here. I told you to watch over that crow. I just realized something important, he asked coldly. Tai. She raised her hand to point at the seals on her wrist and warned him sternly. If we keep running around like this with the seals, what about the mission? Are you planning to just stay put at the 4 seals? Sehan, leaning down and glancing at her indifferently, said, It's not like she got those 4 seals on her own. Lemon Min Ah said weakly, That's right. But the two of them sit down and continue discussing this topic. If everyone is saved, then who will operate the amusement parks to help us earn more seals? How can we complete the mission like this? Are you asking about that? Suddenly he called out to a stranger, Hey you? The man looked confused, pointed at himself and asked, Yes, that's me. Sehan calmly asked again, What is there that surprises you so much? You have a seal, right? The man nervously stammered in response. I have the stamp, but this person hesitated. Lemon A looked at him intently with a cold, serious expression as he made the offer. Will you give them to us? Immediately, he grabbed her hand and stamped her arm while she was still muttering. There's no way this method will work. The notification on the screen surprised her greatly. What? He smirked as she collapsed to her knees. All right then, she said lazily. What is this, God? Duongdong's eyes filled with emotion as she asked. Why should we go through all this trouble to find 4 seals when it can be solved so simply like this? Han beside the car retorted. Oh, I thought I was the only one putting in effort. Now that doesn't matter. The crowd surrounding the 2 people watching isn't even getting a reward for such an easy task that there's no prize at all, Sehan said. Lemon, after hearing that, became even more hopeless. She remained in her crouched position, unable to stand up and sobbing. This is so unfair. At that moment, Sehan was also lost in thought, so as long as I have enough seals, that's all that matters. So while moving, I can help all the other players complete their missions except my own, explaining the tasks in the game. The main mission is to save the people in the park and entertain the staff working here who are in a very difficult situation. The treasure-hunting monsters and an unknown entity are threatening their lives. You must find a way to resolve this and escape from here. The more people you save, the bigger the reward. Remaining survivors, 138 players, 725 civilians. Difficulty level C, time limit to complete before the 4th mission begins. So that's how it is. Where's the Iron Law now? Why isn't he here today? Kajiak, sitting on the throne, shouted in anger. Chutin nervously stepped back and stammered as he hid against the wall. Mr. Steel Law suddenly shouted loudly. Why are you stammering like that? The mouse replied, trembling. Yes, I am the mouse kneeling in front of Sagiat, trembling and saying I just found out about this. But Kagiat lost patience and shouted, Are you trying to make me repeat myself? Stop beating around the bush and speak quickly. Tin, scared, hurriedly replied. It seems there have been casualties. Siagiat rests his hand on his face. With a body as big as Tin's, wandering around probably means a lot of people got crushed. Maybe half of the people in this park are already dead. He looked annoyed and continued. I was eager to hear about the number of dead, but I didn't ask about that. The mouse spirit tremblingly replied, No, that's not true. Steel Law has already died. Kajiat looked stunned. What are you talking about? He seemed to not believe his ears and asked again. Really? The mouse spirit, still trembling with fear, answered. Yes. Kajiat, eager to find out who the culprit was, immediately asked who was responsible for the murder. Mouse spirit replies, I'm not sure about that. Kajiat roared angrily, What have you been doing all this time? The mouse spirit nervously replied that we had to deal with the players who suddenly attacked us. Kachiat in shock, the players are attacking these arrogant bastards. Do they dare to challenge me? He calls Chutin and gives it a task. Hey, just step on the monsters and kill all those bastards in the camping area. The mouse spirit hesitated before replying. Oh, that has caused a problem. Kajiat looked annoyed and asked back. Auntie, don't tell me you guys are too afraid to go because you've already broken the law. The mouse spirit tried to calmly explain. No, that's not it. The monsters have already entered the camping area, but they said the sunlight was shining through the silent forest and there was not a single person there. He was surprised and asked again, No one in sight? Kajiat spread his wings and shouted angrily as a purple light filled the room. Who the hell did this? Han raised his face to the sky, feeling a surge of power approaching, and coldly whispered to himself. It seems like he's starting to act. Kajiat feels worried, completely disappearing. He unleashed his power, spreading his wings and shouting loudly, Who the hell did this? On the large square, many people are moving as the girl urgently calls out. Everyone, hurry up, along with another young man who is also giving directions, leading everyone forward. Go this way quickly. Song Trang calmly observes from behind. He silently thought that there are still many injured and delayed people behind, so he needs to hurry more. From behind, Sehan stepped forward, waving his hand, then excitedly called his name. Wow, you really found me. Everything is going exactly according to your plan. Getting out of here means everything will be over. I really can't believe it.
Is that because of the crow?
I also agree with my companion's opinion. Yeah, that bastard will definitely come. A loud sound behind them made both of them turn around in surprise, and it seemed like they both sensed the incoming surge of energy. But Song Trang was unsure. What is this feeling? Could it be that the sound and the aura are getting closer and closer? Han's eyes show extreme worry. He silently thought, he's coming. A stream of energy shot into the sky, a bright spot flickered above, and Kazgiat descended swiftly from the light. He revealed his true form and spread his wings wide, covering the entire sky. Under the ground, gusts of wind swirl as the crowd panic and look towards him. From another side, Lin A and Seo also nervously turned their eyes in that direction. Kazjiat's appearance also surprised Sean a little. He silently thought that this tremendous pressure seemed to reveal something, and he wondered if he was trying to prove the power of the star sign. Suddenly, Kazjiat charged straight at Zehan and Song Trang, speaking with a sarcastic tone. You truly are quite impressive. The yellow eyes flashed brightly through the thick fog. The smoke gradually dispersed to reveal his true form. He can even make me come all this way. Sehan feels a bit excited and a little worried. He thinks that, just as he suspected, he has a formidable opponent, and he hasn't felt this anxious in a long time. Behind Song Trang, he also took a ready stance for battle. He recalled previous fights and thought that when facing OGA, there was a slight advantage, but since that was only the second act, we could turn it into a major advantage. Isendu is quite tough, but I'm not really afraid. This time, my serious look isn't just fear anymore. Everyone here can only rely on me to fight because they're a bit tense, and if in my past life I had already run away alone, that was a long time ago. In the urgent situation, I can only order everyone to retreat first while I stay behind to hold off that fierce bird. I shout to the back, I will stop him, so quickly lead everyone to run away. Lin A and Seo receive the order and immediately shout loudly. Everyone, hurry up, there's no time to be afraid anymore. Seo Jiak also won't just stand by and watch you run, he said coldly, as if we would just stand here and watch you all escape. In the end, he swung one wing and kicked towards Han's group and the crowd behind him. The stunned thugs were caught off guard, and Han cursed under his breath. Damn it. Han's vehicle jumps up to block the continuous attacks from the crow. Given your agility, the quail was quite surprised. Oh, can you block them all? Shan's eyes are steady as he coldly replies, thinking to himself, so he's planning to go all out right from the start? Are you talking to me? No, who are you? Look at that. A human dares to talk to me like that, Sehan replied with a sarcastic tone. You are so worthy. What else is there to look at yourself for? Just because of a few humans you had to come all the way here? What else? Enraged, the crow charged straight at Sehan. You noisy little brat. As expected, Han clenched his weapon tightly, ready to face the next attack from the crow. He quietly thought, good, he's furious now. I just need to buy more time. Only half of the people will escape. I need at least 30 more minutes. A slight wave of doubt suddenly washed over him, but he still trusted his preparations. I may not be certain I can do everything, but everything I've prepared so far is for today. A pillar of dust shoots straight into the sky, echoing throughout the space. The crow's shadow cast his skill, soaring up, then crashing down with a powerful explosion that shattered the earth. The shadow accelerated, watching his attack and silently calculating. Stay calm. Your armor outperforms in all skills, speed, strength, everything. I also accelerate my defensive moves, but I have items that can increase my survivability and hit the bullseye. The crow's name soared back into the sky, continuously causing explosions on the ground that shattered rocks everywhere. As he flew up, he thought to himself, his skills are really troublesome. Watching the crow soaring into the sky, Han silently thought, good, this might work. It seems this strategy is effective. He continued to attack the crow with his skills, explaining that the Dark Heart Bee glove ability allows him to throw or shoot precisely at a target set by the player. Jiat was surprised by his speed, able to match his own pace. He quickly caught the spear thrust from Zehan in anger. How dare you! He exerted all his strength to crush the spear's tip, you damn human. He roared and shot up, then suddenly plunged down with terrifying speed. Sehan was stunned, watching him closely, suddenly realizing something. That attack from the crow was truly powerful, causing a huge explosion with rocks and debris flying everywhere, and Sehan was still in shock. A sharp slash cuts the large stone in half in front of him. He quickly ducks to avoid the attack from the crow. Then he quickly launched his next move. His wing brushed past Han's face, injuring him on the cheek. He quickly jumped back to dodge your attack. From afar, he called out to you. I thought that move could finish you off. I'm starting to get a little worried now. Sehan, panting, stares fixedly at him. Kajayat's name strikes again as he raises his hand and shouts loudly, let me give you an unforgettable once-in-a-lifetime experience, you cursed bastard of a warrior. A flash of light erupts as he begins to cast his spell. Sehan's eyes flickered with doubt and confusion. Is he planning to use that move? He realized this could be completely different from what he had expected. He stood frozen, watching Kajayat confidently declare from above. Use your useless eyes to look carefully. This is his face from this morning, then his whole body radiates a brilliant light, the power of the constellation. Sehan, the god of time, looked up and thought this was crazy. Suddenly, he took a running start and soared into the sky, causing the ground to explode. He flies up high, speaking as he goes, then challenges you to try blocking this move. Sihan looked up in shock, watching as Kajiat flapped his wings and unleashed countless attacks onto the ground. Seihan was surrounded by his fierce attacks, struggling to defend himself. Yeah, from above, the black crow keeps attacking. Die. The next attack was stronger than the previous one. Zan's eyes flashed red as he stared intently at him. Amid his attacks, his entire body is surrounded by blazing red energy as he swiftly dodges every strike. The Black Devil suddenly hesitated slightly as his movements gradually sped up, explaining the Sky Assassin's skill, a shared ability. All stats increase by 30% when defense is lowered and the player is injured, with healing speed and wound recovery boosted by 50%. Hankajiat calmly continues to dodge. He feels more confident thanks to the two skills in use. Good. Now that we have the assassin from the heavens and healing, stalling is no longer an issue. It seems most people have already escaped. I just need to hold on a little longer. The crowd, guided enthusiastically by the young couple, gradually moves out of the city as Hankajiat fights more fiercely and becomes increasingly furious. He shouted curses at the brat, while Sahan calmly waited for his next move. Suddenly he raised his hand and said, "Let me give you a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience, you bastard with no strength." A flash of light shot out from his palm, making Hankajiat's vehicle involuntarily feel a chill. He wondered silently, is he planning to use that move? Can he? His eyes were vacant. This was completely different from what he had expected. From above, the black crow shouted loudly, "Use your useless eyes and watch carefully." He slowly, with his whole body emitting a dazzling white light, continued to talk nonsense. The power of the constellation. The person below in the car muttered in confusion, cursing this guy. This fool still hasn't stopped. The black crow is now a glowing beacon, still rambling on. It seems you think that just leaving here will end everything. But I don't need to bother killing all of you before you escape from this place. Because trivial battles don't affect me at all. Sihan's eyes narrowed. You never expected this Kajiat to do something beyond your control. Even with all his stats limited, that's just unfair. How can he use the all-win claw skill here? The Kajiat shouted loudly. Now die! Like lightning, he unleashed a strike of lightning directly in front of Snowcar Han, his body flashing, with purple light blending with the lightning, making his attack look even more destructive. Zehan was also surprised by the speed of this attack. It was too fast for normal movement to dodge. Sagiat continued launching attacks, directly striking with a powerful blow that emitted dark purple light, accelerating his shadow with successive strikes aimed straight at Zehan, leaving him no time to react. Damn it, I need to escape to think of a counterattack. Kagiat still maintains his altitude, rambling on. You're still alive besides the surprise. I don't know what else to say. He continued soaring into the sky, flying while saying, "You are not an ordinary person." From above, Kagiat increased his wingbeat speed, creating powerful gusts like a storm descending on Han's position. As he enjoyed his performance, he sighed. "You're very interesting." He landed and slowly approached him, mockingly saying, "At first you'll be very annoyed, but I do acknowledge your effort." Yang Yang smugly boasted, "You should consider it a great honor to receive my praise," Sahan contemptuously retorted. As if your position is so important, he remains unfazed. "Of course I am on a completely different level from you little brats." His clawed hand grabbed Sehan's neck. "You realize, don't you, that you can't just stall forever?" He grabbed his collar and gently lifted him off the ground. "It's over. I have to go out and deal with those fools." He painfully struggled to ask, "So what?" He coldly replied, "Just stay silent and die for me, because I was moved and can't bear to let you die in pain as I said at first." Sehan still responded very calmly. "Oh, thank you. Then let me say one last thing." My calm eyes slightly curl into a smirk as I arrogantly say, "From now on, never be careless thinking you've won for sure." The notification screen shows that everyone has successfully escaped from the amusement park. You have completed the third main task and are receiving your reward. You can now purchase the inheritance package from the first round. The screen continues to display notifications. You have purchased the first round inheritance package. You inherit all skills and items from your first game round, and you can use skills or items with a rank limit based on the stage of the main quest. Sehan proudly said with a smile, "A superior certificate." The so-called assassin was so scared that he stammered and shouted, "What?" He pauses for about 2 seconds, his eyes vacant. Sehan suddenly strikes, leaving him stunned as the spear pierces through his body decisively. His face darkened, blood bursting from his mouth as Ha-Han looked down at the arm holding the spear that was stabbing straight into him, regretful. He died so suddenly that he turned around to avoid the fatal spot. Explaining the technique, the superlative skill can be upgraded when fighting with the Zodiac within 30 minutes. All stats increase by 100% during combat. Within 30 minutes, the constellation can deliver a critical hit. You cannot use this skill on certain creatures. It can only be used again after 30 days from the previous use. The assassin's name soared into the air with the spear still piercing through his body as he shouted. "You bastard, what have you done?" he said as he broke the spear's head. A regular player who is not an avatar, how can they have such power? Han's move just now caught him completely off guard, but his eyes remain steady, and he stays calm, preparing for battle. Up high, that guy is still rambling. Who would have thought an ordinary person could hurt me? He launches an attack and countless strands of hair fly up to surround him before rushing down below. He said, "You are just an ant." The hairs under his control now rush fiercely towards him. He shouted loudly that he must die like an ant. The hairs shot down fiercely, but his eyes remained calm as he tightly gripped the spear. He immediately thrust his spear straight at him. Despite his body being surrounded by countless strands of hair, the spear shot directly into the surrounding hair. He sneered, "Fool, you just throw that spear at me? Does that mean you can stab us?" He also responded without hesitation. Of course, because the truth is too obvious, the heart skill is not for punishment. The spear actually pierced through the fur. Kajiak was startled. The spear pierced through the fur armor, causing him to scream out loud, no way!" He cried out in pain. Luckily, the spear didn't hit his heart, but grazed above it. The spear fell, causing a loud crash. Seihan was disappointed that he still couldn't pierce his heart, despite using both the super ability and the red core. This contemptible bastard. Gaojiao was almost going crazy, starting to curse. His claws swooped straight at Han's car, forcing him to hurriedly ram his shield in surprise. Damn shield. Luckily, the shield appeared just in time to block the attack from the bastard. It seems he can no longer hold on, so he decides to move. His leg starts to move, and it seems the monster also notices this. He stands up straight, the shield still protecting him from the attack. The real Ka is truly furious. He growls. Can an ordinary person really do this? He claws and dives down, pressing heavily on him. He used all his strength to hold on. Suddenly, he bent down and let out a cry of pain. Han's car still stood there, arrogantly mocking him. "Hey, you're just an ordinary player attacking, and someone like you is shouting so loudly? Are you feeling overwhelmed now?" The spear in his hand has now turned into a shining golden sword. Kara's isn't much better either. It was exhausted. It retreated backward, launching countless feathers toward him. He couldn't believe it and thought, something's wrong. The system must be malfunctioning. Kim Zae-han sighed softly and gently brushed away Karis's feathers. Its sharp feathers pierced straight into the ground. Kim Zae-han's eyes filled with killing intent as he throws the knife down. Karis is stunned beyond belief. How is this possible? How can this be? It frantically attacks him. The feathers rush forward rapidly. It shouts, "Where the hell are you, bastard?" The white feathers cut deep into his flesh, causing Kim Zae-han to grimace in pain as he struggled to hold on. Karis raises both hands forward as pure white feathers rush toward him from both sides. Seeing this situation, no one would think anyone could escape. To be sure, Karis throws a punch at him and shouts, "Die!" Many attacks are focused on Kim Zan. Taking advantage of its inattention, a shadow quickly moves toward it. That shadow is Kim Jan. As soon as he was about a short distance from him, he suddenly jumped up. Kim Se-han, expressionless, pointed the weapon at Karis. Faced with the threat, it created a wall between them, successfully blocking Kim Zan's attack. Seeing the weapon about to touch the wall, he was surprised. What is that? A wall of feathers was created. The clash between the weapon and the wall caused a massive explosion. The weapon in Kim Se-han's hand shatters, and his hand is also injured. Karis scoffs. "You're very confident, but now you look utterly ridiculous." A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he leapt high towards it. Karas, furious, said, "Idiot, I will never lose in the first round." As he was about to touch it, Karis grabbed his head and slammed it down onto the ground. It smiled smugly, just a tiny system glitch. The outcome was decided, but before it could celebrate, a contemptuous voice rang out. Kim Shan sneered, "You're even dumber than a fruit." Kim Jan, with claws on Karas, despite his bleeding head, smiled eerily and said to Karas, "I told you not to be so careless." Karas was stunned, and before he could react, he saw Kim Jan's spear piercing through his body. He is furious, the bastard, stabbing his spear straight into his body. This brat has been arrogant and cocky from start to finish. Due to serious injuries, Karas has returned to his human form. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, still unable to believe it, and silently blaming himself. Then Karas lost consciousness and collapsed onto Kim Ze-han. Kim Ze-han quickly pushed his fallen body aside. At Shangthu Nguyen, a man with black hair and a fiery red diamond-shaped gem between his eyebrows is staring intently at the system window, feeling helpless and going crazy. I can't even report him for the error. That damn stupid crow. The system error report is displayed on the system window, along with an image of the Han clock hand. The black-haired man is Akatis, the GM game master and regional manager of Korea. He's tired. I told him to just play casually around, and in the end he got wiped out by the player. Well, it's just for fun. Don't get too carried away. Akatis recalls his conversation with Karis and feels regretful. I shouldn't have let that damn crow persuade me so easily. I thought I would be very happy, so I turned a blind eye to it with just 3 points. Although he is a star, he is quite weak, so I thought there wouldn't be any problem. He pondered while watching the battle video. Balancing the players is already a big issue, but how could he use the ultimate move to win? I already prevented the constellations from using advanced skills in the game. Does this have anything to do with the system? Akatus holds his head, hoping not many people will notice because that crow isn't famous, so there's no need to report this for now. I don't know why that damn bastard managed to win, but from now on I just need to keep an eye on him. After thinking it over, he concluded, I have to watch him very carefully. The more Anta Chang'an Kim Jae-han gets angry, the more furious he becomes at this damn bastard. On the other side, a system window appears, announcing the start of the first major update, updating information. From now on, the main mission will proceed as an open world. You can use trains or subways to travel to different locations to complete various missions that will appear, along with some side quests. You can now create a guild easily using the new interface. You need a large amount of points to establish a guild. Other updates will be sent to you later. Main Mission B starts now. The next mission is a large-scale raid. The raid boss will appear in each zone and your contribution will increase as you fight the boss. You can receive special items or materials after successfully defeating the boss, and you will also get mission rewards based on your contributions. Kim Shan is sitting at the table checking the notifications from the system window. He thinks that an open world is basically like a new society. Limon is also looking at the map on the system. She wondered what a guild was, then about the boss raid and why the time was so long. A skull icon appears on the map next to a bold red line that says raid happening within 15 days. Kim Sha-han glances at her and replies, probably because many people haven't completed the third mission yet. Li Min, staring intently at the map in thought, a voice called out, Hey, do you feel better now? The person speaking is Song Xiu with Song Changgu beside him. Kim Sha looks in his direction. Oh, of course I'm much better now, Song Xiu happily said, holding a shirt in his hand. That's great. I fixed your shirt for you, Song Changgu asked worriedly. Are you sure you can stand up on your own? Your wound is clearly so serious. Kim Shan examined the repaired shirt and replied, Don't worry, I used my skill. Kim Shan thought to himself that the wound was indeed very serious, and his healing skill had already jumped to E. Did you tell Limon Min? Limon Min, I'm planning to go to DJ. And what about you? She asked in surprise. Why did you suddenly go to DJ and then have the boss raid? She asked him, pointing at the confusing map. Look, there are 4 places in Seoul, why go all the way to Deyong? Kim Si-han replied casually. Because he wanted to visit Mr. Simri's car, she suspected he had something to do. Are you ever going to understand why I do this and that? Limin pretends to be sad and turns her face away. Have you ever known why I do this and that? You can only accept it. Kim Zan looked at her and teased, so that's how it is. So, what do you think? If you answer, I will get through this period on my own. A single eye with a light pink iris appears in midair. The two are drawn to its appearance. Kim Shan silently thought jester. Now she's brazenly lurking around. Limon Min is a bit annoyed. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. He secretly felt lucky with his decision. Luckily, at that moment, Kara's used her skill to block the view, so the scout's eye would only see the spear piercing straight into his heart. Kara's skill to block vision is a dust screen, a technique that uses surrounding darkness to obscure sight. The seer outside the window is rushing in, as if trying to say something. Kim Shan saw the scene and asked Limon, curious, It seems your goddess wants to go with him, right? She refused, saying I still don't want to. I don't understand what you're supposed to do at Detrong. Kim Shan said to her, I have a suggestion. Limon Min asked suspiciously, and Kim Se-han replied, I will also talk to Seo and Trangu. Kim Shan looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, I plan to start a guild. Does anyone want to join? All 3 looked at him in surprise. Limin said, I honestly don't like those things very much. Trangu looked confused. I don't think I can help you much. Se-han? Song Xuan asked confusedly. Song Trangu, what's wrong with you? I want to join Sean's guild. Don't worry, just talk to me casually like you do with C. I look forward to it. If they agree, it would be perfect. First, Song Seo will become the greatest artisan. Song Changgu is also a strong player, not inferior to an avatar. In addition, he possesses a very rare skill, so his potential is enormous. After some thought, all three agreed to join Kim Se-han's guild. Lim Min said, I don't mind, as long as he's the boss, it's all good. Sanji also agrees, we feel the same. Se-han said it's fine, as long as he's okay with it. Kim Shan was happy, and warned not to break his promise later. Lai Min? She asked. So, big brother, when will you leave for Durong? Kim Shan answers. That, huh? Right now, many people are gathering at the station. The announcer speaks. Hello, passengers. This is the express train to Dong Station. Our crew will do their best to ensure all passengers have a pleasant journey. Welcome to. Hearing the announcement that the station was closing, the bearded man glanced at the pointed man. The pointed man understood and nodded. The bearded man carries a large sword on his shoulder, while the pointed-nosed man holds a sharp spear and grins maliciously. Both men threaten all the passengers on the train. From now on, the crescent moon will take over this train. Passengers on the train car panic and scream, risking their lives to escape. In contrast, Ju simply stands calmly in place. She was surprised and tucking her hair behind her ear as the train started to move. Kim Se-han notices a strange noise behind him. What's that? It's too noisy behind. Did a monster appear or something? Most of the passengers are players, so they should be able to handle it. But the reward for this round seems a bit suspicious. I once received a platinum tier reward, but this time it's just a normal prize. The reward this time is an E-level hunter's intuition, which allows you to sense the approximate location of monsters through their traces or lost items. Kim Se-han, things like this are too normal. I have some doubts. Really? That's suspicious. Whatever, it's fine. The reward for killing that bastard also counts as compensation for the mission reward. Kim Se-han pushes the window aside, and a notification appears. You are now the new owner of the Crow Constellation. You have acquired the Crow Eye skill. You have acquired the Dust Screen skill. 2 more skills remain, but they are not revealed. The system window continues to appear. You cannot use any skills due to lack of divine nature. Your skill ban will be lifted once your divine attribute increases. You have gained a secondary divine attribute. Kim Shan carefully watched the system notification. The system displayed information about the Crow's Eye. Crow Eye is a skill that allows you to create black crows from nothing for surveillance. There is no limit to the number you can produce, but the more you make, the harder it is to control. After seeing the information about the Crow's Eye, he felt a bit familiar. This Crow's Eye is similar to the Scout Eye version. The second skill information appears. Dust Screen allows the user to merge with the darkness. I think the mist is the skill Kara's used before. Merging with the darkness. When Kara's uses it, it feels like he's blocking the surrounding vision with darkness. It changes depending on the user, but that's not very important. I prefer this one. However, the most important thing right now is not the skill. Kim Se-han looked at the hidden Crow Constellation frame and planned to acquire the divine attribute immediately because he had just defeated a constellation. Even though he was the weakest among them, regardless of the divine attribute. Kim Se-han stretched and yawned, thinking to himself that in the end, that was also one of his advantages. If things go well, he might be able to see the wizard's reconnaissance eyes at the Dragon Dam. He recalled her introduction. A witch who loves humanity but wants them all to die because of her, yet still wishes for them to live at the same time. Kim Se-han angrily curses, that damn bastard. He covers his eyes tiredly and lies down, feeling utterly ridiculous. But at least in that group she has a slightly more positive view of humanity. Kim Shan sighed, not sure anymore. He relaxed and wondered if he could reach De Yong after a good sleep. At the same time, the train is still rushing towards Daedong. Inside the carriage, the sharpshooter from the Trangkuyet gang is desperately fleeing. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, she really is the girl from the rumors. The whole black combo from head to toe. Behind him, the shadow of a pitch-black woman with only the red glow from her eyes visible. Her hand is gripping someone's neck, pressing him against the wall, causing a loud explosion and blood to splatter everywhere. There are many people lying motionless on the ground around her, covered in blood, and the pointed-nosed man is terrified. Who would have thought that the rumor about everyone dying when her eyes turn red would turn out to be true? A head flew straight at the fleeing sharp-nosed man, and the collision made him cry out in pain. The pointed-nosed man crashes into the door loudly, and Dai-Ru stands in front of him, blocking the way. He vomited and covered his mouth as he saw the head rolling on the ground. Ju looked at him with a fierce expression, his eyes bloodshot. The sharp-nosed man was so scared he screamed and begged loudly, "Please, forgive me. I will never do that again. Please, let me live and show mercy." She coldly said, "Why would I believe that?" He looked at her as if facing death itself, his eyes filled with terror. "I'm telling the truth. From now on, I will live properly. I will help everyone. I will do charity work too." Ju sarcastically gestures towards him. "You're really funny. The train has arrived at Dong Station." Kim Jeon was surprised to see so many people running out in panic. What's going on? Is something happening on the train? Jisoo slowly stepped down the stairs, smiling as she called his name. Han, are you interested? He asked. Look at who it is. When did you come here? Ju has now returned to her normal state, pretending to be upset. You're so mean. We're on the same train after all. Kim Jeon was surprised. Oh, really? On the same train? You don't know if I finished everything yet? Ju said happily. I think it's fine now, but why did you suddenly come to Dio? I only followed because I saw you get on the train. If I hadn't checked the team window, I would have been left behind by you too. Kim Jeon replied, Do you want to check my location? She replied, Yes, because we already decided on the time and place to meet. Kim Jeon is a bit puzzled, so are you blaming me constantly? She agreed without hesitation. Yes. Lien Tungtux, I have to admit I'm a bit impressed. Your determination is incredible. This really does resemble the behavior of a stalker. Kim Se-han asked Jisoo, so you knew when I was in the Rome world too. She nodded and replied, That's right, I only found out after checking your location. Kim Se-han asked confused, Then why didn't you come? I think if Ju was there, fighting the crow would be much easier. She replied, I really wanted to come too, but on the way the third mission appeared. It wasn't hard, but a bit complicated. So that's why you were late. In the third mission, she seemed to have killed quite a few people, with bodies scattered everywhere. I see. Then I guess I have no choice. I went to Dong to eliminate the raid boss. It seems Ju already knew about his plan. She replied, I was indeed surprised by Ju's calm attitude. Aren't you going to ask anything? Like why I went to DJ Dong when there are only 2 boss raid targets, but Seun has 4. Limon asked if he would kill him right away. She answered him. Have you ever done something that didn't make others wonder? I'm used to it. Even if we came here just to satisfy our sexual needs, I wouldn't ask anything. Kim Shan suspiciously looked at Ju, unsure whether she was overestimating or underestimating Sir. Jisoo asks him, So where are we going now? Kim Shan responds, Dunan, he will tell her the details on the way if she agrees. All right, at Sinem Seun, countless divine eyes are watching El Min walking down the street. She sighs as she looks at the paper in front of her. Big brother, you should have told me the exact location of the boss in Smim. I remember Kim Shan's instructions before leaving. Now he will give me some key points to note so I can find them. I'm so frustrated. How am I supposed to find a foreign father with blonde hair and his huge daughter in Sim without even a photo? How am I supposed to look for them? On the drawing, there are 2 people, one large and one small. The larger one has blonde hair and is described as a handsome, muscular man who often smiles. Next to him is a smaller person with hair on both sides, wearing a purple outfit, and the only distinguishing feature is that she is a mixed-race girl. Their relationship is listed below, father and daughter. The girl is about 13 years old. Lehman looks around. In front of her is a pile of broken objects. Given the situation here, it seems the monster has swept through, leaving only dead bodies everywhere. Lemin quietly moves past the rubble, sighing in relief, thinking she has an easier task now. A roar sounds from behind, and Lemin quickly dodges the incoming claws. The creature attacking her is a ghost wolf. She quickly activates her skill, sparks focusing on her hand. She was stunned. This pack of ghost wolves can heal themselves, so it's going to be trouble if they don't get killed right away. Before Lemon Min could counterattack, a metal cabinet crashed straight into the ghost wolf. The successful throw sent it flying away. The thrower is a man with blonde hair. He loudly said to Lehman, Hey student over there, it's very dangerous. Come over here. Next to him is a girl wearing a cat-eared hat with her face covered. She looked at them in surprise. A foreign man. Father and daughter. Seeing the 2 people who looked like the ones in the drawing, she quickly ran over to greet them. Thanks. Are you the uncle helping me? The foreign man laughed loudly. We should help each other, right? How do you think my technique is? He proudly introduces himself. Just call me the meter reader. The girl next to him shyly said loudly. That's enough, stop being embarrassed. This older sister didn't need anyone's help anyway. My daughter can't be like that. Even when help isn't needed, we shouldn't let a young student like her dirty her hands. The girl has now taken off her coat to reveal her small face. She reminded him to look at the surrounding surveillance cameras. It seems she's much stronger than I thought. Lyman notices the group of divine eyes watching her. She smiles a standard smile, amazed and thinking, they are just like what the boss described. I think it's fate that we've met like this. Could you tell me your names? The cheerful foreign man introduces himself. Name? Of course, my name is Luke Tyel, and this girl is my daughter. Linley Min is happily thinking, Bingo, can I go with you two? She recalls the moment when Taylor threw a concrete block at the wolf demon. This man must be a player, because he can easily lift a huge piece of concrete. She hesitated as she looked at her seemingly more fragile daughter, but I'm not so sure about this girl. When T readily agreed to go with Lyman A, he laughed loudly and said, "Of course." Lin hesitated briefly and said to his father, "What does it matter to help someone stronger than us?" She must think there's something that made Big Brother Sehan ask her to try to go with them. She's curious what he's muttering to himself. On the message display system, the recipient is Kim Sehan. She messages that it seems she has found the two people you mentioned. Lehman is wondering, the key that brings humanity hope. On the street, people in military uniforms and armed are everywhere. Ju, walking right behind Han's car, said, "I heard that human society is gradually recovering. It seems to be true." Han's vehicle looked around and realized they couldn't keep doing the mission like this, since it's mainly an open world now, so he decided to bother the two a little. A soldier approached, and by chance he asked, "You're players, right?" Sehan crossed his arms and replied, "Yes." The soldier seemed surprised that they were really players and took a while to react. "Ah, I see. Could you please tell me your name and ID number? We are instructed to collect information on all players and want to monitor everyone in a world like this." "Idiot." Sehan rolled his eyes. "Can Jisoo run to that building over there?" Jisoo didn't understand why Han's car was asking that, but she nodded anyway. "Huh? Yes." The soldier hesitated as Han's car drove ahead casually and Ju started to move. "Wait a moment. Please don't go. We have to." The soldier hadn't finished speaking when the two figures disappeared. On the tall buildings, Sean and Ju leapt gracefully across. Watching the two jump from building to building, the soldier was speechless. Oh my God. Let's see if from the rooftop of a building, Sehan can get a panoramic view of the entire city. Jisoo wondered, "What are we doing here? Are you only planning to use your eyes to find the boss for the raid?" Sehan chuckled and replied, "I guess so, but not with my eyes." Sehan closed his eyes and focused, and the black crows emerged from the shadow behind Han's car. Ju curiously asked, "When did you acquire this skill?" "Truly worthy of being you." 7 crows fly high and low near the two of them. Sehan opened his mouth and replied, "It's only been recently. It took a while to get it right." Han's car window opens and Ju asks, "Can I check your stats while we wait for the crows?" Ju responds without any discomfort, "Of course, that's fine." Hearing the approval, Han's car suddenly seemed a bit contemplative. Does she know how to refuse? His eyes flicked over the status window, perhaps noticing something surprising that made him involuntarily react. Huh, what the hell? What did she do to boost all her stats to this level? She has gained body comprehension and lethal damage, even increasing healing to level C. What is this? The Heavenly Assassin is also level 3. If that's the case, she should have become vicious or at least shown signs of going crazy. Ju tilted his head in confusion and looked at him. What just happened? Sean was about to say something to Ju when suddenly he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Huh. Jisoo is curious. "What's wrong? I have a crow that has news." "Let's go." Judging by its size, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary monster. "That's right, it must be the boss raid." Ju stepped forward and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Sehan remained silent without replying. Ju, not getting any response, said, "All right, forget it then." Ju wondered, why did the boss suddenly appear? And there's this countdown clock, too. Who knows if that clock is trustworthy or not? It's all just tricks. Jesus said, "Are the giant wings and scratches from a bird-like monster fighting a beast?" Sehan lifted a piece of stone and replied, "No, it's the same monster." Ju asked, "But how could a bird create such deep scratches?" Suddenly a loud noise sounded, making both of them alert and turn their heads. Following an attack force descending, they quickly jumped up to avoid the strike. Jesus just landed and said, "Really something." Sehan thought to himself, how could he deny it anymore when he saw this black tiger with enormous white wings, one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts of China, along with Kai. Kai and I both growl softly. Sehan thought to himself, I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I thought it would be a bit difficult to find it. Who would have thought it would drag its body here itself? It must be in the prison for a creature this huge to hide. Ju hesitated slightly when reading the contents of Main Mission 4. The 4th mission has appeared. Do we need to defeat it ourselves? Sean smirked and said, "No way, because we found it earlier than they thought. The main goal is just to find it." A scent suddenly hit Ju's nose. Brother, I can smell a strong blood scent." Before I could finish, Kunki flapped its wings and roared loudly. Something was inside its chest. Han stopped the car in horror, thinking of something. Damn it, is it here alone? That bastard Kunkai starts attacking. Han's car jumps to avoid the attack. Kai glances elsewhere and then moves at the fastest speed. It's not aiming at Han's vehicles. Its target is something else. Ju is still calm as he strokes his cheek before leaving. That's definitely a scar from being gored by a horn, probably from a little later than what I heard. But what I heard from my previous life isn't entirely accurate, and I might even be remembering wrong. Damn it. Zihan quickly rushed toward the place where Kung Kai had once hidden. Dew called out when she saw him like that. You two drive into another space where we just were. Han's car, after going back and forth for a while, was exhausted. It seems this is not Kung Kai's lair. The one-horned sacred beast, a beautiful unicorn lying in its own blood, belongs to this one. Dio, standing behind, said, looking at it like the one I saw in an ancient Chinese legend. It's a Keelan. I heard it has white hair. Xian replied, it does have a horn, but this one doesn't even have a horn, so the horn we saw earlier was actually from the Keelan. The horn of the Keelan contains a lot of potential power because it is the source of the Keelan's strength, even for fake or decayed Keelans. I was planning to find Kai quickly, then go look for the Keelan's horn. Seihan ruffles his hair. Something's wrong. Ju is confused. Why? Is it because the unicorn's horn isn't here? Seiha frowned and replied casually, yeah. Then he sighed again, thinking that without the horn, he couldn't get that thing. And if they absorb all the power of that horn together, wouldn't it be better for Ju to go ahead and take a look inside? Maybe we'll find something interesting, maybe even a reward, since this is a dungeon. Seihan calmly explained that this isn't a high-level dungeon, so besides the unicorn's horn, there's nothing else here. There's something else here. Seihan just stood there and asked, what's going on? Bainian secretly guesses that it is the hardest metal after all, but not the best. Ju struggles to pull out that thing and calls out, hey, I found something that looks like an egg. Seihan hesitates. The egg that Ju is holding with both hands now. Seihan, surprised, runs over. Where did you find it? Ju obediently replied, under that corpse over there, I heard a faint heartbeat, so I followed it. Then I found this. Seihan excitedly grabbed Ju's arm. Thank you, Ju. Jisoo is hard to understand. Yes, Seihan just said thank you. Thank you so much. Ju replied thoughtfully. Yes. This is the first time I've heard you say thank you. The egg of a Keelan, to be precise. It's a type of fruit. If the mother unicorn nurtures it long enough, it will hatch into a baby unicorn. Kai is male, Lan is female, and they are collectively called unicorns. You said this is the egg of a monster, specifically a holy beast. Where did these come from? The mission reward. Wow, you're taking these around everywhere? The unicorn egg will hatch after you use it, right? Du crouched in front of the message window and marveled. Seihan confirmed confidently. Of course, the player's blood will be used as the acceleration substance. The chosen blood will affect the pet's abilities and stats. The 48-hour deadline. After reading this notice, Seihan immediately thought that blood would affect the stats. Using my blood would be a waste. Ju's blood would probably be better. She's truly talented, and she also has the Heavenly Assassin, right? The Heavenly Assassin is a bit, but there's about 2 days left before the acceleration time runs out. Min should be fine. Finding another skilled player is very difficult, and her stats and abilities are already quite good. Seiya looked at Lai Min's status board and pondered. I noticed the message box flashing. A message? Is that so? After reading the message, Seihan happily thought it was perfect. Somewhere, Lai Min is sitting in front of the message window, lost in thought, thinking she should have reported finding the person, but then she didn't bother to reply. Oh, she did reply. What is this? Are you mocking me? Seihan sent a message asking, where you are? Is that Min? Annoyed, she thought to herself that at least he should have praised her for doing a good job or something. Yeah, after all, she had helped him with so many things, and yet he was ungrateful. Min A was annoyed and typed a reply. If he ignores me again, I'll slap him in the face to see. After that message, Min waited for a long time, but Han's car didn't reply. She was so angry she was trembling. Yeah, this guy really... Before he even finished speaking, another voice cut in. What is it? Min? I was startled and called out. Wow, what? I thought you went to Dion. Both Han's car and Ju's are sweating. Gasping for breath after running a long distance, Han's car responds while catching his breath. Just got back. Min, get up and turn around to face them. I'm coming too. Then, looking at their appearances, I think both of them like black clothes, Ju said. Well, it's been a while. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man nearby spoke up. Who are you guys? Do you know Min? Why is there a girl who looks almost identical to him next to the man Seihan only just now noticed them? Seihan spoke up. You're the one called Taiso, right? Nice to meet you. Are you Min's teammate? Kim Shan, this is Han Jisoo. I understand now, she said with a warm, bright smile. Nice to meet you all. When shaking hands with Han's car? It must have been Min who told you my name, Seihan said nervously. Yeah, that's right. My teammates are just using me. How does Seihan know his name? I haven't even had a chance to say anything yet. Min pouted, secretly complaining in her heart when Seihan suddenly called her, Lai Min. Min responded indifferently. Why would you miscalculate again and ask me to do something else? I was going to show you this as a thank you, but if you don't want it, then forget it. He said that, and Seon took out the secret gold and held it out in front of Min-A. But Min, as soon as she saw it, she got excited. I want it, and what is it? Eating the white pearl will benefit me. Where did you get that secret metal? Thank you. Min, take the secret metal. Why are you frowning, showing your confusion? Diu still holding the unicorn egg in her hand. She asks him if we should start incubating it right away. Sehan responds, should we? What do you think? Lin Taylor. His question successfully caught Lin's attention. Lin replied, yes, this is what we call a divine beast egg, but for it to hatch, we need your help. Sehan presents the unicorn to Lin. Lin skeptically asked, me? It's really that simple. I just need to place my hand on it. Lin repeated, holding out her hand. Sehan gently replied, Lin asked worriedly. Will it be okay? Sehan asked her confidently. Of course. Smiling gently to reassure her, I said, just do it. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Lin started to sway. At last she agreed. Okay. The small hand reaches for the egg. Suddenly a small knife shoots out, stabbing her hand and making her cry out in pain. Ah! Lin cried out in pain to her father. Dad, I'm bleeding, Han quickly said. Sorry, it's probably just a scratch from the eggshell. It seems something suddenly appeared and stabbed the girl's hand. Analyze the acceleration data and apply acceleration to the divine beast unicorn egg. The power of the acceleration substance has been successfully infused into the unicorn egg. Please provide the necessary nutrients for it to hatch. Sehan read a series of messages happily. It's a success. Now just need to provide nutrients and wait for the egg to hatch. Lai Min-A, standing beside him, whispered, so you called me to find the sacred beast egg just because of that? Sehan replied, well, not exactly. It's a bit difficult to tell you now. Lai Min, she tilted her head and said, what is it? You're making me curious again. Sehan just said you'll find out soon. He glanced at Taylor and his son as he spoke. Until then, I want you to go with them. Okay, let's do it. But you know what I want now, right? Min looked at him with a sparkling gaze, hiding her feelings. Okay, Sehan said helplessly, of course secretly thinking that the girl is very useful as long as the bribe is enough. Compared to the first round, I changed everything. I thought it was enough. But after fighting Nanyu and Tagiat, I realized this round is different from the first. And I also need to prepare for the situation when the system intervenes. Sehan's gaze fixed intently on the Taylor father and son. That's why I need them. The best and strongest players who possess incredible skills that even gods would fear. The pinnacle of humanity, Lin Taylor. Lin holds the egg in her arms, so delighted she can't take her eyes off it. It's so beautiful, sir. This egg is about to hatch, right? Yes, it is. But you look really old, huh? Han sat with his knees bent, sitting at eye level with the girl. Lin hesitated and replied, no, that's not it. But Big Brother, it's because you look more than a few years older than her. Are you planning to make her call you Big Brother? Uncle, from now on I will always call you Uncle. Min, you're quick to tease him already. Haskar frowned and said, come on. What are you laughing at? I'm 4 years older than you know. What did you just say? Min flinched at Ju's ominous words from behind, secretly thinking, she's just standing still, so why is she so scary? Then I quickly backtracked and said, I was just joking, of course. Are you both planning to go back to Dion? No. Sehan said that if we go back now, we probably wouldn't be able to defeat the raid boss. Min agrees, of course, it's time for them to appear first. Ju calmly reveals the situation. But we already faced the boss raid, Min exclaimed in shock. What? Lyman frowns. Why is that? No, what did the two of you do before? Can I tell you, after recounting the story, Min concluded that the boss was really powered up. Huh? I thought it was just average guard level. Sehan added that actually, in terms of combat ability, the guards are stronger. So it's just because the boss has higher defense and stamina that it's not easy to kill, right? Its range of activity is also much larger than that of the guards. If left alone, the damage it would cause wouldn't compare to the destruction of the guards' minds. Min squinted and said, I see. It's better to eliminate it quickly. Is that correct? Sean calmly replied that it's still too early, other players aren't ready yet, and considering that the boss's sudden attack is also changing a bit. I wonder if it was pierced by a unicorn horn in the previous life. Maybe everything changed because I came to Daejeon. In my past life, I never went to Dion, but that bastard ambushed us as if he had been waiting for us all along. Now that I think about it, the signs were so obvious, like a trap just waiting for us to step into. The time spent fighting with Kai and the unicorn was as too brief. Barely 3 days since the boss raid was announced. As I think more about it, the more suspicious it becomes. Is the system trying to check on me, or could it be something else? Sehan rested his chin in thought, while Akato in another space narrowed his eyes and observed. Akato reviewed a clip of Kim Han and silently judged in his mind that he's definitely not an ordinary kid who would have thought he could dodge that move so easily. It seems he has found something from the prison, a rare egg, but even if he takes it, he won't be able to hatch it. What is he planning to do? Akito stared intently at the projection, then waved his hand. But why is this guy so weak? The image shows the creature with Kai, weakened after being pierced by a horn. I originally planned for it to absorb Kai Lan's horn, but it looks like this. Ha! If I intervene a little without anyone noticing, should I speed up its healing and adaptability? Otherwise, it will just become a foolish monster. 2 weeks later, among the interwoven tall buildings, Sahan and Ju stood side by side. Suddenly, Sahan noticed something and spoke to confirm. Huh. Is that Bae Dongjun? When Bae Dongjun hears his name, he immediately turns around and sees an enemy, quickly pulling his hood back. Damn, why is he here? Ju followed Sehan and asked, I don't know why the army and police are here. Sehan replied, I guess they are trying to prove that their strategy failed because the previous attack was too sudden. Ju casually said that guns don't work on monsters, but Sehan disagreed. They do have some effect, just not much, but for boss raids, they are completely useless. The more they rely on the players, the more power the players will hold. I think they don't want to lose the power they just gained from the open world. Jisoo sighed. Hey, I don't like this at all. Let's go to where the players are gathered. Yes, since the players are gathered here, Sehan and Ju walk together. Sehan thinks to himself that there are probably more players here than in the previous life. Among the crowd, someone is shouting. We are looking for people to join us in defeating the boss raid. We are missing a healer here. Urgently find someone with healing skills. We will split the points with you if you join us. Hello, do you want to team up with us? A stranger approaches and offers to Kim Zae-han, but Han remains indifferent and coldly refuses. No, thank you. I have no intention of joining a team. That stranger even tried to call out after you two had already walked away. It seems your friend wants to show off to the ladies that he's very strong, but at his level, he'll die young. Even so, Sean remains unmoved by what he said. No, I'm fine. The guy turned to his teammate and said, a few hits are enough to make him realize. Tsk, tsk. Han's car in the distance even guessed his true intention. It seems like he's the one trying to act tough, wanting to team up with Ju, right? People like that are everywhere. Can I give him a lesson? Ju drew her weapon before even fighting back. Sahan looked worried, a bead of sweat running down her face. You want me to fight him? Forget it. Anyway, they would be the first to die when the boss attacks. Suddenly, Sean noticed something. That was Bae Dongjun. Bak Dongkwan heard his name and turned around, and as he saw Enro, he quickly grabbed his hood. Damn, why is he here? That's what I want to ask too. Where is Senior Hungjon? Why are you here alone? Are you following the agreement you signed with me? Sehan and Ju moved closer to the guy. Bak Dongkwan quickly waved his hand and said, Senior Hungjian is worried about his family, so he's gone on a trip. So, why are you here? Seha glanced him over from top to bottom, thinking that his items seemed to suggest he did pretty well in his third mission, so he must have gained a few new skills, but the all-win skill was probably still out of reach. A god's avatar can only acquire skills through their deity, but that's the problem because gods won't easily unleash skills due to the huge effects they produce. He definitely got to Daejeon thanks to Hungyun, or by staying alive. Sehan opened the message window to check. There are all kinds of messages, but mostly about the raid at Daejeon. The fooling clown also quickly starts typing. Reading through the messages from the Clown King, Sehan found it quite confusing. The interesting item she was talking about must be the unicorn artifact. For now, there's no need to worry that Zur will reveal information because she only wants to keep it to herself, and the woman is a goddess who also keeps secrets pretty well, so everything is fine. Sehan glanced away from the message and called out, North Dongkwan, he responded. Huh? Sehan asked directly. You've learned the skill of persuasion, haven't you? Can you use it now? Bak Dongkwan denies it. I've never learned it before. Do you know what happens if you lie? Sehan pulls out a stone. It seems this statement has scared Bak Dongkwan. He quickly changes his words. Wait, I already learned it. I can do it. You should have told me from the beginning. You know what you're talking about here. Sehan suddenly stops. It seems like you received a signal, and indeed, that signal was coming from one of your crows. The road is shifting. Han's car quickly grabs Park Dongkwan's shoulder and uses that skill immediately. Park Dongkwan hesitantly asked again, why suddenly encourage me? If not, everyone here will die. The scar spreads across the main street after hiding for a while. It plans to attack the players unexpectedly. No, if it was only fighting players, it wouldn't need to go around like that. Han's car looked at the number displayed on the status window, and there was still quite a while before it had to appear. So the answer is simple. It will eat first before fighting. Everyone run. The boss is approaching. Han spun around and shouted at the other players, but they didn't believe him and all mocked him. What did he say? There's still more than 10 minutes left. Does he not know how to tell time? Idiot, what are you avoiding? Just tell him to stand there and wait for a bit. He's daydreaming. Ha 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 ha. But Seihan still warned seriously. All of you will die. Run quickly. Everyone was talking excitedly, but no one actually went. As expected, just talking loudly isn't enough. Hansha turns to look at Bei Dongjun. Do you want to do it? Baek Dongkwan waved his hand and said, wait a moment. It's not easy to do so. Isn't Han's car trying to avoid the detour anymore? How do you need to activate it, at least to be able to enter people's minds? Baek Dongkwan points his index finger at his head. If it's only about controlling people, then that's just hypnosis, not suggestion. Exactly. Seihan looked at Ju and said, Jisoo drew her weapon. Jisoo didn't ask why and obediently replied, yes. Seihan added, when he signals, use all your strength to charge into the path ahead of that fire hose. You will attack it with me, right? When everyone is scared and the boss suddenly appears, you must use your persuasion skills to make them retreat as far as possible, okay? Seihan spoke calmly. Baek Dongkwan replied, all right, if the boss really appears, it's not easy to make everyone panic unless it's something serious. Don't worry, soon this place will be a mess. Seihan also pulls out his weapon. Baek Dongkwan stammered, what do you mean by that mess? Where did you find those weapons? Seihan quickly replied, I don't care where, in 5 seconds the bot assault will appear. The ground starts to shake and the man looks around in confusion. Huh? What's happening? The ground is shaking. The blonde woman next to me says, an earthquake? 43. Someone reopened the message window to check the time. How long until the boss's raid appears? So what does that mean? 2-1. The trap was sprung from underground. Han's car, facing it, was already ready, thinking to himself. The bullet was fired, hitting the foot of the ambusher. At the same time, Seihan also gave a signal. Dao rushes from above, smashing his weapon down on the monster's leg, causing it to scream in pain. Han's vehicle watched and thought, why would this idiot crawl underground when it has such huge wings? What's going on? What's going on? It's not the right time yet. So what is it? It definitely doesn't look like an ordinary monster. A soldier orders everyone to open fire immediately, and in response, a series of weapons are deployed, including tanks and armored vehicles. The commanding soldier still pointed and ordered, don't stop. A barrage of bullets kept firing at the monster. Seeing this seemingly overwhelming scene, the commanding soldier secretly thought that this was more than enough to shoot it into minced meat. Suddenly feeling a bit dark in front of him, he suddenly froze. Wait! Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a large figure emerges from within, while the surrounding soldiers have already thrown down their weapons and fled. The monster roared loudly, and upon seeing its face, the car hesitated. What is that shape? It turned into a divine relic? Then this is going to be really tough. If he turns into a sacred relic, then the monster is on par with a guard. Moreover, its range of activity is so large that defeating it would be much more complicated. It looks like it has completely absorbed the power of the forest. Han's vehicle watches it cautiously. As expected, all of this is related to GM, that damn Agato. After transforming into a white-toothed tiger, Akato leaps into the middle, harnessing the power of a true tiger with sharp claws and blood-red eyes. Akator sharply slashes the ground with his claws where everyone is standing, causing destruction, growling, and shouting. Go, run, run! The commander's orders continue to fire, don't stop until the bullets run out. They all wore expressions of fear, but the burden on their shoulders was much greater. The bullets fired at Akato were like dust, having no effect on its body. It still growls, its body towering tall and strong. Akato quickly turns back to look at the soldiers, opens his mouth to take a deep breath, and creates a strong gust of wind. The stones flew toward the commander, who quickly covered his face and endured. What? Seihan called Par to hurry up. He hesitantly asked Sean, do you really want me to do it? Really? Seihan confirmed. Yes, do it. Dongkwan curses. Damn it, Dongkwan uses his full strength to incite rebellion. He advised everyone to run away and let the monsters worry about them while they evacuate. The controlled soldiers hesitated, but he continued to persuade everyone, pointing out that their current weapons were no match for the monsters. Seiya sees everyone seems to be okay. Good, but now the other players must have already received their 4th mission. Baek Dongkwan feels his energy fading. No, wait, the skill activation time is about to end. Someone in the crowd shouted, kill it. The bigger the monster, the bigger the target. Everyone cheers. Kill it, kill it. Destroy it. Before he could finish speaking, the young leader saw a huge tiger paw stomp down. Seihan stays alert and immediately kicks its foot to divert its direction. This young man narrowly escapes death. Talking too much is also a big problem, everyone. Akato pulls back his foot and the young man stammers in fear. Thank you, I lost focus and got distracted. Seihan, stay alert, it's stronger than it looks. Seihan observes the situation. The hot spear is too slow to counter it. Maybe a spear would be better. Akato coldly looks at the swarm of insects beneath his feet, panicking, their large wings shining red. Damn, it's really hard to get close because its quill-like feathers attack over a wide area and the outer layer is too tough. Even mana arrows can't pierce through. Can we really kill it in this game? Seihan hesitated. We can't kill it without losing someone, but it can turn into an adult at any moment. Basically, we are running out of time. Akato growls. He spreads his blood-red wings and roars fiercely. A position of the saber-toothed tiger in the predator world. Now, it seems to want to dominate the human world as well. Akato spreads his wings and soars into the sky, his wings folding to form a blood-colored cocoon, cutting through the dust and stones flying from below. The people underneath are also surprised. What else can still fly? How can we even touch it? A rather brave person stepped forward and asked everyone, "Should we stay away?" I thought he would be really strong, but now he's just disappointing everyone. He continued to give his opinion. If it comes down here and just uses its claws, not only will we die, but half the city will be wiped out too. Akato's body and form are gradually changing. Its fur turns pink, it is growing larger, its eyes are yellow, and chickens are sprouting from its back. What's the point of running away? The whole city is about to be blown away and we can't do anything? Sean quickly thought of a way to slide his hand along the toolbar while holding another iron spear in his other hand. I won't let that happen. Just need to pull it down before it decides to land. He shields his eyes from the blinding sunlight and grips his spear tightly. Standing like that, she already rivals a master. Seihan throws the sharp spear with a chain from the ground into the air at the position where Hojiang Kiem is evolving his body. The sharp spear pierces directly into Hojiang Kiem's wing, causing him to cry out in pain. That destination still isn't the right one for where you're aiming. Not yet. Sean reaches back to gather strength for his second launch. The other spear flies straight toward Akato. It kept screaming in pain. The people behind him couldn't help but admire him. He really used the spear from that distance. What stats would he need to do that? Han's vehicle braces itself, gripping the two chains attached to the spears he just threw. He turns back and gives an order. Everyone pulls the chain. We need to bring it down to the ground. A girl steps forward to help him pull. Akato saw his wings being pulled back and everyone cheered as the young girls also helped. The bespectacled man said, "I'm not sure what's happening, but we just need to pull that chain, right?" They all hold onto the chain together and pull with united strength. Akato's wings are trembling as he struggles against the pull of these tiny humans. Things are really not looking good. Akato has been pulled down. A loud crash from above hits the ground, destroying the houses in this urban street. The shouts and taunts urging to kill it echoed around. Akato seemed to lie there, resigned to his fate. Those with magical powers cast spells and set up formations, while those wielding weapons charged into fight. It seems these attacks don't bother it at all. A stream of purple lightning emanates around Akato, and Seihan feels uneasy. It's already in the process of transforming. Get ready to face its ultimate form, given the current situation. He activates his weapon. Seihan jumps into the air. He is holding the bunker. We need to kill it immediately. The bunker crashes down with him, stabbing straight into Akato's face. Akato resists and growls, a roar echoing from its mouth. The situation is getting more complicated, and it's different from what you initially thought. Damn, it's stronger than I thought. After what just happened, I feel hesitant, almost able to sense the damage through the skull. Jisoo approaches her and asserts to him, "I will do it." Jisoo pulls out the dagger from her left hand, thinking she's better suited for this than he is. Seihan realizes she just stabbed herself in the heart to boost the effect of the heavenly killer physique. The skill's effect depends on how long the knife stays in her heart, and she can even heal it immediately. No wonder she can move like that. Ju jumps into the air. The electric current she generates is quite strong. What will she do now? Ju lands a powerful punch to its head. Akato, struck from above, is still trying to grasp the current situation. Ju's eyes turned red as she threw a punch straight into its head. She really is my wife. With a wife like Ju, I willingly go into the kitchen, brothers. She delivered a series of rapid punches to Akato's face, causing him to sway and become dazed. Seihan also didn't want to waste any more time. He ordered everyone to keep it as far away from him as possible. Everyone scrambled to run in all directions. Seihan kept returning to the fight. He observes Akato's anguished, contorted face as he loses momentum and crashes headfirst into the ground. No. Actually, it hit the wall to block Ju's attack. Jisoo struck it hard on the head, causing it to recoil. This time she has a staff in her hand, not the knife she pulled from her heart. Akato like a ball, rolling and collapsing. Ju raises the staff. This is probably the final blow. Akato still lies there, blood flowing from its mouth, seemingly exhausted from her strikes. Jisoo delivers a powerful blow to its head. There's no other choice. Akato opened its mouth. Is it trying to swallow her? Seihan, watching from outside, also shouted her name, Han Jisoo. Akato seems to be in pain. struggling to take each difficult step to stay upright. Sehan also realizes the suffering Akato is enduring. Seihan quietly observes, feeling that Akato's IQ is a bit lower than he thought. Not everything in its mouth can be swallowed, you idiot. And that's exactly how it was. Akato screams. It feels like something is tearing its body apart from the inside. Its body wobbles and shakes, its eyes dart around chaotically, and its pupils are gradually dilating. 2 streams of smoke billow from its eyes. Akato leans back in helplessness, while those below watch in confusion. What? Why is it like that? Is it tired now? Akato has collapsed, his face hitting the ground, lying still and motionless, surrounded by countless questions. Is it dead? Someone go check. Seihan still stood silently watching. Someone approached, and it couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, it looks really fierce. A crack sounded, blood splattering everywhere. The girl approached the sword-toothed tiger and sealed its mouth. Damn it, it's Ju! She beheaded Akato and stepped out, her body covered in blood. She wipes some blood off her hand and takes a long breath. The people around wonder who she is. Did she just come out of that tiger's head? She doesn't care about them. Waving her hand to signal that she's fine, hey brother, it's me. Zhu Han, sweaty and waving back. Ju steps forward, but she knows he would die if his head gets crushed, even if he's a raid boss. Zuhan, you're so mean. Don't smile and say such scary things. Honestly, isn't it a bit strange for a raid boss? It's just that its number is unusually high. Anon 27 replies. Yeah, almost on the same level as a sentinel, our entire area would be wiped out if it tried to kill someone. Sipping tea, he comments that someone must have meddled behind the scenes. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't be this strong. So you're wondering why? Is it because the guy in black took out Kaz Giat? Commander High Greek agrees. That's very likely. Lately he's been quite prominent, and it seems he also killed C. From somewhere, a Nong 48 appeared, so let's try to make a proposal. Hoptra Tron is asking about a proposal. Aeon 48 confirms. Exactly one proposal. Aeon 48 continued to give his opinions. Honestly, aren't we underestimating him too much? If things stay like this, won't he just try to handle the other avatars as the GM wishes because he doesn't like them? Commander Highlap thought, that's quite convincing. Ho Tratron said we need to arrange things in this order from the start, so don't say it can't be done. Make sure we can do it. Honestly, life goes on, but the actor is poor at management, so our game server is the least popular. Anong 35 also agreed, banging his fist on the table. That's right, but we absolutely can't forgive him for doing it alone. These fools are still discussing while Aeon 48 just watches. They can't realize that the person they're talking about is right behind them and witnessing everything. After this, the GM won't be able to interfere with the Korean server for a while. Everyone else is heading to a place to sit and rest, while Ju and Seihan are just scrolling through the toolbar. Seihan received an item of the same tier A. It is one of the 4 dangers in Chinese mythology. It is hard and grants increased strength to the user. Seihan lamented that the price of a sacred relic became a sacred relic right after Ju killed him. Luckily, Ju turned around and said to him, "Hey, there's something in my storage." Seihan looked at the black gem from the G point of the S set. A concentrated form with the same tier and unicorn, holding an extraordinary power. Did he just get it? Ju nodded. Yes, I just received it. Seihan exclaims, a weapon capable of ending everything could be created with this, but it's impossible now because we lack the materials. Ju holds out the black meteorite in front of him. Thank you, Akador, for this crazy thing. Ju asked him, do you want to? I'll finish it off at the very end. Seihan refused. It's okay. Since it's yours, you can keep it. It would be good if we could get more good materials in the future. He said while scrolling through the toolbar, the other players have helped us so much, and the rewards are shared, so a gold rank is more than enough. Ju stands up and walks over to him. Oh, I also have a gold rank. Suddenly Park Dong-kwan approached from somewhere. Hey, I am the silver rank. What, silver rank? What did I do to get silver? It's obvious you're just running away. He laughs and explains. Here, everyone is just creating space to fight. If I go out now, I'll also get a gold rank if I fight too. Ha ha. Ju glances at Parong Kwan. Just like I thought, you got the gold. Because I moved, right? Seihan denies it. There's no way he had to fight for a long time if she killed him. She hesitated, but Seihan stood up. So, because we all received a reward. Seihan calls him, Park Dong-kwan, are we done now and are you planning to do something? Dong-kwan hesitates. Yes, I do. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. It seems he's contemplating something, and it would be better for his development if he stays quietly by Hungyun's side. All right, then go ahead and leave. If you want to live long, don't do anything stupid. Dong-kwan looked like a guilty rat, sweating profusely and speaking awkwardly. Of course. Dong-juan waved goodbye to Han's car and then turned around and walked away quickly. Sehan didn't pay attention to him, and he asked his sister, "Should we go back to Seon?" Ju was a bit surprised, wondering if they had already returned. "There are still many things to do." She rubbed her neck tiredly. "It's not the right time, even if we're not sure, but if Mom calls back," Sehan will ask again, "Don't you know where the letter went?" She shook her head. "Yes, I contacted her once, but she didn't say anything." Sehan was silent. "We have fallen into a world where we don't know where we will die, yet she still refuses to see her daughter even though she knows she is still alive. Not telling Jisoo where I am, she must have her own issues. Ju has become stronger. That also makes me wonder how things would have been different if I hadn't met Ju in my past life. The image of Ju being unable to fully blossom her talent and dying easily has become stuck in my mind, so somehow the Ju of now feels like a milestone to me. Someone died in the past but is still alive now. Proof that I can repeat fate." He quietly gazes at his strong sister. The two of them turn their backs and walk in one direction, unaware of something floating above the middle of the scene behind them. A blood-red eye is watching their actions. There are shouts and curses. "Move quickly and listen to us while we're still being kind." 4 men are dragging children like slaves. The children cry for their mothers, begging him nonstop. He ignores them, telling them to be quiet, and anyone who opens their mouth will be killed. Another guy chuckles. "Ha ha ha, today's harvest is quite good." The scout replied, "I found the location where the residents are hiding. It's at the elementary school over there. They're all there." A guy asked, "But I don't know where to take the kids. My superior only ordered us to take them away." "You don't think they want blood or souls because they're bad people, do you?" "Oh, just hearing it already sounds evil." They still chat lively as if the lives of the children are just blades of grass. "Hey, aren't they more evil than us?" Hey, someone's voice interrupted. "So bored, huh? Just walking around and chatting aimlessly?" Those 2 guys looked pale and stammered, just asking for permission to leave. The man holding a lit cigarette asks politely, "What brings you here today?" He interrupted them. "Shut up, I'm here to catch the sneaky rat hiding around here." "There are a few fools." "What? What do you mean?" They start to panic. "Who would come here without permission?" He shakes his head. "I don't know. Oh, sorry about that." I'm starting to get annoyed. "I told you I don't know." The guy next to him hesitates, so he just laughs and plays around with those fools. "Since I don't know, killing them all doesn't matter, right?" They seem to realize something and curse. Fuck started pulling everyone to run away and fight back. "Run, run." The voice sounds like the one who delivers the final blow. This is so complicated. "Jump up now. Grab his head and come here, my prey." After a while, he laughed and wiped the blood from his mouth. Shingun, sitting on the rock behind him, is the pile of bodies he had beaten down. Don't underestimate the Black Cloak group. It's Saijim, Seun, Lim and Min, and Lin standing in the middle of the main road. It seems both of them just went shopping, and Lin expressed her gratitude to Lai Min. "With my current score, I can do a lot." "Thanks to you, Lai Min is proud. This time you're really cool, right?" She made a V sign with her hand, even earning a gold rating. "That's really awesome." Although she said that, the truth is not like that. She thought back, of course, mostly thanks to Grima, Hanzi's gift. Lian recalled the incident and felt a bit down. "It's really scary to think that you or my father could get hurt." Lai Min, without hesitation, said, "What's the big deal about that?" And Uncle Lu is also doing well. Before she could finish her sentence, a young man dressed in black hit her with a hammer. Lin shouted, "Sister!" Behind Li Min, she turned around in shock. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have gone to see the Lord. That hammer was too heavy and broke the pavement due to the force used. Lim Min's hand turns into a blade. She quickly cuts it into a hammer as the young man tries to pick it up and strike again. Lim Min's other hand turns blue. She punches him in the face. The young man grimaces in pain from the hit, being pushed back as another white-clad person curses. "Damn it, they're not ordinary kids," he ordered everyone to attack at once. A group of black-clad people led by the guy in white surrounded the 2 siblings, his eyes turning terrifyingly black, his mouth snarling like a demon, and the kids still proud. "Lai Min, be careful now. His eyes have changed. Is he a human-shaped monster?" It seems he thought he could attack easily because she's still young. This time her hands gradually turn blue. "Damn it, that kid is an avatar. Lion, right?" Raising both hands has turned into 2 separate green claws that do not resist. Yes, this is a specially crafted mantis scythe coated with silver. All the weapons of the black-clad group were cut in half by the swift agility of those sickle blades, including the weapon of the angry white-clad leader, who quickly ordered his men to target the younger one behind. Lai Min was caught off guard and stunned. "What?" "That's right, Lin." The group rushed in to attack Lin. Lai Min tried to run back but couldn't catch up. She realized she was too far away. The moment they attacked Lin, she dodged. Humph. Lai Min was startled. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly dealt with their terrifying weapons, her face emotionless. When they realize they can't fight back, they go into coward mode and say, "Damn it, let's run." Li Min picks up her fallen bag, sighs, and quickly runs over to Lin to ask Han, "Are you okay, Lin?" Lin calmly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Lai Min praised Lin, saying, "You're amazing. How did you manage to avoid that?" "You thought you were going to get caught." Lin fell into a jumble of confused thoughts, half real and half suspicious. "I don't know either. I just copied what you did." Lai Min asked, confused. "What did you do?" She looked at the mess she had made, thinking as long as she wasn't caught it was okay, even though she still wasn't satisfied. Black blood, as she carefully observes the arm of the corpse on the street. Black blood oozing out in patches. Seon said he would come back today, so I will ask him as soon as he arrives. After hearing the whole story, Kim X-han was attacked by a stranger. Lee Min-min, while demonstrating, said, "Yes. I cut their hands off and the black blood flowed like that." Sehan listened silently, thinking to himself that they were targeting Min A and Lin. And black blood too. They must be the Black Cloak Society, the puppets of evil spirits. But they should be easy to defeat because of their small numbers. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized a problem. Wait, it's because Kim Do isn't there. He began to analyze the situation, thinking that if it were like his past life, there would be no room for the Black Cloak Society to showcase their power in Seiyun, because Kim Jugon's society with the scepter held more influence. But since the scepter is gone, it's not the same as letting the demon into Seiyun. Lin interrupted Sehan's train of thought. "Do you know who they are?" He stammered. Lim and Min arrived just in time to save him, but he already knew what she had told him. "So, who are they?" This is Luke Taylor's voice. He turned to the professor. "It's been a while since I saw Luke Key's expression. It's obvious because they are targeting his daughter." He replied that it is highly likely they are connected to demons. Devil Luke was startled and blurted out, causing Lim Min and Lin to both stop in confusion. "The problem now is that I can't know for sure. You didn't continue speaking, but your mind kept going, and in their past lives they had been wiped out by others. I have my suspicions about this. Now it's Ju's turn to speak." "Yo, what do you mean by suspicious?" Seon asked. She nodded. "That's right. Do you remember me talking about the third mission? Although not difficult, it was quite painful." Sehan agreed. "Yeah, that's why I had to use quite a lot of energy to defeat Seijiak." Ju explains, "I fought someone with black blood during the mission. At first I thought it was just a skill, but if you say so, Sehan, I'm sure I didn't mistake anything. He is either a puppet of the demon or a contractor who has a gang already dealing with demons. It seems Jae so might be able to hit him somehow, but there will still be remnants. Just tell me to go there. Where is it?" "At Gokdong Flower, Seogun." Sehan gently walks along the road beneath the clear blue sky. "She said it's around here. I'm talking to myself." Anyway, people have started opening shops here. C looks at the crowded street and the developing neighborhood before him. "I still thought it was too dangerous, but it seems there's nothing they can't do." He approached a man. "Sorry, the man is carrying a brown cardboard box with short black hair." He replied cheerfully, "Do you need anything?" "The items are not ready yet," Seon said straightforwardly. "I just want to ask a few questions." Asking a few questions, he wondered. He asked if there might be a few snipers around here. Hearing that, he and the passers-by became alert. The man changed his attitude, seeming scared. "I don't know. Don't ask about strange things." "Is that true?" Sehan didn't quite believe it. So that's how he was determined. Sehan was sure this was the place, but still lacked enough evidence. "Should I ask again?" Sehan hesitated before speaking. "Sir," the man interrupted, "why are you acting like this? I told you I have nothing to say." Sehan held up his phone, showing a picture of Joe, asking if he had ever seen anyone like this. "Put it down." He dodges the light from the phone, sweat pouring down his face, thinking, "What is she doing around here?" He continues, "I know this person quite well." He finally gives up. "All right, I'll tell you, so put it down." His voice was hesitant and trembling. "There are many people, so please come in first." Han Haireen happily turns off her phone, while the man screams inwardly, "What a nasty kid." Inside the shop, it was quiet with no one around, and the two sat at a table with a bowl of fish head soup on top. Curly hair started the conversation. "Anyway, if we keep talking about that, recently some men have been controlling this area." What was it? A gang? Han nodded. "That's right, the gang." The curly hair girl keeps going. "They haven't been here from the beginning. There are no gangs in this area because the girl in the photo you showed me earlier completely defeated everyone. Only when she saw them did she react." Han's car was a bit nervous, which came from men fearing women's violence. "I think I know what Ju has been doing here. I'm not sure how she improved, but it seems she killed all the gangs that used to be here, and taking advantage of that, the black-hooded gang arrived and took control of the place." The man bowed his head. "After all, those bastards started kidnapping children not long ago, and of course we were told to stay silent or we'd be killed." Sehan chews on a fish-shaped tea stick, commenting, "Just as I thought, those children, if they kidnap kids, their goal is to wear masks of complaint." The divine beings are not the only ones using the world as a tool for entertainment. There is another entity that also entered this world, an evil spirit. In the case of the gods, they only take up to 2 people as avatars. This is to maintain control over the avatars. That's why they focus on their avatars and help them a lot, which also causes significant obstacles. But demons are quite the opposite, with many sharing their power with contract signers and even more being used as puppets. There was even a case where an entire guild was linked to a demon. The demon doesn't look at potential, talent, or the connection of avatars like the gods do. The only thing they seek is the desire for power, weakness in the face of temptation, and in the end, how everyone will obediently follow. They have no interest in anything else. For them, this is not a game, but a reality harmful to humanity. And if they gather children, what they are seeking is the mask of lamentation, the mask of complaint, the face of a demon filled with anger and condensed fury. The owner of that mask is a pretty powerful demon, ranked 27 Nebazot, a high-level being that even cannot be compared to someone like Kazat. He becomes stronger by absorbing human sorrow and life. The absorbed life flows into Nabi through points and can grant power comparable to the stars. Sehan didn't want to think anymore. He had to act. He stood up and said goodbye. "Thank you. I'll be going now. Good luck with your business." "Okay." A response shorter than that. Han stood outside, breathing in the fresh air, his mind filled with complexity. If that's the case, I can be sure of one thing. The ones controlling the Devil's puppets are the Black Cloak Society, which means they are connected to Nebot, so my job just got harder. Destroy the Black Cloak Society. The Black Fruit and Han's car. He stands above, looking down. The person at the shop said it's around the white buildings, the black crows of Zhehanjiang with their wings searching. He carefully examined the faces of the passers-by, but all the buildings were white, and everyone had black hair and eyes. He started to feel discouraged, as the search was not easy. Where Han's car stood, feathers fell chaotically onto the ground among flowers, and thick black blood oozed from the writhing corpse. He left his work behind and stood there in stunned silence. I need to find the bastard leader first and deal with him. I've made up my mind. Who are you? Upon hearing the voice, Sehan turned around, and another gang of thugs surrounded him. They shouted, "Who do you belong to that dares to do this?" "Together with the crescent moon?" "I don't understand." "What is a crescent moon?" Sehan calmly faces them, thinking that all kinds of criminal gangs must have been formed because of the missing scepter, and they probably stayed silent during the first round. Sehan switches to a cool mode, gently touching the handle of the knife. 2 sharp blades suddenly appear out of nowhere. Sehan strikes a striking pose. "Well, no one needs to know who I am because everyone will die here." An angry thug charges forward. What an arrogant bastard. Crow ice is a technique used by Han's vehicle. A purple pit appears from the ground. The black crows from below fly up and attack those people. Another one shouted, "What kind of birds are these?" Sehan moves like lightning, slicing through those enemies with his blade, so fast that time itself seems irrelevant. Each of them let out screams of pain before completely meeting their end. Sean, in this state, has a cold face and cloudy eyes that are very captivating. A guy in white, lucky to avoid it, still wants to fight him head-on. Han uses Shadow Sprint. That person, sweating nervously like a monster, disappeared without a trace just as they were about to attack him again. Someone up high shouts loudly, "Over there, he's going that way." Sehan carefully observes the surrounding alleys, wondering where all the kidnapped children are. It would be better to think about that after escaping from these people. When they were still Nabot's puppets, they were just trash, carrying hatred and contempt. Suddenly, Han's car leapt into the air, sweeping away everything. Han's car opened the hatch to the basement where the children were held and entered. "Who are you?" The brown-haired child immediately became alert upon seeing Sehan. It is comforting the crying purple-haired girl beside him. "Oh, mother." Some other children are bowing their heads and quietly hiding in the corner. The brown-haired kid thought he was part of the gang and asked, "Do we have to go there too?" "Where is that?" Sehan asked again, wondering silently if they misunderstood him as a gang member, and seeing his change in attitude, the brown-haired one shouted, "You said you would turn us into sky people." His eyes gradually narrowed, showing clear exhaustion. "Are they spouting nonsense? Is that how you lure children?" My brain is working at full capacity, trying to find a way to make the kids understand. "You can't become a player, and humans definitely can't turn you into one." Talk Now shouted loudly, lying while the other children had already become players. Sehan calmly replied, "That must have been a player from the start. You can't become a player with human strength." That child's mood is extremely terrible. It knew it had been lied to and cheated, saying, "You promised us." It tried to find the truth so as not to hurt it, even though there was no such thing. "If you won't do that, then let us go. We want to get out of here." Sehan immediately agreed to Talk Now's request. "All right, I'm planning to do the same. After releasing the kids, Seihan advised, "Go home quickly, I've taken care of them." Really? The kids didn't seem to trust him much. Seihan reassures them, "It's true, and next time don't trust people too easily." The children walk home alone along the deserted street. Seihan stood alone, waving goodbye to the kids, knowing that children like them want to become players. Whatever. I've released a few of them, so I'll start searching now. Your lazy mode is updating. So now I think it was the 7th floor? Probably the branch director is there, so I should check that place first. The screams and desperate cries echoing for us to go home resound in the dark room, with only a faint flicker of light from the candle inside the cage. Shinjia-un sits quietly on the observation chair inside, clearly showing his displeasure. "It's too noisy. Why does Hungnim want this?" Someone shouted. "Hungnim, we're in trouble. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble?" Shinjia-un coldly asked. The other person gasped for breath, but I must say the Goka flower branch has been destroyed. As soon as he finished, Shinjia-un was startled and asked, "Who are they?" He corrected himself, saying it's not they, but him. "There's a man in black looking at the CCTV, but we're not sure because some black crows have blocked the view. Shinun, check the security cameras for suspicious activity. The black-clad figure is another puppet of the demon. There are many people targeting the Black Cloak group like crows. Where is Hyungnim?" he asked again. "On the 5th floor. The other person replied. In another room, Kang Chon-yu sat with his hands on his knees, looking serious. "Jia Unun, you're here. He said when he saw Shin Unun, that bastard had killed everyone at Gokadong Flower. Shinjia-un, put your hands in your pockets. I've heard enough." Kang Chon-yu smiled cruelly. "It seems he needs to teach him a lesson." "Of course, if that's what you want," Shinjia-un replied without hesitation. Tron-yu clapped his hands. "That's right, we shouldn't underestimate our Black Cloak Society. Putting everything in your hands. Don't let your guard down because he seems strong." His casual reply was that he didn't need to worry about those expectations. Based on the analysis, with more than 50 members in the Gokadong group, that black-clad guy is definitely not someone to underestimate. Still, Nebat said no one stronger than him has signed a contract. Wait, you bastard. I'll kill you soon. Seihan flips through the papers in his hand, calculating that their base is at the Ainon Center. The exact location is written in this document so I can find it easily. There are many floating eyes staring directly at him all around. See, Han tries to breathe in this suffocating air. I'm being watched by a lot of people. It's really annoying. He glanced at a nearby eye and ordered it to observe his own avatar, waving his hand tiredly, knowing he couldn't be caught uselessly. How can I sneak attack like this if I'm being watched? Zehan sighed in frustration, suddenly feeling a bit amused by the surveillance. Like being watched was somehow fun. Getting the attention of the gods is really troublesome. My hand is too tired now. A white eye with a red iris, surrounded by a lotus shape, is still there. Hankar curiously huffs. Why isn't that moving? Could it be the witch's surveillance? His eyes widened as he struggled to hold up the skeleton of old age. No, it can't be. If it were like the previous life, they must have made an avatar request. The wind gently stirs Han's black cloak, the black feather flying everywhere, as the city is shrouded in darkness. I suddenly feel strangely peaceful. It's not entirely because of that, just simply because I am standing above. Anyway, the important thing now is how to defeat them. Seihan stroked his hair, thinking slowly, like in a Gokadong flower. If there was one, it would be quite complicated even for himself. A purple eye runs over to him. Han asks, "What?" "That eye is saying something. Have you given up understanding it completely?" It seems I have to save the children in the basement first because they will use the kids below to awaken the mask. The Demon Lord is returning to the basement. The complaints of the two guys on duty there. Damn, they're so annoying. Move quickly, I'm in a bad mood today. Someone mercilessly drags a child across the floor, shouting and cursing. Why did these guys die so early? Couldn't they last more than 2 days? Damn it, I don't know. I need to find a few more kids because the Goka flower field has already been destroyed. Zihen watched all this unfold, feeling a bit regretful. "Oh, I arrived too late." "Yeah," a guy in white pants asked, "but if we just bring them out and leave them," that guy's answer doesn't help much. Normally, Commander Shinjia-un would handle it himself. Han Quan silently repeats this name in his mind. Commander Shinjia-un must be a real pain, and probably doesn't need to hear anything more from those two. He stepped out of hiding and in front of the two, who looked surprised but didn't attack, only questioning him. "Who are you? Why haven't we seen you before? Wearing all black like that, are you new? What are you doing here to help if you can stand up? Your unfinished words are also your last words." Sahan didn't care what they said and ruthlessly finished them all. He approached the girl's body and gently supported her head. Something strange. Sweat is running down his temples. This strange thing is because the girl's expression doesn't seem quite right. The mask absorbs sadness. Someone who died from sadness being drained while still in a bad state usually doesn't have such a peaceful expression on their face. The power stored in the mask is less than I expected. If it drained all the energy from these children over 2 weeks, as the Goka Dong flower document suggests, there should be more power. Wait, there's a golden orb appearing next to the body. An orb that releases gas after a certain period to suffocate living creatures within a certain radius is an item. Hans Carr releases the girl's body and picks up the orb to study it. But who is using it? He is one of the contract signers or puppets trying to save the children, but he doesn't understand. He stands up, clutching the orb tightly in one hand and holding a sword in the other, determined to get the children out of here first, even if I don't know their motives. In a room full of books, the dim yellow light shines down, but the sound is not in harmony with the peace it brings. Changtron Yu is furious, still not knowing who it is. The person next to him responds. Yes, it seems Jia-un is still looking for him, but that guy left no trace at all. Kang-tron Yu angrily slams the table. Where does that guy come from? He rubs his temples in pain. I need to tell Nebi to wait a little longer. Brother Hanshu agrees. Yes, it seems it will also take some time to have more children. Kang-chon Yu mimicked the shape of Hans Carr from his memory. Dressed in black and controlling the crow, he is likely a puppet of the demon. Han Huin argues that even so, as a contract signer, he is inferior to the guild leader, which Yu clearly understands. Because he's narcissistic, as long as he's weaker than Jia-un, he's nothing to me. Hai-un suddenly changed the subject. You have to ask Gun how you and he are doing. Kang-chon doesn't quite understand. What do you mean by that? He asked frankly. Isn't he too strong? If he puts his mind elsewhere, Kang-chon Yu was unhappy to hear this, his eyes turning red. Don't talk about things like that. Even if he looks like that, I am still his older brother and I won't betray him. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Han Hyun felt relieved and sat still for a long time, which would be too stuffy or cause joint pain. Chon Yu stood up and walked to the window to enjoy the view, saying as he went, That's not important right now. Just forget about it. Yes, as you need to consider that matter, since he is too persistent, I have no choice but to go along with it. All right, then you control the crows. The base has been attacked. What is real? Ah, that demon is a bit difficult. What stupid lie did it tell about this? The only thing gained from collecting weaklings is a pile of useless senses. Shingia unclenched his teeth and frowned. Hyung-nim. What about Hyung-nim? And the mask. The demon explains that the mask was buried because the building exploded. I thought he would take it with him to rescue the children, but he didn't. That guy must know it can't be destroyed unless it's a god or connected to the devil. Shinjia-un wonders if his goal is to save the children. The demon replies he's not sure, and he curses, damn it. There's no way Hyung-nim would die easily. He made a contract with a demon. Even though he signed a contract, his body is still human. The demon feels a bit interested in Han's situation. A person controlling the crow, I see. What? Jia-un doesn't understand that vague, insinuating way of speaking. I won't keep you waiting, the demon immediately said. The symbol of the crow has recently been changed. The raven symbol is the constellation? Oh yes, it seems someone killed the original raven constellation and inherited its power. Technically, he doesn't have enough status to locate the crow constellation, so it's empty. Does he know that? You ask again, the demon responds. Of course, one of the famous players lately. As a demon, I can't enter the community of gods, but I still have ways to gather information. Tell Jia-un to open his right eye because you're accelerating more and more. Ahead is the city shrouded in darkness, gradually revealing itself as dawn hides behind the drizzle. Take me there, to where that bastard is. Jia-un keeps talking more passionately. Nothing can stop him. He is still in the basement, apparently checking if anyone else is trapped. He's angry, so what if he has an accomplice or not? Why are you asking that? Jia-un shares his analysis. He's not the type to fight and show off at the same time, and even if he fights, he won't do it directly. So we just need to create a situation where he has to fight without hiding. You asked to take me to his associate's location, which must be the base. The demon of course agrees, but not unconditionally. I don't mind. But if I lose to him, I won't be interested in you anymore. Because I don't get along with him, he asked. The demon replied, Yes, I don't want to suggest you two fight, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way. This half-hearted way piques Shinchun's curiosity. The method isn't perfect yet, but if you wear that mask, it will be a fair fight, the demon said excitedly. No, you will win. The demon affirmed and continued, I know you don't like it, but honestly, you can say yes or no to something like that. Xingjia-un seems to agree. All right, take me there. I will do exactly what he did. The demon said no more and looked at the mask in his hand, unsure what he was thinking. Do well, you signed the contract. Then I, the demon Nibiros, will bring victory. Shinun with a cold face comments really funny. Over there inside the house, El Min and two others are inside and seem to hear some noise from somewhere asking, who is there? Xinyun appears in front of the house from the pouring rain, playing in the mud. Limin, drying her hair, stands by the window watching the rain. Wow, the rain is so heavy today we can't go out, Lin's sweet voice interjected. Here is your translation. Hey sis, here's some hot tea, Limin happily replied. Thank you, but Jay is not here. Lin replied, I'm not sure anymore. I think she hasn't come back yet. Limin Min mocks. Really? She seems very cautious despite the weather like this. I still don't get used to using things like skills. Luke Taylor suddenly spoke. Speaking of this issue, Limin Min also seems too lazy to explain. She sighed. Just use it like you move your arms and legs. Luke Taylor thought for a moment. Too difficult, I don't understand. Limin Min proudly pounded her chest and patted her back, shining with a dazzling glow. All right, next time I'll show you the details. A plate falls to the floor and shatters. Lin Min looks back at Lin with concern. What? What is that? Are you afraid of thunder? You're not hurt, right? What is it? The girl's eyes flickered with fear. Something is coming. It's coming. Li Min looks toward the door as a black vortex appears. Lin's intuition becomes even sharper. I don't know, but something terrifying is coming. Jun stands tall in front of the door while Li Min looks up. Because he was too tall, she slowly searched her mind to try to recognize who he was. Who is that? Do I know him from the car dealership? Li Min hesitated. Hey. Suddenly Shinjun swung his hand and delivered a punch. Li Min barely dodged in time. Shinjun showed a little interest. Oh, Li Min is sweating all over, biting her lip tightly. What? Who is this person? Dai-un mercilessly drives her fist into Min's stomach. She screams in pain. Min hugs her stomach and uses healing magic, still heavily affected despite using the secret silver on her body. She wondered. Dion flicked his hand and said, If you stay still, I will end you. Is his teasing voice making Li Min angry? Her hands turned into two green claws, grinding her teeth. No need to thank me. She charged at Shinjun, but he easily dodged and counterattacked. The two of them clash fiercely, then suddenly his hand is grabbed and held tightly. Is that Luke Taylor stopping Jun from attacking Li Min? It seems you've learned how to throw a punch, the boy comments in response. Unfortunately, you seem to be quite skilled before the game even started. So Jun is tired of hearing that and is gradually losing patience. Sorry, I don't have much time. Stay quiet and die, Luke Taylor replied calmly. I can't because I need to take care of my daughter. Their eyes meet, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. This time, the focus shifts to the two of them as they charge at each other like fierce beasts. Boom! A deafening crash as the glass shatters into countless pieces. At Duanan, the Black Cloak base, Han's car just found a pink bomb, but it's expected to work. But my head hurts a bit from summoning hundreds of bombs. He stood up, so the Black Cloak Society must have handled it themselves. They probably had to deal with the mask since he couldn't destroy it. The eye was acting up unpredictably. He turned back and asked, What now? The Avatar is in danger, it reports. Repeat that. Is the Avatar in danger? Are you heading back to Lim and Min's place? Shinjun easily defeated all three of them. He gazed thoughtfully at the achievement he had made. It must be somewhat dangerous if their skills are upgraded higher. Lin is crying desperately, shaking, with her hands limp. Wow. Shinjun observes this scene and recalls his past. Hey, this annoying creature, so troublesome. The devil's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, interesting. Don't kill her. Why the sudden change? I don't quite understand why. The demon smiled cunningly. It has immense potential, and its magic and purity would make excellent materials. Shinjun immediately agreed. If that's the case, I can do whatever I want with the others. I don't care. The demon coldly said. Shinjun told Lin, who was crying with her face in her hands. Follow me, the girl wondered. Yes. The best choice is to follow me if you don't want those two to die. Lin asked again. You will let them live if I follow you. Yes. This is a trick question, but Lin didn't realize and agreed immediately. A stone from behind hit Lin on the head. The girl fainted. Please Jun carry Lin in his arms and take her outside. Something dangerous is happening. An axe suddenly lunges straight toward him. That was a close call. Luckily, he dodged it, or it would have been the end. An axe. I didn't think you could dodge it. A voice echoes from behind, prompting Curious to turn around and look. What is that AO human? He asks if you are also an ally of theirs. Jay so jumps high and charges to attack him. He raises his hand to block but misses. She was faster than me but only knew how to run forward. Unexpectedly, Jay so avoided Shinjun's control and attacked, breaking his mask. The sound of shattering glass echoes as Shinjun's figure wavers. It's clear it has broken. He calmly comments, Your movement is really strange. Shinjun doesn't respond immediately. What do you mean? To me, you're the strange one. I was sure you would get hit, but you moved like a snake. That's called a boxing sway stance. Boxing, huh? Ju smiles and immediately adopts a boxing stance. Shinjun clearly shows her disgust. What a troublesome woman. At this moment, Jae-so clenched her fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But just as the attack was about to land, Shinjun dodged instantly. Jae-so is not convinced. She spins her back foot and then unleashes a series of fierce strikes at him. I quietly think that her attempt to attack my head is normal, but her true talent is what really causes trouble. Just as I'm pondering, she lands a direct hit on him, a clean strike, but he quickly retaliates. As soon as he realized, she quickly moved away, and saw her leave, feeling a bit thoughtful. He could have avoided it, but her speed was truly impressive, able to react instantly with her hand, which was really dangerous. Then he gets on the bike. It would be better to retreat before things get worse. Suddenly, he is a bit surprised to see Jay over here, angry, with wounds on her hands full of pain. Jun sped away in his car. As he raced down the road, he kept thinking that he didn't expect this to be so blurry. Then he glanced briefly behind him, wondering how someone with such high agility could possibly keep up at this speed of 80 km/h, while Ju continued to chase relentlessly. He was extremely worried and sped up more and more. Suddenly, she reached out her hand to try and grab him. If this keeps going, I'll get caught. At this moment, he throws a strike. The stunned girl fell back, watching him drive away. A demon watcher was behind him. I'm only helping this once. Because he couldn't just stand by and watch everything get destroyed, he still couldn't shake his worry. Yeah, thank you. Right now at Anon Port, Jun is sitting on the boat, secretly thinking that the bastard will come here soon because he's looking for you. Who is he, exactly? That foreigner doesn't matter, but a strange-level middle school kid, a kid watched over by a demon guard, and finally, that woman in black. He must be very strong to be able to gather these people. If that crow is at the same level as that woman, then he's even more disadvantaged. The demon said, "That's why I told you to wear a mask." That's what I was thinking. Is it necessary? Without the mask, it's only a path to death. Don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to help you. And he added, I just don't want to lose a subordinate. If you lose, I will nullify our contract, Jagoon said. I know. I'll think about that after I finish fighting him. Then that demon flew away. You're well prepared. Over here, Han's car was parked, and when he saw the crow flying past, he recognized him. Jun looked tense. You are the crow. Seihan was a bit surprised. Crow. Yeah, I think so too. Then he silently thought he looked too familiar, as if he had seen him at the mixed martial arts arena. All right. A fighter then? Lin seems to be safe for now. Yeah, you ask, why did you corner the girl? I think there's no better way to call you. And I was right. Seihan coldly said, you called me here because of the Black Cloak Society. He did not hesitate at all. Why did you come to the Black Cloak Guild over here? Seihan thought to himself. I can sense his power. Zehan looked serious. My teammate was previously attacked by demon puppets. Being attacked was expected, so I thought it would be better to eliminate everything related to demons first. And what do you say? Revenge for the boss or something like that. And also because I have something I need to return. He said that while raising his bloodstained hands. Seihan was a bit surprised. His hand has changed. Is he boosting his power? With empty hands, he gently stretches. It's been a long time since he fought without weapons. Don't forget. Jun says nothing, staring intently at Han's car. The two quickly floated in the air as he swiftly launched an attack at Han's car. He poured all his strength into his punch in a furious rage. Han also refused to back down, quickly countering with a powerful strike to his head, then subtly cracking his joints, leaving him utterly confused. Then he channeled his energy and delivered a powerful strike straight to his head. As the attack landed, Jun was stunned. He was too strong. That's why I told you to use the mask. Idiot. That's why I don't want to stay close to weak humans. He thought to himself, if only I had worn the mask, I could have defeated him. The crow continued speaking, if you can't accept it, there's no other choice. Do you know the difference between a contract with the divine and with the devil? Unlike the gods, hearing that, he became a little tense. Jun clutches his chest, saying, we can do everything with force. Han's side is stunned as attacks come flying, but he swings his arm to block them all. Now he has taken off his mask and is extremely furious. Seeing this, the demon is very pleased, making it hard to watch this boring fight. Now at last, I can finally enjoy it. He puts the mask back on. This is only for you, weakling. If you were stronger than him, you wouldn't need anything like this, right? Suddenly a beam of light shone down on the city. As soon as Jun put on the mask, his whole body was instantly infused with extra power. Han silently thought this was trouble, and then remembered an old memory. According to what he recalled from his previous life, if that guy wore a mask, his stats would be on par with his current level. He quickly became stronger, as if empowered by a boost. The demon inside him kept laughing. Zagon's body is now controlled by the crow, and he's quite pleased to be able to control everything as a human. The mask is really disgusting, even though I've seen many like it. It stares intently at Han's car. Crow, I will introduce myself first. He quickly cracked his knuckles. The demon keeper number 27, Nibiros. Seihan drew his weapon. Hurry up, this long reign isn't good for you. Over here, Nibiros is full of contempt, truly arrogant. Did you really kill Chorus? And then he answered himself, no way. He shouted angrily, you can't hunt a constellation just with the strength I can feel from you. Seihan threw a punch, thinking to himself, it's lucky the mask isn't finished yet. It's really powerful. Nibiros quickly blocks the attack, but his movements are very predictable. He doesn't give up and immediately counterattacks. Nibiros smiles softly. Your abilities are not like those of a human. Then he punched John right in the face and said, do you dare to face the devil? Seihan thought to himself. His movements had changed, and he quickly attacked its stomach. Nibiros spat blood from his mouth, clutching his pain, and Seihan continued to slash at him. So he was just a big punching bag. He gathered his strength and deflected the attack. Seihan felt a bit worried. Although he could avoid it, thanks to his demonic power, he still must have felt the pain of possessing Shin's body. Can he still smile at this moment? I understand your talent now. Your arrogance is justified, but you're still just a small human. Then he collapsed. What's going on? Why can't I move? It seems you've been attacked too many times. Nibiros asked Zagun. How can you talk? June stammered. Because you were attacked too many times, I regained the feeling of that bastard. I didn't expect much anyway. It's useless. As long as you wear the mask, I can still control you. He kept banging his head on the ground. Seihan was stunned. He had regained consciousness, and resisting the demon's mental domination with only the strength of will was truly interesting. The demon inside said, Fool, do you think that way the mask will break? Then he collapsed to the ground. The only thing that can break the demon's relic is a demon, a god of equal rank. It's either him or C staring at him intently. He has made a pact with him and chose to do so. A few drops of blood fall to the floor. Nibiros furious. What are you doing? Stop acting stupid. Someone who breaks the sacred relics of a demon by making a pact is no different from nullifying the pact. Jun reached up and pulled off the mask, saying, I don't care anyway. You'll throw me away if I lose, so I'll be the one to throw you away first. Nibiros was cast out and roared in fury. Jun looked at Seihan and said, I've kept you waiting for a long time, but now if you still try to attack me, I won't do it because of the demons. Seihan wondered if he meant to avenge his brother. I don't remember what the boss of the Black Cloak Gang looked like, but he seems very loyal. My wish has been disabled, but my stats remain intact. I can only attack once with this condition before it's over. Jun silently thought he could now see movements that he couldn't before with his current skills and condition. Sean delivered a powerful blow to Jun's head. He thought it was impossible, then he glanced at his movements becoming faster, but was the strength of the mask still there? Oh no. The two of them stared at each other intensely, gradually running out of energy. Seihan stared at him, then kneeled down. Seihan was extremely stunned. Too bad, he was gradually unable to stand firm anymore. An explosion erupted, and a body floated in the middle, as that was Jagun. He closed his eyes and let his body fall freely, finally crashing to the ground. At that moment, a building in Gangnam Seu's room was filled with tense silence as three people sat around a table, the atmosphere thick with tension. So now you're proposing an alliance with us, Bei Zhonghai replied. Didn't you say that your head was going to explode when fighting the Crescent Moon Gang? Tazung angrily asked. That's none of your business. I don't know what you're thinking when you make such a proposal. Zhonghai looks calm, I can't deny that. Lai couldn't hold back anymore. What's going on? If you two keep arguing like this, I'm going home. You called people here and then act like this? Shungxi secretly thought, do I want to punch him? Sunghai quickly explained, stop, don't be like that. Then he continued, I called everyone here not only to unify but also for the main mission. Tiong was stunned, the main mission already causing confusion. Donghai calmly said, it's been a long time since there was an update on the clues and the main mission is about to start. But with a new clue, Tadung was even more surprised. That's right. You two must know that dungeons suddenly appeared everywhere. That's correct. I believe they are the omens. There are more dungeons forming this time, so the competition among us will become more serious. I have a prediction about the next mission. Under the suspicious looks of the two, he continued, it will probably be a competition around a dungeon. I am not suggesting an alliance with you two. I just want to say that we should accept a ceasefire and then the three of them will join hands, at least among the three of us. Players can establish a quill after the fourth mission. They can buy a quill headquarters in a city which will become a safe zone. At this point, Mina thought to herself that she had believed it would take more time to establish quill. With the current members alone, they were already enough to attract the attention of the gods. Se-han silently thought that at first he considered becoming a mercenary for a guild, but then changed his mind. He needed a safe zone where no one could intrude or spy. They all walked together to a tall building. Is this your building? Is there anyone else here? You can buy this with points. Han looked up and thought he wanted to buy it later, but he stayed positive because it meant freedom inside the headquarters, away from spying. Then he touched the screen, revealing a storage room and another for CO. It's really spacious. Let's see what's inside. Then they go to a room where food is already prepared on the table. J. So looked down with great focus. Sahan was a bit surprised and asked, "Why has your mood been so low lately?" So clasped her hands and said, "I couldn't protect them." Sehan immediately comforted her. "It's over now. It's okay. I still feel very unsettled, like I really failed this time. Besides increasing stats and practicing skills, I think I need to learn some proper techniques as well. Seeing the stats look sad, I can't help but worry. She's already strong. What more does she want?" Then he glanced over, but Seun had already disappeared, so I couldn't chase after him. But something interrupted and caused my attack to miss. Only demons can intervene directly like this, and if they can do so, then they must be one of the 7 demon lords of the demon realm. This is trouble. Mina is lying across the table. But when does the next main mission start? There's still no new announcement. Do we have to find it ourselves again? No, we don't. Then Han's car laughs. Just wait, I will announce it later. An occupation war. Se-han stands before everyone. That's right. Trang Yu then said, the number of dark prisons has increased this time, but it's not enough to be called an occupation war. Yes, we can't judge just by the number of prisons yet. Then the vehicle suddenly cut off before he finished speaking about the dark prison. Everyone listened in confusion. Then he slowly spoke. Simply put, only those who share the joy of marking the dungeon can enter. There is still no limit to entering the prison so far, but that means we can start within about a month. Trang Yu continued, saying, it would be an advantage if from now on we try to carve as many prisons as possible. That's right, a steady resource income, earning points, growing the player base, and an opportunity that could even grant us power across the continent. It will surely be an intense competition. The larger guilds are ready to move on to the next step. Everyone has probably heard the rumors, but many guilds have appeared in Seun. But that means those who don't join the guild won't be able to complete the main quest. That's why I called everyone here. Sean said I want everyone to join the group I founded. Song-Siu then said, Mina, you will definitely join. I already said that before. I feel the same, grateful to you, so I will do whatever you want. I don't really care either. Joining won't help. Jae-So also told me. Then she said, I don't think my daughter and I can do much. That's right, your father was beaten a lot and immediately got angry. Your words make me sad. It's the truth. It's okay, I just want to sincerely invite both of you to join. Surprised, we realized that Linter is currently the most talented player, and as a player he won't lose to anyone because his compatibility with his god is at its highest level. If you say so, then it's fine. I believe in a hero like you. Sehan looked confused. Yes, hero. Honestly, that was also my goal, even though I've already lost in that regard. Sehan silently thought that the hero being the only one doesn't suit this nickname. Mina over here says so then. This is important. What is Gui's name? If you haven't decided yet, let me. Sehan immediately said that it's all over now.
Mina was surprised. What do you mean?
What is that? Don't come up with those weird names. Who is it? It means that in front of everyone's expectations, the killers of gods, his eyes are sharp. Right now, in the Black Office, Song-Seo is very surprised. How did he manage to get all these things? Then they go to Gui's basement, which smells just like a new building. Then they head to Guy's second floor, where the training room is. Daiso is training. Right now, she attacks Zihan with a strike, causing him to soar into the air, and he silently thinks he should take back what he said about her lacking bloodlust. She has the body of a born assassin, yet she's still holding back that side of herself when fighting me. At this moment, Jae with her bloodshot eyes rushes forward, then kicks Zihan to control her bloodlust to this extent. Suddenly, Zihan looked stunned. When did she push herself against the wall? Ju's punch immediately strikes out, hitting the wall with force. Today, we stop here. The punch caused the wall to crack. Han's car looks a bit scared. That's impressive. She pulls back her hand, gently twisting her wrist. In the end, I couldn't even land a single hit on you. So, where did you learn to fight? You're not just a failed amateur gamer, are you? Han brushes the dust off his shirt. Why have you been watching me fight all this time and still ask that? Because watching you fight and fighting you are two completely different things, but I think I've roughly figured out your movements. Is that so? So this is what I can expect from a genius. At this moment, Mina hurriedly runs over. Hey, are you here? Sehan silently thought, another genius has arrived. Mina quickly pinched her nose to block the smell of sweat. Maybe I should have her train with Jae from now on. Sehan glanced and asked, what's wrong? You said you would never go to the training room. She nervously said, "Damn it, the incubator is making a strange noise." What's that strange noise? That's right, suddenly it's making a really loud sound. Hansa chuckled softly, a sign that Quinn was finally about to awaken. The two of them quickly reached the egg incubator. It hasn't hatched yet, right? Yes, it only made sounds so far. Suddenly, a surge of energy radiated around them. Seiya looked into the nest and said, "Finally, it's hatched. You have successfully hatched a Quinn monster and earned the title of Holy Beast Tamer. For the first time, a newborn Quinn monster is about to be born." At this moment, a beam of light shines down, and the two are extremely surprised. A newborn Kwai Lin monster. Tuyet Ni sat there with bright, lively eyes. What is this? So adorable. Han secretly wondered how a horse could possibly be transformed into a human with such an extraordinary catalyst. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened to bizarre newborn Quinn, a being with a mixed bloodline of humans and the power of the holy demon Qin. Its lifespan and strength are the same as a Quinn, even though it looks like a newborn baby. It will grow and resemble a teenager in just 1 month and eventually look like a 20-year-old human. It has an incredible talent and is very skilled in magic. Although inherently good, it can quickly become corrupted because it carries human blood. What it will become depends on how it is raised. Seihan said it will look like a teenager after a month, probably around Lin's age. Really? What a shame, it's so adorable. And what's that underneath it? Mina was stunned. How could he ask such a thing about a child? Wait, let me check if she's a girl. You can't just look at her carelessly, Seihan thought. If it turns out she should be mine, right? Actually, it's more like adoption, isn't it? That's pretty cruel. Instead, we should give the girl a nice name or something white. Before I could finish speaking, Mina said Tuyet Ni. The girl's name is Tuyet Ni. Why is she called that? Because she's white. Then she runs up the stairs to show the others. Do whatever you like. It seems that giving the girl to Mina now is a good idea. As the sunlight streams through the window, Han says, "In this mission, everyone needs to pay attention to one thing. The key points of the dungeons are different. The main mission, the dungeon race to control the dungeons appearing here, is throughout the city." He muttered thoughtfully. Protecting as many dungeons as possible will be important. Honestly, isn't it going to be hard for us to compete? We don't have many members, just taking over is already difficult. Is there another way we could try those high contribution dungeons? How do you know which dungeon contributes the most points? Even the 3 biggest guilds in dungeon management don't know, so how do you know if the 3 biggest guilds know or not? Mina yawned out of boredom and went undercover. Among those 3 guilds, she guessed Genesis is the one with the least analysis of dungeon appearance patterns. Seihan asked cautiously. There must be a pattern to its appearance. This is a map marking the dungeons that appeared last week in SE. He quickly opened the map. Where did you get these things? You've been asking the crows about it all the time. When looking at the map, you can't tell anything just from this. No, from here you can already tell. Look, it's a constellation. A constellation? Yes. This is the Lyra constellation. These points are definitely target points. And this one is clearly Scorpio, with only 1 to 3 points. Mina was surprised. A constellation? What does the dungeon have to do with a constellation? This is what sounds like a small hint, and also a sign that from now on the missions will be related to the constellations. I smile softly. What we're aiming for is the dungeon that gives the most points. If the points are divided based on the star sign's rank, then the dungeon located in the brightest star of a zodiac sign will be the 10-point prestigious dungeon. And the most important part of this mission is you. Limina was stunned. Why you? I'll explain it to you later. Now Trangu can go with me, she snapped. Damn it, he's always the one finishing his sentences. So, now you're looking at Jisoo, right? Hey, Han Jisoo, we shouldn't be fighting with other players without reason. This is a competition, not a killing mission, but if they're bad guys, then it's okay. Right. I'll let you decide, but don't kill them too obviously. If we attract too much attention, it could be troublesome. She smiles and agrees, and I think to myself, well, she's not a kid. She can handle this herself. Suddenly, he discovered a letter had arrived. This person is the bastard who chose me as the avatar in the first round. Right now, in the chat system, the players are chatting excitedly. Yes, this is exactly the kind of competition I've been looking forward to. The battle is calling me. Look at that trashy name of his. You're the last one. I want to hear those words. Who is currently controlling the Soon area? I won't be long now, just a little more time, and my avatar will dominate everything. Is that just his personality? It's been a long time since I last saw him. I have information about the dungeon that grants many points. Is this a god from the lineage of the prophecy or something like that? Your avatar is someone. I will add it to my collection. That's right. Instead of wasting time on that, please take a look at this. First, these 2 places will contribute the most points in the gang. Really? If it's in the South Gang, then it's in our territory. There's no good place near the liver area, right? In my opinion, how much does the dungeon contribute? Why did it stop halfway? I see. Everything has its purpose. Please wait a moment. I will only say one thing each time. I will reveal information about the dungeon in about 3 to 5 points and add a few 10-point details to boost my credibility. As expected, Tai seems to have paid attention. He's only interested in the time and location of the Constellation Dungeon's appearance. If that's the case, Genesis's leader should start being cautious now. It seems the information has been spread already. Seiyan looked at the screen and pondered silently. The only remaining message is from the person who chose me as their avatar in the first round, the Dream Witch. The maximum number of letters a god can send to a player is 10 per month, because they have no choice but to be careful with the number of messages to save for their avatar. It's not normal for a player like me to receive letters from a god. I didn't get any in my previous life. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised when reading the letters sent to him. He wondered if she didn't care at all about the sending limit. The letter appeared, and other gods said that he was already someone else's avatar. But I don't think so. It's purely the power of a human. Incredibly impressive. I even want to give you a round of applause. What do you think about becoming mine? I can make you the winner of this game. Seiyan thought to himself, it seems she doesn't remember anything about the first round. Very well, I apologize, but I have to decline this. Still, I can't repeat the ending from the previous life. Well, to be honest, it's not her fault. I respect your choice, but if you need any help, just contact me. I will always be watching over you. Seihan collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, and let out a sigh, saying, "Too much to do, no sleep. And the most important thing in this mission is you, Limina. First I will hide near the gate, then she will sit on top of a tall building and look down. Below is a large pit. He is really trying to take advantage of me as much as possible." Suddenly a soldier shouted, "A dungeon will appear soon. Everyone get ready to go." She looked down curiously. Why are there so many people? This must be a 10-point dungeon. He's sending me alone to such an important dungeon. She stepped down wondering if she should start right away, then transformed into a bee and flew toward those people. They are still shouting at each other. Everyone line up, the ones behind will have to hold back the followers behind us. And the others will follow me into the dungeon. Yes. She quickly slipped into the soldier's uniform. Everyone gathered and shouted loudly, "Let's go. For our goddess, Mina thought to herself. There are so many strange people here. I should finish my task quickly and then leave. They quickly scatter in chaos. Everyone hold your ground. We don't know what kind of monster might appear next. This dungeon is different from the ones we've been to before. All right, good luck everyone. Get into position." At this point, Mina flew into the prison and said as she flew, "I guess going straight ahead is fine?" Then she transformed back. "I should go around and find it." At this moment, an item appeared. A remote-activated bomb that doesn't work on the monsters or the two players. Who would have thought I'd have to use this again? Then she picks it up and sets up the steel pillar here. Then she put them back, placed the bomb, and I finished setting it up. It exploded with a bang. She looked at the cracked ground. Now with this, the entrance is blocked and I've also secured a route to escape. I don't know where he got these bombs, but he really likes them. She smiled and said, "Well, if we go down this way, the dungeon has been cleared and today luck is on our side. Hey, keep watch over the surrounding area and kill anyone who dares to come close. But things will get messier if one of those 3 big guys shows up. It doesn't matter, kid. If they come this far, they'll just be small fry. Who would think we'd find a dungeon in such a remote place? If this keeps going, I might get promoted. Since I already found one, should I try to find a few more?" Over here, Jay says, "I was told there's no one here." Over there, they immediately ask, "Who are you? How did you get here? I told you to kill anyone who comes here." But over here, the brown-haired guy is extremely scared. I'll let her in. "What? Isn't it a waste to always know her?" He smiled and said, "That's right. Today, luck is really on our side. Go ahead and tie her up yourself." "Yes." The two quickly grabbed her hand, suddenly realizing she didn't want to leave. What the hell? Why isn't she moving at all? The branch manager seems to be acting strangely. She isn't moving even an inch. At this moment, Jay. So looked at his hand, the moon face tattoo, which is a crescent moon. What the hell is this? Everyone is very confused. What is she doing? Suddenly she mentioned 34 people and he was stunned. Oh, what the hell is this bitch? This should be good. Hungun looked at the screen and said, "Just as expected, we are in second place." Zhonghai also agrees with my thinking. Giving up the first place to move up would be better. Then he continued, "We will maintain our current score for now, and next week we will surpass them significantly, so they won't be able to block our way no matter what." I am sure that A, the male, and La Chorus have no idea about that star sign division, but Lord Guy, the deep thinker, said, "What do you think about that star sign also being linked to our second place?" Who is it? Shunghai covers his face and says, I asked my god for a sacred revelation, but it seems my god doesn't know either. That gem is definitely making its moves very secretly. His eyes grew sharp. I have checked all the high contribution dungeons, but for them to still stay connected with us after that, does that mean they know about the link between point distribution and the constellations? I should be cautious about how anyone shows themselves. Right now, outside the house, Han is intently watching the screen. It is progressing well as expected, with the low contribution dungeons being occupied by the 3 biggest clans. Mina cleared the 2 highest contribution dungeons, and Ju also took one with 5 points. Suddenly, Tuyet Ni cried out, and Seihan comforted her. All right. He silently thought there didn't seem to be any issues on Luke and Trangu's side. At this moment, Lin stepped forward and said, I also want to hold Tuyet Ni. Seihan turned back. The girl is a bit heavy for me. Seihan thought to himself, I can't get used to being called sir, even though I've heard it many times before. Suddenly Lin asked, can't you teach me how to fight like you did against Ju? Lin hesitated. I feel like I'm the only one here who can't do anything. Seihan sat down. You haven't been allowed because you're still young? No, I have to start by knowing myself first. Lin is confused. I must know myself. I don't understand anything at all, Sean thought to himself. Well, of course. Lin isn't a character who should have been trained or nurtured. She will become stronger just by watching us. This child needs to realize that. With persistent effort, even iron can be turned into a needle. Suddenly, bubbles start floating everywhere. Lin was surprised, suddenly feeling as if she had undergone a purification. Seihan thought to himself, is that purification a kind of magic? Now I realize she's not an ordinary child either. He watched Tuyet Ni use magic just 2 days after giving birth. Her face was tear-streaked, then a beam of light emitted and quickly vanished into smoke. San was amazed. It had caused a dent in the wall. Then he let Tuyet Ni crawl on the floor. Lian asked him, Sir, aren't you afraid? Then he looked at the girl and walked away. Who knew she would shoot out a beam of light from her horn, even though the queen I saw in a past life wouldn't do that. Suddenly, Tuyet Ni called out to him, as the scene shifts to Han and Trang-u walking below the building. Genis will try to contact us soon. Most players will probably have a heated debate about the true identity of the AI. Are you implying that Genesis will start doing that? Seiyan glanced to the right because Genesis would think they are not the only ones aware of the information about point distribution in dungeons based on the zodiac signs. They won't be able to ignore their interest in us since we've only earned points from dungeons where we contributed a lot. Of course, I never planned to meet them right away. Then Trang-yu replied, but do you really feel okay with me in Han's car? Maybe there's someone better out there. Of course, you don't need to feel pressured. They look at the team window, and even if there's someone better than you, they will still be avatars. Since Ju has also grown a bit, accepting someone else is also okay. Then the 2 of them walked away. Instead of that, let's hurry up. Mina will start whining if we slack off for another week. Let's go, Trang-yu said with a smile. But I didn't expect this. I thought you would choose the 10-point dungeon. Seihan, it's not like this 5-point dungeon. Seihan explains that Genesis is cautious about high-yield dungeons, and just because they don't give many points doesn't mean they're not valuable. The difference in points from the monsters isn't that big at all, although there is indeed a difference in the quality of the items they drop. We arrived here while talking. They approached the dungeon entrance. Now let's steal his weapons and stick close to me from now on. Sorry, Zine is starting to unbutton the level A gear made by combining Gunky's leather and the Crescent Moon coat. It's also time for me to try it. Seihan said, I will wait for you from now on. There are a few people walking on the street now. A woman looked up and said, Lycoris is 5th. Everyone started whispering and discussing the rankings. Looking up at the skyscraper displaying the rankings, they couldn't stop buzzing with curiosity. Who could they be? In the room, the T-Zung group is having a meeting, and AN speaks up, so she wonders who took everything from our dungeon. Trang-yu seems to think so. We don't know the other details, but we can be sure of the involvement of a major figure. This is such a pain in the ass. Just wait and see what happens when we face them. That's true. The problem is we can't. There is a dungeon we thought they had already conquered, but no witnesses at all. It's like they're watching all our moves. Tsung then said, we also find it very uncomfortable. A suspicious bastard kept circling around us, but he doesn't seem to be an ordinary person because we can't identify him. Sheng He said, that's definitely someone important. They might be gathering information on us, so we should be as careful as possible. I will do that, but there's one thing I want to ask. What is it? Zheng angrily slams his hand on the table. What's wrong with you guys? How can you guys get ahead? I'm sure there's at least a 20-point gap. Zheng replied, we're just lucky. All the dungeons we conquered contributed a lot of points. Instead, shouldn't we let someone leading far ahead? If things continue like this, the honor of the top 3 guilds will be damaged. He's annoyed, but that's a different issue. There are 2 weeks left until the mission ends. I want to say now is the chance to even the score. So then, what do you suggest we do? Right now, we should stop the reconquest efforts and find out Dee's identity. Our guy members are waiting carefree about the points right now. That might be true, but we're not worried about the dungeons that contribute few points. Looking at their points now, it seems they are also choosing many low-contribution dungeons. You speak up. What if everything keeps getting stolen, even though we are guarding the entrances? For now, there are no other options. Taesheng still maintains a displeased attitude. To be safe, I better gather information about them now, even if it's just for future use. There probably won't be another chance to identify anyone. Ao Tri-Sin will pause their conquest for now. An closed his eyes, and so did we. I want to see their damn faces. Deng Hai said, I also promise that we will definitely expose you. As the scene shifts now, the helicopter above looks down on the entire city. Their security has been tightened. He silently wonders, are they more concerned with finding us than occupying the dungeon? Then I should also acknowledge their sincerity and meet with them. Most of their forces are now stationed at the dungeons, so it's much easier now. I'm not sure where the master is, so I'll just grab someone. Suddenly he saw a girl walking ahead. It was an illusion of teleportation. The girl immediately sensed someone following her from behind. Who are you? Reveal your identity. Sean looked at her, thinking to himself, she is the vice president of Genesis Hongun, famous for her exceptional skills and unshakable personality. Then he said, I didn't have time for him to finish. She started preparing to throw a strike at him, hiding her identity like a rat. No need to ask who this thief is. Just die. Se-Han was furious, feeling his chest tighten as he listened. Damn it, that damn personality of hers. She immediately swung her sword, her eyes sharp as she brushed past him. Every sword swung in front of her stunned Se-Han for a moment, but he quickly dodged the attack, causing the sword to plunge straight into the ground. Then she quickly pulled out another weapon. You're not just an ordinary nobody. Se-Han feels helpless. Why does everyone say she doesn't listen at all? Stop it now. Suddenly, a sword was driven deep into the ground. Se-Han wondered if she was still hiding such a weapon. A Yurumi. Hungan draws a Yurumi and then strikes towards Se-Han. He gently dodged, then stepped on one end of the wire and pulled it back. She didn't give up either, immediately pulling it back in response. Se-Han quickly pulls out the sword she just stuck in the ground and throws it straight at Hungun. She also swiftly dodges the attack and pulls out another dagger. Se-Han is a bit confused. Is this a game knife this time? How many swords and knives does she really have? At this moment, the sword stuck in the ground all around suggests that the two of them fought fiercely. Hungan exhaustedly said softly, just kill me. Se-Han was a bit impatient. Don't make me say it a second time. I am a member of Gwyn and came here to speak with Gui, the leader of Gai Genesis. Hungun was a bit stunned. What, really? All right then. If you are part of Dai, then everything would be different. Sean looked at her with curiosity. So the person behind her is a member of Dai, and right now she's leading him to meet the three Taesheng, that's what he said. Se-Han wondered silently. They let me meet the boss so easily. Shanghai was suspicious. How can we believe that? Se-Han subtly glances at the constellation. At this moment, Zheng-He is extremely surprised by his words. Then he thought to himself that this is something very few people in Guai even know about. Then he said, if you knew about this, the situation would be different. Please take a seat. Then he said to Gun, you did well. Gun should go rest now. Gun replied, no, I will stay too. It's okay, just come back. I understand. If anything happens, please call me. Se-Han sat down. She's really busy. He explained that she's a very talented boss, even if she's a bit lacking in intelligence. Then he asked Se-Han, what brought you here? Se-Han quickly replied, the one who called us is you, after all, and we cannot deny it. About the Zodiac? Just as I expected, you already knew. Of course. So I guess the reason you're here today is to ask us to loosen control over the dungeons, right? No. Han's eyes narrow sharply. It's better if you keep control over yourselves and don't reveal that you met me to others, as they might do something foolish. Shanghai was a bit surprised, and the reason for maintaining control was that Sean gently reached out to open the system. There were 2 dungeons among all the others in Seun and the 16 dungeons around it. Never go there. Hung Hai is extremely hot-tempered. You talk as if something will happen if we go there. Of course. He glanced briefly at the system screen showing this shape. The screen displayed an image of a scorpion. He was surprised. The scorpion. Han seriously suspects that some damn fool placed a bomb inside it, the 8th zodiac sign out of 12. The scorpion's fragment is said to be evil. The problem is, I don't even know where they are. Deng Hai was surprised and said, a bomb? I can't explain it fully, but in the scorpion's dungeon there's a monster that can swallow Seun in a sea of blood. Are you telling me to believe in such unfounded words? Where did you get that information from? Han's eyes are full of certainty. You can think of it as one of my skills, he continued. And the evidence. Seon immediately opened the system. Evidence. I will give you a trustworthy piece of information. I have to earn his trust at all costs because I must prevent this disaster from happening. Among everything I experienced in my previous life, that was the worst. Sehan slowly said, I don't even know where to start. Because when one of them goes to occupy that dungeon as usual, the monster awakens and the nightmare begins. It must be a little joke the publisher embedded to entertain the gods a bit. Everyone standing there was stunned because of this. The scorpion absorbed the player's magic power and ran out of the dungeon, and that was the beginning of a tragedy. It only took a week for the two scorpions from the star Antares, a piece of the scorpion, to destroy 1/3 of Seun. Because of that battle, Orison had to face devastating casualties, and Loris, along with Genesis, had to stay silent for a while. The growth of players in Seon slowed down, and naturally the overall growth rate of Seon also decelerated. Then Sean secretly thought that was why he needed to stop that situation at all costs. 2 of the 18 dungeons form the Scorpio constellation. All I can do now is hope that nothing has changed since then. After hearing this, Zheng-He shared his thoughts, honestly saying, I'm quite suspicious, but I'm in contact with the investigators and they confirmed there is indeed a secret banknote where you emphasized. Then he wondered how this person knew something like that. What position does he hold in which organization? Sehan immediately said, I understand, thank you for the information. And then he thought to himself, it's not another metal, but a secret bank. Is it possible that they have something much better than that mineral vein, given how easily he gave it up? Sehan also has some doubts, and his expression shows he truly can't understand this. We already have 2 mineral veins and a vein of cold white steel, so this is nothing special. I won't ask how you knew about them. Then he said, we will prioritize dealing with the monster if there really is one buried beneath the dungeon. Yes, I would be very grateful if you could temporarily guard those dungeons. Wouldn't it be better to also inform the others? Sehan took a sip of tea and wondered if they would just believe me and do as I say. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. So, do you want us to continue controlling the dungeons? He frowns seriously and says that even if he doesn't do anything, he'll just use the other cards he has. At this point, he thinks that limiting the hunting area in an online game is quite normal. He listened excitedly, as if you were saying, there are many ways to fight back against us. I wonder if I should really say that we're so arrogant. I will trust you because I know your abilities. If a player of your level can't stop it, then there's nothing we can do either. Please tell me if you ever need help. I will definitely repay this mineral debt. Sehan set down his glass. All right then, if our conversation is over, I will take my leave. Hung-Soo also stood up so we can go together. Before I could finish speaking, Han's car suddenly disappeared. I thought to myself, he vanished even though I never took my eyes off him. If he secretly attacked me, there would be nothing I could do. Over here in front of a luxurious house, Sehan is thinking that scorpions are really dangerous, but they are not on the same level as the guards. I can stop it if I prepare well enough. Then Han's car excitedly picked up the mask. If I prepare this side, Song-Soo will be worried. How are you? I did exactly as you asked. This is more than enough. How many do you have? The masks are only 5 that I made, and the room is full. Sehan happily turns and walks away. Thank you, Seo. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will buy it all for you. I like making things like this. You already gave me this workshop after all. Then Sehan said, all right then. Then I thought to myself that since I was the one who would benefit more from a better workshop, I should prepare another gift. At this moment, Seo said, oh right, is the device I made for you last time okay? Of course, that's the best thing you have. Hey, no need to exaggerate. But that really makes me happy, Sehan thought. Actually, it's not even an exaggeration. All the stats are A, and it can even fly with the Kionki door, so it's even more than amazing. Then Seiya quickly activated the system. Now I just need to etch the other equipment with mithril. But why did you use silver to coat it when cold white steel is stronger? You wouldn't need to coat other equipment with silver if the gas mask is made from cold white steel. That's because of the properties of the Bingan. The properties of Bingan. He only needs this much to break it, because he knows more about metals than I do. This time, you don't need to use Ori's bracelet anymore. But hey, are you going alone? Even if you want to, you can't. Going alone won't give you enough time because the system might suddenly intervene. Let's go now. The streets are very empty right now. Mina asked, do we really need to go through each of those dungeons to find it? It feels like we're making it harder than it needs to be. We don't have to. I'll tell you in a moment. Then Han's car turns around and I'll leave the supervision of the other players to you. All right then, let's do our best together. And one more thing. Then Han took out a bracelet. Please take this, what is it? A bracelet. I got it from conquering the dungeon, but it will be more helpful for you. When I said I couldn't check its effects, it's because it belongs to me. Anyway, I will use it well. Sean closes his eyes tightly. So I guess I should find it now, I understand. It's in a place like that. The power of the stars? Sehan narrowed his eyes and found it. Mina is somewhere nearby looking around. The 5th and 12th dungeons. Seha looked at the screen, but one of those dungeons was just a gate, so we couldn't check it. Among all possibilities, the final dungeon is located at the brightest star of the Scorpio constellation. Trong Yu said, but if it hasn't formed yet, I think we should first deal with the 2 confirmed dungeons. Han's vehicle also said it would take at least 2 more days, so we'll deal with the last one afterward. All right, fine. So we should start by attacking the dungeon right in front of us, right? It looks like there are about 10 people. I can transform and go in, but what about the others? Let's just attack it. Let's attack it. With such a sinister expression. Yeah. Cian glanced briefly and asked, what surprises you? Let me do it. John said, you said you only kill bad people, and so far that's true, but it seems we're a bit rushed. That's right, but you shouldn't commit a massacre without a reason. No, even if you do, think it over and reconsider your first move. He thought to himself that Jay was in a quite risky phase, seeming to suppress her innate assassin's physical power and that it might leave some after effects. Jiz said, all right, but she's definitely different from her initial state. Sean says, let me do it. Mina is very surprised. It was over in just a moment, but they only fainted, right? Sahan is holding a stone just right inside. Then they continued deeper into the dungeon, which looked like just an ordinary dungeon. Put on your gas masks. Sehan kept reminding everyone. Be careful, okay? Zehan glanced back and said, I don't know what could happen in this dungeon. Trang Yu quickly put on his mask. If he has to wear a full gas mask, it's definitely not an ordinary monster. That's right, Zehan over here says it's not an ordinary monster. They walked together toward the gate of Dungeon 18. Just as he suspected, this dungeon hasn't even fully formed yet. Suddenly, he received a warning that something was off. Be cautious of Dungeon 18. He thought to himself that from what he had heard, it wouldn't appear for another 2 days, but if the goddess herself told him to be cautious, there must be something going on. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, something's wrong with this gate. The others here are extremely confused. Is something wrong? Could it be that something is moving? In shock, they looked up to see a huge vortex appearing in the sky, and the speed of the dungeon's formation increased. According to the car's report, the GM or publisher might be involved in this. They were extremely panicked. What is this? He looked at the gate, completely different from the dungeons he had seen before. It's a 10-point dungeon, it can't look any different than that. It must be right. Is this the dungeon? Tashung raised his hand and lightly touched his chin. I've never seen a dungeon like this before. It looks like a brightly colored poisonous mushroom. Then they quickly approached. Well, let's go in and see. But wouldn't that mean I am breaking my vow with the others? Tadung said, one should be fine. And this is a dungeon that Genesis is also eyeing. We didn't mark it, but since someone is watching them go inside, they won't be able to say anything about us. If it's a poisonous mushroom, I can just pull it out. Let's go in. Half of the members will stay behind, the other half will follow me. Then they all enter the sturdy dungeon together. Suddenly a goblin lunged out. Trang Yu closed his eyes, then drew his sword and slashed at it repeatedly, surprising everyone. Then another one quickly charged at him. Trang Yu swiftly swung his sword at them, then closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and sheathed his sword. The 3 of them stared in shock at Trang Yu. Mina asked, when did he become so strong? Sean said, I gave him something like a doll. A doll or something? You can't give it to me, damn it, you're so mean. Sehan quickly comforted her, saying, I have something else for you. She was very excited. Really? What is it? What is it? When will you tell me when you get back? Then he quietly thought about letting it have a fight with Joe. There's no better teacher than one talent to teach another talent. The girl's growth progress will be incredible even if she and Jay only fight 3 times a week. That's if she survives. Suddenly Sehan realized it was the energy of a constellation, and then he told everyone, I think I've arrived. This place is pretty spacious, huh? It's it. Then he said to someone, everyone step back and check if your mask has any gaps. Then he drew his weapon, and Han's car moved toward the stone. Its light shone brighter and brighter. Mina was extremely surprised. What is that? Sehan said. What more could it be? Don't let your guard down. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, a long, wet streak appeared on the rock. Then a flickering light emerged from inside. Then a giant monster appeared right in front of everyone. Sehan's eyes widened because of this. It is the reason why everyone in Soon was wiped out in my previous life. At this moment, that scorpion exudes a strong toxic substance. Many people have died because they couldn't use regular gas masks to block the toxic fumes. Mina was very surprised. So we can really deal with it this time, right? Yes. If we can eliminate its poison, it will be weaker than even the guards. We still have to kill 1 more after this, so get used to it. Jay quickly grabs their weapon and rushes forward. Trang Yu on this side also draws their weapon. Mina stood to the side, sighed, and said it was easy, while Han's expression was serious. So let's start the hunt. Suddenly, he glanced and noticed something. A message. Tashung's group is going deeper into the dungeon on this side. Master Gui, look quickly. They are very surprised to find mid-level magic stones. Until now, I've only touched low-level magic stones, but those monsters threw out mid-level magic stones here. Tadung said, there's no special mineral deposit here, but if I get mid-level magic stones, I'll make a big profit. Yes, if we make equipment from these materials, we will be able to control the other guys. Then he thought to himself, just as I suspected, entering this dungeon was a good idea. I only promised not to mark them, not that I wouldn't harvest anything from them. And moreover, Genesis acted first, so this doesn't matter at all. At this moment, the guy said, Master Gui, it seems the exploration is almost complete. They said they found a huge pit. All right, so maybe I should mine everything from here to the innermost part. His eyes looked through the door slit. This is bad. If they keep heading into the innermost area, I'm sure great danger will befall them. As usual, the goddess must have told me to go save them, and of course, I already did. So why? That place is very dangerous. Hurry up and go outside. Why are you talking as if all hope is lost? When you see the notification, just leave and listen to that guy named Han. Seeing that, he chuckled and said, Goddess, I really am a weakling, but I can't abandon the civilians and run away. Suddenly, an eye of the god appeared beside you. They are not civilians, they are players, and they are even stronger than you. If they can't stop that attack either, there's nothing you can do. But I am a warrior, so even if they are players, they are just civilians I have to protect. Do you know when I was happiest after the world turned into this? It was when you chose me as your avatar, goddess, and told me I had the heart of a hero. You are someone who is not inferior to the heroes of the legendary era. Do you possess the heart of a hero? He chuckled softly and said, and I want to cooperate with you. Over here, if I turn my back on them and run away, wouldn't that be very funny? Great goddess of justice. Over here, Tejung looks up. So, this is the mark of this dungeon. Then he gently raised his hand, and indeed, this mark is as impressive as the level of this dungeon. Now is the time to run quickly, run fast. The monster that appears from there is highly toxic and dangerous. If we don't run quickly and escape, everyone will die, Tedung said in surprise. Who are you? How can you? What? Why are you only telling me this now? Damn it. The stone is starting to show signs of cracking now. Everyone run now. At this moment, the monster's arm is reaching out. T immediately became terrified and was unable to move at all. Then it quickly revealed itself. It was a giant scorpion. Who would have thought a crack could form so quickly? Let me show you my deepest gratitude, dear human. Antares of the Scorpio constellation. The reason it became interested in the game happening on Earth is because of the death of Charis's constellation and the transfer of his position to a human. So, when asked to add a few more of its scorpions to the game, it loudly declared it would participate personally. However, the difficulty of the battle had to be significantly adjusted, because it is a being with divine-level power above mid-tier, as it is a 12 zodiac sign. And finally, it led to this, and in the end, it quickly attacked them. My stats dropping isn't a good thing. Running away isn't such a bad idea. They run in fear and chaos, so I'll keep my poison to block their fun a bit longer. Oh, perfect timing. The female hero's avatar is also here. Was it because he was extremely angry that he knew I would appear in advance? Well, he doesn't seem to be particularly outstanding or special. This game has been going on for a while now, but there's no way any player strong enough to kill a constellation has appeared yet. That means there's another way. The dead Karas must have known about it. A man was targeted by the monster. It immediately roared, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. Come on, let's move faster. My pets. Tejung was stunned when he saw this and kept shouting as he was under continuous attack. Finished, the monster thought to itself that it had only let out a little, and they already exploded. Not fun at all. Then it quickly swung its hand, and Luke and Taeshung quickly clung to it, and it quickly realized that it was just as expected. Truly an avatar. Luke tesung toat mohoihot, tesung tamhi, chetroi, moamo don matemin dagay luonroi. Kastan vain trongi dang guprasroi, chivilong tam vong hiakwamen. Trembling, he said, Run quickly, I will hold this one back. What? If that stance has caused you so much pain, then your arm must be seriously injured. Besides, that bastard is clearly relaxed and at ease. If you keep talking, there probably won't be a second chance. When you have the first opportunity, run fast. Taesung is in pain but still stubborn. Do you look down on Kim Taesung? But that's true. I can't defeat this monster. I have done my best. Then Taeshung leaves. So I have to rely on you. In a situation like this, you're willing to sacrifice yourself? But anyway, they will all die once I reach the ground, and I won't be merciful the first 2 times before I jump down. So it's over? Sorry about that. Then you remember the happy moments. If it were them, they would definitely take good care of you, even if I wasn't there. Then he shouted out in extreme anger. Suddenly, a voice rang out. When Taylor, I invited you to get the power of attorney certificate. Suddenly, in shock, the monster said, What power of attorney? How can you say something like that? Are you really going to establish a treaty that has never been made, even in legend? I gently touched his cheek and asked, Are you crazy? Then she closed her eyes and drifted into a hazy state. In a moment of great worry, the divine authority of the goddess of justice, I was stunned by Tyr's reaction to the birth of the god. Then he raised the ring, and it immediately shone brightly. I'm very sorry, Akia, but if you stay out of this, I would be very grateful. At this moment, Anteri said, Who the hell are you, you bastard? It's just a passerby. You have to ask if anyone has that much stamina. I guarantee that Taylor is the best representative for you, but you also have to realize that he shouldn't be your representative. Chia said, How do you know that? I have this skill because you only chose him as your representative to save your life. I hope that given the current situation, you can postpone this request. Then he raised his hand, and beside him was a divine eye. He glanced subtly, just as I thought. Giving him the bracelet was a clever idea. The ring you wear is a teleportation ring that can quickly change its location based on the user's conditions. As I moved forward, I asked, Sehan, is it because I am too weak that I can't become a representative? Sehan denied, No, that's not really it. It's just that a human body would find it hard to withstand that. Then Sehan thought to himself, Actually, the problem is that those two work together too well. Seeing him push his strength to the limit and his body collapse from the overload, I couldn't just stand by and watch. Then, with a cheerful tone, I said, If you say so, then it must be true. Thanks to you, I was able to survive. I thought I would give up on the game. Now you can rest. I will handle it. At this moment, Antares is furious. Do you dare gossip in front of me? Antar then threw a thunderous punch at it. You came here to see how I kill Karas, didn't you? Antares said angrily. How did you know? Sehan said. That's just how you are. Well, after you start begging me to stop when you get beaten up, you'll understand. Right now, Antares charges at him. It quickly unleashes deadly strikes. Even a minor constellation like Karas cannot fully harness its power. This bastard's strength must be even more diminished because he's a high-ranking star. Then Sehan glances with super confidence. Then he quickly counterattacked, and Terry saw this and said, How long do you plan to keep playing these cat tricks? Don't underestimate me like that. Then he quickly drew his sword. I've never looked down on you, so don't worry. Then he jumped up forcefully, thinking to himself that he hit pretty hard. But as expected, that guy is really tough. If that's the case, then he swung his sword to cut it, aiming for its weak spot. He quickly attacked its vulnerable points, and it roared angrily. Don't try to trap me like that. Then a cloud of purple smoke enveloped Antares, causing it to stumble and stand still. On this side, Hanjiso blocked the smoke with his hand and shouted, Hit its head! Jiz quickly rushed in, the giant monster still thrashing around. She raised her spiked iron mallet and delivered a deadly blow to its head. Seon was stunned. There's a chance now. Antares, full of rage, said, I will take your sight. Sean quickly rushed to help Dio, furious. How dare this arrogant one target my eye in that moment? At this moment, I lift a large stone, and then I immediately throw it at Anches. Over here, Ju and Sehan were stunned. Hit by the thrown rock, it struggled in pain, but the rock was too big to break. Then it roared, If things keep going like this, it will be very dangerous. Now I understand why that girl over there met such a fate. Right now it glanced at Sehan and thought, That bastard is well equipped. I wonder what skills he has. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed, I wish I could use invisibility skills. Then he roared, I am Antares of the 12 zodiac insects, and then it surged into a stream, rushing toward them. Sehan stared intently, thinking it shouldn't know poison, but why is it emitting so much toxicity? What is it? Then Antares' body curled up like a cocoon. Sehan looked and said, We are too late. It will burst up from underground. Everyone be careful. Sehan was a bit annoyed. He's really troublesome. Suddenly, he lunged up from the ground, knocking everyone nearby away. Sehan silently thought there must be a way. Then he turned to Joe and asked, Joe, can you hold on a little longer for me? She wondered. The timing. Then he said, That bastard uses vibrations to sense our position, so go cause chaos. Ju immediately agreed enthusiastically and then turned to ask, So he's panting now. What's wrong? Lap asked. Can I have a talk with the goddess? Goddess, yes. I want to borrow the power of the 7th zodiac sign. I need the strength of the 7th zodiac to summon Libra. Tra just sighed silently, seeing that Tra remained silent. He also looked at her quietly for a long time. The status report said, I won't ask why you know about that, since it seems you wouldn't answer properly anyway. However, are you planning to use that scale? If so, I cannot allow this. Sahan kept begging, just summon her even if we really can't use her anymore. Dad asked again, even if it's just summoning. Sahan shouted loudly, Hanjo! All around Ju, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, she heard a call and turned around. Yes. Sean holds her, and even if it's uncomfortable, just stay like this for a little longer. She nods in agreement. Yes. Sehan held Jo with one arm and supported the Orihakung shield that was flying over, and at this moment he also moved in to help, realizing that the target was being summoned at that spot. But for some reason, the ancient throat froze and didn't utter a word. And as I wondered why, I asked myself, what is this? Just trying to call that name makes me suffocate. He sighed and continued, You can do it. A blinding light shone on his face as he raised his hand and began. Summon the goddess of heaven's balance. Bei Chung-hai and Hong Ga-yu also looked up in amazement. The sky captain. That direction is the area managed by Yu Qisheng. Bei Chung-hai wondered silently what was happening. This was why they told him not to enter that dungeon area. After a while, a blinding golden light appeared in the sky, probably a successful summoning. Antares saw this and became furious, daring to summon even Libra. You crazy bastard. None of us here have any divine power at all. Xian still clings to Ju without letting go. Ju looks down at his hand, trembling, even as he collapses in pain. You dare summon the scale, even though none of you can use it. And Terry's begins to transform. No, wait, it's impossible because that golden light is starting to explode. A scale appears to support them. Sehan moved Jay to hide behind the shield. He peeked out, maybe he succeeded. So that's Libra because no one is using it. It's gradually fading away. Sehan looked over, and it seemed his body had fainted from the shock. Thank you, you did your part very well. Now it's my turn. Sean grabs one of Antares' legs, lifts it up, and spins around. After a few spins, Sean threw Antares down hard, causing it to roar in anger. That bastard Han took a running start and jumped high with a weapon in hand. He delivers a powerful strike to finish off Antares' body. Everyone around looks at him and judges. It's too dangerous. How could this scorpion die at the hands of a player who just completed the 5th mission? Sean's eyes glow with a purple light. It can't be like this. Antares was defeated just like that by his hand. It can never end like that, finally ending with a big explosion. Seiya looked at the explosion before him. So it really would just disappear like that. Well, the death of one of the 12 zodiac signs is a very big story and cannot be compared to Karis's death. The publisher will have to take some action. After pondering for a long time, Sehan began to feel a bit regretful. He regretted that he could have received a generous reward. He holds the status board and ponders. However, if the publisher really intervenes, there's no way the system would just sit back and watch. There's no doubt you should have received at least some reward for bringing it to the brink of death like that. The status screen just appeared, showing that you've pushed the Scorpion, one of the 12 zodiac signs, to the verge of death. You have received the Scorpion Hunter title. To compensate for the management round, you will be granted the choice of an A-grade skill. Sehan became interested. The title is good, but getting the option to choose an A skill shows they are more generous than I thought. Those who are often tormented also have a dark side. Looking at the wreckage in front of him, he silently pondered that if he had killed it right away, he must have gained some divine power or a really good skill. Too bad, it's just human nature. Only when losing something do people start to regret. A sudden burst of magical light appears beneath Han's car, surprising him. What's going on? Why is it emitting so much magic? The light there is getting brighter and brighter, blinding the whole room. Han's car looked puzzled. Is this a spirit stone? The metal from the stars, known as spirit stone, is as hard as silver but has much better magic resistance. It's a type of metal with the best magical capacity. It enhances the hardness of other metals, and if you add the special power of the magic stone, it's not just an ordinary rare metal. Jaehan picks up the magic stone and looks at it. This is truly worth the money. Now the question is how to get those two out of here, right? He looked up at the pink hole above and came up with a bold idea. Should I fly out now? Everyone outside is huddled together, talking excitedly. The top spot is definitely going to be that guild, right? It has to be, so why is the council still messing around? I heard they even summoned a celestial core. So what about the boy who soared into the sky with those wings? They wiped out everyone who had made a pact with the devil. They're going up, they're going up. The status board when they appear makes everyone eager to watch. First place Dai, second Genesis, third Ao Tri Sin, fourth Lit. In the Azo room, she was bored and complaining. So boring. Lying in bed all the time is so boring. If I hear that, can Jia unappear so I can go challenge him? She pouts at him. Why should I do that annoying thing? Jia Unun adjusted his sleeve and said, so what if you go back to the world? If you keep wandering around like this, the demons might start gossiping about you. Who dares to speak ill of me? The reason I can be lazy is because I am strong, you little pest. Before she said that, Ji-eun could only force a nervous smile. I really don't understand how you managed to be among the top 3 strongest with such laziness. You still lie there and argue. Because I am strong, I can be lazy. I have been strong ever since I was born. So, I don't have to do the tiring things like training and drills. This is the story of a strong person, but still has some thoughts in their mind. But there's that blonde kid I met. If he becomes a demon, I wonder if I would have to give up my laziness after all. Finally, she concluded that she didn't really care much. So why did you cling to me? I'm just a small-time player obsessed with the things you dislike. Like trying to get stronger and improve. Azo turned to look at him. Wow. Maybe he's overthinking things too much? Didn't I tell you already? You look happy. Your effort and skills are completely opposite to mine. Your attempt to compensate for your lack of intelligence with hard work is like a bear trapped inside a toy box. She sighed and said, the followers are so annoying. Seeing everything firsthand is always more fun. How can I just see you as a mere toy to play with? Why do you keep trying to get stronger just to take revenge on that crow? He replied with a sigh of frustration. No, I've already let that go. If we meet again, I'll fight for real. But I have no intention of seeking revenge actively. I just play when the opportunity arises. Azo looked at him and sighed, understanding. So you have no goals at all. Your actions seem very hesitant. Is that why? Ji-eun just remained silent, listening to what she said. She started whispering to change the subject. I want to go to the department store. Hearing that, Ji-eun quickly responded. A department store, what do you need? She turned to grab her umbrella and walked away. No, I just wanted to go out for a bit. What is she planning to do this time? She went to the store Azel wanted, but it looks more like a construction site than a grocery store. The two stop. Aoel looks around. This place looks okay. Ji-eun also looks around, not really interested in what she calls a grocery store. This place doesn't look like somewhere she would particularly like. She walks away coldly, and for a tiny bug like you, you're talking too much. Ao jumps onto a metal bar and sits down. Ji-eun asks her, what are you planning to do here? She says, meditating. Ji-eun thinks to himself, what is she planning to do? In an industrial complex, Ji-eun suddenly saw something rushing past him in a hurry, a girl in a pink cloak running by. Ji-eun thought to himself, how can there be children here? She even used a device to turn the children into harmless animals just so she could release us later. We can't just stand here and watch. What are you doing? Go find that girl quickly. If you leave her alone, she'll die, Ji-eun asked with a teasing tone towards Ao. These days, do demons even go so far as to save children? Ao said calmly. Is there any rule that says we're not allowed to do this? Ji-eun understands too. Well, she never answers politely anyway. A metal frame which Minsu was running past fell and made a loud clanging sound. She runs quickly in fear, running and thinking anxiously. Her future surely only holds death. But right now it's very unclear and I can't predict anything. That thing that shouldn't exist. Minsu can only run so fast, which will surely affect what happens next. The cloaked figures are also chasing after her. We're almost at the end of the line. Keep running, they'll talk among themselves and then we'll catch it. Minsu was overwhelmed with worry. Running so fast she didn't notice what was ahead and crashed into something, falling backward. Minsu looked up at her, fear in her eyes, thinking the person in black was also a demon without this feeling. She looked up and recognized a traitor. Who would have thought I would meet a traitor after escaping from that gang of henchmen for so long? She nervously covered her face with her hand and whispered softly, oh, the black cloak guys have arrived too. I see them starting to talk among themselves. What's going on? A traitor dealing with demons? Isn't that person a new traitor in the guild? Ji-eun also realized that they seemed to be minions of the demon. So why are they wearing dark green clothes? They used to wear only black all the time. What are you doing? Are you also chasing after that brat? Ji-eun stepped forward and punched him, causing him to fall back in pain. Ji-eun said to them, stop pretending to be okay. Just die quietly. Under a room that looks like a small office with a desk, sunlight streams brightly through the window. He and Minsu step into the room, and in the distance, there are people who seem to be dead. They are lying stretched out on the floor. Ji-eun calls out to them. Minsu, I heard and responded immediately. Yes, why did those guys chase after you? It wasn't just one, but a whole group was after you. She answered softly but seemed hesitant, and he didn't push her. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Minsu just obediently listened. Yes. Ji-eun continued. If you really don't want to talk much, I won't force you. It seems I just took care of everyone chasing after us, so it probably won't be hard for you to get out of here, right? Ji-eun thought to himself. I've interfered too much already. Well, if the girl gets caught again later, there's nothing I can do about it. He sighed and glanced at her. She really is a strange little girl. Well, she probably won't be able to catch up with my car anyway. Are you bringing Minsu to Oslo's place? When she saw him, she called out. Did he turn back? She jumps down from above, grabbing the girl's mouth and repeatedly asking, "Are you called Minsu and frozen in place?" "Yes. Please continue. What is your name?" The girl shyly lowered her head. "Is that Shu? Minsu? Who is this person? A player?" "From afar," the family said. "Don't scare the girl." Ao hummed as she spoke. "I'm not threatening her, but if you want to take this little girl with you, then I guess I'll have to go alone." So Unan turned back to the car and ignored it. I was about to leave it here. Ao really thinks so, but she's not just an ordinary girl. Jia-un ignored it and didn't care. Seeing you and Azo about to leave, Minsu immediately called out. "Wait a moment, brother. I think that person is definitely the one who changed my fate. I should have died there." Jia-un heard the call and turned back. "What is it?" She slowly spoke up. "So the thing is, take me with you." "Why should I do that?" Minsu just breathed slowly and tell the truth. "I can see the future," Jia-un surprised. "The future?" she continued. "Actually, I am Scott's representative, the goddess with the ability to foresee the future. You can see the end of this game." Jia-unun now seems to have realized something. She looked confused. "Yes." Jia-unun told her that was enough reason for me to take her away. Minsu, feeling sad. "So if you don't do that, your brother will really die." "Minsu, you're very sad." She only lowered her head and said short sentences. "My brother will really die." Originally, she was supposed to be the one to die, while her brother would escape and tell himself he would take revenge. "But because I survived, he will have to die." Jia-un sighed quietly. "Are you trying to make me believe that you brought me here because you knew everything would turn out like this? Just answer me one thing." He asked Alo if she could go home by herself, and she glanced at him coldly. "Of course I can. You go ahead, I'll take a walk and come back later." "Stop the bike. Get on. Minsu, go ahead." "Yes, let's go home first and talk later. And I told you there's no helmet." So, when we got home, I asked Minsu if those who kidnapped you and your brother are members of a guild currently competing with Black Moon, and the name of that guild is the Dark Clan. Jagun thought to himself. The Dark Shadow? Are they a branch guild of that dark group? Well, they must be running around like crazy now. He slammed his hand down on the table in anger. "Wait, are those guys the ones who specialize in kidnapping children?" Minsu affirmed. "No, that's not quite right. They just want to exploit your abilities." She lowered her head sadly, using her ability to see the future to profit from the guild's events. "Of course, I didn't want to help them, but since they are holding my younger brother hostage, I had to give them at least some minimal information." Az suddenly appeared in front of the two and asked Minsu, "So, exactly how much did you see?" A sudden appearance by Azel startled her. "At first I could see about 3 seconds into the future. I can only see a small part of a scene. The rewind time is very fast, and I can use it whenever I want." She continued. "Next, I can even choose an exact day to see what the future holds on that day. A few days or even months in advance. The farther ahead you see, the more time you need to recover, and Azel also admires that. This has surpassed the normal abilities of an avatar. Perhaps your own skills have merged with it. Physically, you're normal. With such strength, you must really care for this girl." "Jia-unun, is that all you have to say?" "Minsu, there's more you want to say." "There's one more thing. You can see the end of this game." The two of them also stare in shock. "The end of the game. I wonder. Is this even possible? Even a goddess should be forbidden from seeing the end of this game?" "Well, if you're just an ordinary human with no divine power, you should be able to trick the system and see it." "Minsu, go on." "Exactly. I can only see the ending. Do I know how this world will reach its conclusion?" Azel wondered. "So this is the end. What is the current ending?" "Most planets turned into a game end up badly. Is this planet the same?" "Minsu?" She shakes her head. "No. Ao becomes interested. So it's a good ending, Minsu?" Refusing again. "It's not always the case either." "So it's not a good ending after all?" "Still no." "Minsu, open your heart. The truth is the ending has been changed before. I don't know what caused that change. Even before the game started, I already knew what the ending would be." A pile of wreckage appears in her mind, an ending where only one person survives. A terrible ending, a world with just one person. An image of a man appears in her mind, but just before the game started, the outcome had already been changed. What I saw then, the current ending, all of it was just submission to someone. The other demons and Azel also appear sadly inside, but the true ending is only for the Lord of Madness. Right now, Seihan is yawning as he looks at the status board. He thinks he'll only get second or third place, but somehow they ended up in first place. I don't know if they were scared or just pretending to be kind, but in the end, they gained nothing from it. At least they avoided losing a dungeon to the 5th and 6th ranked teams. As I was pondering, Tuyet-ni appeared before me. "But still, why are you looking at me like that?" She looked at him and said, "I'm trying to figure out how I should address you." He turned to look at Tuyet-ni. "How should I address you?" Tuyet-ni nodded, thinking it through. Calling him father is the best choice. Seihan stood, stunned. "Wait, then who is my mother? I have no biological mother at all." If I have to choose, then maybe Lin. Seihan covered his face in confusion. Are you crazy? Is she not allowed? Of course not. He pondered for a long time and thought to himself, living in this society like this is no different from suicide. Seihan looked up and said to Tuyetni, just call me by my name. It's better than this. Tuyetni nodded in understanding. I understand. Seihan sighed in boredom, wondering what Mina found cute about this stubborn kid. But since this Kylan had inherited Lin's blood, it already had 5 attack skills, and even a healing skill. If it keeps growing like this, it will definitely become a formidable person, like Lin. Seihan leaned back comfortably in his chair. Forget it, you're still waiting because there's something you need to say, right? It seems you've caught Tuyetni's interest. Yes. Trang Yu told me to tell you that the dungeon you are looking for has already appeared. The dungeon, I was surprised. I turned to look out the door at the bushes for a long time, and then I realized that Trang Yu was right. There was indeed something nearby. Moreover, since Trang Yu enters and exits the dungeon every day to become stronger, the news arrived just as quickly as I expected. The black crow appeared in his mind, revealing the dungeon of empty dreams. Seihan's eyes light up. Let's go. Seeing him stand up, Tuyetni asked, do I have to go too? Seihan nodded. Yes, this time we will definitely need your strength. Tuyetni listened. My strength is needed. To open that door, we must have the power of a sacred beast, a dungeon of false dreams, a dungeon with a shining pink door, different from other dungeons as it is a space separated from this world. It is called the Instant Dungeon, and even among instant dungeons, it is the dungeon of false dreams. As soon as you enter, you'll immediately find an item containing holy power, and despite the many limitations, the reward for this dungeon is Lapress's Hourglass. The Lapras Hourglass is a level S treasure that can show us 30 seconds into a person's future, but because of that vague 30-second limit, it's considered worthless. Unlike Sean, for me, it's something I absolutely must have. And Jay, so is coming here too. He looked at the two people awkwardly smiling. Why did you two follow me here? Anyway, we can't go into the dungeon together. Jay so softly said, I just want to see it once, that instant dungeon. And after you go into the dungeon, you'll need someone to protect Snow Ye, right? He looked at her with a gentle smile and said, that's true. But either way, can you open this gate? Snow Nye shivered and shot out a sparkling bubble. That little ball looks like a ring with a small lock. It flies over and touches the door. Seihan and Jay. So look up as the door gradually opens. Seihan steps forward and ruffles Tuyetni's hair. Good job. Daiso stepped forward. We just need to stand here and wait, right? Seihan shook his head and said, no, it's okay if you go back now. All right, then we'll head back. Seihan gradually reached out to touch the door, slowly sensing the strange energy emanating from it. The conditions for clearing the dungeon would change, depending on the person entering the realm of hollow dreams. Usually it's something related to a desire so intense that you burn for it. After stepping through the door, Seihan found himself lying among a pile of broken things. He wondered, this is what they say, but this is the first time I've experienced it myself. He looked at his hands, and just as he thought, this is a memory from his past life. He sat up and looked around, feeling a headache. When did I get into this building? Suddenly, a loud noise made him look over, and an explosion burst into the house. Han reached out his hand to shield himself, creating a blue sphere that enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the building and heading toward a busy street. Just as I thought, this is the moment I regret the most, that mission. A sound approaching makes him cautious. From behind the money, it's Minsu-ho. Sean quickly turns around to look at Minsu-ho. Minsu-ho clenched his fists and ran toward Han's car, using his body to block the beams of light aimed at the vehicle and to shield Han. Seeing that, Seihan asked, oh, it's very dangerous. What are you still doing at this hour, Minsu-ho? He replied, of course I will kill him. Han's car looked up and realized that everything was happening just as he remembered. It seemed to have been perfectly staged. Minsu-ho just stepped forward, arrogantly running his hand through his hair. He could at least beg a little. Forget it, I understand too. Saving the players is better than saving ordinary people, but this time it's too much. And Minsu-ho also looked at Han's car. Isn't it true that you were planning to raid us anyway? You're planning to sneak in again and cause a fuss, aren't you? So Han remained silent for a long time after hearing that. Is this dungeon supposed to be fun? This mission is the one I regret the most. I remember that at that time, describing the mission was very simple. Many people appeared, 1,000 players seemed promising, or 100,000 civilians, and of course we had to choose to save one of these two groups. Both groups couldn't be separated from the quarantine zone managed by the GM, and the remaining players would have to choose a group. Then we will have to kill everyone in the remaining group. It's truly a terrible mission. I remember that time I chose the group of 1,000 players because in the game, Players are more important than civilians, and that's why I had to fight this person as well. Since you've waited too long, Minsuho has challenged to a fight. Why don't you want to fight? He continued. If you stay silent and turn back, I will make an exception for you. I don't believe in uprooting every enemy completely. Seihan looked up at that. You're comforting me too much. If I stay silent and withdraw now, doesn't that mean I've given up on this mission? There's nothing important. No matter which group you choose, in the end, we will win anyway. Hans Carr dismissively criticizes him. He's incredibly confident, but I can't blame him. His guild was the strongest at that time. Of course, today I will withdraw. Hearing that, Minsuho was surprised. You're so well-behaved today? Completely different from usual. Seihan tiptoes. I have a lot on my mind today. Then goodbye and run away. Leaving Minsu alone, stunned. Minsu, feeling disappointed, sighs. Hans' car speed was lightning fast, rushing past each house. He looked at himself and remembered that just as he thought, this body no longer looked like when he was young. How old am I now? I think I was around 30. Looking back at that time, doing this will make things a bit different from my previous life. Because I already killed M there before, I wonder how your guild would react and what you would think about me quietly withdrawing. In his memory, he also saw Lin with Lore. In his past life, he made a choice in this mission that he would regret over and over again. He stood on a high floor, looking down at the collapsing skyscrapers, and remembered that in this mission, I finally killed Lin. Hans Carr walks alone down the empty street. Suddenly a voice from behind asks, "How did it go?" He turned back to greet Seo. Sue asked anxiously how he was doing. "Yes, how did everything turn out? Did you succeed?" Seihan looked sad. "No, there are too many complicated matters, so I will step back for now." He thought to himself, it's strange to see him like this. Sue couldn't help but feel sad. Really? Does it seem like an opponent is preparing to attack this place? More people are coming from behind. Please wait a moment. Please tell us more details. We don't have much time left to complete this mission. Sean is also having a headache. I'm not exactly someone who knows much either. I need to think for a bit, so please give me some space. Seihan stepped forward to a staircase. He sat sadly in a corner. This is so bad. Even if this is just a nightmare, this damn dungeon. He carefully examines the status board in his hand. Just as I thought, my progress is really too slow compared to who I am now. He gently looks at the status board, surprised to see that his skills are much better than before, and the side quests now appear. Do I have to continue doing that mission again? Just as I thought, I will have to kill all my opponents just like in my previous life. I wonder if it will be any easier since I've done it before. Seihan seems to be overwhelmed, leaning on his hands as he thinks, but something feels off. Could there really be no other way? Suddenly a voice asked what you were thinking to look so tense. I wondered, that's right. Thinking back, I remember that at this moment that person also showed these kinds of signs. I look at Ira. What's wrong? Which? She looked at him seductively and spoke. You're so stiff today, but I still like you. If saving more lives this way is your choice, then it's the right one. Hearing those words, he also realized. I'm not lying. She definitely knew. If things stay like this, the world will end. But anyway, I can't turn back now, and besides, I can't even blame her because she truly cares about humanity. He sat down and looked up, calling her. Which? No, Ira, let me ask you something. You're surprised. What did you just say? I want to ask you a question. She said no earlier. Oh, I was calling your name. She is pleased. Say it again. Ira. Hearing her name spoken by Sean made her feel shy and bashful. Idra, the Witch of Dreams, a minor god in Kateru mythology and the only deity interested in humanity. In other words, she is a god from another world, a quirky deity who joins the game of a different universe just because she likes it. However, no one could say anything about her because she has enough power to be forgiven no matter what she does. Maybe that's why even the system forgave her. As for Seihan, I don't know why she chose me to be her representative, but she likes me and hopes humanity will live well. Ira blushed. That's right, you're quite different today. Someone who left after this world ended. My God, she asked. So, you want to ask about the Dungeon of False Dreams? She looked at him and asked again about the Dungeon of False Dreams. You really surprised me, he just replied casually. Suddenly I remembered this thing. She was standing in front of him. Isn't this situation also very much like one of your futile dreams? He just looked at her silently. Is the Dungeon of False Dreams like that? So that's why you called my name. He nodded in acceptance. Well, not exactly. People don't change their attitude overnight. Ira approached him. No, as long as they have the right attitude, that's how it is. Not just humans, but even the gods who look like humans. If you have emotions, that's how it is. So she comforted him, saying, You're not the kind of person who clings to the past and suddenly starts talking about it, and you've never been to the Dungeon of False Dreams. The current situation has nothing to do with that dungeon, so I have to think that way. Sahan lowered his head and asked softly, "You don't care at all that you're a fake, do you?" Idra shook her head. "No, wait." She propped her chin with her hand, thinking. "You've never called my name before. Do you know that? This is quite fun. I can sense a bit of discomfort, but I won't ask about it." Sehang looked at her. "Please, tell me everything you know about that dungeon. Something makes me feel uneasy. Ira is also worried about you. Something is making you uneasy. You're just worried because it's too perfect." Sehan with a vacant look. "I can't even remember everything about all the players I've met anymore. But they look exactly like people who have existed in this world before. If they are randomly generated for this dungeon, or real people from this era, I would feel much better." Ira says softly, "Truly, my representative is different." That's right. Human memories are far from perfect, so it's impossible for a world like this to be created from just one person's memory. Sian wonders, what does that mean? This place was created from memories found within the collective memory of humanity, and moreover, this world was copied exactly from the world at that point in time. If you come through the system, this can be fully understood. She said the world is exactly like your past or future, and the people here will think and act just like they did back then. Of course they're not real. They only exist because of this dungeon. Idra pointed to himself, and even as he spoke, Sean quietly understood. "All right, I get it now," Idra said excitedly. "What do you understand?" "I understand. How do I complete this mission?" Sehan pondered for a long time. To clear out the prison of false dreams, he would have to complete this damn mission one more time. He could probably reuse the exact method he used in his previous life. However, if I want to earn a hefty reward, I can't use the method I knew before. Even that door. This dungeon won't want me to repeat my past. I have to clear this dungeon using the most ideal method, the one I couldn't accomplish in the past. He goes to Lin and recalls what he himself would be like if he had saved that child, imagining how things might have turned out if he could do that. He returns to that room, wanting to meet Limina. Siu anxiously asked Sehan, "Are you planning to ask for her help in the battle? But if the person who always acts based on her mood, Mina, helps you, will she?" Sehan nodded. "Well, that's also a reason. Actually, I need something only she can do." Siu wondered, what is it that she can do? Sehan said, "Do you know how to make the divine elixir?" Shu shook his head and said, "I can't do much with alchemy, but no player knows where Mina is. I wonder if I will be able to find her." "I suppose so," Xiao said as he carried out a lot of equipment. "Then I still have something I need to finish. I'll go ahead." Even Siu, who makes the best equipment, and the person with the closest ties to top players, no one knows. So obviously, no one knows. I can't even get into the storage room now. If it stays like this, I have no other choice. He turned to Ira and asked, "Ira, where is Mina right now?" She reached out and touched his face. "You're much more open now, my representative." She grabs his shoulder and whispers, "You usually ignore me anyway." He chuckled softly. "Since it's just an illusion anyway, a little more shamelessness probably won't hurt." He looked up at Ira. "Can't you tell me about it through letters or something instead of calling like this? Do you know how much it costs me to have you appear like this?" It's also a good thing that she looks at him and smiles sweetly. "Like you said, this is just an illusion after all. That point of yours is useless anyway," he asked her. "So where is Mina? That girl is at Cheongnan." "Cheongnan, let's go right now." Sehan goes to Cheongnan, as she said she's here. He recognizes a high school student approaching the dark staircase in the night. Sehan steps up and looks around. This is the scene that would appear in a horror movie. But wait, I remember that outfit. Isn't this the uniform Mina always wears? It seems this uniform is quite comfortable, so I can wear it everywhere. Han walks alone down the dark corridor, holding a dagger as a weapon, when suddenly a shadow approaches from behind him. That person said, "I didn't know you knew how to block that attack." Xian said, "I also didn't expect I would be attacked so suddenly." "So that's Lim and Min, huh?" she said calmly. "These days the world isn't rosy. Isn't it better to be the strongest to survive?" He chuckled softly and looked at her, saying, "We just met again after a long time apart. You're being too much." She laughed loudly and pointed at the Han MOT car. "Wait, no, I think I saw this disgusting face about 2 years ago. Is something wrong? Are you looking for me?" He replied coldly. She asked, "How did you know I was here? Who would have thought there's still a representative who can contact the gods?" Sean, while casting a divine gaze on his hand, replied, "I thought the gods liked you too." "Elmin," she shrugged and sighed. "I used to be like that too, but about a year ago everything changed." Hearing this, Han's car wondered, and upon reflection, he realized that the last time he met her, he didn't think she had any observers. This is just a game and a pastime for the gods, and in the end, people will be discarded. She turned around and said to Sean, "So you came here to find me, which probably means you want to talk about something, right?" "I don't think I want to say anything here. The room inside the third and second rooms is a mess, with broken furniture and chaos as if a war just happened here. Seha looked at the photos on the table. Are those Elmin's portraits? She picks up a photo. Yes, I can't find all the portraits of my classmates. Seo looked at her, seeming quite close to our class. Limin, you're protesting again. No, actually I don't have many friends, but when this world changed, I had no choice but to change too. I wasn't really a talkative person at first. Hanskar was also quite surprised. Couldn't imagine it at all. She added, after completing the first mission, I thought you couldn't stay like this forever. You have to survive at all costs. It may not look like it, but I'm pretty good at attacking it. Remembering my past victories, I tell Sean I still remember vividly the day this game began. My two friends and I skipped school to go to Seoul, and suddenly the whole world was turned upside down. Seon asked her, you weren't born in Seoul, were you? She nodded and said, no, I just came from this countryside to visit for a bit. My friend's sister happened to have some business in Seoul and helped us out, but I got separated from my friends and ended up wandering all over Seoul trying to find them for a long time. Moreover, at first I even robbed a bank because I had no money, but it was all useless. This uniform is the only thing we share, so I can't wear anything else. Seon asked, did you find your friend Lim and Min? Also nodded. Yes. She held up the photo and was moved, but it was already too late. They had endured there for so long that by the time I found them, they had suffered for a very long time. It seems they made some kind of deal with the devil, but were exploited by it and then died. As Lamin finished speaking, tears welled up in his eyes, and he was overwhelmed with emotion, running through my mind as a futile effort. And then I chose my own way to honor their memory. Since my parents died on the very first day, I have nowhere to go. Hearing her confide, Zehan kept thinking, could the demons be the dark forces or not? No. Wait a minute. I already killed all those dark spirits. Did you quickly ask Lim and Min if your friends have ever been to a dark spirit's place? She replied, it's the place connected to Neberos. My friends are somewhere else. Sean rubs his head and covers his face, thinking, I should be more careful when dealing with people who have made contracts with demons in the future. I should also tell Jay about this. Lehman looked up and asked Han about the car. From what you're saying, it sounds like you're pretty fed up, so what do you need? He started to explain his intentions for coming here to find her. At first, I was going to ask for her help with this mission, but given the situation, it seems like it will be difficult. I want to ask you to make a divine potion. Lyman looked confused and scratched her head. For this mission, I was going to choose one of the two. I was planning to pick 100,000 non-civilians, but accidentally chose 1,000 players. Hearing this, Sehan happily smirked. She chose the wrong one. So lucky. She stretched and said to Zai, all right, that's fine. I'm bored anyway. How many bottles of the elixir do you need? Sehan replied that one was enough. I also want to ask you to do a few more of these things. Lim Min sighed. What? I can't do anything more difficult than a potion. He smiled, knowing this was more than just a potion. And then Sehan reached out his hand to show her something. Here, I want you to make it so that even the strongest players can use it in another house. If you have any questions, it's quite strange. Back then he withdrew. Now he's disappeared without a trace. Not like him at all. What on earth is he trying to do? Minzu-ho kept thinking, but still couldn't understand. Minzu-ho, what do you think? Kim Toon taps a few times on the floor. We'll think about the meeting later. Sorry about that. At the Agatram Guild, Tron Sang-hoa said seriously, there's only 1 week left to finish this mission. Let's complete it. Kang Shich Kwoi. Is there anything you can't do with just your one skill? Can't you finish it? Tron Sang-hwan is still worried. Don't underestimate them. Kangrun Sich Agatram is incredibly powerful, but there are also very strong people on the other side. If we attack them hastily, it might backfire. Kangunzich still looks down on them. He's too cautious now. They're not like Genesis, the ones who could only avoid losing their teeth even if they fought with all their might. Troll Sang-hwan angrily stands up where there is a city asking Yua. Kangrun Sich just wonders, how can someone who once abandoned 10,000 civilians become a saint? Thinking back, I remember there's also this Dark One. The guild leader was surprised, the Dark One. Kangrun Sich slowly remembered that very disgusting-looking person, the strange one who always used a bunch of petty little weapons. Tron Sang-hwan sighed. He must be talking about Kim's Han. Yeah, that damn guy, he's pretty troublesome too. You could say he's one of the strongest players there. Kangrun Sich excitedly thought, isn't he the youngest member here? How could we want to kill him? Lin listened quietly for a long time and then said, don't talk like that anymore, Kangrun. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and stepped in. Sorry to interrupt this important meeting, the person hurriedly said, we have confirmed that there are quite a few players outside the quarantine zone. Hearing that, one of them slammed the table and stood up. They've been silent for quite a while. Finally, they're ready. What? Let me go. Another person interrupted him. No, let me go. Kim Toon stands up boldly. If he goes, we might be at a disadvantage. I'll handle this quickly. Seeing the perfected elixirs, Han's eyes widened in surprise. You finished all of this in just 2 days. Lyman shrugged and smiled. I did it because I was in the mood. Right now, I think Lyman in the future is truly on a different level. If she seems willing to cooperate, maybe I should just ask for her help, directly. And by the way, today is the day our side faces a decisive blow. I recall that moment, just after recovering from the battle with Minsuho, I joined the team again, and we barely managed to win. Even though most of us had to die from the ambush, let's check the status screen. Now I have to swing by Zongxiu's place and leave immediately. I think Kim Tae-hoon is the one mainly responsible for this battle, and he's acting alone right now. Now is the chance for me to take him down, standing in front of an old ruined building. What should I do now? That yellow scarf guy spoke up. Damn it. When this attack fails, we should have retreated immediately. That's Kim Tae-hoon. He appears shining with a golden light, like an aura. The people behind sneered. I give you 10 minutes, then we decide to move. Kim Tae-hoon is angry. This is my final warning. They are terrified on this side. He is deeply worried. General, are we really going to back down like this? Hearing that, the opponent immediately shouted back. What are you talking about? Do you want us to go to battle against Kim Tae-hoon? Don't you have any sense of pride? After seeing how those people look down on us, are you still planning to run away? The general over there has spoken. He's probably stronger than us. But why did he warn us 3 times? Could it be that he has a reason not to fight right now? Kim Tae-hoon hesitates now. Should I resist him? The general on this side has already raised his axe for battle. All right, we won't back down and I'll kill you right here. Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon sighed. If you've made up your mind, I have no choice but to do the same. He shrugged and told his teammate, I'll go out alone. The red-haired guy looks worried. Is that going to be okay? Your opponent is also a high-level player. Kim Tae-hoon angrily turns to look back. Are you arguing with me? No, I am not. The general jumps forward, planning to go in alone. He really is a proud bastard, a strike that blinds everything with a dazzling light. A loud blow lands directly on Kim Tae-hoon's body. The soldiers are surprised to see him not resisting. Is that idiot not planning to block at all? No, maybe it's just because I was too fast. Thinking he had defeated Kim Tae-hoon, but that figure still stood tall before him. Kim Tae-hoon asked sternly, Do you know Bando? The general looked confused. Bandor, I think I've heard that name before somewhere. The second son of Odin, the greatest god in Norse mythology, the god of light, the supreme god who cannot be defeated. Kim Tae-hoon radiates with overwhelming power. He is the god loved by everyone. Nothing in this world can harm him, and as Kim Tae-hoon said this, he threw a punch at the general, so powerful that the general couldn't react in time. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind him, catching Kim Tae-hoon off guard and causing the general to tremble uncontrollably. Kim Tae-hoon said, That's just like me. The 2 girls nearby were also stunned to hear that. A high-level player can only run away after a punch like that. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon turned back. Who said you could run, huh? I've warned you 3 times already. With every step you took, the ground cracked and shattered. You didn't retreat, did you? He charged like the wind towards the 2 girls, causing them to cry out in fear. Kim Tae-hoon's sword lowered, emitting a blinding light, but it seemed blocked by something, accompanied by a voice. You little bastard. A shadowy figure, darker than the surroundings. I wondered who you really were, but I recognized you at first glance. So it turns out that's Sihan. He appeared and caught Kim Tae-hoon's sword strike. I heard you're not the type to jump into the fight right at the start, right? Sihan continued, but it seems you're planning to kill those fools. Sean blocked Kim Tae-hoon, looking bewildered. No one here in Agatram is stronger than me, yet he managed to block my attack. Something has thrown off my flow of power. Hey Kim Tae-hoon, do you know that in the JPG game you're basically a thorn stuck up your ass? Kim Tae-hoon was surprised. Sehan from the RPG game continued. When you play games, there are times you don't use things you should have used. You prepared everything perfectly, but when you use them, it feels like a waste. So in the end you didn't use them, but you don't have to do that. Kim Tae-hoon started to get angry. What the hell are you talking about? Zehan thought he was ridiculously cautious in the past. Simply put, to me you are someone who, even if you kill, can never win. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the status screen for a long time, which only displayed 1 line of text, then quickly walked away. Kim Tae-hoon was still confused, but then he suddenly felt pain and was thrown backward by Han's stab. As Han thought to himself, his skills must have definitely been activated. Don't tell me you suddenly realized about the poison too? Kim Tae-hoon bitterly curses the bastard. Sehan raises his sword, inspecting it. You're finished. Kim Tae-hoon begins to explode, truly a magnificent beginning. In the house where the questions are coming from was what I just heard real. Bak Se-young-hee is surprised. He said Kim Tae-hoon is already dead. Sian was scrolling through the status board as he replied. The rumors are already starting to spread, huh? Somehow it all turned out that way. Bak Seung-hai still couldn't stop being amazed. Somehow? He still doesn't understand how the second-ranked person at Agatram, Kim Tae-han, could be killed in some way. Se-han just chuckled. Yeah, something like that. He secretly thought that if his name was known because of this, it would be easier for him to move forward. Even in his previous life, he had reserved this parasitic plant for himself. I should have been able to reduce our losses by now. Bae Seung-hee looked at Han's car, sweating profusely. I know you're very strong, but I didn't realize you were this powerful. Se-han shrugged confidently. That's right, I'm stronger than you think. At least I'm powerful enough to handle all the superiors at Agatram. Hearing this, Parung-hai could only remain silent. After a while, he finally spoke up. You really think you can do it? Who would believe you could solo Agatram? That's not a lie, right? Se-han replied. I don't usually lie, so can I suggest this? Park Sung-hai looks on attentively. All right, I hear you. Se-han held up 3 fingers and said, 3 days. I want you to give me 3 days. During that time, I will complete this mission. When I get to Shin Yu's house, I am no less than Park Sung-hee. This time I was truly shocked. Really shocked. St. Shin Yu, pointing at Se-han, asked, What the hell are you doing? You not only killed Kim Tae-hoon but also brought his body here. She looked at Se-han and shouted, What are you thinking? Se-han looked at her and smiled because she was the best healing mage among all the players. Thank you, Yua, for the compliment. Then why did you bring this corpse to me? He said. There's not much to recognize. I just want to ask if you can bring him back to life. Looking at the corpse in front of her, she seemed furious. Are you crazy? How can I bring someone back from the dead? I thought Hyen-than would be granted if Hyen-than asked Iwa. She started to reach out toward Kim Toon's body. Don't call me Hyen-than anymore, it's too annoying. Se-han asked again. Can you revive him? Or is there some reason why not? She tried to consider while replying to Se-han. He's already dead, and since all his healing skills have been destroyed, I'm quite sure of that. Are you sure? Please, Yua nod. Yes, he was stitched up, but how could you heal his wounds? I can hardly see the stab marks on him anymore. Se-han replied, just before he died, I used the divine medicine. Please let Yua sigh. She looked up at him again. Did you use that divine medicine? Se-han nodded, causing Yua to wonder. Then why did he die? I don't really know either. Are you trying to test me again, Yua? He said, no, don't lie anymore. Do you think I will be fooled again? Think carefully. If the divine potion had already been activated, then he should have still been alive at that time. He shouldn't have died. He was supposed to recover after using the divine medicine. But if you already used the elixir, he should have recovered. Yet he still died. This is really strange. Se-han added more words. That's right. It made her so angry she shouted, That's right. What the hell is going on? You're doing it again, aren't you? Pretending not to know anything when you already know everything. Yua points her finger in his face. I already know you're scheming something. You want to hand over the body that's not this one to me. Right? Se-han explained that besides her, he couldn't trust anyone else. Hearing that, Shin Yua seems to collapse. You're really good at talking. You're also making progress, huh? Se-han replied calmly. I have indeed improved, but I'm trying to make Notlaovin leave immediately so I won't have to come back here again. That's really great. She starts waving her hand. Next time you come, let me know in advance so I can prepare. Se-han agrees. I will do that. Next time I come, I will bring a gift as well. Tell Yua to pull the person away. Just don't give me any more tasks. That's all I ask. Se-han looked in her direction, feeling anxious that after finishing this mission, she would die during the next one. This moment is just a dream that this dungeon is showing me. Once I finish this mission, it will end and I will be able to get out of this dungeon. Did I say goodbye back then, I wonder? Seiya recalled that moment. Tell Yua to worry and encourage him. Don't lose your willpower. You can survive. I remember she took care of me for a long time after I was injured in the battle with Minho. After I recovered, I just couldn't meet her again. That really is a gift. Returning to that house after hearing that Kim Toon was killed, Kang Run-sich was furious. Is that crazy dog really that strong? Tron Sang-hwan thought. He knows Kim Tae-hoon's weakness, so he probably used the parasitic plant to make Kang Run-sich stand up in anger. Don't tell me he's actually been holding on to that all this time. Tron Sang-hwan insists that he must have prepared very carefully to face certain players. Kang Run-sich, worried, asked, Hey, aren't you a bit surprised at all? She also sighed and said, Yes, he is the one who killed my father. He really became very famous after that incident. Remembering that collapse incident, the hero defeated the representative of Taurus, one of the 12 zodiac signs. And because he went insane, Kim Shan killed him. And after that, he became famous for a while. Although that revenge happened quite quickly because the person mentioned had gone into hiding, Lian, feeling discouraged, had already made a contract with me, but maybe because my father passed away, you no longer talk to me, even though it seems like he is still watching over me. She turned to Kang Run-sich and said, I will definitely kill that person. He turned to look at Lin. Well, you're quite talented, so maybe one day you will be able to do it. But I can't wait that long because I will be the one to kill that dog. The others turned to look at him as well, probably unable to believe what he had just said. Tron Sang Huan kicks the table in frustration. We've been too lax all along, because we always thought no one could fight against Agatram's superiors. But in the end, we lost a great source of strength. Moreover, and in the blink of an eye too, Tron Sang Huan continued. No more relaxing now, just for prevention. To make sure no one acts alone, I will tell everyone at once. Everyone remained silent and listened. And then, 2 days after everything was prepared, we will return this enemy to them. The status board appears with a picture of Hans Carr. Lin looks at the image of Hans Carr with a sorrowful expression. The next night, they began their mission, ambushing a man with his mouth covered. Sehan ambushed him and dragged him inside. He slowly looked around to assess the situation. All right, I should start moving now. Looking around, this place feels like a dark, terrifying tunnel. Good, the area where people live is now empty. The Eye of God turns to ask Han's vehicle. What do you plan to do now? He looked around and then replied, What do you mean? Of course we're fighting. Ira looked at the status board, thinking he could handle it alone. I didn't know you were that daring. Seiya looked up and smiled smugly. This method is definitely something I haven't tried before. Idra was surprised. So why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to do that? Seihan remained very calm. I'm not even sure anymore, and I'm not changing my mind. I just realized there are still many things I can do. Moreover, I hadn't considered including you in my previous plan. You know that I am extremely reluctant to borrow power from the gods. Because I kept thinking I would have to choke myself out doing that, IRA continued. So, in reality, isn't that the case? He shook his head. No, I really was strangled. But even if I was really choked, as long as I didn't die, it wouldn't matter, right? Sian still seems very relaxed right now. In this world of dreams, it's even more so. Idra turned around when she heard him call her. Do you know how to edit videos? Tron Sang Hoa and Minsu Ho are watching closely. Tron Sang Hoa speaks. How many have you identified so far? Minsu Ho Van hasn't heard any news. I don't know. But if they can move secretly like that, there probably aren't many of them. But for Tron Sang Hoa, I have a different opinion. Who would think that even if he could sense the entire city, he still couldn't find their location? Are they really gone? Or do they have some kind of invisibility skill? Lujin just arrived and is already complaining. This is getting annoying. Maybe we should just attack. Minsuho, hearing her say that, also felt worried. Lujin, we won't be able to know what those hiding guys will do in that moment. If we can't find them, it must mean they have a small number of troops. With such a small force, what kind of trouble could they cause? It's better for us to strike first and gain the upper hand? Conversely, Minsuho still opposes her opinion. I can't be sure either, so it's better to just proceed with caution. Seeing Minsuho's slow pace annoyed her. Minsuho, why are you acting so strangely and irritating now? Are you scared? He turned away, ignoring what she said. I just have a bad feeling about this. That's all. Lujin shouted loudly. I have a bad feeling. It's been 2 days already. If we keep letting them be, we'll be the ones who are shaken. I'm like this because you haven't done anything at all. Lujin angrily leaves. Whatever you decide, if you keep like this, I will go alone. She left, leaving the two of them behind with anger, walking alone into the night. The frustration just kept building up. Li Shujin silently thought that no matter how much a cat tries to hide, it won't solve anything with those random little tricks. Suddenly there was a noise behind her. Li Suin instinctively became alert. She looked around cautiously, sure she had sensed something. Or was I mistaken? But maybe I was right, there's nothing there. A strange object appeared in front of her, and she moved closer to see what it was. After examining it carefully for a while, she found a bomb and prepared to pick it up. She was very excited inside, so careless among so many people, and this definitely had to be found by a magic expert like me. Too bad. I will turn you into a pile of shattered remains right here. The purification spell activates immediately after contact, and a light gradually appears around, enveloping the jar and leaving Lisujin stunned. What? I'm sure I've already dispelled the magic mana from this magic stone. The jar looks very unusual, and she also feels that something is about to happen. Not long after, the jar suddenly explodes, and Lai Suin realizes, damn it, it's a trap. The people around heard the explosion and looked at each other in confusion. What was that? There was a smoke explosion in an alley, and someone nearby started coughing violently after inhaling the smoke. Hey, are you okay? Not long after, that person collapsed unconscious. Everyone realized at that moment that the smoke was toxic, and warned others. Don't breathe this smoke, it's poisonous. The explosion was huge, with a lot of smoke spreading across the buildings, and anyone who inhaled it kept coughing non-stop. Lai Zhuin is the same. I avoided the explosion but ended up inhaling this smoke. Luckily, I still managed to stay calm, but what the hell is this smoke supposed to do? Emerging from the thick smoke, a deep voice exclaims, as expected. She was the first to discover it. Lai Suin covered her nose and tried to answer. Yes, I was indeed the first to notice, but what about now? I'm still completely fine. You might be okay, but the people aren't the same. Lai Suin is scared. What? Thanks to you, this smoke has spread all over the city. I did better than I expected. Half of my plan has already come true. Hearing that, she angrily cursed Se-Han. This malicious bastard. Sorry, but this is the end for you. Morian is quite a troublesome entity. Lujin was stunned. How does this bastard know the name of her god? He's really a strange guy. I have to take him down with one hit. Lai Zujin, while unleashing her power, suddenly coughed up blood. Se-Han saw this and laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I last saw this skill. Se-Han coldly said to Li Sujin. She didn't even realize I was approaching. The explosion truly did its job. Lai Sujin is also considered defeated. Se-Han looked at her and then brushed his hands off. Even though I need to deal with the reinforcement troops first, I don't think this is quite right. He stood up and checked around. So we have to finish quickly before the others arrive. Kangun, Sich, and Minsu couldn't help but look out. Don't say this is Lujin. The two of them hurriedly run to find her. On this side, Han's car is waiting patiently. This side is clear now. They must have arrived too. Minsuho and Kunsich found Lujin and realized Kim Shan was right beside her. They swiftly move behind Han's car like lightning, and he turns around very calmly. They have arrived. The power of the two of them radiates like a rainbow. Seeing Lai Suin dead, both of them were furious. Minsuho gritted his teeth in anger. We found you. Kang Shixi also glares at Han's car. This bastard. Minsuho couldn't help but feel regret when he saw Han's car. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go that time. I was so stupid to think he was just like many other players fighting for humanity. I shouldn't have let him go. I should have taken care of him right then. The smoke spreads throughout the city and countless civilians are dying because of it. But what's done is done, so just forget about it. Now even the players are in danger, and above all, Lai Sujin. It seems that the continuous losses are gradually breaking Minsuho down. He shouted loudly, "Kill that bastard now!" Minsuho, angry, turned to Kangrun Sich and said, "We can't leave him alone like this." Agreed. Minsuho has made a pact with the demon god lord, and Kangjun Sich with the god of annihilation. They are furious. Today you will die here, and if we keep letting him go, it won't be enough. Kangrun Sich nodded. I think so too. Their two gods appear full of bravery. Han's car looked up at the raging wind and flames, truly terrifying. Minsuho gathered his strength to the limit, and even his sword emitted a faint blue glow. He put all his strength into rushing towards Se-Han, but Se-Han surprisingly turned around and charged downward, and Minsu also refused to give up, jumping down right after Se-Han. Han's vehicle was also surprised, indeed very fast, as if they were already very close. It seemed the two would soon meet, with Minsuho rushing straight down like an arrow, but at this moment Se-Han changed direction and jumped back up. Minsuho, wielding his sword, charged down, and with each strike hitting the ground, the earth cracked open. Se-Han began to use his split body technique. Seeing that, Minsuho scoffed and said, "You only have such little skill. Annoying guy." Se-Han splits into many copies surrounding Minuho. Knowing the situation, they step back and avoid the fight. Min Shuo, a raging fire circle of Kangrun Sich is formed. He sends it down and throws it directly at Se-Han. Step back. Kim Se-Han can't let him use that. Se-Han reaches out and forms a sphere that envelops and nullifies the powers of Minsuho and Kangjun Sich. What do those two think of him? Is that a shield? Chang Junzich shouts angrily. This guy is crazy. Se-Han also creates a sphere of power ready to strike at Kangrun Sich. But even if it's created with skill, it's still fire, just blocking the flow of magic and air. Can it really be extinguished that easily? Kangrun Sich, stop being so arrogant. And with a fierce punch, fire erupts from the ground, blazing intensely. The city, which had been silent for a while, was shattered by an explosion, causing Han's car to be pushed back a few steps. The two of them stood back to back, scanning the surroundings for Han's car. Kangrun Sich is furious, you little rat, and both of them are panting heavily and exhausted. As for Se-Han, on the contrary, he shows no signs of fatigue or pain. Se-Han smirked confidently and said, "Don't worry, from now on I won't dodge anymore." He glanced to the side. Se-Han was a bit worried, Troll Sang Hoan over there, unsure if he could trust the two in front of him, whether they could quickly take control of the situation, but this was the right moment. He turned to mock, "You look tired. Just stop barking like a dog. I'm only tired of you jumping around." Se-Han isn't willing to stay quiet either. So what? Now I probably can't hide anymore. Hearing that, Kangrun just cheered up. What? Are you saying you're just going to stand still and accept death now? Min Ho felt a bit worried about Zan's words. Could it be that now there's no need to run anymore? After speaking, Zehan slammed his hand down hard to channel his power into the ground. Kang Shik looked confused and asked, "What the hell is that?" Min Ho thought something was off. If the situation wasn't advantageous, Kim Shan would never step forward casually, meaning he would only strike when he's sure to win. That's how Kim Shan fights. He is hiding something. He can't just rush into the opponent alone while fighting two of Agatram's elites and still act so casually. If Kim Shan were normal, he would never do this. Min Ho is scared. It's a trap. He runs over to pull Kang Run-sik away. "Hurry up, Kang Run-sik. Get out of here now." By the time Kang Run-sik still doesn't understand what's happening, it's already too late. The light from Han's attack flashes brightly, gems flying everywhere, each taking a different path, while Min Ho and Kang Jun-sik are still trying to process what just happened. What exactly is Shan's true power? Kang Run-sik tried to crawl toward Han's car. "You're not the type who can't use magic, are you?" Zehan calmly said, "If I have to say it, I don't use magic. I only use magical items. I created them long ago to catch you." Kang Run-sik is furious. "If you think you can catch us just with this, you're dead wrong." Each time he places his hand on the ground, a stronger surge of power is unleashed. This is a swamp created by paralysis magic, which is why they couldn't move and could only endure the pain. Han's car got up and approached. "I told you guys beforehand, so don't think I'm a coward. Can two of them fight together and Kim Shan still be this strong?" With his face pressed to the ground, Shuho thought, "That cowardly bastard. So this is why he killed Mage Lai Zujin first. If Luzin were alive, he could use magic to handle this. If he had been calmer, he wouldn't be in this situation." Shuho's vision blurred, and the last image reflected was Han's car drawing a weapon from space. We are just his playthings. Damn it, in the city covered by fog and smoke, somewhere a voice echoes, "Get them." Han's car hides in a corner, starting to plan. Minkan must deal with each of them one by one, handle them quietly. It's truly a difficult task. Chun Sang Hoan has realized it and is now searching to find Han's figure. Can the others handle Chun Sang Hoan? Although he had prepared as a last resort, sensing imminent danger, Han's eyes shifted. Zehan quickly counterattacked the stranger, but was surprised when his attack was blocked, stopping his strike. "What is this? Is this a counterattack to my previous attacks? What is this?" "You are the one facing me, Lim Min," she said with a bright smile. "I'm bored, so I came to help. Surprised." Zehan is speechless. "That's it?" Zehan asked her, "Why are you here?" Lim Min chuckled and replied, "I was just curious about what you're doing." Lim Min and Kim Shan are standing above, looking down at the crowd running below and commenting. "You can tell just by looking. But is this really okay?" Zehan calmly replied, "Is this a game?" Mina muttered, "There's a group of people behind them trying to attack." At the signal, the three of them jumped in together to attack Mina. With a snap of his fingers, the three who aimed to kill Mina were restrained by strong silk threads. Minei said, "I am also a player participating in this mission, so I will help." Under Mina's control, the three others were pulled away. Mina seemed indifferent and added to Sean that I haven't done anything so far. "So if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it fully, right?" Sean smirked and said, "I thought you didn't care about things like this." Mina shrugged. "Yeah, I don't care about those things." At this moment, they were surrounded by a crowd. Min conjured a bunch of daggers. "What I care about is finishing this mission, so I suddenly waved my hand and the daggers shot towards each enemy." "Hey, that's a bit too much," Min calmly said. "Don't worry, they caused wounds just like you used a dagger. Shouldn't we deal with that first?" Another explosion just happened nearby. "Don't let them go over there. If I could get there, I should probably run away." It seems like his eyes don't look normal. Sahan turns around. "Then I'll rely on you." After that, his figure disappeared, leaving only El Min's back. "Well then, El Min, smile brightly and show your determination. I won't let them get in your way. Everyone, including civilians and players, will be saved because of me. So it seems like a good outcome." Chun Sang Huan thought while chasing, realizing that his reckless attacks needed to be stopped from the very beginning. It seems the mission is over. Kim Zehan stands on the tall building looking down, while Chun Sang Huang quickly breaks in response to his words. He looked at him with anger and shouted, "Kim Zehan!" Then he leapt with such force that the ground shattered, and in a single jump he reached eye level with Han's car. Chun Sang Huan activated his skill, the transfer skill, the light sword, and just one slash was enough to set the building's glass on fire. In no time, the distance between them widened again. Hanzi still had time to wonder inwardly. Was he too distracted by his excitement to notice his surroundings? "I don't understand how this skill works, but if it's just petty attacks, it won't do anything." What? This has nothing to do with each other, but Han's car suddenly sped up and approached Chun Sang-hwan. Chun Sang-hwan retorted, "Your mistake is trusting your strength too much." "No, my mistake is being too merciful." Chun Sang-hwan attacked him with a skill. "I should have killed you from the start." Luckily, Zihan dodged quickly. "Although I'm not as strong as Minsu-ho, I feel threatened by him. It's better to stay far away and avoid fighting here." Thinking it through, Han's figure disappeared in an instant before Sang-hwan could react, but he quickly chased after him. "Do you want to lure me away?" "Too bad, but you know I have no weaknesses, right?" Kim X-han smirked. "If it were someone else, I might not be sure either, but I haven't prepared anything for you." Chun Sang-hwan glared. "What?" Se-han quickly jumps higher than Chun Sang-hwan, who is already furious. This is where everything ends. "That arrogant name, so Chun Sang-hwan lands. Can you beat me?" "You have nothing else besides those cowardly tricks," Se-han replied calmly. "Oh." Chun Sang-hwan didn't think he would actually admit to this. Blackened. Se-han turned his head to look at him. "Now I am ready. All preparations are complete, and Han's car stands alone and proud amidst the foggy sand. I look down at my left hand and say, of course, compared to you I am still lacking in many ways, both in ability and in winning skins. I am not as good as you, everything is just so-so. But there is one thing I am better than you." Chun Sang-hwan, without hesitation, reveals his arrogance or his boastful nature. Se-han felt a bit uncomfortable admitting it and said, "Of course that's true, but that's not the only thing." He continued, "Besides, if you try it yourself, it would be faster." "What is that?" Is the sky gradually getting darker? As the night sky is cleared along a line, Jaehan's gaze locks onto the opponent, with thunder increasingly frequent, weaving through the clouds. Under the bad weather, two people still stood looking at each other. Chun Sang-hwan asked, "Kim Se-han, what are you doing?" Suddenly, above the night sky, enormous energy hands appeared over Kim Se-han's head. Its size makes Sang-hwan a bit hesitant. This thing, after all, is the work of Kim Se-han. A goddess appears, enveloping the earth. "I humbly request the Dream Maiden Hydra. Will you be able to become my envoy?" The demon goddess Hydra placed her hand on her chest and made a plea to Se-han, who nodded in agreement. Then, the energy of the demoness surrounds him. "You have become the envoy of the Dream Demon Hydra, receiving the divine form skill and soul calling. It should be prepared in advance because if used carelessly, you'll die. Right. You wouldn't even know if there's a feeling inside you or not. I almost lost my mind, but the mental strength of the last human player in Jean's body has now undergone a significant change." He chuckled smugly. "If it's this level, it's pretty impressive." Kim Se-han pushed off with force and charged at Chun Sang-hwan. Chun Sang-hwan swings the sword he created with his skill. "Damn you, even if you become a proxy." The final blows from Se-han and Chun Sang-hwan clash, and Se-han quickly launches another attack. Chun Sang-hwan was so surprised he couldn't speak as his light sword disappeared. What could this be again? Se-han quickly pulls out another sword from the space and stabs Chun Sang-hwan painfully. Chun Sang-hwan quickly loses consciousness, blood gushing from his mouth. "I told you before, you have to try it to know." Just then, another enemy took the opportunity to attack from behind. That attacker swung his weapon, probably aiming to send him to his final rest. The attacker's gaze shifted elsewhere. At the spot where the eyes are fixed, Zine suddenly appeared there in a flash. The female assassin quickly lunged forward again. Se-han wondered to himself, how good is Minsu-ho's technique? It's not a level you can just imitate, just lacking experience, but he's almost using it perfectly. The girl swung her sword with magic attached to the strike, while her other hand delivered a fiery punch. This scene immediately makes Han think of Kang Ran-jech. This is Kang Ran-jech's move. A large column of fire erupted. Se-han safely escaped from inside that column of fire. As expected, an exceptional talent, but it's not the right time yet. He looked up at something. Surrounding him, many observing eyes had appeared, including one with a different color that made it stand out, as the scene of Se-han fighting the girl was replayed. I didn't expect it to be aimed at this. A beautiful woman keeps reviewing footage of Kim Se-han. The arena is ready. It's my avatar. Se-han smirked as the blonde girl charged at him. The young girl intends to avenge her father and the deity's envoy. The assassin has slaughtered countless people, making for a very intriguing scenario. Now, let the real fight begin. In this desolate wasteland, the two continue to clash without end. Se-han asked, "Why you want to kill me? Is it because of your hatred from the past?" Lin was silent for a moment. Maybe that was true. With the fiery punch, Lin charged forward and added more words, but that wasn't the whole story. When that punch was coming down, Se-han still managed to dodge. Lin said, "You're too hard on yourself and those around you. That way, no one will stay by your side anymore," Se-han argued. Beach, is that why you said that, because you only watched and did nothing? Lin said, I know, it's so funny. But I have found a better way. But you are obsessed with yourself and only see one thing. This time is just a warning sign. You will survive, but you will definitely regret it. A sword of light forms in Lin's hand. Because of that, as Taylor's child, I will definitely stop you. And because my father also wishes for that. Righteous goddess Azra Ea, I humbly request you to become my representative. In another realm, the goddess observes the situation on the projection screen and recalls the moment she met Taylor, when her ethereal hand touched Lin's cheek. Hey, this is so boring. It's been almost a year since I quit gaming. Should I turn into a male god and start seducing the goddesses? The jester sat on the sofa, with a status window in front of him. The jester saw something that piqued his interest and eagerly stood up. This is a battle between two divine representatives. One is the representative of Astraea, and the other is the jester, slightly frowning, the representative of the outsider god, the witch of dreams Inderza with the highest power. If ranked, this is a fight between an ant and an elephant. Amazing. The opponent is an incredibly powerful Eastern warrior, and to make it even more unbelievable, she appears as a young girl. The opponent isn't just an ordinary user of enhancement skills on the human body while remaining alert. If they had divine traits, could they become a god instantly? No, that's not important. The clown laughs in amusement. This doesn't exist in any recent game released. Huh? It seems like the clown's narrowed eyes saw something. It's been a while since we last met. Lyman stands out in the crowd with many eyes watching around her. She stands above, looking down at the two figures facing each other. Sahan thinks to himself, indeed, a person who can become a representative. If you become the representative instead, you will definitely have a completely different appearance. Still, that's not enough to just admire. Seihan snapped his fingers casually, and death could come easily because in real time, the opponent was growing stronger, with space circles appearing beside Seihan from which sharp spears emerged. Then Seihan swung his hand again, sending out more swords, and Lin seemed to struggle greatly just to block them. Seihan continued mercilessly without holding back. Now Lin is surrounded by a barrage of swords, completely trapped. Seihan clenched his fist as a sign that Lin's fate was sealed. And it's truly miraculous how Lin avoided every single one of those needles. Sahan was a bit startled, not expecting Lin to dodge them all. As Lin rushes straight ahead, Seihan prepares to strike, but suddenly Lin appears behind him and delivers a painful blow. Seihan gradually disappears, but a familiar smile remains on his lips. Lin cautiously looks around as many of Han's needles appear around her. She crouches to the ground, causing the area to be engulfed in thick smoke. After the smoke clears, only a dent remains, and Han's car transforms into a cube, which he drops straight into the dent without hesitation. The cube begins to crack, with golden light emanating from the cracks. Then the cube shatters. Seihan reaches out his hand to block the flying stones, while Lin suddenly appears above him. Han's vehicle hurls a large stone at Lin, but it shatters, and Lin quickly lands on the ground. Whew! Completely untraceable. Lin activates his skill once again. As expected, this is the peak of human ability, and Han's vehicle begins to tire. Suddenly, a beam of light descends, and Lin swiftly draws his shining sword, his hair flying in the wind, while Kim Seihan frowns, his body enveloped in a surge of power. Both collide and crash down to the ground. Then, Lin jumps into the air and faces him eye to eye. One flash of yellow light from the opponent dazzles and blinds everyone. Kim Seihan frowns in worry, while the people below become even more tense. This is crazy, what is that? Limin, wide-eyed in surprise, secretly laughs to herself. Am I dreaming? Countless voids appeared in the sky, releasing numerous hidden weapons at his command. This is a battle beyond human standards. Lin uses the luminous sword to block the attack, representing the divine power. This place feels like it's about to be hit by a heavy bomb exploding in the sky, with smoke billowing everywhere, torn apart by two opposing forces, leaving everyone speechless. Limin, are you looking around for any signs? She hesitantly moves around under the observation of the observer. She looked up, and there was the observer, the personal watcher of the gods. Sweat dripped down her face as she worried. If that's the case, then these must be the original players from the start of the game. El-min watched the match carefully. Maybe I thought it was strange, but her face relaxed and her lips curled into a smile. She's truly an amazing person. Kim X-han pulls a sword from the system, his eyes deep and intense, swiftly swinging the weapon in his hand. If this were a performance, this would be enough. Lin's eyes sparkled like a cat as she charged straight at him, but her attack was deflected by him and disappeared into another dimension. Lin frowned in annoyance as it was blown into another dimension. The two faced each other directly, confirming that a straight space had no effect. Her blade slashed across Kim Zae-han's abdomen, but it didn't cause him to flinch at all. If this attack is blocked, she must immediately move to the side and aim for his neck. It was at this moment that she swung her sword across his chest, accompanied by the screeching sound of metal scraping, and Lin's lips trembled, unable to speak in shock. Kim Zae-han stabs his sword through Lin's flesh, blood splattering everywhere in a bright red spray. She widens her eyes, struggling to breathe. In a situation like this, choosing eternal convergence, Kim Zae-han quickly holds his wound on his chest, suppressing the pain. Lai kneels down as if exhausted, and he gently smiles with his eyes lowered. What, it ended so boringly? Is he dead? Kim X-han kneels, clutching his chest and panting heavily. I remember the deadly skill in resurrection. Well, I still have tasks to complete, and no time to use elixirs. The system notification sounds, you have completed the quest. He is satisfied, as expected, it's done. A truly spectacular ending. The observer gradually converges into a single point. Kim Zae-han crushes a pill with force, causing tremors around him and the ground to shake violently as if about to crack, with light emanating from where he stands illuminating the city and the neatly arranged corpses on the floor, until the girl suddenly opens her eyes. Hey, look at these bodies. What's going on here? Lin's fingertip gently moved, her unfocused eyes slowly opening. Lin sat up, body aching, in a strange, unfamiliar scene. Is this some kind of item after all? Lai Min poured divine water over Kim Jan, an item that causes the user to appear dead. In the early days of the game, someone used it through monsters. The broken potion orb lies scattered next to him. Very few people know about this. It can only be used in certain situations, so it has been forgotten. Kim Zae-han remained still, peacefully falling into a deep sleep. Everyone fell into a fake death state thanks to this item, so the quest was completed. That's how I was able to get here. The elixir has been improved to enhance its dispersal. Remembering the recent battle, the fake death substance turned that smoke into a liquid. And as the flames spread everywhere, high-level players were stabbed with poison-tipped knives. To ensure the safety of everyone, locking all the players in a confined space also played an important role. Thanks to that, everyone once again fell into a fake death state. Lee Min-in, be careful and explain each event. There are also drugs in the water. Even I have joined forces to deal with all the players. As a result, all the opponent's members also fell into a fake death state, and Lin clenched her fists in frustration. If that's the case, not asking for help might be even better. Limon points to the sky, then only the mission will be resolved. But look, I was wrong. Lin lowered her head, tears in her eyes. I have searched and taken a longer path. She looked at him, Kim Shan, who was lying still as if dead, softly saying, thank you. Lai Min, smile and stand up. It's like something has become full of emotion, isn't it? Suddenly, a divine eye appeared behind her, and she forced a smile as she slowly looked back at a clown. Oh no. The clown god leans on his hand and smiles kindly at her. Luki, it's just like a comedy movie. The observer flies everywhere alongside the shadows of the players, no one dies, and the gods return. The game of annihilation will come back soon. Another fate awaits you ahead. Rich Ho-Ra propped his chin and looked at the screen. Even if you win, in the end, it's just a dream. Still, they had to play with their lives. Rich Ho looked at Kim Jan, who was in a fake death state, wondering how this kid could have surpassed everyone and achieved such impressive results. Has he really become the last human player? Amazing, that kid must definitely be my representative. She thought about Kim Jan's stance when performing his moves, and thanks to the soul summoning skill, he had learned about all the single players until the second round of this game continued. If that happened, I don't think he would accept my contract. That's because he hasn't been able to open the door yet. The images keep flashing, and the key will be Luke Taylor. Moreover, Rich Ho sneers mockingly, you will need 2 keys. What they are, you'll find out later, but I promise it will be very interesting. By the way, the only reward you'll get is the lapeless hourglass. Such a trivial prize, isn't it? Your finger passes through the screen, so I will give you one more small gift. Gods are something very illogical. Kim Zae-han sat up with a pounding headache in a dark space. He clutching his head and groaned, it's too dark. Everyone has already gone in. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he honestly just wanted to see what happens next. Anyway, reaching that point was already good enough. Suddenly, he glanced over and realized that somehow he was holding an intricately carved hourglass in his hand. The lapless hourglass can only be used once. It is an item that allows you to see a person's future. He supported himself on his knee, trying hard to stand up. Then I guess I should go out too. Baksun and Jisoo are probably already outside as well, right? The system announces your achievement. You have earned the title of representative and achieved a feat no one else has, and a great reward will be granted according to the rules. You received a new skill, he was stunned. What? He swiped his hand through the air to check the system panel. Was that sound really made by the representative? Or was this just a hallucination in the darkness of his dreams? What could the big reward be now? Suddenly, a voice echoes. Sehan, what are you doing? The door is open. Tuyet-ni and Ju peeked through the space hole. Why aren't you coming out? He was stunned. Oh, Kim X Han is waving. You haven't been waiting long, right? Tuyet-ni thought for a moment and quickly replied, Actually, I've been waiting for 7 hours and 22 minutes. He remained calm, much less than he had expected. Kim X Han pointed outside. Then rest now. You've probably been tired waiting for me like this. He walks away, Damchu, so this must be a new skill. A skill that changes the world. Jis remained silent, her expression a bit strange. She looked at the sparkling callip watch on her wrist, then subtly hid it behind her back. From the dark space earlier, Idra's voice echoed, I hope you like that gift. Watching their figures gradually fade into the distance, a faint smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Back home, he sat in the training room, swinging his legs in midair, intently staring at the system panel. It's strange that I have a new skill, but don't know its name. But Sean paid attention to the information above. I think I will inherit Hydra's skills. Virtual space. In this space, everything is temporary, and you can create a space that exists only for a moment in Kim Sean's memory of the DUD battle with Lin. In my past life, thanks to my soul summoning skill, I fought very well, but usually I couldn't control creatures or materials with too much mass. Well, if I link it with my existing skills, this could be a major upgrade. Sweat dripped down his face, tense. But why do I have this skill? I've never heard about rewards in the dark section of the dream. He looked at the notification of his achievement as a representative, his thoughts becoming more and more vague, and he was sure this was somehow related to Hydra, but he couldn't ask her directly. The screen disappeared, and he stared into the empty space before him, feeling increasingly frustrated. If she finds out I used a skill inherited from her, she'll just ask me herself. A new skill, huh? The other person nodded and grinned at Lai Min. Sounds good, huh? Why are you so confused? Why are you looking at me like that? There's nothing wrong. Where are you planning to go? Are you free? Yeah. I just went for a quick walk. Kim Shan smiled gently. Don't get involved with those kinds of people. He already understood her thoughts. Going for a walk like that was probably to find her friend. Elmin, she waved her hand. Don't worry, I know you well. If you were in danger, would I come looking for you? She asked, studying his face again. But this guy, your behavior today is a bit strange. Since you came back from prison, I feel like something's been off with you. It must be really hard, right? He lowered his eyes and quickly shook his head to indicate it's okay. It's just a bit difficult. Don't go in there. She turned her back and walked away, waving goodbye. No matter what item I receive, it doesn't matter. I don't want to live in suffering. He thought to himself that he should prioritize dealing with Mina first. He stood up, and from the long shadow on the ground, a few black crows appeared. I think it has something to do with the demon. The first thing to do is gather information. A young girl's voice echoes from inside the room. Hanju peeks in, seeing the room empty and her looking disappointed. Oh, you're heading somewhere today too? Then she sighed and turned away. That's strange. She crossed her arms, recalling the helpless expressions of Tuyet-ni and Lin when they looked at her. It seems like both of them are afraid of me. I didn't do anything to them. Ju looked down to search below and saw her face reflected in the window glass. It was a new experience. Before she was about to enter the darkness, Tuyet-ni stopped her. Was she planning to go in? She already went in just now. But Ju paid no attention and went straight inside, where everything replayed exactly as her past memories. Memories of childhood are like a nightmare. Young Jisoo curled up, hugging herself. That truly is a painful past. She looked at the cat lapel watch on her wrist, her eyes shining with sadness. He would definitely be very angry if he found out. Her brow furrows as she wonders what kind of person she will become in the future. Will I be able to go back to the past? If so, then I push the door open, but I really don't know what will happen. Ju took a deep breath to gather her courage, then opened her eyes and thought carefully. The blonde-haired man had asked her, Are you a servant of the demon from the Amchan Guild? The bright red glow of the Amchan lightning was flashing. She lowered her eyes and slowly walked away, hearing that they are expanding their influence north of the river. The leader of the organization is an underling of a dark force. Footsteps echo down the corridor, the young woman's figure appearing more lonely, with nothing to do as she will return here tomorrow. As dusk falls over the city, Yinjagun stands facing a rather short man. The man leaning against the wall then said, Information about Guiamthien. The man, named Song Soo-gun, known as the Information Network of the Underworld, asked Shinjagun what kinds of information he had. Shinjagun calmly replied that it didn't have to be anything too terrible, just knowing the location was enough. Songgun wondered to himself why this mysterious person wanted to know the location of Thien. If he had heard that the Black Heaven Society had been destroyed, could they not be enemies after all? Although the power of Dark Heaven is growing stronger, how could he do it alone? If it's just about the location, he moved to Shinjagun's place. After the two of them finished discussing, Shinjagun told Song-soon, "I understand." He sighed, about to say more. "All right, then I won't let him finish." Shinjagun opened the system panel and continued. "It's fine. Just tell me how many points I should give you." Songgun replied, 10 points should be enough, right?" Shinjagun sighed. "A bit too little." He waved his hand politely and said, "Yes, that's not really such terrible information." Although he said that on the surface, he secretly feared that if he asked for too high a price, he might lose his head. After saying that, Sugun hurriedly left, only leaving a word for Shinjagun. "So, next time you need information, come find me." Seeing this scene, Shingun was at a loss for words. As Azo slowly approached from behind, she asked curiously, "Why ask for information you already know?" He just glanced at her and replied, "To let them know I'm looking for them." Ao chuckled. "Do you want him to tell Amon's people about this?" Shindo replied, "Yes." He coldly looked at her. "If you come without Chairman Wojang, it will be troublesome. I have quite a reputation and will definitely attract attention." A, holding an umbrella, leans forward and looks closely at his arm. She asks, "You're too confident. Can you handle them all by yourself?" Shingun asked back. "What do you think?" Ao smiled and sighed. Azo looked at him and said, "That's true. My question was pointless." The sunset illuminated half of his mask. "Let Gun be indifferent. Tomorrow we can go look for it. If it's Song's goon, he's probably heading toward Guaman by now. It's been a long time since I could fight properly. North Twin Heavenly Demon of Amon, I hope you're as strong as I expect." Over there, Kim Jan is searching the system. "I got it. I found it." He remembers his meeting with El Min and is calculating silently. He doesn't know the name, but remembers the face, so it won't be long. The problem is how to cancel the contract with the demon at the DLC shop. I wonder if it's even possible. If destroying the demon's relic is like what Shinjun did, maybe it could work, but usually it's not possible. I've only seen it once. The simplest way is for the demon side to voluntarily cancel the contract, so he yawned and stepped forward. In the end, he reached a conclusion, but it wasn't easy at all. A voice rang out. "Have they arrived? Is the person next to her Lin, and is Tu Yet Ni excitedly saying so?" Kim Shan wondered what about the others. Lin replied, "Could it be that everyone has gone to claim their points? Mina said she was going out for a walk," I asked in surprise. "Really? Jisoo is the same?" The girl replied. "Is Ju also going out for a walk?" "You're surprised, Jisoo?" He recalls Ju's past actions. Ju isn't the type to go out wandering without a reason. Back in college, she only knew how to study. Since coming to this world, she has only been hunting monsters or fighting alongside me. Suddenly, Lin spoke up, recalling that she said she was just checking out someplace and then heading back. Her words made him startle. She clapped her hands as if she suddenly remembered it was probably Guillamon. "I don't know, do you?" He panicked silently. Damn it. He quickly ran away at top speed, tense and thinking I knew it. The only person Jisoo knows who can be close to the killing scene is Gue. Could it be that among them is Guy Amon Kim Shan sweating cold? Lately, she's been quite well behaved, so I've been careless because I've been busy and didn't pay attention to her. I wonder if that's why she's become discontented. Anyway, she has a good eye for people. Even Mina can't hurt her. Maybe a voice echoed through the apartment building. "Is Seun-jun definitely looking for us?" Song-shun politely asked. "Yes? Didn't I say yesterday?" Because the room was quite dark, the face of the person opposite Song-soon was obscured by shadows, making it impossible to see their expression clearly. "The man is Blood Demon Ptojang, the leader of Gumon," he replied thoughtfully. So, then the light from outside shines in, revealing half of his face. He shows no expression. What is his intention? Even now he wants to swallow Guillamon. Could it be that with his power, that's possible? Shinjun isn't the ambitious one, but he threw the table away with such force that it tore a big hole almost in half. Celestial Demon couldn't believe it. After all, he just wanted to fight Shinjun. If I can defeat him, I will be the one called the strongest demon contract holder. Is he thinking of Minsu? If I had the kid who can see the future, I would already have Soon in my grasp. I just need to deal with Shinjun and then let the kids go. If I can't find it again, I have to kill him from the start. And after all this is over, he stands up and looks out the window. I'm going to be number 1, not just second place. Outside, a motorcycle is parked neatly. Minsu asks, "Why are you following me?" "I'm a bit uneasy," Jae-gun calmly said. "V following me is even more unsettling." The girl was worried, having glimpsed the future. At least today there was nothing dangerous. She thought to herself that the problem wasn't herself. His future was constantly changing, and since she had seen it, there was nothing else she could do but follow. She remembered the blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, clearly related to the possible change in the future. Shin Ja-gun politely asked Minsu, "Is it this building?" "Yes, that's right." He wondered silently in a strange way. Could it be that Song Shun didn't sell the information to Pang? As they pass through the revolving door, he keeps thinking, "What?" You'll know as soon as you go in. Suddenly he notices something. Everything in the building looks strangely clean. Even the desks are empty of people. Be alert to sounds on the upper floor. Minsu speaks up, saying, "Our brother is in the underground detention room." Jagan asked how they knew about that from downstairs. The girl replied, "I have been here before." The man pondered below the basement and decided to say, "Let's go." The older and younger person slowly walked down the stairs. Shingun glances toward the faint sound, which is the soft whispering of the two people. "Is it okay to hide here? I don't know. Things are chaotic upstairs. Just hide here." Minsu hesitantly points toward the source of the sound and says, "Let's go over there and check it out." He answered calmly, "I sense there are two people over there, but they are not our brothers." The girl replied seriously, "I know, but maybe it's better to stop by there." Let Jagan fall into thought. It seems like she saw something again. This ability is quite troublesome. A voice echoes in the room. What's going on? Why are these two kids here? In the corner of the room, two children are curled up and hiding, watching cautiously. Gun says, "I know you're all just cowards, but to form an organization using kids like this," the ponytailed child whispers, "Where is everyone?" "Wasn't it what everyone said earlier about going upstairs to confront that guy?" The short-haired kid asks suspiciously. "Could it be that everyone has already been defeated? We don't like fighting, so we just hid here." With that, the two kids made their decision. If that's the case, there's no other choice. Both of them knelt before Shinjagun, begging, "Please have mercy on us." Seeing this scene, Shinjagun asked Minsu, "Did you know about this and want me to come see?" The girl agreed. Yes, he looked helpless. What a bother. "You want me to take them along, right?" Minsu obediently said. "No, that's not what I mean." Shingun doesn't understand. Why does she want me to come here? Are these two kids anything special? They're just minions after all. "Minsu, let's get out of the room quickly." The girl tells Shin Sharagun, "We need to go rescue your brother now. There's not much time left, and anyway, there are no organizations nearby. That's no longer an issue. Hurry up." As he stepped out of the room, he immediately heard strange noises coming from above. He thought to himself, it's likely we'll clash sooner or later, and that's the real issue. Shingun stopped and asked, "Why are you two following me?" The girl with the ponytail cheerfully replied, "We just happened to see you and followed you here. I wonder if I can go out with you someday." Noticing you didn't answer, the girl with the ponytail shyly introduced herself, saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm Hiemi, and this is Yan Lehiemi." Bakhan Shingun replied, "I didn't ask anything myself. You're the ones questioning. There's no way these two kids would join the shadow sect on their own." He turned back, intending to say something to the kids. His next words were cut off by Minsu's agonized scream. The girl ran desperately toward the cell in front, calling out for Suo as she ran. The person inside the cell is Minsu Ho. He is covered in injuries and breathing faintly. Jagun asked the girl, "Is this your brother?" Minsu clenched the bars of the cell tightly, biting his lip in pain as he answered, "Yes, that's right, he's my brother." Shin Jagun squeezed the iron bar of the cell. He approaches Minsu, checks his temperature, and says, "He's got a fever, so let's get him upstairs for now." Seeing the empty hall, Shin Jagun became even more cautious. There was definitely something strange. Not a single insect in sight. A loud noise shook the ground. Minsu was too stunned to react, and Shinjagun quickly shouted a warning. "Everyone get out of the way." He catches Minsu coughing on his shoulder, while on the other side grabbing the collar of the two children. He hurriedly said, "Hold on." Were all three of you thrown towards Minsu? Except for Minsu, who was caught by her, the two children were not so lucky. They were hit on the head and felt a bit dizzy. Lai Hai Emmy rubs her injured spot. What just happened? Suddenly she noticed something. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and a woman stood on the rubble holding the head of a motionless man. The girl was surprised. That person is the leader of the Park Doan Society. Looking closer, Park Doan's mouth is covered in blood. His eyes are unfocused, and he seems to be dead. A voice echoes, breaking the silence. "Isn't he already dead?" This voice made Lihiemi break out in a cold sweat. The person holding Park Doan's body is Jisoo. She looked at Shinjagun, then roughly threw Behijia's body aside like trash. "I didn't expect to meet you at this moment." Her eyes were filled with deadly intent, glowing with a fierce red light. She tilted her head and said, "This isn't very fun at all." Shinjagun also assumes a fighting stance and says, "I am ready too," just gently rolls up his sleeves. Shinjagun observes her behavior and comments. This time, she's holding the weapon correctly. Jisoo excitedly grabs the hammer and rushes toward Shin Ja-gun at her fastest speed. He is surprised by her speed, but quickly ducks low to avoid her attack. Their eyes meet and both launch their attacks at the same time. Jisoo stomps the floor, using it as leverage. She leapt forward and punched Shin Ja-gun directly in the stomach, causing him to grimace in pain. I couldn't have predicted Ju's move. He's stunned. What is this? Is she attacking so recklessly? Shin Ja-gun quickly retaliated, throwing a punch toward Ju's stomach, causing her to spit blood. He was surprised to see her take his hit. Didn't he already understand all of his attacks? She had no intention of blocking, and despite spitting blood, Ju's face showed no sign of pain, even becoming more frantic than before. Jisoo swings the hammer, and it immediately strikes him directly. Blood from Shin Charagon's wound keeps dripping onto the floor. He used his hands to block the hammer, and his arms seemed about to be shattered. He silently thought, indeed, the regenerative ability is truly amazing. He recalls the battle with Jisoo, the attack aimed at his jaw to avoid a head injury. His head is filled with blood, but he still tries to hold on, his whole body going numb. Please look at the body lying on the ground to the side. Is this guy Parjian? If his 4 limbs are still intact, he's no different from a warhorse. He looks at Jisoo, who is still exerting all her strength. In this battle, I just need to land even a single hit. Thinking of that, Jisoo is also rushing towards him. She moves so quickly that only the lingering red streaks of light can be seen. If Jagan observes carefully and concludes, she will die. Both of them collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire building. Countless chains gather together, trying to tightly wrap around something. Ju escapes from the center of the chains. She swung her truncheon and successfully executed her attack, causing a huge explosion. Shin Ja-gun was blown away by the blast. His vision is a bit blurry. She is much stronger than before. He recalls her rapid succession of punches, not only improving her skills but also skillfully finding ways to counter, as Jisoo jumps towards Inagun, who can only bend down to defend. He senses that things are becoming more complicated. Jisoo swings her truncheon and shatters a rock, sending it flying toward her. Shin Ja-gun moves behind her, feeling secretly embarrassed. Fighting a woman like this is already embarrassing enough. He looked at the worried children and made a decision, but if he ran away carelessly, those kids would be in danger. Even if those 2 kids are the servants of the demon, Shin Ja-gun once again assumes his fighting stance, determined that he has no choice but to fight. Jisoo turns back to him. Shin Ja-gun calculates as he sees Ju using one hand to lift a stone several times larger than her body. If I can't finish it with one punch, then I will be the one to lose. Jisoo throws the stone toward him. Jagan swings his fist with momentum, but the stone shatters before it hits him. Jisoo rushes through the debris. He instinctively dodged aside. He wants to use all his strength to fight back. Gathering all the magic power of the mask, his arm gradually emits an orange glow, and the muscles in his body begin to activate to the fullest. He lunged straight at Ju's chin to attack, but Ju seemed to have anticipated this. She smiles smugly, causing Jae-gun to feel confused. What is this? She doesn't even intend to dodge my attack? On the contrary, she even counterattacked me. Am I mistaken? He was knocked back, biting his lip to stop the blood from flowing. Damn it. This situation is getting out of control. If I weren't a disciple of the Zodiac, I would have died and come back to life countless times. He looked at Ju's position, shrouded in dust and smoke. Shin Ja-gun frowned and asked, "Is she dead?" Ju's condition is extremely dire, her limbs twisted in a strange way, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Are you okay? Is that person dead? He staggered towards the children and then answered the girl. Maybe so. Baek Di-hsien suddenly spoke up. But is that person moving? He turned around in panic. Huh? I hope it's the small Gemini on Thu, but I feel uneasy. My neck is broken, I can't move. No. Ju now stands up, her body constantly cracking, and finally, as she realigns her bones, she begins to adjust her head. Shingun couldn't believe it and thought she was truly crazy. Jisoo gently realigned her head, smiling. It's just a shock I expected. Jagan broke out in a sweat with no way out left, his hidden strength no longer surprising, his gaze extremely dangerous. He observed, his eyes looking at something worthless, like he was seeing a pebble on the road. He stepped in front of the children, thinking about her. People are only as low as that. Ju, covered in blood, moved closer. Shin Ja-gun was desperate as he saw her hammer about to hit his head. It's over. Blood is streaming down his head, but he's surprised to see the tip of the hammer just barely touching his chin. What? Why did she stop? Ju's eyes are back to normal now. She said, I have won this time. Ja-gun, still not fully understanding the situation, asked again, What? Jisoo also patiently repeated, I said I am the winner this time. Do you want to keep fighting? Did you remember something? Winning? She's talking about what happened in the previous fight when the group was under attack like this, or rather, that killing us would be more beneficial for her. Jisoo declares, I won't kill anyone today. She lifts the hammer off Shinjagun's head and boredly says, although I could do that, I really want to kill you. She looked at the trembling children, but there were still kids behind you. At the same time, she opened the message section on the system. The message on the screen shows Kim-chan asking not to kill the masked person. She tells Shin Shurigun that there are people who don't want her to kill you. He skeptically asked, do you say you won't kill us? Jisoo sighed. I am a person who knows moderation. I know when is the right time to kill. So that's why? Jisoo stored her weapon in the system and said, I usually do what I think is right, but at least now I have no intention of killing you. She looked at the children, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, because you still have a duty to protect those children. Sean is waiting for me. At this moment, the children and Shinjagun have stepped out of the building. He noticed something, but ultimately decided to keep going. Ryu also decided it was time to leave, while Kim Zin quietly stood on the opposite building, watching the children and preparing to depart. The city at night is incredibly quiet. Jisoo walks alone on the street. Suddenly her steps falter, and she remains silent. She placed her hand on her chest, pondering, her heart pounding fiercely. John's words seemed to have touched something that already existed within Ju. I have a question. Why are you following him? You could become very strong without him. She asked back, who is he? Shinjagun replied, I mean a crow. Of course he is very strong, but she is not inferior, yet she seems to be strangely following his words. The person being referred to is Kim Zan. She calmly said, so what? He looked at her reaction and felt that he had guessed correctly. Was the message in the status window she checked during the fight from him? She looked into his eyes and knew she shouldn't kill me. Ju didn't object. She turned around and said, that's a secret. She secretly thought to herself that she was a strange subordinate to him. Ju brushed her hair aside and said, what you say is not wrong. She thought that humans would not abandon those creatures who always obediently serve them. She sighed in relief but still had to stay calm and wait. Ju showed a terrifying face and thought, even if you run away, I will definitely catch you when I have enough strength. Kim Shan sat on the rooftop, gazing down at Lai Hemi and Paris Suyen, laughing, remembering they were Min's friends he had met in the prison. And now what? Kim Shan stood up and stored the water bottle into his space. He calmly calls out the lazy demon standing behind him. Aiel she is, a demon who signed a pact with Shin Shirigan. He glanced at her. This girl clearly never signed a contract in her previous life. She must be quite lazy, so she chose to be the one to sign the contract. Kim Shan asked Egizo, do you have any way? She reached out her hand and said there are many ways, including seeing the future. Otherwise, I have the skill to identify keywords because from the beginning, many things in this world have been unclear, making it easy to make things up. She smiled and continued, do you really think you can kill someone who has made a contract with us? Kim Si-han rubbed his neck and replied, that was always possible. But why don't you do that? The direction he was looking at was where the children were standing. Ao approached him curiously, and because of the pact, he felt a bit confused by her actions. Yes, those are the kids I made a pact with the demon. Only demon-level contracts can slightly influence my actions. Ao whistled, amused by his response. Good. Everything is going smoothly. If you don't get involved, having one or two more subordinates won't matter. Sometimes you need someone like a maid by your side. She playfully smiles and looks at him. Are you so easily convinced? Ao turned around indifferently and said, I find this quite interesting and want to befriend you. She licked her lips and reminded him. So, demons mainly pursue pleasure, right? Of course, I'm not the only one interested in you. Anyway, she looked up and Kim Si-han followed her gaze, noticing many eyes watching intently above them. She coldly said, you are also attracting the attention of truly troublesome beings. She looked at the eye that was completely different in shape from the others watching. Its pupil was a blazing red, like blood, radiating a bright yellow glow. Kim Se-han also looked at that eye. He was confused. She knew she was carrying on the inherited skill from her, so why didn't she say anything? Which was strange. Ao spoke up. I will return to the pack signer quietly. That's good then. See you again. A gust of wind lifts her body. Kim Sha watched Ao leave. I don't want to see her again at all. He sighed confidently and said, I can handle anything now. I've sent a crow after that kid. If we meet again, it will be at the Demon World Fighting Festival. In the Palace of Desire, Akator is annoyed and bored. That damn bastard. Thinking about Kim Han makes his face turn red with veins bulging. He grits his teeth, doing such unreasonable things. He's really pathetic. Are you even capable of controlling others? The gods will complain about this. This is the place. But he immediately regained his composure. Akato raised his head and sighed, possessing an unreasonable level of divine power. After all, this is still a magnificent palace. He spread his arms and hovered in the air. Akedo was proud. This place truly has the highest divine aura. A deep voice resonated, once again a fascinating guest. Akedo looked towards the white-haired man leaning on the chair. The white-haired man named Marapapapayas ranked 6th among the demon of desire in the demon world. Marapas said, "Anyway, the game is quite interesting." Actor immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "I am honored to meet you." Marapas asked, "Is there something you need?" There was no emotion in his eyes. He replied, "I have come because I have a matter to ask of you." Marapas, curious, said, "You want to ask me for something?" Otter replied, "Yes." Marapas said nothing, only silently resting his chin on his hand. Akatir, seeing no response, looked up curiously. Marapas coldly replied, "Tell me what you have to say." Akatir was a bit overwhelmed by Marapas's beauty, but he quickly regained his composure and shyly looked away. "Yes, thank you. Simply put, I want to borrow your power. Actually, it's the power of the person who made the contract. According to the system display, you have obtained the regenerative mental resilience skill." Next, the information about the growth-type mental fatigue resistance skill appears, countering most psychological effects. It neutralizes mental attacks from opponents of rank B or lower and reduces damage from those of rank A or higher. Kim-chan is pleased to see this skill. It's great that I have the option to choose an A-rank skill and that I now possess mental resilience. It's not easy to acquire a skill like this through normal methods, especially since it's a growth type. He smiled in anticipation, thinking that if he just pushed a little more, he might even reach rank S. If that happened, he would be truly immune to mental attacks. In the gym, Kim Zan called Ju. "Jisoo, can you help me a little?" "What can you help me with?" Her information is also displayed in front of Kim Zyehan. The ruthless killer has the ability to increase his power by drinking blood. He calls Ju to sit down with him. "First, please sit down," she asked curiously. "Just sit down?" Kim Xian widened her eyes and asked Dewey Shu, then silently looked into his eyes. She shyly asked Jess to come closer. What? So that's how it is, right? What should I do next?" He answers, "No, don't look at me like that." "Can she release the deadly aura of the celestial assassin?" Ju asked in surprise. "What?" Kim Xian replied. "Just look like when you fought the demons." She sighed helplessly. "What should I do now? You probably just learned a new skill, right?" "Just do it like you did then," he said again. Hearing that, she could only agree. "I understand." She took a deep breath, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Kim Sehan grimaced slightly from the aura's effect, and the system displayed again that the mental resilience skill was active. Jisoo worriedly moved closer. "Are you okay?" Kim Sehan patted his head and said, "If it's this level, I can still handle it. Try to go even stronger." She agrees, yeah. Then her eyes erupted with a murderous aura many times stronger than before, and the moment she made contact with it, Kim Sehan was slightly startled. He sighed, as expected. The Celestial Assassin is a very powerful mental attack. If I were just an ordinary player, I wouldn't even be able to move. He smiled contentedly. That was enough to hone his skills. He asked Jisoo, "Do you want to keep going like this?" She just smiled in response. At the end of the training session, Kim Shan expressed his gratitude. "Thanks. Today we'll stop here." He took a deep breath, regaining his strength, and asked, "Ju, do you need my help with anything?" "It seems like I'm always the one asking for your help." Jisoo cheerfully said, "It's nothing at all. Since you've given me weapons, Jay will just have to thank you," Kim Shan said shamelessly. "If you've said that, then I guess you'll be asking for my help for a long time." Ju is curious. "How long is a long time? Please answer." "Would about a week be okay?" He felt a little embarrassed to ask for her help. "Of course, you know that a week is a long time, but before you could finish speaking," Ju interrupted. "I understand." Kim Shan was surprised to see her agree without hesitation. Ju smiled brightly. "I'm happy to help. I know my way around too. By the way, can I ask you for a favor? Of course you agree. It's fine. Instead of practicing in the training room like this, can we go somewhere just the two of us? Like Seanhan's room or my room?" "I'm curious, why? Are you worried the other kids might get hurt?" She didn't answer his question and said, "Just do as I say." He thought carefully and seriously said, since Jin and Big Sally accepted Ju's aura, it was already a huge shock for them. "I'm wondering if I already know, but Ma Floa relying on that isn't anything special, right?" The murderous intent in her eyes gradually faded. She looked away from him and said, "I don't really know either, but I like doing it that way." She decided, "Okay, starting tomorrow we will begin. I will wait in my room, or I will go to Seihan's room." "All right then." 2 months later, a notification appears about the inter-server battle event mission. This event selects 100 representatives from each server to carry out a mission. This time, the task is to hunt for a hidden treasure. The specific content will be provided by UCNG at the event location through the GM. The location will likely be decided randomly on the server, and you must return to your server after completing the mission. The event lasts for 2 weeks, so I hope everyone will do their best. Kim Sean pondered the system's announcement. As the publisher in charge, the instructions were quite formal. Surely that place is Ghost Boogie. This place holds the story of Otto, the third candidate here. His mental resilience skill has also reached rank S. Then I can carry out this mission successfully. He stepped up to the declaration wall, probably starting from there. Lehman Min is so cold that she's trembling. You're worrying too much. But are you really in the top 100? He teases. If it's not me, then who could make it into the top 100? She pretends not to care. Honestly, I don't like participating in this event. Are Hiemi or Jay in the top 100? He looks worried and thoughtful. It seems she doesn't really like this event. Actually, she has never seen the benefits of participating in missions. Not only can she connect with the friends she's been looking for lately, but there's even more to it. Ju relaxed his muscles and asked, if I fall first, do I have to go where everyone is gathering? Kim Sean said no, just follow the event instructions and figure it out. She replied, I understand. Song Trang-gu added, Ju, stay calm, I'm worried too. Song Shu cheerfully encouraged, you'll be fine, so don't worry, I've prepared everything carefully for everyone. Kim Sean also trusts Song Trang-gu, so there's nothing to worry about if it's her. How many points have I earned lately? He looked at the two siblings happily chatting. Ju was so strong that he seemed unaware of it, but he was a very talented person. So if I estimate the number of people who can participate, it's 4 of us, Changu and Jisoo. I'm worried that the kids still staying behind will be anxious, but if San is with us, everything should be fine. The final task is to focus on the mission. The whole group said in unison, it's here. The system notification appears. The cross-server battle will officially begin now. Please stay calm and wait. All 4 emit a blue light as they prepare to teleport. Kim Jeon says to the others, the event has now begun. All of you watch this. In King GL Tony, many players are starting to appear. Kim Zae-han looks around curiously. Is this the main location for the event? Suddenly, a childish voice spoke out. This is why I am here. Tuyet Ni looked confused, not understanding why Kim Sean was also flustered by her presence. Why are you here? I was playing with Jin when I suddenly got brought here. Kim Zae-han sighed in relief. In the game, it's my pet, so it came with me here. First, I need to protect it as much as I can. He was about to say something when a beam of light shot near his head, aiming at the monster behind him. He looked surprised at the monster with a hole in its body as smoke rose from Tuyet Ni's horn. The girl apologized, saying, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a monster appeared. He looked at the immobile monster on the right, feeling speechless and only able to respond. Tuyet Ni tilted her head curiously and asked what you were about to say earlier. Kim X-han decided not to continue talking about what just happened. Actually, it's nothing. It seems like they are all gathered now after Tuyet Ni's attack. The girl also agrees with him, saying it seems quite crowded. He looked down at her and explained. Although only a few people were chosen, since this event brought all the vehicles together, it's natural for there to be so many. He thought it must be an unexpected situation. Kim Shan closed his eyes as a crow flew out from the black smoke, soaring through the chaos to observe the situation. He remarked that everyone was handling it very well. Tuyet Ni asked Kim Zae-han, are you going to join, or are you refusing? Since this is a treasure hunt, we need to split up now and make our move gradually. A crack appears in the sky and someone steps out from it. Kim Xe-han curiously looked at the man with blue hair emerging from the crack. Who is he? The green-haired man is GMA-kyun from the UK server. He looks down with disdain as his announcement echoes, attracting the players. Hello all players, I am GMA-kyun from the UK server. The reason I summoned everyone here is for the event mission. Simply put, this is the bonus time. He grins maliciously. It's like a gift for the representative players of each server. As you can see in the status window, this is a treasure hunt. Throughout Glastonbury, items of level D and above will be scattered everywhere. Usually they can be found in treasure chests, underground, on trees, or by defeating monsters to receive items. He reminds you, just a note, even though this is a treasure hunt game, you must not attack the guards. The guards in Glastonbury are dragons, and I hope you won't harm them. Suddenly someone spoke up. If I can kill the guards, that would be my greatest wish. He is Alexander, the contract god Apollo. He has fiery red hair that suits his skill, and Kim Se-han is also attracted to him. Alexander is the representative of Apollo. When chosen by the god of light, he considered Kang Jun and the chains of Agate Cham as his rivals. I think there are probably a few Agate Cham officers here. Minsuho, Kang Juni, Chuan, and Luzin must definitely be present here. Are you playing, Eric? I've heard of your reputation, so I know a bit about you. Heard you hunt down guards. Of course, said Alexander proudly. There's also another player here who has killed a guard. Eric was surprised to hear what he said. Adis, the GM of Aquanin, continued. This is the fourth time player Eric has killed the guards, right? Since the third time, only one player has managed to kill the guard without any help. Eric Sander sneered. Don't say such nonsense. He can't accept that he single-handedly killed the guards, and to kill 3 of them. Do you think that even if one person killed the guards like me, I would believe it, or what? But that's the truth. I won't tell you who it is. Someone here definitely killed the 3 guards. Kim Shan remains silent as he listens to him mention himself. Eric Sander is confused. So Tuyet Ni secretly grabbed Kim Zae-han's shirt and asked curiously why he was hiding everything from everyone. He explains, that makes sense. If that person is caught, the treasure hunt will become more complicated. AQN's dream breaks the quiet atmosphere with a round of applause. He said, Ga-Athu seems to have come here causing trouble. Anyway, let's continue with the explanations about this event. He snapped his fingers and the system panel appeared. As I mentioned earlier, the items will appear all over Glaston Boogie. You just need to find and acquire them. Is it really that simple? He continued, look at the screen. The system displays point tickets for Grade A items worth 20 points, Grade B 10 points, Grade C 5 points, and Grade D 1 point. Players who find it confusing, there are no Grade S items. Immediately after, the GM of Aquinin clarified that there is only one S rank item. In this treasure hunt game, it is the rarest treasure of all, worth up to 50 points. Eric Sander wondered, so it's all over? Do you know that the maximum rank for items is SS? The GM of Aquinin looks helpless. Unfortunately, that item doesn't exist. It would be very difficult to create an SS rank item. If it exists, the SS rank item would be worth 100 points. Eric Sander falls into deep thought. So why are there such scores when the event ends? The server with the highest score will receive certain benefits. Right now, this is a double points event for a limited time. Players became alert when they saw the notification start. The GM of Aquinin clapped and closed the system panel. He said, well, this is roughly what a treasure hunt is about. But if it's just about finding treasure, it wouldn't be very interesting, right? There are also many side quests prepared in advance. Stay tuned. Kim Zae-han quietly calculated in her mind whether she could recall what she had heard in her previous life. The appearance of the monster varies between day and night. There must be a town nearby where people live. The side quest will appear in the town. The monsters that appear at night will be very strong, with 2 guards watching there instead of just 1. Basically, I will move based on what I remember from my previous life, and there are places I need to find. The GM of Aquinin interrupted his train of thought. He advised that one last thing to note is that you won't be able to store the items you collect in your inventory until you return them to your server. At first, you need to store it in your bag or use skills to protect it. He smiled kindly and said, do you all understand everything? Players also began to firmly grasp their weapons, united in the thought of looting. The GM of Aquinin delivered the final announcement. From now on, the treasure hunt game begins. The event lasts for 2 weeks. I don't know who will be lucky enough to get the only S-rank item, and I'm also looking forward to seeing which server will take the top spot. Finally, good luck to everyone. The 2 of them walk into a busy park. Tuyet Ni asked, what are you planning to do? Kim Shan covered his mouth and whispered, let's go separately for now. Just go with me, okay? Kim Shan whispers to himself, that's right, everyone will do well anyway without me. Kim Shan doubted his thoughts, saying there was none, but he was sure that item was here. A mysterious sword was stuck in the ground, and that was an SS rank item. Tuyet Ni is excited. All right, let's go. Tuyet Ni doesn't know where she's going, but if we're going, we definitely have to go. But where are we going? There are only those hills nearby. Kim Zae-han clasped his hands behind his back and walked ahead. There will be a town. Tuyet Ni looked puzzled and pointed forward. A town? You mean that one? In front of them lies a desolate, ruined town already occupied by monsters. Is there another place? Tuyet Ni asked. How do you know? The crow flies back to Kim Shan's arm. Kim Shan looks and says, I can't see any signs of humans. I see. So where is that town? Tuyet Ni innocently says, now we will go find it. Huh? Kim Zae-han sat down, placed his hand on the ground, and felt that just using the exploration skill was enough. A blue light radiates from Kim Zae-han's hand. Even if I look into the crow's eyes, I can't see that town. It's simply a place I can't see with my eyes. Kim Zae-han saw a place full of life, with trees sprouting and water flowing abundantly. Kim Shan thought that based on what he heard from Atho, it was called a forest with a strangely large lake. This is the place. Ju also works with Trangu, so nothing will go wrong. Sunlight filters through the trees. Tuyet Ni is curious. How far will we go? It's probably been a long time since you last went to bed, right? Tuyet Ni looked up at Kim Zae-han. What's wrong? Do you think you're lost? We're almost there. Far away, I hear people arguing over something. Hey, that's my item, don't take it. I mean, I picked it up first. You two probably don't know what it is. Kim Zae-han looked up. Kim Jeon summoned the crow. The crow flies toward the sound to scout the situation, and Kim Shan, seeing the scene through the crow, is stunned. What is this? It looks like a fierce battle down there. Why are these people here? Lai stands unsteady and staggering, with the boys behind her cheering her on. Lai is Shindu Hoa's sister, standing stiffly alongside the masked, cloaked figures. Saint Sin Du Hua. Kim X-han was surprised. How could those two meet each other? Kim X-han broke out in a sweat. Their pride is very high. Tuyetni innocently said, "Do you think a fight is about to happen? Should we help them learn?" "What did you see there?" "Yes, I saw it with magic." Kim X-han wondered silently, "Is her magic good?" Kim X-han sighed. "Are they crazy?" "They won't solve anything by doing that." The two of them glare at each other in anger before launching a fierce attack from above. Those two are on the same server, but I don't understand why they're fighting like that. Kim San feels helpless. Anyway, it's a battle for dominance. People who don't like to share what they pick up are usually like that. The two of them continue forward, a faint golden light ahead. Kim Si-han gently advises that they usually feel very uncomfortable if others see them, so let's move quietly. Yes, this is a very beautiful place ahead, the place we need to find. Kim Zae-han approached and saw the source of water, exclaiming, "Ah, that's right." Tuyetni runs out. "I can feel a very strong magical power here." Tuyetni reached out to feel it, as if some kind of magic was being activated. Maybe it's a spell to prevent the monsters. Kim Zae-han chuckled knowingly. Did he know it? Just roughly. Kim Zae-han pondered. This must be the lake Atho mentioned. Atho is being chased by monsters. But the truth is that the monster can't enter this area, but he was too afraid of the monster rushing in, so he didn't dare to go outside. Kim X was finally overwhelmed by the psychological trauma and chose to end his life by throwing himself into the lake, which is why I had to come here. Kim X-han stomps into the lake. Tuyetni turns and asks, "Do I have to step into the lake?" Kim Shan answers confidently, "Yes, you have to go down." Tuyetni was scared, but I've never learned how to swim. Kim Shan was startled. What? Kim Zae-han lifts Tuyetni into his arms, glancing at her with a smile. Are you holding your breath with your eyes closed? I wonder if there is any magic that can be used underwater. Tuyetni looked confused. Yes, there is. As you know, the activation skill depends on the action. Hearing her say that, he replied surprised, So it is? He thought to himself that since she's a Chilan, she wouldn't drown, even if she went underwater. Then he told Tuyetni to take a deep breath and hold it. The girl obediently pinched her nose and mouth with both hands. Yes, yes, Kim Xian announced before starting the dive, and both of them quickly submerged. He quietly observes. From the outside, it looks like a normal pond, but if I don't use the exploration skill, I won't see the path. When he activates the skill, his hand emits a faint blue light. Kim Zae-han hugs Tuyetni and dives deep into the sea. Suddenly, he is amazed to discover something. This is when he dives down to the purple carved stone. Kim Zae-han carefully approaches the slab, guessing that moving it like this is just as he thought. As he shifts the slab, a door appears in front of him. He happily thought, great, let's go in. When Kim Zae-han touched the door, the system notification immediately appeared. You have entered the safe zone. The two guards saluted upon seeing Tuyetni and Kim Shan. The soldier with brown hair looked surprised. Oh, someone managed to get into this town. The soldier kept asking as he led Kim Shan and Tuyetni. Are you outsiders? How did you get in here? Kim Shan carefully observes his surroundings. From what he's heard, this is Glastonbury town, cut off from the outside world. So, is this the first time the player gets to see this place? The guard walks up to a house and points at it. This is the place. Can I go inside? The soldier cheerfully replied. Sure, someone is waiting for you. Kim Zae-han opens the door and the outside light floods into the house. He startles when he hears voices talking. I didn't think someone from outside would be able to come here. The person speaking is a woman with blue hair, yellow eyes, wearing a white witch's hat. She smiled and greeted him, welcome, outsider from another world. This is the first time a guest has come without my invitation. Should I be cautious of you? She paid attention to Tuyetni, who was hiding cautiously behind the golden carriage, then continued, I came here with great pleasure. You didn't answer her, but instead asked back. If you want to chat, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? She replied casually, crossing her legs. I see. The woman wearing the witch hat snapped her fingers, and all the lights on the ceiling turned on. She introduced herself. My name is Morgan Lee, Lord of Avalon. The last witch on the map displayed a small red dot, which is Kim Shan's location. Joe. Check the map and wonder, why is he heading in a different direction? What is he planning to do this time? If Sean wanted to team up with me, he would have contacted me from the start. He hasn't contacted us at all. Her face looked dejected, like she was heartbroken. Jay. So thinks that he doesn't need my help. I still have many shortcomings, I don't have many skills, and I can't create special equipment. Compared to all that, fighting is something anyone can do. In the end, I have nothing special. Before this world became a game, I was the only one. It's a pity. If I had known the world would turn out like this, I would have acted a little differently. The only thing I have now is my magic. But no matter what, my power still can't match Xian's. If he wants to abandon me, I can't stop him. So I won't do anything that X-Han hates, but I will always obey and be obedient. Just like I did with my parents, I obey and only obey because I am always a good child. The screen shows a smiling face with the words, "You are always a good child. You can always pretend to be a good child. You are always a good child," characterized by the ability to completely control your emotions through emotional suppression. In fact, beyond just controlling emotions, they seem to have placed their emotional state under their own control, so Ju's desire to kill doesn't seem too serious. With this skill, Ju has avoided falling into the spiral of madness caused by rage. I can continue to be a good child. Ju repeats that he wants to keep Seo-han with him. That feeling is not allowed. So it can't be helped. I have to be a good child so that Zihan doesn't hate me. Stay calm, be a good child. Avalon is where fairies and wizards gather. The owners of this land are Vivian and Nimel. An awakened wizard has lived here since the end of the legendary story. Mogan Lafai, a woman with purple hair, glowing yellow eyes, a charming and enchanting smile. "Is this Avalon?" Seihan asked excitedly. Mogan Lafai sat back, surprised, with her feet up on the chair. "Oh, you didn't know." "I have no idea," he replied. "If she claims to be the last witch, then are there no others?" He wondered to himself. Mogan stood up enthusiastically and happily. "Then let me introduce myself now." Tanbin turned his head to look. Morgan exclaimed as he approached the girl beside the watch. "Oh my God, I thought it was a unicorn, but it turns out to be a giraffe. Exactly, a giraffe." Hans Carr repeated those words. Morgan scratched his chin and asked, "Do those kids upstairs say this is a dangerous game?" "This girl following you is very dangerous. I didn't think you could find this place so easily." "Then what is your purpose?" "It's been a long time since someone visited me here without guidance, so I will listen to everything you have to say." Morgan expressed interest. Zehan is someone who knows how to seize opportunities, and I don't mind either. "What if I start by saying I want the legendary sword?" "That's not a problem. So that's what you want." She snapped her fingers and a sword appeared in an instant. "Is this it?" "It is the most famous sword in humanity. The sword emits a sound to remind you. Be careful, you can't use it unless you're the owner." Seihan gazes at the sword but doesn't touch it. He is considering that he cannot see its true power. Only the sword's owner can see Morgan making inviting gestures. Inviting if you can take it. Whether it's sarcasm or a joke, it looks very annoying. "Oh, I can hold it." He pulls the sword out of the stone, but he remains frozen in the same stance as when he drew it. He thought to himself that if it were an A or S rank, he might be able to use it, but he just couldn't lift it. Indeed, the sword was really heavy. Morgan smiled and said, "Nothing you do will help. You can't lift it. If you need anything else, just let me know." Sahan gripped the sword with both hands and used force to lift it. "No, I still want to hold this sword. Damn, I almost drew it once." Morgan interjected, "Oh, trying this way is pointless." Sihan drew his sword again, startling Morgan. "Actually, I managed to lift the sword along with a piece of rock," he said proudly. Morgan was stunned. "Oh no, wait a moment, how can this be? It can't be like this." Unlike before, she starts to worry. "Negotiating with Sean, I will give you many other skills. As for that sword," Sean completely cut off Morgan's last hope. "I don't need anything else. All I need is this sword. Let me explain." She hesitated and said, "Saiyan is very good, and I can assure you of one more thing. Don't worry, I will take this sword to its owner." This time, Morgan is a bit annoyed. "How do you know who owns that sword?" "Unless you're the great wizard Molin, how could you possibly know?" Sean smiled cruelly, his eyes wide open. "I know all of that. Morgan is really stubborn and annoying. You talk as if you're Molit. You're as mean as he is. Could it be him?" "See Hansa requests. Just like that. If I can't find its owner within the next 2 weeks, I will return the sword." Morgan immediately cheered up after hearing that. "Really? Is that true? I take back what I said about you resembling Molin. That's an insult. Do you think I could ask for a different reward instead?" he asked further. Morgan sighed. "If you find it, don't worry about anything. I will reward you with a very generous prize. I promise on the honor of the Lady of Tea. All right, can I stay in this town for the next 2 weeks? Sihan began to negotiate, and Morgan naturally agreed. "All right, it's not a big deal, but nobody gives something for nothing. I have a request too." Morgan pointed at the girl and said, "Can I borrow this girl for a moment? The main point is that she's incredibly beautiful." She was startled. "Me? You mean me?" Morgan nodded. "Yes, I rarely get the chance to see the sacred beasts of the East." The girl trembled. "I am not a giraffe. Morgan didn't let you speak everything, so you stayed silent." Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I understand. Then I want to say a few things to Snow White. Of course, that's fine. You're already safe, so what is there to fear about this? The two of them sit in a corner. Sehan gently stroked her head in silence. Tuyet-ni called out his name, Sehan. He comforted her, saying, "Follow me, it's dangerous. Even though she's a witch, she's not a bad person. Still, Tuyet is scared." He gently pats Tuyet-ni's head and comforts her. "If anything happens, call me and I will come right away." The girl sobbed, "I understand." Sehan smiled. "Then live harmoniously while I am away," stepping carefully onto the lush green grass. "Is it that damn bastard again?" I hear someone scratching loudly. He looked up to see three people in full armor wielding swords. The one in the middle wearing golden armor said, "The server of the British Kingdom is really terrible. Someone like him makes it onto the leaderboard? Why is someone like him representing our server? You look down on others, but can someone like you, a player from England, really hold your head up high? Don't you feel ashamed?" "No." He kicked the yellow-haired guy's injured leg, causing him to fall. The bottles of medicine spilled from his cloth bag, and the armored man in gold was furious when he saw that. "Huh? Am I lucky today to be human or what?" The blonde-haired person paid no mind, focusing only on putting the medicine into his bag. The armored person knelt down, watching the blonde-haired individual. "Look at him. Don't you have any self-respect? This bastard is choking me and holding me up high." Gold Hair struggles to say, "Why are you treating me like this? Did I do anything wrong to you?" This statement triggers the nervous system of the armored person, and he mercilessly throws him far away. "This arrogant punk," he taunts. "If you're so brave, come on in." Suddenly his eyes widen as a flock of black crows appears and attacks them. "What's going on? What is happening?" "Monster?" the other guy replied. "It's not just a single crow. The golden armor isn't patient enough. He's been boiling with rage for a long time. I don't care what he is. Just kill them all and it's over." Suddenly the crows disperse. He looks ahead in surprise. "What's going on?" Han, the vehicle, retrieved the number of crows and said with a smile, "Sorry, I have something to discuss with this person. I'll be going now." "Why are you helping me? Why did you let them fight?" "Huh? I know for sure that you're much stronger than those fools." "I'm weak," the blonde retorted. "You have unspoken feelings inside. Showing strength in a place like this won't change anything." They are right. His back exudes loneliness. "I am someone who caused my family to die. What is your true purpose?" Sehan replied, "Let me heal your legs and mind." He opened the screen and sent a team invitation to the blonde. The blonde was surprised but then refused. "I must decline." Sehan realized it might be because he couldn't forget those memories. The blonde was stunned by the helplessness. Sehan continued, "I respect your opinion, but I want you to be able to see the reality without being influenced by those memories." The blonde-haired person paused for a moment. "Thank you for helping me. But that's enough for now." Another rejection. "All right then, let's change the story." Sehan places a crown on his head. "Do you like King Altho?" Blonde is confusing. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Sehan is very happy. "This is Glastonbury, the place where the legend of King Altho was born." "It would be great if it became a topic, right?" The blonde replied. "That sounds good, but it's not me, it's my son. This is where it wants to go in the future. But for now, it can't come with us. He's very busy right now. The divine dragon, the guardian of wells." "You know quite well, huh?" Sehan exclaims. "Because I often hear my son mention it," the blonde-haired one replied. Sehan expressed excitement. "Then let's go meet it." There's a dragon, a red dragon, at a fortress on a tall rocky mountain, deep inside a dark cave illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows. "Oh my God." Why did the blonde shout? Sehan glanced at him, waiting for the next words. "Time never makes mistakes. If my son saw this, he would probably love it. It is a simple kind of love for something called a hero." Both of them have arrived and are standing in front of the red dragon. The blonde smiled as she remembered her son. "My son always teased me that being a father is completely different from King Altho." "You can also become a hero," Sehan retorted. "Golden-haired is not very trusting. That's not justified. How could I possibly be?" Sehan pulls out the legendary sword from the stone. "So creating a base should be possible, right? You just need to lift this sword. Why do I have to do this?" Blonde-haired man clenched the staff in his hand. Sehan was too lazy to explain, but still had to remind him. "I already told you. I want you to join me." The blonde-haired me lowered my head silently. "I can see what you are afraid of." Sehan asks, "What?" He explains that when the game starts, many people have to die, and more people show symptoms like him. The people who see their fears reflected in him are those who have lost their family members, with golden hair and eyes filled with deep sadness. "I don't want to forget my son. Even if it's just in my thoughts, I still want to see him." Sehan said seriously, "If those people in his delusions were really his family, they wouldn't have abandoned him like they do now." Just live honestly. That's what I want to tell you. Lift the sword. You need to change, and I need you. The blonde-haired man stands silently, watching the sword. I tilt my head in thought. Then he decided to lift the sword with his hand. Something didn't feel right. Suddenly, why is this happening? He wondered as he saw the crow's eyes change. What does that crow's gaze mean? When will that black crow arrive? Ko-Rit crosses legs on the rock and sighs. A man nearby anxiously shouts. Wait for the skin to dry. Let them return to their original state. I don't like it, Ko-Ri said calmly. The demon said this is the fastest way to summon the crow. Don't worry, at least I won't kill you. What do you mean by that? The other person asked. Eric wakes up suddenly. Chorus orders, an abnormal state, a trance. The man grits his teeth and says, That damn dog? So what is this? What kind of skill is that? Suddenly, a few black crow feathers flew by. It's the Han vehicle. What are you doing? Why are you using my name to do that? Ko-Rai was surprised to see him, but then changed to a smile and joked, There's something you need to do. What should I do? Se-Han repeated. Ko straightforwardly stated, I have received a request to kill you. Se-Han was surprised, hearing that this person was very proud and confident, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Si laughed loudly. You seem a bit doubtful, huh? Thinking I can't fight back against you? It seems you understand that too. When it comes to vanity, I'm not inferior to anyone. But it's really troublesome to find each person one by one. The person behind Han's car is being controlled. He observed this silently, recognizing that it was a highly versatile skill, resisting most mental influences. Ko-Rit pulled him back to reality. I heard you're trying to gather as many people as possible, right? So what about this one? If you resist, I will kill everyone here, so don't be reckless. You have a mental resilience skill, right? Also, don't use it. If you listen to me, I will at least spare your life. Sean closes his eyes to think of a plan. I need to brainstorm a bit more. Gathering only those with strong skills will be a bit challenging, but should I create a teleportation space behind and launch a surprise attack? Considering this situation, coincidentally, two women pass by. One is Lai, who says, seriously, stop following me, just die already. And the other is Xin Hua, who responds, What do you mean? Are you saying that item belongs to you? They looked confused at the two of them. Xin Hua only now realizes there are many people around her, and wonders why there are so many people here. Do they have any items with them? Lai isn't quite sure either. What is this? What's going on here? Cord asks him if that crow is your companion. He didn't answer. Lai was surprised. What? A crow? So you're the god of death? She hurried over to question him. That's right. You are the one who disturbed us during the underground race, aren't you? He immediately denied. It's not Lai, Rancow, nothing. North X, Mr. Huck was the one who said that. Yet you all came and swept through the dungeons. The car roars past. What's so annoying? The crow is talking to me. Don't pay attention to those who are both ugly and noisy. I feels even more annoyed after hearing this. Are there really that many kids playing with dolls like you said? Playing with dolls? Ko-Rit grits her teeth. Lie, be careful, and use magic. Binding the man. A small yellow circle lit up in her hand before quickly fading away. Binding the man. The function of the skill is extremely simple. Absolute command authority is reserved for men with limited targets and a restricted number of uses. So her power is even stronger than Sadi's enchantment. If Lai Adan had survived the replacement mission, everything would have been different. She ordered everyone to abandon that child and follow this way. Everyone immediately snapped out of it. Someone said, Oh, now my body can move again, I can break free from the enchantment, and everyone headed towards Lai to eat. Ko-Rit trembled with anger. It's okay, I still have the women left. She confidently said, I, Yu Hua, find it amusing. I think something strange is going on. They must have been affected by a skill in an abnormal state. She used her purple magic to return all the women to normal and drained all of C's red magic. Sai screams. What does this mean? Are all my skills disabled? The enchantment. The two clash back and forth, one red and one blue. Xinyu and Hoa launch their attacks. If you keep going, it's all pointless. Pointless, pointless, pointless. Corey just expended some energy fighting and isn't speaking very well. Lai mocks him. Oh my, I have to admit you're quite a funny person. Please, Yuhua, withdraw your magic power. Right now, Se-Han pulls out a knife and appears behind him, pressing the blade to Ko-Ri's neck. Those bound by a demon's contract should handle things carefully. Corey was stunned. She dodged the knife. Wait a minute. Can we call this a draw? What do you mean by peace? He didn't give her time to negotiate and ended it directly, black blood splattering everywhere, Ko-Rit's skin forming a sinister smile. She staggered to her feet, while a shadow in the distance watched her every move. The shadow drew closer, just a step away, blood flowing from Ko-Ri's mouth as that hand gently lifted her chin, Wiping away the blood, Korit screamed in pain. A moment later, she clutches her stomach, gasping for breath, almost dead, sweat streaming down her temples. The person in front of her says, "You've already died once." "Ah, thank you, Siri," she replied. "I mean, it's already good that you only just died now. We're not the ones who made a pact with Mappa Pilot, so we need to be careful." Kori sank to the ground, her body too exhausted to hold up after enduring intense pain. "Honestly, I thought I could handle it once, but things didn't go as planned." Siet explained that it was just a natural reaction for everyone, so it was already too much. "But I have a favor to ask of you. I know I won't be able to catch him easily just by using charm." Hearing Siri say this, Kori was surprised. "Honestly, I don't want to get involved with him anymore, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on the mission the game master assigned. Siet warns that our lives are in danger. Ko is in a state of suffering. So what should we do then? We don't have any outstanding combat skills." C checks the information board and responds, "Don't worry, I have a way. If we still fail, there's still a way to outsmart the game master." She reached through the screen, emphasizing each word. "The Red Dragon Vanguard and the mythical beast B-21 are here. A major earthquake is happening on the hillside. The ground is shaking violently." Limonmin screams. Why is it suddenly shaking so violently? She struggles to hold herself up to avoid falling. Song Trang Yu calmly senses that it is a guard, a sign of appearance on a much larger scale than before. A huge red dragon appears, spreading its wings and flying in the sky. Limonmin looked at it flying with wide eyes, feeling overwhelmed. Just flying past caused such a shockwave. The ground trembled again, rocks shattered by the force, and another fierce beast charged forward. Its enormous power is terrifying, its mouth wide open, looking very frightening, each step causing the ground beneath to crack, its feet even larger than the forest. "Li Min, as you observe its movements, why don't you ask Mr. Shan why he isn't here?" Ju also felt uneasy, so while it was opening its mouth, could we go inside its belly and attack from the inside out? Lehman immediately objected after hearing this. "I know you have a great resurrection ability, but doing that wouldn't harm it at all. Crawling inside there is like chewing gum or taffy in its mouth." Ju remained silent, unsure of what to say. "By the way, Ju, have you heard any news about Se-Han?" "Oh no," Ju replied. After checking the map once more, she stared intently at a dot on the map and pondered, "What is Han doing over there? Did we really wake them up? Waking up two divine beasts is truly crazy." In another place, the four of them admired their creation. Tuyetni opened her eyes wide, surprised, and said, "It's a divine beast, just like me." Morgan frowns and says, "This isn't your home, so why are you so comfortable? How dare you bring this stranger here?" The blonde hair was stunned when reprimanded. Then Se-Han introduced him, saying, "This guy's name is Ao Tho. He's the owner of Caliber you're holding." "What?" Morgan incredulously replied, observing Ao Tho from head to toe with a look of suspicion. She said, "I'm sorry, but I only believe what you say unless I see it with my own eyes. I expected you to say that, so I brought him here to meet you." Se-Han then summoned his legendary sword. "Show me what you can do." "Ao Tho, order him. I've never heard him mention drawing his sword." Yu Tho replied, "I will respect your opinion if possible." Se-Han also didn't want to force it. There's not much time left. "I guess you hesitated a bit when looking at it, but there's no guarantee I can lift this sword." Yu Tho worries. Se-Han became more urgent. He asserted, "I believe I can." "The more you hesitate, the more players will die. Do you want that to happen?" The sword remains quietly embedded in the stone, its reflection shimmering brightly in the light. Yutho Trantru carefully examines the sword and finally agrees. "I understand now. Morgan is just as worried as Ao Tho, her heart pounding with anxiety. Even Han's vehicle couldn't stay calm." Yutho gathered all her courage and decisively drew the sword. All the players' screens flickered. One of them asked, "What is this?" "System notification. The best SS legendary item has appeared. Caliber is here." "Caliber," the girl repeats. "That's amazing. Did you really manage to lift it?" Ao Tho exclaimed in surprise. Morgan praises Sean. "You really have a keen eye for people." Se-Han happily accepts the compliment and adds, "Of course she's better than you. Don't get too complacent too soon." Morgan says. She summons a staff. Morgan recites a spell in some strange language. "The purple magic is so enchanting, Ao Tho." Tho looks confused. "What is that?" The staff falls to the ground. Se-Han speaks up. "Let's start by signing the contract. Your immobile legs will be restored." A red dragon soars right above the crowd. The man looks up at the sky. "Lately, I really haven't had anything to do. Honggun would complain if he were truly the leader of the guild, he should come up with some plan." Chang Toshun closed his eyes and called out a name. Muttered resentfully, "Even that guy can possess the divine sword, just assume he's lucky, but it's really annoying to think about." At this moment, a person wearing a hat spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. First, we need to subdue Hymus. The dragon is hard to kill, but we have the ability to kill Hymus. She assigned the top 10 players in each server to lead. I can see the abilities of the monsters with my skills. I heard that Behemoth will grow stronger over time. Mentioning that monster, she added that there would naturally be limitations, but if we just leave it alone, one day it will become a major threat. The woman with the white hat looked at someone in the crowd for that reason. She paused slightly on the player Eric. Hearing his name, Eric was surprised and said, "If you have experience in capturing guards, you should lead the way, right?" "I'm not so sure," he asked again. "What about me?" The man in the hat holding a spear pointed at Eric and asked, "So tell me, is there anyone else besides Eric? Have you managed to tame the guards?" Eric obeyed the order, sighed, and cursed silently. Damn it. The reinforcement is really bad. He looked at the monster he was about to fight, worried whether the creature he tamed was not a legendary beast. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone prepare!" Eric aimed for Him's eyes. He had no choice but to prepare for battle. "Ah, I see now." He shouted loudly. Everyone was surprised. Suddenly, Eric stopped. It seemed he had seen something very astonishing. "What is that?" One of the team members reacted the same way. Watching the blonde-haired man with a sword rush out first, they were surprised. "Isn't that someone limping?" "Someone has noticed something." "You're no longer limping. And that shadow, could it be facing the approaching person?" Him roars fiercely. Grew. It swung its claws at the approaching person. The blonde man timed his move perfectly, leaping to dodge. He struck it with a sword, but the monster only just realized it too late. It screamed in pain. Grew then fell down. The blonde-haired man looked in a direction and shouted, "Welding vehicle!" A figure of a welding vehicle appears in the sky. The boy jumps down from the air with a giant sword, charging to strike the behemoth lying on the ground. Remembering Song Su's words, it's a weapon that can heal a large amount of Esther and Mytho-G. It's also a weapon over 10,000 years old, but I don't know if it will work well in this situation. Kim Shan smiled confidently. Everything has a solution. Boom, a loud explosion echoes. As the sword pierced Behemoth's massive body, Sahan spread his wings and soared into the sky. He also remembered to tell the blonde-haired Atho to attack its legs to limit its movement as much as possible. Atho looked at you in horror and said, "A contract and pulling out the sword have always been very difficult to do. But what is that?" He said that in this atmosphere, it seems like it might not be impossible now. Behemoth cautiously watched as he gathered a source of energy into his sword. His rank consolidates confidence, gathers energy like magic or strength to boost power. The monster rushes straight at Atho. The girl in the hat turned back to look at the group. "Why are you just standing there watching?" The girl in the white hat points at the monster and shouts, "Everyone charge before things get out of hand." The others finally snapped out of their shock and ran over. Eric shot out fireballs as Hoan swung his sword. Lurin casts a spell, everyone together focusing their strength to attack, knowing when to stop and defend. He takes the chance and delivers the final blow. The sound of the clash of power with the monster echoes out. Everyone stands watching to see if they have finally succeeded in destroying it. Just as everyone thought they had succeeded, Him jumped out from the explosion and attacked the crowd. The white hat quickly shouted, "Don't stop! Keep going!" Even though Eric's hands are still forming a fireball, he doubts himself. Damn it. Does this even have any hope? He seemed to sense something, hesitating. Wait a minute. Could this energy be the shadow of a massive object with wide wings appearing in the sky? It descended not far from Behemoth, opening its mouth and roaring loudly. Only then did Eric become certain it was a dragon. Suddenly, a fierce shadow with long wings appeared in the sky, a brave red dragon with 3 majestic horns. It glides through the wind with its wings covered in scars, its long spiked tail sweeping past everywhere. It opens its mouth, revealing huge fangs as if to tear anything apart, with breath, a roar, and a piercing gaze of a dangerous creature. Everyone is panicking and showing fear on their faces. Damn it, one is already exhausted, and now there are 2. What the hell is that guy doing after the fight? Kim Jong flies through the sky on his black wings, surpassing his own expectations. He looked at his iron and stone weapon, purple smoke emanating around it, and said anxiously, "Controlling magic is really difficult." Kim Jong silently recalls Atho, who had already controlled the mental weakening resistance skill so accurately before mastering it. The image of the skill appears, the mental weakening resistance skill used by Kim Jong. The shared skill strengthens their bond. Atho Kim Shan clenches her fist and smoke emanates around her hand. He feels the power from here. That's good, this feeling. He soars through the sky with raven wings, facing the approaching red dragon. Kim Zae-han is ready to fight, so now he smiles confidently, his palm open with a faint mist swirling around. Kim Shan turned around and shouted, "Ah, Tho, should I block it?" Tho hesitated on the ground and asked, "Should I stop it?" Han's flying car is now surrounded by a solid shield. He smiles and says it's there, but wait until it's really needed. Tho points her sword straight ahead. It shines with a blazing golden light, enhancing its majestic aura. He also chuckled softly and replied, "Honestly, it was fortunate that those two attacked at the same time." Kim Shan smiled cunningly, silently thinking, "That's right, just like Morgan. If that red dragon from Tho's legend appears, it would never harm him." Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens as the red dragon spread its wings and roared, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Its fierce yellow eyes stared intently at Tho, and its breath exuded deadly aura, as the legends foretold. The landing just now also startled Tho. He steadied himself and drew his sword, ready to fight. The red dragon opens its mouth to show its teeth, exhaling a threatening aura and speaking with a voice full of deadly intent. Truly astonishing. Tho seems to be drifting into another space. Only he and the opponent are here. "Can you speak human language? That's a kind of magic." "It speaks." Tho clenched the sword in her hand. The dragon's name continues, "I never thought I would see you wield that sword one day. That's something a guard like me would never have imagined." Tho asked it seriously, "Is the legendary red dragon just a monster?" The red dragon with its blazing yellow eyes gazes at Tho and responds, "Because that is the mission assigned to me by the system. Just like how you became a player, I became a monster. You can't oppose it?" "If you are the legendary red dragon," he said hesitantly. The red dragon replied, "There is no way to oppose the existence that encompasses the laws of the universe. There is no difference between you and me." Tho frowned. "Then it's strange that you have to become a monster. Aren't you also the same player?" "The player role is reserved for humans with a divine-like appearance, which is why it is considered an obvious fact." A vacant gaze appears as the system glitches. The red dragon seems to sense something. "Master of the Azure Sword, I have many things I want to tell you, but I cannot. However, according to the legendary oath, I can help you once now." The scene reappeared as before, with the red dragon turning its back. Tho was puzzled and confused. "Wait, can you explain more clearly?" The dragon jumps off the ground, its weight shattering the rocks. It swoops around Che Kao Trung. The red dragon rushes quickly at the monster, its claws gripping tightly onto its horns. The appearance of the red dragon startled the monster. The red dragon took off and pressed the monster down to the ground. The red dragon's hand still gripped tightly onto the horns, its incredible strength forcing the monster to scream in pain. Everyone around is confused about what is happening. What's going on with this fight? A loud scream echoed as the ground trembled, and the monster remained beneath the red dragon's claws. A pair of black raven wings appeared. That was Kim Han. This appearance surprises the red dragon. He opens his eyes wide, revealing his glowing golden pupils. Kim Han floats in the air, calmly looking down, without needing to intervene directly. "Look, it's really a dragon. It's too powerful." Something rushes through the air. The sword plunges straight into the monster's body. Kim Han flaps his wings and flies directly toward the sword, with purple light emanating around his weapon. He thrust his weapon into the sword, causing a massive explosion and blinding flashes of light. Everything unfolded before everyone's amazed eyes, with things flying out like drops of blood from the beast. Tho blocks the foul blood splatters from getting on her with her hand as continuous explosions sound around her. The red dragon soars high into the sky with the blood of the beast below on the ground. The system has recognized the title of Divine Monster Slayer. You will receive a reward for your exceptional feat in defeating the powerful guards. Kim Han lands softly on the ground. He silently wondered, "I hope the red dragon disappears." Against the deep blue sky, a majestic figure is gliding through the clouds. Kim Shan thought that if it continued to stay here as a guard, it would be forced to fight us. A man holding an axe spoke, interrupting Kim Shan's thoughts, which was quite astonishing. "I don't know if there are such outstanding players." The opponent introduced himself. "My name is Julian." Kim Shan turned around and replied, forgetting to introduce himself as Kim Shan. He thought to himself, he's also here. He knows this person, a player from Germany who has made a contract with other gods. In his previous life, he was quite a strong individual. Julian, a gaunt man with darkened lips and hair tied on both sides, extends his hand and says, "Kim Shan, a Korean, if you're not busy, can we talk for a bit?" Kim Han put his hands in his pockets and said politely that he was sorry, but because of all the staring, he planned to leave right now. Julian understands too. That's tough. He smiled happily. "After all, we will have a chance to meet again someday. At that moment, we could have talked to each other." Kim Han's black wings spread out behind him. "I hope so. Then on the dusty ground caused by the wind pressure you created." Kim Jae-han suddenly soared into the sky, spreading his wings and gradually disappearing from their sight. Julian pulled his hat down, looking a bit dejected. It's a pity. The map appears, and this event has been confirmed. From now on, all servers will be connected into one, forming a virtual Earth. The most important thing now is that even a single player can possess different skills. The future ahead looks quite promising. The golden chariot flies straight ahead, with a serious gaze full of anticipation for what lies ahead. In the Demon Kingdom's Palace of Desire, luxurious castles stand side by side when a voice interjects, "Did you fail? Are you saying they ran away after her mental attack?" Ma Ji tilted her head, resting her hand on her cheek, her mysterious beauty captivating. She replied softly with a smile, "Yes." A co frowned in front of her, clearly annoyed. He remained silent, pondering that he had already revealed Behem's location, but still failed. "I don't know what you're saying, but honestly, it didn't scare them at all. AC." To stand straight, her hands behind her back, saying nothing. Mara continues, "At least I am somewhat surprised. That player is strangely powerful." "Okay." To then faintly said, looking very pleased. Mara crushed the flame but still wore a cold smile. "Strong players have a very positive impact on people like us." Black smoke surrounds the steel fences, flames flickering all around. Maron continued, "I am very eager to see how it performs at the upcoming Demon World Martial Arts Festival." Her legs seem unable to stay still, but she poses no threat at all. Ako silently thought with a displeased expression, and it seemed the divine beast hadn't been very effective at that moment. If only this tiny red dragon knew how to obey. He was furious, eyes wide open with veins bulging, teeth clenched in a fierce grimace. Everything seemed off, and the divine beast wasn't strong enough to kill that bastard. Ako flutters through the palace corridor, clenched fists full of anger. "I have to find another way." The system interface displays the current rankings of the server competitions, with the UK in first place and South Korea in second. Han sits on a chair, reviewing the information, and quietly thinks that at this point, the GM must surely take some action. The witch spoke. "Crow, everything is fine now, but why do you look so gloomy?" He turned his head and replied, "I am watching the rankings and observing GM's new actions." The witch asked confusedly, "If there's nothing then that's even better?" "That's, strange. You think they should have already made some moves by now." Kim Jae-han turned and asked Atho, who was slumped in a corner with his head in his hands. "Atho, it seems, you still haven't come to a decision?" Atho covers his face in disappointment. "Yes. Someone like me receiving a sword like that doesn't mean I will gain the bravery I didn't have before." San comforts him, saying, "Don't be like that. After this event is over, try to reconsider. You're sure you can do it." Atho turned around confused. "You've always trusted me in a strange way." "That's just because I had a good intuition." Juni hesitated and cautiously asked, "Is this event over now?" "It's not over yet, but the outcome is already clear." Sahan pointed at Than Kiem and Atho and said, "With over 100 points, no server can catch up. I don't know how to thank you anymore. Not only me, but all the players in the kingdom will have to thank you." "No, I'm not doing this to get your thanks. If this helps players in Britain and Europe become stronger, that's just perfect." Atho hesitates, sometimes showing an extraordinary level of forgiveness. Sahan turns away and puts on his coat. "It's nothing. I'll just move around a bit to complete the mission." A small hand grabs his shirt, and that is Tu Yet Ni from Han's car. Her eyes sparkle brightly. "Can I go with you?" He must be full of desire, but Sehan responded firmly. "No, you can't." She keeps flying up, calling his name. "Sehan, Sehan." Kim Jae-han steps out the door, waving goodbye. "The chance to learn magic from the great wizard is very rare. Next time, I will accept all your requests if I can." The wizard snaps his fingers. Tu Yet Ni screamed in shock. A week later, with no new messages in the system, Diu was extremely annoyed. She sighed in frustration, knowing that even after the event ended, he still didn't come looking for her. "I know he's busy, but he can't just leave without saying a word like that." She just finished her mission. With a pile of corpses behind her, she alone had defeated them all. A step was approaching her, and Shulu immediately sensed someone coming. She warned that if you don't want to get hurt, step back. Her steps stop, and she turns to face the opponent. "If everyone would seriously listen to what I have to say, for once a familiar voice speaks up. It's been a long time since we last met." The voice startled Ju. That person called her sister. She immediately recognized that this was Han Hyonu. Jisoo avoided eye contact, not looking at the other person, but still managed to ask about her. "I'm glad you're still alive. I heard from your mother, but I was still a bit worried." "Are you still living with your mother?" Hyonu nodded gently. Her eyes immediately changed, burning with a fierce fire. She tried to convince herself that she had to endure Hanjisu. She asked, "Do you come to see me like this? Is there something you want to say?" Hyonu looked embarrassed, rubbing the back of her neck, and said, "That's too much. I just happened to see her." Ju clenched her fists, kept her distance. She's her sister. Even if she didn't say it, she knew her sister wasn't like that. Hyon smiled, still very cautious. After all, she still lives cautiously. Ju immediately denied, "Don't talk nonsense." Hyonu, still smiling, said, "Why so surprised? See you in Sew?" He raises his hand to his neck, a mark appearing. He says, "Let's have dinner with Mom and Ann after not seeing each other for a long time." Gee. Then suddenly she smiled in a strange, eerie way. A scene of violence unfolds with fierce and reckless thugs. The girl with red eyes kills them, while the man collapses trembling in fear. Du, frightened, let out a loud scream that startled everyone. They rushed over to see what was going on. "What's wrong? What's going on?" Minsu, panic-stricken and scared, said, "No, it's okay. It's just a nightmare. I didn't see the future." Su, huffing and panting. Lahayam cautiously asked, "So what does the future hold?" Minie replied, "All the people living in Seun will die." This shocked them all completely. Why is Zhu crying and collapsing? Remember the sister in black we met before. They recall the black outfit. The small girl with the tiny body was holding the head and killing that guy. "Are you killing everyone?" The blazing red eyes flickering towards Du, changing constantly, so I'm not sure, but clearly I saw it that way. The small girl with long hair appears among the bloodied corpses lying on the street, wary of the murderer with a 1,000-year curse. A voice sounded, truly difficult. Does the slender, powerful finger quickly swipe on the Korean system screen in second place? Is it real? And countless comments below. Kim Jae-han thought to himself that the reputation of the evil sect had spread widely, and if they became too famous, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, he looked down and saw Lai Min smiling brightly. He adjusted his clothes. "What are you talking about? Lemon Min is indeed very active. But while everyone was focused on the dragon, she was off on her own. She has collected a lot." El Min is happily looking at the results they've accumulated. Hansei enters the room lost in thought, which is what has been bothering me. Lately, Ju's mood has been strange these days. Hanju is sitting alone, looking at messages sent through the system. Han's car cautiously approached, probably not upset with me. If I had known, I should have greeted her properly. Ju sat silently as Seha approached her, and suddenly Seha called out to Ju, making her startle. Yes, even the message screen disappears immediately. Seha, confused, asked, "Why did I startle you?" Ju awkwardly turned back and smiled. "It's nothing." Sean remembered that there was something in the window. Curious, he asked her, "Do you look very serious in the inbox? I won't ask for details, but can you tell me who sent it?" "That thing." Diu said, "My brother wants to meet me once. He's better at everything than me." Sehan suddenly wondered, is there someone more talented than Han Jisoo? "I haven't heard about it before." "You told her, said it like that, but it seems you're worried about your relationship with your brother not being good." Ju slightly denies it. Actually, that's not quite right, but she is living with her mother. Then they pull out the chairs. Sehan sits down, smiling, and says, "That's good. I've been looking for my mom all this time, too." Ju didn't seem very happy. "That's right, but actually my mother doesn't like me. To be precise, she's afraid of me." She sighed heavily after speaking, and he seemed to understand, so he said, "Well, then let's go together since you're hesitant about visiting your brother's place." Han leaned on the car window and made a suggestion that surprised Ju. Yes, she blushes and her cheeks heat up. "You're really kind today. Too kind." "That's not bad at all. I'm a little confused, but Diu is serious. But there's one problem I don't quite understand. The issue is that if we go, please find a way to do it naturally amidst the wreckage and destroyed buildings." Han Zehan asked, "Are we heading in the right direction?" Kim Zehan kept turning his head, looking around in the underworld where the demon's henchmen gathered, and asked, "Where are we going?" "A dilapidated house that could collapse at any moment, with a sign that says, Fu Coffee, hanging above it. Look, the front door opens along with a long bell. A young man at the cashier opens his smile to welcome and invite in, but when he looks up, he screams in panic, 'Demon, demon, serial killer demon.'" Diu sighed in frustration when suddenly a red axe flew past the boy. "Give me 2 Americanos." The flying axe grazed the boy's cheek, blood streaming down, and he responded in fear. Yes. The axe returns toward Jisoo, she catches it and says firmly, 2 Americanos." The young man nervously agreed. Yes, please wait a moment." Kim San realized that she seemed nervous about this meeting. "Jisoo is more famous than I thought." The Americano is neatly placed on the wooden table. Sehan calmly asks, "Has my younger brother arrived yet?" Jisoo replied, "I just received a message saying he will arrive soon." The bell rang again, the door opened, and someone stepped in. Hyon smiled kindly, arriving earlier than I thought, sister. Due raised her head in response. Oh, you're here? Isn't Mom coming too? Hyonu chuckles. Why are you in such a hurry? Mom asked me to send her regards to you. Hyonu only then notices Kim Sean sitting across from her. He asked curiously, Who is it? Due straightforwardly replied, The one you like. Kim Sean seems a bit shy about her answer. Hyonu, not understanding, immediately asks who she likes. Jisoo calmly sips her Americano, clearly treating her words as a joke, and lets out a breath. Do you like him? Don't joke around like that. Ju answers seriously, no joking. Hyonu was taken aback by the response. Hanju repeated, I'm not joking. Amid the atmosphere among the three of us, I had that feeling, but I never said it outright before. Kim Zi-han turned her head to look, and that was also the issue Ju mentioned. I really don't understand. Say what you want to say. Actually, I have something to show you. I've changed a lot. I'm no longer the Hyonu from before. A cloud of purple smoke with fiery, sinister eyes and a mouth full of sharp fangs hovers in the middle. Hansu smiles and says, As you can see, I have made a pact with a demon, and I am even ranked 17th. But I haven't made a contract with anyone yet. Hyonu looked towards Ju. Kim Sean silently thought that if he was really bound by a contract with her, then if he was the 17th ranked demon, he would be even stronger than Neighboros. Hyonu said seriously, You still pretend to be innocent. The young boy's face suddenly darkened, always consulting. Consulting and consulting again. Even if the world changes, I thought you would change too, but you're still the same. Due remains calm, feeling only at ease. You are a monster. Hyonu's face darkened with a murderous look. That's good. I will let you meet your mother. In my opinion, Ju is a talented child. The display shelf is filled with her achievements, including trophies, certificates, and various medals. But the more talented Ju becomes, the more her father demands even more. He is never satisfied with what his daughter has achieved. He beat and scolded Ju terribly. All that money spent just for this much? Then she snapped at the already injured child. You can do better. You need to do better. When Mother Ju saw her daughter accepting the unreasonable things, she felt very scared, and that fear turned into violence, beating and hitting again and again. She only felt relief when she saw her daughter's tears. But for Jesus, violence is meaningless. If she sees Jesus crying and laughing at the same time, she feels even more afraid. No pain was enough to make Jesus afraid. Jesus relied on his mother in the wrong way. By the time he realized it was too late, he had to obey, had to be patient. Then Ju hid his talent, ignored his father's demands, and lowered himself. Still, his mother did not love Jesus, and his father's expectations shifted to his younger brother. Even her love was the same. Hyunsu, who is ignored by his father because of Ju's talent, always tries his best to gain his attention. Compared to Jesus, your achievements are very insignificant. Every day you receive more scoldings from a father who never seems to be satisfied. Can't you do it? It's only for me. Until university, that scene only happened then. After that, Ju just waited for her mother to forget the past. If her mother forgets everything, she will come back. That's not surprising. The world has changed. Her father is dead. Mom Ju is still avoiding her, but now she's going to meet her. That's strange. Hanyu. A shout called out, snapping her back from her memories, and she hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. Kim Seo looks at Ju with curiosity. Why is that? Are you paying attention to your surroundings? She looked a bit confused. No, it's okay. I won't kill anyone just by looking with my eyes. The three of them continued walking, while Duishu silently told himself that he had felt enough malice. Maybe he was too absorbed to notice Kim Shan's gaze on him. She reassures herself, but now that her brother is here, she must be patient. A flash of red flickered at Ju's eye corner. Right now, she kept telling herself to stay calm and be kind. Maybe Sean doesn't know either? She took a deep breath, staying calm, not revealing her inner thoughts. Oh, wait, look over there. Han Hyun-soo's voice interrupted Ju's thoughts. He continued, Everyone looks at you and calls you a murderer. That's interesting. I didn't expect everyone to say that. Well, it's quite strange, but it also fits your personality. We're here now, in front of a large door with Han Hunsu Ju and Kim Zae-han standing before it. Hunu raised both hands to push and invite them in. The door opened to reveal 2 rows of about 20 respectful people bowing and saluting in unison. Branch manager Han Hyu, witnessing the scene, Kim Zae-han's expression turns to one of speechlessness. What is this? Ju Girl also doesn't understand what is happening in front of her, she wonders. The branch director responded with a bright smile from Han Hyu. Yes. Have you ever heard of Godmoon, branch director? I have become one of the leaders there. He sneers at Ju, pointing to the cowering crowd, and says, You are the new branch director in the male gang, unlike her who has nothing. You just lower your eyes, huh? And it seems she was really hoping for it. Han Hye-hunsu looked at her and asked, Do you not envy me? Do you now admit that I am better than you? Not caring much about his boastful words, Diyu replied with a nonchalant and calm demeanor. Yeah, the important thing is where Mom is. Maybe it's pretty boring? Han Hyun sighed quietly, not reacting at all. It's just not interesting. Then he turned and ordered, "Come here, go." The one who was pointed out immediately jumped in surprise, nervously stammering as he responded. Yes, yes. Kim Shan and Ju look up, silently wondering to themselves. Yes, this is the branch manager speaking, returning to the man who now has an additional box in his hand. The two of them looked at the box with suspicion. Sister Han Hyun-soo held up the box in her hand towards Ju, facing her. Wow, take this. The box in her hand feels like a 1,000-pound stone weighing down her heart, and Ju's whole body trembles slightly, barely noticeable. Open it and see. It's your prize. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No, that can't be true. She likes her mother that way. Could it be? Then she reached out and lifted the lid of the box. Could it be? As soon as she saw what was inside Diso's eyes, her disbelief widened as she stared intently at what was in her hand. Before she could regain her composure, Hunshu's frantic laughter suddenly echoed in her ears. Are you surprised, sister? How do you like my gift? That mother you loved so much. She said she was very afraid of you. He spoke loudly, as if waiting for a compliment from his sister. Did you do well? You avenged me. You killed the mother of the one who always beat up Tanan. Faced with your younger brother's mockery, Ju remained silent. So why thou? Oh, hi. Un looked up, pretending not to know what she was muttering to herself. Why? Why did you do that? No matter what, before that question from Mom, Hyunshu calmly interrupted by playing with his fingers. She relied on me but was very uncomfortable. You should know that too. Mom's mental state is unstable, and because she can't contact Dad, she keeps clinging to me, constantly talking about the topic of bugs not being the players. Meanwhile, I found my sister. If it were Hanu, I would be safe. So I stopped, looked up, with Hyun-shu's face grim. He slightly curled his lips in a mocking smile, and his voice grew heavier. I have killed her. Watching all of Han Hyunu's actions and words from the beginning until now, Kim Se-han silently curses him in her mind. You're really a bastard. Fine, face me again and keep going. Don't worry your sister, you'll be reunited with Mom soon, and she'll always be by your side. If you do that, she'll feel very at ease. Hearing Han Hyun-soo's words, Kim Shan seemed to guess what he wanted to do. He started to become cautious, telling himself, even if Gyu is like that, she still can't touch her brother. I'm here. Suddenly you jerked awake. Could that feeling be? His eyes suddenly widened, instinctive worry flooding in, and he shouted, Hanju! With a thud, the head that was neatly placed in the box in Han Jizu's hand fell to the ground, hitting someone's high heel. No. The young girl's small pink lips pressed together. Han Jisu, don't. Hold on. A hand emitting energy pressed against her chest. She must control it. Kim Shan noticed that Ju was acting strangely. Han Jisu, Han's brother, is beside her. Oh my God, what are you holding that sword for? His eyes widened in terror. To protect what's important to her, she must eliminate them all. Han Jisu stood straight, her face lowered and expressionless, looking like a zombie. Han Hyunu's gaze was fixed intently on her sister Ju. He tilts his head and smiles. Why is sister so silent? I'm not happy at all. You should try to show some expression no matter what. Ju steps forward. Hyunu smiles playfully, summoning a weapon in his hand. Oh, you've finally woken up? Let me show you how much I've improved. Diu suddenly grabs Hyunu by the neck. Hyunu is not surprised and calmly raises his sword. Is that all there is to it? Cutting her in half wouldn't be so bad. In the silent space, a stream of fresh blood spurts out. Hyun looks at Ju with suspicion, his sword-wielding hand beginning to tremble. Can she really endure this? Blood of a blue hue flows from the wound. How can she possibly withstand this with her current condition? Suddenly, the hand gripping Hunu's neck tightened, causing him pain as he called out desperately, Please, are you not going to let me go? But Diu did not respond. Hyunu tried to speak again. Thank you, sister. Hyunshu stared with wide eyes, sweat pouring down his face, trembling as he called out for her. But Ju's face now looked incredibly cruel. Hyunshu struggled and shouted, Wait, sister, let me go. Ju's high heels slammed down on Hyunsu's toes with great force, causing Hyunsu to scream in agony. Realizing that talking to Ju was useless, Hyunsu turned and aimed his anger at the crowd. They had been silent all this time. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Attack now. Hyunshu's words caused a slight hesitation among the crowd, but the hand gripping his neck tightened even more, making it hard for Hyunsu to breathe. Hyunsu started to make strange sounds. No, in the end, the bloody scene happened. Ju didn't hold back and caused his neck to leave his body. Blood splattered everywhere like a rainstorm. Under the rain of blood, Ju lifts his head high and smiles gently, saying goodbye. Witnessing the bloody scene, Sehan can't help but feel uneasy, saying, well, things got intense. Her suppressed madness has finally erupted. Ju here doesn't hesitate to throw that head away. Hey, Sean. Ju stands with his back to Sean. Hey, you. Ju turns his face back as if searching for Sean's figure, and Sean instinctively takes a step back. What's going on? Ju chuckled. She's already answered. I will protect you, don't worry. Ju looks so terrifying right now. Her expression is strange, and she's covered in blood. You won't end up like your mother, never. They may look outwardly calm, but inside they have long erupted, protecting that monkey. If we let her stay like this, it will be dangerous. We must stop her now. You don't look very comfortable, probably because of the bugs around, right? Ju turned around and walked somewhere so I could deal with them. Ju has been holding a weapon in his hand for some time now. Please, trust me. Only me. Sehan silently thought this was no longer an ordinary conflict. If it came down to it, he would have to kill her, or he would die. Ju's eyes glowed red, and a voice kept urging her to destroy them all, everyone. Kill them all. This time, Ju's eyes had completely lost focus. Blood-red tears streaming down from the corners. Ju screams in fury, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from her body. Sehan raises his hand to shield himself. Wow, what speed is this? The group in black suits was stunned. What? In the very next second, both men in suits spat blood, and Ju's figure appeared behind them. Ju stared intently in one direction, as if locking onto a target, then swiftly took down each vest-wearing enemy, until the last one could only scream in agony before being struck down by Ju's weapon. I don't care about those scoundrels from the moon, but if this keeps going, we're in real danger. Han Siu shouted, "Stop, Han Jisoo!" Jisoo didn't stop, still smiling with satisfaction, and Han Zi's face turned grim. I don't want to face her. That move sent 3 people to their final rest. Facing her victims, Ju suddenly turned to look at Jaehan, feeling pleased that everything was unfolding as he had hoped. Good, come here. Ju looked at him for a moment. Then in the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared before his eyes. Does she still recognize others? Sehan wondered anxiously, thinking that if she keeps going outside the building, a loud explosion will happen and there will be thick smoke and dust. Shushu's face was now filled with silence. She thought to herself, I must kill them all. At this moment, Chishu is kneeling with her hand covering her face, thinking that in this dark, ink-like space, she cannot lose anyone precious anymore. If she wants to be a good girl, she must protect them. Suddenly, Chishu's eyes change in a strange way, turning bright red and somewhat terrifying. She continued to think, if there was no one left, then suddenly another card appeared with the words, I am always a good girl. You can pretend to be a good girl all the time. Then Chishu's thoughts reappeared, I don't need to be a good girl. A series of fragments also fell down. A loud explosion suddenly erupted from the apartment buildings, with Chu looking very cool but unaware of Han's car behind her. Then the glowing bracelet suddenly clasped tightly around Duishu's arm, catching her off guard. Then the glowing bracelet seemed to become incredibly heavy, causing her to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. Han looked coldly at the small shining diamond in his hand, thinking to himself who would have thought he would use it again. In his mind, the image of using that diamond to make the person collapse, trembling, suddenly reappeared. While on this side, Chishu kept struggling to escape from the necklace. Kim Shan looked from behind and said, Don't waste your effort, that's a 10-ton heavy bracelet. After saying that, he opened the screen and thought, maybe Mina can do something right now. Then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It turned out Chu was trying to break free from the bracelet with her hands, bleeding all over. He thought to himself that Chishu Shan was surprised by her action, his eyes wide open and mouth agape, a stream of thoughts flashing through his mind. No way she did that. Finally, Chishu managed to escape from the ring, screaming in pain. Sehan nervously wondered if he was cutting his own hand off as Chishu, having just escaped from the ring, looked at him with a slightly terrifying crimson gaze. Seeing that, Han's car wondered again, can she do that with her A-level recovery ability? People still need to feel pain. He was feeling a bit worried and scared at this moment, and he cursed under his breath, Minute. Suddenly, a large, sharp object made of metal emerged halfway from Han's small screen. Chishu was slowly getting up from a distance, while Han was a bit tense, thinking to himself that if he left her alone, she would head towards the city area. He was more tense than ever, and silently thought, Sorry, Chishu, but I have no choice but to blow away the top part of you. To protect Seun, I have no other option. After finishing, Zine immediately pulled the sharp object from the screen. Suddenly, a wall of darkness appeared behind Chishu. So, it was Sehan. He took that large, sharp object and went directly behind her, ready to attack, feeling guilty. I'm sorry. A sudden, massive explosion erupted rapidly. At this moment, Han's car is surrounded by dust and smoke. He exhales smoke, while below Chishu lies in pain, causing the ground to crack significantly. He continues to look at her fragile body lying paralyzed on the ground. Han shook his head in disappointment, silently laughing at himself, while Chishu lay still on the ground without making a sound. He finally thought that this time he had also killed Chu. In his mind, he replayed images of himself and Chu, continuing to think about it for the third and fourth times. Thinking, Sean stared intently at his blood-stained hands, then raised both hands as if they belonged to him, now with Chishu's image and a cold, icy gaze. He silently regrets a little, thinking he shouldn't have brought Chishu here if he had stopped her from opening that thing. He closes his eyes tensely, and suddenly another thought flashes through his mind. Damn it. The red light beam suddenly appeared in a strange and somewhat surprising way. Sahan was suddenly attacked and wondered to himself what he was doing. Then suddenly he saw something that made him gasp in shock. He thought to himself that hammer now looked like a very familiar red hammer. Sahan's voice suddenly rang out. It turns out Chu's entire body was badly injured along with the green magic clinging to her lower abdomen. Chu sarcastically said, in this dangerous situation, you should have aimed for the head. After saying that, she stood up gently. Meanwhile, Sehan had both of his legs cut off. He is dragging himself across the ground to escape from her. Quickly catching up to him, she kneels in front of him, speaking with an apologetic but unrepentant look. I'm sorry. Sehan on this side is trembling with pain. He made strange noises while she kept talking after thoroughly punishing him. I'm sorry, I really am. But if I want to break it, I have no other choice. Chishu's face suddenly looked fake and cheerful. She smiled and said, This is fine too. Honestly, I was also somewhat looking forward to this. You're too strong. If one day you no longer like me and leave, how can I make you stay? So, I've always been very worried. Sahan panted as she thought to herself. She was awake but not entirely sure yet. Her state of being both conscious and crazy at the same time is getting worse. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side even if you don't have legs. She continued, You can't have no legs, right? Then I can be your legs, can't I? And he no longer has to struggle with the game. Then suddenly, Chishu's eyes turned blood red, looking truly dangerous. She said with a very possessive tone, I will protect you from now on. Then she turned her back and walked away, thinking to herself, I did it. The world has become better. I can always keep my loved ones close. Before she could finish speaking, a sudden noise made Chishu suspicious, and she thought to herself, Is someone there? She turned around to look for something, worried that everyone around had already died or fled. Suddenly, she sensed something behind her, using her instincts, and it turned out to be a frightened white mouse running wildly. She saw it running near her and was surprised to call out to the mouse. She was a bit surprised as it kept running around her in a circle like magic. She suddenly thought to herself, No way. The red hammer reappeared now, and Chu grabbed it, raising it with his bloodshot, soulless eyes, ready to kill the mouse and reunite with his ancestors in a very cool way. She charged fiercely at the mouse when she found out who it was, angrily saying, the red hammer directly aimed at Mina A. Luckily, thanks to the blessings of her ancestors and her small body, Min quickly dodged death. She cried in fear, thinking she was going to die. At this moment, both of Sehan's legs finally recovered thanks to the green magic. He suddenly said, Wow, they can heal immediately? Thanks to her quick cut, I didn't expect you to help me. Then a creature resembling a fox appears, and Min-A points at it, warning that you're in danger. Sehan nodded and said, Thanks. Then he looked at the fiery circle with curiosity. But what did you do to Chishu? Min said, Oh, I trapped her in that hidden space. Sehan then asked, Is that the one you used before? Min quickly praised, saying you have a good memory. He then asked, How long can this skill be maintained? Min-A stretched out 2 fingers to rest for a moment and said, When I stop feeling sick, it will probably be about 2 days before I can maintain it like last time. If I don't use the skill again later, I will have to give it up. Sehan responded slowly. I see. Sehan recalled Chishu's terrifying face again. He pondered that she kept going crazy and then recovering. He thought maybe it wasn't because she lost control, but related to her nature. He looked at Mina standing there and asked, Do you have a skill to handle this? Mina also quickly admitted defeat and said, No. Sehan immediately felt a bit disappointed. If Mina also doesn't have one, asking the other players is pointless. Sehan is a bit worried and starts to sweat. He silently thought that he couldn't come up with a solution now, but suddenly a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Looks like you're struggling. Sehan immediately changed his expression and said, Of course. Then he suddenly realized whose voice it was. I thought for a moment that this voice belonged to a beautiful, charming woman appearing before me, which surprised me and made me ask why she was here. Riha smiled and said, "To prevent you from praying to other gods, I had to come here and listen to it." She said again before Sehan's surprised face, "You don't need to be so surprised. I didn't lower myself to this world on my own." He asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Ri quickly continued, explaining that it's like using a VPN to create a fake file in this world. Basically quite complicated. Sehan hesitated, then said, "So it's really possible?" She added, "I am a deity, so if demons can do it, I can too, even though we gods don't invest much in games." Ira, with the beauty of a goddess and a noble tone, said, "Of course there are conditions. I only help players if they repay me with something, or the system will consider me a cheat and erase me immediately." Sehan looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Repay?" Riha understood what you meant and happily continued, "Do you want to ask if besides points, what else can players give to the gods? Min?" Hearing that, she laughed in surprise and crossed her arms, saying, "Would that be okay?" Suddenly Shtair flew away before Mina's surprised eyes, leaving Min with her mouth open and eyes wide in shock. Shtair showed clear anger, while Riha teasingly said, "If the girl gets angry, she can do it herself. Jealous gods are so unattractive." She continued, "I have my own principles for being a deity." On the other side, Cho was furious. She continued, "This is a live broadcast, so I think the publisher already knows." Sehan was surprised and exclaimed, and Riha responded immediately. "That's right," she said while making a shape with her hands and saying, "I've been really into uploading videos lately, so I posted a few on God. I am the Wizard Godher. Everyone remember to like, subscribe, and hit the bell button." At this moment, Cheddar was flying around Ira creating a cool breeze while she was striking poses freely. Cheddar is just like a third of helplessness and 7 parts of like a third. Someone's thoughts from the past come up, and I don't know anything about these videos. Sehan was a bit confused, then he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, this woman she called you? I've been recording everything so I know exactly what's going on with the kid you're trying to help, right?" Hearing that, you suddenly looked at the magic circle and said, "Yes," she continued, along with images of Chishu's mother and child, both capable of controlling consciousness and illusions. "I'll show you this trick. Let that child and her mother meet again. It's not difficult." At this moment, a black human-shaped mask appears surrounded by magic. Sehan continues, saying, "In that case, her ability will be activated again and she will wake up." Sehan sighed and said, "But that's impossible." She quickly asked again, "Why not?" Hearing her words, he was a bit surprised and said, "How is that possible if you could go back to the past?" After hearing this, Riha also flew away to another place but didn't forget to say, "You've been back to the past before, even if it was just a dream." Sehan was a bit surprised and thought to himself, "How does she know that I entered the meaningless dream dungeon and everything happened there?" Jay's face now looked a bit cold. She said if this method works, she would slightly smile, her tone blending seriousness and playfulness, and I would get a lot of followers. Riha said, "That's easy." At this moment, she is in a different space, with Han also present. In front of the two of them is a temple. She said just to recreate the meaningless dream dungeon and change it into a reward. Sehan then said, "Change the reward." She quickly continued, "You know that when you enter the dungeon, you'll be given a mission. And you also know what the reward is, because you've been there before." She added, "Changing the dungeon can change the reward, which is returning with Chiz's mother, and the reward is Jay's mother." Sehan looked at Ira with confusion and asked, "Why do you have to spend points to help me? I'm not your property." Ira, who is now flying, slightly leans down and says, "No, I don't intend to use my points." "What do you mean?" "Of course, you have to use your points. I told you, I need a reward from the player." Then she quickly changed her expression and continued, "The points needed to rebuild the dungeon are 100,000. If it were you, it wouldn't matter, right? You should thank me. The other gods wouldn't accept a price of 100,000 points." Sehan, feeling a bit awkward after hearing that, said, "Thank you." The system panel suddenly displayed the 100,000 point level, and the recipient recognized it. She cheerfully posed and said, "Wow, the process was so complicated and headache-inducing, I shouldn't do this kind of thing all the time." Sehan asked, "Can we use it now?" Riha quickly replied, holding a strange object in her hand. "Wait a moment." Han saw the object and thought to herself, "Is she going to edit the video and upload it to God?" She continued, "If you go in there, you'll be taken back to when Ju's mother was alive. The version of me then might not have made a contract with you. You will be taken back to when Mother Ju was alive. The version of me then might not have made a contract with you." Sehan is lost in thought at this moment. He remained silent, thinking for sure. I don't know why, but Giat Ha in Act 2 received information from Act 1 and created the current situation. Then she happily clapped her hands and said, I'll only explain this much. Now it's time to talk. Riha used her magic to teleport him back to the past. She said it's time to get to work. Thanks to the magic, that temple gradually opens a gate. The system panel appears, and the meaningless dream dungeon is being transformed due to external influence. The meaningless dream dungeon has been transformed into the meaningless dream temple and has been entrusted to Kim Zahan. Jetha, looking at the gate, he continued, This is my temple. Now you are the master of time, and you can call yourself the cleric of the divine path. After hearing this, you gradually walk toward Ja's temple, a large whirlpool of magic that Zahan just jumped into. He thought to himself, It feels just like the dungeon last time. The system menu appeared again. You must choose 3 skills before proceeding. Zahan considers 3 skills and looks at the small screen that appears before him, hesitating in thought, so I can't use Kara's equipment or shared skills. After thinking, I reach out to select something on the small screen, and then the 3 powers I chose appear. Right now, Sean is in a completely unfamiliar place. He keeps thinking, and according to what Ha said, I am in the time when Chishu's mother was still alive. Then Han stared intently at his hands, thinking that they hadn't become calloused at all. This time gap isn't long from the present. He looked up at the sky, wondering to himself, when was it? I can't feel any presence at all. Hanze opens the small screen, checks it, then suddenly realizes that with this score, he's quite fond of it. Could this be a first? Suddenly, there was a loud scream, so Han quickly hid behind the rubble. Damn it, in front of him right now is a giant monster preparing to attack. Han suddenly thought, now is the moment. Han's vehicle quickly cursed under his breath. Damn it, the giant monster is advancing now, roaring loudly. He quickly dodged the approaching purple smoke and suddenly thought, so now. Then the smoke must be toxic. Then he quickly jumped to another place, thinking to himself that he didn't expect it to arrive before he even went looking for it. Although she wasn't very skilled at controlling time, Sahan moved swiftly from one spot to another. He quickly thought that next time we meet I should say a few words. First, find a safe place. Then he suddenly placed his hand on the ground, realizing he used a bit of his power to sense. His eyes suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, I found it. The perfect place to hide. Suddenly, something dropped, making him curious as he turned to look. He continued to think, is this a sign of a monster? I need to avoid battles as much as possible in my current state. Seiya recalls the past, with his belongings behind him, and he realizes. Looking back, it was the same then. At the peak moment when I was walking and fighting monsters. Seihan was knocked out by toxic smoke. He thought back to when he was poisoned by a scorpion and lost consciousness. Luckily, someone saved him, so he could return to that moment. See, Han is sitting on the ground now, complaining and thinking to himself, but maybe someone carried him and left him in the middle of the road. I might have died, but luckily I'm still alive. I suddenly blurted out, now I can finally breathe a little, right? He keeps talking, knowing that Jay will come looking for him. He keeps thinking he needs to quickly eliminate them all and then go home. The system panel appears again, with a side quest to clean up the Temple of Illusions. The dungeon is built based on the memories of the Korean player Kim Zae-han. Find and cover Han Chu's mother and escape from the dungeon, but the other party must follow their own will. If you die, you will also die in the real world. Please note that there are no difficulty levels or time limits. Zae-han was a bit confused now, thinking he had to do what he wanted, feeling a bit discouraged and thinking, I guess I have to explain and persuade them, then casually talking to himself, this will probably give me a headache. Sean got up, thinking to himself, I should go find him first and decide later. Maybe I will stay with my younger brother. At this moment, Sean suddenly remembered Kim Chu and a white-haired man whose face was only half visible. He thought that it was probably better to be with the Black Heaven Society or somewhere similar, as they seemed more relaxed. Now, in a desolate city filled with debris, someone's voice asks if any players have recently joined the Black Heaven Society or the Shin faction. Han's car is also there, with his arms crossed and a slightly arrogant look, confidently saying, that's right. Does he know what's really going on? His name is Han Huyen Shu. Sun Shu Gun, upon hearing this, replied vaguely, Han Huyen Shu. I've heard of him briefly. Recently, he's been considered a promising player. Saiyan's face changed upon hearing that, and he asked, where? Soon also responded happily. I wish I could hear an answer different from what I expected. Saiyan rubbed his head and wondered why it had to be the one I hoped would be the Black Heaven Society. Then he suddenly asked, do you know which branch he joined? I don't know about that, but if it's a new branch open nearby, I know. However, the fee is a bit high. Before I could finish speaking, Hans' car responded, I will pay 1,000 points. After saying that, he handed the paper to him and said, here you go. After taking the paper, he said, thanks a lot. The other guy immediately pretended to be polite and cheerful, saying, no need to thank me, actually I should be the one thanking you. He pretended to be polite and continued, if there are no more questions, I'll take my leave now. Sihan suddenly said, not exactly. He was still innocent and unaware, quickly asking, what? And as soon as he finished, Sihan used his sword to cut off his head in one strike. Shugun is now gone to meet his ancestors, and Seihan, with a mocking tone, said, if you send it to me, you'll just tell Du-shin anyway. I'm used to that already, and you're still alive in Act 2. Right now, somewhere else, Seihan is secretly hiding behind a wall, thinking carefully. This is a good place for Du-shin to take control. Then he turned around to look for someone he thought should appear now, feeling really annoyed without a fan. Seha closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something, then reconsidered, feeling a bit confused and wondering inwardly, who could it be? Are you the player? He continued searching around, feeling a bit confused, thinking he had never been followed before in the first scene, and the reason for that was unclear. It seems that the white smoke is appearing more and more now. Hans' car is quietly speculating, and since they can't see each other, spying is pointless, because it's a dream temple. So something is different. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. I guess I arrived too late, huh? Riha suddenly appeared from behind Hans' car. Seeing her, he was a bit angry and asked, it's already late, but why does the starting point still appear in front of that scorpion? After hearing this, Riha pretended to be puzzled and said, you're late now. You need to synchronize your memories of this world with me. Seihan nodded and said, all right, let's see me as the representative first. She replied, that's no problem. Then Riha used 2 fingers containing his magic to touch Seihan's forehead, as if transferring power. The system panel reappeared, indicating you have become the representative of the Yi family, the Dream Witch, and have acquired the inheritance of the illusionary space. At this moment, Seihan's eyes shone brightly with confidence. Then he casually pressed something on the screen and said, this skill makes me feel more at ease. She suddenly said, by the way, on the way here, I saw something strange. After hearing that, he asked the strange thing. Riha had to say, I didn't know at first that after meeting you again, that girl was still alive. He was a bit confused and repeated her words. Riha was flying with her hands raised to the sky, saying, I'm sure you can feel it too. Don't you sense any strange signs? He said, that's right, but I don't know what they are. After hearing that, she said somewhat smugly, I see, so that's how it is. Turns out you don't know either. Anyway, she is still alive for now. So I asked again, who is it? Seeing that you didn't seem to understand, I had to clarify, I mean Hanchu. As soon as she finished listening, her eyes looked a little different. She continued, appearing like a monster that couldn't feel reason. You listen and then say, wait, Han Chi-shu, he tells you to think carefully. Once again, the image of Chi-shu blocking Han's car reappears. Rit-Han says, that child was stabbed by a sword, wasn't it right after the game started? He replied, that's right. After hearing this, she said, if so, she already had the Heavenly Slayer skill at that time, you didn't know that? A terrifying demon appeared, killing Han and saying, humans possessing the Heavenly Slayer star are beings beyond comprehension. I knew it, even if the heart is destroyed, it can still be reborn. So you're saying Han Chi-shu didn't die at that time and is still alive? Riha also agreed, saying she thought it could only be like that. I mean, I saw it firsthand on my way here. Sahan looked a bit confused after hearing that. I don't think it's an unreasonable statement. I haven't even confirmed that Chi-shu has fully passed away. So why? Riha saw that he was a bit unusual and said, your expression is hard to understand. If so, you might as well go see for yourself. What are you worried about? Seihan replied. She was right. He used his strength to place his hand on the ground to investigate. It seems he has found something about 40 meters away and is contemplating, silencing the noise before saying, this time I will check on Doang Huang. Han's car is now flying to another location. He wondered silently, is Chi-shu really still alive? Then why? He is searching for someone's location on the screen, and then wondering why she always appears around but never comes to meet him. Han clenched his fists. Han's car, moving as fast as lightning, jumps from place to place as he wonders, is she there? He turns to look down and sees a figure staggering, thinking to himself, she seems confused because she can't sense me. When Chu's shadow becomes visible, it's just a dark figure, and Han's car is high above where it can't be seen. He thinks from here, it's truly unclear. His face suddenly changed, as Seihan seemed to remember something and thought, Jitha's description is completely accurate. Anyone who sees it would think it's a creature without intelligence. At this moment, Chishu looks more gaunt and terrifying, like a forest dweller. An-ni, a monster. Han Chi's face shows a mix of confusion and worry. It is Han Chi Shu Xiao. He then recalls the moment he fainted after inhaling the poison and now remembers someone moved him to that spot. Then he guessed that Chu was the one who carried him and wondered if it was Chi Shu Xiao who caused him to faint from the poison in the first round. He was a bit confused but didn't think much and quickly jumped down from a height of over 1,000 meters. He worriedly wondered why she had become like this. Han Chi immediately pressed her head down with his hand, causing her to cry out in pain. At this moment, he had successfully subdued her to the ground. Seihan saw that Chishu was a bit frightened and trembling, and he thought she probably wouldn't recover as quickly as in the second round, so she didn't struggle anymore. But then he played with her hair with his hand, thinking she wouldn't show hostility towards him. Han's eyes looked a bit different. He thought it was indeed Chishu, and at this moment he was still holding her down. Suddenly he let go and said, "Do you understand me?" Then he stood up and walked away, leaving Chishu sitting alone and lost, but he still didn't forget to say, "Follow me." That terrifying demon appears again. Zeihan is lost in thought, and anyone with the body of a heavenly killer would also harbor a hatred for humanity. They were born with the conditions to become enemies of humanity, but for Chu at this moment she appears stunning and cold in her dress. He thinks he probably can't sense that point, maybe because of her nature. Han's eyes darkened with thought. Likely the same kind of thing. Suddenly she said exactly the same thing. A few seconds later she continued, "If only the beasts will." At this moment, Chishu's entire body is resting comfortably on Han's lap. He nervously says, "I was just guessing." Then he said again, "I think her personality has fallen into a sleep, caused by the wound inflicted by the goblin at that time. Probably the personality of the Heavenly Slayer has awakened within her." Riha immediately asked about what happened in the second round. At this moment, Chishu is shown hugging Han's car and crying. He said, yes, at that time her instinct and the body of the Heavenly Slayer had merged, so she still behaved like a human. Unlike now, Chishu is still sitting on your lap, playing and squirming, but I told you, her way of acting has completely disappeared. Seihan feels a bit tired and thinks to himself, I wonder if this is a trait of her neck or a form of self-defense of the Heavenly Killer's body. But it's certain that Chishu's golden aura around here is to protect herself. He then imagines walking away, leaving Chishu there, thinking that during the first round he didn't notice her existence. Then maybe she lost her life while following me. She died protecting me from a danger I didn't notice, and no one acknowledged it. He patted her head and said, I'm sorry, then looked at Chishu and thought, I will definitely save you within 2 rounds. Then he said, now let's keep going. At the guild headquarters, 2 men in red cloaks appeared, and one said, why is it so quiet today? The guy lying down immediately said, do you think someone is sneaking in or something? He exhaled and then said, which idiot would dare sneak into the Hades Avatar command hall? What the hell is going on? Where are you? Suddenly 2 more hands appeared from behind, trying to grab the other's head, and he angrily cursed, damn it, is this guy joking around again? Then there was no more afterward because that guy was beaten so badly that his head was broken off. Turns out it was Han's car that did it, and he called her by name. Han Shushu, you were told not to bite. When she heard you say that, she stopped and smiled happily. But I still think she hasn't lost her fighting ability. At this moment, she listened to him and kicked the guard's leg away. He thought her movements were much more agile now because she could no longer rely on her healing ability. Sahan spoke up to remind him. It will be very dangerous from now on, so don't follow me anymore. Chishu refused to shake his head and spoke confusingly, but he said, no matter how much I shake my head, I can't guarantee your safety. Suddenly she hesitated and said, I will. He continued to ask, will you? She spoke a bit incoherently, saying she would protect him, and he would protect her. After hearing that, he sighed tiredly and said, do whatever you want. Huyanshu, this is not a good idea. It's very dangerous there. Please stop, Mom. He shouted angrily, if you want to live, this is the only way we have to take advantage of the strong. You also lived like that before, didn't you? The mother replied sadly, yes, but don't go there. Mom has a bad feeling. He then said, is it because the club president is interested in Mom? She stammered, no, that's not it. Then Huyanshu stepped outside and he said, the chairman called my mother today. Come with me. Wait, Huyanshu, she quickly said. Don't you want to go with me, Mom? After hearing that, she hesitated and said she would go. He remembered Chukon and then said, don't avoid him this time. He thought to himself that if she weren't the boss's type, he would have already taken Quash from the start. He continued to think that he could still make a big move by taking advantage of her. Dealing with the devil, the commander is almost here. I'm better than her now. That skyscraper is burning fiercely, thick black smoke billowing. The purple lights keep rushing in from all directions. Luckily, this is easier to handle than I thought. So this is how the scorpion dance works. Now Kim Do-won and Han Hyun-soo are both in the office. That's great then. Kim Do sits back with his arms crossed on the sofa. It's too noisy outside. Han Hyun is updating the situation. Yes, it seems like the bugs have already infiltrated here. Kim Do remains calm and composed. I have to say, the useful ones are just arriving now. Right now, only 5 people are still alive inside this building. So that means our opponents are 2 people? Kim Do begins to activate the Ming King Eye. The Ming King Eye helps you sense the aura of the living and the dead. Kim Do Kwan smiled with interest. That's right, it's quite interesting. He stood up and slammed the table, startling the purple-haired woman into fear. He turned to ask her, "Are you scared? Are you so scared you can't even speak?" "No." Han Hai-unu says to Kim Do, "Boss, you don't need to step in personally. I'll handle them." Kim Do-won looked at him as if to confirm, "Oh, you're quite confident, huh?" Yes, Han Hyun at that time thought that when there was a chance, he had to score points, give everything to that stupid woman and make the club leader tired not knowing what would happen next. I am a strong person now, no longer the Han Hyun-soo of the past. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in black smoke. The 3 of them are ready to attack. Kim Do realizes they have arrived. Sehan forcefully kicks the door open, and seeing that, Han Hyun-soo rushes forward to kill. Sehan quickly dodged Han Hyu's attack, and not only that, he was also struck back by Sehan immediately afterward. Sehan strikes a move at Han Hyunu's neck, hitting the pressure point so he collapses in pain instantly. Watching Sehan's move, Kim Do speaks up. "You are indeed very strong. No wonder the members of the guild were defeated by you." Kim Do slowly draws his sword. "I really like strong people. Your level of excitement is just a small fry to me. In this SE, no player can make me waver." Hearing his boastful words, Zine simply stood silently and watched. He looked at him with a challenge, as if to say, "I wonder how much you can excite me." Kim Do-gun draws his sword and charges at Han's car, but he swiftly dodges to the side. "I don't know you," Kim Do-won asked in surprise. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Sehan swiftly lunged and slashed at Kim Do-in's shoulder, causing it to bleed. "Are you such a talkative person?" Seeing that I was injured, he shouted angrily at this bastard. Kim Do-won throws his weapon towards Han's car, the axe flying through the air from one side to the other, but all of them are dodged by Han's car. While focusing on avoiding the attack, he also thinks that this guy's energy level is very high right now. And he even has that skill, so I have to do my best not to reveal any openings. The more he fights, Kim Do-in becomes more excited. "You bastard, I will send you to hell with a death sentence." But as soon as he finished speaking, Han was no longer there. Suddenly, he struck downward to distract Kim Do-gun. As soon as he let his guard down, Han's vehicle was ambushed. But perhaps this move was still too basic for Kim Do-gun. Even wounded, he shows no pain and speaks with a mocking tone. "You're using such a trivial skill. Are you afraid to face me head-on?" Sehan reached out and used his move. "Is that all the leader of the skin has?" He charged wildly towards Han's car. "You bastard, I didn't want to have to use this skill." The shadow fades, and Kim Do-won's body gradually disappears, as if he is vanishing into smoke from the air. Jaehan begins to stay alert and cautious. This is a stealth attack skill for a surprise strike. It's one of Kim Do's most annoying skills. In the sky, he quietly smiles and charges forward with a sword in hand. Perhaps at this moment he thinks he can finish off Han Che, but he is probably mistaken. He is the one who ends up being defeated by Han Che. Oh, what's going on? Maybe he was too fast and himself is still in shock. Kim Do-won painfully collapsed onto Zan's shoulder. He muttered that he shouldn't have said that. "Can you see me?" Sehan shook his head coldly. "No, why?" "So why do you know?" Sehan said smugly. "I just knew you would head in that direction. If you appear in front of the enemy while using invisibility skill, it will surprise them because they are on guard behind, leaving them no time to react." Sehan realized from the start that even if he hid his aura, he couldn't erase his habits. Kim Do-in was so furious he almost vomited blood. Sehan pushed Kim Do-in aside. "All right, then I'll look around to find the last person. The purple-haired woman, I found her." Sehan turned around and slowly walked away. That woman also got up. If she goes with him, she'll definitely die. As she steps to the door, he turns back and asks, "Is something wrong?" After seeing the girl follow Han's car, she felt a little familiar. "You are Jae-so." Daiso rushed to hold her tightly. The woman wondered what was going on. "Why are you crying?" Sehan interrupted. "If we keep hesitating, we'll get into trouble. Let's go." She still looked confused and asked again, "Huh? Me too?" Sehan nodded to signal. "That's right. The reason I came here is because of her." He looked towards the door, pondering. If he hesitated any longer, the members outside would also come in. Sehan spoke up. Daiso followed closely, and he hoisted the woman onto his shoulder and carried her away. Sorry to bother you, she's scared. Wait. In front of him was the glass door of the high-rise building. Han's car boldly sped straight out. He tightly embraced the person on his shoulders and jumped down. Only after Han's car left did Han Hai Hyunsu start to regain consciousness. He was furious, unable to believe he was constantly looked down upon. He looked over at Kim Do-go, thinking that if he could form a contract with a lord or even a demon, everything would be different. Han Hyunshu grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it! A letter appears on the status board. The sender is Hade. He wondered, what's going on? After landing, Sean says, I have to go see Joe. The woman asks, but Jay's right here. Se-han scratches his head and explains, things are a bit complicated. How do you think I should explain this? Would it be better if I were here to explain everything to her? Ju runs over and hugs Han's leg. I don't mean to blame or anything. She was very surprised to see that. Jay. So is very obedient to you. You pat her on the head and tell her that her attitude depends on how you treat her. The woman keeps waving her hands dismissively. No, it's not necessary, Se-han wondered. Is she afraid of Diso? Why? Could it be that Se-han has realized something and asks seriously, did you treat her badly? She turns away in denial. No, that's not true at all. Se-han glanced over, certain of it. People like her tend to hurt others to overcome their own fears. If that's the case, then why does Jay like her so much? Why did she lose control because of someone like this? Ju stammered, speaking each word carefully. Please don't. Don't hurt her. C's mother looked at Joe and sighed deeply. Hearing Ju call me, she seemed moved. What did you just say? Jisoo said, I was very kind when I was little. She was moved. How about you? The woman reached out her hand to Joe and she became agitated. Han's car watched in shock as Joe kept attacking. She went crazy when she saw something approaching. Even Han's car couldn't believe it. But all of Joe's attacks, that stranger dodged them all. The woman fell to the ground in fear. The person who made Joe so excited was Han Hyunu. He approached and asked, do you think you can dodge that blow? Holding a weapon over a foot long, smiling smugly. That's right. If I just let you die so easily, where's the fun in that? Han Hyunu, I don't want to kill him in front of his mother and Joe, but that bastard Hade finding a good pawn is perfect. C looked at Han Hyunu and asked, do you want to kill me? He looked pleased. Exactly. Lord Ha is testing my strength. You're just an obstacle, Se-han shouted out of concern for Jay. So, the move just now could endanger your mother and sister. Are you crazy? But Han Hyun-shu seemed to be possessed and went berserk, only thinking about fighting and using his power. No, that's actually my goal. I'm just trying to deal with my troublesome sister and meddlesome mother. Why are you interfering? Hearing that, Han's car thought he had probably invested a significant amount of points into his stats. That's definitely the case because the person he raised, Kim Do-go, has already died. Se-han turned to Joe. Han Jisoo is protecting your mother. Jae obeys and takes his mother away. Se-han sighs in frustration. Annoying idiot. I don't want to kill him. Keeping him alive only serves to persuade John's mother. Han Hai-hyu still feels proud. Troublesome. It seems you still don't realize your own situation. Han Hon-soo unleashes her power. Black streams of light burst out and swirl around Han's car. He approaches to fight Han Hai-hyunu. Han's car is surprised. He blocks it. That's right, it was just an obvious direct attack. Nothing special. You're definitely going to die this time. No matter how many moves he throws, Han's car dodges them all. He swings his sword, but Han's car blocks it. Han Hai Hyunshu is furious now. How could you block that move? All of this was possible because you destroyed the building, causing dust to cover the entire room, and your movements were exposed by the very dust surrounding you. Han-si runs wildly. What good is having high stats? He charges forward and pushes Han Hyunsu back. With the experience you have no chance to compare with me. Sahan beats Han Hyun to the point of bleeding. At this point, he still thought he couldn't lose. No way, I am Min Vuong's stand-in, the chosen one by the gods. So that's how it is? So, was that finally true? Sehan turned to look at him and asked, what are you laughing at? Han Hyun was bleeding and in such a miserable state that Hade once told me I was no match for you and suggested a way to defeat you. Sehan wondered, what does that mean? He continued, of course I refused it because I believed I could kill you with my own strength, but it seems the gods were right. Sehan still doubted, could Han Han really have charged forward to pierce through his sword? Does he really have to end his own life like this? Hade? Maybe you're wondering why I have to go this far? I don't really know either, but I just feel really uncomfortable. I feel like this isn't the first time you've killed my substitute. Seiya recalls her intense moments and then has some thoughts. Even without sharing the same memories, I have a certain feeling, hard to put into words, a rather familiar sensation. Han Hyun's eyes burn with bloodlust. Do you think you can prevent your death in this situation? Han's vehicle crashes in anger. Damn it, with this gap in level I need to cut off at least one arm. Jae from afar rushes forward to attack, catching Han Hyun off guard and making him turn around. She kicks his weapon away and then looks at Han Hyun with a determined fighting spirit. Sehan praises her, "You're good. Mahan is just so-so." Even though he was pierced through the body by the sword, he still managed to stand up. "This insolence, are you not afraid of the saint? Do I need to be afraid of evil people like you?" Despite being injured, he still wants to fight. His arm, which was just hit, still hurts quite a bit. Indeed, this human body cannot defeat those two. All right, I admit that Zehan and Ju are ready for the next move, while Han Hai Hyunu falls and admits, "This time, I am the one who failed." Sehan is annoyed. What trick is he planning now? As soon as he tries to attack, I will counterattack proactively. Han Hai Hyunu looked up at Shihan, saying, "Even though I lost, you can't win either." Han Hyunu launched an attack forward. Han's vehicle suddenly, but he still managed to block it. He kept swinging his weapon repeatedly and then was thrown straight into himself, causing his head to fly off. A creepy smile still spreads across that face. Looking at that head, Han's car wonders how it can still be smiling. Turning around, he only then realized, "Damn it, does he not aim for me?" He shouted in worry. "It's dangerous." That beam of light headed toward Mother Joe, and while she was standing there stunned, Jisoo ran over to protect her. It was Jae who blocked that attack. Sehan is worried. Hanjoju collapses in his arms. Sehan is worried and crying. Why is this happening? Ju looked up at Sehan one last time because she had promised to protect everyone. He gently held her in his arms, continuously comforting her. "Are you okay?" Jisoo is only worried because her mother is in pain. I wonder if she's okay. The woman glanced at her and only replied briefly, "Yeah. Daiso?" That attitude makes Han annoyed. "Is that girl feeling relieved now?" he asked the woman beside her. Now Daiso stops him. "Don't get angry. I also know that Mom has always been afraid of me. In the end, where did everything go wrong?" Sehan is worried. "I didn't do anything wrong." Jisoo is dying in his arms, her mouth uttering short sentences. "Back then, you said the same thing, even though you didn't remember it." Sehan wondered about that at the time. "Sorry, I can't protect you anymore now." Sehan sadly interrupted Daiso. "Don't worry about it anymore." She comforted Sehan, saying that he's very strong and can finish this game. She smiled and recalled the memories between them. Always like that, once she started a game, she would definitely finish it. Ju cried out in pain, and he anxiously called her name. "Hanjo." She uses her last bit of strength to remind Sehan. "In the end, I have something to ask of you. Absolutely, absolutely. Don't forget me, okay?" Shuij. So looked on with tears in his eyes. "I won't forget, I swear." And then the two eyes looked at each other, and the last breath was gone. She started to faint and ended with a thank you. Watching the one he loves leave forever, Han is in unbearable pain, tears falling as he gazes at the smoke rising from his hand. The status board shows that you have received the girl's painful love trait, and you're feeling confused. Isn't that a trait rather than a skill? The love of the hurting girl is a trait born from a girl's hope, representing a heart that only loves one person and wants to protect them until the very end. Like other traits, it doesn't reveal its function, so there must be some condition to activate it. "Joe, is he dead?" Sehan replied with a cold face. "I still have a question in my mind. How could she breathe a sigh of relief when she's the only one left alive?" I glared at her. "My son was killed. My daughter died protecting Min. I can't believe someone like her is Disoo's mother." She still seemed hesitant to talk to Sehan, only now remembering what he wanted to tell me. "Something about going to another world. Is it safe there?" He turned and walked away. "No, I was wrong. I think I misunderstood." Hearing that, she wondered why the flag. Sehan turned back, seeming to be upset. "I don't need her. What do you mean?" Sehan thinks she doesn't know how she used to treat Jae before, whether she was kind to her when she was young and only later started abusing her. Just wait a moment. To Jae now, she is no different from poison. She runs after him. "I'm calling you. You don't need to come." Sehan quietly leaves with him. Now, even if Min takes her to the second round, she won't be able to reach Disoo, who is lost in madness. That woman collapsed to her knees in despair, watching Han's car disappear. No, perhaps she still harbors a mother's love, evident as she trembles upon seeing Jae now. But I think that's only true for Jae in the first round. He blends into the wind to let his thoughts drift away, because a mother should see it that way. Han's car sits on the roof of a tall building, looking into the distance with sadness. Idra, worried, approaches to comfort him. "Your time is running out. Is this okay? When the time is up, the mission will fail." He nodded vaguely. "If you don't bring Hanso's mother along, there probably won't be any way to bring that child back to life." He looks up at the high sky. There is a way. He has his own way now. I could have done it from the beginning, but I just didn't do it. But this time, I've changed my mind. I will take responsibility for Joe. Ira looked at him and sighed. "Responsibility, huh?" All right, I'm a generous person. I can turn a blind eye to one more person. Seon wondered what IRA's words really meant. IRA used magic to open a portal, and he stepped in without hesitation. As he took the second step, he felt a strange sensation, unlike himself at all. The status board appeared saying, "You have failed the mission." And hearing that he had failed right at the start made him somewhat confused. My first failed mission was in the second round, but I didn't feel bad at all. Turning back this way, both I and Lim and Min are standing on the rooftop. In front of the two, a golden ring was blazing, looking like a small explosion. Min, are you worried it will be okay? Han looked at her and gently said, "It doesn't matter. You can let her go any time." Min, she turned to look at Han's car nervously. "If you say so, I'll do it. I'm going to run as soon as it drops, okay? Are you worried about Lim and Min as well? Run as far away as possible and watch out for everyone nearby. Are you going to fight her?" He shook his head and said, "I won't fight. I will save her." Lim and Min is ready, holding the stone in one hand and signaling. Then she rushes inside the light stream. The scream of pain echoes out. Han looks on and thinks to himself, when she's trapped, her fury only worsens. She looks very distressed. You have to try your best to endure it. Seeing Jae struggle with the pain, his heart also grew heavy. "Do you feel scared?" Han Ju. Hearing the call, Ju and his fury looked toward him. Seiya looked at her and said, "Don't endure anymore." Diso glared with pain. "You don't have to do this. Put your weapon in position, I will take all the blame." "Go ahead." Hearing the challenge, Ju also entered a fighting stance. The twisting and contorting of her body start to trigger the berserk skill effect, increasing attack by 50% and decreasing defense by 50%. What is this? Crazy? Daiso seems to be under control. She jumps up into the air. Seiyan also remained alert, and soon Ju rushed over with her weapon. She swung her staff fiercely at Han's car, but he quickly blocked it and gently pushed Ju back. She also refused to give up and kept charging forward, launching a series of attacks against Han's car. He quickly stepped back, feeling like he was being hit by a flying piece of iron. Moreover, Ju also carried large, heavy stones and charged forward. Han drew his sword and cut through the stones. Those huge stones can shatter with just one slash. So Han realizes he can't afford to retreat now, so he quickly strikes Jisoo's hand with his sword, blood splattering. Only then does he see the opening. Without hesitation, he struck her hand again, causing her weapon-holding arm to drop and bleeding heavily, as if stripped of flesh, leaving only the bare bone. But Jae so quickly recovered the lost arm. Those cuts probably won't harm her at all and might even make her feel excited. Seiya watched the scene, thinking, why bother lowering her defenses if she had healing skills? That's why everything is converted into data and no additional skills are used. The cityscape is in ruins and Kim Jae-han tries to stop Ju's advance but fails. He stepped back, the minor wounds healing quickly thanks to the power of the divine killer body. If that's the case, the Kim Jae-han would soar into the sky. Reciting the white cold iron spell, a square box appears from the dark space. He swings his hand, sending the box flying to push Ju back, then strikes the ground with a mighty blow, shattering the earth into pieces. He squinted, peering through. Ju is covered in fresh blood, each drop streaming down her smooth, pale skin. She stands tall among the wreckage, her eyes blazing like a monster. Kim Jae-han continues to strike. White smoke billows, and the faint figure of a young girl can be seen through the haze. Jisoo sat on the ground, her gaze hazy as she looked at him. Kim Jae-han reached out his hand to her, saying, "Don't be agitated." Ju's body is held tightly by iron bars, unable to move at all. He lifts her chin and presses his forehead against hers, instantly feeling her warmth. This is the last time. The system screen is running, syncing the memories of the two players. Earlier, when sitting in the room, Ju asked, "Do you get bored playing alone?" Kim-chan kept tapping on his phone. "No." She nodded and said, "That makes sense. You're a solo player." Sehan explained, "I just feel more comfortable being alone, Yu," stating the definition that left him speechless. "People often call someone like you a loner. I don't care, keep playing." "Then why do you talk to me?" She thought for a moment. I really don't know." Ju propped her chin. "I don't even understand myself anymore." He doesn't look at her. She's so strange. They were startled. "What do you mean?" "I'm just very normal." The sound of fingers tapping the screen echoes in the room. "Sometimes I feel like you're wearing a mask, but I don't really care." She unconsciously repeats the mask and he quickly interjects, "Don't think negatively, I don't judge you or anything, I'm just saying that." Suddenly she lowered her head and asked seriously, "If I really have been wearing a mask and deceiving you all this time, would you be angry?" Kim Jae-han calmly replied, "I don't care at all. What am I to you that I should care?" "You snort, you're so mean." He sits up straight. "All right, I think it's fine. Stay calm, my skin is itchy." "Why is that?" The words he said directly pierced into her innermost feelings. You seem worried, like you're expecting to be scolded. I didn't do anything wrong, so don't be so anxious. That makes things even more complicated. Ju nervously touches his face. So that's how it is, and I got a nod from you again. Kim Han strokes his hair. Since the first time I met you, you've been like this. But I would never be like that, so you're truly unusual. If you just live honestly, wouldn't you feel more comfortable instead of always being anxious? Her face grew paler and paler. If you do that, everyone will be afraid of you. Your mother is the same. Honestly, you're a terrible person. He sighed. Well, it's always about family, and her cheeks flushed a little. It's nothing much, I just don't like it. Kim Han stood up with his hands on his hips, not knowing what you're hiding. He stepped behind her and gently turned around. But you're not that bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking to a failure like me. Ju followed and said, I thought you only liked being alone, not lonely. He stammered, that's all I meant. Since you're tired from performing, just come to me. I don't care how you look. Ju clenched her fists, tense. Do I look scary? Yes, I do. Ju smiled. Long suddenly felt warm. That was a memory she would always cherish. Back in the present, fresh blood flows down the body. Du coughs and a loud explosion echoes. Smoke and dust fill the air. The car's needle jumps back and the mysterious eye floating above flicks uncertainly. He glances over. Still syncing up, huh? Jisoo stands in the middle, crying out in pain along with images of Kim Han. Memories gradually unfold and come back. Hey, you look like a fool, you say, Han. Her voice trembled as tears slowly fell from her deep, sorrowful eyes. I haven't forgotten. You still keep your promise. Her finger moves slightly, but I probably can't do it anymore. I can no longer hide who I am. Just like my mother, in the end, I will be pushed aside by you. You haven't done anything wrong. Her eyes return to their original expression, regaining her composure. Kim Han steps forward and pats his chest, saying it's his fault for not stopping things from turning out this way. I was careless because things hadn't been this serious before. Ju was confused. No, it's not you. I'm serious. I still can't honestly return your feelings. Kim Han took off his coat and draped it over her. But at least I will never abandon you. My eyes are filled with warmth, so don't worry anymore. Diu was stunned, her eyes teary, and she rushed to embrace the other person, crying out happily. All right. Rich Ho's divine gaze watches attentively from afar. She covers her face in embarrassment. I was too generous. But that's fine too. Seeing the two of them hugging on the screen, at least the video is okay. You're really generous. The dungeon environment is completely an illusion. Beijing speaks up. What's going on? Is this also a dungeon? Guan Yilot replied with a bit of hesitation. It is a dungeon focused on another world. Kim Han pulls out the black sword. Jin Commander sneered, acting as if they knew everything. Boning stepped in. They are real people, right? How can he be so strong? Is he a demon? Sin Commander says about Ju. Yeah, I've been paying attention to him from the very beginning. He's really strong. Don Madi messages below, hoping this guy doesn't go around messing around. The scene of Han's car covering Ju with a cloak gets tons of views. Oh my god, I don't agree, love more, isn't that better? Kim Han scrolls through the system screen and quietly thinks, wow, the edited videos look really good. She even knows how to hide things that should be kept secret in this case. Ju's problem has been resolved. I wonder what the next mission will be. That a Ko guy must be really annoyed. A Ko watches the screen showing the fight and looks confused. They're really gone crazy. They're fighting, but still teammates. A Ko lightly bites her finger and clicks her tongue. If we stick to the plan, the soldiers should be released right now, but that guy is a problem. The screen shows Kim Han. If we release the soldiers now, they'll only become his prey. Maybe we should release the 12 zodiac animals. Ao smiled with a sinister look, but also a hint of fear lurking in her eyes. No, the entire Korean server will be wiped out if we make a wrong move. One constellation is enough to kill it. His sweat is running down. Yeah, there's another one that's just perfect. A constellation optimized to fight against the sky people. The image of a boy holding a hat to hide his face, but still revealing a smile appears. I just need to tweak his settings a little and then switch the scene to that warm, sunny house. Elmin is feeling down, spreading his hands and sighing. My head feels like it's going to explode. Brewing medicine is so hard. The bottles of medicine stacked high on the table, Kim Han also stands beside, giggling. You have to craft a lot of medicine to level up quickly. How did you know to prepare the materials in advance? I only gained the alchemy skill a few days ago. The system screen appears, showing the new generation of alchemy. Kim Sehan Koch Tai Dang Sao, Ngieng Dao Noine. I knew today was coming, so I prepared in advance. Lai Min, sighing and complaining, always says that. You said you can see the future, right? Is that why you knew? Kim Han also nodded and said, yeah, something like that. Song Trang Yu sat next to Song Si Yu, clinking glasses and smiling. Thanks to Mina, the past few days have been quite comfortable. When injured, you can take as much medicine as you want. Lyman was so angry she threw punches, startling Seo and Song Trang Yu. I told you not to use so much, I'm really tired. Kim Shan gently says he will let you rest once you reach a certain level. I also picked out a few items you can use from the previous time. Min, you're excited and happy. Really? After this, I'll reach the intermediate level. Then you should take a break. Kim X Han was very surprised and thought to himself, huh? Has she already reached the intermediate level? So fast? Truly can't stand talented kids like you. I'm also confused, but once it's done, you'll get to rest. Lyman excitedly shouted, I'll stay in bed all day. Don't bother me. He looked at her helplessly without saying anything, when suddenly a red screen appeared in front of everyone. Limin excitedly said, Is that the main mission? What is it this time? I can't see it. Kim X Han gently calls, Min. She replied softly, Yes. Kim Shan said seriously, I'm sorry, but you probably can't take a break anymore. This news hit her like a punch to the stomach. What do you mean? Why is that? The main mission is for Mama to devise 6 schemes to find the star that entered the darkness of Sun. Mash will change his appearance and torment the player. If we don't find him quickly, people will keep suffering. Since the opponent is a constellation, avoid contact if possible. The mission will automatically end when Maz surrenders, with 1 week remaining. Lim and Min, why are you shouting? Kim X Hang said seriously, I need you for this mission. Lai Tam thought, I've never heard of Mama, but I still have some information. Ever-changing, he has the ability to transform that suits a star sign of chaos. The difference between him and Min is that he can also imitate skills. In this way, he copied the skills of many players and was the culprit behind humanity's division. Lyman is confused, tears welling up short and long. What kind of task is this? Surrender? What the hell is going on? Later, Min will inherit that title. In her private room, Lyman is full of surprises. Kim Zae-han is lying on the couch, her hands clasped together in thought. She had been famous for a long time, but back then she was in hiding, so I didn't know how she killed Mok. Diu quietly tilted her head from a corner of the cabinet and asked with concern, What are you worried about? Can I help you with anything? Kim Zae-han was startled. No, just stay there. She wondered, not understanding. What's wrong? I quickly sat up and hurriedly explained. This task isn't suitable for me. I haven't fully recovered yet. Just rest. Min and I will handle it. Kim Seha remembered Ju's fights and felt worried. If Mama Mazek imitates Ju, everyone will be in trouble. Ju sighed sadly. Are there only 2 of you? Kim X Han immediately spoke up. Hey Han Ji-soo, Min is just a kid, so don't overthink it. In the luxurious room, colorful balloons are floating in the air below Tu Yet Ni, who is taking her turn, while Lien jumps up suddenly, skillfully flying through the balloons. The girl broke all of them and landed softly on the ground. Lin and Tu Yet Ni were happily celebrating when Kim Se-han stepped inside. Wow, you guys are really into crazy games. Lin turned to ask what was going on, brother. Kim Se-han replies softly. Hat Mo, I was about to take you on a main mission. The girl was surprised and confused. What do you mean, me? Kim Se-han smiled gently. You're also a player. This mission will be good for you. Haven't you been going to the dungeon often lately? Lien sighed. That's right. Sometimes I go with my dad. Tu Yet Ni pats my shoulder comfortingly and asks, Se-han, can I go with you? No, you just stay here, SQY. SQ immediately responds. There, Kim Shan asked. What about the equipment? Lin replied a bit worried. Seo made a few things for me. All right, let's go right now, Lin exclaimed in panic. Going right now. Kim Se-han turned away and walked off, still facing Lin with a smile and saying, Yes, the mission has begun. A stream of purple light appeared right in front. Kim Se-han softly said, We should move now. A crow with black eyes and purple smoke appears. The crow soared into the bright sun, and below appeared a man in black with long blue hair. Kim Se-han was surprised, huh? I heard that demons are the lowest level constellation, but the energy around the man named Mama Maz is emitting a cloud of smoke. Kim Shan was surprised. He must be at least mid-level. I didn't expect that, which means he might also transform into me. That bastard weaving silk again? What trouble has he caused now? Mok calmly said, I think this is Kajiak's skill. Are you a fruit star? Mama Maz rips out her long tongue, her fiery eyes full of mystery, and says, So the red tongue soars into the sky and strikes the flying crow with a deadly blow. Black feathers fall apart. The crow is trembling as if it has become Mama Maz's prey. Maybe I should gouge out your eyes first? Mac takes out a necklace and says, It won't be long now. A finely carved necklace with a red gemstone. The beautiful woman with red hair appears in the necklace. The woman is called Elise by Ma. A Ko appears in the air surrounded by white smoke. Did you come here because you accepted my offer? Mama Mazek. Mama Maz appears, pulling his hat down and offering a faint smile. It is truly an honor to work for a supreme GM. Ako smiled and said, "The reward will be divine position, as I mentioned before, and the mission is quite simple. You only need to kill one player, and the scene immediately shifts to a welding scene. The ragged mother flies through the air with half a crow in her mouth. He moved swiftly like a gust of wind, with raven feathers flying everywhere. Mock said, "It's just around here, that gathering." A crow flying in the sky suddenly was hit by something and fell to the ground tragically. Kim Se-han tired and worried, pondering that it's really troublesome. Who knows if he will kill all the crows? That's an important skill like his shape-shifting ability. Kim Se-han hesitated, unconsciously touching his chin. In his previous life, he led a division of major guilds. If so, it would only be between two guilds, those without high-level divine beings. "Can we go outside to gather some information, Kim Se-han?" Kim Shan opened his eyes and said seriously, "Yes." Trang Yu is worried about the side effects. As for Luke Qi, he's just a bystander. Luke Qi nodded in agreement. "All right." He hesitated and turned to ask Kim Se-han, "But isn't that too dangerous for Lin? She still hasn't increased her stats yet." Kim Se-han calmly looked at Lin and said, "It'll be fine. She just needs to gradually increase her stats over time. And its level is already much higher than that of an ordinary player. Lin also needs to learn more about herself." Luke Ken said, "You really think highly of her, huh?" And this made her face stiffen with surprise. "Of course, she has great potential." "Then let's go." In the deserted scene of the developed city, the three of Lai Min-a, Kim X-han, and Lin are walking forward. "Lai Min, I don't understand, so I ask, but why are you coming along?" Se-han says everything has a reason. Lai Min is too upset to accept the answer. She puffs her cheeks at Han, feeling confused. How should he explain how she killed Mama in the first round? While Kim Jan was pondering and hesitating, "But how did you kill him?" A gentle finger points at him. Se-han turns to ask Lin, "What's going on?" Lin turned around annoyed and said, "No, I just feel something strange." Minna sensed something and kept turning her head to look around. Someone was watching them from the building. Kim Se-han felt something and immediately turned around. He quickly pulled Lai Min away before the debris fell down. Min shouted in panic, "Oh my God!" Kim Shan realizes this was a paralyzing attack. Se-han notices the ground earlier had shattered. "A paralysis attack? You're saying we were ambushed?" Then he took a stance to protect the two of them. "Elmin, I don't understand why I did something wrong." "What do you mean? I've never done anything wrong." On the building, a person wielding a spear shouts, "Damn, you see me now," and launches an attack. Immediately, the people appearing on the building appeared, with a bow, a fire staff, and water users all launching their attacks at the three of them. As they fought back with full force, suddenly, a squirrel appeared. It runs straight and leaps up, smoothly launching onto Han's car. He's surprised, isn't he? "Aren't you supposed to protect Lin?" The squirrel is furious and shouting. Lin flies through the attacks like a gust of wind. Han's car is caught off guard. Does she have eyes on the back of her head or what? But it's okay. The man standing on the building shouts, "Don't touch those girls. Don't waste your energy on unnecessary things. Focus on that guy." Se-han looked at them seriously, knowing he was their target. His mind was in chaos from the fight, and now he wondered if he should run. Sean immediately retorted, "Don't even think about it. They've seen you with me already." Uncle Squirrel looked panicked. A purple light surrounded Kim. "So Han's hand. Just one hit to take them down, so don't overthink it." "So what? Why did you suddenly attack me?" In the dirt lot, the three attackers from earlier were all tied up in the same spot. The guy in the red shirt said loudly, "Shut up, you useless loser who has no friends. You would have already been dead." Kim Se-han didn't understand. "What the hell is this? Them is fine, but the chameleon, wait, can it really be?" The man in the red shirt shouted angrily, "Anyway, you'll be caught soon. You are now wanted all over Zon." Kim Se-han lazily scratches the back of his neck. So that was his plan. Min hiding behind him looks confused. What is he saying? Lin standing nearby doesn't understand either. "Are you sure I'm not mistaken?" Kim X-hang seriously said it's Mama's plan. Min realizes with a helpless look he's really full of tricks. Lin seems to understand nothing at all. Min tilted her head and explained to Lin simply, saying that he has become a high-ranking official and is commanding the players. Se-han agrees, that's right. Currently, that person has the appearance of Kim Zan. A system notification screen shows an incoming message. Se-han chuckled softly. All right, if it's the order from the leader of Sun's three major groups, everyone will follow. He thought to himself that if it were Mamazek originally, he would first cause the factions to clash. The message on the screen was from Page U. Apparently, Mama had become the leader and ordered everyone to chase after someone. Se-han realized that, but the way he's doing this means it's Ako's plan. Se-han irritably said, "Fine. Does he want to fight now? Well, Min, covering your mouth and tarnishing your reputation. Zine just chuckled and said, that's right, Min. Because there's a reward for completing the mission, they don't even care if the one giving the orders is real or not. So, what should we do now? Things are too complicated. Kim X Han responds seriously. Otherwise, it would be unfair not to look for him. But isn't he hiding in the guild now? In a luxurious room full of books? Sung's arm takes a long, exhausted breath. If he hadn't run away, everything would have gone smoothly. Taejung stands with his arms crossed, watching the system screen where the image of the Han vehicle appears. The three major factions are, indeed, quick to act. Our clone hasn't been discovered yet. Mr. Dong-hai sits with a vacant look from what I hear. Taejung sneered maliciously, his killing intent strong. They said they would do their best to protect the players. This is interesting. Near Jeondianjipo district, people are gathering everywhere, some shouting loudly over here. They say they saw a ghost around here. Let's go quickly. He ran away now. In the square, a tall young man with glasses, the vice president of Aotri Sin, is running. He sighed in frustration. Who would have thought he would disappear so quickly? Standing next to him is Hongga, vice president of Genitis, a girl with long pink hair. Kim Se-han has been watching the two of them from somewhere else. He has been thinking about Honggon and Parinin for a long time before meeting them again. Just as I expected, these gangs are also starting to act. Min, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "Do you plan to fight?" Se-han calmly replied, "Just wait a moment. If a peaceful resolution is possible, I will try." Lin, standing beside him, answered anxiously, "That's good." Kim Se-han turned to look at Lin and said, "If we have to fight, remember to observe carefully." Lai tilted her head and asked, "Observe?" Kim Se-han raised his hand, smiled gently, and said, "I just need to watch to understand. That's enough for me. Let's go." What's going on? They confirmed that he is Mama. What? He spoke up. It seems the news that he's around Jeondianjipo is true. She turned to look directly at Sean and asked, "Are you Mamaze?" Sean replied with a straightforward expression, "No, I am Kim Se-han." Guyan and Sinan were surprised. "Really?" Se-han wondered to himself hesitantly. "Why do you trust people so easily? You should at least be a little suspicious." Sinan was panicked. Why does she believe so quickly? Doesn't she remember that demons can change shape? Gayu. She suddenly straightened up and prepared to draw her sword to attack. "You're right," Zehan said softly. "If I were him, I wouldn't have come out like this." Gayu suddenly hesitated. She thought it was reasonable and correct. Please hurry from behind again in panic. What if this is his plan? Why do you trust that person so much? Gayu also hesitated to say that Sinan, "You're right. They seem to be helpless with this girl. If it goes on like this, they'll keep arguing forever." "Hongga, is that who you are? You said I still remember what I told your group leader, and you two are standing right beside him, so you probably remember too. The only people who know about that are Par and you. The two of them, and me." Sagan recalls that kiss and reflects that he still remembers. "Probably so." Sehan took a deep breath and smiled as he spoke. "Then I can prove it easily. We talked about the constellations afterward, and then you two left the room on the chairman's orders. So, you're just sitting there, holding your head and thinking as if you can't remember anything. Is that it?" Han's car huffs in annoyance. "Hey," a loud voice boomed out. "He's just making things up. He can't even think of anything." The speaker is Park Jong-gon Sean. He doesn't understand why that guy is here, but he quickly realizes that this is not Park Jong, because he doesn't have the training ring around his neck. He confirms that this is indeed Mamak. Mama unleashes her power to persuade. Those people are preparing to attack Han's vehicle. I'm fed up with this annoying bastard. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "I have made my decision. I remember Kim Jan is very strong. If you beat us, you'll prove you're him." He drew his sword and said, "The side that dominates wins." He patted his sword and said, "The mission only says to make the demon surrender. Whether you're real or not, we just need to not kill you." Kim X Han irritably rubs Tai Duong and says, "Whatever, let's go. It's really stupid to try to persuade you." Everyone shouts attack together and rushes toward Han's car. He held his weapon with a serious expression. A strike from Sehan simultaneously took down many enemies. They are terrified by this monstrous power. Sehan attacks, glancing around, not forgetting to look for Mama's presence. And what about Mama? Surrounded by aggressive enemies ready to attack him. Anyone could be Mama. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You guys with the ability to transform are really tough to deal with. I fight seriously, but still, he can't copy others' equipment. Just focus on fighting for now." Han's vehicle is honking loudly. "It's time for class now. Don't miss a single detail and watch carefully. Over there is Lin Min and Lin hiding." Maybe Han's car is signaling to them. Lin stays silent, focusing on observing. "Come at us, it's class time. What are you talking about?" The attack was quick, but Sean caught it with one hand and calmly replied, "It's none of your business." He thought to himself, "You're strong, but still no match for Hanga." Now Ga from afar rushes in fiercely, spinning in the air to attack him from above. Shinin was pinned down by Han, and he angrily thought to himself that he should have won because of her stats. Ga almost managed to slash Han's back, but he was quicker and stopped her. Kim's Han shouted loudly, then threw her into the air. Both Sinin and Ga Yu retreated cautiously. Seon thought he could win her quickly if his stats were higher, but then, what's the point of that? He told everyone, "Hey, everyone look over here. If you think I am really Mamazek, then attack with all your might. I'm ready to strike and defend." Sehan's serious gaze radiated a heroic aura. "Look carefully, Lin. From now on, everyone here will become your experience points." She stared at him intently, her eyes shining with a blue hue, perhaps observing every move in everyone's attack. Hong Ga-yu looked at his comrades lying scattered on the ground, but they still couldn't even scratch Kim X Han's skin. It's unbelievable. No way. She knelt on the ground, panting. In this chaos, she still couldn't reach his tie. He calmly and indifferently turns away. Hong Ga-yu Kim X Han turns her head. "Where is your leader, Hong Ga?" She grabs the filthy sword and suddenly lunges forward, aiming to strike the opponent. "Are you planning to attack the leader again?" Kim Zahan gently blocks the strike. "Actually, it's the other way around. I just wanted to help you guys. If I were Mamach, you all would be dead by now." Hanga suddenly leapt out. "All right, what do you mean by helping us?" Kim Shan said seriously as he put his weapon behind his back. "Maz had impersonated your club president, but he must have transformed into someone else and run away." Hanga is half convinced and half doubtful. "No way. I heard it takes him half a day to transform once. Put that sniper rifle away into the space." "Where did that information come from? Did your club president say that?" She was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Surely he left some hints. "He probably didn't think you would be unable to stop me, so he said a few things to lead you to the next location." She sighed and crossed her arms. "He said he's on his way to the Lycoris Guild." Kim Zae-han lowered his eyes. "Lycoris?" "It seems Lai Yang is still safe." Laya Yang sitting with her legs crossed on the lounge chair. "Those bastards always boast that we are 3 major clubs. Thinking back to that collaboration, I get angry, but then we teamed up against Lycori." Laya Yang annoyed. "Fine, I'll use this chance to get information from Mama." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. "Are you curious about Mama Jack? Did I startle you?" Brit Singham. That man grabbed her hand. "Goddess, please don't be angry. I didn't have any intentions when I came here. It's just because you're annoying." Her hand was painfully clenched, trembling as she asked, "Are you a ghost or something?" The other person chuckled and said, "I know your skills, so don't try anything now. My heart belongs to only one woman. I won't be seduced." Laya Yang Than suddenly got angry and shouted again. "Hey, is anyone out there? Deal with this bastard." He calmly said, "I've already put them all to sleep, so it's been a fun encounter." Outside the window, there was something like a bird flying over. The man let go of his hand. "Now goodbye." Kim X Han lowers his head to avoid the force of the wind, spreads his wings and flies over. He glares and crashes straight into the glass door, shattering it. "I got here quickly, didn't I?" "I'm surprised. Who would have thought you'd arrive so quickly and not kill anyone?" Kim X Han frowned in annoyance. "Why do you want to kill Lai Yang? Controlling the crowd is very troublesome. Let's end this boring conversation." He swings his hand and punches into the air. He disappeared, not by transforming. Suddenly, a tiny insect appeared buzzing nearby. The dragonfly quickly flew over and suddenly transformed into a person, kicking Kim Zae-han's face so hard he was glued to the floor. He slid back and fell into his thoughts again. His stats don't seem very high. That's probably why he uses transformation magic. Mach transforms into different animals and jumps around wildly in the room. "Where do you think you're going?" His expression changed, just like a real beast. Kim Se-han suddenly appears and punches the opponent in the stomach. He falls down the neighboring building and he looks down in surprise as a demon soars like a bird, with wings identical to Kim Se-han's behind him. "That bastard, my wing." I pull out a sword from space to slow him down. Following the man's hand movement, a flock of crows appears. He vanishes, leaving only the crows behind. He turns into a crow. He was surprised, then a deep voice from behind spoke. "This guy is the most notorious among the recent contract demons." Kim Se-han fell to the ground, his body covered in wounds. Dinjagun raised his fist to the sky while Cyclos' arm, the opponent's right arm, swelled up. From the other building, he could strike down from the top of the opposite building, moving like a shadow. But Kim Se-han quickly evaded. Kim Jong-gun shouted as Kim Shan's sword pierced into him, but the opponent vanished, leaving only a thin cloud of smoke. "Is this a copy?" He turned around and said loudly, "Do you want to play hide and seek?" He's cursing inside, that bastard. He's just stalling, huh? Mama laughed loudly. That's right. Now I understand why the GM wants to deal with you. He chuckled eerily. GM's order is to kill Kim Jong, his gaze shifting to Lin's location. But he should take him somewhere first to catch that girl. Mok and Kim Zi-han hovered in the sky. The opponent smiled casually. I'm sure from now on you will be the most prominent variable. He coldly said, thanks for the compliment. Mok waved his hand, but today is enough. You still have the ability to kill a constellation, so fighting you now is a bit troublesome. He wondered, do they also know about the Transcendent certification? Ka Saolang asked softly. Did you kill Bei Sung-hut and stretch your hand out? But all I get is a shake of the head saying no. If I do that, how can I make things difficult for you? Laya Yang slumped outside on the balcony, gazing at the two distant figures in the fog. Of course, it's a pity I couldn't kill that woman. But now I will leave first. Fly away, I am a busy person. Kim X-han froze for a few seconds because of that strange movement as Maja hit himself against the wall and the fog gradually dispersed. The man earlier was just a lifeless puppet. So now Kim X-han realizes it's just a doll. No wonder his stats are so low, then where is he right now? He opens the system space to dig through his memories. Ouching Genesis or not, is it both? Sweat from Kim Zae-han's forehead dripped down his cheek as a message appeared on the screen saying, Majek is trying to catch Lin. Mac stands in the middle of the magic circle with countless pieces of information and images of Kim Si-han above his head. A few minutes later, a message is received. Neberos, I'm just asking for information about Kim Se-han. What's going on? He paused for a few seconds. Perfect. Yet there is someone with a body like this, capable of enduring everything. And the image of Lin appears, excited, a perfect body. He stands in front of the table with Lin's body on it. Elise, you have built a divine position, memorized countless knowledge, endured many things, all because today he presents something before you. Now I will let you go, so you can be free. It's been too long. At last, the pendant sank into her chest, emitting golden rays. Really? It must have been tough. Lin grabbed it just as it slipped inside her. The old woman seemed struck by a pressure point, her body stiffening completely. Elise Limin suddenly stood up with that necklace. What did you feed Lin? Even worse than the things I've done. So this is the pendant you're showing to your opponent, teasing them. Your weakness, isn't it? Mock's hand veins bulged as he trembled with anger. What did you do to him? He shouted. The entire room was filled with a terrifying surge of magic, and lightning bolts streaked across his body. Lai Min stepped back in front of her, worried. Ah, damn it. Why did I act like that? I'm going crazy. A few hours ago was kill Lin with Lai Min. Even if it's urgent, he shouldn't leave us like this. Lian quickly went to help Kim Jong, who wasn't here, but he flew away right after fighting. That's impressive. She clasped her hands together and exhaled deeply. Nothing new. He always does things his way. Suddenly, Lai Min can sense a deadly intent approaching her. Something is heading in this direction. She raised her voice and called out Lin. Don't panic. Stay calm and listen. A mysterious light suddenly appeared before her eyes, transforming the space around her. Mama has now transformed into a different form, turning into a small squirrel, holding the item from earlier and running away. I'm going crazy. He's gone crazy, destroying everything. Give Ely's car back to me. Are those huge boulders several times bigger than Limonman's beast form falling from the sky? She dodged quickly. Now, the entire city is just a pile of ruins. The system voice rings out, your sea jelly body will be equipped with the metal you have absorbed. She silently thanks heaven and earth. Without this skill, my bones wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The letter was sent by Cheddar. Run away. She jumps down. This invincible skill is so ordinary. Why are you like this? Shter sent it back. This skill can even compare to Mama Maz. Because I can even imitate a divine beast. That's why I shouldn't hang out with stupid people. What's the point if these words can't make her cry out loud? Now I can only change my appearance. The black crow flies out from the pile of broken things and screams mournfully. Elise. Its eyes glanced downward, pinpointing the place where El Min had run past. The ghost snatched the necklace and made her fall, rolling a few times. The necklace dropped to the ground and the ghost transformed back into a person, reaching out to grab it. Limonmin expanded her hand and punched him in the head. She picked up the item and managed to react. Panting heavily, I haven't given it to you yet. She transforms back into an eagle and soars away. The higher she flies, the more she's cornered. Mama Rach transforms into a dragon. She was chased closely and nearly had that miserable eagle swallowed several times. The dragon is too much. She tears up and opens the mailbox. Sahan sent a message inviting him to our association's headquarters. She asked again, You mean we should lure him inside? He quickly replied, Get him into the building now. I will disable the safety mode. Lyman hesitates slightly as she flies toward the building where the protective barrier is gradually lowering. Really? Do you have a clear plan now? But Kim X Han still insisted, just do as he said. The green dragon lost patience, showing its claws and growling Ella, then flapped its wings and chased after him. Return the car to me, Kim Zae-ha-han said as he looked at Lai Min's messages and announced to everyone. Everyone get ready. Min is luring Mok over there. Min says that his target is the calm man. Will Min be okay if he revives some woman because of me? Lin Kung Kuyet clutches her head, voice filled with worry. Tuyetni pats her shoulder to comfort her, saying, Lin, she'll be fine. Stay calm. The image of that necklace appeared in his mind. This is our chance. Now Min is holding Mama Maz's weakness. Forget the monsters, even the observers can't enter the safe zone. But we can also trap what's inside. No one can enter or escape. He looks up at the screen. He won't be able to run if we trap him inside the fence and raise the defense level to the maximum. The system asks if the next upgrade will cost 150,000 defense points at the current base level, but it doesn't matter, he says casually. The sunset sunlight shines into the room, completing the preparations. Give me the communication device. Mok in his dragon form appears behind the glass. Lyman is gasping for air, her face swollen like a ball. Hey! Mac frantically destroys the building while he catches the small girl rushing into his arms. Satisfied with the scene before him, well done. I will make it up to you later. As for Elmin, I just hope I no longer have to get involved in these terrible things. Whining, I will never do this again. Ellis Mama is standing in front of me. Luke K's hand trembles as he blocks him. Song Trang Yu grabs Mama's dragon tail, thinking, what kind of power is this? He notices Kim X Han in the distance. He pulls out a weapon from his space and softly says, your eyes are gone. Then he equips himself with divine armor. Mama breathes fire, and he charges forward to punish. He opened his eyes wide and looked on silently without speaking. Kim X Han jumped in a circle in midair and launched an attack. Part of his body with faith falls to the ground. Mama is knocked back into human form. So, how is it? Are you back to your senses yet? He struggles. Kim X Han, do you want to leave peacefully? He sneered. I have no desire to fight with a crazy person just because I lost a necklace. That battered old woman touched her sore spot, her veins bulging, truly confident. He stood up and said, I used to think you were quite pitiful when I first took the mission from Ao, but now it's over. In the wind-filled room with the deep voice of the opponent, I will make you regret it. Mac lowered his eyes and looked to the side, remaining unusually silent, but his gaze was extremely intimidating, causing Tuyetni and the others to shrink back as if they were pulling their necks in. Kim X Han swung his fist and shouted, Are you still looking elsewhere? The wall behind shattered from his punch while Mac quickly dodged. His hair was messy, surrounded by Lu Tai-lo and Song Trang Yu. He transformed into a different form, was cut a few times, and seconds later turned into a dwarf with giant arms. He clenched Lu and Trang Yu's hands in his palm and threw them forcefully into the corner, causing a loud crash. Mama returned to human form. Lich Lam adjusted his hat, and he disappeared. And reappeared, suddenly appearing in front of Song Trang Yu's sword, while the other was wrestling with Lu Ket-te. You have to fight me alone. I will grant you a painless death if you return the necklace. The main body standing before Kim Zae-han clearly shows how much he is holding back his anger. You're cornered? You sure you'll win, huh? Mamak is confident. You have already fought my clone. It's not even half as strong as Ta. You can only defeat that clone. But the opponent calmly responded, yeah, maybe you're right. But at that moment, his eyes shone brightly as if lit by fire. I haven't fought with all my strength yet. Proof of superiority. His entire body is shrouded in a purple flame, its oppressive aura stunning the demon, and at this moment, he begins to fear. We're not finished yet. The space gate opens and the sword gradually falls down. He reaches out and takes a beautiful sword. Let's go. Fragark S, the sword of the Fairy King. Manana Mar Yu, Maz shouted. An S-rank equipment? Where did you get that from? Kim X Han silently wondered, actually forgetting one thing. That is the inheritance gift package of the first round. The image of that gift box appears, and by skipping the reward from the 4th main quest, the completion rate of the 5th main quest increased by 1 level. That's how I got this sword. His finger moves and the sword follows his commands, but I can only control it slightly because it absorbs too much mana. But now, that's not important. He snaps his fingers. Mama grimaced and moaned in pain as that sword just sliced across his body. Huh? I just waved my hand and this happened? Even you are surprised. What if it destroys the entire building? Mac stood unsteady, and when he looked at the sword, it had already fallen into another dimension. He frowned in confusion. It's gone now. There's no sign of it. After a while, portals to that space appeared everywhere in the room, and the sword kept rushing through. Mama gritted her teeth and sneered, truly a cowardly move. Because she was drained of too much energy, Kim X Han's face looked a bit unsteady, sweat streaming down as he continued to channel power into his weapon. Cowardly, huh? Do you think a cornered rat has the right to talk like that? You need to hold on, it's draining too much magic. But it's been 5 minutes already. The screen shows a message from the system indicating the maximum upgrade level for the headquarters defense, with 5 minutes remaining, and the current level is push. I just need to endure for another 5 minutes. Mac is gradually losing the initiative because of the strange movement of that sword. He puffed out his cheeks as if he was about to vomit, then spat out a foul black smoke. Kim X-Han bit his finger in anger. He's using some really annoying tricks. He suddenly dashed past Luke Key, who looked tense and glared over as the sword slashed between them, causing L to stumble backward. He was surprised. How was that possible? Kim X-Han raised her eyes. It seems the sword is chasing its target, right? You better not underestimate me. Mama, in a different form, flies over, spewing a blazing fire. Everything seems to be engulfed in flames, especially Han's black wings. Seeing the attack in front of him, he panicked. Oh no, the demon jumped into the air and knocked away Han's burning car. He looked at him coldly. Resistance is useless. I told you no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Kim Zae-han wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Does this include it? Your finger moves on the system screen. The club owner has been upgraded, activation and safety have been enhanced, and the security system is much stronger. A pressing pressure surrounds Mama Maz, and red lights flash like an alarm. He panicked and shouted, Kim Zae-han, what are you doing? The system's voice suddenly sounded, detecting the intruder, classified as Level S danger, and immediately eliminating the intruder who entered the safe zone. A barrage of rifles appeared above his head, aiming at Maz. He used his zombie arm to block the first volley. The deadly aura of Kim Zae-han. After a moment, the red light and alarm stop, leaving only Mok's weak, struggling body on the floor. Song Trang-yu breathes a sigh of relief, recalling how the recent gunfire made her shiver. True power, indeed. Did we suffer any losses? Luke K. hurriedly checked himself. I didn't get a single scratch, just a little bit of damage. Kim X-Han explains that allies won't be harmed by the system. Lemon Min, you're so cowardly, you're only showing up now. Have you taken care of him? It will keep attacking until he stops moving. As he finished speaking, Mok twitched. I was startled. Did he just move? Mac hurriedly flies to catch Lai Min in front of him. He reaches out with his damn hand. Just as Mama was about to cut her down, Lin appeared to block the blow, blood splattering everywhere amid Lai Min's piercing scream. The security system's gun once again raised and fired repeatedly at him, causing the opponent pain as if he were dying, and Mok struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood. I can't accept this. I can't die like this. My car is glowing because of him. It's all because of Elise. Kim X-Han gritted his teeth, unleashing his black wings to shield everyone, while his body shone brighter and was gradually swallowed by the blinding light. Was he about to embrace the eternal rest? An explosion erupts inside the building, causing the system to enter repair mode. The security system's voice echoes as he covers his head and looks at the screen. System error? Do I still doubt why he's so weak? Is he waiting for this moment? Isn't he the kind of person who would willingly merge into eternity? Does he really want to die? Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, there's a big problem. Li Min took out the necklace, and the pendant had disappeared. He clenched his fists, still wanting to take it back. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind. Did he run away? He will die if he stays inside the headquarters and the system restores itself. He looks at everyone. I'm going to find the demon. Is Lin okay? Tuyet Ni is using magic to heal her. I'm treating the girl. Leon smiled again and said, You're fine. Just a minor scratch. Kim X-Han rushes outside and calls back inside. Don't rush until you've confirmed the situation. He runs straight ahead, and if things turn bad, it will be very troublesome. I don't care about anything else, but he definitely can't meet Ju. Mac has turned into a chameleon with a pendant in his mouth. It's been a long time since I felt like this. Who would have thought it would come to this? He is growing weaker. The system only had a malfunction for a few minutes. I don't have time anymore. I have to hide E's car, at least hide her away. His eyes gradually squeezed shut until finally the tear fell from the roof. He clenched the pendant like a treasure, trembling as he asked, Is this a warehouse? Mok approached a container. Where did he get this from? He returned to human form, stretching his blood-stained hands. I didn't think he was an ordinary person. The system displayed the message. Provide a player's blood as a catalyst. That blood will affect the stats and skills of the pet being incubated. Ma is confused. The pet. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his eyes open and see everything, even affected by the blood. The demon looks at the necklace and the wet blood stains on his hand, then smiles contentedly. Elise, it's time. His blood-stained pendant falls into the basin. It's time to bring you back to life. Kim Han walks into the room, looking around. Are you sure no one has come here? The other side answers confidently. Sure, is the fight over? He's worried whether it's finished or not, secretly thinking he thought he would go find others, if not Jew or CO, then Mama Jack's 96 conspiracy mission. Mama has surrendered, the mission is complete, and your achievement system shows a platinum rank. The reward will be given soon. Are you stunned? Looking at those messages on the screen, I can't quite understand. Was that really a fatal blow? Did he really die? Did he run at full speed? The defense system is back online, so there shouldn't be any intruders left. Sue pointed at the screen and said, Hey, the mission is over, there's another notification. Kim Zae-han was scratching his head. That's right, but something feels off. He even ran away with that necklace. How could he die so easily? Suddenly the entire building started to shake. CO collapsed to the ground and shouted, pointing up at the ceiling, Something's happening upstairs. He squinted. I'm not blind. That way is the warehouse. Realizing everything, Kim X-han quickly ran over. He's worried. He's definitely done something in there. Why didn't the security system activate? It should have activated when the explosion happened. When I reached the door, I heard Luke Tae calling out. There is a way through here. You're sneaking outside. Where is Mama Maz? The other person whispered softly. I'm not sure if that was Mama Maz, but the red-haired woman was turned away from them, grinding her teeth as she automatically pieced together everything. A woman suddenly appeared in the warehouse, and Maz disappeared with his necklace and the bloodstain on his sword. The only explanation I can think of is that he suddenly woke up. No way. The fiery red-haired woman gently turned her head, her face barely visible through the black smoke. This power almost made him hesitate. He was furious, and it was definitely Lin's energy. The system considers her an ally because of the child's blood. The building collapses again, revealing the chaotic explosion. The side mission, Elise's transformation. Mama sacrificed her life and successfully resurrected Elise. She is a ticking time bomb with no conscience at all. If we don't disable or kill her, humanity will be in danger. Difficulty level A. The time limit is Elise's awakening. I feel my shoulders heavy just reading that. We're only on the 6th main mission and the difficulty has already reached level A. Mama only reached that level because the system pushed her there. I wonder how dangerous Elise will be without that limit. Kim Is-han accelerated again and heard a piercing scream. When she jumped down to the lower floor, she saw everyone lying on the ground and E standing in the middle. Are they all unconscious? She places her hand over the victim's mouth and slowly absorbs their energy. A draining skill, she only absorbs enough energy to keep them alive. Maz doesn't have that skill, so it must be her own ability. He drew his weapon from the space and threw it at Elise, but it was immediately deflected back. Her hands turned metallic the moment they touched his sword. She transformed into metal before contact, making her even harder than Midran and Ori. Elise relaxed her arms, slowly turned her head, her fiery red hair and eyes truly divine. A regal beauty. Han's car shielded her face, and before she realized anything, she jumped up and disappeared. She's too fast, definitely stronger than Sam. He frowned, but what's worse is that he can feel Mama Mock's divine power within her. If this keeps going, I won't be able to turn the situation around. Eli drives across the rooftops at lightning speed. Suddenly a bomb was thrown, and she used her power to disable all of them. Eli stopped and looked up at Kim Zae-han standing on the rooftop, tense. She keeps transforming her body according to the attack. Everyone's chasing after her over there. She lifts her leg and stomps down, causing the ground to shatter and a large crack to extend toward them. After dealing with the others, Eli sighs and takes a break. Kim Zae-han hesitated. So this is what transformation looks like. He stood observing her for a moment afterward. Eli is now sleeping peacefully under the shade of a tree. Kim is helpless. Did she fall asleep after draining everyone else? Limin suddenly jumps down. Just leave her be. Is this okay? He jumped in surprise. When did you hide there? Now that's how it is. Eli is sleeping soundly with his arms crossed, surrounded by a powerful aura. But the problem is that when she awakens, Mama Jack's power will fill Elise's body, and she will soon lose control because her body can't withstand it. You look at the mission window, which states the deadline is before E awakens. Lai Min naively asked, what happens if she awakens? He hesitated to say it. Then we're doomed. Her stats are very high, and she uses transformation to counterattack. Kim X-han tried to think hard, even though his brain was numb. Come on, Kim X-han, if you include Lin's talent, facing her directly is like giving her free experience points. If I make a decisive attack with Caliber, it might succeed, but I can't call an ace player here, and it's too risky to use Frogars because I won't be able to move after exhausting my magic power. There has to be a way. Even if you grit your teeth, is there really no way? Lehman, she shrugged dismissively. Damn it. Seeing the S-rank difficulty, I already had a bad feeling. Do I still have time to run now? He asked again about the S-rank. She nodded. Yes, it's the same for me, right? Like I just had an epiphany. I opened my eyes wide. That's right. A mission like this can't be just level A. The level exists because there's a key factor to completing the task. Kim Zae-han chuckled softly. Li Min, are you in a hurry? Did you come up with a solution? His lips curl into a slight smile. That makes sense. Across the dazzling starry galaxy, Rich Ho received a message from Zae-han. Can she become a dream monster? He quickly received a reply message. Kim Shan smiled contentedly. I can make everything in this world dream in the land of the soul we call the dreamscape. Elise sits alone in a cold, lonely place, with a faint voice calling out to her. She slightly raised her head and a ghostly figure appeared faintly, and even though he was not there, the other person gently stroked her fiery red hair. You must be truly happy. With those words, the young man disappeared again, gentle as a breeze. Her heart suddenly clenched. It hurt so much. Elise held her head. Who am I? Someone calls Elise. She wakes up suddenly. Mac dressed in a suit with a black hat covering his face, spreading his arms wide. Come here, Elise. She opened her eyes wide and sat up quickly, then hurriedly stood up. Elise had truly flown up to Mama Maz's place. She reached out to grab the boy but couldn't catch him. Ma kept retreating because Kim Jean was pulling her away. Ma smiled charmingly and weakly called for help. The moment Elise awakened was when Mama's divine position completely consumed her conscience. Kim Zae-han looks back. Elise won't be able to withstand that power with her half-formed memory. She's chasing closely, but she'll only become a mid-level spirit monster. Maz probably didn't expect it to turn out like this. That fake Mama Maz shouted, "Can you fly faster?" We're about to be caught, Kim Zae-han said loudly. We're already flying at 400 kilometers, and suddenly slammed on the brakes because of an obstacle. Seeing the ghost disguised as El-min falling down, call out loudly. El-min, are you okay? She was trembling all over. I was really scared. If this keeps up, everyone will die. Eli's car loudly calls to stop before flying over. Kim hesitated and clicked her tongue. Since she's about to wake up, she can talk now. He sped up, pulling the small tail behind him, which is the fake demon. Hey, brother, are we still far away? Will everything really be okay once we get there? He's almost losing his temper. It's about to happen. This is the best way to handle it right now. Dick Hoga is already waiting there. Oh, they have arrived. Sehan is worried. Dick Hoga, how much more time do you need? The gate is releasing thick black smoke. It will probably take a while. I need to open a new type of gate. Elise jumps down to their escape route. Just as I thought, they can't open it right away, huh? He frowns. Elise, who are you? The other person hesitated at his question, stammering, My head suddenly throbbed. Elise grimaced and moaned, holding her head. I am a player. He nodded and said, So you really are a player. How could someone like you become the lover of a star? The opponent retorted, No. Elise gasped, lost in her hazy memories. I am not his lover. I am his avatar. He was stunned, as if he had just heard shocking news. Why now? I used to be weak with him, but you are slow. Suddenly, the car screamed in pain, like it had gone mad. The energy from her burst outwards with a terrifying force that made both of them instinctively step back. Eli reached out, but luckily Kim Zae-han reacted quickly, drawing her weapon to block the attack. She clenched her hand tightly, shattering the blade as if crushing a toy. The sword splits into two halves and falls to the ground, while he uses a metal bar to block in front of Isa. The sword pierced through her red dress. Kim Zae-han lowered his head and ran forward. The opponent raised her eyes, caught his move, boldly kicked him away, and finally jumped back to keep her distance. I knew it. Kim Zae-han rubbed her wrist. She also has Lai's super senses. Eli's gaze is filled with murderous intent. She dodges away and screams. The system screen opens. He dodges the attack. Even so, launching multiple attacks with different characteristics should still be able to defeat her. He blocks one of her punches. That's right, I will turn straightforward attacks into more graceful moves and minimize the side effects. He casts a spell if he can cancel her leg before she turns into something else. Thang Kim swiftly follows his movements, aiming at Elise's leg. She glared down below, just managing to dodge in time but still getting cut across. He froze. Managed to dodge completely? Elise's bike charges forward and kicks him right in the stomach. The motorcycle's blade is knocked to the ground and dust billows everywhere. He lies on the shattered ground, gently wiping away the blood. She's incredibly strong. Elise's face becomes more serious, sweat pouring down her forehead. Elise's body trembles with fear. Kim Zae-han gently wipes the blood flowing from her mouth, her eyes cold, secretly thinking she's incredibly strong. He suddenly looks up, happily clapping and cheering him on. You're almost there, you can do it. The gate gradually appears and finally opens. Elise stands among everyone. Her whole body was lifted off the ground as smoke billowed around her. Elise screamed in pain. Wow, she's about to awaken too. Kim Se-han saw that and immediately shouted, "Lehman, go to the gate." Mac looked worried and asked, "Really? Are you sure you won't die? I will protect you, don't worry." Then he ran off quickly, leaving Elise standing there. Elise saw Majiak running toward the gate, and she followed him. Kim Se-han grits his teeth and says, "I won't let you do that." The chain is wrapped around Elise's leg. Elise is flying horizontally, confused because she doesn't realize she's bound by the chain, but she keeps flying forward. Kim Se-han grits his teeth, straining to pull the chain. The chain was stretched tight at both ends as he pulled with all his might, silently thinking, what a terrifying strength. Because of the pull, Elise fell face down on the ground, and the chain was increasingly cracked. Kim Se-han was also surprised. Damn this chain. The gate slowly opens, creating a never-ending whirlpool. It's opening now. Kim Se-han is sweating and shouting loudly, "Lim Min, run away." From the tears now, the chain has been broken. Eli reaches out to Mazak. Eli reached out her hand towards him, but Mac coldly ignored her. Her hand gradually touched the gate, and she was quite surprised. It's confusing, Lim Min, as the bear-shaped figure escapes through the gate. Gradually, Eli's people seemed to be drawn into the gate. Oh, she was taken inside. Lim Min and Kim Jeon looked on in surprise. Yid HR looks calm. Lim Min runs toward the front near the gate as the three of them watch it slowly close. Kim X-han appears quite uneasy. A notice appears indicating that a defeated creature has entered the Temple of the Fleeting Dreams. Do you allow it to proceed? If you refuse, it will return to the original world. I approve, he replied. The Temple of the Dreamy Border is active, hoping to be a beautiful dream. Before the end of Season 2, peace before the storm. Limina stared intently as if she wanted to say something, then transformed back into her human form, anxiously asking, but if she completes her mission in the Dream Fortress, wouldn't she be able to return? Ritha, slowly descend to the ground. Ritha. He calmly replied with a contemplative expression. Ritha, I've taken care of it. That won't happen anymore. Kim Jeon sighs with regret, gazing upward. Is this the end, then, since it's so troublesome not to be able to kill her completely? You have completed the side quest. Kim Se-han gently continues anyway, sweet dreams. In the dark dungeon, Elle slumped down, her body emanating spiritual energy. Her face showed clear signs of exhaustion. Mac gently called out her name, Elise. She looked up at the sound of her name. He gently said, "There's no need to be afraid." Manajak smiled softly, full of warmth. It's been a while since we last met. Her big round eyes looked at him. Manajak said softly, "I miss you so much." Elise hugged him tightly. She is overwhelmed with tears, and he also smiles as he holds her. The mission of the dreamy illusion has begun. Under the blooming cherry blossom tree, the two lovers kiss forever, side by side. Han Kim, exhausted, rests his head and ponders deeply, certain that Mac was hired and killed by Ao. He told himself that it must be right. He remembered Mac, the gun surrounding and pointing at him standing in the middle in chaos. Even if he ultimately fails, he just thinks and imagines the sparkling stars in the night sky. Even a constellation with unmatched power can fail. Now, he only needs one way. Kim Se-han closed her eyes. Perhaps time would be pushed forward. Lin's eyes turned cold and then lit up again. I must teach Lin a lesson faster. The main Mission 6 has officially ended. A few points of light are visible outside Earth. The second major update will begin soon. All players, please step aside. Two people enter the room. The blue-haired one turns to ask the companion, "Are you really planning to do that?" The person replied, "Yeah." The person with the blue hair continued, "Are you going alone to meet the publisher?" "You might regret this." The brown-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. "If I let him live, I will regret it 100 times more." The blue-haired man asked, "Do you hate him that much?" The green-haired guy listens carefully to what the brown-haired guy is saying. "Yes, watching this as an outsider might be amusing, but for me, it's like torture. I've been scolded so many times by those above." He suddenly trembled with worry, saying, "If this keeps going, I'll go crazy." But he clearly shows his cowardice in his thoughts. And also, this is the only way I can call for it. A sinister image of Kim Se-han laughing eerily flashes in my mind, and I silently think, I can't let that guy get away with this. This time, I will make sure you can't find any solution. The two move forward, and in the quiet space outside Earth, the brown-haired man continues to ponder. All right, according to Earth's way of thinking, I have to look far ahead. If I can't cut down a tree like Luke Ki, Trang Yu, Ji Zhou Lin, Bo Lim Min, and turn them into trees in his mind, then I will destroy the entire forest. The lightning bolt strikes sharply as if severing the roots, isolating Kim Se-han completely. The notification boards appear. The second major update has begun. with countless spawn rates, increased side quests, and the rankings of all server guilds being recorded. Elmin looks at the notification board, panting and annoyed. Huh? Are we only ranked 27th? Kim Shan calmly explained to Elmin despite her frustration. The guild ranking is calculated by summing up all the points collected by members so far, so we won't be able to beat the larger guilds with many members. However, being one of only 7 people to rank 27th in the world is already an incredible achievement. Everyone in the room opened the notification board to check, and Kim Shan also calmly opened his profile to see his current status. Kim Zihan-sas carefully observes the skills, noting that the new skills and the expanded mana from the spiritual sensing will allow me to use the missing mana fragments more frequently. Kim Shan looked at the sword in his hand, sensing that spiritual perception would bring many benefits. Trang Yu updated Kim Shan on the rankings of the guilds, and the remaining 3 major guilds also held quite high positions on the list. Lor Ris is ranked 7th, Agat Gum is 14th, Gensis and A Sin are 17th and 18th respectively. After hearing from Trang Yui, Kim Shan pondered silently, while the orange-haired member of Agat Gam slammed the table in anger. That's right, it's time for Agategam to act. It seems Cheon has started gathering forces in Onayan. He silently opened the map, revealing the world stage. Suddenly, Kim Shan shouted, "Come with me." After hearing that, she asked in surprise, "Huh? Where are we going this time?" He immediately replied, "China, specifically Beijing." Lin was quite surprised. "China?" Lin asked further. "Is there anyone else going with you?" He hesitated. "Actually, I didn't think we needed anyone else," Lin quickly invited. "Bale is also getting ready to go. It would be better if she goes along." Hearing that, Big CO quickly added, "All right, I'm also bored. You didn't say anything else but just gave instructions. In 2 days, we will set off, so prepare carefully." "I want to go too." Ju suddenly appeared behind him. Kim Zahan is surprised. "What? When did she start standing behind me? I saw that she had learned a new skill. Did she use it just now? I can't even sense her standing there anymore. Tracking skill." Jay so gently asks for her opinion. "It's okay if I go with you, right?" After those words, he looked around the room and thought to himself, if that's the case, then the whole group can go as well. This will also be a good experience for Trang Yu and Luke. Lyman is feeling uncomfortable. The clown is behind her. Kim Shan quietly thought Mina probably wouldn't want to go, but the clown wouldn't let her sit still, so in the end, she would have to go too. Lian immediately recognized that bump and asked Kim Zan again, "Oh, now that I think about it, why are we in Beijing?" Kim X Han's gaze was distant. "We have some things to do there, and more importantly, I plan to meet with him." The black and white of Tian Long blended together, swirling into the center, where the dragon seal was. In the busy Beijing marketplace, Big CO tugged at Kim Shan's sleeve and looked around. There are too many people and their gazes are a bit intimidating. He reassured her, "Don't mind them. There's nothing to be afraid of." Elmin quickly ran over and asked, "Where will we stay?" He calmly replied, "Guests? Is there any open yet?" Kim Shan said, "The new update has added a new infrastructure system. When moving to another server, you can use the facility exchange point." Everyone heads to the city wall, and Kim Zahan suddenly turns back and calls Luke, "I will show you our accommodation. Can you help me pack my things? I need to go somewhere first and meet up with everyone later." Luke asked curiously again. As for Lim and Min, she looked like she was eavesdropping. "All right. Can I ask where you're going?" he replied, but his eyes showed he's trying to dodge the question. "It's nothing special. You can think of it as a kind of assistant." Lim and Min, she suddenly looked up with a hopeful expression, meaning, "We don't have to do anything today, right?" "Can I go around and look around after taking off my clothes?" he replied with a smile. "Sure." The little girl is finally free and overjoyed. Daiso gently approached Kim Zihan. "I'll go with you." He replied, "All right then." It's fine if Daiso goes with you. Actually, she might even like it. After all, that is also the dark side of this area. On the stairs of some shop, 2 people squeeze into the crowd. They stand around the empty stadium shouting loudly, "Just kill him already." "I'm betting 10,000 points. What are you doing?" "Use your skills." Disoban then asks Kim X Han, "Where is this place?" He smiled and said, "The 3rd-ranked underground guild war of the Heavenly Guild. Some people were kidnapped to fight here, while others are just earning points." Hearing that, she could only exclaim, "That's so cruel." In the stands, the guy in the red shirt is pinning down the guy in the blue shirt on the floor as they walk by, and he is talking to her as they go. "It's normal here. If we can establish a relationship with this person, it will be very beneficial for us." When she heard him say that, she was surprised and turned to ask, "Who are you looking for?" She slightly leaned back with a gloomy face and softly asked, "Is it a man or a woman?" Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly sprawled out in front of their path. MC's name on the stage loudly calls out, "She really is a rising star. How can she be so strong, right?" A girl in the stands with fierce black hair raises her hand in a battle cry. The winner is Sangwon, go along. Kim Shan looked up at the stands, hearing Im say the name, and wondered silently, who is Ngo along? Jay. So asked him softly, "Is it her?" Kim Shan hurriedly replied, as if afraid of misunderstanding. "No, that's not it. Besides, I'm actually looking for a man." She calmly replied, "Oh, I see. So who is it?" I recall a man and then answer, "Maybe only the one called the dragon." He seems a bit worried, thinking to himself, where did this other person suddenly come from? The girl is still in the stands, and Im leers and says, "Do you want to challenge anyone else?" If no one else steps forward, the 20,000-point prize will go to Sang Onyan. The door on the balcony opens, and Kim Shan calmly walks in. He walks up to Im's spot, looks at him, and introduces himself loudly. "Yes, we now have another opponent, and his name is Kim Zae-han from the Korean server." Kim Zae-han stands proudly in the stands, his face cold, luckily for those here today. This is a rare chance to observe the skills of a player from another server. Sangwon smirked and said, "Are you strong? The two of you are already in position." He calmly answered her question. "Probably, if you're weak, don't show off. After all, I'm not someone to be underestimated." In response to her challenge, he simply replied, "Well, we'll see who is stronger." Sangwon pretended to be generous and told him, "I will give you time to draw your weapon." Kim Zae-han still kept a cold expression and said, "It's okay. You don't have a weapon either, so it wouldn't be fair if I fight alone." But he was already planning, thinking he might discover something when facing her directly. Sangwon looked at that and said, "Your arrogance is real. Your way of speaking truly reflects your attitude." Then outside, seeing the situation, immediately cheered up. "Oh, wow. They've been attacking the opponent's psychology from the start. So everyone place your bets before the match begins." The people upstairs looked down, each reaching their peak score one after another after the shout from the IMC guy. You scored a peak, and they all cheered to reach their peak score. The maximum score is 8 for Sang Onyan and 2 for Kim Zan. EMC says it seems everything has been prepared well. Sang Onyan strikes back with a challenge, saying he will make you regret not using weapons. Kim X Han is also relentless. "Come on," MC says, "both players please get ready." When the bell rings, the match will begin. After the loud shout, the spectators in the stands cheer loudly. At this moment, Sangwon strikes toward Zae-han. As the attack approaches, Zae-han is caught off guard, closes her eyes tightly, then swiftly elbows Zae-han. He quickly caught her hand, then suddenly noticed something. On this side, she kicked her leg up high, her long hair thrown back, and immediately she used her secret move. Her quick hands launched a series of attacks at him. He swiftly caught her wrist and then forcefully threw her backward. At this moment, her eyes became vacant and dazed. Her body was now floating in midair. She quickly landed softly on the ground and thought to herself that he could target the gaps in her defense, even with minimal movement. I'm not on the same level as that monster. What the hell is he? Then she clasped her hands behind her back and bowed her head in surrender while he looked at her and thought she could fight even better, right? She responded that no matter how hard she tried, the outcome wouldn't change. At this moment, the referee excitedly shouted, "Amazing!" Sangwon has surrendered, as the audience cheered loudly. The Korean player defeated the Heavenly Society's Nanjua Long. Sehan looked at her with a smile and thought to himself, "Now I remember who she is." Despite surrendering, the girl on this side remains very cheerful. One of the 5 SS-level weapons I saw during the first game, used by Sangwon. Then he pointed behind him and asked, "Can you spare me a moment?" The girl looked a bit surprised. "Yes, I want to ask you a few questions." At this moment, they are all sitting together in a luxurious room. "As you have heard, I am Kim Heen, and she is Han Dio." The girl smiled softly. "Just call me Wan. Are you two a couple?" Hearing that, Sehan choked on his water and couldn't stop coughing. Dizo quickly played her part, holding Sehan's arm, making them look like a real couple. Then Uan picked up her cup of tea. "So it's not, right?" Deso looked at her, eyes blazing. "Why do you ask that?" Sehan forced a smile. "I didn't think we came here to talk about this." The girl quickly waved her hand and said, "Sorry, I seem to have lost focus for a moment." Then Sehan asked her, "So you hold the title of Hidden Dragon of Heaven, right? Are you the only one with the dragon title?" One also didn't hide it. "No, there's one more person, my senior." Then she recounted it in detail. "Wah, known as the Imperial Dragon, do you want to know about him?" Sehan immediately denies. "No, I want to ask about something else. Have any suspicious items recently entered the heavens?" Like a strange sword. She was surprised. "A sword?" Then she remembered Long Hua standing in front of a group of people carrying some kind of object. "Have you brought it here yet?" "Yes, we have." Here it is. Looks like this item is bigger than we thought. It's not like that. Basically, there's no other choice but to lock it up like this. We couldn't even breathe due to the murderous aura emanating from the sword. Long Hua took a breath. Indeed, SS-grade weapons are different. Suddenly, that dong trembled and then popped open, releasing a stream of black air, causing everyone to choke uncontrollably, and then a black sword appeared within the dong. Long Hua chuckled softly and said to his disciples, "You seem to want to possess it." They quickly replied, "Ah, no, Shanghai." He closed his eyes. "It's okay. What's the big deal about holding a little? If you want, just use it." They were all very surprised. Then they quickly fought over it. "I will take the sword." Then he swung his smaller weapon, knocking someone aside, as another man confidently raised his sword, claiming the sword belonged to him. Then the allies rushed in quickly to fight fiercely. One of them chuckled softly. "That's great." Then he said, "With this power, I can do anything. I will kill you." Then he shouted, spun around, and Long Hua quickly charged at him, stabbing through his body and spraying blood everywhere. So, this is the power of the deadly sword. Even I would be in danger if I wield this blade, so there will only be one dragon left. Are Han and the others sitting here with the underground arena beneath the guild? Yes, it seems there is also an auction house there. When I said, "So this time you're targeting the auction house and the arena?" That's right, but not quite. Seihan shook his head. "I have no intention of eliminating them. Are you planning to just leave such an inhumane place alone? Of course not, but it's not my concern. The ones who should handle this are the owners of this place. You mean the Heavenly Society, right? Exactly, and even if the arena disappears, we will still need the auction hall. If we make a small change, we can take advantage of it." He was surprised. Take advantage. Yeah. With the ability to move between servers, many items will be coming from all over the world, which is why there needs to be a place to buy and sell them. When I said that, I meant you were planning to take control of the auction house. Han thought about it and said, "Not exactly, I just need the authority to do that." Then he thought to himself that, after all, there's nothing better than a good motivation to upgrade players. My original plan was to get involved in the auction house through W. Long Hua, but he's a cunning bastard. It would be better if he could rely on Yuan's help. Dad, right now, I need to prioritize solving the upcoming problem. In just 1 week, DLP will appear at the auction house, since there's still time now. Then Seihan said to everyone, "Why don't we go to the arena together tomorrow? Are you wondering about all of us?" Yes, Jin and B too. At this moment, the system has introduced a new item for Minrin, and it has started to be sold. Sean looked at it silently, thinking they bargained for this quite quickly. This is probably the first time they've heard of Ester Alloy. Since it's a crafted item and not something dropped from a quest, it will definitely attract attention. Starting a supply chain is only a matter of time. Then he said today's schedule is very simple. Just go to the sword arena to earn a few points. Are you sure this is necessary? If you don't want to fight, that's fine, but I will take Jin and Bell to participate. Mina was strongly opposed at this moment. She wanted to go home. "Why do I still have to do this even though we're in China?" Seihan said coldly. "There aren't many places where you can fight properly with other players and earn points at the same time." Then Seihan turned to ask Joe, "And what about you? Just follow Mina and make sure she doesn't do anything else. I know you can also earn us a lot of points. I know you're very capable. That's why I asked you for this favor." Then he silently thought that if he let Jay go here, many people would have to die today, and Jay sweetly said, "All right, I promise she won't do anything else." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Hey, look at Hanbo crying. Everyone around her keeps looking and sighing, saying they want to take your horns and cook them." Seihan, helpless, said, "Don't worry. You're much stronger than them. If she can do that, they won't look at her like that anymore." Bitch Seo looked out at everyone. "All right, I will do my best. Now, the competition floor is calling. Today is a special day. Is there anyone who can break his winning streak?" Wu Jiangmin now stomps on his opponent's head and shouts, "Wang Min is the winner." Blood everywhere. The crow has defeated the sleeping dragon and has returned. Is he here to take down the bloodfist Wang Min? Then Jaehan said to Jin, "Raise your hand. Is this how I do it?" That girl raised her hand. Does she want to challenge Wang Min? Then Jaehan said, "If you raise your hand here, you'll be considered the challenger." Dian was extremely panicked. "So that means you're the challenger now?" Jaehan said coldly. "Yes, since the challenger looks too young, we'll give her another chance." "Are you sure you want to challenge Wu Jiangmin? Make your decision now." Dian suddenly had a moment of reflection. Seihan said, "It seems they still have some morals." Big looked at him and said, "Not like you, Seihan." Seihan bowed his head and replied, "I do this because I trust Jin. I also trust her, but usually people wouldn't do that. If you want, B can fight in your place. At this point, Jin says you brought me here for a reason. She is sure I will participate." Is the host really that panicked? She's entering the arena. It would have been better to refuse. We can only hope that Yu Jungmi shows mercy. So everyone please place your bets. The audience outside is strongly protesting. Is he crazy? Letting a child like her fight Wang Min? Does that guy want to see this girl get killed? I didn't think he was that kind of person. The score is already clear. Wu Jungmin told her, "This is your last chance to leave. I am fine." Damn it. Fighting a kid makes me uncomfortable. I'll only use one hand to fight you. You can use any weapon you want. She was confident, so I also won't use any weapons, he suddenly said. What? He's really a crazy bastard. Now, the little girl will show us what a battle looks like when her opponent is Wang Min Bloodfist. The match is now in session. Begin. He quickly charges toward her. He channels his energy to strike her with a palm. Immediately, she widens her eyes and then launches an attack back at him. She quickly dodged, leaving him stunned. The audience couldn't stop wondering. What? She managed to dodge? It's unbelievable that a kid like this could do that. He grits his teeth and says, "Too bad for you. If everything ends with that last move, it would be better for you." He continued to attack, but this time she jumped up and dodged. He thought to himself, she didn't dodge just by luck. The host was stunned. She managed to dodge. Truly a young girl with incredible abilities. Is she skilled in a special martial art? What unique skills do they possess? Surely she's not an ordinary child. Over here, the driver quietly thought. That's right. Lin should use that look. This isn't a one-on-one fight or a battle, but a hunt. The host shouted. She dodged it. Truly a small girl with incredible abilities. Is she proficient in a special kind of martial art? What unique skills do they possess? She certainly isn't an ordinary child. Jin rushes at the opponent. Immediately a beam of light emanates from her head, then she channels her energy to form a powerful red tornado. Wang Min is panic-stricken, her eyes becoming extremely sharp. Then she immediately activates the trait of being favored by others. The system instantly notifies you that you have learned a new skill. She wondered silently why that person used her skill like that to achieve better results than him. Then her small hands quickly gathered strength to form a red orb. Focus it like this. Then she flicks her move toward him. He was stunned. A flash of red lit up the arena, finally leaving behind a trail of black smoke and a long scar on the floor. He was terrified and asked, "How is this possible?" Then he asked her, "Who are you? And how can you use my blood fist? And it's even a stronger version?" The girl softly replied, "It looked a bit strange, so I just tried to fix it a little." Then she smiled brightly, "But it turned out to be stronger than I thought." He shouted, "I give up." If that last move had hit us, we probably wouldn't be standing here in one piece now. The host on this side is so excited, no one expected the little girl to defeat Wang Min Bloodfist. Then he turned to ask Han, "Oh right, what's her name again?" Jin TL, she will become the top predator in this underground arena. Remember this name. Right now, her news has been displayed on the system screen, and it's reacting quite well. We also gained quite a few points. Everything is going very smoothly. At this moment, Han is sitting on the floor and speaking. "Bonko, do your best to treat her." Understood. Fighting twice a day is a bit difficult. How much longer will we stay here? It's only the 4th day we've been here. Then she will gradually get used to it. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. "It's only the 4th day. That's Yuan. What are you planning to do?" Han's car looks a bit confused. "What do you mean?" She quickly exposed him. "Are you deliberately provoking the fighters in the arena to make them try to defeat him?" Sean does not deny it. That's right, but it seems they still have a long way to go before doing that. Maybe you're the only one here brave enough to speak so openly. Enough with the audacity. I don't look down on the fighters in the arena, I just think about progress. Progress? I think the arena is a pretty good system. It can help players develop their skills quickly. Sang Owan Uwan, what do you think of me? Uwan was a bit shy and asked, "What do you mean? Why are you asking that?" Then he said, "Because I like you," which surprised all 3 people around him very much. She blushed. "Me? It happened so suddenly, I already know what you want." She looked at him, thinking to herself, "Wait, hold on, this is progressing too fast, but I don't dislike it. I will accompany you to take over the Heavenly Society." She was stunned. What? Seihan was a bit surprised. She waved her hand and said nothing much. Then she cleared her throat a few times and said, "I misunderstood you a little." "All right, I don't know where you got that information, but I have no ambition for it. However, I don't have the chance to become the leader of the Heavenly Society. My senior is already well suited for that position." Then Seihan said, "Well, I don't mean to force you, but if you want to take control of the Heavenly Society, I can let you freely borrow my strength." "Why?" "Because I think the Heavenly Society would be a good partner. Such things wouldn't happen." Seihan said, "What's wrong?" "Wait a moment. My senior must have been informed about our meeting, so is there a problem?" "My senior wants to meet you," Seihan thought to himself. Finally he responded. He said, I'm very happy. At last I can investigate where the boss is staying. Then a voice said, Kim Si-han, whose side are you on? Interesting. Then the two of them entered a luxurious room. Seihan kept marveling. This is so extravagant. Maintaining such a safe zone must be really expensive. Then they went to a room. At this moment, Longhua excitedly said, our distinguished guest has arrived. Please take a seat. Han's car looked blankly at him sitting at the dining table. There are countless delicious dishes already laid out on the table. Let's celebrate the visit of the foreign tyrant. Seihan didn't expect to sit down so casually. I guess I should thank you. He immediately said, Where are your manners? Seihan sighed. Well, you're not exactly polite either, so why should I have to do that? Longhua's face darkened. What did you just say? Suddenly Uan called him. Senior, he quickly returned to normal. You're right, I apologize. At this moment, Uan leaned in and whispered to Jahan, You know powerful people, but be careful. Making enemies with him won't end well. Then he quickly poured a drink and said, I toast you a glass of wine to apologize. Then he forcefully threw the cup into the air, and with his hand he reached into the flower vase. His mastery of internal energy control is truly profound and unpredictable, able to move the cup so skillfully. Seihan silently thought that controlling the monkey's internal energy was just a complicated form of telepathy, and everyone had been fooled by him. Then Han said, Let's skip the introductions. The Tianhui auction house is quite large. Do you know if any valuable items will be auctioned in the next 3 days? Longhua closed his eyes, not knowing if the item was valuable. Then Sean thought to himself, since it's his first time playing, he heard that all auction items are checked by W. Longhua, so he must definitely know about DZ. He said that my adorable junior would host the upcoming 3-day auction, and I suggest you participate. Seihan was a bit angry, thinking to himself, yes, he definitely knows about it and plans to deal with me and Sang Wanwan. That damn fox bastard. Then he quickly lifted his glass with his strength. Fate has brought us together, so why not share a drink? Seihan pulled out a chair and silently thought about putting on a show with him, feeling disgusted. Drinking enough is enough. Then he said, Is the food not to your taste? No, but since I have seen something rare, I also want to show you something. Seihan glanced lightly and asked, Have you ever heard of controlling sword energy? Then he snapped his fingers, opening his palm, sensing spiritually. Everyone was extremely shocked by this. Longhua was also stunned. Then he burst out laughing. Amazing. Is that really the control of sword energy? Is it just spiritual sensing? Seihan said with a smile. Of course not. I would never use a technique and pretend it's martial arts. Only a failure would do that. Longhua glared and said, Seeing a fellow martial artist excites me so much, if you don't mind. Could you teach me a thing or two? Seihan chuckled softly. Of course. And he burst out laughing. Truly a brave young man. All right, at this moment the sword flies through the air. A few servants come to clear the table, then someone brings a sword to Longhua. Seihan stares at him intently, then he stands up from the table. How is it? Are you satisfied now? Yeah, it's pretty good. The heavenly sword is very powerful and versatile. Come on, I'll give you a blow. Then he swung his sword, flames appeared, and he charged straight at Han's angel wings. Han said that was enough, then quickly unleashed his own move. The swift attack pushed him back. He cried out in pain before being slammed into the corner of the wall. Uan was surprised. What kind of speed is that? Is he dead? Does Seihan withdraw his power now? He has inner strength to protect him, so he won't die. Over here, the sword has already pierced straight into his body. You're attacking with a hidden sword. Don't worry, I'll handle things here. It seems I always owe you something. Yun immediately said, The senior is quite reckless. He just charged in without knowing how strong you are. Do you think W. Longhua will lose? The girl chuckled softly. My sensitivity to internal energy is quite high, and it's about time my senior experienced these things. Then she looked affectionately at Han's car. After all, you'll be attending the auction in 3 days, right? So Han suddenly remembered, oh, that's right. Then he wondered silently what her reaction was about. Could it be that she was trying to seize control of the celestial gathering? No, she still hasn't responded to me. And on this side, she also thought to herself that whatever it was, she probably could still get a positive answer. How are my videos? Awesome, right? He sighed, looked at the car, then spoke. His reaction to the last part was quite good. And what about the favor I asked for? Don't look at me like that. I haven't forgotten that Acatus is meeting with the publisher and will have results soon. You seem quite hesitant about the contract, huh? Seihan. Then she gently pats his hand. You've been doing very well all along. The counterattack you've been eagerly waiting for will start soon. Seihan gently takes her hand. In the past, I should have said that to you too. Then he gently drew his sword and stood up. It's time to hand this over. She softly smiles from behind. You are truly loved. At this moment, a man ran over, appearing very respectful. He has arrived. Then he glanced back at the car behind him and said, "Please follow me. I will take you to the VIP area." He thought to himself, "It seems the item I brought has sold for a good price." At this moment, Lin spoke up. "Why are only the two of us here today? Then I came here to learn and sharpen my eye for spotting things from a young age, which is good." She also got to experience more. Sahan checked the system screen and thought to himself that there was no item under the DLEP name. Although the information was limited, he was certain of one thing, that the guy called Den Slap would kill everyone here. At this moment, Longhua spoke up. "The auction today is very much worth looking forward to." Sahan then said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Then he laughed loudly. "You're in charge of this event, so I have to be here. This is the only VIP area, so even if I wanted to, I have nowhere else to sit." Then Longhua said, "I'm pleased to meet you. You must be the lady everyone calls the hunter of the arena. I am W. Longhua from the Heavenly Society." At this moment, Jin said, "I am, Jin Tire." Longhua smiled smugly, hoping the two would enjoy the auction. At this moment, the girl shouted, "The auction today has reached a climax, continuing your excitement. Let me reveal the highlight of today." Sahan thought to himself, "Finally, it's here." Then a sword appeared in Yang's hand, and the sword in front of you is an S-rank weapon. Everyone was very excited. What is this? What is this murderous aura about?" she continued. "Now who will be the one to claim it?" Suddenly she discovered the demon sword. She reached out her hand, but unexpectedly Sahan's hand grabbed hers first, leaving her stunned. Then she shouted, "Sahan, put it down. It's not something the human mind can resist." "How is that possible?" Sahan said coldly. "The reason is simple. This is fake. The mental resistance skill is truly powerful." Then he raised it and asked everyone here, "Does this look like a Class S weapon? Could there be something wrong with that sword?" They were in an uproar because the terrifying aura made that weapon look very powerful, but maybe it was only capable of that. A scream suddenly broke out. Longhua shouted, "That is a real sword. It is truly a demon sword. How can you hold it like that and still be safe?" Then Jihan said, "So why don't you check it yourself? Just decide for yourself whether it's real or fake." He grimaced and shouted. Then Han dropped the sword and yelled, "Of course you can't handle it after all. This is a real demon sword." He smirked and said, "This is the deadly killing sword, an SS-ranked demon sword. Once you hold it, you'll slaughter everyone around you, even yourself." Yun shouted, "Longhua, what's going on? I didn't know something like this would be put up for auction. If he hadn't interrupted, I might have." Longhua shouted angrily, "This is just a misunderstanding." "I also didn't know that weapon was on the auction list," Seihan immediately said. "Nonsense. Wasn't it you who admitted this was the real demon sword?" He kept shouting. "There's no way I would do this. Why would I harm everyone? I am Thien Thuong Long." Seihan looked up at him, suspecting that your jealousy towards Uan might have driven you to want me to kill Uan right after taking the sword. Longhua roared, "It wasn't me." "That's right. There's no way you could stand firm after wielding that demon sword. Did you really steal that sacred blade?" "Yes, it must be. This thing is just a fake. Give it to me. I will hold it and prove my innocence." Then he quickly snatched the sword from Zihan's hand. Then he raised it and looked at it, confidently saying this sword is just a fake. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was off. Then the sword began to emit a thick black smoke. Everyone outside shouted, "Longhua! Drop that sword and shut up Yuan. If it weren't for you." Suddenly the surrounding air rushed into his nose and mouth. Seon told Yuan, "Go evacuate everyone. I will handle this." Then he shouted, "Are you serious?" Sehan stared at him intently. "Just leave it to me." Then Yu immediately disappeared, leaving only a cloud of white smoke. His body had transformed into a monster, and he kept roaring, with his sword amplifying all the skills of its owner, pushing them to the limit of their power. A beam of light reflected onto Kim Zae-han, truly a remarkable item. Long Ho has become incredibly powerful now, and his strength is so great because few monsters can wield both dark power and martial arts at the same time. He immediately said, "Jin, watch carefully." Jane is clenching his fist. "It's time for class." "Watch this. It's time for class." Kim Zae-han drew his sword and shouted, then charged straight at the opponent, swinging a deadly strike called the Eagle Dragon Surge Blade. Amidst the thick smoke from Vodan's power, Kim Shan suddenly stepped back as massive rocks fell down, but he remained calm, swinging his sword with cold precision, deflecting the rocks back toward Vodan. It quickly raised its hand to block and created a source of dragonfire called Angel Wings. Angel. It growled and unleashed that power towards Kim Zae-han. A loud explosion echoed from Kim Zae-han's side, making Vodan laugh triumphantly, but he still stood firm, dodging the attack and remaining on his side. How is this possible? I am Thien Thuong Long. The unknown one shouted and continued to attack him. He quickly dodged, his eyes flashing with a fierce aura, then he swung his hand fiercely at the unknown one. My attacks are too weak, how dare you say that? A loud explosion echoes in the sky as Kim Zan appears in a proud stance. I say softly, with analysis and excavation, I have seen many things. You mean my martial arts still have flaws? Vodan questions sharply. Suddenly Lin appears from behind, causing him to exclaim unexpectedly. Then Lin continued speaking. Oh yes, can you do it? Lin shouts from afar. Is that okay? All right, that's how it should be. Kim Chan sneered and swung his sword, leaving the Vodan stunned. He asked in shock, what is this? There's something I forgot to tell you. Like you said, it's not a divine sword. I don't know exactly how to use it, but it's simply a piece of equipment. I didn't mean to mess around like you think. Kim X's hand softly says, you bastard, and the unnamed figure screams out before suddenly unleashing a wave of dark, furious energy. Seeing that, he quickly said, Lin, be careful. Lin, from afar, also held his chest to steady himself before the scene in front of him. The nameless one then turned into dust, burning his body black. This is the words of someone consumed by power. Is that enough now? Since it has come to this, I have no problem giving you the entire auction house, Li Hiemi said. We don't have the strength to run the auction house. We will only provide the goods. Trang Jun's job is to manage and auction them off. Kim Se-han quickly replied. Let me know if you need any help. Trang Chun will always be your ally. Thank you. Se-han replied when he saw Li Hiemi make the suggestion. At the publisher Huyen Biju, the king of the ancestors' brewery sat on the throne, speaking coldly. The 12 zodiac symbols are very difficult to break, even for the publisher. If there is any mistake, you will be the one held responsible. Yes, you don't need to worry. No one on this earth can defeat Underben right now. If there is. Akatus hesitated and didn't say anything further. Kim Se-han nodded and continued, the one who killed Oh-na. Yes, it was him. I can handle him on my own now, Akatus said. He then crossed his arms and said, I understand, but you will need to earn more points. Leave it to me. I will deal with Kim Se-han and get the points. Akatus quickly replied. Then he walks out the door, his sinister eyes contemplating. This time, no one will be able to protect you. Kim Se-han. In a certain room, Minzu Ho asks, what are you complaining about, Minzu? Right now, she's clasping her hands, sighing. If you can't see the future, then forget about it. Please speak up, Gun. I want to ignore it too, but I saw something. What did you see? A star is falling. What? Oh wow, Taurus, chameleon isn't enough? Now there's another star too. What star is this one? Bao sat to one side and spoke, and Minsu An, one of the 12 zodiac symbols Taurus, quickly replied. At the gym, Kim Se-han quickly asked, how is Lin doing with her training? Oh, hello, Sean. I think I can now master almost all kinds of movements, Lin replied breathlessly. Han stands in the distance, watching Lin with a thoughtful look, unable to speak. Why are you here? Do you still have the thing I gave you the other day? That thing? This watch can help you travel to the future, right? About 30 minutes ago, Lin asked further. Lin, do you still talk to Asia? Only sometimes we usually text rather than chat. Okay, then I want to ask you for a favor, the Korean car said. The scene then shifts to another dimension, in a small maze, with someone shouting loudly. Hey, what the hell is that? A maze? Labyrinth. Hearing that, Lehman quickly turned around and asked, what? It is the word used to refer to the labyrinth in Greek mythology. Inform everyone that the battle is about to begin. Se-han softly said to Lyman at this moment. A mighty minotaur appeared. It growled and approached, causing those around to panic as they looked at the main mission alert system. The Minotaur King of the Labyrinth survives in the heart of Seun, where it has become an enormous maze with an S-rank difficulty. 3 days remaining. Why has it suddenly become an S-rank mission? How can I survive in a place like this? How did I even get this far? All right, I'll accept you into the team, Cam-colored hair thought as he looked up at the bull. He froze in place, unable to move his body. Suddenly, a surge of power from somewhere exploded the earth and rocks. The other person thought, what is that? 7 fruits, huh? Hurry and follow the crows before that thing wakes up. Se-han quickly said, yes, the crows will lead you to a safe place, he added. But the guy still hesitated. Really? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Then he followed the crows and flew away. In front of Kim Shan at that moment were the figures of 2 girls. So the evacuation is still going smoothly. Shin Yu-hoa has also arrived in Seun. With Shin Yu-hoa's help, we can minimize the damage as much as possible, he said, then took off into the sky. Then he landed in a designated area and said, it's me. He stands in front of a large door, lost in thought. How should I open it now? Suddenly, someone from inside jumps out and asks who it is. I want to meet your club president, Han said. Junsich quickly said we have to reveal our identities no matter what once we meet. What's a guy with a face like a dead fish doing here? Hearing that, Seihan spoke up. Hey you, want to fight? Suddenly, a burst of energy from nowhere rushes in to stop his next words. Seeing him, Junsich hesitated and wondered what the hell was going on. What happened to that guy? Where did my magic fire get sucked away to? Before Sich could regain his composure, Han's car appeared behind him, punching and tightening his grip around his neck, causing Junsich to struggle. What kind of attack is this? It hurts so much. Junsich shouted in anger. Well, you just got hit a little and you're already making a fuss? Once it's done, I'll give you something really cool, Seihan added. Runsich is sobbing. Seeing that, Seihan laughed and said, So you're really crying, huh? I didn't do it on purpose. I came here because I heard the blockade had been broken. You came here to report something to us, right? Come in. Sujin spoke up. Using my divine eye to observe, it seems like there's nothing you can't do. What does someone like you want from us here? Tron Sang Huan said, I need help. Seihan replied, You mean you want us to help you with the 9th mission in Seun? Why should we help? It's not even our mission. Tron Sang Hoa said, A comet is about to fall. If we can't prevent the collision, Korea will suffer severe damage. Seihan replied, Of course, we won't be doing this empty-handed. Upon hearing that, Tron Sang Hoan pondered and said, Within a year, I will make Agatram the strongest and most influential guild in the world. Isn't it time for the victims to step out of the whirlpool? Seihan added, There are 5 new people near Chonho Station. They are requesting military aid. The voices from Yondunpo are the same, echoing through the fog. These damn cows keep popping out of nowhere. The man shouted and swung his sword fiercely forward, causing rocks to scatter. But his swordsmanship's power didn't hit the enemy. Instead, it struck the wall, making him furious and shout. Actually, it's all because of this wall. If only we could do something about these walls. Is there no response from Seihan on the system? I already sent a message, but he just said he's busy. I guess just controlling the flock of crows was enough to exhaust him. That's right. But honestly, where the hell is he right now? The broken stone at Mokung exploded from the fierce attack by Taurus, and Limin, wielding her sword in battle, thought to herself, Our lives are over. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky and shot straight down, revealing a man lying helplessly, foaming at the mouth as loud explosions continued to roar. Lian's sudden return made everyone on guard feel anxious and fearful. The atmosphere was extremely tense at that moment. The Taurus roared, Are you all already at your limit? Lord of the Guild, if this continues, everyone will die, I know. But facing the bullmen directly in the maze is no different from suicide. In this case, even their guidance is of no help. Bak Sung Hee-hun quickly spoke, while Kim Nagu still growled and responded. Humankind, including you, can keep running, but death is unavoidable. Surrender peacefully and accept your fate. But we can also carry the injured across the river. It's too dangerous. Hong said, If this is the end, then we will fight to the last, even if it means dying. North Zheng-hun shouted. The minotaur-like creatures suddenly stopped moving. Seeing this, Hong Gun spoke up. The guild master. It seems they have stopped moving. Wait, where are those buffalo people looking? Thinking about so many mythical monsters feels quite refreshing, Lurin said as he waved his hand to set up a formation in the sky. I am Morgan Lee Hay, the last witch and fairy. Opening all the gates, they are the Penned Dragon Guild, the strongest on the British server. Both of them shouted in surprise when they saw a powerful army ahead. Next to them was the strongest celestial guild on the Chinese server. Even though I said I would reward you properly if you helped me, I didn't expect you to want something like this. You're truly interesting. It's fine. This is good enough. Sahan laughed and replied. The ox-headed creature above looked on in confusion. What the hell? Have you finished playing around, you bunch of idiots? It's a pity that it's time for you to die, Seihan said and swung his sword. Alongside the two armies, commands are also being issued. The entire army advances and a fierce battle is underway. The Minotaur troops growl excitedly. This is better than expected. There are more sacrifices for Lord Underbaron. Kill them all. The leader just shouted but froze as a powerful force cut through. What kind of monstrous power is that targeting those unarmed first? Everyone rushes forward, creating a chaotic scene. Big Taurus creatures, you're just struggling in vain as long as you're inside this maze. We are invincible. Haven't you realized that continuing to fight is just pointless? As long as you're in the maze, you're invincible? Sihan said softly, before waving her hand. All right, Han Jisoo, flatten the maze. The Taurus team was stunned. What is that? Everyone stay in formation and kill them all. At this moment, everyone is taking turns to treat their wounds. Han Jisoo, holding a baton in her hand, breathes a sigh of relief. Every place she passes through is filled with the scent of the Minotaur gang. Don't tell me they've already won. Since when did they become so powerful? But it seems like it will end soon. It will probably end around midnight, right? Tuyet Ni, flying in the air, watched the scene and thought, something is flashing in the sky. The bull demon roars in response. Everyone was confused and surprised. What are they doing? Why are they acting like that? Why here? Seihan quickly asked, Lemon, where did that scream come from? Is Seihan really okay? Are we not going to win? Mission 9 is not just about fighting these things. The main character of this mission is a Baran. He will appear in 5 minutes. He said more. A streak of light appeared in the sky at this moment. Everyone was stunned. What is that? Is something coming? This place, right? I am the Lord of the Maze Underbaron, your 9th mission. Right now, Underbaron has appeared in the sky. He looks full of power. The system sounds a warning. You have been instantaneously transported to GM at the request of GMA Cadus. This is Sean pondering. In another dimension, a man appears and speaks to Sean. Nice to meet you. I've really wanted to meet you. Kim Shan, maybe you don't know who I am? Are you laughing? Seon chuckled softly. I see. Akatus quickly said, I guess you don't understand the current situation, do you? Ox, I've also really wanted to meet you. This is a mess. Hearing that, Akatus was stunned. It seems you don't understand your current situation. See? Akatus displays the chaos screen and says, everything happening is because of you. You shouldn't have caused this chaos. The game is completely unbalanced because of you. You must bear these consequences, Akatus added. Seihan remains calm and says, I will kill everyone you want to protect, including the outstanding members of the guild. Akatus sneers and says, Are you done talking? Seihan asked. What? You don't understand your current situation? That's what I wanted to tell you. All right, seeing your futile hopes shattered is also something I enjoy. Akatus chuckled and added, while Lion looked up at the sky and said that it was the Taurus ruler. Then she took out the watch, pondering, feeling relieved that she was doing very well. Stay confident. Actually, she could do anything. Really can do anything. Yeah, I can do anything. She remembered her conversation with Han and her heart fluttered. She firmly held the watch and asked, Can I really do anything? The battle is now intense. Lyjin the witch is still facing the Taurus. She quickly raises her hand to block. The Taurus calmly said, A truly interesting being. A celestial race that survived the mythical era. Are you my opponent? Andaraban said, Then I will be able to enjoy myself a little. He added. Lion pointed his sword at his face and smirked, saying, Quite fitting. I have completed my life's goal. I've lived long enough. I think it will be more interesting to watch the owner of that mirror defeat you, Lydian emphasizes. Anduraban laughs loudly and says, So you think you can stop me with your tricks? In response, I will downgrade it to suit you all. Then he lowered himself and approached Lyzin closely. He spoke, All right, let's begin. Everyone around looked on in shock and worry towards the leader. He then drew his sword and charged forward. Androban swung his hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that sent everyone flying, blood spraying everywhere. Wait a minute, he's too strong. Fairy race, what are you doing? Show me your skills. Androban shouted loudly and rushed toward Lion. She was surprised, her eyes wide open, but before she could finish speaking, he was already in front of her, unleashing a terrifying beam of light. Kwang Kiep! Lion quickly stepped back, but someone was already there to block the attack. That is Azo. She swung her umbrella to block the attack. Why are you here? Androban quickly asked. The demon of laziness, oh dear. Come on, don't make that scared face. I'm only here because someone asked me to come. She quickly replied, If you're here just because someone asked, you should also consider who is asking. If it's the right person, I will agree. Even the lazy demon has to work hard at it. Don't worry, I'm only here for 10 minutes, then you can do whatever you want freely, she added. So it's a bit of a change, but it's not a problem for me. All right, exactly 10 minutes, he hurriedly replied. Lin looked up from below, pondering. 10 minutes, Seihan, can you really do it? Then she picked up the watch and recited a spell. 10 minutes from now, the watch and her gaze lit up. A streak of light appeared on her head, within which there were golden thorn roses. Now is the time to decide. What does this feeling from the outside world mean? Andaraban shouted. Lin appeared with great authority, wielding a terrifying surge of power that made even Andaraban step back. Then he suddenly concentrates his power and fires directly at her, passing through Ao's body but quickly dodges. Get out of the way, Ao. Are you going to just let it happen? I told you, didn't I? I have to protect this place for 10 minutes, and I'm really curious about what's about to happen. It's meaningless, an existence that shouldn't be in this world, and even if she can slip through the system's loophole, she won't be able to bypass the rules of this world. Andraban shouted, That's a mistake. Then he shot out sparks but was stopped. He shouted, Do you, one of the 12 zodiac signs, want to protect that core? That's right, I will protect her because it's not yet time to destroy humanity. She said, We need to restore morality, ideas and the values of humanity that have been lost during the process of changing the world. At that moment, I will give back to them the things I have cherished for a long time. Humanity's justice is what I have always protected. Jin Taylor, from now on you are the champion of humanity. Damn it. Underbaran shouted when he heard Asia say that. At this moment, the system sounded a warning, and all accounts linked to the game were logged out. Everyone was panicking now. What's going on? My fake observer is gone. So is mine. What on earth is going on right now? Lemin, also surprised by the scene before her, said with suspicion, Jin, my father hopes you will use her as your representative. Jin is still just a child. I don't know if the girl can withstand the divine power when she becomes a representative. The father told Sean, and Sean replied, I am sure you know that what you fear is not Jin but yourself. I am planning to awaken all of Jin's power. If Jin becomes her representative after all her strength has been awakened, the worst-case scenario is that she will ultimately absorb her. He added, yes, that possibility exists as you mentioned. It will happen if she fully unlocks her potential. So you're asking me to die? I can't believe you would say that I might die when turning her into my representative. What is the reason for asking me to do this? A melee added. Seon was silent for a moment, then said, I like you. You are a compassionate goddess who keeps trusting humanity and stays with us on Earth until the very end. I respect you and you treat me as a person, and not like a pawn in this world that has turned into a game, so please help us. Sehan spoke up and suddenly the screen turned pitch black. Akat angrily said, what the hell is this? Why did the screen suddenly turn like this? It was still normal. Until that damn one started radiating a brilliant aura. The server is down. Sihan from another dimension says to Akatus, the server is down. What the heck, that's just ridiculous. Why did it suddenly happen like that? Then Han snapped his fingers and the screen lit up, surprising Akatus. What is that? The server is down. So the crash only affected your server and the deity linked to it. If you used the publisher's server, there wouldn't be any problem. Sehan laughed and said, no way. How can someone so ordinary do something like this? Akat shouted, eyes wide open. This whole thing is your own doing, Sehan said. What have I done? I already know. You started the trouble with me first, you bastard, Sehan said. The space shifts to the battle area. Underbar laughs loudly and says, I didn't expect this, but is that thing really human? Is a human really that strong? She's been wielding divine power from the very beginning, just playing tricks. All right, let's go. This is making my martial spirit boil over. An existence beyond normal understanding, a being that breaks all human limits, challenges you. Underbar shouted and charged at Asia. He swung a fist straight at her face, but she quickly dodged. All the attacks were very fast, but Asia dodged them all. A straight punch caused the entire sky to shake violently. Underbar laughed loudly. This is more like it. I had to give it my all to fight this time. I, Underben, who dares to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, will defeat you here. That's strange. This shouldn't be happening. He held his head, still too early to be surprised by it. Sehan said to Akat, there's still one more thing. The system suddenly sounded, System access request. A change of person is happening. What the hell is this? System access? Don't mess with me. There's no way someone like you, who belongs to the system, could do something like this in such a short amount of time, Akatus shouted. That's right, I can't do what someone outside the system can do. Did you forget something? If the Dreamweaver with the ability to intervene at enough points to create a server, then the current situation isn't entirely impossible. Please stop. Stop it. I admit I was wrong. I bow my head and say, I am the cause of everything. Please stop. I beg you, that's enough. Think carefully now. You don't know how the extraterrestrial races like the Teth are. We might be a better choice. You're asking me to make the Earth more chaotic. You're making a wrong decision right now, he added. Avatar. What did you just say? He spoke. An entity with divine power can create a manifestation as long as the target agrees. The gods prepare their incarnations and achieve satisfaction through them, just like how heroes were created in the age of myth. But only those who can become a manifestation after being accepted. Sehan nodded lightly. Only players. I intend to turn her into a manifestation. In the battle, Jin Tair is still fighting against the Minotaur Underbaron. The two are engaged in a fierce fight. Jin Tair blocks Underbaron's attack, making him realize he's not there yet. She's strong enough to unleash her full power. Then he flies into the air, fists clenched, charging at her. Bull Tora Spirit Destruction Fist? Jin Tair thought as he gathered his power and charged forward. Underbaron laughed and thought, this is interesting. Then the two charged directly at each other, and at the moment their fists clashed, a powerful surge of energy erupted, causing an explosion that left those below stunned. Underbar asked, do you want to continue? Jin Tair said nothing, only clenched his fist tightly, unleashing a huge force to push him back. The copying system kept flashing repeatedly, and she threw powerful punches continuously at her opponent, who was stunned and muttered to himself, how is this possible? How can a mere human master this martial art so perfectly? Not yet anything special. He pushed her away and shouted, "Come out again, I want to see you push yourself to the limit." Then he unleashed a burst of power that forced her to quickly jump back to the ground. But before she could regain her composure, he charged at her again, swinging his fist in her direction. The two face each other once again, Underbar firing powerful bullets at Jin Taylor while she grips his horn tightly with both hands. Underbaran smiled to himself, thinking, yes, it seems she's finally taking this seriously. Then she kicked him square in the face, causing him to bleed in pain while her remaining hand gathered a stream of energy to blast him away. The entire city trembled with a loud explosion caused by that Minotaur's body, and a faint yellow light flickered within the mist. Underbaran said, "I saw it. In your attack, that thing can surpass my limits. After seeing how you, a human, fight, I have been enlightened. I want to express my gratitude for that." "Is that your ultimate move?" Jin Taylor said. "Yes, the final strike of Taurus the Destroyer seems to be the last clash, doesn't it?" Jin Taylor spoke, then closed his eyes, preparing for the next attack as Underbaran stood up from behind and rushed forward, shouting. "So, this is the final moment of Taurus destroying the Killing Authority." Jin Taylor calmly raises his hand to the sky and shouts, "Summon the seventh Zodiac, Libra." "It was even the first time I saw that thing," Underbaran said as he saw the giant golden scale being summoned. Then she raised her hand and said, "The scales of justice judge the demon." Everyone wounded fell silent as they watched. According to human standards, it judged the person as evil, and now you must face your judgment. Underbar Jin Taylor shouted and swung his sword in a wide arc. "I won't stand here and accept judgment," Underbar says. Then he gathered his strength and charged forward, saying, "I will put everything I have into this fist of mine," but Jin Taylor remained steadfast. She looked at him with a cold gaze, unleashing an attack. It was a simple strike, but too fast for me to dodge and incredibly powerful. That beam of light shot straight into Underbar's chest, causing him both pain and excitement. He thought to himself, "This is truly incredible," then collapsed and exploded at the core. So the 9th mission has been completed. At this moment, Idra appears calmly pondering. She sighed once, then the system sound rang out again, indicating a large amount of points would be consumed for the system change. "Do you want to proceed?" As usual, a variable appears, but you personally came to see me because of the server error. "It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it?" Nia said bluntly. "I don't understand anymore, Yidra. Humans are interesting, but not worth going this far for." Nia thought Tep said, and she immediately replied, "You're trying to dig into my thoughts to hurt me. I'm just curious. If our foolish father finds out about this, he might get angry, so at least you should remember that." "Oh my god, that will be the biggest concern for my fake memory." Hydra says, "The fake contract is wrong. As far as I know, there are no incarnations." In response to Neolatep Idra's words, the incarnation is myself. Niotep was surprised to hear that. "My first incarnation of Kovan Nga is myself," Nihidra said. Seeing that, Niale Thotep immediately spoke up. "What are you talking about?" Hydra replied with a smile. "If you have nothing to do, can you go somewhere else? I need to do the work assigned to me by my god." "Are you serious? What is your purpose?" Nile Thotep asks. "Isn't this very interesting?" "Oh, and it seems I also quite enjoy jealousy." Yidra said this while displaying a screen with a car appearing. She touched his face and silently thought, yes, it belongs to her. At that moment, the system rang out. "The Earth game now belongs to the Dream Witch Hydra. You will lose your Game Master rights for a period of time." Akatus shouted when he saw that. "Hyra, you damn woman, did you choose to become the embodiment of humanity? Are you crazy? Do you realize what you just did? You just provoked the publisher. What's the difference in confiscating a game?" Akat said, "The game won't end, it will just continue to unfold as usual." "I know, but you guys are terrible operators," Sehan said with a smile. "This is the worst game I've ever played." "What?" Akat exclaimed. "Akatus, where is this place? Why can't I leave?" "My GM authority is gone. I should have reached the realm of calmness, but now you will never be able to return to the portrait realm. I still want to show you this. The ending has been included in the Lonely World." "What is this?" he asked. "That's the ending," Sehan shouted and rushed towards Akatus. "You're saying this is the first time we've met like this, right? Sorry, but that's not true. I've known about you for a long time, so there's no way we won't meet someday, right?" Akatus said. "Countless times, and every time we meet, my heart decides to kill you. But no matter how many times I try, somehow you still survive." Seon spoke and swung a sword straight at Akat, who easily blocked the attack with his Titan shield and then thrust forward. "Damn it, you're just a damn crow. Whatever, this is better anyway. I will take this opportunity to tear you apart myself," Akatus shouted. "As long as the wounds are this small, they can be healed any time." With every word Akata says, a sword slices past, cutting through skin and flesh. Akatus is stunned, wondering what is happening. The power of these attacks far exceeds his healing ability. As a Titan, I am very curious why I lost to a mere human like me. The system now explains the evidence of growth that surpasses SS level. When you fight a constellation for 30 minutes, all your stats will be at 100%. During those 30 minutes, you can deal lethal damage to a constellation that can be defeated. Then you will find out the reason, Seon just said, and the system continued to explain. An entity linked to a body will have its stats increased by 100% for 30 minutes. When attacked by a body within that time, they will suffer lethal damage that cannot be avoided. When the user is a subordinate of a body, after using the skill, you must wait 30 days before activating it again. At this moment, Akatus has fallen, suffering in pain as he contemplates. Nightmare. I'm sure this is just a nightmare, forgive me. Please spare my life, he weakly begged. If I die here, it might actually be for the best. Destroyed? He shouted. Does he really dare to do that? Akatus, relying on that person, smiled and added, I told you, you are the one who created the current me. He plunged a fatal sword into his heart and said 2 words, take care. Is it over? Lemon Mean spoke up. Underbaron's holy power has been completely destroyed. Jin Taylor looked up at the sky and everyone asked in surprise, who is that girl? Are they also players like us? I don't know what happened, but if this is Han's plan, we have no choice but to accept it. Lai Hiemi says I agree. The person next to me spoke up. I am too old to endure this anymore. The water spirit witch above sighed and said, are you saying you're a water witch? Why don't you gather some more spirit essence? Just living longer won't accomplish much. The lazy demon spoke, thanking you for the advice, while Lai Jin hurriedly responded. Why is my wishmaker unhappy? The lazy demon spoke to Shin Jae-gun on the side. I also want to fight more, Shin Jae-gun said. What are you doing? Don't you see they are being beaten badly? The lazy demon hurriedly replied. It doesn't know better, so it's just that insect. Songmin, I thought I had stopped Adaran's massacre, but the outcome didn't change. Nothing has been a problem since then. The mad demon at that ending. The girl standing with the demons. Surely, even if I can do something, Min keeps thinking about the moment she saw in the future. It hurts so much. Hello, Ju. Jin Taylor stepped in front of Ju and said, it's been a while since I've seen you like this. A long time. And the ending of this world isn't very good either. The ending is truly crazy. So, because my world has gone astray, maybe yours has too. Over endless time, I used Lapse Hourglass to create a 30-minute gap. This is a crucial moment. Hearing Jin Taylor say that, Ju responds, there are 2 keys. What do you mean? Please, let the master know, and sometimes you have to act like a naughty child. I know you have it too, judge for yourself. I want to ask one thing, can't you stop Zin? Jizo spoke. I can't defeat the old master for her. You're stronger than you think, much stronger. Then Lin returned to her normal form. Is it over? San stands in a corner of the city and says, that's right, now the earth is mine. Why Hydra appears, laughing. Even though the game continues, I can change things that don't matter as much however I want. What will you do now? My God, don't call me by that strange nickname. Seon speaks up. Strange, I am a manifestation after all. Why can't I call my God? Isn't he a god? She's already obediently become a manifestation. That's enough, Sehan thought to himself. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's come up with a fun game. I'm very happy to meet everyone at this building. I'm Hydra, an outsider god, also known as the Dream Witch. It's been a long time since I last met so many people. Hearing that, Lyman asked, are you really Sehan's embodiment? Yes, Ira replied. That's true, she has no reason to hurt us, so relax. Sahan quickly said, so then the god Hydra can just call me Ydra. I'm just a manifestation for now. Hydra quickly replied upon hearing Ju say that, so Hydra will take the place of the publisher, right? Exactly when the server crashed, Yididra took over the game. As long as the main system still follows the system's plan, at least we can interfere with the operation. Sehan added, so it's like stripping the publisher of their rank. Is there really no problem with that? The person next to him spoke up. Actually, we've caught YAM's attention, but now he can't do anything except cooperate. The alliance involves not only Earth's atmosphere, but also other planets. Even if you're a publisher, without collaboration you can't get involved in other system games. Connecting with Titan makes the system an unavoidable rule, so we also have to take risks and won't violate it. Of course, we need to prepare a backup plan, but right now I can't even contact Cloud. Will it be okay? Li Min asked. Right now, Sehan is checking the emergency system. The server still isn't stable, he's probably just delaying. How long has the deity been managing the game? Not yet, Sehan replied softly. So wouldn't it be difficult to manage after the game launches? I heard that if the god leaves the game, the server will shut down, the stars will be abandoned, and the planets will be swallowed. That's right, Sean said. It's definitely a problem that we need information on how to operate and maintain the game. If that's the case, Sean just said that while opening the system, I just thought of a way. Did you also come here after seeing the game operator recruitment notice? The manager said that ordinary people could apply, so I want to try. People outside the hall keep exchanging words. So many people came for the interview. Kim Dong-shu was worried that she came after seeing the recruitment notice. But is it really okay for an ordinary person like her to be here? In the announcement room, Lai Min-an's voice calls out, "Please proceed inside from numbers 45 to 50. Holding number 49 in her hand, Kim Dong-shu felt anxious and scared. "Oh, there's a fool here too. How dare an ordinary person like you come here? It's Lai Dong-rak. I didn't expect to meet this guy here. He's a former executive of Genzafit. I'm so unlucky." At this moment, Sehan approached and said, "Hello everyone, I am Kim Sehan. I have read all of your applications. Everyone here comes from famous companies. Seeing him, everyone around thought he was young but already a member of one of the top super UN associations. If he can organize interviews like that himself, he must have a very high status. Honestly, this feels more like a gathering than an interview, so I'll get straight to the point." Sehan spoke. "How should we guide users in the game activities?" At this moment, Lai Dong-rak raised his hand and Sean immediately invited him, so he stood up and responded. Traditionally, unbalanced games are very common, such as increasing probability algorithms or drop rates for loot boxes. I think that's what forces users to spend money. In the end, players are just dogs to run a game. So what would you do if all the players were powerful VIPs? Sehan asked further, apologizing for the question, and tremblingly replied, "I am asking if you would dare to run the game that way if all the users actively pushed for revenue and they were all extremely powerful to the point that you couldn't intervene any further." At this moment, Kim Dong-shu was pondering, what should we do if everyone is a VIP? Who is he referring to? If all the users are extremely powerful and are all VIPs, then what will you do next, Kim Dong-shu? Hearing Sehan say that, he jolted in surprise. He quickly replied, "I will treat the users like gods." Seeing Sehan's expression turn silent, he looked worried. Surely he had answered incorrectly. He wasn't smiling, quite different from before. "I want to hear more about your thoughts," Sehan added. "We are setting up the auction house and arena. Do you need anything else?" "It's not enough." "One. All right, then I'll get back to work so we can meet the deadline." "Thank you." IRA said in the room, "Are you here?" "I have reactivated the satellite, restored the communication network, and adjusted the monster encounter rate." "Do you need anything else?" "Reinstate the dungeons." "If we do that, can you increase the chances of dungeon formation?" Sehan asked. "That is within the system's authority, so I can't change much." Idra replied, "All I can do now is recreate the locked dungeons. Even adding just one more costs a lot of points. After opening, we really need the patrons to spend points. That's enough to blur the system's authority. I will leave the rest to Yue. She will figure out what to do next." Sehan quickly replied, thinking Ira seemed busy. He decided to go advertise while waiting. "Demon Eye, is the server still not open yet?" Friday the Fiery replied, "I think it's because of what you did last time, forbidding the gods' names." "Who cares? Basically, she just reincarnated into the game." "Do you believe she's a fake representative?" The clown then said, "Are you not going to say anything about the old man talking about his granddaughter?" "Gods! I told you not to mention anything related to my identity? He always talks about it when wandering other servers, and now he's opening his mouth after being sealed?" "Fake?" the clown said, then she pondered. "Anyway, since humanity has merged with Asaya, instead of being a fake representative, she seems to have merged her soul more and is considered a flaw. Not to mention, the one who usurped the game must have read the comments afterward and chuckled. I hear that the Earth where the servers were shut down will be reopened soon, and something very impressive is changing there. It seems like the Earth will be reopened, but with a completely different seal. I heard that it will be operated independently, no longer by the publisher, but who is actually running it? From what I hear, the new update has already been completed, and the compensation for the server shutdown is quite impressive. I think I'll take this chance to try it out. Is this some kind of part-time commentator? Wow, that's really something a kid would do. I can't wait to see him again. Are you just going to watch passively in the superior realm of the publisher? So, do you want me to fly there immediately? What do you want to do next, like Lithotep? I'm just curious. You lost a planet to a player, so why don't you gather your strength to take it back? Neotep said, I don't intend to oppose the system just because of a planet. Of course, I also don't plan to let him get away with it. Kim Shan, is that his name, right? He will use cooperation to interfere with Earth. He will need to prepare carefully for that, and he probably also knows about the laws of the universe, and me. Love said, are you interested too? You and Idra can intervene in Earth. You've always enjoyed the game there, so you must still have a form, create chaos. Nilat smiled and replied, I just want more people to join the game because I love humanity. But even if I do nothing, what's submerged in the ocean will eventually have to surface. Love for humanity? Kim Shan, you've attracted a lot of attention. 3 days before the Earth game opened, we finished maintenance and also received news from the Union. The arena will be able to open soon. Sehan thought the remaining choice was this one, rigorous training. I don't think there's any skill like that, especially martial arts skills because they apply to all techniques. Suddenly, a scream echoed, and Han hurriedly ran out. What's going on? What's happening? Is someone attacking? Limin, are you trembling? But what is that? Seeing it approach, Han quickly said, It's a soul shop. They look like servants from the outer districts or ancient gods. Are you also bringing me tea? She nervously hid behind Sehan's shirt and said thank you. Then she shouted, What is this? What kind of tea is this? Does our group really have such a good tea? He's a servant of the external god, so of course he must be good at household chores. Probably Idra called him to teach him how to be a lackey. I've met Nyarlathotep before in front of me. Back then I might have been involved in something related to Nyarlathotep, but it's not like I was really close to him. And I'm pretty sure he told you to follow him. Idra called? There's no reason for her to bother summoning me at this point. If that's the case, lead the way. Right now, Idra said Olympus contacted you through the witch's dream. It seems there have been a lot of rumors lately. Maybe that's why what you did this time is a bit shocking. In short, it's simple. They want him to bring Jine and go beyond the super realm or Olympus territory. Just as I suspected, Sehan added the super realm of Olympus. Jin is a human whose soul is merged with AA, and among the 12 zodiac signs she is a Sagittarius, but she can also use Libra. Sehan, carrying Lin on his shoulder, was lost in thought. Now I understand why Olympus has been contacting us, so it's just Jin and me going, right? Sehan turned back and asked Idra. If possible, I would also like to go, but currently I cannot leave my homeland. Idra said, The sacred territory of Olympus is a place I never visited in my past life. There are things I only heard whispers about through the gods on the cable, including the key itself. Ju remembered 10 years ago when Lin told him that there were 2 keys. If one key was in the sacred land, then where was the other one? Are you going alone again? Ju said. No, I brought Jin along with me. Wait, when did you get here? Sehan quickly asked. It's just that she was hiding. She's been right next to you the whole time. Really? Has she been using tailing? If I bring Ju along, that power will attract more attention because of her unusual strength. I don't think you should go with her. While I'm gone, wait here and practice blood flow. I'll be back soon. There will come a day when you'll need to use it. You're already at level 10. Do you really need to upgrade it further? Diyu asked hurriedly. Level 10? The game hasn't even been a year since it started. He thought to himself, well, I guess it's not a bad thing. But before I could finish speaking, a white octopus brought over a cup of tea. Huh. Oh my, how adorable it is. Thanks. Ju takes the tea and says, Our little cup is truly adorable, isn't it? That's right. Her little voice is so adorable. Ju replied, Hanju, whatever happens, do your best. I will be back soon. Sehan said that and turned to leave. Yes, I understand. I will work hard. Stay safe, okay? Ju said. Remember to come back safely. Idra continued. Is this Olympus? Have we arrived? Sehan said. So I guess I have to climb up there. It won't be too difficult if I use Qianqi's wings, but if I just fly straight up, the god's soldiers might appear and attack. No need. At this moment, someone approached and spoke. Seeing that, Sehan thought for a moment and asked, He looks like an ordinary person, but his divine power must be on par with a high deity. May I ask who you are? The person facing you smiles and says, It's fine since we are the ones who invited you here. I am the one who will always be the first to hear what you want to say. Then he raises his hand to the sky, his eyes shining, and says, I've heard from many of those people, or rather, seen them, haven't I? Seen them. At first I didn't plan to play, but I heard about the game from someone else, so I decided to check it out. I've been grinding quite a lot. Everyone knows you're such an incredible person. Did you really kill Lepress? We know each other to some extent. I don't like him, but I feel pretty sad hearing that he's dead. It must be me telling you that you did wrong, or fate itself, and neither fate nor the universe is certain. What is the item you need? I don't even know what I'm thinking anymore. I can't believe it. Hearing him ramble on like that, Sehan just replied, Yes, sir. Then he thought that his outfit reflected his wildly free-spirited personality, but his abilities fully deserved the title of one of the 12 gods of Mount Olympus. He didn't transport us there by teleportation, but at supersonic speed. I think usually we each go our own way, but today we had the chance to meet up, so here we are. He shouted to Sean, This kind of opportunity is very rare, so enjoy it to the fullest and be proud, because you might not get to return to Olympus again. The person entering is probably going to the meeting there. H points to a room full of gods. He stepped in confused, realizing these were the 12 gods of Mount Olympus. Suddenly, a cry sounded in my ear. Hey, the crow is really happy to see you. Is that Hades? I not only killed his incarnation, but also did it once more at the Dream Temple. He quickly thought as he saw her. She shouted, Why don't you ever free my embodiment's chains? I've been waiting a long time to tell this bastard off to his face, you terrible bastard. Is she talking about the name I chained her to? Back Dong Quan, so she must be the goddess of deception, Apate, right? Her nickname on the community is Truly Living. At this moment, someone else approaches and speaks up. Let's talk about personal matters later. Right now, the girl behind you is calling out, so let's go. Oh, all right then, we're waiting for you. New owner of the constellation, Kim Jan. I am Rot, the singer of the gods and Olympus. Nice to meet you. The girl on your back must be Jin Taer. Carrying her like that must be quite inconvenient. Put her down over there. Rot pointed to the golden bed and said, Thank you, sir. Sehun quickly replied, Let's focus on the main issue with her. She possesses too much power for a human. Warrior Than Qiantran asked, Can we separate her from the bottle? It's a bit difficult. Her talent is very high, so if we are careless, A could be completely wiped out. The moon god said, Kim Zahan, her recent battles have impressed me a lot, and if possible, I want her to be regarded as a goddess. Hearing that, the sun god shouted, Miss, stop talking nonsense. That child is a human. But even as a human, she has great potential for development. Apollo, are you sure you can defeat this human girl? It would be better if you listened to your sister sometimes instead of fighting Underbar. The moon god retorted, and the sun god shouted. After a loud, Miss, enough, silence fell from the very calm space. He said, Before you came here, we had already discussed what to do with that girl. Kim Jan, you understand why, right? It's because you can't leave the position of the goddess of justice vacant. And with Underben's death, there are now 2 empty spots in the Zodiac Palace. Sehun spoke. Yes, that's why Olympus decided to regard her as a goddess. If possible, although there are some opposing opinions, the majority still wins. If those dissenting voices remain dissatisfied, then you should become stronger. Rost adds that at this moment Xian is thinking that he's pretty sure he has seen Apollo somewhere before. Actually, it's Apollo, but not Apollo. All right, the rest is just your opinion. Kim Shan, will you accept our offer? But first, do you want to talk a bit about your recent spectacular performance? The game on Earth suddenly gets taken over by an outsider god. What a coincidence. One of the game masters also suddenly disappeared. I'm pretty sure you're involved in this to some extent or another. At this moment, Saiyan hurriedly replied, What can an ordinary human like me do? You are overestimating me. You, an ordinary human, stole the divine feather and even received a mid-tier divine trait. Aren't you afraid of those looks? Those filthy gazes of envy are directed at that person. Still, for a player considered no different from a mere toy for gods to suddenly step into their sanctuary, that alone already makes them highly regarded. There really are a lot of malicious intentions behind those looks, and this guy is just fueling the fire. Does he really want to make more enemies? It seems I lack purpose. Sahan ponders about the others, but he says they have already acknowledged him as a human. So now, Hum walks over and pats their shoulders, saying, What do you need a bodyguard for? As expected, you're quite clever. That's exactly our offer. I will personally be the teacher for that child. We also want to maintain a good relationship with him, just in case one day the girl turns her sword against Lepus. Having him as a teacher is really not bad. He is one of the neutral gods with quite high martial skills. He will be a good protector and guide for Jin. Are you thinking that if Asia's outcome still exists, then she wouldn't need a teacher? Saiyan added that Asia only has a common divine trait, and there are still many questions left unanswered. Please give me more time to think. His car added, Time to think about what? That arrogant bastard wouldn't be a problem if he accepted it right away. He shouldn't have done that. How dare a lowly human do that? Olympus is increasingly turning its gaze in that direction. No matter how talented that child is, it is still sleeping peacefully. It hasn't even reached enlightenment yet. I could kill it right now if I wanted to. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. The sun god thought to himself as he said, Of course it's absurd to think that humans could stand equal to the gods. A filthy humanity. If this continues, Olympus will be destroyed. I need to deal with that girl. It's okay for Lynn to keep going like this, but I need some advice support so she can wake up a bit earlier. Maybe it would be better to accept Hermes's offer, but Seihan hesitated. I can't accept it right away. Moreover, I have a vague feeling that I could gain more benefits. But suddenly he stopped swinging his sword, and an assassin appeared before my eyes. Luckily, not that bastard. You're finally showing your true colors. Nebarus, it turns out you're the one who remembers me? It's been a while since I last saw you. I have a debt to repay you because that person ordered me to do so, so I will help and take care of you. I also have something to deal with the little girl you're protecting, Nabarus said. Should I thank you for helping me? Seihan said. Nabirus roars loudly. What nonsense are you talking about, you crow? If you surrender, I will grant you a painless death unlike others I have shown mercy to. Nabarus gathered a huge amount of power to attack, and at this moment, Sean also swung his sword and spoke. Is that so? Anyway, you shouldn't be talking nonsense like that. Who knows, maybe when I'm in a good mood, something might change. But whatever. Before he could finish speaking, Han's car sped up, making him step back. He shouted, You bastard. What are you doing? Then he carried Lin away through the window, and they fought in the air. He thought that the time he wasted talking had helped him set up that bomb. Nabarus shouted, "Damn you! How dare you make me uncomfortable? Go to hell." Then he rushed forward to attack, but he stopped because there were too many of his shadow clones in front of him. "It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. That's right, you and the Dream Witch know each other. You're just a fool. Illusions are only illusions." Nabarus thought, "What can this petty trick of yours do to me?" "Of course," Seihan said, "I can do anything I imagine, and since it's an illusion, it seems like the user is controlling it with their brain, right?" That guy said if that's the case, even he can't stop him, so I have to end this journey now. As he finished his thought, he swung his hand to unleash a surge of power toward Seihan, who was recklessly reckless. But at this moment, a force struck him directly, causing him pain. Nabarus shouted, "How can his attack not be able to cut through my body?" A loud explosion echoed as Nabarus's body was pierced through, and he shouted that bastard's name before transforming into a crow and pinning him down with his claws. "This must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion," Nabarus reassures. Could it not be an illusion? He was panicking at the sight before him, so what could it really be? Seihan pressed his foot hard into Nabarus's chest, blood splattering everywhere, and said, "I never wanted to reveal myself, but now someone has appeared," and that guy hurriedly knelt down and said, "Lord Abaddon, you personally came to save someone like me. Thank you for saving me." As he finished speaking, Abaddon immediately said, "I just want to stop the trouble that's happening. Since this player has 2 FS level items, I guess I should take care of him while I'm here." He lunges and grabs his neck, saying, "Looks like you know who I am, but you're too arrogant. If you already know, you should have run away." At this point, Seihan laughed loudly, because I still have someone I can trust. At this moment, HM rushed forward and unleashed a burst of power, saying, "You know I'm watching, right? You usually talk to me, don't you? You are the first god to hear what I said. Yes, I have been watching from the very beginning. As expected, you're amazing. But when HM was filming up there, those two had already flown away. What the heck? Did he take the chance to run away while I wasn't paying attention? Of course, it has to be like that. He wasn't genuine from the start. What I don't know, how could you know? I often hear lazy demons talk about him. That bastard earlier was Abaddon. He is the representative of one of the 7 most sinful in the demon world. The next day I learned what happened yesterday. I sincerely apologize to you." Rot said, "Thank you for saving me from death twice." Rost speaks up, "So you said you heard about Abaddon from the lazy demon, right? I want you to tell me more details about this." Abaddon has been missing in the void for 1,500 years, and yesterday's one definitely wasn't the real one from the demon world. Seihan asked, "So where does he come from?" Head spoke up, "Olympus." He replied arrogantly, "Spouting such obscene words is truly rebellious." "Abaddon from Olympus? At least say something believable." Someone else asked, "Seihan, do you have any proof?" He'd added, "I can find out if I have humanity's justice. So you want us to help Jintire wake up?" Herm said it's not easy to stabilize the powers of the gods, but I understand she's a bargaining chip given the current situation, so I will prepare. The speaker sounds as if they know everything. The sun god said, "Do you not even realize what you need to know?" Seihan replied, "I don't trust humans. It's a pity, I didn't believe in the gods either." Seihan replied, "Now I do. Is it because the power has become divine strength? It's not just that my opinion has changed, so I hope you feel the same. You should just stay in the role of an observer." Sun god. Seihan said, and left. Y appeared on the screen and said, "It seems it's time to end the show." "Yeah, the bastard crow has started to suspect our identities. Why would he have any reason to doubt us? No, from the first time we met, his gaze was full of suspicion towards me." Mia huffed, and she's right. That bastard is hard to read. Even if he knew the truth, he wouldn't show it. You only need to get half of the key, then merge it with what I have, and we will have a complete key. Abaddon asks, "What do you plan to do with the other half?" "I'll adapt to the situation. One key is enough to do many things. I wonder if you can get it." "The gods of Olympus are not weak," Abad replied. "Tomorrow the opportunity will come. I don't know how to fight, but taking it will be easy." Jin Taylor, the concern of Olympus, seems to be very determined to save her. Even though he holds Olympus in his hands and wants to turn an ordinary person into a demigod, he will surely have to expend a lot of power, which is the perfect opportunity for us. Emiya smiles, "To see if I will place my trust in you." Emiya reaches out to turn off the screen, thinking to herself, "How will you respond?" Under the full moon's glow, everyone stands watching as Lin lies on a rock, Han standing nearby against the wall, thinking that even the gods themselves didn't expect this. Not even Apollo was surprised, but once again, recalling their first encounter, he couldn't be sure what the rest of Apollo was planning. Hades reaches out his hand, unleashing his power toward Lin, and says, "Then I'll start." 5 beams of light shoot straight up, forming a vortex. The blinding light shines down, illuminating the surroundings as the edges lift into the air, bathed in the glow. Sehan raises his hand to block the light, thinking that Jin's divine power is stabilizing. Lin still has her eyes closed. The new goddess of justice is ready. Lin slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and asked faintly, "Where am I? Where is Ander Baron? Did I win?" "Oh, your manhood is so impressive. You can call me either Dad or Grandpa. Now that you have merged into a single entity, you can be considered, my daughter." Miss looked at Lin and said, "I have a question for you now that you've just become the goddess of justice. Is the soul of the existence inside your body?" Lin didn't quite understand and nodded. Suddenly, Lin's expression changed, no longer naive, and she responded, "Goddess, I'm fine, don't worry." Miss happily asked, "Do both of your souls reside in the same body?" Chaya nodded and replied, "Yes, you probably also see that I have two personalities. When Jain allows me, like now, I will manifest." The Greek leader said, "We have kept our promise." The Greek leader asked Sehan, "Can you track down Abaddon? Does your godly father have a way to use the scales of justice?" Apollo from behind said, "There is no spring." Miss angrily said, "Apollo, what are you talking nonsense all of a sudden?" The Greek leader shouted loudly, "Abaddon." Abaddon charged forward and stabbed the Greek leader. Abaddon smiled and said, "You must have spent a lot of divine power to crown the new goddess. How can I pass up this opportunity right in front of me? The others are also being held back by Abad's clones." Abad, holding Sehan, said, "You should be in head instead. Crow, if you're just trash, you should know your place." Abaddon looks at Sehan and laughs. "Oh, yes, you're good at reading the situation." Dad shouted at Abaddon with a split Abaddon holding on to A and saying, "Why won't you stay quiet? I was about to kill you, but because you have some kind of bond with AOL, I held back." Abad now has a green circle in his hand and smiles maliciously. "I found it. I will keep it safe. See you again later." Abaddon flies away, but after Miss calls out to Abad below. Abaddon stopped, but Abaddon kept flying away. He'd also took off and looked towards Abaddon running, saying, "He can't leave Olympus yet. We must chase after him now." "Wait a moment." H turned back to ask Asia. Asta looked at Sehan and said, "I see now." Asta reached out to touch Zehan's face. "You were never here to begin with." Zehan disappeared into a flurry of feathers. Abaddon runs immediately at full speed, looking at what he just took from the Greek leader to see what that Why Mia guy is up to. If this falls into the hands of the giant progenitors, it would be like paving the way for him to wreak havoc in heaven. That would also make it hard to keep the key in the demon world. Abaddon notices something with an arrow heading toward him and quickly catches it. "Why are you here?" Crow's voice echoed. "It's not just you who knows about this." Abaddon thinks when hearing that. "I can't locate his position. I heard he has become Jydrus's incarnation, which is quite troublesome." Crow's voice rang out again. "You may not know this, but I've known who you are from the very beginning." Abaddon asks, "Is it because of Azel's words?" "Something like that." Abaddon in Greek is Apollon. At the end of the Age of Gods, humans disappointed the god Apollo. You have reincarnated as a demon here, but as an imperfect being, you only resemble the god Apollo. "Oh my god, this is really interesting. Let me finish telling you. You're just a shadow, an illusion, a desire, a dream, nothing more. Even lazy demons are somewhat interested in you. But no matter what, since you're just an illusion, you can never surpass the original." Abaddon shouted in anger. Crow continued, "So why offered you a deal to turn you into a real being?" Abaddon's eyes flashed with purple energy as he asked, "How do you know about that?" Crow continued, "Surely Awol didn't say anything because that bastard isn't really interested in me. I'm just a toy he created out of curiosity." Abaddon shouted, "Where did you hear that from?" Grow replies, "If you return half of the key, I will tell you." Abaddon, don't talk to me with that tone. Grow replies, "Then it seems our negotiation has failed. The ground beneath Abaddon's feet is cracking apart." Illusion, is the world really being torn apart? Everything is being torn apart by the young ones. Abaddon falls down. I was so terrified after hearing that I missed my chance to escape. That skill is almost like something only a master possesses, and it even carries holy power. I was surprised that he could use the power of an outer god to this extent, Abaddon thought to himself as he fell. Abaddon shouted, "I don't know what your stats are, but my mind has long surpassed that of humans." Abaddon splits into copies. This is the end. Abaddon reached out his hand to avoid touching the ground. Firestones appeared before him. Abaddon smiled and said, "The gap in our strength is not something illusions can cover, but I doubt you can face me alone. This place means nothing. I could destroy it with a single strike." Grow remains calm, resting his chin on his hand. "Do you know about sworn enemies?" "What?" "Because I am your natural enemy." Abaddon senses Apollo starting to wake up. Abaddon asks, "What did you do? A half-god like you dares to do that." Grow replies, "Didn't I already tell you? I am your nemesis. Isn't your envy demon making you stronger than me? If we fight each other, I will die with just a snap of your fingers. But the problem is you are only a shadow born from Apollo's most evil desire. In other words, a distorted dream. After all, dreams are the core of desire. No matter how strong you are, this is the area borrowed from Idra. Here my power is multiplied many times over. Abaddon, feeling uneasy, said, even if you are the embodiment of an outer god, how can this be happening? You can use the master's power on your own. But are you truly human? Crow thought to himself. He's not wrong. Idra is very friendly to humans, but not to this extent. Well, this is what I did in my first game. I almost went crazy. Crow reaches out to Abaddon. Abaddon said knowingly, you're aiming for the key, but don't underestimate jealous demons. Crow's face has a wound that's bleeding. Abaddon attacks, chains flying all over, delivering strikes with fury and contempt. Low-level trash. I will kill you. Crow threw a punch at Abaddon's face. As you know, my attacks have no effect on you. Abaddon was beaten and bleeding. Crow looked at his hand and said, however, your opponent is Apollo. Abaddon screams as he's grabbed by the hair. Crow reaches into Abaddon's chest again, his hand finally touching the key. Abaddon, this is easier thanks to you. Crow got the key. Abaddon struggles to speak. Stop, stop. Abaddon shouted loudly, I must become perfect. Crow thought, even though he's in the underworld, he's truly pitiful. Ael might grant you power if she sees you like this. Crow looked at Abaddon and said, do you want a body like this? Then I will fulfill your wish. Crow reaches out to Abaddon. Abaddon groans in discomfort. Stop. Apollo appears with his eyes closed. Abaddon grimaced in discomfort as Crow looked at the two people lying on the ground. Apollo is unconscious while Abaddon struggles to crawl away. Lin calls out loudly for Zan. Crow takes hold of Abaddon and says, it seems you now have a perfect body. Crow transforms Abaddon's body into a new one. Abaddon looks at his body, his hands still glowing with purple rings. Abaddon, pressed to the ground, lets out a pained cry. I only gave you a new body, but it's a puppet I control, so you won't be able to use holy power anymore. You bastard, how dare you turn it into a toy? Grow smiled and said, this is the real body you wanted. You should thank me. Grow presses. Abaddon's face firmly to the ground. Now that you've become a bug, you must have the awareness to abandon it, like a bug. Apollo lowered his head and said, thank you is my fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to lift my head. Grow was polite. It's nothing. I was just doing what needed to be done. Grow wondered if he had been too harsh on Abaddon since his body resembled Apollo's, but he's just too troublesome. Grow asks what happened to Abaddon. Apollo replies, he is sealed, but he is still one of the 7 demons. Really? The Greek leader called, Crow Constellation Kim Shan? What do you plan to do with that half of the key? Sihan replied, of course I will return it, and in exchange, can I decide who keeps the key? The Greek leader asks, so you want to decide who keeps the key? Says, it seems you've already made up your mind. Sehan replied, yes, I want to give the key to the new goddess of justice. Jintiel Lin was surprised. Nishan asked nervously, what do you think? The Greek leader replied, I see no problem with it. Someone said, so you mean you will give access to the system to an ordinary person? The Greek leader lowered his eyes. An ordinary person. She is a demigod, and at some point she will become a full goddess. A deity more powerful than you. The Greek leader laughed loudly, saying, by then, I suppose I will have to give up my throne. In that case, we also want to set a condition. The Greek leader asked Sean what the condition was. The Greek leader expressed that he wanted the girl to be trained step by step at Olympus, knowing she needed to be taught how to wield her power, so this is not an unreasonable request. Sehan thought to himself, I already expected this condition. It's not so bad. Then Olympus would also be a safer place to guard the key. Sehan replied, if so, could you help us? We, in my words, are humans on Earth. The Greek leader said humans are those who give up faith first, not us. Sehan replied, you're not planning to keep playing on Earth, are you? It's not a big deal if you refuse. The Greek leader stroked his beard and looked at Sehan with a thoughtful expression. The Greek leader nodded in agreement. All right, Sehan, thank you. I will hand the key over to Jintiel. The key appears in Sean's hand. Jinlin resolutely says she is ready. Sehan thought that since Jin was just a child, he might become a big burden for him. But when Jin completes the key, a new path will open. Greek leader shouts, listen up, all gods of Olympus, you hold the new key as the goddess of justice. Jintiel, you must prioritize protecting the girl and treat her equally. The others bowed their heads and obeyed. Obey. The Greek leader continued, and Kim Sehan's constellation as a human defeated Abaddon and saved Olympus. I, in your name, as a friend of Olympus, Sehan replied. Thank you, sir. Sehan leaned on the railing and finally let out a relieved sigh that it was over. A small smile appears. You're truly amazing. Crow Constellation, is everything going according to your plan? Because she is a fragile child, but she easily becomes a target. But since she holds the key, there is no choice but to protect her at all costs. Seihan explained that since Olympus is very supportive of him, he's not too worried. Head patted Sean's shoulder and said with a big smile, "Of course we will make sure it's safe. We have to preserve our honor as well," Hemet asked Seihan. "What will you do now to the Titan King?" Seihan replied. "Are you crazy?" Seihan thought to himself. "What nonsense is this god saying? He doesn't look like he's joking. You're so serious, but you've probably thought of something already, right? Give me a little hint." Han's car drove away, leaving only 2 secret words behind. Han thought that the publisher probably guessed he was targeting the other half of the key. "That's right, it's not Ya's thing, it's a different key. I didn't know about this during the first game. This remaining key is probably there, nowhere but in the demon world." Ira says the opening day is in 10 days. Seihan asks, "How's the advertising going?" Ira replied, "I promoted on Toop, but also plan to hang banners around this area, just as I thought. The score is high." Seihan interrupted. "You said you already posted the new announcement, right?" Ira replies, "Yeah, but is it really okay?" Seihan let out a sound. Ira crossed his arms and looked at Seihan, saying, "I mean the random box." Seihan, leaning on the table, replied, "Don't worry, you can only get visual items from it. I mean, players won't get stronger. Who would be stupid enough to pay for that?" Seihan replied, "No, it will be very popular. Usually the ending of any game involves visual items, but this game is different, giving a feeling from the Age of Gods with unlimited battles. Really luxurious gear so you can relax and flake out." The comments are all smiling. It's the first time I've seen a game not run by a publisher. The second comment, all my friends are planning to play this too. Let's play together in the Age of Gods. The third comment says it's a hot game lately. I will definitely play it when it launches. Next comment, wow, playing the God era is really something. Seiha looked at the comment and judged it. That's really pathetic. The reactions in the comments are just as intense, as Taylor stands nearby, wondering, is there a problem? I don't see it that way. He is a middle-aged man with a daughter, so he's a bit slow to catch on. Seihan asked Idra, "What about the advertisement video?" Idra replied, "It will be uploaded in 30 minutes. San thinks the reaction isn't bad, but Thu isn't very captivating. We have to use this video to win completely." Min, standing nearby, asked, "Are you the main highlight of the video?" Seihan replied, "It's not, Jin. Ju is also quite important." Ju was surprised and let out a small sound, but I don't really have anything worth including. Seihan smiled and said, "I destroyed the maze and defeated Underbon." Ju felt shy when she heard that. "I'm sure it will be. This video has all the stuff the gods like, I hope so." Then upload it. IRA presses the upload button. The system reports 20% uploading, 50% uploading, 100% uploaded. Seihan thought to himself, viral it is. Seihan remained silent. Min, with her hands covering her eyes, turned to look at Seihan and asked what's going on. "What's wrong?" Seihan stared blankly at the screen in front of him as the images in the video gradually became clearer. "Has anyone watched the video yet?" The viewers start discussing among themselves. "I've watched it. This is the first time I've seen Soul Fusion forms. It seems they've added it to a system that other games don't have. What could it be? I guess we'll have to wait until it officially launches to find out. I heard you can pre-order it. He. Kim Dong-shu looked at the countdown clock showing less than 5 minutes until the launch and announced that the game would officially be released in 5 minutes. Song Trang-gu, standing beside him, asked, "Do you really think those gods will come back?" Usually about 15% of pre-orders are from online users. A moment later, Jidra exclaimed excitedly, "Time's up, I will now unlock the server." One notification after another appears, proceeding to unlock the server. The server is fully unlocked, starting the countdown for the main mission. The server is now open. 50,000 users are waiting. After hearing it, Kim Dong-shu hesitated for a moment. The waiting list was for him, and Song-gu understood his intention immediately. "Is that too little?" Kim Dong-shu shook his head in confusion. "Isn't that too much already? Just this one?" He said the server would crash. Sure enough, the system quickly issued a red alert. The server's capacity is only 2% remaining. Kim Shan saw this and immediately turned to leave, giving a final warning. Idra is there looking as steady as possible, then turns around and asks confusedly, "Where are you going?" He approached the teleportation gate before replying that he was going to save the server. Over here, Cloud is also watching everything through the system's screen. She's wondering if this chaos might crash the server. Cloud scrolls her fingers over the keyboard, typing out a few lines of her own thoughts. What is Vut doing right now? Hey, why check the chat channel while driving? Seeing the topic the video brought up, she couldn't help but wonder. What? Viewers get it for free. So how do they earn points? The video quickly switches to the character skin draw screen. Cloud is gradually drawn into the curiosity. What could it be now? A lucky draw? She starts happily tapping on the screen. Oh my god, I just said that. Lucky me. So just 1 or 2 draws are enough. Cloud quickly chooses the special canned food item without thinking and presses to buy. When Kim Shan returned, Jidra was watching the screen with a serious expression. We are receiving a large number of orders. He turned to Kim Dong-soo and asked how the users were reacting. Kim Dong-soo also responded with a more positive attitude than before. The gods are very proud. They won't oppose publicly, and besides, skin has no special attributes. With that, he smiles lightly. There shouldn't be any problem. Only now did Jidra speak up with concern, saying the server was almost lost. Where did you get another server from? He replied from Olympus, as Kim Shan recalled the scene where Lin Tyre pressured Rot with a piercing look, causing Rot to admit defeat. All right, I will lend you what you need. Kim Shan advised, everything seems to be going smoothly, the rest is up to them. Kim Dong-soo, hearing that, became curious, and what about him? He calmly replied. In the end, Kim Shan looked up at this already established world and expressed his own understanding. I am just a player. He thought to himself that Ira being surprised by the sales figures was completely understandable. At this moment, Lim Mina appeared behind him to report additional information, and Cloud had also connected. She relayed the message to him, and he said he better get ready to go. Kim Zae-han couldn't help but feel confused. Why me? At that moment, a figure suddenly leapt forward and crashed into his back, causing Han's car to wobble, and a voice rang out simultaneously. Hey! That shadow just leapt back again? Kim Shan could already guess without looking back. Are you Cloud, the one who signed a contract with Mina? The ceiling! She shouted loudly. I hit the ceiling, you bastard. The system then displayed an additional notification explaining. Your human form as an observer has ended. You can only communicate with players through direct messages. Cloud's angry words make Kim Shan reflect. And even Cloud is furious, and thinking about other players hitting the ceiling, our points will inevitably increase. Now the question is, you immediately ask Clown if any Titan wants to try running the game? Limina interjects. But you said Titans are our enemies. Cloud in snake form seems to admire. So, you already know I'm one of the Titans, right? Cloud continued. Well, Tinsair has someone suitable. But what will you do for me if I introduce him to you? Kim X Han hesitated for a moment before replying, I will negotiate with the branch. Claudio was surprised. Don't tell me the branch said that. Kim Han added. I will find Miss by name for you. Cloud has no trust at all. How do you know where it is? I can't even find it myself. Kim Jan kindly suggested to her. She also knows there is a god who understands it well. Cloud quickly understood his meaning. Great, I will arrange the meeting and inform you later. Seihan returned to the system panel. The urgent issue was resolved. So how is the recent attack ranking? Right now, on the Heavens Arena server in China, Yuan is standing on the balcony using the system to observe everything. Possibly because of word of mouth, the number of new players has increased. She looked into the distance, especially at the arena where the title was being contested. Everything was progressing smoothly, and players from the arena still maintained a high ranking. An muttered, there will definitely be many changes in the future. Moving to Yia's residence, he is also attentively watching the skin event. Wai casually rests his chin and comments, I just can't understand why they would spend money on such weird things. A dark stream suddenly appeared, accompanied by a muffled voice. Do you need my help? Wai asked calmly, unfazed. Aren't you supposed to observe quietly? Nithotep materializes amidst the dark mist and straightforwardly admits, yes, that's right, but as you can see, within the forgotten memories of the world, I found something quite interesting. Wai is a bit curious. Interesting. If you want to know that badly, why don't you let me handle this cooperation event? I have no choice but to agree. All right then, Nilotep nodded politely in agreement. That was the right decision. Titan King Wai watched him disappear into the black bones, secretly thinking he was attracting the attention of countless strange entities. A few days later, at a cafe near the main street, both Lin Taylor and Jisoo Han were tied for first place on the live leaderboard. Kim Jan thought to himself that Jin would need to be removed from the rankings soon. Han Jisoo leaned over to ask, where is Jin now? Didn't you say he returned from Olympus? Kim Shan explains he's currently in the arena. He leans back, looking relaxed. Hanju wondered, so is it more important that he hasn't arrived yet? She said that person is a skilled operator in many games. Are they a member of the publisher? He began to ponder. Could it be that Cloud introduced a member of the publisher to him? At that moment, the coffee shop door opened. A Queen stepped in and said, Hello, long time no see. Seeing who was in front of him, Kim Sean was so surprised his mouth dropped open. What are you doing here? He looked at Aquinin smiling at him and realized he was a member of the publisher. Einen smiled and announced, I applied earlier. Kim and Han, after hearing that, were speechless and thought, is there something wrong with my brain? What if they don't select us? On the contrary, Han Jisoo sat coldly in her seat, looking at him. Is there any proof? A casters from the management system begins to speak. Suricatous, to exploit the weak and remain forever satisfied with the present. I believe this day will come sooner or later. He continued, occasionally saying that the appearance of a hero like you among those who are sure to be destroyed is inevitable. Quinnen suddenly looked toward Han's car with a cold, emotionless voice. To be honest, I am a fan of yours. You've achieved things that ordinary players can't. Almost immediately, Han Jisoo tightly embraced Kim Shan's arm and looked at him with a murderous gaze that made Se-han wonder what was going on. Did she suddenly become like this? Aquanin simply smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, Titans usually stay quiet, but they also don't like the Han cars." He said sincerely, "I really want to see how far you can go." Cloud, in the form of a snake, leaned in close and whispered into Se-han's ear. If a wise god like Loki says so, then he is truly trustworthy. Se-han reached out to shake his hand. "Can I call myself Aquanin? Nice to work with you." He also responded politely, "Yes, just call me whatever feels comfortable." 2 months after the game's launch, Sean stands in his office, looking at the statistics board with satisfaction. Aquanin is doing a good job. Everything stabilized very quickly. He started upgrading the system. We can't raise star as much as the points now, but it will be enough for a while. Then he turned to Ju and asked Han Jisoo, "How is your natural blood art coming along?" She looked up and replied, "I think I will reach the peak soon." Se-han observes her, quietly assessing whether the blood art creator, the blood demon, must have spent a lot of time reaching the peak. With the title of Celestial Emperor, does Ju have a better impression than the blood demon? He bluntly commented that as long as this gang keeps going, you won't learn much until the blood demon arrives. Ju listened and looked a bit confused. "Really?" Se-han chuckled softly. "It's nothing. I was just thinking it will start early. The first cooperative mission in Korea is to work with Trung Nguyen, and the requirement is to be recognized by Huyet Kui, the strongest in Trung Nguyen. I put my hand in my pocket and calmly announced this time, you will fight the blood demon." Dio looked surprised and pointed at herself. Se-han teased her softly. "Not confident?" Ju's eyes blazed red with excitement. "No, actually I'm quite interested." Anyway, after a while, Idra's voice announced that this collaboration had been postponed. They replayed the scene, and the look of surprise was unmistakable. The cooperation was postponed? But that's the main mission. Ira lazily yawned and explained, "I don't know, maybe the system's censorship judged the cooperation mission too difficult, so they postponed it for later. If that's the case, the next main mission might be prioritized first." Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. "So it's fine. You call it a cooperative mission, but clearly it's the main task." His eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Maybe it's because Earth changed so much that they reverted. But he quickly dismissed this reason. No, if that were the case, they would have done it earlier. It's because the player's rank has improved significantly since the first time on Earth. Se-han sighed and made his guess. "I think in the end this wasn't caused by me." Ira smiled, showing her agreement. "I also think so." Then she suddenly rushed forward, trying to hug him and act cute. "It's too difficult. The powers of the gods are limited, so they can't use all their wisdom." "Oh, divine beings," at such moments, before you could finish speaking, Ju reached out to block Idra's embrace, his eyes full of murderous intent. Idra could only watch her force a smile. They looked at each other, their eyes sparking with intensity. Suddenly, Sean's phone rings. He calmly confirms it's his own. "Let me handle these calls. You go somewhere else and answer the phone." "This is Kim Se-han speaking. Hello?" On the other end, Hyemi's voice rang out urgently. "Please save me." She was caught off guard before he could respond, and she continued recounting. "John already chased after them, but I was so scared. I think I timed it right while John and Azo were away." Kim Jan confirmed again. "Minsua didn't expect this, huh?" On the other end, Hyemi, looking overwhelmed with panic, replied, "I think she doesn't know about this. After seeing them, she exclaimed, 'Now I see,' and told me to call you while being taken away, silently. So now you see it, huh? It seems she can no longer see the future either." Anyway, those words felt like a subtle message to me. He quickly spread his wings and flew forward, clearly connected to this incident. Someone is exploiting the delay in the cooperation mission. Right now at Inyun, Azeo stands there looking at the pile of wreckage in front of her. Se-han just landed, and she greets with a smile without even turning her head. "Oh my god, hello." He dusts himself off and directly asks, "Do you know who was behind the ambush?" Ao immediately turned around, frowning as he replied, "I don't know. From what I've heard, it seems like their outfits are similar to Chinese martial arts attire, right?" Kim Se-han, hearing that response, immediately thought of Uan and the distinctive dragon symbol. He wondered about the Heaven's Gate Guild and couldn't help but be curious. "I am very careful in controlling information related to Manhwa, and among the recent new players in Korea, none of them are Chinese, meaning they are not from the Heavenly Paradise Society, nor Chinese players at all, the ones wearing Chinese martial arts costumes." A flash of an image appears in Trung Nguyen's mind as he opens his umbrella to show him. I can't keep up with my physical condition like this. Gone. You can go properly, right? He replied without hesitation. Of course, she immediately asked for help. So can you finish the rest for me? I will repay you later. Elsewhere, Zahn is fighting as he gets a bomb thrown at him. He was pushed back by the attack, clutching his stomach in pain. Just as he lifted his head, panting heavily, the dagger was already pointed directly at him. Dion stands above, smirking sarcastically. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide and quickly turns to the left as if he just discovered something important. Huh. The iron horse crashes down from above, striking him with a blow. Trong also reacted very quickly by using a stick to block the attack, but the force was too great and Trong cried out in pain. Immediately after, Kim Si-han slashed a sharp iron sword downward, destroying everything it swept through. Seeing him land gracefully, John sat on the ground, clutching his wound. How did you get here? Si-han replied. There's a bit of annoyance in his voice. Why does everyone keep asking? He looked at the girl being held tightly by two men, silently wondering if she was here. Just then, a voice slowly spoke up from the pile of broken belongings. There's really no reason for that rumor at all. He's completely unscathed, even smiling with amusement. He told me to be careful with you. You're truly impressive. Se-han observed him and silently evaluated. His strength isn't to be underestimated. He was hit by that object and still stood firm, so I signaled to John. While talking with him, I guessed you came from the Central Realm. You, Trong, are radiating deadly intent. The man looked at him with an excited smile. Yes, I am the illusory spirit of the 10,000 illusions, one of the 10 great masters. If you want that child to die at my hands, it would be a great honor for your family. Despite the pressure created by his rush, Kim Shan remained standing still, silently thinking he had never heard of him before. The one from Central Plain should have been the Blood Demon. Se-han calmly drew his sword, silently lamenting that this guy suddenly appeared. In a flash, he easily blocked each of his attacks with that sword. Se-han coldly said, Sorry, but I don't think we're a good match. Trong surprised and unable to react in time, he was caught off guard by the opponent's move. Kim Shan secretly takes pride in the fact that his spear techniques, including transformations and illusions, are no match for me. John, grinding his teeth in anger, charged forward to attack again. If that's the case, then the final strike of the 10,000 illusionary blades will burn everything down. Suddenly, Kim Shan shouted loudly, Jagan, run now! He quickly manipulated the black orb, opening multiple space holes with formidable suction. Please teleport directly to where the two people are pulling Misu and quickly follow to stop him. At this moment, Kim Jan's inspection sword pierces through the space-time portal, severing the arm holding the dagger. In pain, he curses, You bastard, you have two divine objects with you. Old saying goes, better to leave too much than too little. In the blink of an eye, Ye saw the weakness and quickly opened a space door to escape, but still turned back to say, I will withdraw for now, but there will be no next time. After a moment, Minsu is telling everyone what she saw in the future, that they will destroy Trung Yu Yen and that the destroyers will come. Kim Shan hesitates for a moment, then asks, Minsua, in the future you saw, is there a man named Huyet Kui? A burly man with red hair and eyes with a horizontal scar across his face. His right eye looks as if it was cut by a sword. Minsu clasped her hands, closed her eyes tightly, trying to remember. She didn't see the person he mentioned, but there was someone similar. His name is Jin Chan Baek, the leader of the 10 Great Masters. Kim Shan couldn't believe that Jin Chan Bi was Huyet Kui Jin Chonggung's brother, his rival in the mission, and he was like a mentor at that time when Kim Shan was beaten to the ground, saving his son. Since the pure blood art could only be learned by the leader of the blood sect, I have learned many remarkable techniques from him that can counter other martial arts sects. But if there is one thing he regrets, it is killing his brother. In the past, his senior made a condition. One of the two will become the leader of the sect after winning this fight, so the two brothers clash fiercely, each unleashing powerful moves. Jin Chanbich clenched his teeth, ready to unleash his final move. Jin Chongung, the distant relationship between the two brothers, comes to an end. Jin Konggung sat slumped in front of his brother's body. Brother? He gently closed his brother's eyes and whispered, Rest well, Anne. Kim Shan, recalling the scene, couldn't help but wonder. But you said Jin Chan Bi is still alive? Ira frowned and guessed. I really can't tell. It might be him, Kim Shan asked confused. He explained that Neil Thotep had shown interest in you before. Ira and Neil Thotep are both alien gods with a strong fascination for humanity, but their origins are completely opposite. While Idra is completely fond of humans, Neil Thotep only sees them as toys. Kim Shan is a bit worried that if he is involved in all of this, it will be very disastrous. He turned and walked away. I have to go to Trungungyen to try once. Hanu immediately followed. I'll go with you. Idra was a little surprised. You mean now all the time? That's fine. But before she finished her sentence, Kim Shan turned back and smiled to reassure her. We will come back once we find any information. Please help me. Ira Wichu after the blood cult's secret. Hanju observed that everyone on the street was watching us, so he turned to ask Kim Shan. It seems like they are staring at us. Is it because of your unusual attire? He didn't answer her, but thought to himself, clothing isn't the issue. It's because you look too beautiful. Forget about that. Gathering information is more important. After sitting down, the waiter approached and stammered in front of the two of them. What would you like to order? Please give me the best dish and drink you have. Okay, so the clear water and stir-fried pork, right? Kim Zae-han guessed correctly. It's not just the outfit. She just looks like that. The man at the next table has been eyeing Hanju from the moment she entered. It's true. She's a beautiful woman. How long has it been since I saw someone this pretty? The man sitting opposite the guy with the scar replied, The Hao Huyet of the sect has taken all the beautiful women. Kim Se-han overheard the conversation out of curiosity. Why is the Blood Heaven sect, a group founded by Jin Chan-bi, suddenly showing up with a bunch of people? Mr. O quickly approached their table, blushing with embarrassment. Oh my God, miss, if you don't mind, may I sit with you? Hanju coldly refused. I am busy. John O still doesn't give up, now looking a bit disheveled. But we are disciples of the Namgong clan. Hanju looked at the person sitting opposite her. Am I the only one here? Why am I the only one being asked? Kim Jong glanced at him, a bit surprised. Huh? Namgong is the most powerful among the 5 great clans: Kai Tri, Namgong, Zhou, Sichuantang, Moyong, and Habuk Bang. If these people are disciples of the great Namgong clan, Namgong Soyeon beside him looks helpless. Please excuse him on his behalf. Kim Jong calculated that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Then he told them, If that's the case, we don't mind having both of you sit together. Chano became serious and said, I am Namgong. Chano belongs to the Namgong family. Namgong Soon also clasped his hands together, and I am Namgong Sion. Kim Shan wondered, based on what I know, the Namgong family belongs to Anhui, so what drove you to W Chu? John hesitated and said, That, we are not at liberty to answer that question. Sorry. From his expression, Kim Shan could also guess part of it. So, Wichu must have encountered some trouble. It's very likely related to the Blood Heaven sect leader Jin John Baek, since he comes from the Blood sect, which means the Namgong clan has started to take action to deal with the incident involving the Blood sect. He decided to change the subject. So, do you know who the so-called 10 Great Masters are? John didn't see that coming. You don't know about the 10 Great Masters, do you? Kim X-han awkwardly laughs. That's right, we've lived on the mountain for a long time, Zo. That's right, sister. Hanju also glanced away. Yes, our place is very remote. Jono felt strange, thinking that without the top 10 experts, survival in the martial world would be difficult. Kim Shan was surprised. Are they that important? Jono replied, Yes, they are very important. Outside, the members of the Blood Shadow team are gradually entering. Someone shouts out, Blood Shadow team. O stands up abruptly, tense, looking toward the door. They say the Blood Shadow team. I hope they haven't caught up with us yet. Kim Shan watched them and thought, They are probably being chased by someone, but if it's the Blood Shadow, that means they are the ones cleaning up and doing the dirty work for the Blood Heaven sect. The member of the Blood Shadow team frowned. Quite brave, huh? Namgong. I didn't think you would drink water in places like this. Tro stands with his sword in front, looking back in confusion. Sorry, sir, it's my fault that you all got involved. Just run to the right when I attack them. Soyeon and I will try to hold him back. Hanju stood up softly and said, I'm hungry. Kim Zae-han smiles softly, letting her take action and enjoying it casually. Hanju walks in calmly, with a murderous aura spreading throughout the restaurant. The Blood Shadow team was a bit scared. What the hell? My killing intent, the leader of the Blood Shadow team orders. Kill that kid for me. Everyone launches their attacks on Han Ji-soo, but they seem to be ineffective. In a second, she lunged to choke one of the Blood Shadow team members. Han Ji-soo forcefully slammed him to the ground. She lifts her head, her face showing a somewhat sinister expression with a bleeding cut, as the leader of the gang turns annoyed and starts to curse. Idiot, how could you not dodge? Han Ji-soo rushes at him at lightning speed. He reacted quickly, swinging his sword down forcefully. That strike barely grazed Han Ji-soo's right cheek. The surrounding killing intent attacks him fiercely, making him unable to withstand the assault. He braced for Ju's attack but was pushed back, crashing into the wall and causing a huge chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, and the others trembled in fear. This is another panic among the celestial assassins. He shouted and immediately reported to the sect. The Blood Shadow team fled. Hanju quickly chased after them. Trano stands there stunned. Is she skilled with the heavenly assassin as well? Kim Shan remains calm and composed. Don't worry about anything, just sit down because I have many questions to ask. After a while, Tron O began to recount how one day the group calling themselves the Heavenly Blood Sect appeared in the martial world. Among them are the 10 Great Masters, notorious across the entire Central Plain, and even Jin Chan Baek, the leader of the 10 Great Masters, who is arguably the strongest of all time. They have been attacking other factions to unify the martial world. That's why we sought help from the Blood Sect, but we never expected that their leader Jin Chonggung had already died. He was stunned to see Kim Shan leave. Where is he going? Kim X Han only left a word, saying, "Let's talk later." Hanju stepped in from the door, watching him leave, and hurriedly asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Kim Shan gently supports his head and replies, "Let's go. There are a few things I need to confirm." "Where are you going?" Jin Chan Bitch slammed his hand on the table. "You fools, you can't even kill a single disciple of the Namgong clan? Fine, get out." The subordinate reluctantly retreats. Dispatch order. Nile Thought suggests, "Shouldn't you investigate?" Jin Chonbich frowned and said, "You imply that someone in the martial world can defeat Tani Thotep and laugh loudly? That's really interesting. Someone who was just afraid of the blood demon not long ago but now is so confident." Jin Chonbi irritably shouted for order. Nila Thought clapped loudly and said, "I am warning you, because you completed the task based on the strength I gave you, you can be called my disciple. I look forward to more interesting results in the future at the headquarters of the Blood Sect Heavenly Blood Palace." Hanju looked around but saw no one and felt a bit suspicious. "That's strange. I can't sense anyone's presence." Kim Shan didn't really care. He knew what to expect when he entered. Gugang suddenly appeared and charged at him. Who dares to open the main gate of the Blood Sect? Before they even arrive, Hanju quickly reacts and pushes them away. Kim Ze-han looked at him with a teasing expression. "The Blood Sect I know fights with swords, right? Is that sword hanging from your waist just for show?" Guang couldn't hold back and cursed. "Damn it." Suddenly, someone from the Heavenly Blood Pavilion spoke up. "Wait a moment, stop. Guang, those eyes, are you a member of the Heavenly Blood Sect?" Guang turned to the two and asked who you are. Kim X Han answers seriously, "I am a disciple of Blood Demon Jin Chonggung." Hanju stands emotionless beside him. Kim X Han drapes his arm over her shoulder and repeats, "I will say it once more. My junior sister and I are disciples of the Blood Demon. Take us to our master." Gugang leads the two to the place where Jin's body, the sect master, is kept here. He is in a coffin, with a slash mark still across his chest. Kim Jan witnesses it firsthand, trying to hold back his emotions. It's the truth. "You're not the type to die in a place like this." Kim Jan remembered Jin's words in the hall, saying, "I only get lucky and know how to seize opportunities." The opportunity that appears before each person will come to you too, but remember, that's not enough. You must know how to seize it. Hoithan turned to Gugang and asked, "Did the sect master say anything before he died?" Gugang honestly replied, "No, he just smiled happily." Kim Shan looked confused and laughed. Standing on the brink of death, Kim Shan suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, don't tell me you're helplessly smiling. Have you seen the future after fighting Jin Chan Baek? So the character on your right hand means Crow. It's a message for you." There is also another person representing the chaotic characters on the left hand, that Chaos Spreader. The system displays a notification of a side quest to rescue the martial world and save Central Plain after the Blood Demon is gone, preventing the Heavenly Blood Sect led by Jin Chan Baek from taking over the entire Central Plain. There are 45% of the area left. Kim Shan looks at the system panel in silence. More than half of the area has already been lost. Han Jisoo also sensed that something was different. Seeing her aim directly at the stone above with her flying sword, Bichyan Hax, who was caught off guard, exclaimed, "Oh my God, how did you know I was here?" Gugang recognized him and exclaimed loudly in surprise, "The celestial fighter Kim Han is curious." "You know him?" Gugang explained. "He ranks 7th among the 10 great masters, the celestial duelist Bichyan Hak. Bichyan Hak looks helpless. There's no way out now that we've been discovered. Goodbye." Hanju asked Kim Jan if he should chase after him. This time, he personally goes after him. "No, I will go. You stay here and keep things in order." No matter how fast he is, he's only running on foot. So whether you're ready or not, I'm coming. Kim Ze-han and the crows are constantly flying through the sky to search for the enemy's whereabouts. Their eyes are always shining brightly, as if scanning every corner where the prey might hide. In the end, Biyan Hak's speed couldn't escape the gaze of the night crows. Seeing this, with the image of the crows sweeping through the night, Sean immediately rushed over to him. From such a long distance, he still deliberately threw a powerful strike directly at Bichwai Ong Hak. No matter how many times, he could never have guessed he would be caught so quickly, which only made him panic and run wildly. Bichwai Ong Hak was so scared he didn't dare to stick his head out, hiding in a corner curled up. Is he crazy? How the hell did he find me? As he looked up, he suddenly froze when he realized he was surrounded by a flock of crows, which only made things more confusing. Crows? He's been infiltrating the blood sect for a while, but he's never heard of someone like Kim Zan. Just thinking about this, Black Bitch Y could only tell himself that he needed to focus on escaping first. Sorry, but I won't let you go. What is this? Seihan has appeared directly, making him panic and worry. What kind of magic is this of mine? Where did the entire forest disappear to? This is also a forest, a bed of a home. Even if you don't know what it is, run with all your might, or the only other option is to fight me. Among his stats, agility is the highest. I don't know who you are, but you're really arrogant. And all the other stats are just a level higher than him. But there's a solution. He will use Fragark to cut his leg and then control him. Bitch Yan Hawk, still frantically running, suddenly felt pressure from behind and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he still can't believe it, and shouted in fury. No way, is that the flying sword technique? You're weaker than that other one among the 10 great masters I've faced before. Are you saying you survived your encounter with him? As Bitch Yang Hach finished speaking, he had to scream in pain from a wound on his side. Why can't I even shake someone who doesn't even use martial skills? I know. But as you can see, Zan's lips curl up slightly into a sinister smile. There's no need for many words to deal with someone like you. After saying that, he immediately struck, delivering a fatal blow straight into his body. Now I just need to put him to sleep and extract the information from his dreams. But before I could start, a sudden blinding light flashed. Kim Shan was also stunned by it, staring in shock and thinking he could never have imagined that thing, even capable of lifting entire mountains. And then that sharp, powerful sword was pointed directly at him, suddenly reminding Shan that this is the true mastery of swordsmanship, a person with such powerful sword skills. Beek Yong Hash, upon seeing him appear, tearfully exclaimed, "#1 expert, let's go. Fighting while protecting you is too troublesome. Sorry." Before leaving, he smirked sarcastically and said, "Well, you're weaker than I thought. We will meet again. I look forward to the next time." Nop Sehan is not weak. He's just become insanely strong. Because of his sudden appearance, I realized one thing. Maybe we should review our plan. Welcome back. Little Vice Leader, what do you mean? I trained them a little. Let everyone know I am not the young leader of the blood sect, is it her? What about you? I am the one who knows the heavenly blood divine skill, the symbol of the young sect leader. Then Sean suddenly asked, how many of the heavenly blood sect's wind artifacts can fight now? Making Gugang a bit awkward, he replied, actually more than half are injured, so he didn't even seem worried at all. Then he smirked and snapped his fingers. Ah, in that case, Sehan summoned Bone to help them with the soldier's injuries. Hello, does Bon have a horn on her head? That's because this kid isn't human, she's a Queelan. A unicorn? Is it the unicorn that my subordinate knows? Things like this are better explained through actions than words. I'll start now. In just a moment, the girl immediately cast the Rufong technique, and the difficult problem of manpower shortage caused by injuries was resolved. A fairy has appeared. The rumor spread throughout Trung Nguyen. A half-deity capable of curing all diseases, simply called an immortal. And soon after, this news reached Jin John Bake, who was so angry he slammed his hand on the table. His face showed his anger clearly. What kind of monster is that fairy? Only Kim Se-han and Han Ji-soo entered this world. Neither of them has healing abilities. Damn it, we were so close to success. If we don't catch that fairy, we're going to lose. We have to find it. You want me to teach you the blood technique? You haven't learned it until now. Why the sudden change now? Because I see it as necessary to compensate for my close combat skills. Thanks to sharing the skill I learned from the assassin, I might be able to learn the heavenly blood divine technique too. Although I think I can adjust it to fit, it would be feasible if you and B help me out. It's not as easy as you think. That's why we're going to use this. Suffering training skill disables all skills except the designated one during its effect, increasing experience gain for that skill. This is the only way to learn the heavenly blood divine technique in a short time. I plan to fix this issue after returning to Earth, but since a day on Earth is almost a week here, who knows what might happen while I'm gone. A week on Earth is about 3 months here. Why do you have to go so far? You usually don't act like this. Nayep would think like me too, because it's true that he would do that. He will conquer Trung Nguyen and then descend to Earth, causing chaos. If that happens, the cooperative mission will turn into the worst disaster in history. A game board was created for Niall Thought Tep to entertain himself. A game where he used all his cheating tricks and had to win. As Sean spoke, he raised his hand to activate his skill, so he wanted him to know. The harsh training has been activated, and you have chosen the 1-star Heavenly Blood Divine Technique. The feeling of losing a game, he must win. 3 months later, only 40% of the area remained. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Kim Jong silently pondered and continued studying the heavenly blood divine technique. Suddenly, the sound of fire sparks made him stop and channel more magic power here. Wait a moment. Maybe using internal force would be better. Using more internal energy on that move would make the next attack feel unnatural. Both of them believed they were right, arguing back and forth, leaving Kim Chan's body to silently watch as a mere spectator. Lin Tyre firmly said, "Use your internal strength sparingly for better results. The heavenly blood divine technique works better with internal strength. Then why not come to Olympus and fight me to see if you can do it," he said with a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, feeling even more regretful inside. I should have just asked one of them. This is a battle of pride. Suddenly, Hanju unexpectedly stepped forward, making Kim Zae-han feel like her heart was about to jump out. With a nonchalant tone, "I don't like either of them. The truth is, I feel that channeling more murderous aura into the heavenly blood divine technique would be better." Lindertyre's palm clenched even tighter. She didn't just talk nonsense, but also directly proved her guess in front of him. Seeing her expression now, Kim Jong could only silently break out in a cold sweat. Just as I thought, Ju is not ordinary either. After a fierce debate, they finally reached a common understanding. That's right, if we do it this way, the damage to the enemy will be greater. I agree. Without waiting for him to be stunned and confused, Hanju confidently hugged Kim Shan's arm and said, "Maybe I don't understand martial arts as well as you two, but I understand Hanze." As Han Jisoo spoke, she kept her eyes fixed on him. Her ambiguous words and her glance made him suddenly tense, so he could only smile awkwardly and brush it off. A moment later, as soon as he saw her return, Gugang hurriedly ran in to report that the messenger bird had just delivered news about the meeting with the Martial World Alliance. Thanks. He still keeps wondering in his mind, I wonder how high his level is. And still so young. When it comes to martial arts prodigies, it must be about someone like him. Moreover, Gugang has always been paying attention to one thing, especially that look. Unconsciously, he couldn't help but speak his mind, as if everything in your eyes were just pebbles. The old man broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly tried to cover. It seems Gugang has been exhausted these past few days. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his gaze met Han Jisoo's, suddenly making him even more confused, unsure of what to say next. Although they are just pebbles, it's not that I have no feelings at all. What? It doesn't matter what I am? It doesn't matter how much effort you put into it. As soon as he heard these words, Gugang's eyes seemed to flash with enlightenment, silently muttering and pouring his heart into it. His expression returned to calm and emotionless as he sat down heavily on the ground to cultivate. It seems Gugang is not? Elder Sim was enlightened by those words, and his somewhat impulsive action made Han Jisoo suddenly pause and think, "You're right. She can't understand martial artists. It will be here very soon." 3 days before the Blood Sect and Martial World Alliance conference, Han Jisoo, as the young sect leader, led his team into the event. Welcome. The meeting will take place in 3 days, so please feel free to rest. Her gaze was somewhat distracted, as if preoccupied with something. The speaker responds vaguely. Duishu's appearance makes John O suspicious, thinking to himself, isn't the junior sect leader's senior brother coming? This young lady has followed that person's orders. The young vice leader of the Blood Sect is following someone who is not a blood demon. Who is that? Oh, it seems like the Martial World Alliance and the Blood Sect are really sitting together. Should we tell the others? Sitting in the 7th seat, Ma Taeshu even arrogantly declared, "What if the #1 expert acts? Just the two of us are enough." Sitting in the 5th seat, Sang Kwang-hu also did not deny. "If we succeed, he will acknowledge us." "All right, I will attack from here. You go around the building opposite and attack them from there." Understood. A sly smile curled on his lips. "Yes, even if I only hold the 5th position. When it comes to actual combat, the story is completely different." Then he hurriedly suggested, "Mathieu, let's start acting now." Suddenly, Wang Hu also seemed to realize that something was not quite right. Back Koan wondered why he didn't answer. No matter how much they called, he wouldn't respond. "Who are you?" Kim Shan sneered coldly, raising his chin and saying, "The one coming to kill all your allies. Sang Kwang-hu and Maget, you are the ones who lost, right? How do you know?" "I started learning martial arts 2 months ago, but I don't have much real combat experience." As you can see, just saying that made him completely stunned and frantic in denial. No way. This is clearly Jin's martial arts in the wine. Just that aura alone makes Sang Kwang-hu involuntarily shiver, feeling the shadow of the blood demon within Kim Zan. He has no time to care about that kid. He warns in a deep voice, "Ready to die, because I will take your head." The meeting between the Blood Sect and the Martial World Alliance was held in a very luxurious place. and with countless exquisite dishes displayed at the banquet. Han strode in boldly, causing everyone around to be amazed. Her appearance immediately became the center of attention, with everyone exclaiming that she was as beautiful as rumored. But there were also those jealous, probably weak in martial arts. From what I can see, she's quite skilled. Someone as beautiful and talented as Han Jisoo makes her feel resentful. Really? That's so unfair. But as soon as I turned around, I saw her standing right beside me, which made them even more panic-stricken. Little Vice Lord, why are you sitting here? Han Jisoo's gaze remained as cold as ever, as if the stones before her were nothing more than pebbles, and suddenly a deadly aura radiated from her, making the two girls shiver with fear as Ju spoke. Hello, Miss Han. Why are you here? That's all I want. Miss Han, P and I will go somewhere else. Suddenly, Hanju turned her face sharply, her eyes showing a cold, hateful expression. While the two girls were still stunned and confused, she suddenly stood up, swung her sword forward, and aimed it straight at the ceiling, creating a large hole. And they looked around in confusion, asking, Miss Han, what did you just do suddenly? Just as Ju predicted, something suddenly fell from the roof and hit the ground. A black-clad assassin was quickly eliminated by her. Han Jisoo then slowly explained, We are under attack. Don't move. I will handle this, so please wait here for a moment. Mathieu has been secretly watching from outside, unaware of any presence from the spies. We can't stay here waiting for Wang Hu to arrive. Even if the spies are caught, they wouldn't have time to prepare. We alone are enough to attack the Martial World Alliance if they let their guard down. He thought the opportunity to attack had arrived and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to charge. But in the very next second, Mathieu was stunned with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening before him. He just can't understand. Once they catch the spy, they should ring the alarm and attack. So they sent someone here to deal with my team? There's nothing to worry about. The members of the patrol here will be wiped out. Faced with the surprise attack, Mathieu also had to force a smile and admit it. It seems I am the one who was most careless here. She couldn't hide her surprise that her opponent this time was Han Jisoo, the young vice leader of the Blood Sect. But that didn't diminish Mathieu's murderous intent, his face becoming even more frantic as he shouted, I will bring your head back. After saying that, he quickly charged at her with incredible speed to deliver a finishing blow. But Ju didn't try to dodge at all, and instead lifted her face with a mischievous smile. You're pretty strong. The strange atmosphere makes Mathieu break out in a cold sweat, secretly wondering how she's still alive when her neck is already broken. The more Mathieu thought about it, the more he had a bad feeling, so running away would be the best option. He needed to escape, but she grabbed his ankle. It seems you're faster than me, so I guess I'll deal with your leg first. What rank are you in, you little brat with no strength? I am Ma Tu, the fierce fist of Baotok, and I sit in 7th place. Seeing her face become even more crazed and strange, he immediately switched to a threatening tone. Do you dare to disrespect me and expect to survive? But Hanju remains cold and indifferent, making Mathieu even more terrified, shouting desperately in vain. Wait a moment. It's done. Finally finished with this task. She waved her hand a few times, then prepared to move on. Now let's clean up. Kim Zae-han also seems to have sensed everything. It looks like Ju's side is done. His Heavenly Blood Divine skill has also been upgraded to 9 stars from the recent battle. He gained great experience, but it's still not enough. There are still 8 billion left. 2 of the 10 great masters have died, and the conversation between the Martial World Alliance and the Blood Sect will also cause chaos in the martial world. And Kim Shan has always been confident that they can do it. At this point, Jin Chanbi can no longer sit still, and in his impatience, he will lead the team to eliminate the little sect leader of the Blood Sect. Because he knows that so far they have been gradually taking control of the martial world without suffering major losses. But the young leader of the Blood Demon Sect dares to stand in his way, and it can be confirmed that this includes the one behind the Curtain of Crows. It's okay, the top expert said his martial arts weren't anything special, so Jin Chanbi then probed. Top expert, you handle the sect leader. You can do it right. As expected, not disappointing his expectations, he replied without hesitation. I can deal with him within an hour, so I trust you. Handle him in 1 hour. Commander, I will take this opportunity to wipe them all out at once, instead of fighting each one individually. Their only thought now is that we cannot afford to lose this battle. Nile Thotep suddenly smirked, wondering what expression Idra would make when he died. The next morning, Han Jisoo represented the Blood Sect to meet and converse with the leaders of the Martial World Alliance. The leader of the martial world, Nam Gong, couldn't help but feel relieved inside. With an immortal here, it will help a lot. What I mean is that the immortal is already here. She's just hiding. So she's here? Hearing that, they suddenly let out a sigh of relief, their eyes constantly scanning around, but they felt much more at ease inside. That's good then. The plan is basically finalized, and they have already begun preparing for the upcoming fierce battle. That is a formidable and skilled army already prepared and waiting for orders to set out. Namgongchono's face was resolute as he declared, "I will handle Jain Chanbake, and I will deal with the #1 master, hoping the Demon Lord can take care of the remaining high-level experts." So, I'm in charge of the rest, but the plan they considered solid was suddenly met with opposition. No way, what do you mean? I won't say anything. Kim Zae-han suddenly stepped out from the forest and admitted, "It's me, senior brother. I want everyone here to face the 10 great masters and the Heavenly Blood Sect. So who will confront Jin John Becca and the #1 expert? My junior sister will face the top master, so I will be the one to confront him." Instead of saying that, it should be me. Kim Shan has decided to handle him personally, also to avenge his master. While the martial world was busy planning, a sudden voice rang out. "This battle is going to be really exciting." Jin Chanbich roared wildly, commanding his subordinates to charge forward. Today marks the end of the martial world. Looking down from above, he suddenly feels something strange, his eyes fixed on the people below, and a mocking smile unconsciously appears on his lips. He ran away. Even Kim Zae-han, being naive, immediately appeared behind Jin Chanbi. He struck fiercely, but Jin Chanbi just easily dodged by tilting his body as if he posed no threat at all. Jin Chanbi even directly struck him down hard, sarcastically asking, "Do you think you can take me on your own?" Ka. At such a close distance, he couldn't help but be surprised when he suddenly realized something. That eye. Did you train the Heavenly Blood Divine technique? That's right, 3 months of hard training. No way, I was sure I heard you had no talent at all. I was right. Then Kim Shan suddenly spoke up to probe. Did Nia ever pass down the memory of your first game together? I had a feeling about it. In the end, he's really good at handling information. Is that also why you killed the blood demon? So that you won't be defeated by him. His words made him grind his teeth in anger, unable to speak. You. In his eyes was pure anger, and his whole body radiated a terrifying aura as he boldly declared, "I am the blood god, and today I will kill you, so that my brother's blood demon will fade into the past," Jin Chanbich said coldly as he stepped forward in front of Kim Jae-han, then looked at Han Ju with a satisfied expression. "You look like me, huh? The way you look at others as if they're useless. You speak as if you know me very well. Of course, it's because she has eyes like mine." Her face remained cold from start to finish, and her fearless rush forward made him nod in acknowledgement. "Brave indeed. But you can't do it. None of your skills threaten me." Blood slowly splattered out as soon as the two of them just started to clash. He was known as the #1 master, always calm and composed, but now he looks visibly shaken, eyes wide with shock, unable to hold back his question to Ju. Her hand has already been cut off, but she still didn't respond to him, only coldly delivering a heavy strike to retaliate. Then Han Jisoo coldly stepped back without even turning around. He kept his composure, looking at her, his voice no longer arrogant, but acknowledging that the attack was very powerful. So, he decided to respond with respect. After saying that, he truly focused on the fight, his demeanor becoming serious and more attentive. This time he chose to use one of his most powerful techniques to attack. Tai Duong Han and Ju, even after witnessing its power firsthand, remained expressionless and cold, indifferent as ever. Suddenly, in a moment, Kim Jong remembered his master's teachings. Martial arts are not created for geniuses. Now he understands that, so he has activated intense training combined with the use of the divine blood technique, because now he is ready for the next step. Are you only relying on your martial arts to face me? You should know that even if you use all your strength, you can't beat me. Clearly, you're holding something back. Kim Shan ignored Jinchbake's words, continued picking up his weapons to prepare for battle, and quickly launched an attack towards him. You talk too much, move clumsily, but I have to admit your effort. And obviously Kim Shan is smart enough to realize that even if he doesn't use all his strength, the gap is still too wide. Seeing your struggling state, Jin Chanbi's mocking smile deepened. Is this the pathetic legacy left by the blood demon? You've only learned this much of the heavenly blood god technique and dare to face me? Where do you get the courage to think that the blood demon's martial arts are enough to kill me? Jin Chanbi's state reminded him that he had lost his mind. He crazily charged at him, still not forgetting to mock. It's really disappointing. Is that all you've got? The weapons clash with a deafening, eerie sound. I can say the same. After all, we're just cheap copies. He's my brother, so of course we have to be a little alike. You're wrong. You'll never escape from his shadow. You probably really want to kill me, and you're also someone who uses the heavenly blood divine technique to prove you've overcome the blood demon, and it's no surprise that you imitate a few moves of the master because you're nothing but someone who spends his life chasing after the master's shadow. Jin Chonbich suddenly couldn't hold back a cold laugh and confidently declared, I will show you my martial arts. Sharp sword strikes were unleashed, which is also the strength of the first form of the A-Tula. Then, the third move, the Heavenly Void, releases a deadly aura, and with the ultimate move, the sword seems to tear through the air itself. Jin Chonbi paused for a moment, emphasizing with conviction, and this is ultimately the technique he is most confident in, the 5 moves of the Naraka Heavenly Blood Divine technique. Indeed, the power of each strike put Kim Shan under an indescribable pressure. He couldn't escape the blood demon passed down through the Heavenly Blood Divine technique. The other person who doesn't know about the Celestial Assassin Star must have had a reason for the master to do that. Suddenly, he remembered his master's teachings from before. Look at Seihan through my eyes, the depth of his martial arts. 2 terrifying forces like the entire forest being completely overwhelmed by their power. From a distance, all you can do is marvel in disbelief. The young master in the armor seems to doubt himself, questioning if this is truly a divine battle. The #1 expert, despite having a different opinion about Hanju, still arrogantly believed that even as the young sect leader, he could withstand that attack. But before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly changed color. His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't utter a word. Now she is no longer a beautiful and talented young sect leader, but a beast. Han Jisu's eyes have become completely hollow as she screams wildly in furious madness. In just a short time of fighting, her body was covered with countless wounds of various sizes and severity. The man narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. A beast that has lost its reason, instead of using martial arts, resorts to dirty tricks. After saying that, he resumes attacking, taking the initiative. In that moment, Hanju remained as calm as ever, never panicking or dodging. Her state was a bit strange, as if she had completely lost control, directly rushing toward the man. However, in just a moment, Han Jisoo was sent flying into the corner, shattering the wall. Still, he couldn't deny that his strength was truly astonishing. In this way, each time he struck, it grew more brutal, as if he wanted to kill her. Hanju floated in the air, seemingly about to collapse at any moment, staggering aimlessly. But he had no intention of letting her go, continuing to use his move and torment Han Jisoo, with each wave of pain on her skin, making her scream out in agony. Can't I cut it off? The system also announced at this moment. With a fragile chance, the more severely you are wounded, the less damage you take. Suddenly, the top master came up with a new form of torment. Then I will burn her alive. Then as everything pierced through her body at once, she screamed in despair, torn apart by the pain, until Han Jisu's eyes seemed to darken. She was frenzied and filled with murderous intent. Her speed was so terrifying that she lunged to attack before he could even defend or dodge. The #1 expert was so furious after Hanju beat him like that he cursed this monster, then even fought back, hitting her 100,000 times worse. But she remains unwavering and unafraid. In his eyes, only confusion and surprise are visible as he asks why. Why do you have to go this far? Aren't you in pain? You don't feel pain? But she only growled angrily as if her mind had completely disappeared. This time, Han Jisoo threw him straight into the stone wall, just like he had done to her before. She still had numerous crossed swords embedded in her body from what he had just caused. It seems his patience has truly run out, so he swings his sword to cut her in half and screams for her to die, causing chaos to erupt around them. That slash was like trying to cut through the ground itself. But instead of feeling happy, he became so worried that he stood there, stunned, frozen in place. Then chaos, shock, and fear caused him to lose control and scream. Stop, stop, isn't it enough yet? You have no reason to oppose me. Who are you? Han Jisoo calmly asked while swinging the axe in her hand. Do you decide to take my place? Hearing that, he started attacking her again, continuing the fight. Han Jisoo's wounds also worsened as a result. But just when danger was about to strike, he suddenly realized in shock. But it was already too late. Han Jisoo was still standing silently there. Finally, she has completed her mission, and he sighs coldly, saying too much. At this moment, Nithotep is secretly observing the situation through the screen. From what is happening, he suddenly feels a bit suspicious and thinks it's strange. The Kim Shan he knows is not the type to gamble, yet he didn't expect him to choose to learn martial arts despite the risks. That suddenly reminded Nyarlathotep that for some reason he had a bad premonition. Could it be? But then again, he just couldn't understand how a human could do such a thing. Returning to the battle here, Jin Chonbich was frantically shouting at his father. I asked what it was. The divine blood technique? That is not the Heavenly Blood Divine technique. The Heavenly Blood Divine technique is not like that. I didn't expect you to be able to perfectly combine the two powers like that. Perfectly? No, it's quite unstable. That is originally evidence of a super viable growth type, where within 30 minutes the stats can increase by 100% and all attacks will be critical hits. But the balance between the two powers will collapse when the superlative strength ends. You must finish it as quickly as possible. But nothing has changed. Brother, Jin Chonggung, did you foresee this? Kim X Han couldn't hide his excitement and said eagerly, "This is just the beginning. You're not the only one who received the inheritance skill." His expression remained calm throughout, but his eyes suddenly narrowed, and unexpectedly Jin Chan Big pulled out something that made Kim X Han flinch. He couldn't help but wonder, wait a minute, did Nyarlathotep Tep give him that item? That item is similar to a key that can be used to control the laws of the universe. The black polyhedral mass is an item made from crystal, containing the essence of the void outside, the rule of chaos. That is not something you can control. If it loses control, the entire central plane will disappear. Nothing is more fitting than this for my final moment. Finally, Kim Shan understood his true purpose. Because Nyarlathotep Tep hates losing, he probably gave that to Jin Chan Bake to ensure he would die. Under the influence of the black polyhedral matter, Jin Chan Bake becomes increasingly powerful and berserk. Charge forward. Crow, use your divine blood magic. Go ahead. Its power and destructive ability are truly terrifying, making Kim Shan instinctively think, what kind of item is that? Before using the black polyhedral matter, Jin Chan Bake's strength was already overwhelming, and now it has become even more ferocious. He is attacking wildly, leaving you no time to even move. Or should you try to dodge? Kim Ze-han was knocked to the ground in a corner, his expression growing more cunning and calculating. Just looking at the dent on the wall was enough to see how formidable Jin Chan B's power was. How long do you plan to keep dodging? But Kim X Han knows he must hold his ground now. So he continued to evade and defend, using retreat as a way to wait for the right moment, then strike back when the opportunity arose so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Kim Ze-han's back still stood firm there, accompanied by Jin Chan B's mocking sneer, and that was all. But this is only the beginning of the battle. He continues to charge at him. However, no matter how hard he fights, Kim Shan still does not retaliate, only leaning aside to dodge. This suddenly made him lose patience, and he yelled crazily, "Are you going to keep defending forever?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in Kim X-han's mind. He had only one way out. He had to end it within 5 minutes. And that was when Jin Chan Bake's fighting spirit surged within him, unleashing the 5 techniques of Naraka as he charged forward with a voice full of anticipation. "Show me what you've got." As they got closer, he finally spoke in a deep voice. "This is the finishing blow." It was in that life-or-death moment that Kim Ze-han suddenly had an idea. Right now, the only thing he has complete control over is his decisive move. Asura, a deadly attack that turned the tide of the battle, making Jin Chanbik no longer underestimate him. The outcome of the fight was clear. Kim Se-han was able to strike a decisive blow. Jin Chanbik, who intended to finish him off with a single attack, was unexpectedly the one who lost. And Kim Se-han has truly managed to do it. This is like a gamble, and he has won. He still seems unable to accept reality, standing there lost in thought. Even Jin Chan Bake is confused, wondering if he still failed in the end. Thinking of this, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, kneeling and lowering his face. "Is everything over? Are you watching? Your God has given you power out of curiosity and to amuse himself, which makes you more convinced that he is surely watching you now." That's surprising. I didn't expect you to land that move at the last moment. Yet in that situation, Jin Chan Bak suddenly turned around and handed him the black polyhedral substance. "Take it." So Kim Shan also reached out to grab it. Then he simply said casually, "When I die, that person will definitely take that thing, so you might as well take it yourself." Why? Because I don't like that damn bastard who keeps laughing. At this point, Jin Chan suddenly paused, "And you need it to slay the gods. It's not a monster in disguise, but a true god." Then his figure gradually disappeared. And of course, Kim Se-han also realized that the god he was talking about was not the participants in the game, but actually the system itself. Neotep kept thinking, and couldn't help but say, "I don't understand why he handed over the polyhedral material. If Father finds out, it'll be trouble." A mysterious smile suddenly crept across his lips. Maybe it's time to activate the hour mark. Gugang can finally confirm his suspicion. "Just as I thought, the two of them come from a different world. Soon must miss you a lot. I don't remember being close to her, but I will remember her. We can come back again. Brother, no, senior brother, are you serious?" During this time, Gugong will lead the blood sect as the sectmaster. Follow the order. As soon as Ira saw the two people stepping out of the barrier, he hurried over to ask, "Are you back?" Nothing major happened, right? She was gesturing as she recounted, yes, except for losing 2 main missions. Hearing that, Kim Jae-han suddenly turned away, pretending to be lazily disinterested. There's nothing we can do about that. You look so carefree. There must be something fun, right? Yes, I got this. A black polyhedral mass. This suddenly made Ira gape in amazement and ask, oh my God, how did you get that out? So it turns out it was all part of his plan. But there are things you choose not to tell, I quietly think to myself. Could I actually use this? Use it? We can use it as a key, right? Ira reluctantly smiled and replied, I, as a being like me, cannot refuse your request. Give it to me. But soon after, Ira suddenly felt regretful, wondering why she had to take on more trouble. As soon as I infiltrated inside, the system issued a warning to shut down the game server to block Bay. Is that possible? I didn't know because it was also my first time seeing this. In the end, after a bit of exploration, Idra also let out a relieved sigh. It's done. You can say that you have the authority to intervene in the system. Can you first synchronize the time between Zhongyuan and Earth? Once you're done, I'll reply, sorry. But this is also my first time. And she just smiled awkwardly, thinking that as the system administrator I should have said no. Suddenly, he gently ruffled her hair with affection and said, I am very grateful. I don't know what I would do without you. Zedra, smelling of gunpowder, asked Hanju, how long do you plan to keep stroking her head? Doing this to a deity is an insult. Since when do you respect the gods? I never told you not to do that, so go ahead. She shouldn't have let a human do that to her head. She's lost all dignity. I am Sean's avatar. I am not a god right now. While they were busy arguing, I suddenly felt touched when I received a cup of coffee. Thanks. Who would have thought that Saiyan would be comforted by this tentacle monster? The game is currently running smoothly without any issues, and sales are steadily increasing. Based on what Jidra said, our game ranks quite high at 3rd place. However, the new gods are struggling with the gap in power between them and the users, so they are held back by the barrier. This has also made Nyarlathotep feel uncertain. Yes, it will be difficult to adhere in a game full of veterans. Narrowing that gap will be our advantage. Kim Dong-shu gently pushed up her glasses and cautiously replied, that's right, but the most suitable way is a leapfrog mission, huh? We can consider it, but we've decided it's not feasible. You know we can't change everything, so it's hard to proceed. It's okay. Thanks to some disrespectful gods, we can do a lot now, and he needs the leap mission at all costs. So what? If that's the case, it's not just about attracting more users, because as long as there are multiform black materials, Neithotep will come up with more plans to hinder him. He becomes more certain in his heart. And this is definitely connected to its location. A lost ancient city beneath the Pacific R, and also the continent of Mu. That place has its own civilization and tribes, the only remaining area on Earth where the ancient being lives alongside the old gods. The problem is that they are hostile to humanity. In short, that ancient entity is a disaster for mankind. Gago, the sea god. Countless people have died in Asia because of his rage. Seeing Kim Jae-han standing there lost in thought, Lee Min-an wondered and asked, hey, what are you thinking so seriously about? I suddenly snapped out of it and said, really? What's going on? Hayami called him, saying there are a few matters that need his opinion. Hearing that, Seihan immediately took a trip to Incheon to discuss with Hayami's group. Seeing him arrive so early, Azo couldn't help but smirk teasingly. Oh my God, you're here so early, Crow. You must be really free since the wizard did all the work anyway. Hello, Mr. Sean. She's right, so I can't argue anymore. Please accept my greeting. Why are you acting so strange? Aren't you a god now? Lord Ao said so, but the strange atmosphere makes Seihan feel uneasy and scratch his head cautiously, asking what she wants my opinion. On Minsu suddenly asked what he was preparing for. Right now, there's nothing major yet, but once the event happens, there will be, because gods are not the only ones appearing in the game. She's talking about demons, right? And they are powerful. Some troublemakers have already appeared. At this point, you also suspect that they might be the 7 princes of hell? Anger, greed, and even desire will probably come too. Why so many? Wait a minute. Desire? The more he thought about it, the more Seihan became confused and wondered, didn't he already kill him? You think you already killed Chris Bright during the event mission? At least for the event you're preparing for. It's better to stop them. Those guys are in contact with troublemakers in America. America? You mean the Church of the Burning Fire, where they will focus their investigation on this trip. Azel didn't expect him to figure it out so quickly and start hinting again. That's right. How did he know that? I thought you wouldn't bother to think, but only Sean would know because in your first life, you already saw them. We need to hurry. Can my people and I go together? Her people? That's right. Don't worry, this time I plan to help for free too, which might make you a bit suspicious. Azo plans to let Jia Un face the contract holder in America? Anyway, Seihan suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with becoming friends with a powerful demon like Azel, so he agreed without hesitation. All right, in exchange, I hope you won't bother me. You must prepare thoroughly to ensure nothing goes wrong with this event. Only one person has made a pact with one of the 7 kings of hell, and that person is Chris Brett. She made a contract with Mara Papias, the demon of desire. I'm sure I already killed that person. But according to Misua, it seems that desire is also involved in this matter. Then a sudden call made Han pull the cart back, causing him to startle and smile awkwardly. Sorry, did you do what I asked already? Yes. Then Bong Xiu skillfully listed the tasks he had completed, distributing B-grade items at the auction house and using A and S-grade items as ranking rewards in the arena. The top-ranked player in the arena is John Sunan of Agatum. Turns out, that's why he told you to focus on improving your fire resistance. An item created just for San. Knowing how to promote based on the item will attract more people to the arena. In the end, nothing encourages spending more than PvP. I'm organizing a point-earning event. If you don't have a job, join the event to earn some points. Oh, the jump event, right? Yes, I will join. All the preparations are done, but the comments on the system board keep increasing, sparking heated debates. Seihan still watched attentively, then quietly spoke up. Now, just as Han Jisoo entered, without turning around, he quickly suggested we go to America, right? You're going to the US soon. Are you ready to go? Weren't you planning to go without me? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation to hear Zine speak. It was like that at first, but I also really need you, because there we will have to fight demons. What should I do now? I accidentally knocked her out, but is she okay? What should we do? I didn't expect this person to have made a contract with one of the 7 princes of hell. In just a moment, they discovered her existence. As if there was a mouse. The moment these words were spoken, Chris Bright was so frightened he dared not breathe heavily, trembling in a corner. If you want to save this child, then follow our instructions. I have to find Ao, right? That's right. And that guy named Crow is still following, so find him and kill him. Why Crow? We are quite interested in him and want to see his abilities. We plan to use her to test the power of the Crow, but escaping from here comes first. As long as she and Ceres don't die at the same time, we can always interfere with each other. Thinking of that, Chris Bright's steps became even more hurried, more urgent than ever, because more than anyone else, she knew that was Chris Bright's only hope. Seihan and Jisoo had just left Chicago Airport when Azazel was already waiting there. You arrived late and saw Ju, so you waved hello. Oh my, you're here too? Hello. Seihan was straightforward and got straight to the point. So, what's the situation? A strange group of people has been spotted in San Francisco. It seems they are from the fire worshippers. Then you should have told me to go to San Francisco from the start. Then I'm not happy. I want us to take the train together. This suddenly made him ask hesitantly, by train? You mean the transportation method? But Azo didn't explain directly, only implying, it will be faster if you do it yourself. Anyway, that ship will be full of members of the fire worshippers. So he kept wondering silently, San Francisco might be their headquarters, but could something also be happening in Chicago? Kim Shan couldn't help but glance at her from afar, silently sighing in frustration. Is it really that hard to explain everything? With her abilities, she immediately figured it out and asked with a naive smile, what's wrong? Her personality is really strange, but the power Azel possesses is 10 times stronger than Abaddon's. She is a monster, even among the 7 princes of hell. Even though Sean was hiding and lost in thought, Azo had already left, but didn't forget to remind him. Let's go. I need to meet the 2 summoners quickly. I want to know why they dared to say they would kill my contract holder. Amid the bustling crowd around her, her eyes suddenly caught something, and she immediately called a taxi. Look at that, is he also a member of the fire worshippers? I think so. The Bai Hoa Jiao is known as the Wind Sect that worships fire. It is a religion founded by the Wind people in the Middle East, worshipping flames and venerating only one god, Ahura Mazda. And you have also thought this through, carefully. Although you don't know why they are in America, it's most likely related to the seed. The seed, according to them, is the divine ovum. The seed, also known as the divine ovum, is the embodiment of both good and evil, talking about a gift to be offered to the consciousness of sprouting. In the end, Han Jisoo finally understood that from the very beginning, the sprouting had failed. That is all they can guess for now, but unlike the first round, 2 of the 7 demon princes are involved in this, so the outcome might be different. Inside, a notification sounded that the train would depart in 10 minutes. All passengers, please board now, along with Ilo's urging. It seems the train is about to depart. Shall we get on? It won't be a problem if the train actually departs soon after. I'm not sure if accepting help from the demons is the right choice, but without them, it would be very difficult to find a way to make the seeds sprout. I wonder if I'm unnecessarily involved with the demons. It seems that so far they have hidden the seeds in Chicago, so if they find a way to help the seeds sprout using the demon contract holders, the seeds will also be transferred to San Francisco. Am I right? Hearing that, Sahan couldn't help but be surprised and asked her, "Did you hear that too?" Azo also straightforwardly replied, "Of course I have sharp ears." Han Jisu's expression suddenly became cautious, warning carefully. This ship is a good place for evil to thrive, and they can sense it very clearly. I heard you say there are only 2 contract holders of the 7 Kings of Hell. They are probably the minions of the contract holders, and I also have no idea what those devil contract holders will do. Moreover, what always worries you is that we just boarded the ship and it's hard to track them. The train to San Francisco has departed. If those guys move, you understand what I mean. Have you located the seed yet, the demon contract holder of the greedy demon? Yes, I think it's in the last carriage. Good, we're busy searching for Ao and them, so I hope you handle this matter properly. The demon's henchman suddenly asked suspiciously, "You still haven't found their location? They were supposed to arrive here a week ago, but I haven't seen them. No matter what, we will find them, so just focus on stealing the seed. Got it?" After the conversation ended, he finally let out a relieved breath and asked, "Is everyone clear? Take the seed and eliminate all of Baihuo too." Next, they immediately turn on the lights and give the order to move out. Yan has also secretly been planning and is now executing the plan. Once they get the seed, we will lead. Suddenly, Han Jizu appeared behind him out of nowhere. In his bewilderment and confusion, she frantically smashed the glass, viciously reaching out toward Jam, causing him to panic and scream non-stop. Wait a moment, just like that, everything quickly turned into chaos. The windows on the ship were shattered. Han's car was also secretly calculating. While Ju handled the crowd, another guy suddenly cursed. "Damn it, you can't come here, go somewhere else. Maybe he won't listen. Kill Quash. That might be a good idea. You should blame yourself for coming here. Why do you want to take the seed that the Baiho sect is protecting too strong?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly asked, not going to answer, making him shiver with fear. But even if he was beaten, he refused to speak, so Han's car just gave him a few hits before tossing him aside. Strangely, despite searching thoroughly, he couldn't find any Baiho Adon here at all. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly spotted a suspicious group and quickly guessed he had hit the jackpot. As soon as they saw him, they frantically shouted, "Who the hell is this bastard? Are you lost?" Some of the guys in front of him were beaten so badly by Han's car that his companions couldn't help but panic and shout to each other. "Yen, contact the team leader." His voice carries a hint of anger, as if he's losing patience. "Sorry, but I don't have time to waste on you guys." Then, in the blink of an eye, each of them was brought down by Kim Shan's overwhelming power. "Die." His expression remained cold from start to finish, as if he didn't even bother to look at them. After taking down that bunch of thugs, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes, "It seems you're not on their side. You're helping us for some kind of benefit, right? I'm doing this for the seed. That person doesn't want the seed to fall into the hands of the demons you made a pact with. That person is a god of 2 demons, one of the 7 princes of hell. But I don't plan to take the seed anywhere. At least tell me the exact location of the seed, right?" The warden unhesitatingly pointed the way and said, "You should be able to find the answer with the strength you have. Go this way. The seed is right there, and it's even secured with chains." He stepped closer and called in a low voice, "Hermit, appear now." Even after witnessing it firsthand, Han couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "This is the seed." He knew that the seed represented humanity with special abilities, but this really was a human skeleton. However, as soon as he returned to his train car, he told them this story and couldn't help but laugh. "So the seed is a skeleton? That's really interesting. Aren't you going to seal it away?" "No, I'm going to leave it as it is." "Oh my, that's surprising. I was planning to revive the seed. The stronger the weapon, the more careful you need to be. I'm sure the fire worshippers won't refuse. If left alone, that thing will definitely explode." Hearing this, she finally understood the reason and suddenly sneered. "An explosion? Ah, I see. So when you say explosion, you mean that if that skeleton is left alone, it will turn into a disaster. It's time for that artifact to be revived. Although it's a skeleton, it's not dead. It's just in a deep sleep. An entity that can transform based on human will, it is the relic created by the fire worshippers in a mythic era, a divine creature created from fragments of a Huramda. During this investigation, Sean discovered that those Bahoa Dugais had no intention of reviving the seed, but were trying to control it. From the very first round, the Baihoa Jiao failed to control it with their secret techniques, and I can be so sure because I remember clearly having gone to America to prevent an uncontrollable situation. I wonder what those monsters have created. So Lord Aelo, can you handle this? I can't do it. I'm at my limit with things like this. What worries me the most is the purpose of those demons. but the most likely scenario is that they intend to steal the skeleton, so maybe I should meet Man. The secret contract demon of greed suddenly sneered, "Are they both on the same ship? Then our master will be quite annoyed." This is really annoying. It seems the fools of the fire worshippers don't know we were the ones who attacked the ship. Even if they know, what can they do? We are the only ones capable of handling it. With the 7 princes of hell, we are the rulers of this world, and we could even turn this game into our own. In other words, become gods of this planet. Suddenly, Sean's group arrived at San Francisco Union Square. As soon as they set foot here, Azazel guessed that the deal would take place in San Francisco Bay. I think the only one who would come here is the contract holder of Wrath. If there's only one, then their headquarters must have been moved somewhere else. His eyes suddenly became vacant as he spoke. So let's wait and see. That girl is under the observation of the higher-up scanning the crowded city. Kim Si-han quickly recognized Chris Bright in a trance-like state. Mesmerized. This suddenly made Sean stare blankly, wondering how she could still be alive. Are you sure she's dead? She's a contractee of Desire. Han Jisoo, stay here and stop anyone from approaching. What about you? I will eliminate the mastermind behind this. My intuition tells me that something is happening. Thinking of this, Sean quickly rushed in to create a small distraction, and then silently observed. Suddenly attacked, Chris Bright froze in confusion, looking up to see a crow. But from her expression, Kim Si-han suddenly guessed that she seemed to be quite excited. That's why he immediately jumped down without hesitation, aiming to personally lure her so Chris Bright would panic and chase after him, quickly catching him. Then he finally decided to use the Heavenly Blood Divine technique. Then Sean suddenly changed direction and quickly turned back to attack, catching her off guard and hitting her instantly. Clearly, he remembers you are dead. So how are you still alive? I have to take the seed, or I will have to kill you, or Azalo's contract holder. Why are you and the Gluttony's contract holder on the same side? Are you saying we're on the same side? It seems you have no intention of talking, right? There's no way I will tell you. His voice grew even colder as he spoke, so I guess I have no more options left. Until she collapsed, she kept whispering her calls. Siri, at last you finally understood everything. You're wondering what happened to her, so she was under surveillance? If we let her go like this, she's definitely going to die. Let's save her this time. Thinking of this, Sean could only call Bon. The girl's face was no longer cheerful at all, even showing a bit of resentment from being suddenly summoned while still eating. Kim Se-han forced a smile and tried to flatter him. I need to ask for a favor. At the same time, in San Francisco Bay, Ma-en suddenly sneered and sarcastically asked, Did you die? There's no way I can confront the crow directly. That's right. Then he cruelly ordered her little sister of Chris Bright to do whatever she wanted since she was no longer useful. Really? We understand now. So everyone immediately rushed to Siri's cell, frantically calling out, Hey, are you awake? Who is that guy before she regains consciousness? Who are you? How did you get in here? You don't need to know. Then he just sneered and coldly said, You're going to die anyway. Bon, holding up the 2 broken pieces, sighed and said, I hope next time you'll give me a heads up so I can store the donuts in the fridge. Seeing the girl so gloomy, Kim Se-han stammered and kneeled down. Sorry, next time I'll buy a whole shop of donuts. Azo suspiciously looked over and asked, Can this kid revive the dead? He coldly replied, She's not dead. This is just a temporary stasis caused by poison from the sword. Kim Se-han thought to himself, It proves that Mina's illusion magic is improving every day. The information about that medicine is a paralysis drug produced by Lim Mina. Extracting this item as a potion causes all creatures within a certain area to enter a state of temporary suspension. He predicts he will be able to create spiritual medicine again within 2 minutes. At least until then, I really need to wander. The only remaining land of the gods on Earth to obtain alchemical ingredients that cannot be found on Earth. Kim Zine asked for help. Bone, let her go. The girl replied immediately, Yes. Then she places both hands on C.R. Bread's body, and B closes her eyes to cast a spell. The ancient inscriptions then enveloped her as she lay unconscious. After a moment, the girl sighed happily and said to Kim Jeon, It's done. Then sharply flicked Cry Bright's nose. Why won't you wake up? She painfully opened her eyes, stammering as she sat up and asked, I'm still alive? Kim Se-han sneered and replied, You signaled for me and still hope to die? I remember her looking at the ring before she died, which suggests there's something suspicious about it. Christ Bright hesitated and said, This ring was made to monitor me. A person named Ma Yu made it. Ao Zhen interjected. Isn't he the contractee of the Dark Demon? My contract holder said so. Chisbright asked in surprise. Then you are also one of the 7? Azel replied confidently. That's right, go on. I can't take off the ring unless I die, and I can't explain the situation because I'm under surveillance. Wait, let me ask one thing. Why are you still alive? You must be dead already. She said that if one of us sisters died, the other could be revived for the remaining one. He nonchalantly replied, even though right now the girl is being held hostage by that bastard. Hearing this, Chris Bright's face darkened with fear. She desperately shouted, "Please save my sister. I am willing to serve as a beast to help you. I will tell you where their headquarters is." Kim Shan nonchalantly said, "If you say she should die, then you can be revived." Chris Bright hesitated when he heard that, but thinking that he could pay off his debt because of this, he smiled and agreed. "All right, I will help." Suddenly, Ao interjected in a deep voice, "Wait a moment, then we are at a loss." Kim Shan looked puzzled. "What's going on?" she immediately said. "My contract holder just did something a bit reckless." Ao sighed helplessly, saying, "Let's go quickly because another demon's contract holder seems to be approaching." On the other side, the urgent voices of several people rang out. Where did they run off to? Find them quickly. Hiding nearby, Siri panting asks, "What's going on? Why are you helping me?" "You are also a demon contract holder," John said coldly. "So what?" She felt a little irritated at that, then heard him coldly say that it seemed another bastard had arrived. Shin thought to himself that he was very strong. So strong that he wasn't sure if he could win, and he could feel his rage. Then he hurriedly looked up at him right above. Immediately, rocks and debris fell from the ceiling above. Shin gritted his teeth, turned away, and as the debris continued to crash down, he swiftly carried Sirius, smashing the window and rushing outside. "Hey," the contract mage of Wrathful Demons slowly steps out of the fog. "I came here just to be cautious, but I didn't expect there to be a hidden rat. Are you the contract bearer of laziness?" "My master told me to kill you," Sirius warned anxiously. "Be careful, besides his hot temper, he's very strong. Do you have any last words before you die? Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." With that, he cunningly focused his energy into his palm. Seeing this, Shingo-sa's face darkened. It is a skill inherited from the Wrathful Demon, temporarily amplifying magical power multiple times. The greater the fury, the more magic power he gains. Ian contemptuously dismisses the incompetent. Die. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy shoots out from him. Jagan quickly hugged Sirius and flew away. She was terrified and screamed loudly but still held tightly onto his neck. "Let me down and run away." Shinjan tried to speak, but he aimed at the girl on the other side. He sneered in contempt, truly foolish. With that, he shot out a straight beam of light that nearly grazed the two of them. Looking at the den on the wall, Jinjan pondered. The attack was not large, but its speed was much faster than usual. He is truly very strong. Dan taunted, "You're nothing special, just dodging around. Why would laziness choose someone like you as a contract holder? I didn't expect the third strongest Demon Lord's contractee to be so weak." The two of them could only silently watch him and sigh. "It's so unfair." Suddenly Asmodeus appears behind and growls, "Stop playing around, kill him!" Calmly steps forward and says, "As you can see, he's gone crazy." Shin placed the series in a corner here and told her to hide. She anxiously asked, "You'll be okay." Immediately, he cast a spell to attack there, but Xin Jiawan had already jumped high to dodge. Seeing that, was amazed and said not bad. Before he could finish speaking, a strike suddenly came at him. Seeing him appear before his eyes, he was stunned and stepped back. How did he do it? He gathered energy into his palm and swung a punch, shouting loudly, "You damn dog!" Ugh. Shin dodged and quickly counterattacked. He thought to himself confidently, with his speed, he wouldn't be able to attack us. He was immediately struck hard in the mouth by him, causing to gape and fall down, already badly injured among the wreckage. He couldn't believe his eyes and thought, did he just hit us? He was lying there bleeding in pain, stunned. What on earth just happened? At this moment, Jinjan also stepped forward, exuding a dark and deadly aura, raising his hand high and delivering a powerful strike to Yi's face from right to left, then punching back from left to right. Holding his unconscious collar, Go pondered. Just as he thought, his body was quite stiff because he was a contractee. He needed to concentrate all his power and destroy his head in one strike. Thinking this, he spun magic into his palm, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Yi, but suddenly was blocked by a surge of energy. Now Asmodeus has possessed Yi, and he sneers, "Foolish, just stand there, stunned." He quickly flies back and asks in surprise, "Wait, why are you retreating? Why not finish him off right away? Otherwise, there's no way to win." At the same time, John looked seriously into the distance. Asmodeus stepped forward and said, "You're weak, but not bad." He casually walked while pondering, probably compensating for your weakness with his sharpness, huh? John saw what was happening and immediately stepped in front of Sirius, warning, "Don't touch him." I felt this kind of power before. Remembering the previous scene, He was sure that at this moment, the wrath demon was taking over his body, their faces turning pale with fear as they realized they were surrounded by death and despair. Can we escape? But all they got in response was one thing. No, we will definitely die. Suddenly, Azo appeared and cut in quite interestingly. She landed in front of John and asked, "So this is a contract mage duel that Yuan mentioned? I'm so disappointed. Asmodeus." He clenched his teeth and growled angrily. "Azio. Is it okay for Azo to go alone?" He coldly replied. "The power Azazel can unleash now is only on par with an ordinary player. But stats don't matter much because she's that kind of existence. Have you forgotten how Azazel and Underbone fight? We just need to observe them." The two of them moved to hide nearby and watched the demon and the bishop facing each other. Seihan thought to himself, so that guy is the demon contract holder. The hidden demon here asked, "Let me see the seed." Based on your past life, even the 7 princes of hell would struggle to absorb it because it is powerful enough to shake the entire earth. The bishop asked in astonishment, "Do you really think you can control it?" He casually said, "My lord says he can." Hearing that, Mr. Tran hesitated and ordered, "Bring the coffin here." Immediately, a few people dragged it out. The demon chuckled with amusement. "This is it." He states the condition. You want to know how to seal it or control it, right? In exchange, what will I get? The bishop hesitated and replied, "When our gods descend, the Baihoa religion will hold this world, and with their help you can do whatever you want." He casually said, "In other words, you have nothing to offer me now. If I revive what's inside this, do you have a way to control it?" The Holy Scripture of the Peace Sect shows how to manipulate gods, but the method to bind them by will has been lost. From afar, Diu, curious, asked, "The magic around the coffin is increasing. Can you seal it?" Seihan firmly replied, "No, because dying means no more dreams. I guess he's planning to transfer the soul of the demon into a seed and bring a divine-level creature into this world. Since only the magic of Baihoa sect can control the corpse, he will probably seal it away, because if he can't have it, it's best to bury it." After discussing, Ma unfolded his arms, satisfied. "All right, I accept." Hearing that, Sahan widened his eyes in surprise. What? Could the greedy demon really have enough power to take over the body even after being restrained? Then I hear the bishop urgently ask, "So how long do you need to seal it?" We're in a hurry. However, he casually reached out his hand. "Can we shake hands before that?" He hesitated for a moment, then reached out his hand. "Shake hands?" "All right." The demon confidently says I can seal it immediately. Seihan was stunned, thinking no way. Even the greedy demon here can't do it right now, so his goal is to instantly send a beam of light from above, piercing straight through his chest. Seeing the demon slump and cough up blood, the bishop urgently asked, "What is going on here?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "I understand your story very well." Seeing Han leave, he was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" You calmly said, "Did you forget that from the beginning I told you to deal with the demon?" The bishop angrily questioned, "Why did you do that?" "He's already dead, so there's no way to stop the seed." Seihan said indifferently, "He doesn't know how to seal the body either. Even a prince of hell would have to pay a heavy price to bind such a powerful entity. Right here, right now, it's impossible. In other words, what he wants is to awaken the divine spirit by driving it insane." The bishop asked anxiously, "What should we do?" Seihan considered and replied, "I will find a way before everything gets out of control." He trembles and his face darkens. Then it's too late. He looked suspiciously and wondered why the bishop hesitated to speak. Because that moment is now happening. At this moment, the bishop reveals a cunning smile. Sahan's body stiffens, unable to believe it. He wondered silently, is this a skill of the greedy demon? Since when? He remembered the handshake earlier. Sahan blurted out, "Don't tell me it was then." He calmly replied, "Yes, I shifted my consciousness when I shook hands with him. I am just a newly appointed archbishop. This body is a puppet of mine, and I can make it say whatever I want." He coldly said that if the gods awaken, you won't be safe either. He calmly replied, I know very well." Seihan hesitates, guessing that your eyes and you yourself are a demon. Hearing that, he grins happily. "That's right, really. Ma doubts. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be surprised that you didn't realize it. Really? You might have the power of a sacred relic, but Asmodeus and Azel are fighting." Seihan coldly said, "Your contract holder won't escape this unscathed either." Hearing that, he sneered, "I'm also quite upset about this because of the demon. Well done. But I guess that's all I can do for now. I have to finish this mission." He pondered for a moment, knowing that the only reason he would still pursue this risky task was for one clear purpose. Seihan guessed, "You're trying to eliminate those above you." Mamern lowered his head and said, "That's roughly it. I don't have time to talk anymore, so let's end it here." He then touched the skull, squeezed it to channel energy, and said, "See you next time if you are still alive. A magic orb will be launched and the bishop's corpse will become soulless. Seihan quickly grabbed Ju's wrist, pulling him away from the chaos and back to this side, as Asmodeus shouted angrily, "You bastard Asio!" He clenched his fist and said, "How dare you look at me with such contempt?" Ao nonchalantly said, "No, I'm quite happy actually. Not many demons are loyal to his desire anyway, which is true. You are the embodiment of wrath. Right now, I think Azel's strength is only a third of mine. He's definitely stronger than an ordinary person, but not enough to fight Asmodeus." Seeing her expression like that, he wondered why she was angry, and Asmodeus roared, "I will kill all of you." Then he immediately shouted and swung his icy arm to punch Ao. She quickly dodged and countered with fire magic, then slapped him hard across the face. Thus, Asmodeus was subjected to Ao's relentless assault, crying out in pain. She looked at him suspiciously. "What's going on? Do you want to be beaten again?" Asmodeus reluctantly steps back. He shouted in anger, "You damn bastard, Azel." They are both extremely uncomfortable with that sound. Asmodeus gritted his teeth and threatened, "Once the demon seed is back." "Even you," Azel interrupted indifferently. "What do you plan to do with the seed?" he replied casually. "I digest it. That thing called a seed is just a pile of accumulated emotions. It is nourishment for me. Wrathful demon, if I can transfer my soul into the seed using Mon's magic, I will be stronger than I am now." Ao sneered and said, "I'm a bit curious how strong you'll become." Asmodeus calmly replied, "I know pride suits you better than laziness. I have to meet M, so I'm retreating now." Suddenly rocks and dirt start pouring down everywhere. Io immediately shouts, "Follow me, we have to get out of here." After finishing, she led the way and ran off. Jagan and Siri hurried after her. On the other side, a giant black sphere releases energy everywhere, jumping up and spreading its power across the space. Observing the scene, Seihan suspiciously said, "Is this what a high-level god looks like? Watching that energy source gather into a human shape?" Ju asked in amazement, "Is that a seed?" Hesitantly, he said, "It has completely broken out of its shell, so it's hard to call it a seed." The child of Ahura Mazda, consisting of the extremely good Spentamu and the extremely evil Angra Manu, was created by the fire worshippers, but right now it is a monster closer to the evil side and is also called Ahriman. Seihan in shock added, "The thing we saw was its container. Now we can see its true form." Then the giant monster Ahriman roared loudly. Seeing it lift Asmodeus up, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, is that a player?" "No, he's Asmodeus, the wrathful demon." At this moment he smugly said, "You bastard demon, have you caused the seed to mature?" Seeing its enormous form, Asmodeus confidently ordered, "That monster, become my nourishment." Hearing that, Seihan was stunned and wondered, is he planning to absorb Ahriman directly? So that was Mam's true purpose. Jisoo also wondered aloud. "It seems like that demon wants to do something to Ahriman. Should we stop him?" He helplessly replied, "I can't, it's too late." Seihan cursed himself silently, how stupid he was. Meanwhile, Asmodeus was feeling extremely confident. "Just as I thought, this meal is really delicious. With this, I will defeat Io." Seeing Arian raise his hand towards its mouth, he was a bit stunned, and then thought blankly, "What's going on? It is a being inferior to me. How dangerous and unlucky. But I have to take the soul out of E's body." Seeing that he's unharmed, Asmodeus straightens up. "My soul cannot escape. I hesitate in despair. I see now, I am the one who was deceived. Ma'am, so this is your true purpose." Immediately after, Ahriman threw him straight into its mouth and swallowed with satisfaction. Then, Ahriman's foot slowly lifted off the ground. It hovers alone in the air, the surroundings falling silent. Jisoo asks with suspicion, "Why is it so quiet?" Sean casually said, "It's digesting him. It's turning Asmodeus into nourishment for itself." Suddenly, Azo runs over and says, "This is getting complicated." Curiously, he asks, "When do you think it will wake up?" She guesses it will be about 4 or 3 hours. Seihan decisively says we must do our best to prevent it from moving elsewhere. Ao asked curiously if there was any way to completely eliminate it. He firmly replied, and she exclaimed in surprise, "What?" "So what should we do?" Seihan said coldly with a smirk. "I mean, the usual methods won't work. Explain clearly because it is a divine existence, so we won't be able to win just by normal fighting. Physical damage can't kill it because essentially it exists in a spiritual form." Seeing Siras standing behind, Seihan calmly said, "I will also call Chris. You and your sister evacuate the people nearby." Ju asked nervously, "What about me?" He gently ordered, "You and John are responsible for making sure it doesn't get anywhere else." Azo also jumped in to say he would help, but "Are you not doing anything about this, Crow?" Seihan looked puzzled and replied, "Me? I'm busy. I have an appointment. Are you asking us to design Araman as an event monster? That's right, just post a video on your channel now. If you say there's a reward, the players will flood in like a tide. Aquanin smiled and said, I will inform the US server. We can consider this a guerrilla event, she said excitedly. If there are rewards, there must also be achievements. What do you think? Even if it's fake, the god is still a god. Normal players would have a hard time dealing damage to it, Kim Dong-shu suggested. So, what about a defensive mission? Something like preventing it from reaching other areas. Seihan agreed. That sounds good. It's a high-level god, but players can still handle it because it has no intelligence like Anderbaran. Moreover, we have insurance. Ira said seriously that it could be done. First, I will inform about the event. Thanks for your help. Goodbye. She thought it was reckless, but still feasible. However, this is something a god would never do. Imagining Ariman's figure, Idra muttered to himself, maybe I've gone too far from the divine realm. At the same time, a voice echoed from the window of the building. This is our chance. Looking at the interface, Eric Sanders thought with interest. With no time limit and a god as the opponent, at least we have to go this far for them to respect us as they once did. Suddenly a voice rang out. If it is Ahriman, you better be careful. Based on what I heard earlier, it has even swallowed one of the demon princes. He is suspicious. This voice truly owes me. You'd better use all your strength to fight. I will lend you my power. Eric Sander was stunned. Apollo, he used its form to plead. Now go to San Francisco. Somewhere else, a few people looked around in confusion and spoke. Is that Ahriman? There's no sign of it moving. Han's vehicle turned into a crow flying around, thinking to itself, good, gather together. That will buy more time for the people to evacuate. From that sphere, Ahriman's powerful hand burst out. He solemnly thought, has it already begun? It forcefully slams down on the ground, its eyes blazing as it lets out a piercing scream. Han Cheol-ju quietly admires seeing it like this. Only then do I realize it truly lives up to its name. It's so powerful that normal players can hardly defeat it, so that's why we need insurance. The system immediately sounded. Blessing of the divine granted to brave warriors facing powerful enemies, increasing stats, boosting mana. Everyone marveled and discussed. Oh, I suddenly feel strange, full of power. Eric Sanders is also stunned. Idra's muscles, although they consumed a lot of points, Han pondered and said, I think this should be enough for the player. She can come at any time. He muttered. Good, just a little more. Then I should do what I need to do. Since ancient times, the one who strikes first always has the advantage. Thinking that, he immediately launched an attack, his sword turning into a golden light, rushing toward Ahriman and piercing through its chest. Seeing the hole there, everyone exclaimed, What is that? Eric Sanders thought to himself, I don't know what that is, but it's my chance. Without hesitation, he shouted, Let's go. We will defeat that thing. Immediately, Ahriman roared loudly, as if to sweep everything away. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, The wound is healing on its own. Seeing its mouth open to attack, Eric Sanders panicked and shouted a warning. Suddenly, Azazel appeared, sighed, and turned around absent-mindedly. What? Is she crazy? What is she planning to do alone? Then Ahriman's energy burst out of his mouth and shot straight toward Azazel, but she waved her fan to block it. Azazel gently said, Keep attacking it. I will block that thing. Nearby, Gon quietly wondered, That's too unreasonable. How could it use a near-mystical divine technique with a human body instead of its true form? He clenched his fists and thought, IOL is indeed a powerful demon, so strong that I don't understand why the Lord chose me as a contract holder. As Asmodeus said, Ahriman kept roaring loudly, kicking many people into the air, and one person screamed in fear. Help me. Don't shout anymore, I already got the message. You're not hurt at all, are you? Hearing that, he looked confused and touched himself in disbelief. Ira kept going, and everyone charged forward fiercely. Bap keeps going. The chance is here, let's take it down, guys. Ahriman opens his mouth wide and screams, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. From where Ahriman is standing, the ground splits in two, causing many people to fall into it. He continues to panic and screams, then falls down. Seeing himself safe and sitting on the ground, he was stunned and exclaimed, Mom, how am I still alive? Sehan, standing there casually, said, I shouldn't open too many portals. He then jumps down from above, sword in hand, and says to Ahriman, How do you feel now? Immediately. Sehan swings the sword and cuts off its arm. Ahriman screams in pain, but it quickly grows a new arm and lunges at him. Han quickly flies up to dodge, realizing he can't recklessly destroy its body. The more it is attacked and the more time passes, the stronger and more complete its body becomes. If this keeps going on, I'll reach my limit and won't be able to deal damage to it. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky in surprise and said, Finally, you've arrived? Over here. Ju grits his teeth and charges forward, striking Araman with a powerful blow, but it doesn't seem to faze him at all. She angrily thought, this is so annoying. No matter how I attack, it doesn't take damage. Earlier, Seihan gently told Jisoo, once the battle with Araman begins, protect the players so they don't get seriously hurt. Jisoo hesitantly asked, are you not allowed to fight? He firmly replied, no, protect the civilians left behind as well. I remember that moment I clenched my lips in frustration. He didn't tell me to fight, which meant I was useless in this battle. The more Oppa becomes stronger, the more I am surprised. The two behind shout, look, that's a shooting star. No, it's not a shooting star, it's a sword. Diu was stunned to hear that. A sword? If it is a sword, then she immediately turns to look. Don't tell me that at this moment Rivera's Librabo sword is rushing to cut Araman's thigh. From the light emitted by the sword, a figure appears within it. The hand moves, the foot steps forward, and the hand raises the sword. Seeing the girl there, Ju was stunned and wondered why Lin had come here. Her daughter clenched her fists in anger. Lin coming here means calling her over. Why am I stronger than her now, but still watching her wave the sword? Ju thought, not convinced. If I keep going like this, I'll lose my right to fight alongside Sean. I need something. She is so obsessed that she remembers, for example, the power to crush even the evil gods. Ju immediately hugs her head and dismisses the thought. No, stay calm. Sean doesn't like that and will find a way for me to grow. The future also says she can't beat me. It's okay. Don't be angry. This won't happen again. I have to be a good girl for you, Sean. Suddenly, Taylor's future voice echoed in my mind. Sometimes she also has to act mischievous to make Ju stay clueless. Meanwhile, Taylor had cut off Araman's two arms. Seeing it had recovered, the girl frowned slightly. Seihan sighed. Lin, she's gotten even stronger. Now she's more confident in controlling her divine power. Suddenly, Taylor ran over and said, Uncle, I'm here. He replied, dissatisfied. I told you to call me Big Brother. Are you taller now? The girl keeps talking regardless. That thing keeps regenerating itself. Honestly, I didn't think I could beat it. Seihan calmly told him that he didn't call her here to defeat it. I want you to find the location of the core inside Araman's body. The hand exclaimed in shock. The core. Seihan then said that Araman is just a drained soul manifesting through divine power. He hesitated for a moment, realizing that each time its divine power was restored, it consumed a little. I could faintly see a flow of energy supplementing the depleted divine power, and I had to find the core that supplied its strength. Then Hanskar turned to ask, do you have the power to distinguish good from evil? The girl hesitated and replied, I understand. Those things contain too much evil to easily find the center of the wickedness. He immediately interrupted. No, don't look for the evil. When we look for the good, all we see are evil thoughts, but inside it has two personalities. Suddenly, the realization dawned. I understand, so I just need to find the good part within him. Seihan replied with satisfaction. That's right. The girl hesitated and said, but no matter how hard she tries to find it, it's not as easy as just saying it. He immediately analyzed that it was because its body continued to develop, with divine power and demon strength merging together. On this side, Araman muttered, I will kill. And then he said. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. Seihan was so shocked he staggered back. Wait a moment, can it talk? It doesn't stop there. Araman continued to shout loudly, I will kill all of you. Seeing that, Bang Huang remembered that in his first life, it wasn't like this. Seihan was stunned and guessed, don't tell me. AOL responded, I was right. Seeing this, he called out to Alo in surprise. She coldly explained that it had swallowed the wrath demon. The more intense the emotion, the stronger it became. Outside, Araman's body tensed and turned purple as it growled, Die. Seihan thought to himself, its voice just like Asmodeus. He suddenly shouted, What's wrong with it? He explains that it is trying to distribute the power of what it just swallowed throughout its body. The longer we wait, the stronger it gets and the fewer chances we have to do something about it. Araman's chest suddenly glowed brightly, and then it unleashed multiple attack beams from all directions across its body. Each blast hits different objects, destroying everything in its path. Hanskar also angrily dodges. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Two people just shouted to watch out and try to save, but they were already shattered by it. Seeing that, Tay quickly cleared his throat. Araman immediately turned his gaze toward the two of them. I hurriedly asked, Lin, haven't you found it yet? The girl nervously replied, Just a moment, give me a little more time. Seiya frowned seriously and said, The slower it is, the more likely you are to die. He thought to himself that Araman was gradually gaining awareness. Once it fully gains consciousness, it will become an unstoppable disaster. If an artificial divine-level body fully controls its power, no existence in this world can stop it, and it might even be worse than the Underbaron monster. Suddenly, Tyre shouted, I found it. Seihan hurriedly asked, Where? The girl hesitated and replied, just below its neck. The problem is that the core is protected by a shield made from demonic energy. The core is an emotional crystal, but it is surrounded by a lot of demonic energy. He pondered and said, it seems like it's using Asmodeus's inheritance skill. The angrier it gets, the stronger the demonic energy becomes. So, does that mean we need an attack that can break that shield? Tay immediately said, I think that's a bit too much for me, but we need to break the shield and destroy the core at the same time, or the shield will recover instantly. Seian worriedly thought that even with her aura, she still lacked the strength to break through the core. More importantly, if she wanted to destroy the core, she also needed the power to break the shield first. The player has that kind of power right now. Being absent here, I might not have a way, but will AOL do it? Seeing the car look at me, Ao coldly said, what's the matter? Qua seems you've figured it out already, huh? He said sharply, are you planning to do it or not? She replied immediately, I will do it. That made Han's car a bit surprised. He wondered to himself, are they really going to do it? Thinking back, ever since Ao came to the United States to hunt demons, things have been abnormal. Is John that important? Looking in that direction, Sean Han was suspicious. What is he doing? Araman kept moving and extended its arm behind it. Az observed and said, if we leave that as it is, the planet will be in danger, right? Sehan nonchalantly replied, I can try to repair the planet through the system, but the United States will become a wasteland. And so will we, here. She closed her eyes in resignation. Got it. I'll drill a hole through it and you'll handle the core. Can the crow do it? He said happily. If you can punch a hole through the ghostly barrier, I can do it. Let's go, Lin, she said, pointing cluelessly. You? Sahan immediately said, because the goddess of justice is the worst enemy of evil spirits. You want me to be bait? Then make sure to protect yourself well. After finishing, he clenched his arm around her and said firmly, I got this. Then Sihan lifted Taylor into the air. Ahriman chases after them and immediately jumps away from its grasp. Sehan flies through every corner, gently saying, try to get used to the speed. Suddenly, an octopus tentacle approaches them. She quickly swung her sword to cut through all of that. Sahan was surprised and thought, she's aiming precisely at those tentacles while flying at this speed. Arian angrily shouted out loud. Seeing this, he thought to himself that with its limited intelligence, it was easier to deceive it. However, I think there are more tentacles chasing us. Suddenly, a powerful attack was launched from its mouth. They hurriedly retreated. The hand asked in astonishment, what did it just do? He hesitated and replied, the attack just now contained both divine power and demonic energy. A creature that combines both divine power and the strength of demons. If someone is hit by that, they will immediately die. But for some people, it is a gift. The girl looked up in surprise. Huh? Seeing it open its mouth to attack, Taylor frantically shouted, here we go again. Sehan hurriedly looked around. Where did Adeo go? Looking over at the bridge below, he thought with relief. The tentacles there continued to lash out, and the girl hurriedly said, they're coming from underneath too. Sehan shouted loudly, hold on tight, Azo. At the sound of the English call, she immediately turned her face back. Sehan threw the Talo away and shouted loudly to catch her. Ao quickly caught the girl. At the same time, the tentacle also reached John. He whispered to himself, now you're the only one who can stop Araman. Jagan saw this and was shocked. John paused, wondering what made that guy think I could do it. Maybe it's more accurate to say he trusts Ale, not me. Even if I can't stop it, Ael still can. I've done this stance countless, hundreds of thousands, even millions of times. I'm not a naturally talented player, that's why I've always wondered why Azo chose me as the contract holder. He clenched his fist and reflected, but it no longer mattered. I no longer feel fear because Azel's gaze shows he trusts me. He immediately swung his hand and punched through Araman's body, thinking to himself that Azel was a strange person. But he was not lying. Previously, Azel had said, I have never given you my inheritance skill, but you have never doubted or questioned it. I don't know if you can control that skill. My inheritance skill is special. Are you curious? She explained, I've never tried to become stronger. Strength doesn't come from talent, but from the ability to break limits. I have never trained, so I gradually became lazy. My strength allows me to become infinitely stronger without effort. The problem is not a skill that an ordinary person can control. Zoe was very surprised to hear that. Aizo continued analyzing. Breaking the limit is a skill that makes a person stronger, but how you use it depends on your own abilities. The desire for power will make you stronger. The broader your mind, the greater your path. That's why I chose you. You have succeeded in defeating Naviros. You bow your head to the ground, shattering the mask and reclaiming control of your body. I'm also curious how strong a human can be. Thinking about that, Azel looked at him for a moment. The magical energy here is spreading and surrounding John. He remains contemplative, and the more intense his emotions become, the more Naviros's creations generate magical power. As if my entire body would be crushed by this power, yet somehow I still manage to withstand the pressure. As long as my will does not collapse, Azel's inherited skill will have no limit. At the same time, Zagon strikes fiercely. His arm is steadier than ever. Immediately, Ahriman's core appears. Then, John's legs began to tremble, and he collapsed to the ground, powerless. Saiyan pats John on the shoulder, praising him. Well done. Immediately afterward, he leapt into the air, sword in hand, rushing toward Ahriman, thinking to himself that whether a human is born with talent or not doesn't matter. For me, it's the same. Whether I can do it or not, isn't it that very thought that has caused me to fail countless times at the beginning? Seeing this, Ahriman roared in threat. Han quickly gripped his sword and launched a relentless assault on its core. I was amazed to see that even after channeling energy into Fragark, it still couldn't pierce the core. I barely managed to make it crack a little. Wait a minute, is it healing itself? He said coldly. If Fragrit doesn't work, then no one said you can't channel energy into another weapon. Sean pulls out the Pi Banker, a weapon armored with the power of a multi-electronic black matter block. He charges it with energy, raises it behind his head, and strikes forcefully at Ahriman's core. It keeps writhing constantly. My tired hand asks, have we defeated it yet? But isn't that thing about to explode? At that moment, Ahriman also curled up and exploded in the air, with liquid pouring down like rain. Corroding many people, Eric Sanders quickly shouted, "Run!" Touching that liquid is death. Over here, Han's car raised 2 fingers, creating a space portal to catch that liquid. He was stunned and asked, what the hell are we still alive for? What should we do? Isn't that the person who defeated Behemoth? Could it be that the space gates around us were opened by him? He was very strong before, but now he's on a completely different level. A monster player, I can't believe it. The more I look at Han Eric Sanders' car, the more chills I get. All done. The system shows that the urgent mission has been completed. All participating players will receive their rewards. Az approaches to praise. Well done, Crow. Cleaned up pretty well. I thought I'd be exhausted to death. Seihan considered all the residual thoughts he had absorbed into the space, which was nearly drained of his magic power, and Ahriman's residual thoughts had caused some of the items he collected to tarnish and disappear. It's a big loss, but it doesn't mean I gained nothing. A wave of enormous evil thoughts could harm all living beings, and a shard capable of containing a deity. If used well, they will become powerful weapons. Azal asked curiously. Are you planning to return to Korea right now? He asked skeptically. Once we're done in America, we should head back, right? She then said, our contract holder needs some time to wake up. Seihan nonchalantly said, it seems the side effects from the inheritance skill have already appeared, right? Then he looked at Taylor and smiled, saying, see you next time. The goddess of justice. The girl sighed and replied, yes, I also need to return to Olympus now, Seihan secretly doubted. But Ju has been quieter than usual tonight. She's been looking at Ao as if there's something uncomfortable she wants to talk about. Azo calmly said, but thank you, I owe you this time. He calmly replied, okay, we're leaving now. Suddenly the ground shook violently and someone asked, is there an earthquake? Du nervously asked, what's going on? Sean silently wondered, could it be that he's so stunned he can't believe it? Rai has already appeared. Everyone here is excitedly watching the news. At the same time, the announcer's voice comes from the broadcast. Scientists have identified the cause of the global earthquakes. A new continent has appeared off the Pacific coast. It is twice the size of South Korea, and scientists believe it contains an ecosystem with many monsters. The government agreed to assemble a team of players representing each country to explore the strange continent. Hem chuckled confidently, saying that if he uncovered this mysterious story, he would rise rapidly. But until today, that has been impossible because the system's restrictions make free broadcasting impossible. However, society has become similar to the time when the game first started. Players and the system coexist together. Hemet puffs out his chest proudly. The player representing each country, huh? Is there anyone else besides me? After all, I am Hemet's embodiment. He pondered for a moment. There's no announcement that our government will form a team, but I have a feeling they won't pick an unknown like me. Even though I want to declare myself as Hemet's incarnation, maybe boasting about my level isn't something anyone would like. Oh no, I don't want to miss this chance. I secretly think that if that's the case, I just need to find a worthy guild to ask for help. On the other side, Lim Mina hesitantly asked. Saiyan indifferently replied, just stand there until your legs get tired and you'll walk away on your own. She stepped closer to probe, looking a bit serious. Are you worried about the new continent? Isn't it quite common for new areas to appear during the game's updates? You replied coldly, didn't you? That island has been buried deep underground for a long time. If we leave it like that, it will eventually invade all the other continents. That new continent is one of the most brutal regions in the universe. Hanzei turned back to warn the idiot that he would soon find Miss Tu. Just a name. Limnina quickly followed. Take care, little sister. He quietly considers that there is some risk, but the reward is also very promising. Miss is one of them. But this is a dangerous gamble. R changes over time, so my map of that place is no longer useful, and it's very hard to predict what we will face. While he was lost in thought, suddenly someone called out for the Han car. He was startled and turned back, asking how long you had been standing there. The girl hesitated before replying. Just a moment ago, but if you're planning to summon me there, remember to give me a heads up before doing anything. My donut, my cake. Seeing Bon so dejected, I reluctantly replied. Ira, looking dazed, glanced at her and asked curiously, "What's going on?" The owner of Tahan calmly said, obviously, "Is it possible to create a main mission related to Ria regarding her situation?" Idra calmly said, "Without system intervention, main missions are not under my control, but with the Black Polyhedron, that's possible. We just need to change one main mission in the future. If there's anything else, just give me all the commands at once. I'm busy researching human sleep." That's interesting. Seeing her so excited and hugging the pillow, he helplessly said, all right, I'll say it now. This time you will come with me." Ira innocently said, "I will go with you." Then she suddenly jolted up to confirm. "What? You want me to go with you?" Seihan calmly said, "You haven't done anything either. The staff these days will do a lot." He thought to himself that besides asking questions, he also needed her help. He couldn't have predicted Neil Thought Tep's second appearance at all. There's also another issue I didn't expect. Looking at Ira's profile, all her stats are maxed out, which makes me feel exhausted, and I never thought Ira would be the biggest problem for me. Are you kidding me? She used to be a goddess. What are all these stats for? She's just a manager added to our guild headquarters, right? IR irritably replied, "Yes, that's true, but I was reborn with the body of an ordinary player, and even if I die, I can be resurrected. My soul belongs to an outer god, so it cannot be destroyed. My title is SSS level reborn player." Seon listened and lazily agreed. FFF would be more accurate. I got bored thinking that her stats would be high because I could use the inheritance ability without any consequences. If this isn't an area that needs adjustment, her impact on the game will be quite limited. The only positive aspect is that she can use the polyhedral prism. If I can't bring her to R with me, I won't be properly equipped to face the risks there. At this point, Idra can only use one skill with that many stats. Opening and closing the space pouch is probably just once or twice. Ira annoyedly said, "I understand, you're just underestimating me, aren't you?" Seihan tiredly replied, "No, I'm just thinking of how to boost those stats of yours." Remembering the news that a month from today, the leaders of each country will recruit players to explore the New Forest Palace, he pondered that in order to take her along, he needed to raise her stats to a certain level. Then Seihan cheerfully said she should fight a few goblins first. Idra replied casually, "All right." Soon after, a goblin collapsed unconscious to the ground. Idra proudly said, "See, a dream wizard can do that." They were stunned and confused. To kill a goblin, Idra has died a total of 1 or 2 times. What is she so proud of? He said irritably, "Doesn't she know how to dodge attacks?" Idra replied casually, "I don't think it's necessary. I will just revive myself somehow." He said sternly, "The most important thing in a battle is to avoid fatal wounds. Maybe for an immortal like you, you wouldn't understand. But she takes too long. What if the monster escapes while she's reviving? The human body will react to every wound. You can feel it, right?" She firmly said, "Yes, I feel a bit of pain when I bleed, not to mention feeling a little dizzy. I know human bodies are fragile, but Seihan immediately throws the sword away. I want her to use this." Ira looked confused as she took it and asked, "Is this just an ordinary metal sword?" He casually said that was enough for her to kill a goblin, but she still needs to learn how to use her body. She pouted and sighed. "You make everything so chaotic, normal players have probably given up already." Seihan calmly said, "Jisoo slaughtered a pack of goblins the first time she picked up a sword." Ira was left speechless. Comparing myself to a player like Jisoo is enough? And also, why do I have to go there? Just handle everything with your teammates as usual. Calmly tell Anazif to stay inside Ri. Anzi is known by another name, Necronomicon. It is a dark magic book that appears in the legend of Saithunu, and Bao's great sword is also somewhere in Lahia. She thought to herself that if those two things combined, it would create a ridiculous weapon, along with its manual. Bao's great sword had already become insanely powerful, but if it also combined with Anazif, someone could even summon the void, and such an existence could be considered the true leader wielding power over the external gods. The one waiting at the door, Ira Tran, hesitated and said, "Even Niall Thoth, I didn't think he would summon primordial chaos." Seihan coldly replied, That guy is jealous of you. But since he can't understand that feeling, maybe he's really going to do something reckless. If Nyla calls forth the void, the end of the world will come. She added that it would be better to prevent any humans from accessing R. You immediately object, but we still need the Necronomicon, Ira asked in surprise. Are you planning to hunt gods from outside too? Seon replied calmly. This isn't a hunt, just self-defense. She calmly said, well then, I guess I have to go with you. With the black polyhedral prism, I can seal the portal. He reluctantly said, the only question is, when will she be able to go? Let's start over with the goblins. This time, try to keep the deaths under 3. Just take it there, and I will show you what a true god can do if determined. Place it in the Pacific Ocean, on an island floating in the sky, where creatures from the abyss are wandering everywhere. Watching them move back and forth, Nyarlathotep thought to himself, wow, there are a few of them, huh? He squinted and smiled, pondering. Creatures from the abyss, they are a semi-aquatic bipedal race with fish-like faces, living beneath the deep ocean, and they are much stronger than humans. If this race invades the land, chaos will ensue. Okay, I understand why they control half of Roy, Nyotep thought as he walked. It's quite inconvenient to be in a world governed by another system. Being unable to use my powers is really frustrating. Luckily, at least I can impose my control over the minds of that abyssal race. My father's great sword should be somewhere around here. My loyal star monsters will find it soon. And when I get the great sword, he's scheming in his mind. I haven't come up with any special plan yet. But maybe I want to summon the void over here. Sahan clapped loudly. All right, that's enough for today. Ira sheaths her sword and kneels down to complain. Do you know how many times I've died? He replied with a sarcastic smile. After 30 times, I stopped counting, she declared loudly. Kwong is still as brutal as ever, only aiming for my neck. Ju nonchalantly said, he told you you're immortal. Sehan lazily said that if she died because of us, she wouldn't be able to bear it. She calmly replied that she only saw this as an opportunity to eliminate her. Ira firmly said, the winner is the one who survives, and I can't die, so I don't lose. Diu coldly implied. People who talk like that are likely to be sealed forever. She sneered and replied, there's no magic in my body at all, yet I still think about sealing the demon. Without divine power, you can't surpass human lifespan. Hearing that, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity. So, what about Sean's case? Ira immediately explained. He has gained a high level of divine power, so he's not an ordinary person, but it's hard to say because he's a celestial being. Diu asked curiously. Can becoming a transcendent help you live longer? Sehan calmly said you don't need to become one. You don't need to rush. Even if you're only close to the level of a transcendent, you can still live longer. Hearing that, she sadly thought if she mastered the divine blood magic, she could have divine power like the blood demon Jinbike. The power of divine force is truly incomparable. Ju questioned further, one more thing, Sehan, you will take me to the place called Ri, right? I can't say for sure. There is a race called the Star Monster Race in Rio. They are attracted to those who possess the power of the stars. You were born with the Star of Destruction, and your strength also comes from the stars. They will chase after you like hungry tigers because they can sense your energy, so you can't run away. She muttered in disappointment, unable to believe it. What about you? I already shared my abilities with you, Sehan replied immediately. You weren't born with it, Jisoo, were you? Please help me train with Idra tomorrow morning, she responded casually. All right, this is also a good way for me to relieve stress. Idra looks like the end of the world is coming. Unlike me. Hey, you two just keep arguing with each other. Tomorrow won't be easy, you know. Then, hang in there. Today's match with her is really sleepy. Someone outside shows concern and asks if you're done training yet. I will weld. Seeing that person is Bongsu, I asked out of curiosity. You just finished and are coming over? He replied calmly. Yes. Because of the appearance of the new continent, people have been carrying weapons a lot lately, probably also bringing extra for safety. It seems the countries are gathering players, although the official conquest date hasn't been announced yet. Hans stroked his chin thoughtfully, but gathering players would take about 1 or 2 weeks. We need to speed up the progress. At the same time, the newsfeed continues to report that the government has started recruiting players to explore the new continent. Players can join if their average stats are above level C, with extra points for those who are embodiments of gods. Song Trang-gu, feeling disheartened, rested his chin and thought that the new Luke Dien had nothing to do with him. He gave up, thinking he didn't have many useful skills or impressive healing abilities. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you here? Song Trang-gu was startled and looked back. Are you done with Idra now, Kim? Han, tired, sat down and said, yes, now she's at the level of an ordinary player, but when trying to increase stats with points, they increase randomly. Hearing this, he exclaimed, randomly? He replied lazily, the stats suddenly spike, but stamina remains at around 50. Anyway, you should start preparing. Song Trangu looked confused and said, Huh? What do you mean? Sehan immediately explained, This time my team will include Idra, Mina, and you. He looked at me in surprise. So what about Miss Han? He calmly replied, She will oversee everything for us. The places we go to are not very safe with her around. Get ready to register. And it seems we also need to do a little checking there. Okay, I will prepare. I can understand why you think that, but we're here to register for the new continent expedition. She was stunned, all four of you? He confidently replied, Yes, all four of us have registered. The receptionist said, First, I need your names and the guilds you're from, and you also have to pass a test to secure a spot for exploration. Seeing him enter his name, she flinched. Han, the driver from the Assassin Guild. Han, the driver, asked in surprise, Is there a problem, miss? The receptionist quickly contacted the walkie-talkie. Yes, I understand. Then she respectfully said, You passed the test. Mr. Kim, what are you suspicious about? She hurriedly said, We dare not consider testing you. Sir. The receptionist sweat profusely and added that the other members of your team were not allowed, because we have no information about them. Lee shouted in disbelief, Auntie, is there no record of me anywhere? She knows what I've been doing all these years, doesn't she? Oh my God, I even saved the world once. Sayan had to advise her to calm down. Come on, you'll get through this easily. She pouted in frustration and said, I know, but it's not fair at all. You took all the credit. He asked directly, Can they check now? The receptionist replied, Yes, they can check at any time during the day. Sehan calmly said, then seeing the number of people standing there, Ira casually remarked that quite a few players didn't meet the standards. A guard approached and asked, Hello, member of the Demon Slayer Society. The test will take approximately 1 to 2 hours. Sehan nervously asked, Can I go in with them? He immediately said, Only those taking the test are allowed into the testing hall. Limina reassured him, Don't worry, Sehan, we will come out soon. He helplessly thought to himself as if he didn't care about Mina or Trangu, but only about Ira. Without me there, she probably wouldn't do anything strange, right? Limina waved goodbye and said, See you later. Sehan worriedly thought, This must be how parents feel. When they let the children go on their first day of school, a voice rang out, All contestants, please step forward according to the order. The test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage includes a simple theoretical exam. Next is the skills test, followed by a one-on-one match with the supervisor. Limina anxiously tells her that Idra has been called to the front. Song Trangu was just as nervous. Who is her opponent? She replied immediately. Honggun from the Origin Realm was truly worried that Idra couldn't even leave a scratch on Jisoo. Both of them looked worried and asked each other if she could defeat Gun. Even if Ira loses, Sehan will find a way to save her. But at that moment, Ira confidently drew her sword and said, Don't utter such blasphemous words, kid. I will show everyone the true power of a god. They secretly sighed. Oh no, Bae-oi. Then she stood up and staggered away. Honggun curiously asked, Are you sure you're Idra, player number 125? Idra replied softly, Glad you're paying attention. Seeing that, she grew annoyed and gritted her teeth, saying, I think I need to correct your attitude. Honggun casually said, I will let you attack first. Seeing that Idra was still standing still, she asked, Do you not intend to rush in? Then immediately, Hongwon charged forward, swinging his sword at her, coldly saying, Let me do it. Ira quickly tilts her face to dodge, thinking fast. But having faced Jisoo before, this is still a good way to avoid. Still, I'm having trouble finding an opening to counterattack. I've dodged all her moves so far, but one hit and I'll be down. Then I thought it through. She steadied herself and raised her sword. Honggun in shock says, Are you deliberately throwing yourself into the sword? Has she gone crazy? You must immediately change the movement of the sword. With that, she gritted her teeth and swung the sword behind her head. However, due to inertia, the sword slipped from Honggun's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Idra quickly knocked the sword away, sending it flying far to the ground. You see it, right? I've won. However, maybe the wound is a bit serious. Seeing this, Ira's face paled. Someone shouted urgently, Hey, medical team. A moment later, Sehan calmly answers the phone, saying she's fine and there's no need to visit. Okay, see you later. He turned back to question her. Idra, don't you want to explain why you rushed into the opponent's sword? She casually said, She's got combat power, or rather, a genius, Sehan asked with doubt. Why don't you use your inherited power? Ira suddenly straightened up and asked, Am I allowed to use it? I thought I could only use the skills I've learned recently. He helplessly said, At least you know a little close combat. She hesitated and said, Well, I can't use it anyway, the Overseer might die. In the Outer Realm, I usually use it as a sensory container, so there's a risk that an old one will appear if I'm not careful. Suddenly, Lee Mina and Song Trangu started chatting with each other. Have you made an appointment with Gun yet? Not yet. I don't know why she wants to meet me anymore. She must really like you then. Trang, why do people get attracted to someone like me? Sehan explained that it was due to his swordsmanship, which he had honed through 5 victories with no unnecessary movements. I believe Gun also paid attention to that. After all, she's the type of person obsessed with swords. He stood up and said, let's get ready to go back. Now that we've all passed, we need to prepare for what's coming. Are you ready for what's coming next? Sehan said, we need to learn how to handle the super devastating creatures. At first I thought about asking the Assassin Guild, but somehow I was already involved in the expedition. Hem smiled brightly like a flower and said, the plan has changed a little, but who cares? Suddenly someone stepped forward and greeted, nice to meet you. Hi Onungwan, he also nodded in greeting. Jinan, nice to meet you. He then said, it seems all the explorers are gathered here today. I think we still have about 3 weeks before we get there. He thought to himself, all these faces are famous. There are about 100 players here. I wonder who will captain the ship. Suddenly, a man with a microphone announced, please pay attention everyone. I am Haiyang Gun, and I will be the host of this party. Ed was very surprised. That is Haiyang Gun of the Blue Whale Guild. Although he doesn't possess incredible strength, he has global influence, and the Blue Whale is the representative guild of Korea. I never expected its guildmaster to lead this expedition. Haiyang Gun calmly continued, I am honored to act with everyone. The reason we are gathered today is to guide everyone through the upcoming training. And this training is designed to help us cope with the continent we're about to reach. Hearing this, Ri raised her hand. May I ask a question? He politely replied, are you a reporter from TKBS? Yes, go ahead with your question. I've heard there's almost no information about the new Luke Dien, so how do we deal with this? Yang Jian confidently replied, we have obtained information from someone knowledgeable about it. You probably also know that the leader of the Assassin Guild is connected to the external gods. According to him, R is more dangerous than we thought. We won't force everyone. If you're not interested, everyone can leave right now. Hem noted it down and whispered to himself. Yeah, no one is leaving. He smiled brightly and said, all right, since everyone has already boarded the ship, I will start the training right away. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. What did he say? Right now? But hearing their thoughts, Haiyan Guan replied confidently, right now. A moment later, he drew his sword and shouted loudly, what the hell is this? Is it all just magic? If this isn't an illusion, I've died dozens of times already. The interface that appears now says not to rely on sight, but on the mind. He was amazed, thinking it was the system. If the system supports the training, then I can assume the rumors are true. The Demon Slayer Guild has taken the game from the publisher. Thinking that, Hem solemnly drew his sword. That can be dealt with later, for now focus on this training. From outside, Sehan said with satisfaction, it seems everything is going smoothly. Baek Dong Kwan, hearing that, fell silent and annoyed, placing his foot on his opponent's chair. Hey, don't act like I don't exist. Baek Dong Kwan quickly shook his head and said, no. He thought to himself, I thought he would be different after becoming vice president of the Blue Whale, but it seems like nothing has changed. I bet he wants to take Haiyang Gun's position if he dies. Han Cheogu teased, don't worry, we have a place for you to prove yourself. Baek Dong Gun was stunned and said, if both the vice president and the president leave, no one will run the guild. He quickly added, I will find a reliable assistant and they will do better than you. Sehan pondered. That illusion was quite similar to reality. The training became much easier thanks to Ira's skill. If her physical strength also increases so easily, then at this point he feels extremely discouraged. With 3 days left until the expedition, Sehan sees that about 60 players have succeeded. Dark sight. It refers to eyes that can see through darkness and clearly perceive opponents in the form of light. He asked curiously, no one of us failed to acquire it. Right, Liana guessed that it was probably Trangu who did it. Sehan hesitated and said, because he already had the Eye of Insight, he stepped forward and asked, Haiyang Gun, can you reorganize the exploration team based on these people in the list? So, do we have to remove those who failed to master the skill? Revoking some people's eligibility for not mastering a skill might cause controversy. Sehan considered that the skill was important. Without it, they wouldn't survive. It's a required skill. He immediately agreed. All right, I will do it. Sehan gratefully replied, thank you. Immediately, Li Minana asked suspiciously, where are you going? Sehan calmly said there is someone very important for this trip. But she rarely enjoyed these kinds of things. Then Sehan calmly said he would go back early and flapped his wings to fly away. 3 weeks ago in Cheonnan, Zine arrived at Agatram's headquarters and warmly asked Surin how she has been lately. Surin replied with a slightly annoyed tone, what is it this time? Do you want me to call the guild leader or Junsich? I'm busy, you find her yourself. He smiled and said, this time I came to see you. She crossed her arms, winked, and said, I don't want to be chased by that woman. This beautiful girl with smooth hair tied half up looks cute. Her name is Surin, a member of Agatram. Sehan still tried to persuade the other person. Ju won't be nearby this time, so you don't need to worry. I just hope you join the expedition to the New Forest Palace. She flatly refused. I've heard enough, but please save me. New ingredients or monsters are useless for magic. He asked again. So your goddess said that? Surin replied, yes. Sehan immediately explained. It seems she misunderstood, like there's even a whole book of dark magic. But before he could finish, a sudden force hit him hard in the face, making Sehan cry out in pain. Morrigan suddenly appears, shouting angrily, "Stop talking! Are you trying to deceive my avatar?" Then she gently kisses Surin on the forehead to comfort him. "Calm down, little one. I will protect you from this dangerous crow." Meanwhile, Sehan sat up, rubbing his sore forehead and muttered, "Is that really true, Morrigan? I think I understand roughly why she's like that. Maybe she thinks she'll let Surin control the Necronomicon. I confidently say, I won't hand over the Necronomicon to Surin. Instead, I need her to obtain an artifact called the Star Beast Crystal held by the Rai race." The Book of the Submerged City, Morrigan was a bit surprised. "Are you planning to give it to my child?" Sehan asserted. "I do have a plan, too. I will let her learn how to control its power." Before leaving, Morgan nodded. The Last Witch of Avalon saw the original copy of the book. It seems she saw its adaptation during the Hakai Tri-era. Although she is still young, she claims to remember it very clearly. He thought to himself that in the end, the book fell into Atho's hands and was then entrusted to Morgan. Morgan paused for a moment, then said, "The Lake Witch can move anywhere using the water, so it's no surprise she jumped into the Golden River." Surin also looked interested. If Miss Morrigan values that book so highly, it must be very powerful. The girl is certain that the Necronomicon is no different. That is the most powerful necromancer's spellbook humans can speak of, but I worry Surin might misunderstand my meaning. Morrigan hurriedly explained, "Oh, what I meant was that before I could finish my sentence, Surin rushed forward to Sean, asking if I could join the expedition." "All right, but you need to master 2 skills first. Can you do it in 3 weeks?" I am confident to answer, "Of course. Let's start. I've always wanted to learn how to use a magic spellbook." Morrigan sighed in disappointment. "Oh my God, my quick tongue." Sehan sighed and thought to himself that he could feel Morrigan doting on Surin more than during their first game. This is a good sign. If Surin gets into danger, I can get support from Morrigan. Over here, Surin with an excited look and Morrigan feeling helpless start practicing. The danger is escalating. Sean felt a sigh of relief. "All right, this is the last person on the list. I've prepared almost everything for this time. The only remaining issue is Niall Thotep. I won't let him summon So Thought." Transitioning to the large ship, a guy in a bright floral shirt holding a microphone loudly says, "Hello everyone, I am a reporter from Honghuan TV. Members of the Korean expedition team will soon depart for the new Luke Dien. I will provide detailed reports throughout the journey, so everyone stay tuned." He jumps up excitedly. This broadcast comes from the heart of the campaign. Once it airs, I'll probably get promoted straight to director. Seeing this scene, Minna wonders why he doesn't seem worried at all. Sehan stood nearby and said, "Well, at least it's better than a whole journey of fear." The girl next to him whispered, "Do you really think so?" Noticing the annoyed expression of the person next to him and thinking, "Her name is Lai Surin, right?" Sehan said she's the most powerful mage among the players, but what's wrong with her? A person standing below the market stall suddenly announced, "We're about to depart. Everyone get your items ready." Sean looked down and recognized that it was Donggo. "I thought he wouldn't join, but he's going anyway." The ship sounded a long horn. "All right, let's set sail." Song Trangu approached Han and asked, "Brother Kim, how long do you think this voyage will take?" He thought for a moment and replied, "If we have to fight monsters at sea, I estimate about a week." The other side was a bit reluctant, saying, "I understand," but inside they were extremely worried. He said, "I am the ultimate enemy of creatures from beyond because I have a divine eye, but I wonder if I can meet Kim's expectations." A girl in a purple dress suddenly shouted, "If it were me, I wouldn't worry." As soon as Trangu saw her, she immediately recognized her as Miss Ira. She explained, "Humans are beings with limited potential. Most of our races know this and don't bother paying attention to humanity. But at least I understand that humans are incredibly brilliant beings." Hearing these words, Trangu happily replied, "Thank you for your words." Inside, Idra silently recognizes that the young man before him is a man who lives not for himself, but for those he loves, with glory and achievement awaiting him as long as he stays true to himself. For example, he was worthy enough to hold his father's great sword. The first week after leaving the port went by without any significant obstacles. Although they were frequently attacked by sea monsters, the crew on the ship were elite soldiers and could handle threats easily. However, the problem arose on the 8th day of the voyage. Dongguang looked at the sky and felt that something was wrong, so he spoke up. There was something strange about the sky. The person standing next to him agrees strangely, with no signs indicating this. He's sweating bullets. I have a bad feeling. Everyone stay alert. Sure enough, a giant sea monster has appeared on the ocean. They are moving closer to the ship. At that moment, everyone at Han's car also felt the danger approaching. He looks at the sky and confirms they are coming for us. Jiang and Seihan nod to each other. The battle command is issued. Everyone is ready. Enemies are attacking. They are climbing onto the boat, preparing to strike. The giant sea monster's hand then grabs a rail on the ship. The huge creature climbs onto the boat and immediately attacks the people there. It was about to swing its hand and slash at everyone here, but suddenly froze. An archer shoots an arrow while shouting, "Don't fish!" The arrow pierces the monster's side, blood spraying out violently, but it doesn't seem seriously wounded. Everyone charged forward with their weapons, just like during practice. Everyone is fighting. On the other side, everyone was armed and ready to fight, with mages deploying long-range spells. In front of Ellis now are all 7 sea monsters. She quickly retreated, pressing her back against the wall. She firmly gripped the sword in her hand and stepped back into a defensive stance. Damn it. A dozen or more, I can handle 1 or 2, but this many is too much. It's getting darker around us, damn it. They're swarming like ants. The situation is becoming more and more critical. Alice was truly sweating bullets. Asking for help from the other players was impossible. They are also struggling for their lives. Ellis has no other choice but to decide that she must handle them herself. At this moment, Trangu appears, delivering a decisive strike to eliminate the approaching monster. Ellis was very surprised to see what just happened. That last strike was probably Trangu turning around to ask Han, "Are you okay? Miss, your swordsmanship is skillful, your strength absolute. You are Song Trangu, the swordmaster of the Assassin Society." Hundreds of monsters are circling around Honggun. Just as she was about to rush forward and strike, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing that, she thought to herself, maybe that last slash was the man who asked, "Are you okay, miss?" Hearing her voice, he immediately guessed it was Song Trangu, the swordmaster of the Assassin Guild. Honggun gritted his teeth and replied, "Thank you. I never expected myself to be able to." As she was speaking, he interrupted and walked away, and besides, she hadn't done anything wrong. "But could you stay with me a little longer? I can move through the darkness as if it were daytime, but with this many I can't take them all down alone, so I hope you will help me." Ms. Hong is very honored. After finishing, he immediately leapt into the air and launched a flurry of sword strikes at the fierce monsters. After this move and the next, his every sword stroke smoothly sliced through their heads. Suddenly, a creature from the abyss charged forward, lightning fast, and Honggun leapt up to strike it down. She silently thought that he had no blind spots and only cut down the enemies he could handle, leaving the rest for her. So the two of them turned their backs to each other and fought together, with him leading her through this endless darkness. Outside, a storm is raging and Han's car is watching from above. Here it comes. Ira pointed her sword at the monster and taunted it. "You imperfect creature. I hoped you could push my body to its limit, but before you could strike, the blood pudding splattered everywhere." Seihan turned and said, "Hey, this one belongs to me. You just stole my first kill. Are you being a bit too serious with a monster?" Then he lifted her up and flew away, saying, "Come on, get ready, and I hope you won't waste your magic power." Ira looked down and said, "Looks like I'm always getting involved in trouble. Here we go." On the large ship, the people on board kept panicking and shouting to hold on to something. The waves are crashing and they wonder what's happening as more and more creatures emerge from the abyss in front of them, and one of them looks up and realizes it's a giant monster standing tall before them. Or a giant head with sharp teeth opening wide before their eyes. It's 1,000 times larger than the ship itself. Everyone started to panic and followed the young man's command, closing their eyes and refusing to open them at all costs. And the little monster kept growling non-stop, causing everyone to sway. What on earth is happening? Damn it, is this thing really that insanely ugly? I think it's adorable, like a puppy, really cute. Are you serious? The ancient sea god String is worshipped by abyssal creatures, a monster with immense physical strength that doesn't rely on divine power. Anyway, it's someone else's dog, so just chase it away. Then she put the flute to her lips and began to play, the sound mesmerizing the monster as if under a spell. It starts to go crazy. Seeing it sway, Idra snuggles into Seihan's body, acting cute. That's enough, it probably won't wake up for a couple of days or even more. You did well, go back to the boat and rest. A voice called out from the right side of the ship. Are you done yet, Seiya? He replied that Dan fainted and only woke up 2 days later. The real journey is just beginning. We can now set foot on Ruo. So they all left the ship. Hun-kun said, "Thank God, the coast here is just like ours." Sean asked him, "How many casualties? 1 injured, 8 unconscious, no one dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han silently thought that in the first round they played, 30 out of 31 people had died before reaching R. They just arrived and already suffered such losses. Will they recover? Sehan, after a week of rest, they should be fine. Suddenly, Sehan turned back and called Idra. "Can she stay here to help them recover? Is that okay?" Hun-kun also came to tell us that we could help them recover, so it might be better to let Idra go with you. She will be more useful here. Hearing that, she immediately went to treat them, as fainting after seeing the sea god means their spirits are in critical condition. Ira is a dream and illusion witch. When she replaces Dagon's memories, their spirits will recover. He continued, "All right, then we should team up with players from other countries. You're sure everyone has to come here, right?" No hesitation. Sehan immediately replied, "Yes, Rai's only entrance is this area. South Korea can reach here through the Dark Guild, but for those who don't have it, it's hard to get here. We should set up camp and wait for them. I'll scout around the island and come back. I feel like I always owe you, Sehan." "Are you planning to go alone?" He smirked. "Not at all. What's going on here? Did you think I had completely forgotten about you?" She was talking to him while walking behind Han's car. "We have to find the Demon Path book. Did you forget?" "I haven't forgotten, but first we need to understand this place properly. What she wants is the Book of the Sunken City and the star monsters holding it. Abyssal creatures cannot fully control Necronomicon, so they cannot defeat the star monsters who possess the Book of the Sunken City. We will check if what I know matches the current situation here." He smiled and said, "Just come with me. I need you to locate the Demon Path book." After saying that, Zahan silently thought to himself, "I need to check if there's anything different from the first circle." So the two of them kept talking as they walked. "These trees are strange. Is there any magical reaction around here?" "No, there's nothing special." Hearing this, Han's face grew serious. "Maybe I've been overthinking it? I thought Rai would also change during this time. We have gone quite deep, and it's no different from what I remember." Seeing that he was showing some signs of distress, Lai Sulin quickly said, "Nothing really stands out. Let's go back." Night is falling, and Sehan agrees with this suggestion. Then we head back. Suddenly, Sehan realized something. "What's that? I feel a presence. Is it a monster?" This presence is human. In front of him is a very dark forest. It seems we are not the first to arrive here. Anderson ran forward quickly, shouting non-stop, "Hold on, the beach is ahead, but wherever we run, the thorny fence blocks our way." Darkness follows him closely. "Isn't it enough to just kill the one behind us?" Anderson gritted his teeth and replied, "Are you crazy? Do you know how many they have? Maybe players from other countries have already arrived. Just keep running and don't stop." A giant monster stands in front of the two of them, happily saying it looks like they've reached a dead end. Anderson said, "I guess we have to retreat now." Then he silently wished that at least some foreign player would save his teammate. A few days ago on the European Union expedition ship, the gods declared that this land contains valuable resources. We, the European Union, will defeat all opponents and take over this island. If we possess the resources on the island, the world will have to kneel before us, but that dream has been shattered. EU players believe that the rumors about the Dark Abyss are just lies, and as a result, they failed. The surviving players become the beast's livestock of the Abyss. The monster now begins to brandish its weapon, and the two of them tremble in fear as they watch it. The person next to Anderson suddenly charged forward to confront it, and Anderson quickly stepped in to stop him. "No, wait. You idiot, it's not an ordinary monster, it's a fighter. I can't let my teammate become a pool of blood." But surprisingly, the snarling monster in front was suddenly decapitated in an instant. No way. Is everyone okay? So Sehan was involved in this. He looked at him thinking, did that guy just kill it? Then he asked, "Who are you?" "First, get out of here. Our spirit slayer will be here immediately." Sean casually replied, "No need then." And then he began to channel his magic, causing the monsters to be lifted up one by one. Then one by one, each was cut into hundreds of pieces with countless sword strikes. Sean said, "I think you will meet Mai today. Are you players from the European Alliance? Were you defeated by abyssal creatures and turned into pets?" "Yes." Anderson nodded and replied, "How many more are trapped in their lair?" "About 150 people, only half survived the assault." Lai Suolin also said, "So you came here without owning a dark target and have never met the sea god? It's a miracle that so many survived." Sehan asked hesitantly, "Is the village where the players are held captive in the northwest?" He quickly replied, "Yes, but it's not exactly a village. That place has thousands of creatures from the depths." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "It seems that when we reached the mainland, they sensed it and sent troops to investigate." Lai Suolin nearby also looked surprised. "So fast? Let's do what we can. Lead us to that village." What? If we ambush them now, we can easily rescue everyone, right? It's right beyond that bush. At this point, Seihan suddenly thought, Anderson, he's quite capable. He went to tell Sean that if he needed a guide, he could take him along. Hearing him speak, I also felt a bit of goodwill towards him. Not only does he value his teammates, but he also managed to enter the abyssal creature's lair without the black eye. Suddenly, Anderson knelt down and signaled quietly, "Here it is." The entrance is guarded by the spirit assassin. With this scale, it's like a town or city, and since we need those fences, we can't use magic. Seihan and Lulin both say it's a wall built with AS. So he means it's a type of creature that reacts with mana? Yes. Basically, it has the ability to absorb magic. I suspect there is an AS mine here. Anderson glanced at Han's car and asked, "What's your next move?" He confidently smiled and revealed his plan. "Of course, we're charging in. I'm about to have a quick chat with the local people, so you two stay here. The monsters outside are causing chaos. Han's car suddenly jumps in front of them, then he kicks and takes them down, one by one. They look confused, don't they? Maybe it's because this is the first time they've encountered a situation like this. I used to struggle to take down a few abyssal creatures, but now I'm stronger. That's obvious. A powerful magic flows through my veins, and divine power runs in the opposite direction. Without thinking much, he quickly rushed to finish it off. The punch he threw hit the monster's head right away. Right now, I possess a power I could never compare to before. Even those watching from outside are amazed. What was that sound? The escaped ones have returned with other players to save us. No way, a blonde-haired person sitting in the corner said. I can't believe it. They haven't seen the full power of those monsters yet, and their leader possesses a strange kind of strength. Even if they come back to save us, there's no chance to fight against it. Look over there, isn't that another player? I can't believe my eyes. But wait, the boss monster has appeared. Facing the large and numerous monsters on this side, Seihan quietly calculates. I thought it was just an ordinary leader, but apparently not. There's one glaring at him with anger in its eyes, but he remains calm, calculating in his mind. I couldn't sense its presence at all, even when using both magic and divine power to scan the surrounding area. I couldn't sense anything either, but strangely enough, it makes more sense that way. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and charged forward, running straight past the monster. But it seems unaffected, even smiling smugly. One of the magical artifacts recorded in Ibn Ghazi's Necronomicon. He stood there stunned, wondering if helping it to enter the space between matter and antimatter was even possible, so troublesome. The monster seems to be powered up, raising the sword in its hand. Seihan grits his teeth, calculating whether to attack when it materializes its body, with the sword piercing straight through. While he was lost in thought, it struck with a powerful blow, which made no sense. Even when it materialized, it still caused no damage to it. The monster looked at Seihan with a triumphant smile. Maybe I shouldn't apply normal theories to items coming from the Necronomicon. My recent attack had no effect on it. In that moment, the monster looked at him in confusion. Seihan then created a black hole behind him, and smugly said, "Luckily, I kept some of Ahriman's dark thoughts." Not wanting to hear him say more, it quickly struck with its sword, but Han's vehicle dodged in time. So it can only block what the owner wants to block? It seems it didn't expect Ahriman's dark thoughts to defeat it. Anderson stood nearby, puzzled, and asked, "What the hell is this? The bodies of monsters are everywhere. It's easier to deal with them here, right? Once you set foot on the ground, it's already easier." He wondered to himself, are Korean players really that strong? Seihan suddenly replied, "We're not much stronger than anyone else. It's all about our experience and dark vision." He suddenly panicked and said, "Excuse me, but may I ask this question?" The other player also responded, "You must be a player from the EU side. I heard you faced a lot of difficulties. Ask away. How does everyone manage to defeat all these monsters?" He scratched his face and replied, "They took care of them before we could even lift a finger," then pointed to a man standing nearby. "Earlier, if you had seen that guy fight, he was almost slaughtering them. The others hurriedly went to meet that man." "What? Did he really kill them all by himself?" Wait a moment. As he was about to say more, he suddenly wondered if he was blind. Song Trangu asked, "Hello, what do you need? I want to ask this. Is there a way to defeat the abyssal creatures?" "I don't know either. I just use my sword. That's the point." How can you cut through their thick skin and overpower their physical strength? Something most players can't do. After hearing him speak, Trangu silently thought that he might have exaggerated a bit and then bowed his head, saying, "I just cut with my sword." "Ira, do you know what this is?" Ira turned and said to Sean, "The IBN Gaji seal, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, but I can't activate its effect." She held the powder in her hand and smirked. "Only those unbound by the rules of the entire world can do so." "Are the other magic tools from the Necronomicon the same?" "Then it's complicated. You just can't use each of these powders." Other magic tools like the Great Sword of the Three Eras or YIG's Egg can be used normally. I will try to integrate this into the system using a polyhedral matter block so you can utilize its effects even just a little. Hearing that, he silently thought that based on what the leader could do with this, its potential was limitless. Just being able to use part of its power was already enough. Thanks to her. Ira, leave that to me. Moreover, I'm tired of wandering around. Ira finished speaking and immediately handed over a stack of papers. Here, take this too. I found it in the camp of the leader's child. You immediately looked at it with a reproachful expression. Do you know what it is? It's a human. Ira quietly said, maybe you want me to read what's written on this, right? Seeing her reaction, Si-Han teased. Why are you frowning? Ira shouted. If the pet's cruelty is dead, who would bother to frown? You see humans no different from pets, right? I was just speaking metaphorically. Seeing her tense, he softened his tone and said, Don't worry, I was just joking. Is that so? Now Ira burst into laughter and said, You were joking with me all along. What's going on? You want me to try again? Maybe I didn't try hard enough the first time? Not at all. IRA threw the powder into the black hole and said, Fine, I will modify this type of powder and read the writing on the leather when I can. If you see anything else, remember to tell me. Suddenly, Han's car approached and touched her head, surprising her. What are you doing? But Se-Han just shyly smiled, thinking her smile was too innocent for me to control. Aren't women usually annoyed when someone touches their head? He stammered. Yeah, that's true, but before I could finish speaking, Audra interrupted. It's okay, I don't mind, just take it easy. He looked at Idra's delicate face and realized that means he is the first human to pat a divine being's head. And she looks happy. After a few days, Ri's beach was crowded with around 800 players from all over the world. Yuan approached the two of them, happy to see them again. Se-Han, Wan, it's been a while, huh? Looks like Ju isn't with you. Se-Han hesitated and said that she was not suitable for this mission. She would be easily detected by the star monsters. I was also planning to inform the other players about it, but Yu is incredibly enthusiastic. Yeah, you can rely on me. Se-Han, I know, and I am very grateful for what you have done. It's nothing. Nina rolled her eyes at them and told Ju, and when he saw this scene, he immediately picked at it. So what? If he's just talking, she probably won't hurt anyone. Did I just say something strange? Since it's so big, it would be better to divide it into smaller zones to explore. This side doesn't know which places are safe or not. Ivan, the captain of the Russian special team, Hyun Kyonin is discussing with everyone on the ship. Moving in a large group makes it easier to be ambushed. It's better to split up. Disagreements might happen, so it's best to divide from the start. The leader of each nation will choose an area to operate in, and whatever is found there will belong to the nation that discovers it. There's one more matter we want to discuss. He turned to call Sulin, and Sulin immediately stepped forward. I am Lai Sulin from Agatrum, she quickly said. There are 2 demonology books out there called Necronomicon and The Book of the Sunken City. If you find them, it's best to hand them over to me. They are extremely dangerous. Everyone don't be greedy. And here, if you face an insurmountable danger, tear this magic circle, and everyone will return to the camp within a 50-meter radius. Hearing that, Hyunkyun also gave the final instruction. All right, everyone, remember what we discussed today. I'm done with the 7th message here, and then I turned to Sean and said, You're going to act alone again, right? I'm a bit worried since you're not coming with us. He also replied, Don't worry, the Korean players are already very strong, and Trangu will come along too. After finalizing the plans, Lulin and Se-Han started discussing with each other. So, where do we go now? Head north. North. Isn't this the location of R's book? No, after all the warnings about the Necronomicon, you still want to have it? Se-Han said something quite rebellious. Not at all, I plan to seal it away. Then we will go inside to call Mina. The expedition tomorrow morning will start early. She quickly replied, Fine. And it seems this time we're going with a team of 4, right? No, my team only includes Sulin, Ira, and me. Huh? I'll go alone. Wait a moment. I don't want to. Why are you going alone? I'm not thinking what you think I am. Is that right? Se-Han replied with a forced smile. I think so, Se-Han said calmly. All right, good luck. But Mina gritted her teeth in fear and asked, So, Se-Han, do I really have to go alone? You're still a minor. What if something bad happens and a bad person shows up? I didn't turn back, but I still answered. You've been down this road a few times before. She started trembling and said, But this game is different, and those terrifying abyssal creatures are dangerous. Yet Zine calmly replied, There you will find out what that clown is looking for. Suddenly Cloud appeared and said, So you mean Mrs. name is Kwa? That's right. That's where the abyssal creatures store their items and resources. So it's likely that Miss Tan is there too. As for me, I guess you want us to keep an eye out for whether they summon Athot or not. You answered while sweating profusely. The ritual will take place near the Necronomicon. So all Mina needs to do is report back to me about anything related to her father's great sword. Although I really want to go with you two, it seems R is already under Nyarlathotep's control. Looking up is easier, you know. These creatures are Sant, monsters that worship Athot and Nile Thought. Their flying around there suggests Nyalti is nearby. Sehan smiled and said, the Sant are probably looking for him, so it makes sense for Mina to act alone, without any divine power, so she won't be detected by Nile Thought. Claw kept saying that we were supposed to watch over the great sword while your team stole the Necronomicon. Right, Mina, she said coldly. I don't like it much, but it seems there's no other choice left. Cloud soared out and said confidently, don't worry, Mina. I will protect you. Mina, crying, turned her head and asked, really? With her headgear, she has changed a bit, and Han over here looks at them, seeming to think she has developed some influence over her avatar. Even if no one seems to notice if Mina gets into trouble, she will definitely step in to help. Cloud frowned and said to Sean, what if the place you go to doesn't have Necronomicon? So it's not a waste of effort then? To reassure them, he replied, that's why I assigned players from different countries all over R, but Cloud kept rambling, don't be so naive. You think they will send an accurate report? They don't need to do that. There's another way to find out. The system menu now displays a notification showing the information of the gods arguing with each other. Godsmooth reports that his team just swept through a village, only finding some loot and a strange map that might be related to the Necronomicon. Venus suspects this is the cursed scroll Qua requested and wants to check it out herself out of curiosity about its power, but she's dismissed as crazy. Saya looks at the notification board speechless. I knew it, but I didn't expect them to be like this, not reporting anything at all. The map, maybe it will lead us to the demon art book, but that's a trap. Ira spoke up and neither the players nor the gods could read the alien language. Marking the location of the book on the map makes it too obvious, and he's smart enough never to make such a mistake. 3 days have passed, and I still don't know what that bastard is planning. Isn't he trying to summon the beast? Maybe, but there are other things that could destabilize the world. This is a tough situation. Suddenly, she sharply turned to Zine and said, are you really planning to let that girl go alone? There are monsters out there, Korean cars. But he calmly replied, are you talking about Mina? Nothing will happen. Deep-sea creatures aren't necessarily intelligent. Maybe so, not many creatures are as intelligent as humans. At this point, she suddenly sneezed. Seeing that, he asked, runny nose? No, I just isn't used to the cold. Maybe she's still not fully accustomed to her human body. Suddenly, he drapes his coat over Idra. This way will be a bit warmer. Surprised, she turned to ask, are you okay without a coat? My stats are high enough to resist the cold. Just take it. Suddenly, Lai Suan appeared behind and glanced around, saying, well, what do we have here? Why don't you two wear a secret week uniform? I thought that hot-tempered girl was your girlfriend. Maybe I was mistaken, I hurriedly explained. It's not what you two think it is, really. Then I won't say anything else. Ira shyly blushed as she spoke to him. Thanks. Sahan also nodded to brush it off. If I catch a cold, it would be complicated. Then he turned pale, thankful he left Ju at home. A few days later, Lulin stood before a sacred skeleton. Was this the abyssal creature that created this spiritual company? Sean also appeared and said, do we just use the bones of giant monsters? Can you feel the magic creatures around? Wait a moment. Lai Sulan immediately drew a magic circle on the ground with a wooden stick. A purple light instantly enveloped the space. Seeing that, Sehan thought to himself that there must be a reason she is considered the strongest mage of her time. Her control of magic is truly impressive. Suddenly, Lulin spoke up, I sense something. From the mana concentration, it's quite similar to the Necronomicon you mentioned, and there's someone who's not a player, just an ordinary person. What? Is there anyone else here besides us? But there's no information on the forum about anyone being here. The presence of humans is fading. Wait, those skins used by abyssal creatures, could it really be that the humans here are being sacrificed? She sensed and said, could they be summoning an outer god? I also have a hunch. The magical traces indicate it doesn't exist at that level. Also, the summoning of the demon requires a huge amount of sacrifices, but I suspect this place contains the Necronomicon and is also a site for sacrifices. I haven't received any information from Mina about the Great Excavation yet, but the faint presence of humans being held suggests the ritual has already begun. They know we're here. Idra, do you have any way to find out what's going on? I'm afraid not. Idra gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect them to open the door to the land of dreams. At this moment, the tree monsters start coming to life. Damn it. They, with hundreds of strange shapes, rush toward their group. It's disgusting, even more horrifying than Tuni. He shouted to warn everyone. We have to get out of here. They are rushing toward us. Lulin, holding his neck, flies up with Idra. She wonders why they left their position to do that. Just to kill us. I have plenty of reasons for that, but those monsters are both hunters and sacrifices. They hunt players and then sacrifice themselves. So, each death counts as a sacrifice of an individual? The altar must be in chaos now. There's probably one elsewhere too, but more importantly, Ira cast his gaze downward, voice trembling with fear, as he said that his power was beginning to spread across Rio's surface, as if a giant magic circle had been invoked beneath the island. Seiya smirked and said, "Do everything you can to kill me." Ira immediately understood his meaning. "Is that what you mean?" Nia asked. "If it were him, I would observe from the shadows. Normally he already hated you, but the way you shattered the black polyhedral cube from him felt like salt in a wound." Suddenly, Morrigan worriedly said that the wrath of the divine is different from that of humans. Unlike humans, we don't seek greater power when we're desperate. Instead, we only fight our own anger, but that kind of rage is unfamiliar to him, and he's not ready to control it. Seihan's face hardened as he devised a plan. "I will get the demon art book at all costs. It must be there, right?" "Yes. I can feel the magic power pouring out from there." "All right, then I just need to close that gate." He and the two beauties above him looked down from above, quietly realizing that this was the chance to close the gate, since the energy was weakest now. Iran grabbed Seihan's collar and said, "You have to hurry. Any more sacrifice, and the ancient god can be summoned." "All right, hold on tight to me." With that, he and the two others soared into the sky. The monster also soared up in response. Seihan's eyes suddenly flashed with fire. What's wrong with his eyes? With a swift slash, the monster was cut in half and fell to the ground. One after another, from one wave to the next, Seihan began to activate his monster hunter mode. Although holding two women, Seihan's speed and agility are truly top-notch. He glides past them effortlessly. Ira asked with concern, "Why not kill them all? Killing them won't end this. They will only fulfill their sacrificial purpose. You can't kill the enemy, nor can you afford to lose." Lai Suolin suddenly realized something. "Look over there. I see the altar over there." Seihan also looked over as instructed, then let out a sigh of relief before rushing forward like a gust of wind and crashing into the altar. After landing safely, Lai Suolin sighed and said, "I've never been this scared before." He asked, "Dark magic book, how is it?" "Just a moment." After finishing, she quickly cast a spell and examined everything inside the altar. "I found it. There was nothing else inside except those fierce monsters. Over there, I'm sure it's somewhere in that direction." Han praised her, saying, "Well done. No more hesitation." He swiftly charged in and cut the monsters into 100 pieces. "Oh my God! Wait, I see it." Idra pointed and said, "It looks like the priest of the abyssal creatures has the Necronomicon. A hand is holding a piece of paper on the ground." He quickly cast a spell to bring it closer, confidently saying, "I will be cursed." Looking at the mysterious book in his hand, Lai Suolin exclaimed, "This isn't the whole book. Maybe this is where Nyarlathotep wants me to go." "He only left a few pages from the Book of Dark Arts," Seihan slowly replied. "I'm actually quite glad. Things have become complicated, but it's not too different from what I expected." She also surprisedly said, "Yes, what you want to monitor is not entirely the demon art book, but the summoning of Sothot. Maybe he thinks I am a lonely person. As long as I am isolated here, no one can stop the summoning." He has underestimated himself too much, but he no longer underestimates humanity. There are many of us who can stop this. Suddenly a message appeared, having sent a message to the recipient. "Lim Menina, don't fail." As soon as the notification appeared, Seihan thought to himself that he had followed the instructions, but hoped he was on the right path, and the alert immediately provided guidance. The abyssal creature would move along with the thorny great sword. At the destination, Necronomicon Seihan will be there. Mina keeps screaming inside. "Mom, I'm so scared I want to give up, but I can't." The system message keeps showing Seihan's reply to her. "Once we're done here, the crow will arrive. Don't worry, the abyssal creature will move along with her giant sword, the clown's blade." Seihan said he would join our group as soon as he locates the submerged city's book. He also mentioned that Nyarlathotep would be somewhere near Necronomicon, and that is our chance. Mina Cloud, after reading their messages, could only smile wryly. "What? Then who will stop the giant sword's swing from the three long ones? If it arrives there, isn't the game over?" At this moment, Mina's message still keeps appearing on the screen. "I think he has found someone for that mission already," Cloud thought to himself, hoping he wouldn't assign Mina anything too dangerous. The Great Sword of the Three Realms is another item from the Outer Realm, so a divine linked avatar cannot keep it. That means we need someone who has nothing to do with the gods. She uses her eyes to start scanning everywhere, and then discovers something. A large amount of divine power has begun to flow, and even Nyarlathotep will have to pay a price to consume this much divine energy. This power is flowing into a single point, No doubt there is a huge magic circle beneath this island. On the other side, a blue light appears, having performed the sacrifice. Chaos is born as life gradually fades away, extracting everything before returning to the universe. Focused, the power of life that has vanished is channeled into Rick to create a greater being. He wants to summon Sothot. Claw immediately panicked, thinking that just having Miss Two's name would be enough. But now that it's come to this, I can't just sit still. Oh no, I don't want the Earth to be destroyed right now. Inside, the monsters are still frantically searching for prey. Claw once again asks himself, what is going on? Oh my god, should I run now? Wait, that person is Hyun Kyun, the leader of the Blue Whale Society. Another Korean player, so that means Sehan sent them here. It's Hoon Kyun. He was quick to arrive here and is now facing that abyssal monster. His message appears on the notification board. Nina, can you help us create chaos among the abyssal creatures? A little disturbance would be a great help. Hun-kun is done. I quietly thought my knee still hurt, but oh well. Suddenly, a sword was swung, causing the monsters beneath the abyss to turn on each other. They no longer distinguished allies from enemies and attacked indiscriminately, with the strongest one charging to attack the others. Seeing them tear each other apart, he smiled contentedly and said, "They are starting to attack each other to find Mina. All right, I'm counting on you for the rest." At this moment, a stranger suddenly appeared. Dongquan smiled and replied, "That is my honor." Dongchuan at this moment sighs, then steps in front of Hunkyun and shouts, "Someone is impersonating us. Raise your weapons and fight, don't trust anyone, they are all enemies." Hearing that, the monsters from the abyss also charged at them. Hyunan shouted, "Everyone attack, seize their valuables. The reward is ours as long as we can defeat them." Following orders, everyone quickly charged to attack the monsters, fighting with all their might. Hyun Kyun asked, "Are these the only ones we need to deal with?" But Dongquan pointed in one direction and said, "Look over there. A koga has appeared in front of them." Everyone started to panic. "What's going on? No one mentioned anything about that monster?" Gaga sneered and said, "Your tricks are truly impressive. My humanity is the all-powerful King Gaga." At this moment, Hyun Kyun looks completely reborn. That must be the sword Sehan mentioned. The monster koga starts swinging the staff in its hand, charging at them. "Today you will all die, and I will offer your heads to chaos." The great sword of the three-genre powerhouse tears through space and time. You should cherish your lives for dying at my hands. Surprisingly, after Koga's attack, someone stepped forward to block it. That person is the hero Song Trang-gu. It's so sad. Kogaga was a bit surprised when he saw him. Song Trang-gu is really interesting. It suddenly stepped back, then jumped high and spun a few times. Seeing that the situation was unstable, Song-gu quickly shouted, "Everyone lie down." Koga then glances at him and takes off into the air. Hyun Kyun over here is looking for a hiding spot. Luckily, this power is not real at all. Hong-gun asked, "What was that just now?" Contrary to her answer, he seemed a bit surprised. "Ms. Hong, why are you here?" Hearing that, Song Trang-gu smiled and said, "I'm glad you're here. I don't think I can handle it alone. Handling that monster would be much easier with a team. While I make sure he can't unleash the power of the great sword, can you help me ensure he doesn't move away from us? Is that enough? That's more than enough. Miss Hong, I will stop him from activating the great sword, and you must not let him escape." Understood. At this moment, Hyun Kyun shouted, holding back the other monsters so they wouldn't interfere. Koga bared her sharp fangs and growled, "Foolish, inferior humans. Thrash around all you want, but it's all useless. This way it will kill people." After finishing, it swung its sword down but was stopped by Song Trang-gu. Koga roared in anger, weak and pathetic. "How dare you?" And Song Trang-gu has figured out its plan. "Just as I thought, your priority seems to be Kim. From the very beginning, you didn't want to attack us, even though you sensed our presence, which means you don't see us as a threat." "What did you say?" "You underestimate us and show that you have no understanding of humans at all. Knowing our weaknesses, we learn from the strong, learning how to win. No human out there would lose to a monster that knows nothing about people." Hearing every word he said, Koga grew angrier. The arrogant bastard, once again, flew forward and swung his sword at Song Trang-gu, a race with fragile and delicate bodies. "So why? Why can't I swing my sword even once?" Koga arrogantly says, "The one born to be king is unable to swing his sword and cut down this ordinary human? Resist this pathetic monster." Suddenly, Honge Uno appeared. "Don't dream," Koga roared in pain. The more it went on, the angrier it became, determined to deal with humans properly. "You damn insect! These weaklings dare to insult us!" With a slash of his sword, Koga's blade immediately shattered with a loud crash, and he cried out in pain. "No, the wound is too severe. I even lost my sword. Wait a moment." The three-stage greatsword is an alien artifact from Necronomicon. If an ordinary human wields it, their mind will be devoured, leading to death. Song Chang-gu clenched the sword tightly, and Koga suddenly laughed heartily. You have made a mistake, human. You just touched something beyond your understanding. How is that possible? How could a human lift the great sword? But Song Chang-gu calmly replied, I'm not entirely sure either, but I have a rough idea of how to use it. Holding the great sword tightly in his hand, the reason Song Chang-gu can wield the 3GI great sword is simply because Seihan is an incarnation of Idra, an external body. Chang-gu and Seihan share a special bond like teammates. And so through that connection, Chang-gu was able to unlock Sean's power, allowing him to neutralize the negative effects of the great axe. He then leapt into the air, raising his great sword high. O void, O chaos. Humanity does not seem to be mere tiny dust particles, and with that, he struck down with a powerful blow, the sword slicing straight into the chicken man. In an instant, it was split in two. Suddenly, footsteps rushed over. Damn it! Yan and his companions are running away while shouting, telling those behind to recite spells or something to slow them down. At the same time, a guy running behind him also spoke. The magic circle from the spell. That wizard told us to break it to get back to the beach. Ivan kept running and repeated what he said. I know, but that means giving up our territory instead of dying here, right? Ivan ran for a while and then turned around to give the order. Follow me, everyone. Suddenly, something appeared right in front of them. What is that? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. What is that? Yan stared in shock. Haithan, a multi-eyed monster, appears before them. Suddenly, the vines also grow enormous and start moving. The sea god opened his eyes wide and said, Do Korean players really face that thing and survive to tell the story? Because of their small country, I think they only have a few veteran players. I didn't expect they would come out unscathed after facing this. He grits his teeth in fear as he looks at it. It's bad. We need to get out of here, keep running, but before we can escape, a landslide crashes down, splashing water everywhere. It's not targeting us. Wait, could it be helping us? Are you done? I didn't expect you to be able to control the R book of the sunken city so quickly. I had help from Morrigan and a drama. Now I can only move it. Is that enough? He praised her. That's enough. Doing so can keep the monsters away from the players. We were lucky to retrieve the book from the sunken city away from the star monsters, but we can't rest yet. Soon creatures from other regions will gather here. Lulin asked, so what do we do next? We successfully obtained the Great Path of the Three Rivers. We used Dagon to divide the continent in two, preventing monsters from the Dreamland from pursuing us. More than half of Neil-Thotep's plan has collapsed. At this moment, Seihan wondered to himself curiously how that bastard would react. Suddenly, Ira from behind said, He's definitely angry. So angry that it could swallow him whole. Nilasti will do everything possible to summon Shoth. He won't accept letting inferior humans ruin his plans, so that means we succeeded, right? Not at all. She started analyzing the anger that obscured the reason. And with Neil-Thotep, its influence is even greater because he is easily hurt by human emotions, as if we have created a weakness for a god. Hearing that, Seihan asked curiously, As long as we keep the great sword, we can prevent him from summoning, right? Ira also responded diligently, Yes, and now Neil-Thotep will unleash everything he has, so the sooner we act, the sooner we end this. She turned her head to look in one direction. He also looked in Ira's direction and gradually realized, the ritual has begun. Yeah, that's right. Does he seem a bit rushed even without wielding the great sword? I think he believes he can take it from us at any moment. Yeah, probably, and that's why I had to fight those immortal beings. Suddenly he looked at Ira with a suspicious expression. What's going on? Idra also paled and replied, Nilasti has acted. I think he's trying to steal the great sword from us. Is he that impatient? Maybe I should contact the others and tell them to break the magic stones. We will use our own way to return to the coast, so everyone, Seihan said, and Idra felt a little shy. Do you trust me? Seeing her stammer like that, he replied quickly and clearly, Yes, I do. But deep down, I think differently. It's a response I wasn't happy to give at first. The existence of outsiders still terrifies me, but Ira is different. She is with us with her whole heart and a friendly smile. Hearing him say that, Idra's face darkened, and she said, Then don't stop Althea from taking back the great sword of the Han brothers, which suddenly prompted him to ask, What? I am an outsider god. Death means nothing to me. Nothing can shake me. I am an omnipotent and immortal being. Switching to Neil-Thotep's side. At this moment, he is lost in thought. So why? Why am I doing this? They are all just drops in the ocean compared to the true power of an outsider god, but it was enough to crush most gods, and I had to sacrifice abyssal creatures to summon Athoth. How many times have those foolish humans ruined my plans already? What is this? What is this unease that dominates and ruins my thoughts? And what is this simmering rage burning inside me? It's strange. A mortal looks at him with suspicion and asks, Who are you? He immediately coldly ordered, "Give me the three-jai great sword or fight me," Song Trangu asked sternly. "If I give you the great sword, will you spare us?" Hearing him say that, he immediately challenged, "What do you have to negotiate with me?" Reclaiming the three-tier great sword is not difficult, though it's a bit inconvenient since I am currently in human form. Fine, I accept. Song Trangu, he stepped forward and said strangely, "Clearly you can sense my aura and you must also understand that I need it to protect my life." Song Trangu didn't hesitate and replied, "Even if we have it, we won't be sorry to lose it. So creating your own way to survive is more reasonable." After finishing, he immediately handed the sword in his hand to him. Receiving the sword, Nyarlathotep immediately expressed his satisfaction and praised. "Good, since you have returned it, I don't need to dirty my hands anymore." Then he disappeared, and everyone around began to react violently. Hongun grabbed his collar and lifted him up, asking, "What did you just do? Why did you teach the fake great sword?" "It's Kim. Kim told me to surrender without fighting." "All right, let's rest for a few days before heading to the shrine. Hopefully everything is fine on your side." The system display appears, handing over the great sword to Nyarlathotep. "Sehan, Kim, do you think that's okay? It's been a day since the great sword was taken. Shouldn't we do something at least? If we go down there, we won't be able to avoid meeting Nihilate, and in the end, the ritual will inevitably be halted." Lulin gritted his teeth and shouted, "It has to be stopped. Are you planning something with her Idra without telling me?" Idra quickly intervened, saying that's not quite it, but I'm afraid I can't explain further. That made Li Suin even angrier. "What is it?" "Are you serious?" Sehan stood in the middle, watching the two of them argue without saying a word. Then he went over to pat Irung's head to soothe her anxiety, wondering why he refused his god's request, and she immediately calmed down. "No, I am sure that I can, and we will get an answer. The gate will open soon. I have something to do, and I need you to protect me." "What is going on?" Faced with Sean's question, she struggled to answer in reverse. Then Sehan quickly arrived at Nyarlathot's location. As soon as he saw him, he said, "You're later than expected." Hans Carr also responded, "Hey Toad, this is the first time I've met someone so close." He said proudly, "I thought you would rush in as soon as I drew the great sword, but you're quite calm." "I'm just a little cautious. As I said that, I secretly thought Nyarlathotep wouldn't take long to find out." His response shows he doesn't know where she is. At this moment, Nyarlathotep sneers, using his caution as an excuse for being late. Indeed, human emotions are still something mysterious to me, but gradually I think I understand a little more. Then he chuckled eerily. "Perhaps this is what you call happiness." Without warning, he unleashed a powerful attack on Jaehan. Surprised by the assault, Jaehan struggled to defend himself. He glanced around, thinking any attack could kill him, hoping Idra was hiding well. Seeing him in combat mode and thinking something else, he immediately warned, "Are you daring to lose focus?" Then once again, he swings his tentacles to attack Sehan. Sehan is now drawing his weapon, preparing to confront him head-on. Dodging attacks without thinking could accidentally hit us or Lulin. I have to face them. In a split second, he charged forward and slashed multiple times at his tentacle attacks. Seeing that, Nyarlathotep clenched his teeth, showing a look of fear. "It seems I have underestimated humanity too much." He looks at him in a dazed manner. Wait, that's the Dark Pharaoh Nyarlathotep suddenly launching a new attack. This strike is so powerful that Zehan stands there stunned, unsure of what to do. A swirling black hole is spinning above his head. Then with a loud bang, Nyarlathotep suddenly asks, "Did you just weaken the great gravitational force?" But Zehan still calmly dusted off his hands, almost crushed like a cake. Seeing that, he became even angrier and prepared to unleash another move, followed by a series of black streaks rushing toward him at incredible speed. Nyarlathotep coldly said, "You can only go this far?" But unexpectedly, while he was neglecting and underestimating his opponent, Zine quickly rushed in and stabbed him in the eye, but Nyarlathotep remained unharmed. "I made a big mistake. I thought that, although I have divine power, I could crush you because you're just a mere human. But I guess I have to change my thinking to take your life. For me, the concept of death is useless. If I can't kill someone in one strike, I will keep attacking again and again." Hearing him speak, Sehan wondered silently how an immortal being kills dozens, hundreds, thousands of times, and even more. "I'm curious how long you can hold out. Of course, you have to survive my attack for the count to go up." As he said this, he laughed maniacally. Zeha looked up at the sky, noticing the strange phenomena and realizing the droplets forming. What is Ira doing? So, Thought is also known as the one who waits at the threshold. He is an all-powerful god existing in all of time and space. If you've come this far, do you think you can stop the spirit from being summoned again? Based on what I know, I can't do anything about it. Suddenly, Idra appears and calls Nyarlathotep. He immediately shows a look of joy upon seeing her. "So you will still join this small gathering, right?" Idra, you can stop the bleeding with the Lang True Block, but how can you stay whole? He with a bad boy look smirked coldly, and Idra would have to use everything she had if she used that item. And then I would seal her inheritance ability, making it easier to kill her. I won't seal it. It possesses overwhelming power. You must know that well. Doesn't it seem strange to you? Shouldn't So Thought have broken that fragile crack and come out by now? He suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Does she mean I'm summoning something else? No way. The time-space crack will erase everything that approaches it. After this, I don't think I'll be able to make that girl stop clinging to you, Sean asked in surprise. What? Nia gasped. You already knew, didn't you? She reached out to feel the source of the power. I realize I am becoming more obsessed than I thought. Suddenly, she clenched her hand, and with that action came a furious earthquake, causing Han's vehicle on one side to wonder. Where is the fear? Right now in front of him is a monster with enormous eyes. Is it fear? No, it's already badly injured. It's standing at the brink of life and death. So what is that thing? Nyarlathotep was just as surprised. What? Why are you still here? This presence feels strangely familiar. Sehan quietly called out Ira's name, but there was no response, only the image of the frightened girl staring intently at him, the one who guided him through the first round and abandoned him when the world ended. My goddess and she are right here in front of me. Going back to the past, a thought flashed through Ira's mind. I've always wondered what happened to me after the first round. Did I really leave Han's car behind? Maybe I did it because he couldn't save humanity. It's hard to believe. What was I thinking back then? But then a few days later I accidentally found the answer. It was definitely the thing that So Thought's divine power had been hiding from me. The memories of my past that I don't even know about. There's not much time left. If this continues, my incarnation will die. So Thought might be able to go back to the time wheel, but I'm not sure if my request will be accepted. How is that possible? Did Sehan go back to the past? Is this a feature of the Han vehicle? Is going back not to the first loop but to the second one? But will he be able to reset the future? Ira suddenly exclaimed, I didn't think he knew about weapons that could defeat gods. Then, I will do it. At the divergence point when the Han vehicle traveled to the past, I broke free from the constraints of time. For a long time beyond human understanding, I hid myself in a corner of space, learning to slay my outer body. After many eras passed, I was able to channel a certain amount of power into an object that cannot be forgotten no matter how much time passes, the weapon and vehicle Han created and cherished the most. These are not ordinary wounds. She has gone beyond her limits. I thought you disappeared when I returned. My existence continued by going back to the past, and you created a phenomenon called a time fracture. Ira now stands in front of Han's car and says, I jumped out of the tear and entered this reality all to defeat So Thought. Hearing this, Nyarlathotep seems to go insane and shouts out loud, Lies! No matter how strong you are, you can't easily defeat Esoth. After he finished speaking, So Thought suddenly went berserk and crushed him. Han's vehicle on this side was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Idra. So Thought gazed with his giant eye at Han's car and sighed, saying, This is not just a piece of metal but a stake capable of causing real death. A creature like Neep cannot be killed with this as long as his core remains intact. He can be revived, so this object can handle him. And now, watch. After her words, another scene of torture appears. So Thought continues to crush Nyarlathotep for a moment. Show us the death of a god. Nyarlathotep yells now, Idra, what kind of blasphemous weapon have you created? Then he swung his tentacle weapon toward them again. Ira quickly dodged, and Sean quickly soared into the sky. If this continues, the other players on R will also be affected. What should I do now? But again, something unexpected happens to him. Wait, this is an illusion, but it's completely different from usual. Ira's divine power and mine are being amplified. Han's eyes now spark with a fiery glow, a surge of power enveloping him. She has helped me so much that I can never repay her. Maybe I should also use the skill I've been hiding, the super powerful proof of Nyarlathotep. It seems you've had a quick crash course in human emotions. What do you mean? The crow has an emotion I don't want you to miss, Sehan said with a triumphant smile. And it is called fear, Nyarlathotep sneered. Fear. Now your arrogance has no limits, does it? Crow, I'm just returning what you caused. He spoke softly. I tried to restrain myself from breaking the system's rules. If I do this, I might not be able to return to the game anymore. Sehan looked at him in surprise, sweating profusely. No way. Right now he was smugly saying, You better give it your all because you are the first human to see my true form. Hearing that, Sehan thought to himself, is he really going to unleash all his true power? Jehan charged forward with his weapon as a raging tornado began to form in the sky. Seeing him go crazy like that, Jehan glanced around and wondered if he might destroy the entire island. His divine power was truly terrifying. His simple attack had already pierced through the mountain. Nithotep at this moment transforms into a monster with a giant white eye. I will end this quickly. He uses his eye technique to shoot black lightning bolts downward. Jehan quickly dodges. That's nonsense. Can it change direction in midair? He suddenly finished speaking and then shot a black beam directly at Han's car. Fortunately, thanks to his agility, he managed to escape death, but a collision came, hitting his wing and causing him to stagger and fall from above. In the chaos, Sehan shouted, "Fragar!" A sword shot out from the black hole, flying straight at him. Nigh. Thotep looked at him stubbornly and muttered a curse under her breath. "You stubborn bastard. You don't know when to stop. I am Nile. Thotep, the chaos messenger of the universe, and the servant of my foolish father." A sigh. "I am an existence that an ordinary human has no right to challenge." Sehan glared and replied, "I am glad you abandoned your human form because your attack pattern is too simple, making it easy to fight an enemy who only knows how to use brute force." Suddenly, the black magic beams from him were pulled into that black hole, and he was stunned. Could this be an illusion? At this moment, Nyarlathotep transformed into a celestial serpent. "Keep going, I will destroy all your copies. Summon your crow form, you're here. No more counterattacks from Zehan." He shot through Han's body in one shot. Han's vehicle took the hit and burst blood, then crashed to the ground. Seeing Jean's disastrous failure, he laughed triumphantly. "That's right. That's the limit of a human. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a guy. Sehan is still alive now. He's still trying to hold on, as I said. You simply crazily used all your strength to stab him in the eye. He is only now beginning to realize he has fallen into my trap. Don't tell me you deliberately got caught." Sehan struggled to say, "I've used almost all my skills just to stab you once. Damn it, I need to get out of here immediately. It's not easy to have a chance to kill him." Sehan now turns the tide and speaks triumphantly, "But I cannot. Now you see what your eyes cannot perceive. That is fear." With that, he delivers a fatal strike to Nyarlathotep. At this moment, he begins to panic and think, "I will die." "Yeah, Sehan Idra, how dare you?" Nai, exhausted, returned to her original form, crawling painfully on the ground and muttered a few words. "I can't die like this." "Yes, you can help me if I return to the universe and borrow my father's power," Sehan asked him. "Where are you going? Humanity endures pain day after day. You and your kind have no weaknesses, but that doesn't mean you're strong." With that, he punched him, making him spit out blood. "Idra, I have lost." He was then gasping for breath from exhaustion, his body no longer intact. He took a step forward and then shouted, "Why did you do this?" She didn't need to go so far, even when the concept of time is meaningless to a god. "But waiting for billions of years, when I was alone at the end of the first round, I thought Ira had abandoned me. But when I thought she had imprisoned herself for me, Ira appeared and said, 'I was a bit worried. I just wanted you to be happy in the new opportunity I gave, throughout the flow of time. My feelings for you still remain. Time is meaningless as if it was only yesterday. You are my only incarnation, the child I love most. What should I do now? Take care of her with love and let her know that she is doing very well and needs to rest.'" Hearing her say that, he silently thought that Ira from the past had almost used up all her strength. "Ira, she seems to be slipping into an eternal sleep, a dream like death." Sehan finally reveals the truth. "Please forgive me." Because he didn't trust her. The scene shifts to Waimea, and he asks in surprise, "What did you just say?" "Nyarlathotep is dead. Yes, your majesty. It seems he has summoned another entity besides the dream sorcerer. Strangely, its form resembles that of the dream witch. Even an outsider god has fallen. Vengo, it seems I have to go to Pecho. Moving to Rea's coast, everyone is eager to finish their work. Hurry up, are we ready to leave and check if the cargo has been loaded onto the ship?" Mina heads to the warehouse. "Rea should have been ours. Sehan, why are we sharing her with others?" Sehan chuckled and replied, "Don't be greedy, Mina. Do you think we can handle this huge island alone? And you already have Miss New Name. But it's not for me, it's for this clown. After everything you've been through and getting nothing in return, even Suin now has 2 demonology books after this trip. She looks so happy." Although she said that deep down, she was honestly a bit worried about Necronomicon. She wanted to leave it for Morgan, but she would never accept something evil like that book. Please save her. So Sulin would be the best person to keep it. But Trangu here scratched his head and said, "I think the teachings of the 3 masters for me are a bit too much." "Kim Hyung." Sehan turned and said, "No one is more suitable for it than you. Trangu, and also, you're quite skilled at using the mind eye." He replied that if you could master that weapon, no one would be able to touch you anymore. Except for Ju or Linza. Suddenly, Idra appeared somewhere. Smiling happily, she said, "Do I have anything different today?" Everyone looked at Ira with suspicion. I'm not so sure anymore. Me too. Has your hair grown longer? No, or maybe a few inches taller. Sehan turned to Idra and said, I also didn't notice any difference. IRA secretly felt inside him that her divine power had increased. But wait a minute. Right now, she's still just an ordinary player. There's no way she has divine power. Stop thinking, Sehan shouted in panic. Idra, don't tell me you understand love so quickly. Actually, I have absorbed myself. Isn't the remaining Idra already lost all her power and returned to her original world? Since two identical beings can't exist at the same time, I absorbed her. That only happened because it was my true self. So does that mean you don't exist in another universe? It's okay. When a god disappears, nothing really happens. Besides, in the universe outside, there's no need to take care of anyone. The truth is, the memories passed down to me are quite useful. Hearing this, Sehan suddenly thought, she's right. Thanks to Idra, we can create an item capable of killing even external gods. And more importantly, there's nothing left to fear from Yania now. Ira sighed and said that things are more complicated now. She probably already heard about Nithotep's death, which isn't good news. Sehan once again fell into deep thought. The only way he can challenge us now is through cooperative missions. So, what is your next move? Yeah, on Im's side, he was caught off guard. Are you saying Nyarlathotep has disappeared? It seems he summoned another entity besides the Dream Witch. Strangely, its form resembles that of the Dream Witch. She is with the crow, so something must have intervened. His cautious knight reports, just as you said, an anonymous entity helped them, and with that power he managed to slay Nyarlathotep. He starts to blink, a low-level player having something that thought can't. It's impossible. He is developing too quickly. His divine power is about to reach its peak. This speed is truly abnormal. And what about the woman living in Olympus? She will soon become a supreme goddess within a few months. If someone holding half of the key becomes that powerful, it will be quite troublesome. Emiya speaks. Vice President Van Ko immediately appears. Yes, Your Majesty. Vice President Van of the Ancient Giant Publisher issues a command. If you fight Neep, what do you think will happen? Van Ko replied seriously. Victory is certain, but I cannot kill him. As a messenger, his combat ability isn't very strong, so should we ignore the system and start the invasion? Although there is a risk that we might lose our admin privileges, I do not recommend that approach. If he has an AO on his side fighting her, I don't think I can be sure of winning. So, I guess I have to go to Pechochoya and contact him, the strongest player, the one with no rival in the entire universe. Holy Sword. 4 months later, on the Earth Museum's news page, it's not a game that ordinary players can start playing right from the beginning. It used to be a hidden gem of the game. With locations like the central area, it was once a true sanctuary for top players. But then, they turned it into a game for children. Reading the comments from everyone, Sean smiled happily. God and humans are not much different. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Hans Carr widened his eyes, not recognizing the number. He immediately answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Kim, this is Gun Hong. Hello, ma'am. What do you need? Miss Hong, if possible, could you arrange a meeting between me and Trangu? What? Since when did those two have this kind of relationship? Song Trangu appeared in front of his house, smiling brightly and saying, Of course, the two of you started talking to each other, just to be sure. I'm talking about Gun Hong from the Yuan residence. Does this make you feel confused? Kim is not like that, but Song Trangu bowed her head and answered his question. I was drawn to the power emanating from her sword. Even though I can't see it, I think this is a good opportunity for us to help each other grow through sparring or discussion. It seems like his goal is different from hers. I think it would be good to meet her. Gun Hong will probably enjoy it a lot. I think it's quite bold to say that. But before leaving, Song Trangu turned and said, I think we need to seize every opportunity to avoid them just because we're not sure what our lives will be like in the future. That's not quite right, Mr. Kim. Hearing that, Sehan was also quite surprised and quietly thought it felt like that line was meant for him. I think Ju has noticed that the atmosphere between me and Ira has changed since returning from Ri. Because she was a good girl, she simply stood quietly outside and watched. Looking back to the past, when Ju saw him happily chatting with Ira, he suddenly realized she was also standing there, turning her head to call Ju. She now looks at him with a jealous gaze. You used to be everything I needed, but oh my god, you look even scarier like that. Where is she going now? Ira said. As a god, morality has nothing to do with me, but I can be sure that people will point fingers at you for playing both sides. Watching you endure those looks is quite interesting. In the end, I'll definitely become a bad guy. No matter what I do, whether I cheat or abandon the woman who has given everything to me. Worse than that, he's just a guy playing with two women's hearts. Sahan has given up, maybe too much for someone who has never dated a woman like me. My biggest fear is that Ju will tear me apart. You're such a bastard. Lately, Ju keeps disappearing everywhere, so I can't ask her directly why she hasn't done anything to me. That only makes me more worried, but right now she's trembling, her face showing exhaustion. Ao looked at Ju, praising her constantly, saying she truly has talent to the point that it makes me proud to be her teacher, but Ju still feels unsatisfied. But this is not enough. I need to become stronger than I am now. Azo silently looked at Ju and then turned back to 3 months ago. Jesus was kneeling at her feet, begging, "Please, I need your help." Azel, sipping his ice cream, asked, "What is that for?" Ju bowed his head and replied, "I haven't gained any divine power yet, and if this continues, I will fall behind. I can only handle weak enemies. When a strong one appears, Sean is the one who takes care of them. We have an invaluable supporter, a young man who is extremely skilled at forging weapons. And when he wields his father's great sword, another person will become even stronger. Above all, what I see from someone else is a talent beyond what I ever thought I could achieve. If I keep going like this, I will become useless to him." Hearing that, Aol thought to herself that so far the crow had never let Ju face any dangerous situations. Please, it's probably all because of her, but everything has side effects, which is understandable. I never thought Ju would be this jealous of Lin will soon reach the highest level of divine power. That will only increase Ju's tension. After a moment of thought, Ao looked directly into Ju's eyes and said, "You are very strong, Ju, and someday you will have divine power. But you can't wait." "Is that right?" "That's right." "So what can you give me in return?" Little Ju repeated, surprised by the entertainment. "Entertainment? Making me stronger will make you happy." "Miss Ao happily said to Ju, 'You're quite interesting.'" "All right, I agree. If it weren't for John, I would have chosen this girl already. I will turn you into a powerful demon, Jisoo." From that day on, Ju was trained by Alo. A demon's magic comes from 2 sources, human emotions and divine power. So, demons are beings that transform emotions into magic power through their divine power. The stronger the emotion, the more divine power they hold. In other words, even with a small amount of divine power, if you know how to harness your emotions, you can still perform powerful magic. Azel told Ju that she would also gain a unique inherited ability like other demons. "This theory doesn't apply to humans, but you're a celestial assassin, right? That's correct?" She surprised me. Such rapid development couldn't happen with a weak mind. Is the divine energy reservoir inside her growing because of anger or sadness, or is there a special trigger causing it to develop? Then suddenly it asks her, "What kind of emotion are you transforming into magic?" Jewess turns away and replies, "The emotion I always have, that's all." Hearing her say that, Azel also felt curious. At the same time, at Olympus, Apollo stood facing Lin TL. He involuntarily exclaimed, "Relax, Lin Kasia, Apollo is really strong, but you are also strong enough." "I understand." Lin Taylor fell into deep thought. Everything is unfolding as he has planned. Over the past year, Lin has not only gained all of Asia's power, but has also surpassed it, and reached the next level of divine strength. When the opportunity arose, she even touched the highest level. Lin Taylor loudly declares, "I am going up there, Lord Apollo." Apollo laughed and said, "Go ahead, kid. She's really strong. I should be careful." Lin Taylor sighed and calculated. Using Laplace's hourglass for 30 minutes blurred her memories, but one thing was certain. Underbaron's Taurus Destruction Fist. Thinking of this, Lin Taylor quickly grabbed his sword and rushed towards him. Apollo looked at her expression with surprise. "Is that the destroyer fist of the Taurus constellation?" "No, the destructive fist of Taurus is a martial art. But the girl uses swordsmanship, breathing techniques, footwork, and movements that are completely different. Maybe this is another variation of the original." Linter Tyre swung his sword fiercely forward. Ira tilted his head and said, "It seems Lin has already passed the challenge." Saiyan the Scythe asked back in surprise, "What? Really? She has passed Olympus's challenge. So the girl now has a seat among the gods." That was quick. "She's talented. No wonder that scary-eyed girl is jealous." He suddenly thought this was good news. It seems Lin will return to Earth soon. Since I don't know when Y will act, Lin returning early is good news. Lin's rapid development isn't surprising because she absorbs Ashi. 10 years from now, Lin will be even stronger than she is now. But no matter how many times I ask Minsu, the ending remains the same. In the end, the Demon King went mad. How can I change that outcome? Ira stood up and said, "We just received an offer from the publisher for a cooperation mission." San looked up and asked her, "Where to?" Ira calmly replied, "Pichoi." Sehan begins to consider that it is the place where the Sword Saint Barunda is. I already know that it is the only place capable of cooperating with Earth at the current level. Then he roars again. When will it start? Idra scratched his head and replied, "They said today was fine." Are we talking about delaying today, or is Hans Carr the one panicking and shouting today? It seems they used some method to prevent us from manipulating the cube. They played a pretty strong card. Are they allowed to start cooperating so quickly? I mean, don't they need to open the gate and synchronize everything first? How can it be so fast? There must be a reasonable explanation. I only sent one person to gun. Lintertire happily calls B. We meet again. You too. Mina, it's been a while. Welcome back, Lynn Mina. Lynn Taylor greeted each other warmly right after meeting, so you passed the test. They couldn't beat Apollo, but they still passed. That's quite enough surprise. Yes, it is. So you're quite skilled. I know there are people who can't even touch Apollo's toes anymore. I won't tell you who I am. Sorry, but I am your incarnation. Do you know how famous I am? After returning from Rhea, someone even recognized me. Sorry over there. Mina looked puzzled. See? Someone is approaching me. What's going on? I didn't bring a pen, but what kind of outfit is this? Jin sneered and said, You're going to embarrass me with that look, but can I ask you something? One person? Don't tell me you're that cold-voiced guy. The Sword Saint has arrived. Do you know where they call the God Slayer? Lena scratched her head awkwardly and said, I don't really know either. Sorry, I couldn't help you. Gin crossed his arms and let out a faint, unclear huff. He suddenly put on a fake, cheerful smile. Maybe not, since children usually show their emotions on their faces. Hearing this, the three girls froze in place. Mina stepped back a few steps, feeling a bit hesitant. Hey, mister, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Sorry about that, miss. Jin suddenly drew his sword, looking very confident. Because I was in a bit of a hurry. Lintyre stared in disbelief at the opponent's recent action. When did he draw his sword? I didn't see clearly at all. His speed in drawing the sword was astonishing, each strike aimed directly at Lim Mina, accompanied by his threatening words. I ask again, do you know where anyone's belt is? She glanced to the side as Jin kept speaking. Don't worry, I won't kill him right away, Lintyre suddenly said in a furious voice. What are you doing? The girl is right in front of him, blocking the sword. Lintyre, holding the massive weapon on her shoulder, tries to keep her face as calm as possible. Jin smirks with a triumphant smile. Oh wow, that's really true. I'm a bit surprised. He secretly thought that this child was the youngest god in the entire modern universe and a monster with unlimited potential. Perhaps even he wouldn't be able to defeat her in the future. As he finished speaking, Gin suddenly drew his weapon, surprising Lintyre, and a burst of speed shot toward the girl, knocking Lintyre away unexpectedly. The girl collapsed to her knees, and Lena quickly ran over to support her, gently holding Lintyre's head, her gaze not only leaving Gin Lin, but in an instant she didn't even see him swing his sword. The man slowly approached and casually said, If you can turn that into your own just by looking once, then a single strike will do the trick. This made Lim Mina marvel internally. So powerful, more powerful than any enemy she had ever faced. Cloud grabs her shirt and says seriously, It's over. That man is the Sword Saint. Mina was momentarily stunned. The Sword Saint? Cloud nodded and replied, Yes, his name is Gin Votak, and he is the Sword Saint from Petroia, currently the top of all players. Lena gasped, her face showing more seriousness than ever. What kind of god has an avatar as powerful as that? No believer can turn him into an avatar. From the beginning, he was already a person with the highest divine potential. Lim Mina's eyes widened, reflecting the image of the opponent. The strongest? The highest divinity that neither Sean nor Lin can attain? Suddenly, Gin infused black smoke into his weapon. Hey girl, now just obediently take me to the base, or surrender peacefully, with this strength. She's grinding her teeth loudly, but I have to stop her. There are civilians and Hran's armor stored at the base. Hang in there a little longer, I need to be patient a bit more, Sean will definitely come. And this scene is witnessed by a blackbird. Lim Menina thinks to herself, we just need to wait another 10 minutes. Jin slightly smirked, seeing through her thoughts. It seems she's waiting for someone, but I'm sorry. As I said before, I'm a bit impatient. Something made Lim Min flinch. That feeling was very familiar. When did he start swinging his sword again? I didn't see anything. Suddenly, a super-fast speed effect appeared in the white space as something moved from left to right, leaving a long cut mark on the ground. He quietly glanced over, not very scared, and let out a small sound. The man scratched his head and shrugged, saying, I didn't expect this young girl to have such a good instinct. Cloud behind Limina warns, be careful. That's not a relaxed stance, but a ready position to draw your sword. He's trying to make it impossible for us to predict his sword path. She understood when she heard that. Yes, sir, the servant. While Gin stays alert to his surroundings, he thinks to himself, just need to be careful of the blonde girl. But it seems everyone on this planet is quite skilled. So, where is the blonde girl? Of course, Linter suddenly appeared behind him. Then the girl immediately thrust her sword and struck Gin directly. Of course, Gin easily blocked the attack with his weapon. Is that the horned child using healing magic? An incredibly subtle use of magic that can't be sensed at all. That was really impressive. Bon quickly stepped back in surprise. What? Lintire forcefully attacked with an insect to break his sword, but Gin was completely unfazed, showing no sign of exertion at all. A second later, a thick cloud of dust and smoke erupted, and the girl leapt into the air, dodging the surprise attack. Linter landed firmly and then charged forward with his sword at lightning speed. The girl had somehow circled around behind Gin and was aiming at him, and when she struck, Lintire was momentarily stunned. Oh, once again, her sword strike is blocked by Jin. He flashes a sharp gaze and a sinister smile curves on his lips. Now it's time for you to tell me. He quickly seized the commanding stance and forcefully struck his opponent. However, Gin was suddenly struck hard in the chin by Lintire. The girl sat down confidently and warned, I won't be fooled a second time. The sword seemed to hit something just before touching her body, shattering into many pieces in an instant. Even though it was only a temporary weapon, it was a weapon that Seo had made for himself. I've heard about it, but it's truly an incredible ability that can block instantly, he casually replied as his fist swung with a confident smile. No matter how talented the girls are, they can't do that to me. He simply brushed past lightly, sending Lintire flying effortlessly. Lee Mina over here is shouting loudly, this is just nonsense. How do you know that? I've turned into such an invisible little bug. That's why I said it's useless. Anyway, I have to defeat them all before I can say I give up. With that, the sword cultivator conjured countless floating blades with a jade-green glow around the central stage. Those sword spirits keep rushing toward Beyond. Linter quickly stood up and destroyed each type of magic attacking him like this. Both of their shouts of challenge rang out as they saw Lymina helplessly watching the swords approaching her. Sister Mina, what should we do? How can I avoid this thing? She raised her hand to block it, eyes closed as a reflex. However, when she felt nothing, Lena opened her eyes and marveled at the sparkling crystal right in front of her. What is this? Why is Ori-chan's bracelet here? Could Min have guessed something and looked up? That was none other than Kim Zan's attack. Why not tell us your purpose before asking the kids? If that's the case, there wouldn't be a need for such a fight. You appeared just in time, like a savior. All the girls here, I know why you're here. People like you don't come here just to cooperate naturally. Jin chuckled softly and replied casually, Oh, am I that famous? You speak as if you know me very well. With this name, Kim Zhan briefly fell into contemplation. A person who has no material desires or greed, even using strength to suppress the Sword Saint, has already been difficult enough. Then the only weakness that could shake the Sword Saint is one word: family. Jin looked up with a blank tone. Are you surprised that I really understand you that well? Kim Zhan calmly responded from above because Pachoya, being part of the publisher's management, avoided your gaze to get close to your family. Jin chuckled triumphantly, praising himself. As expected, very accurate. Those damn giants took my family. His words also changed. The pronouns are the same, and after killing you, they ordered me to corner the outer divine humans, so I apologize and go die. A sudden surge of overwhelming power erupted violently, causing the space here to tremble. Suddenly, a black cloud billowed up from behind the rocks, spreading across the sky. Hans Carr turned around and looked around, a bit puzzled. Where is the Sword Saint? Immediately, he turned back and shouted loudly, B, take Mina out of here. The girl obediently responded. Yes, the continuous swings of the blades plunged the surrounding scene into chaos. He watched what was happening, silently calculating that if he dodged this strike, it would keep chasing him, so there was only one answer left. To block them all. He's much faster than Jinchon Beach. I know he's strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. I can't even keep up with his swordsmanship anymore, let alone block everything. I used to think that nothing could surprise me. Are all the players here monsters? Hahan looked at Gin standing still and silent, then spoke. You seem to be deep in thought, when suddenly a sword shot towards him from behind, startling him, and he quickly turned around, thinking to himself, have I let my guard down? It's okay, because I have no blind spots when suddenly a sword approaches from nowhere, and Lintire, ready to attack, closes in on Gin. The girl swung her sword, but he easily dodged it. There's no way to land an attack on Jin. Lintire has to step back to Hans Carr to ask for advice. What should we do now? All your attacks are useless. Tranan, don't worry. If you compare swordsmanship and physical strength, you and he are not that different. The important thing is to control your divine power. Control your divine power? Pay close attention, and you'll understand. With that, Han stepped hard on the pedal as if focusing his strength, secretly thinking about controlling divine power to create his own domain. With the power of miracles and the third eye, if my territory with a radius of about 10 meters is a guaranteed win, Gin's superior range is about 100 meters. Gin's territory is larger, but that doesn't mean he's at an advantage. If he's within 10 meters, the situation would be equal. If I can lure the Sword Saint into the 10-meter range, I can take him down. Despite many attacks, I still haven't managed to harm Jin, and his face shows no emotion, his voice tinged with mockery. You're quite a strange one. Han observed him, drawing another sword, and asked cautiously. You don't look like a prodigy, yet you still want to face me directly? Does that even make any sense? You're probably holding back on me. Jin clenched his weapon tightly, his whole body tense and waiting. Aren't you the same? Your face is full of worry with fake white eyes, yet you're lost in thought. That guy is too strong for the talent he has. His control over divine power and combat experience are not those of someone in his 20s. I know that instinct. It's not something you can acquire after just a few battles. It's a Sura warrior. Even if I put all my strength into it, I'm not sure I could win. The attack coming at me brought him back to reality. Luckily, the horse carriage arrived just in time to block it. One hand deflecting the attack, the other ready to draw another sword. In just a brief moment, he shifted to the offensive. The curved, elegant sword drew a fleeting, contemplative look from Jin. Is he worried his weapon might break? Now's not the time to admire him. If this continues, it will be disadvantageous for us, and that girl is also quite concerning. There's no other choice now. From this moment on, I will take it seriously, releasing a huge amount of energy around me, and my aura becomes more powerful. I will go all out and finish this once and for all. You stay silent and watch him, secretly deciding that fighting any longer is pointless. Jin probably has a vague understanding of our abilities. Lin has also observed Gin's skills enough. If we fight seriously, not only Gun but the whole city will be destroyed. Sehan's face turned cold, his eyes hollow, but his voice was full of determination. Can I suggest we do this? We might be able to help you save your family, but before you finished speaking, he cut in and refused. Sorry, but that's impossible. The cooperation mission is already underway, and for it to end, one of us has to die. You know as well, right? San kept trying to persuade him, but what if I said there's still a way to save your family? Jin looks at him admiringly. He's quite confident. That's right. Standing here in front of me is Crow, who has captured the attention of the entire universe in just 2 years. If it were you, surely you would have a way. He wavered a little. If what you said is true, I will do everything I can. Sehan lowered his gaze, about to take out something as he responded. I promised. Just a simple answer. If someone has to die for the mission to end, then let's all die together. At the imperial capital in the residence of Sword Saint Gin, the planet that has existed the longest in the game, the only kingdom untouched by the gods, Vanko sat on the throne, momentarily dazed. Did I fail? He sat in the middle of a magnificent castle, lost in his thoughts. I thought only special divine power could kill Niall Lithotep, but since the Sword Saint also left the battle, then the mission is over, and he must have died. I need to report to Y immediately. We need to find a way to eliminate those bastards. No need to keep the Sword Saint's family as hostages anymore. The system suddenly announced that a cooperative mission was starting. Vanko heard a bit of confusion. Why the flag? He looked at the dense lines on the notification, confidently stating that it was definitely done by Crow. He began analyzing, based on the system, that he was a player who had infiltrated Pachoya. He exploited the system to set up a revenge mission. If the gods of Pachoya find out he hid Gin, things will get more complicated. Suddenly he transformed into Gin's form, forced to make a choice. There's no other way, so I'll become a Sword Saint for a while. Meanwhile, at Sehan's house, Jira confidently slouches in his chair. We did it. Just as you said, Vengo seems to have infiltrated Pecho as a player. Now that the mission is activated, he won't be able to escape. He asked again, what about Gin? She closed her eyes and calmly explained. As you suggested, I hid him in the next room. Not only EMEA, but the entire system has been compromised. In the end, we weren't supposed to fight, right? Sehan listened and crossed his arms, trying to find a solution. If we hadn't tried to fight, Gin wouldn't have trusted us anymore. We have to show him that we can defeat Vengo. Make sure Gin doesn't get into any trouble. I will go to Pachoya. When Jidra saw him preparing to leave, he told Theo, leave it to me. But you plan to go alone? No, I won't. Of course not. I want Lin to gain more experience. Sehan faced Lin Taylor and asked for confirmation. Are you ready yet? The girl was a bit shy, but couldn't hide her excitement as she replied, yes, Mr. Sai made new equipment for me again. He looked at her in her brand new outfit and silently marveled, treating Lin like his own granddaughter. That fancy equipment must have been crafted by someone very skilled. But Ju, who always insists on going together, what could she be busy with to refuse so coldly? Saya remembered her with a slightly evasive look and said, sorry, I have something to do now. Then she reassured herself, well, Ju has her own things to deal with. At the same time, Ju was with Ao, looking at the girl and calling out loudly, hurry up and come here. She glanced with a slightly cunning look in her eyes. Sit down here, we'll start right away. Ozil told Ju that the crow left today, and so did we. We won't be back for about 2 weeks. I sent them outside, but I'm afraid they might fall too far. Jisoo replied with a sad expression. I won't be bound to you or anything similar because of this, right? So I ask her, if I say no, will you believe me? Ju shook her head and replied, of course, because she's not a liar. Deceiving others isn't her strong suit, it would take too much cleverness. Furthermore, I don't care enough to deceive anyone. You will be a completely separate entity from me. She then cut her wrists and tilted her head, saying, Here, drink this, drink it, and make it your own, and maybe you'll become a demon. Demons are beings with pure willpower. Unless that idea shatters, they can only die. Ao says no one will know what happened since she became a player as a demon and eventually turned into a creature like us. Hearing this, Ju glances and asks, Then why didn't you give Ju your blood? You could have turned him into your own that way. He won't agree. You see, that child wants to become stronger as a human, not a demon. But as for you, little one, you don't care about that, do you? That's right, whether I'm human or a demon doesn't matter. I just want to become someone who can protect others, not just hide behind someone forever. Hearing this, Ju raised his glass and took a few sips. Peoria is a magnificent world where not only humans but also elves and dwarves exist, a world ruled by the Age of Swords and magic. Sehan and Lin Tyre have arrived in this magical land. Neither of them stop sighing. The divine power here blooms like spring because this is a world where gods hold great influence. Some gods have many followers who worship them, and there are also players who see themselves as embodiments of such gods, just like in our world. She said it was like stepping into a fairy tale. Seeing Lin Tyre cheerfully shouting with joy, Shan suddenly realized that moments like this made her remember she is still just a child. That's Mai over there. The city is nearby, she excitedly said. Look over there, that's a castle. There's a long line of people waiting at that gate. I wonder what's going on. I think there's a pretty good reason for that. I told you I'm just an ordinary merchant, not a refugee. I have nothing to do with that war. Sir, please show your trading license if you are a merchant with dealings in this city. The guards are quite strict. Do you think we can get into the city? Have they? That probably fell on the way here. You can't get in without that. A young man is standing there chatting with his friend. Wow, I heard things have gotten more intense, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I'm not interested in all this fuss. No surprise that the rumors about Barunda have been spreading non-stop lately. Hearing their conversation, Lin Tyre leaned close to eavesdrop. That kingdom is ruled by Kens, right? Yes, and are you also a player? A girl witch spoke. This outfit shows she is a traveler, but wandering alone without a guild at this time is quite a risky move. It seems pretty chaotic around here. Miss, what's going on in this city? This place is ruled by the 7 great heroes who just counterattacked Barunda's awakening, but it is, indeed, quite surprising. Dai is known as a special figure of the cause. Hearing this, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, is this the slime named Lon you're talking about? A face with cold eyes appeared, and hearing this, the witch girl suddenly panicked. Don't tell me you came here completely unaware of what's going on. Xielu Han looked to one side and said, We've traveled quite a distance, so we're not very familiar with what's happening here. Just trying to understand everything before entering the city. If the Barunda Empire suddenly acts, Vengo will surely follow immediately. He must have thought he was on his way here. The 2 young men are still chatting with each other over there. You're really suspicious for refusing to open the gate. Please, sir, if we turn back now, we'll definitely be doomed. It's a pity, it seems our efforts have been in vain. Entering the border doesn't look promising, but they were really quite nervous. At first I thought they were about to fight the guard. Fighting, huh? Young girl, you're quite funny. Suddenly a civilian with a panicked face. We are just ordinary people. Sir, please let us in. It would be so much better without these walls. Sehan and Lin Tyre kept asking him, and what about those people? Each of the 7 great heroes has their own city. He quickly replied that it was a central city anchored in an area surrounded by various small towns. Refugees like them usually come from devastated remote areas. Hearing that, Sehan silently remembered reading about it. But this is nothing like I imagined. The main city was once believed to be always ready to welcome anyone. Maybe things have become more complicated lately? The guards still refuse to let them inside. We can't let anyone into the central city right now. Provide some proof of your background, and then we might consider letting you through. The ordinary man now only bows his head and begs. I am sure our backgrounds are recorded in the city hall records. That kid is useless. We can't be sure you're not undercover spies. But we are civilians, not players, and we have no way to prove it. Seeing their pitiful situation, Sean turned to Lynn Taylor and asked, Do you want to help out? Lynn, I really want to say no, but I can't act recklessly. Sehan, just like a goddess of justice, can't stand idly by in the face of injustice. Go ahead, if you want something, right? You want to help them, don't you? I'm not happy with those guards either. Causing a bit of a commotion is the quickest way to get close to that greasy lion. Suddenly, the young man shouted, "What are you two talking about? Louts are not the kind of people who can." He suddenly turned around in surprise. What? When did she pass by there? At this moment, Lin Tyre rushed forward and stood in front of the guard. The soldier asked her what her name was. Lin Tyre rushed forward and said, "I, Linter, can tell if someone is lying. These people are just ordinary refugees." But the soldier still sneered and said, "Do you think we will believe your words?" Hearing that, Lin Tyre was extremely angry. "If not, I will have to use force." Seeing her draw her sword, he immediately pointed his weapon at her. She's just a kid with divine power. Surrounding it, Lin Tyre quickly pointed her sword at them. How is it not dead after that surprise attack? Now I understand why there was a warning not to anger these guards. They are guards with divine power assigned to protect the central city of Thuat Dayan Hung. The city guard notification system displays that when soldiers are on duty guarding their assigned city, all their attributes increase by 200% and they reach a low level of divine power. Never underestimate the city guards of Leon. At this moment, the archers are surrounding Linter from all sides. But for a moment, she quickly dodged their attacks. The girl alone faced dozens of tall, bulky guards. It's hard to imagine how powerful the ultimate hero really is. If their guards are that formidable, Mr. Kenzie is no less powerful. I could overpower them with brute strength, but I wouldn't gain anything from it. I wonder what Seihan and Ken will do. They will disperse their divine power around and create a zone of absolute control. Lin Tyre's eyes lit up as she immediately unleashed her power to scatter the soldiers. She proudly said, "So that's how it is." The two guards rush in, and Lin Tyre can take them out with a single strike. They brace themselves and attack her, so she has no choice but to strike again, knocking one of them away. Lin Tyre stopped her sword and said, "I think," the girl happily exclaimed, "finally I understand the rules." The guard trembled with fear, looking at her as if she were a monster. "What is this? She easily blocks all of our attacks." Brown Hair, standing next to Zhao Han, was also very surprised, unable to believe it. How can a child have such power? He proudly thought. So fast. Just one look and it's already perfect. He looked up at the manor and said to himself, finally he's showing his face. The guard asked her, "How can a god descend to the mortal realm without any restrictions from the system?" Lynn Taylor also wanted to answer. "That's because I am still a player, and that is Lynn's greatest strength. Even though she inherited the role of the god of justice and the star sign of the female archer, she remains a player, not bound by the system, able to use both divine power and divine force simultaneously. She truly is a system glitch." The girl no longer hesitates and makes her move. "I won't drag this out any longer." Suddenly, she had to stop. A powerful slash cut right beside Lin T. Seihan smiled, recognizing him. He slowly stepped out, revealing his face. That is truly a tiger in human form. Dylon is top-notch. He can't help but feel worried. He's truly a real monster. I agree. At his current level, he is capable of causing trouble for an entire superpower. But that's not all. There are still 6 more like him. Just facing 2 of them at the same time would be enough to wipe me out like a fly. I was born to hunt gods, not fight players, and I hope among those 7 heroes there are more allies than enemies. He approached Lin Tyre again and said that I was drawn here by a massive force. She frowned in annoyance at his words. "But for now you're just a girl. Could it be that you're a god disguised as a child? Kid?" Seihan stepped forward to intervene between the two and agreed as well. "That's right, but also not really. The girl is truly just a child." I immediately explained our main purpose. "We're not here to fight you. The greasy smell, and you must know that the constellation of the maiden just changed its patron goddess of justice. This divine aura is very familiar." "All right, I want to hear your story." "The stranger you allowed into my castle, and when Lion Tyre cares about those outside, they start shouting loudly." "Wait, what about the refugees outside?" "Refugees?" "That's right. The goddess of justice must be able to distinguish between the wicked and the good. Order the guards to let them in. I want to talk to you about the Sword Saint. Come see me at my residence when you're ready." Then he disappeared. Seihan chuckled and teased her. "Do you think you can fight him?" Lin Tyre looked stunned and uncertain. Then she regained her confidence and replied, "If there's a chance, I don't mind trying." Seihan analyzes her abilities based on her fights. Just by looking, Lin can copy her opponent's moves. A battle was no different from a meal. The slimy mess was like a feast laid out before the girl. Moreover, it's not like causing trouble. He's within Lin's easy reach to handle. Oh my god, this girl really is a monster. They finally made it into Dion's palace. He is talking, so they must be players from Earth, and you are Crow. I've heard quite a bit about you. The fact that a player from Earth appeared here means the mission has failed. I can't believe he died on such a young planet. It's beyond imagination. Now what I want to know is whether both of you survived and if the mission ended after he died. So why did you come to Pachoya, and why did a new mission suddenly start, forcing us to protect his family? Sehan immediately replied, because the Sword Saint is still alive. Didion, of course, didn't believe what he said. What? How ridiculous. The mission only counts as complete if you cause death. He explained in detail that he's not dead, just in a vegetative state. Thanks to this poison, under its effect, the body will enter a state that the system can only recognize as death. This is the poison I used in the Dream Dungeon. Fortunately, Mina has now mastered its preparation perfectly. I've used it a few times already. And honestly, this is my secret trump card. He skeptically asked, is that really feasible? Yes, it's completely real. I guess you guys have also activated this mission. Perfectly on point. Since causing death, Vengo would never let his family rest in peace. Rumor has it that heretics once stole the game from the publisher, but after meeting them in person, it was clear they were completely different. So everything people say about you is true. That you turned the outsider god into your avatar and handed over the earth to her, to manage. That's right, it's all true. I couldn't help but feel a bit curious and intrigued as I listened to you tell it. That's incredible. I'm starting to wonder what your earth is like. You came here to kill Vengo, right? Yes, he's the only one who can still stand in my way. He stammered again, saying, you said there's only him left for you to talk about, and the horse has already admitted defeat. I have slain an outer god, so the list of divine warriors that can be sent out is no longer very long. What? Are you saying you killed an immortal being? Dian immediately moved closer to the girl. Is that true? The young goddess must be telling the truth. He covers his face, showing his helplessness. Oh my god. Then what is stopping you from going straight into the Imperial Center to eliminate Vengo? Sehan honestly replied, I want to do it too, but he has some heroes on his side. How did you find out about that? There have been recent conflicts between the cities, right? The cities on Vengo's side won't just sit still. Some people who wanted to know G's true location have already found out. They are as strong as I am, so I can't confront them directly. For someone who has killed an outsider god like you, it might just be a joke. But no, I am weak against humans. I am only particularly good at killing gods. That's why I brought this golden child with me, the goddess of justice. What is she doing here? This place is full of strong enemies, isn't it? You confidently assert that I will let her take everything Pachoya has. Anyway, since we're at such a great restaurant, it would be a shame not to try the special dish from the head. So from now on, Lin will handle anyone who dares to attack us. Lin Taylor was so surprised by what he said that he shouted out loud, Am I really the only one? Then the two of them went outside to train. Just consider this a good training session. Lin, good job with the training. You're still wearing the necklace that Elle gave you, right? Yes. This necklace will turn red if a certain level of divine presence from a being approaches. Even when those so-called heroes attack, do you have to fight alone? Hans Carr, they won't act hastily. Those arrogant and proud ones rarely lift a finger, let alone get up. I really hope that's the case for small matters. But yes, if they really come, I'll leave everything to you. Lin, the girl, cried softly, and I had already prepared all the plans in my mind. I need to raise Lin's abilities beyond a certain threshold. It's true she's become much stronger than the first time we played, but it's still not enough. Speaking of which, it looks like a few delicious things are heading her way. Sehan then told her, I need to quickly take care of something, so stay here and rest, okay? Lin Tyre happily responded, feeling relieved. Yeah, I'll be back before you even realize it. Oh man, you probably wouldn't be happy if you heard this. I'll be right here. See you later. Lin Tyre sat alone and lonely under the tree. The girl quietly reflects that she really has to fight alone. I'm so scared, I haven't even beaten Ken yet. Do I have a chance to defeat everyone with my current skills? But she quickly regains her composure, no longer wanting to worry about it. Whatever, the car wants me to rest here, so the sudden attack with a sword stabbing straight down beside the girl makes her panic and startle. What is that? Taylor looked around and saw blades rushing towards her. The assassin squad of Storm Food Fred, one of them, seeing what just happened, was neither stunned nor in disbelief. She avoided all the attacks from Storm Food Stret's exquisite swords. We are all players with moderate to high divine power. I thought it wouldn't take long to deal with her. Then he ordered the others to attack. They appear and land without engaging directly. Linter Taylor quietly assesses this place. This is truly the land of gods. There are dozens of people here with divine power ranging from average to high. The girl remembered what Sean had taught her. By the way, not all gods are worshipped in Pachoya like they are on other stars. Why? Because unless you're a top-tier god, Pachoya players won't bother to pay attention to me. If you're not at the top, it's hard to create your own avatar because defeating high-level Pioan with a new avatar is almost impossible. He's right, if you're not at the level of the gods, you probably won't even be recognized in Pachoya. But after saying that, Asia suddenly appeared with Lady Asia by her side. The girl drew her sword and then faced the assassins alone. She launched a kick. Lin Tyre suddenly stops for a moment, a huge power rushing toward the assassins. That is Leonis's skill. Then they fearfully whisper to each other, "Run away." One has already been killed by that power, and more bodies are lying scattered on the ground. Another assassin, half a step back, was shocked by Lin Taylor's power. She had only met Din Len for less than a day, and it's unbelievable that she had already mastered his secret technique in just one day. A corpse tries to move its body. The girl looks at her sword in horror and whispers, "Is this what hell looks like?" This isn't like the battles in the arena, but if I don't kill them here and now, I can't hesitate. There are still countless fights ahead. I can't let this small matter shake me that much. I don't want to be protected forever. The assassins refuse to give up. One of them orders, "Damn it, kill her at all costs. Don't let her reach our hero. We must stop her." Lin Tyre looks around, searching for where they are hiding. They disappeared, the wind changed direction, and then swords fell from the sky, aiming at the girl. The assassin also appeared. She counted 10 of them, throwing knives, and 5 rushing to attack. She dodged while thinking of a way to fight. If their strategy was like that, she would charge in and successfully take down each one. After a while, she tiredly stood still and looked at the dead soldiers, wondering, how many are left, 8 or 9? Including the 4 she defeated earlier, the total is 19 people. I can't think of a better move with that number. Then Lin Taylor soared into the sky to perform a new technique. A girl shouted, "Tinthang Kich," and all the remaining assassins were hit by her attack. The comet destroys the awakening strike. A severely injured assassin asks, "What does Trongpei A mean? She really is a monster." They were talking to each other. She only targeted our weak points. She's gone. In just a moment, Lin Tyre disappeared without anyone noticing. Where did they all go? Another one has been executed? Impossible. She just used our ultimate skill again. Finally, Seihan has returned. Looking at this picture, I feel helpless. It seems there was a fierce battle here, right? Lin Tyre sat down on the ground, stammering. "I defeated them, Sean, but it seems like 4 of them are still alive. Did you learn their skills?" "Yeah, it seems like you've almost mastered them all." This girl has become a professional assassin. Suddenly, a dead body comes back to life and begs for mercy. "Kill me, you bastard." Seeing that, he stepped closer and poked at me, not joking. "Hey, buddy, usually these assassins take care of themselves before getting caught like this, right? But you're lucky. You'll get the honor of leading us straight to your master. I will bite my tongue before we get there, you won't. I haven't even extracted information from your mouth. Fake wise guy, what are you planning to do? Sleep it off? You deserve a rest after working so hard." Having said that, the Han vehicle cast a spell on him. It's better to fully utilize these free privileges as a player with a divine outsider as an avatar. The divine city on this side, Storm Food Fred, is eagerly awaiting news from the assassins. They should have reported by now, but so far there's been no word. Are they all dead? If so, there's no chance left to win this battle. I have to minimize the losses as much as possible. I guess I have to wait and see what happens next. Suddenly, his house made a loud noise as something forcefully hit the glass window. He dodged and also guessed who was behind all this. "Don't tell me how you found out about this place." Seihan and Lin Tyre have arrived at his place. Your assassins are quite effective. Storm Food. Fred, with a troubled face, suddenly stands up and rushes into someone else's place without warning. That's really rude. I didn't expect to hear that from someone sent to kill me. So why are you on Vengo's side? Are your people really doing what's best for you? Seihan warns that causing chaos in Pue as it's about to end will only hurt you. But as expected, he didn't listen. It's none of your business. The fool thought to himself, how did he find me? The dark sword will never betray me. But anyway, my priority now is to get out of here. I may not be the fastest, but in terms of speed, I'm second. Seeing Storm Food Street's expression, Sean immediately understood his intention and asked, "Are you planning to back down?" Leo climbed up and said, "You never fight hand to hand. Always advise me to attack carefully because you're very cowardly. Thanks for being useless. Just go." So he immediately acted. You should heed his advice more. He kicked down the high wall and was about to escape through that spot. I will slip away amidst the chaos. Saint Food Fresh moves very quickly, and in an instant I can no longer see him. Even if he can fly, he won't be able to pinpoint my location immediately. He moves somewhere else, but it's really strange. Wait, did I just go back to my room? What did you do? Crow, I followed Lon's advice, so I prepared a little to make sure you can't escape right away. You see, I can create entirely illusionary spaces. This place might look like a tower, but it's an illusion created in my direct space. Could it be the inherited skill of Bingo the Dream Wizard? And why didn't I prepare when I was given the answer? The thing is, no matter how fast you are, you can't go anywhere. Kid, what do you want from me? It's nothing much. I'm just a hunter doing my job. Have you heard any rumors? Yes, about the recent ambush on the hero. The scene shifts to two people in a bar talking. I heard this time it's really the War King. First Storm Food, now the War King too. Truly a time to survive. They say someone is stealing the abilities of the heroes or something like that. The other person laughs loudly, not believing it. Don't joke with me anymore, my friend. It seems impossible for anyone to do that. At first I thought so too, but it seems the rumors are all true. Both heroes were defeated by their own techniques, so of course some people called these attackers hero hunters. So, isn't there a rumor about a strange pair going around looking for the strongest opponents? I heard the young girl is the leader of the group and she participates in every battle. Sehan and Lynn Taylor are also here. They've heard what people are talking about, probably not the same person, right? Her face turned pale as she said, maybe the rumors have spread a bit too much. Sehan replied without a smile. You can't blame them. The onlookers are rushing over to thank you. I have something I want to ask you. Isn't Ken's on Earth? The person here is Vengo in disguise. Transforming might be one of his core skills. I guess Vengo transformed immediately after he left Earth. Doesn't that mean we need to go to the Empire immediately? No, they will come to us voluntarily. So until then, we just need to speed up. Do you want me to take down the other two? Now they'll be harder to find, so you'll need to fight a few others. The opponents from the past few days were a bit too easy to beat. System notification. Maybe you have a lot of things to do. Lynn, is Pioi's list of the top 100 experts? Well, we should get going. Someone named the Mercenary King is nearby. Why are there so many kings in this game? She just sits there crying. That's just the nature of fantasy titles. Dinks Han, on the other hand, smirked as he looked at the girl, deep in thought. You know, helping others level up is pretty fun too, a confrontation with a hero's hunter. Today, I found a lot of good items and was lucky to get some drops. The other day I had a bad feeling, and sure enough, the predator appeared. Actually, the one fighting was a blonde girl, you know, the one who replaced Asia. Anyway, she's still a rookie who hasn't even lost her registration card, so I honestly think my avatar would wipe the floor with her. Damn it, we got beaten badly. My avatar is almost half dead now, and I probably need to rest for another 6 months. The anonymous user considers it lucky that VV survived. I mean, except for the guys with the 7 heroes, she lets others live. Actually, I know someone who was with the 7 heroes and wasn't killed by them, but does a god have the right to roam around and defeat any player she wants? Anonymous user? Technically, she is still a player since the game isn't over yet, but she's almost just a deity in name only. Over by Van Co, he's also reading the system panel. Someone asked at this moment, whose scent is Van Co? May I ask what you're so captivated by? I've done everything you asked, right? Crow is destroying Pioia. Sir, he is plotting something, and leaving him alone will surely cause us more trouble. Are you asking me to go hunt it down myself? Tracking a Dream Witch user is more than I can handle. But that's really unfair to us. We didn't join your side just to be abandoned like this. Van Co sighs wearily. He's too noisy. Is it really necessary for us to worry about such trivial matters? If Pecha were less favored by the gods, I would have wiped out the entire game already. And Crow is said to be nurturing a little goddess. I definitely need to prepare some things. After all, I am the one who competed for the title of Primordial Giant with Emia. No one can boast as many skills as I do in this universe. In the menu, there is the Mercenary King, who has ruled the continent with fury. The little goddess's portions may be small, but they are very tasty. Next, the Sword Saint, you have secretly hidden yourself in the distant past. The little goddess is very delicious. I like her a lot, and the Lord of Darkness. You have built a dark kingdom of thieves, and the little goddess is not quite what I expected, but still not bad at all. And additionally, 2 of the 7 heroes do not follow the Vanco faction, the Supreme Lord and the King of Light. At Lintyre's location, she is engaged in a battle with Dion. He kept hitting the girl so she couldn't react. From one strike to another, his aura was truly terrifying. And above all, gradually lowering his sword, he said, I know you are special, even from the first time we met, but I can't help but be amazed again. It's incredible how much you've developed in such a short time. She sits down here exhausted, saying I am really running out of strength. Saiyan stands watching, feeling proud. She has absorbed all of Leon's remaining skills to complete the training. There are only 4 days left until the mission deadline. I really want her to take down the remaining 50 people on the list, but please, don't push her further. I think it's more important for her to recover and be at her best. Then he went to tell her about a reward. You can rest now until we reach the Empire. Really? Are you serious? So you already have a detailed plan. Rest for 2 days, and then we'll go. When we arrive at the Empire, we will go straight to Vengo, so get ready. Definitely, she seems pretty happy, but once this is over, I'll make sure she rests properly at home. I hope to take her to the demon world while we're there. Then Lin Tyre wondered about something. But Mr. Kim, Sehan also has 2 traitorous heroes against the Empire, right? That's correct. Her face lit up like she received a new toy, so you're going to fight those 2, and you'll take down Van Co while you're at it, right? So you really won't? But I thought Van was their leader. You mean you'll fight him instead of me, which means I will fight him and no is wrong. What's going on? What will we do then? Then he laughed and gave the most terrifying answer the girl had ever heard. I will fight all three of them, Lin. Lin Tyre froze for a few seconds, then shouted out loud, "What do you mean?" The surprised face said, "The Burunda Empire has troops stationed throughout its territory. It seems Vanko is disguised as Ken's and releasing the royal army to find him." Seihan analyzes that the Pachoya soldiers are top players. So many of them might possess inheritable abilities. Unlike other games, Beoya distributes power in the form of religion. Even an ordinary servant can use various inheritance abilities depending on the religion they choose. Tayer tremblingly stammered, "But we don't have to leave our path to kill those soldiers, right?" "Relax and take it easy, kid. We won't sit back and watch everyone out there. Help us take back our star. We will do our part here, so you can go straight to the Empire. It feels like we're writing a story that can't be turned into cash. With 2 more heroes by our side, we can do something. But Vanko is beyond our reach, and we are honored that you lead us to fight against him." With that, Seihan and she left together, following the flight paths into the Imperial army that would surround us like bees seeking honey. There is a merchant convoy heading from the south to the Imperial capital. Blend in with them and you won't have trouble at the checkpoints. Our allies will be waiting for you in the capital once again. We owe you a lot. Haha, actually it's the other way around. Grow, Lynn Taylor is still restless and uneasy. He patted the girl's head comfortingly and said, "Don't worry, Lynn Taylor. You're still a child, but you carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. Keep moving forward, goddess of justice." They have left. We will wait for good news. The sound of horses trotting along the road echoes. Lynn Taylor looked inside and asked, "Do you think I'm getting closer to replacing the goddess of justice?" "She calls me Kim now, doesn't she?" "Did Miss Asia mention anything about that?" The girl honestly replied, "She always tells me that I do very well. Mr. Rutt and the other gods also say that I can do anything I want. But when I start thinking about it, she doesn't want to tell me the truth. She's just a 14-year-old girl, and I really don't want to drag her into this huge mess." However, Lynn is the only one who can use the key. The girl possesses immense power. Her special trait, Mary Sue, gives her the ability to do anything she sets her mind to. The problem is she hasn't fully awakened her potential yet. During her first game, Lynn did the same right after Luke's death. Is it because she hasn't yet defined her own consciousness or sense of justice? Lynn clutches her head as if about to cry. She wonders to herself, what exactly is justice? Is that just a simple act of punishing the demon? There are countless questions she cannot answer. But then, what is the definition of a demon? The capital city of Dock, Han's chariot horse, has also arrived here. The girl looked around, admiring the place. Oh my, the walls here are truly amazing. And is that a spaceship? It definitely looks like one. I understand why Leon's friend advised against approaching by air. Forget the spaceship. That thing looks more like a floating fortress. There are planes flying in the sky. This is the heart of Pachoya, the home of the strongest players in the universe. Ken caused Burundak. Look at those buildings. Everything looks medieval, but the core structures are basically modern. Suddenly, 2 strange people appeared. "We meet again, girl." They introduced themselves as guides. "We are here to serve as the guides of God, Lord Sinop, the King of Light and Teen." Then the 2 of them followed these people. Seihan wondered if it was wise for them to leave their city. "Go ahead and assure us that he will keep everything at home for us. We can't stand by while you fight over the fate of our world." "That? Did you personally ask for a favor?" "You're quite sincere about that, Seihan." "I cannot answer this question and respond calmly. It is considered a secret." "Sir, did you ask for their help, Seihan, but do you think you have to fight alone?" Lynn Tyre also wondered about that. Forget those 2 kids. Van is not someone we can help take him down from the shadows. Sean, your strength goes without saying. Van's powers far surpass anything else. Yes, you defeated an external god, but don't hide it. Vanko is not someone to be underestimated. Han's car senses a slight disturbance and glances toward the girl. So since Lynn hasn't fully awakened her power, I was sure we had a backup plan. Then I told them, "I appreciate that, but I have no intention of fighting Vanko head-on. However, with the help of the 2 heroes, at least we can force him to leave his position." Sinop was a bit worried about having to do something so bold. "That means we have to infiltrate the royal palace. Fearing the guard patrols protecting the palace, not even a fly could get in. As you can see, it is guarded more tightly than the dragon's treasure. Seihan and Lynn Taylor have also decided to infiltrate here. They are watching from afar. We expected this, but it seems those soldiers have less divine power. We shouldn't underestimate their numbers." The 2 others nearby warned that not to mention the barrier making aerial approach impossible, the most obvious solution often proves the hardest. "If you have no specific plan in mind, I can do a few things here." "What? You yourself? But how? Do I need to remind you who my embodiment is?" Hydra's special ability allows her to manipulate dreams and illusions. He begins to act as long as the target's divinity is lower than his own. He charms the guards so they can't escape. One by one, they all collapse in exhaustion. Shinan and Thien are both stunned. Whew. Then everyone collapsed to the ground. Looks like we can go in now, everyone. The two of them are whispering to each other. The way he uses his power is truly unreasonable. I can't believe how the other players on Earth are doing. Yeah, I agree with you on that. The four of us will enter the palace together. Does anyone know where Van is? Maybe he's at the top of the palace. I can feel an overwhelming sacred presence from that direction. At the top, I guess it's the throne room. So what about the family that caused all this? Athien immediately uses his power to search for him. I will search for them right now. These are the spirits called the Playing Ghosts. They shared their vision with me. In a moment, he managed to find out. I found them. They're not far away. But there's a problem. It seems the two traitors are with the Guy family. Sehan heard that and started to calculate. Does that mean Van Ko is somewhere else? I fully expected them to coordinate the defense with him, but this changes the plan. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble. Tien shouted and said, the location of the Playing Ghosts has drifted too far from Lu Tilin. I can only assume it based on the changed layout of the palace. They seem to be swept away uncontrollably. What is happening? What the hell is going on? I don't feel any unusual power around us. But to think that Terran could suddenly change like this, Lian Tyre tried to call out, Kim, you also use all your strength to reach the girl. Then a loud explosion rang out. Sehan cursed in anger. Oh my god, damn it. I had no idea Venga was capable of doing things like this. He spreads his wings, and Sinop and Anthien can handle it on their own. My top priority is to find Lin. Lin Taylor is inside the thick, smoky dust, coughing. I don't see him anywhere. I need to gather at his location. The girl was amazed as she slowly looked at this place, approaching it to confirm. Golden Nia, wait a moment. If this is you, then yes. Fancy is definitely in the place with the throne. Hearing a strange voice, her face turned pale. I had planned to let those two handle it and just watch, but it seems I'll have to get involved too. Lin Tyre turned around and asked, Someone. It really is Van Ko. How long have you been standing there? Did you really come all this way and still pretend not to know? I am Vengo, the girl with a pale face. That person is Van Ko. You fought Emia, the primordial giant. Lin Tyre instinctively stepped back. This time, I don't intend to settle the score. He disappeared in a flash but then reappeared right in front of her. Since he gave me a chance, I couldn't just let it go. She's not someone to be underestimated. She pulls out her sword and punches him in the face. I wonder when he appeared. Oh, if I hadn't mastered the divine zone control technique, Komin would have been caught for sure. That attack alone shows he's far beyond my reach. He looked like a giant and she like a tiny person, unable to resist. Frustrated, she stomped hard on the ground, knowing she had to exert all her strength from the start, causing the earth to shatter. She soared into the air, transforming into a flash of white lightning, switching her attack to strike right above his head with the King of Lions' secret technique, but he only needed one hand to immediately counter, sending the attack straight toward her. Van Ko sneered, so Linter had escaped that attack and was now preparing to face him up close. This time, it was his turn to strike, and she anxiously tried to recall everything she had learned, applying all her knowledge so far. The girl disappeared before the attack hit, using Feng Vu Vuong's super-fast teleportation technique. Tyre kept pushing himself. Faster, even faster, stronger, even stronger. This time she plans to make a quick first strike. The girl creates a separate space to ascend in spirit and then continues with the Taurus Meteor Slash. The sword touches her valve and she feels joy inside. I hit it, but he's unharmed and still praises her. That was quite an impressive strike. She looked around in disbelief. Sure, she hit him, right? Suddenly, Lin Taylor felt her body strange. She floated into the air, then suddenly was pulled backward. No. I'm not being pulled away. She moves her sword to her foot, grabs it, and continues with her task of cutting through her opponent, but time is moving backwards. I need to move now. But he's not an ordinary person. He appeared right behind her. Underbar has created a pretty useful skill, no way. And then the crowd pushed her away, sending her flying far out. She crashed through the wall, desperately trying to get up. But now the girl has to take a beating until her mouth bleeds. Evil. Van Ku approaches her. He is definitely too strong for a young god. In a few more moments, he could become a worthy god to protect the Key Guardian. But not now. Lin Tyre still refuses to give up and keeps provoking him. Are you scared? How can you do something like that? Rewind that time. Wow, can you feel that move? Usually humans can't even sense the flow of time anymore. You're truly special. My opinion has changed. All right, he made an offer, or you could join us and we will treat you well. Although Earth is currently independent of the issuer, it will soon return to its original state. At that point, you could no longer save your own life. She doesn't believe. No, how could you possibly know? I don't understand why you're so angry. As the goddess of justice, you naturally have to side with us. Are you planning to abandon justice itself, even though you are the goddess of justice? She shouted in anger. What do you mean? You are the one causing chaos in a peaceful star. Vanko tried to manipulate her. We only manage it. It is the system that turned the stars into its chessboard. The power of the goddess of justice distinguishes good from evil, separating truth from chaos. She stared at him with some hesitation, as Vengo's words were indeed not lying at all. Vanko explained thoroughly, the criterion to become a game is the level of risk. If a star has the potential to influence other stars, the game will begin. However, your star is different, as it is when the chaotic consumption of stars decreases. If Earth's civilization had advanced a little more, it would head towards a self-destructive fate. 1. Does the star where divine power disappears also lose its chaos? The Earth evaluation system is like that, and it opens a game to earn points from the gods. Yes, so is it right to turn Earth into a game? Justice needs standards, and the justice of gods is based on the laws of the world, even of the universe, as the criteria. So we are not bad people to you. If you don't believe, summon Can to let them decide. Libra, the 7th zodiac sign, Can, the impartial, immediately appears before her. No way, surely Can will judge correctly, unlike me. And facing her is Vanko. She looks at Can. Libra. Lintire was stunned as this reality unfolded before her eyes. Libra does not tilt. Hanskar soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place, secretly thinking I have to get back to Lin quickly, but I can't be sure she's headed to the right. Wait a minute. Could it have been cut diagonally from here? But at this moment, he suddenly sensed something unusual and wondered, is he trying to prevent me from moving between the floors of the palace? Wait a moment. Vengo's divine power at the top of the palace has been broken. I won't let you escape easily. Thinking that, Sean reached out, grabbed the sword of the Fairy King, then threw it forcefully forward, successfully breaking the wall in front of him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, a beam of sword light appeared from the gap, and the sword was somehow thrown back, rushing straight at Hanskar. He couldn't react in time and was pushed back by it. Sean grabs the sword, wondering who did it. Then he leaps into the hall. After observing everything, Sehan wondered why the twisting had stopped, and now he must determine Lin's position as things gradually settle down. Why are you in such a hurry? Little Sparrow Master. The sound instantly made Sehan's face turn pale. He widened his eyes and turned to look at the giant man Mia as he spoke. This is probably the first time we've been this close. He smiled and asked, do you recognize me? Sehan took a few more seconds before calling out his name. Imiya. Ya's expression then became dangerous, and he said nothing. Sehan secretly feels uneasy as Vengo's faint presence gradually reappears beside Lin's position. No matter how talented she is, being alone with him is truly a big obstacle. I need to find a way to reach her. I have to admit that even at this point, you still managed to keep that irritatingly calm attitude. In an instant, countless arrows shot towards the Han vehicle. He remained calm, silently assessing that those arrows were made of his energy and could not be blocked without magic. Of course, I have no other choice. At this moment, several black holes appear behind Han's car, swallowing the arrows without him needing to move. Seeing that, the other guy charged forward and kicked at Han's vehicle. He quietly smiled to himself and made a comment. You're really strong. The title of the 6 great heroes is no joke, but it won't be a problem for me. Seeing the subordinate keep attacking, Hanskar thought to himself, I can take them down any time. If those arrogant guys hadn't stuck their noses in, after taking out the 2 henchmen, he directly faced Ya, who remained very calm and said, It seems you've learned a lot, huh? Sehan didn't bother to care and simply asked, The system doesn't allow a founder to interfere with another universe, right? Imwai calmly replied, This little thing won't be a problem, and besides, if I can't keep up with this level, how could I dare to hold that title? After hearing that, he questioned, What do you really want to do? Why go so far just to catch me? Lowering yourself to this place has already wasted quite a bit of your strength, hasn't it? And I guess you're probably racing against time. Calm down. I just want to make a proposal and will explain everything in less than 30 minutes. Then he began to speak. I must admit, I have been watching your every move, and everything is truly impressive. I have never seen anyone turn an outsider into a true embodiment of themselves. While observing you, I was torn between 2 thoughts. To eliminate you or to recruit you into our group. Since my forces have always suffered too much loss, I leaned more towards the second option. Ex-Han was a bit surprised and exclaimed, What? He directly extended an invitation. I want you to become one of us, the founders. To show my sincerity, I will acknowledge Earth as an independent game. Han's vehicle hesitated slightly, thinking this was indeed an enticing offer. However, in the end, he remained firm and honestly replied, I refuse. Why Mia still kept a calm demeanor and said, too bad. Then he threatened him softly, saying your decision will affect Lynn Taylor's life. At the same time, Van Ko looked down and asked, are you really not going to accept it? The girl is now lying on the ground, badly injured, but Taylor firmly replies, no, I will never join your side again. Van Ko's face darkened and said, it seems we need to find another goddess of justice. He slowly raised his foot, still speaking. You dare to call yourself that when you have nothing to do with the image of justice at all, and then relentlessly trampled on Taylor. He lowered his gaze to her, coldly denying Taylor, you don't deserve that title. You are not a god, just a worthless little human pretending to be something more. He silently told himself that he couldn't hurt Van Gogh's body even a little. The girl reached out and grasped the balance staff, secretly questioning herself whether she could defeat him with the scales of heaven. If only this wasn't real, if only there was even a hint of falsehood in his words, she would be able to defeat him without hesitation. But the truth remains the truth. Everything he says is completely honest, and everything he does is truly for the existence of this world. Her hand is lost in her own thoughts. The girl seeks help from the goddess. What should I do now? At this moment, Van suddenly kicks the girl hard and insults her loudly. Why would a clumsy species dare to call itself the embodiment of justice? And at the same time, the god appears to answer Taylor's question. Lynn Taylor, from this moment on, you are the embodiment of humanity's justice. You are the righteousness of mankind. The girl seemed to find her way again. That's right, I still remember that day as if it were just yesterday. Humanity's justice. Why did you say that to me? The girl remembered the words she once said, that justice even draws a line and the sanctity of fairness is measured by the standards of the world, and even this entire galaxy. So we cannot be considered evil in your eyes. The hand feels it is truly wrong, even having a standard for justice. At last, the girl finally understood. Perhaps she realized that the goddess Asia was indeed the embodiment and foundation of justice. It was my fault for deceiving myself. Becoming the goddess of justice means changing my way of thinking when it's really not necessary at all. Van Ko looked up in surprise, wondering what that restoring power was as Taylor's voice continued steadily. The justice my goddess spoke of is not for this vast universe or the galaxy, but for humanity itself. And suddenly, a scale appeared before Van Ko in astonishment. A halo appeared above Lynn Tyre's head as she coldly declared, you are right. I am not the goddess of justice, but I am justice. The girl confidently affirmed. Lynn Tyre reached out to feel the balance and anything else. She focused as if merging with the divine justice of the gods meant nothing. Then she regained her composure, not swayed by Van's words. I am not the goddess of justice. I am Lynn Tyre, and no matter what, I am still human and confidently assert that I am justice. A very long time ago, even before the concept of the Issuer was known, I met him. Gradually he built his power and gathered loyal followers. And so, little by little, he achieved it through countless traces of time. As I was about to claim the throne of the giant clan, ready to break the system once and for all. That was when he took action, and the winner of the subsequent battle was none other than Mia. Back then they argued, now I will use the system. For what reason? If we destroy the system, in the end we will be free from its control. As children of the system, we can't fight against it. So why not use it to serve ourselves? Yeah, with the goal of ruling over humanity, as civilization advances, sentient beings will inevitably develop a desire to explore further. If they expand into the universe, the balance of the entire cosmos will surely collapse. I will completely eliminate that possibility. The stars discarded by the gods ultimately become mere games, and sentient creatures that cannot pass the system's challenge are wiped out. The dead stars with consciousness gradually regain their original green hue, new civilizations emerge, and over time the cycle repeats endlessly. Only then did I realize the truth behind why Mia's intentions. He wants to keep this world trapped in an endless loop. Van Ko then also agreed to follow him. I will follow you to the very end of this game. He turned back and smiled at Van Ko. Van Ko respectfully bowed her head and said, even if I do not gain my freedom, I have realized that this is our responsibility, something I, as a giant, must bear. He looked back at Lynn Tyre's will, and his fury flared up. Yet there was someone daring to oppose this noble mission, which was hard to accept, especially since it came from her, an ordinary person, neither a god nor a giant. She behaved as if she were the embodiment of justice, and he, a lost little human, wanted to attack, daring to declare himself as justice so boldly. Van Ko charged forward recklessly. How dare you speak such arrogant words? But this time, she was no longer afraid, quickly dodging his attack and then stabbing him with the scale. Van Ko sneered. A little progress doesn't make you my equal, kid. She had no intention of backing down, but suddenly strange letters appeared. Lin Tay quickly dodged and then looked up above, as he seemed like a giant ready to grab her at any moment. His arm reached out, leaving her unable to move, and he struck her with a lightning-fast blow, shattering the earth and rocks. The bloodied girl lay motionless beneath his feet, her blood-stained hand still claiming justice while she couldn't even protect herself, her strength mocking her, at least that's what it seemed. You're nothing but another arrogant fool. But surprisingly, Lin Tyre still hasn't lost consciousness. She warns him not to underestimate her. Zana slowly heals, struggles to stand up, and then charges at him. Lin Taylor, with a fierce will not to surrender. Wenguo hesitated for a few seconds before disappearing without a trace, jumping high and then flying out of the palace. He looked deep in thought. Shouldn't her divine power and magic have been exhausted by now, and her wounds should have crippled you by now, right? Then why? Why haven't you fallen yet? Lin Taylor managed to catch up with him. In fact, her speed was even faster. How is that possible? How do you plan to explain this? The more she grows stronger and taller, Van Ko just keeps thinking without fighting back. Don't tell me she used divine power to force her body to mature. Children's bodies have limits, so she forced herself to grow up. And with each battle, she gradually adapted to her new form. He tried not to believe what was happening. No, that's impossible. Van Ko now also looks like this, he fears warning her. Even if he protests, it's useless. Your life is over. Enough playing around today. He raised his hand and left, furious as if he wanted to kill her immediately. I possess the ability to change even the stars. With a single strike, a massive burst of power is unleashed and the two continue their fight. Tyre hasn't taken any hits from him yet. She was just barely keeping up with me before, but now she looks at me as if she can read me like a book, as if she's following my every step. Van Ko imagines the scariest scene she can think of. I can feel it. Her footsteps grew louder, and he felt as if he was falling into an endless abyss with no bottom in sight. Over there, Emiya suddenly flinched, sensing that something was wrong and wondering what was happening, as in front of him was Han's teasing car, looking like he had just seen a ghost, then provoking him. I guess everything has been turned upside down. Seihan warned that using his strength to surpass me would mean you would be under the control of the release for that period of time. Wai became furious when told this. That's crazy if you think you can walk away from this unscathed. If they do that, they can all dodge it. That means they could definitely jump over Petroia if they wanted to, but using their power, the system would impose much harsher punishments than those of ordinary gods. He bitterly thought that he would have a much better chance if he targeted Van Ko. He probably thought Venga would kill Lin, and he would be strong enough to deal with him. Seihan, as if reading his thoughts, replied, "You're wrong, Lin. According to your calculations, the one who should be dead is still alive and healthy, fighting Vengo." He pointed out his foolish actions. "This time you made a mistake. Think again. If anyone's at fault, it's you. Now step aside. If you dare to oppose me, I will wipe out your world, leaving not a single blade of grass. You planned this from the very beginning. You Earth as a planet, a wild card in the game, and for a supreme deity to plan so carefully, this place will never be left alone. You have underestimated humanity too many times. You and your kind are only a little stronger than us, live a bit longer, yet you act as if you are our masters. It's truly laughable. Freedom that isn't truly yours means nothing." His eyes blazing with fire, he laughed loudly and asked, "So by the way, aren't you curious where my sword is pointing? It could be taken away easily at any moment." Emiya seems to have lost his soul at this moment, unable to respond. "Your sword!" he shouted in anger. "That bastard over there, Lin Tayer and Van Ko, are still fiercely fighting each other. Lin, the girl who fought him off. But this time the situation has reversed. She is the predator about to swallow her prey, ready to feast on what Van Ko has. He hasn't been able to strike yet. She keeps swinging her weapons at him, then throwing punches as well. Still a powerful blow, but it will all be a pointless struggle. But this time, she indeed became much stronger and unharmed. Linter, drenched in sweat, wondered how she could mimic her movements. The slow, deliberate steps she once took have now turned into a real sprint, as the endless stretch of time shrinks away. All by this tiny human who should have been just a speck of dust. Yet, he fears her. Clearly, what I am facing is not a human at all. She is a glitch, a system error that has broken free from all boundaries. When Van turned around, she was already in front of him. Tayer kicked him, no longer able to underestimate her. I have to turn back time. She also wields a sharp sword, gathering momentum to cut him into pieces. But suddenly she grabbed his shirt, slipping behind him to attack. Even though she had reversed time, she was unaffected. But nothing can escape the grasp of time. She isn't even a mythological deity or an entity beyond the control of time. I just need to make them afraid. Lin, do you remember what Sean told you? Doing that can defeat Vengo, right? Humans are very fragile, and the fear of death is always close to us, so because it is always beside us, we must learn to endure, overcome, and ultimately go beyond it. But that is a completely new concept to gods, demons, and giants. That is a special case for the strong, so when fear touches them, they will surely tremble to their core. Now she uses her attire and everything he said to make him fear her. She stares intently at Van's terrified expression. I can send you to the master. I don't believe your fear makes him so furious he wants to break free. Because that's impossible? He immediately jerked her hand away. Lin-Tae flies away for about a meter. He always thinks he's right. Your kind has nothing but selfishness. You parasites only live by clinging to your stars. Then tear your clothes and charge. Betrayers, how dare you oppose us? Stronger than any material that has ever existed. It is an indestructible, powerful crystal that only ancient giants possess, with one embedded in his chest, making him one of the primordial giants. I possess 2 energy cores, and for that reason, my power is many times greater than that of the giants. Over thousands of years, only a few have forced me to expand the strength of both crystals. Now Van can finally use it, but I never imagined that a human could do that again. Linter didn't believe what he was saying. People say that howling is a way to hide fear. Then he lost control of his words, the disrespectful insect, and charged forward. A huge force was heading straight for her. I will make you shut up. The sword in her trembling hand, Lintier could only stare wide-eyed ahead as a mighty force from the palace illuminated the sky. An attack tearing through the heavens, unleashing a fierce, destructive power that shifted the entire space. Lintier is struck and sent soaring into the air. The girl closes her eyes in pain, biting her teeth tightly, her hands raised in a defensive stance, but he quickly approaches, taunting, "Don't fool yourself, kid. A little bit of lucky growth won't close the gap between us." It was another punch, but this time straight down to the ground, so fast that there was no time to react. Lintier fell directly, passing through the ceiling, lying motionless on the large rocks. A voice echoes, reminding you to calm down. Lin, the girl, seemed to hear a familiar voice and struggled to open her eyes slightly. In front of Lintier now was the back of a Han car and some stranger. She thought to herself that the man was definitely Yia. Her face twisted in shock when she realized who he was. His sweaty face and wide eyes, his voice calling out like a wake-up call for the girl. Linshan, facing Y, also speaks to remind the girl. Don't worry about this side. Lin-Tae seems to lift her spirits. She leapt up, gripping her sword tightly in a ready attack stance. Van Ko on this side also refused to stay still, quickly freeing himself from the pile of heavy rocks. The girl saw this and moved in a graceful arc. Y quickly spoke up from behind to stop her. Vengo. But he closed his eyes in refusal. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, Van Ko speaks to explain. But if I hold your hand in this battle, I fear I will no longer be worthy to stand beside you. My king. He grits his teeth at that. I understand what you mean. But Longtham is calculating. I don't want to let this opportunity slip away. This is a golden chance to kill both Crow and the Goddess of Justice. At this moment, Hans Carr calls out, Lin, sometimes you have to give up something to achieve what you truly want. The girl looks somewhat suspiciously at the sword in her hand and asks back, what does that mean? Lin Taylor carefully examines the weapon in his hand, then murmurs, he just pointed to Libra. Stay alert on this side so we don't miss the chance. He quickly concentrates his strength. Then suddenly all 4 of them charged forward at the same time, surprising the girl. Sehan shouted. Lin Taylor couldn't believe his eyes, stunned with his mouth agape. Before the attack could descend, someone's move had stopped everything in an instant. Yeah. Seeing the familiarity before his eyes, he exclaimed, this spirit sword technique can only mean you are still alive. The sound of footsteps approaching loudly, with a strained voice continuing to speak. He calmly replied, I made a small secret deal, by the way. It's nice to see you again. And the truth is, I have been quite close to the actions all this time. And although I didn't want to get involved, you forced me to step in. Aimia, furious at his actions, grits his teeth. What do you think will happen to your family if he opens a view into some other dimension, with no one inside, making him wonder where they went? Suddenly, Sean approaches from behind Ya. Knowing you would be like this, I prepared a small backup plan, and as I said before, Sean confidently asserts that you won't get past me. Yeah, he is angry and contemplating the situation. Ken, like the 2 heroes Pachoya, makes it impossible for me to support Vengo and oppose the system that will seize my authority. Feeling overwhelmed, he is now completely haunted by the Goddess of Justice. Why, Vengo, why? Vanko is still fighting Lin Taylor. You who stand there have denied the universal justice I have upheld and the millions of years of effort I have poured into it. She stands there hesitantly. After touching me, it was not joy, but bone-chilling horror. He hates me more than ever. I will kill, no matter what. Then I act immediately. He charged forward quickly and attacked her, as she was hit with a pretty heavy blow. At this speed, I will be blown straight into the capital. She tries to block with all her might, but that would put too many lives at risk. Lynn Tyre was pushed far away, causing the ground to crack, and before she could catch her breath from that blow, Van charged at her. Luckily, she reacted in time to dodge his punch, and another one. When the opportunity arose, she counterattacked with a kick, then delivered a punch that sent him flying far away. Van Ko stands in the air looking down, anger flashing in her eyes as she rushes forward, slashing her knife fiercely and shouting, "Get out of here!" Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and the sound echoes through the entire space. They soar high, forming a whirlpool that collides and shatters into small pieces of rock. Seeing this, Van Ko quickly covers her chest with her hands, while the person sitting on the ground watches the scene in deep thought. Was the previous attack intentionally aimed at changing position? In that brief moment sitting there, to exploit the opening and throw yourself with precision. What are you judging? But before I could finish my thought, a beam of light shot down from above, hitting Lin Tyre, who was swinging his sword. He immediately raised his hand to block the attack. The two powers clashed quickly, and a flash of light flickered. With that power, a deafening sound echoed. But before the surprise attack, Van Ko remained calm and continued to criticize. No matter how quickly your species learns techniques, you cannot close the fundamental gap in ability. Facing his strength, the girl momentarily panicked, her teeth clenched. However, Van Ko still continued without hesitation. After all, you are still just a human, of course. Libra is the strongest weapon. As soon as the words finished, Lin Tyre's power instantly shattered. Facing her stunned expression, he punched her without mercy. But the triumphant smile still appeared on Van's face, though it was just one of the zodiac signs. Fortunately, Lin Tyre managed to dodge the surprise punch, but the power didn't stop there. It grew into a massive vortex, forcing her to flip over to avoid it. As soon as she hit the ground, Lin Tyre felt a change in her body and fell into thought. Could it be that the rapid improvement of her body was causing her to not adapt? If I channel any more magic power, my life could be at risk. Then the girl, despite her body trembling violently, had to reassure herself. It's okay. Yes, I can still fight. As his thoughts ended, Lin Tyre ignored his weakening body and slowly stood up with a reluctant slouch. Seeing the scene before him, his face suddenly turned suspicious. The limit has been broken long ago, but why? The confusion quickly spreads. Urged Van Ko to learn more, a simple person. Not stopping there, Van Ko immediately swung his hand toward the girl. The battle continues. Seeing this, divine power quickly flared up, surrounding Lin Tyre. Even as he kept rushing forward to attack, he remained lost in thought. A pure creation, fighting for humanity's justice. The impending clash of power, yet that thought shows no sign of stopping. A rebel claiming to be the goddess of justice, but has abandoned the world. On the other hand, faced with the incoming source of power, the girl also realized that the Hope Sword could not be sustained for much longer. Without hesitation, they immediately launched their attack, each punch delivered with overwhelming force. After fighting for a while, Vano also noticed that Libra's sword was gradually losing its sharpness. If this continued, his victory would be assured. Even though he was confident he had the upper hand, he couldn't understand Lin Tyre's resilience. But how could the goddess of justice, who had abandoned justice, fight so fiercely? Feeling her immense will, Van Ko couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Are you not afraid? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he unleashed his power towards Lin Tyre, and as expected, she was knocked back. Still, Lin Tyre remained resilient, her feet dragging a large patch of earth. But inside her mind, she kept thinking, you should retreat. But she didn't do that. Thinking it through, Lin Tyre didn't fearfully stop, but instead her willpower grew even stronger. And then, the girl charged forward at her fastest speed, attacking slowly, step by step. You are becoming stronger. In an instant, Lin Tyre rushed right in front of Van. The sudden appearance made him stunned, lowering his gaze as pure light of justice shone. The light revealed the girl quickly, and she couldn't help but smile. I see it now. The faint trace of Van Ko's fear of an unfamiliar creature that neither sprouts nor dies immediately when extinguished. The scene in front of him makes him grind his teeth in anger. Damn it. After finishing, Van Ko kicked repeatedly towards Lin Tyre. Seeing that, the girl immediately kept her distance to dodge, a mix of panic and fear blending together to create a small opening. In an instant, a wave of power surrounded Lin Tyre, and the light of justice shone even brighter because of her resilience as she tried to steady her mind in front of his iron-hardened hatred. Van Ko, You are truly strong. I cannot compare to your body and skills. That's why I was afraid. But Jiang's thoughts now immediately made Lin Taylor remember every word of encouragement from loved ones. First was, Sehan. Lin Taylor, you can do anything. And even for Taylor, if you had my strength, you wouldn't need to fight. If I had all those things, they would be what I need to accomplish. That thought made the girl even more confident, and she blurted out, not everyone can do what I can. Lin Taylor calmly lifted her sword to her shoulder and shouted, but suddenly a flash of light erupted, spreading everywhere. In that light was the image of the girl leaping into her decisive attack. This is the end of the goddess of justice's final flame. However, the unexpected happens as his body suddenly spreads with black veins, and he can no longer hold back and shouts, "Don't mess with me. Once this flame goes out, you will never rise again." But in the face of Van Ko's madness, Lin Taylor remained completely unfazed. The girl stretched to her fullest, gritting her teeth as she prepared to strike. And then what will happen in the end? His power suddenly spreads everywhere. Gradually, purple wisps of energy appeared beneath the grass. The sword was lowered, but Van Ko remained motionless. On the contrary, Lin Taylor was tearful and trembling, thinking that if I really am a bug, escaping the laws of this world would be simple. Facing the difficult situation ahead, she had to plan a new strategy, reversing time further back and when there was nowhere left to go. Her thoughts drifted, and his image quickly appeared in Lin Taylor's mind, but his face was unclear. And then, as that thought faded, Van Ko's massive back appeared before the girl. Here, Van Ko is waiting, right in front of me. Despite the sweat dripping down her face, Lin Taylor couldn't help but get angry and shout, "Stop it, you person! That person!" Then, without hesitation, she raised her sword high and declared firmly, "You are the one playing tricks on me." Still feeling a bit afraid, he looked up and fell into deep thought. Even if reversing time was useless, that flawed monster would always follow him, no matter what power he used. As soon as he finished thinking, Van Ko smiled happily and spoke. Then I have no choice but to face it head on. Even if Pioya is destroyed, it won't be able to save us. I should kill the woman in front of me. Realizing the thoughts rising in his mind, Lin Taylor coldly said, "If I can endure this attack, victory will be mine." Idiot. With that, before Van Ko's surprised face, the girl didn't hesitate to strike, hitting with perfect precision. What? The scene before his eyes made him involuntarily show a look of shock, his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The clear image before her made Van Ko recognize it. That sword, the sword Joven had used. While his thoughts were in chaos, Lin Taylor quickly seized the opportunity to strike down, aiming precisely at Van Ko's chest. Although he raised his hand to block the force, he still couldn't help but sweat profusely, his eyes showing clear disbelief. This is the moment, but the girl didn't give Van Ko a chance to speak further. Lin Taylor's eyes gradually obscured, followed by a defiant sound ringing out. Along with that determined voice, his entire body was enveloped in a blazing yellow light, rocks and debris flying everywhere and disappearing. The light shot straight down into the ground, forming a pillar, then struck down, creating a deep hole in the earth. Under the flashing light, Van Ko's fading figure was left as just a faint shadow. Sorry, why Mia? The aftershock was loud, and the sound quickly reached his ears, causing Wai Mia's face to momentarily freeze in surprise. Feeling that the power had vanished, he couldn't help but grimace, and clenched his fists in restraint. Van Ko's divine power has vanished, and thoughts keep arising that he intends to use the Creator's power to destroy the Earth. That is something that will happen sooner or later, and even if I side with him, the Earth cannot be safe. Meanwhile, after the battle, Lin Taylor had exhausted her strength and collapsed into the crater she created, lying motionless with a few scratches and blood on her face from the fight. But as Lin Taylor lost consciousness, a large figure suddenly appeared and covered her. Sehan gently wrapped his arms around Lin Taylor's shoulders and knees, but when he lifted her up, he didn't notice the celestial sword Fragarek lying on the ground. Even though the girl couldn't hear, Sehan still smiled brightly at Lin Taylor, praising her. "You did well." Suddenly his eyes caught her tired face, and a wave of self-blame rose up. "If only I had better skills, I wouldn't have made her fight like this." Han continued walking while pondering. If only I were someone who could use the key, things would have been so much better. Suddenly his eyes widened as he realized what was happening, and Zehan quickly looked down. Was something falling there? Upon meeting his gaze, the divine sword Fragarek lay sprawled on the ground. In an instant, Zan recognized it as the divine sword Chagarek. Suddenly he became serious, lightly pursing his lips as he realized the mistake. Where is the shattered Tianping? Thinking, Zehan looked around again, searching. I don't see it, so it must have returned to its original position. It was damaged after the battle with Vanko and will need time to heal. As the thought finished, he gently bent down, his shadow covering it. Seeing the damaged sword before his eyes, Han couldn't help but smirk. It'll take quite some time to fully restore this. The blade has melted away. Then he tightly grasped the divine sword Fragarek, a faint blue light quickly enveloping it. The notification suddenly appeared. The heavenly sword. Fragarek has absorbed divine power. All seals have been lifted. It has evolved thanks to the goddess's power. The received information suddenly made Han's vehicle look confused. The heavenly sword, Fragarek 55. A divine sword imbued with the goddess's power. It can fly at near light speed. Its power can pierce through stars, and once a day it can borrow the goddess's authority to wield the judgment of the White Knight sword. After using it, you have to wait until it is recharged. Has the lock seal been broken by Linter all this time? It has evolved to be much stronger than the original Fragark sword. Feeling the hidden power within it, Sehan couldn't help but be delighted, as just wielding the Fragark sword was enough to split the sky apart. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but say out loud that the White Dusk sword was perfect. Just by its name. Lintyre must be a blessing from heaven, or at least that's what he thought. On the second day after returning from Petroia, they moved to the hospital bed for the girl to rest. But the worrying thing is that Linter Taylor still shows no signs of waking up. Tai saw Han's face suddenly tense. Why hasn't she woken up after all these days? Is something wrong? Despite the worry, Ira calmly replied, "Of course there is. She pushed herself too hard, didn't she?" She said seriously, then continued. She may have extraordinary talent and irrational abilities, but her opponent is still Vanko. Ira helplessly sighed. It's natural that she reacted after carelessly absorbing all of his skills. Hearing that, he also couldn't help but agree. That's right, but since the estimate is still uncertain, Han immediately asked, "When will she wake up?" Still, she can't be certain. I can only estimate. Maybe a month or two at most. As Idra finished speaking, he looked thoughtfully at the sleeping girl. Wai's attack could happen at any time. This is serious. They will attack before Lintyre wakes up, but they will prepare carefully since they just lost Vanko. My thoughts drifted aimlessly. If Wai intervenes in something like this, and powerful outsiders like Vankojia join in, it will become truly dangerous. Seeing Sean's expression, she calmly closes her eyes and reassures him, "Don't worry too much. Yania is an administrator. He will most likely submit a system approval request." Ira looked at the girl and continued, "The request won't be approved immediately, so he won't act hastily. We will have about 1 to 2 months to prepare. The time given makes him can't help but look forward to it, and it's also the time for Lintyre to wake up." Seeing the scene before him, Sean has no choice but to give himself an answer. Right now, there's no way to wake Lintyre. Not even skills or injections are effective, right? I haven't gotten to my point yet, so she has to take the initiative to ask, and more importantly, do you see it? If not, just check out that community. Suddenly, his curiosity sparked, and he turned to look at the system panel beside him. Community? Why? The current story leaves him utterly stunned. The information on the screen is gradually being revealed. The publisher. Vanko is dead. A battle with the Sword Saint. The Hero Eater has fought against countless heroes. Those who won the battle against Vanko Gotu are now in the spotlight. Quotrang appears in the Peoya sky. The announcement causes the residents to stir with excitement. Anonymous 124. Earth is doomed. We've angered the issuer. Anonymous 546. Isn't the giant king Waimea about to invade? Get ready to evacuate. Seeing the conversation in front of him, Han's face gradually became serious. Everyone could sense Vanko's death. No way. The gods of Peoya wouldn't fail to notice such a powerful divine force suddenly disappearing. Suddenly he fell silent, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The problem is that these messages are too detailed. The thoughts that arose made Zihan sense a shadow lurking around him, as if someone had been watching him closely and intentionally leaked the information. "Don't let that thought linger any longer," he asked directly. "Who was the one leaking the information? Don't tell me it was the organization that exposed themselves." Hearing that, Idra happily replied, "It's me." As soon as the words finished, Han's blood of madness surged to the top of his head, grinding his teeth and saying, "Ga is you," but she shows no remorse. "This is something necessary. Don't blame me for it." With that in mind, Ira calmly said, "The Earth has definitely become stronger, but whether we can confront the issuer is still uncertain. So, I intentionally spread this information throughout the community." With that, Idra confidently placed her hand on her chest and said wearily, "We are not the only ones with a grudge against the Creator." Hearing that, his gaze immediately fixed on her. Is she planning to borrow power from another world? They didn't lift a finger, thinking Idra would give up, but instead she became even more confident. I am determined to make them act. The sky suddenly turned dark. Ao chuckled softly, sarcastically saying, "You're causing trouble again." Se-han. They seemed to have been waiting for his arrival for a long time, all gathered at the door to welcome him. And as Se-han just touched down, a question immediately rang out. What is this about now? Seeing their warm welcome, he couldn't help but feel worried and cautious as he spoke. I have something to ask. But the question suddenly caught in my throat as Jesus' sad expression gradually appeared in Han's eyes. What could it be? Why is Ju here? Sensing his gaze, she softly greeted him. You're back? Oh, Dad. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, Se-han begins to ponder. Somehow the atmosphere feels different. Could it be the vague divine power flowing through the body? But that thought was quickly dismissed by him. No, it was something else. A savage image gradually appeared in Se-han's mind, feeling like a demon. Thinking that way, they gradually moved inside, and the conversation continued. As Ao sat down heavily on the mat and chuckled casually, he asked, what's going on here? Without waiting for an answer, he quickly followed up, can't we hold the Demon World Martial Arts Tournament sooner? A grand banquet, huh? That's another name for it, right? But instead of answering directly, she smugly asked back, forget what you know about it. Is that the measure to confront the one who releases it? Hearing that, Sean didn't beat around the bush and answered, exactly. As the sound echoed, AOL sighed in awe. Maybe that's a bit difficult. Is the key in the demon world? His question made her suddenly fall silent, accepting the full key instead of the half one. Then Han's car slowly revealed the information he had received. I heard that the winner of the tournament will get the right to receive the key. You heard that from Ira or something like that? But that understanding was only superficial, forcing Azel to explain further. It really is a battle for the right to take the key, but that's just a side issue. She pauses for a moment before speaking seriously. The Demon World Martial Arts Tournament is a battle to determine the Demon King's position. The words just spoken instantly froze him, and the scene there gradually appeared in Han's mind. Seeing his suspicion, the Demon King decided to add more information. More precisely, it grants the right to challenge and seize the throne of the Demon King, but that position is currently vacant. Then, Se-han fell back into his own thoughts. The Demon World Martial Arts Tournament is held regularly. As far as I know, the Demon King's throne has been vacant for thousands of years. Understanding his thoughts at that time, she chuckled softly and spoke. It seems no one has passed the challenge so far. Seeing Sean's disappointed expression, Aol couldn't help but notice. You look so disappointed. It seems getting the key from the demon world won't be easy at all. Suddenly, she shifted her focus to Ju beside her and asked, what do you think? Then Ao stepped closer to her and asked, do you want me to help them? Despite being stunned by the unexpected question, Ju still replied, yeah, roughly like that. Hearing her satisfactory answer, she smiled brightly, sat down and exclaimed, all right then. Seeing their demeanor, he couldn't help but be surprised and wonder, since when had they become so close? But that thought was quickly guessed by Ao, making Hondo's face fall. He wondered when they had become so close. After saying that, she calmly lowered her hand again and slowly raised it. I took her hand and exclaimed in delight, wow! I hold Aowl's hand tightly while giving a teasing glance. Now she's like my daughter. But with that appearance, making Mother Ju, it leaves me speechless. This is nonsense. Once they finish joking, they'll get back to the main topic. She asked, so the important thing now is to find a way to get the key from the demon world, right? That's right. Obtaining the demon world key means becoming the demon king. As Azel finished speaking, Se-han asked again, and the fastest way to achieve that is through the Demon World Martial Arts Tournament. That's right, but she denies it. They only held that event because no one wanted to become the Demon King. Suddenly, memories flooded back into his mind as if answering that question. If I recall my earliest memories, no proper demon actually participated in the tournament. Thinking that, Se-han asked aloud in curiosity, but isn't it only demons who can become the Demon King? Ao explained casually with his eyes half closed. Anyone can become the Demon King as long as they pass the key trial. Demons worship strength, so they will definitely obey the Demon King, but if it's not a demon, it would be pretty embarrassing. Still, he couldn't completely dismiss his worries. Could an ordinary non-demon person hold the key? Although impatient, she still replied, I told you already that it is the key's challenge. But the answer is clear, Sean still questions. If you pass the challenge, you'll get to hold the key, right? But he didn't wait for an answer and fell into deep thought instead. It's not the Demon King who holds the key, but the one who becomes the Demon King. Maybe this is an opportunity for me. With that thought, Se-han stroked his chin and recalled, What you're saying is that there's a way to challenge the Demon King's throne without participating in the tournament. Seeing that you understand her hidden meaning, couldn't help but smile in agreement. Exactly. If you are recognized by most of the 7 great demon lords, you can participate in the challenge. Even if I don't fully understand, Sihan can still know what needs to be done. So, somehow, I need to conquer 4 out of the 7 great demons because they worship strength. As soon as you finished speaking, she showed signs of frustration, but also appeared willing. I have already defeated Abaddon. If I agree, that means there are only 2 more left. This might be easier than I thought. But those words made Han doubt. You're planning to help me, but even though you seem to be showing goodwill, your response to Azel sounds clearly reluctant. I can't say I won't help, although some stubborn folks might insist on it. The words that escaped his lips unexpectedly surprised him, making him reconsider. Who dares to have such an attitude towards Ale? In terms of rank, Azel is 3rd among the 7 great demons, and his true power is on par with Lucifer. As I pondered, I had to dismiss it, change the subject, put that aside, and focus. I've met Maimon before, but I never fought him directly. Apart from Abaddon, the only one I've fought is Glatton. Forget the others. The ones I have the best chance to face are Maimon and Marap Papas. Recognizing the situation clearly, his expression gradually changed, as their ranks are relatively low, giving him the advantage. But before I could finish thinking, she cut me off and told me that even if I challenged them, they could still refuse. The information I received immediately stunned me. Huh? Azo then explained further, Of course. Do you think you can just suddenly demand a fight and have a real battle? The more she talks, the more she can't hide her excitement, adding more words. Don't forget, you have to prove your strength to claim the Demon King's throne. The received information makes Sean feel dizzy and exhausted, and he laments, My head is spinning like crazy. All right, thank you for your help. With that, he turned and walked away. But before taking a step, he turned back toward them again. Sahan put his hands in his pockets and suggested, Let's go together, Jew. But upon hearing those words, she only pursed her lips, hesitating before turning her head away to refuse. No, I still have things to do here. That look of Jew's makes him fall silent. Now I don't know what Jew is thinking. Still, Sean chose to trust her and turned away. But for now, all I could do was trust. Seeing Jew lost in thought, Shu called out, Sister, what are you thinking? But now she just stands silently, gazing at the nightlights without saying a word. Seeing that, the girl asked further, Why have you become a demon? The more Shu talks, the more her worry shows. Gee, maybe you're turning Han into a demon king, a king of utter madness. But no matter how terrible the outcome, Du still firmly helps him without fear, if that's what ex-Han wants. As soon as the reply ended, the girl couldn't hold back and asked immediately, What about your opinion? That doesn't matter. How can it not matter? Aren't the things you want to do the most important? But to her, they don't mean anything. It's just that I don't want to do things that ex-Han opposes. This is too much. Then Shu-Ei became suspicious again. Am I the stranger here? That's right. Maybe this is quite strange now, but that thought lingered for a long time. When Ju's call rang out, Du turned around quickly and asked her seriously, Is it possible to predict the future and change it with a specific action? If that is a clear choice that can change the future, then pause for a moment. Ju, holding the layup hourglass in her hand, then asks, If I use this, would I also know what will happen? Seeing it in front of her, Shua suddenly remembers, Wait, this is what I remember very clearly. When you use this, please tell me what will happen. Heavenly Void Society. The quiet space suddenly echoes with a voice. It's really good to see you again. I contacted the 3 biggest guilds in Korea, and even Tu Lam didn't miss out. Yuan, the leader of the Celestial Void Guild, then awkwardly added, Honestly, it's hard to believe we're facing the King of Giants. The moment she finished speaking, she returned to her composed manner and asked, The area has been in danger for a long time, hasn't it? Although things have been quiet lately, before I could finish speaking, a car cut in. It's because we have taken over the game. They won't stay still after Van Ko's death. Hearing that, Huan suddenly remembered that Van Ko wasn't a deity from mythology. Even gods can now be defeated? As soon as she finished speaking, he rested his hands on his knees and replied, For regular players it's impossible, but for lower-tier gods it's still possible. The problem is with mid-level and higher, those truly monstrous entities. And then the car quickly changed the subject. Have you cleared out all the sentinels yet? Yeah, there are no more left in China. Hearing that, the bad situation reappeared in his mind. Sentinels, they are the strongest species among monsters with divine power. If Emiya uses the key in the demon world, they will be pulled under his school. Suddenly, Otto, the leader of the Crimson Dragon Society, announced, England has also been notified. I have almost eliminated them all, only one remains. As he finished speaking, Sehan immediately turned and asked, Just one. You mean the blood dragon. Then, Otto revealed his intention. I plan to try to persuade it to join my side. Suddenly he realized that he was talking about blood dragon. It hasn't left its nest since the battle with Bimo. There is no doubt that he is currently the strongest sentinel remaining on Earth. No one can be a more fitting ally than the blood dragon. Knowing its authority well, Sehan asked curiously, "Do you think it will agree?" "Well, it's definitely him." With that, he crossed his arms confidently and said, "Moreover, I'm much stronger than before. I can handle it." The Korean car. Then he stood up confidently to give instructions. "All right, Otto. I'll leave that part to you. Juan, keep up the good work." "Got it. But Hanche, you've been really busy lately, huh?" "As I said, I'm about to enter the demon world." Hearing that, she couldn't help but wonder, a card that suits her thoughts. Han's vehicle smiled brightly and lowered her eyes, replying, "Yeah, something like that." Dream Electriskra stood in front of the mirror with a surprised expression and said, "Are you really going to use this? But you're only doing it out of necessity." "Honestly, I'm not sure, but I have no other choice." In an instant, her instincts sounded the alarm, forcing Idra to exclaim, "Ellis must be much stronger now than before." "Sehan, you're about to set free a creature capable of destroying the entire universe. I have a bad feeling about that." Hearing that, he replied, "If you ask me, this is indeed a reckless gamble." Then, Sehan continued with a gentle demeanor, "I just want to treat her like a human being." Remembering her pitiful appearance, he continued, "In the end, she is just another victim in the cruel game created by the system. Don't forget, she has extraordinary transformation abilities and can adapt to any situation." Suddenly, Han's mind recalls Elise's arm covered in black mold. Or perhaps the moment of attacking Lynn Taylor, causing blood to spurt out, is also instantly remembered, and she inherited the extraordinary ability to learn from Lynn Taylor, making it hard to imagine how powerful she has become. Concluding his thoughts, he reached out to touch the barrier with a triumphant smile. But after a moment, Sehan regained his confident demeanor and continued, "We have Lynn Taylor, and I am no longer weak. I believe we can face Elise." Hearing that, she couldn't help but happily agree. Yes, even though she used Lynn Taylor's genes as a foundation, she still couldn't compare to the original. "Have you thought of a way to persuade her?" Yet without any preparation, he calmly replied, "Not yet. And I also have no intention of convincing him, so I don't know what the plan is either." Suddenly, Sehan's confident demeanor shifted to a silent expression, reflecting Ellis's state at that moment. Sometimes she couldn't even communicate. "Anyway, she probably won't be happy to see us. Your previous actions served as a warning to you. We once put her to sleep, even if it was to protect the Earth. In her eyes, we are probably the ones she despises. But no matter how bad things get, Sehan will always find a way out. But what if there's someone even more hateful, like Bia? Remembering her innocent past, my memories become even more vivid. It was he who stole everything from her. He is the common enemy of both of us, and that alone is enough for Ellis to stand on our side. The transfer package has been delivered, and all skills from the first playthrough have been transferred back." After the exchange, he looked at his hand and sighed, "My current stats far surpass what they used to be." With this level, probably last time at the Blood Demon Arena, Sean faced Gluttony, the demon-eating fiend. But it wasn't really a battle. Back then, he was a level that I couldn't reach. Remembering that moment, Sehan trusted himself more in the present. But now it's different. As soon as he finished thinking, he turned back to call Mina Nia. The sudden call startled her, and Mina, annoyed by the interruption while she was relaxing, raised her voice. "What now? What's going on?" "Sehan, can't you just let me watch TV in peace?" But no, you won't let her do as she pleases. You still remember, right? I've talked to Akinen already. The rest is up to you. "Yeah, I know. Why am I always the one who gets hurt like this? Should I wait for that clown girl to react to this? Oh, but she volunteered to help." The information was received instantly, leaving Mina stunned. "Really? But she said she didn't want to get involved. Maybe she's afraid you'll lose your life." Han's words suddenly rang out, catching her off guard with wide, disbelief-filled eyes. Maybe so. Seeing Mina's demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh and thought. It seems they have grown closer recently. She doesn't mind when she worries about her. As soon as her thoughts ended, Zine immediately turned his attention to the person next to him and asked, "That calm and reserved demeanor of hers only makes him more curious. Are you really not going?" Although a little sad, Ju still propped his chin and avoided Han's gaze. I think I will stay." That expression makes him ponder. "It's strange. I thought you would be the most excited." And just as my thoughts were hanging in the air, Xue's greeting interrupted that train of thought. "Hello, Mr. Sehan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jagan next to him didn't say a word, only looked at him as a greeting. Seeing them appear here made Sean surprised and wonder, "Hello, why are you two here?" Seeing your confusion, she spoke to comfort you. While not exactly a substitute, bringing them along is not a bad option. But Ju's expression clearly showed her displeasure. Your look doesn't seem friendly at all. Ju spoke, but couldn't hold back her explanation. I really want to go with you, but I still have things to do, I understand. Anyway, I can't force you. Even though I'm afraid of rejection, Ju still tries to suggest an alternative. You can make me go with you, but just this once. Just give me a little more time. I'm afraid Sehan won't be patient, so I have to insist. I'll be done soon. The words made him suspicious. What happened? Still, that question couldn't be spoken aloud. Sehan changed the subject and asked, Why do you two seem so eager? Lady Ao has ordered us to assist you. Sehan? Is there another way to call you besides Sehan? It sounds like you're back in class. As soon as your voice was heard, Ju's face darkened and he spoke sharply. Calling someone by their real name is forbidden. You don't know how many girls have been given special treatment just to do that, do you? Calling out the name only makes things more complicated. Just focus on the car. Concise and serious, yes, that makes sense. It's true that no one is close enough to call the old man's name directly. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, the girl hesitated before speaking up. I understand, and I am here because of my ability to see the future. It will be useful for you, Sean. Ah, Mr. Han. I hesitate to continue, but I can't reveal details because even a small action of yours could throw the future off course. But I promise I won't become a burden. Hearing that, he replied with a detached emotion. I understand, yet a feeling of doubt still arose in my mind. That sounds suspicious, but having a companion is also a good thing. The answer to that thought also gradually appeared in Zehan's mind, because from now on, everything was uncertain. This time, our trip to the demon world won't be the same. We'll try to persuade the deadly demon to give us a chance to compete for the throne of the Demon King. Everything is ready, and he excitedly announced, All right, let's go. The last thing is to win in the demon world. Meanwhile, as they just left, she stood watching the night scene, thinking to herself, He's gone now. I really want to go with him, but I still have things to do. Suddenly, the previous scene flooded back into Ju's mind along with the question, Just tell me, if you use this hourglass, what will happen? So, the question just asked, the girl answered immediately, You will get what you want with the sand clock. But the more Shu talks, the less she can keep her composure, fear gradually showing on her face. She shouldn't use it. The reason given leaves her speechless because she no longer exists in the future. Ju stands alone in the empty room. The quiet space suddenly filled with a surprising voice. You're here. Bongshu awkwardly smiles and greets. Wan, hello. Oh, the sound suddenly cuts out. He hesitated, then asked again if the car Han asked her to do was finished. Hearing that, she happily replied right away. It's almost done. I invited you to come see for yourself. As soon finished speaking, Bongshu became excited and praised her. Wow, she can really finish on time. It's almost finished, but with the abundant resources from my friends in America, it will be done soon. This way, the door ahead is slightly ajar. So she then mysteriously said, We will go to a place even the gods do not know about, and they quickly moved inside, stepping into the elevator with transparent glass to admire the magnificent scene outside. The scene before their eyes made him unable to hide his surprise, and Goa, seeing Bongsu-wan's expression, asked with interest. It was built exactly according to your design details. What do you think, Bongsu? He replied immediately, It's perfect. After receiving her satisfactory answer, he politely spoke. I'm glad you're satisfied, but do you think it's already usable? Since you've tested the simplified version, it should be fine. As soon as the words finished, Uwan asked curiously, The simplified version? You tested something that big? I guess you didn't know, huh? Then Bongsu continued explaining that Zien had used a smaller version I created back in the illusion world. Recalling that scene, he added more. He used it to defeat Aquinen. Looking around Bongsu, he added that this project is a new and improved version of the old one, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. Once we place the stake that Sehan owns into the empty core, it will become a giant sword capable of killing even immortal beings. But despite that confidence, she hesitated as she spoke. But there's still a small problem left? A problem? We have received enough AS from Korea, but we are missing the Oricha beads to coat the sword. You just finished speaking when Bongsu responded with clear understanding. That's right, I knew it. That's why Sean sent me here from the beginning. Really? Did Sehan just discover a new Orion ore? Not exactly. Then she held a small golden glass bottle and said, He gave me this. Sehan said that this is the Orion adaptation pearl, and thanks to its adaptive properties, it can stop the Yuan wire. Uwan continued, The size of the sword it uses doesn't matter as long as the item remains classified as equipment. The demon world he stands above in silence. I knew I would come back someday, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I thought it would take a few years. My thoughts drifting, suddenly Jagon spoke up from behind. So, where do we go now? Hearing that, Hanze immediately turned back and replied, "As you both know, we only need to take down 2 of the 7 deadly sins, greed, lust, and gluttony, and we will have to choose from this pile." Then he pointed out the 2 easiest targets. By elimination, the 2 easiest to take down are greed and lust. Pride is also easy, but against Lucifer, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, that's a different story. Hearing that, he also understood the message. Got it. Yet Sean still couldn't shake his worry and asked, "You don't want to ask anything else?" He straightforwardly replied, "No." It makes him secretly angry inside. Then what's the point of following along? Feeling Han's thoughts, he spoke up. "I only stay here because EO forced me to. There's nothing interesting for me here. And besides, you're the one who should be fighting, not me, so you're the one who chose your enemy to fight." Hearing that, he didn't say anything else and instead asked Shu for her opinion. "What do you think, Shu? Me?" "I think we should go to the nearest village to check it out," but the girl didn't stop there and added another comment. "But I won't give a detailed answer. Yeah." "Why is that?" As soon as the question rang out, Shu A replied with a bright smile, "Because you are the one who decides." Suddenly, Se-han sensed something, and his eyes widened sharply. Immediately, Han's car spun around, sensing a faint tremor. He continued, lost in thought, while conjuring a small purple patch beneath his feet, clearly indicating a nearby conflict. Suddenly, Han's shadow transformed into a bird to scout for information, and through its eyes he saw demons bullying a weaker demon. "I see." Suddenly the ground where I am shatters, and several streams of black and red energy quickly appear. So this is what Shu-A was talking about. And then, with his wings, Han's car soared through the sky to where they were. Without hesitation, he immediately responded in the middle of the demons, causing them to panic and scream. Seeing that, an angry demon shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing that, Ji-Han chuckled and replied, "Who asked?" Still, inside he wondered if he would make the choice sooner, as X had predicted. Sensing the scent on him, the demons realized he was a human from the mortal realm. So what was he doing in the demon world? Suddenly, their leader stepped forward with a welcoming tone, saying it's hard to believe a human is standing among our demons. But his friendly tone quickly turned sour, and he sneered, "Do you really have the nerve to pick a fight with us?" Despite that arrogant attitude, Se-han calmly replied, "I was just passing by. What exactly is going on here?" Then he turned his attention to the bullied person and silently observed. "This guy is covered in scratches and bruises, but he's stronger than the others and even tougher than our demon leader." As Han was lost in thought, his reply rang out again. "You must be out of your mind. Did you just call me tiny?" But the leader responded with a pointed reply, smirking arrogantly. "I've seen many idiots with developed limbs, but you must be at the top of that list. Kid." The leader's boastful words echo, making Han Che uneasy. He cheerfully calls out with a smile, showing a hint of friendliness. Suddenly, divine power surrounds Han's car, and he warns that if you say one more word, you'll regret being born. Their sweat drips endlessly, and their trembling lips cry out in fear. Seeing that, a demon questioned suspiciously why he possessed such great power, but before the words finished, its head was severed from its neck, blood splattering everywhere in front of its stunned eyes. The look of the leader at that moment only made Han more eager to threaten. "Don't blame me for not warning you. In the demon world, the top rule is the strong dominate the weak. The only language here is absolute power." Based on that, he threatened him, telling you, "I only need one of you alive to lead the way." And then, with his overwhelming strength, Ji-Han calmly asked, "So there is a struggle for the position of wrath?" Back then, the demons had a proud attitude, but now they are kneeling on the ground. "Yes, sir, if I'm not mistaken, you are among the lowest ranks in the demon world. So you're saying that the demon sent you to that council guy, right?" "Exactly, that's right. That scheming bastard plans to use his subordinates to do his dirty work." "Are the demons participating in this chaos on your level of strength?" "I'm not as strong as the others." Suddenly, the leader's tears welled up as he poured out his story. "I think that if I had more people, the chances of winning would be higher. So I went for a group attack, but that pitiful look just makes him annoyed." "Wow, this guy's face reminds me of a certain annoying thief. The demon world is not a place to be taken lightly." The top 20 demons are all extremely powerful, each possessing the highest level of divine power, and those in the top 10 are in a completely different league from lesser gods like Nyotep or even Ira. Suddenly, Jagan approached Se-han and asked if he had finished talking with them. Seeing their appearance, the leader was stunned and asked, "Not just one, but 3 of them? Are those people as strong as you, sir?" "Yes, master." But before I got a clear answer, I fell into deep thought, or at least I pretended to, but deceiving them a little is fine, and I won't lose to these fools. Suddenly, C realized Azel's intention, but before he could speak, he thought he understood why Azel insisted on Gon coming with him to the demon world. Then he asked, Do you have nothing to do? We should have followed your orders, sir. But before he could finish, the dark aura of Zehan interrupted him. Say that again. It's nothing, master. We are willing to leap into the flames for you. Satisfied with the answer, he then stood up and gave the order. Take me to your masters. The moment I said that, the leader was stunned and quickly asked back. You mean the master, right? Seeing its unwilling expression, Han's voice deepened and asked, Is there a problem? Not at all. I've been waiting to hear you say that. Demon races are a race with longer lifespans than humans, sensitive to magic and devoted to worshipping demons. Members of the demon race build cities for demons and offer sacrifices to worship them. Among them, the territory of the 7 deadly sins is considered the most sacred, and any demon daring to invade the domain of the 7 deadly sins is regarded as either insane or foolish. So naturally, their territory has expanded over time. And within the vast territory of the 7 death gods, there is a place that has lost its owner. It is none other than the domain of wrath, once ruled by Asmodeus. On the other hand, Mon, the demon of greed, pondered thoughtfully as he walked. Killing Asmodeus would be fine, but I didn't expect Glaton to target this land. It's strange how the top 3 of the 7 deadly sins rarely care about their own territories, and my thoughts keep drifting away into many unseen corners. With Abaddon being captured at Olympus, I thought that after dealing with El, I could take R's territory for myself. Thinking that, he helplessly complained. It really is a difficult situation. Suddenly, a respectful call sounded. Sir M, a guest wishes to see you. The interruption annoyed him greatly. I clearly ordered no visitors until I leave the room. It seems discipline has been thrown out the window because I've been too busy lately. Thinking this through, I decided it was time to stir up my servants a bit. As soon as he finished thinking, he shouted, Which fool dares to knock on my door? But before his rage could reach its peak, the demon was struck unexpectedly and unprepared. As expected, under that immense force, he was thrown far away, crashing into the wall. Being hit himself, Ma Min couldn't help but fall silent. What? Did I just get hit? Worst of all, I was blown away like a torn doll, but the culprit showed no fear at all, calmly walking in to criticize. If someone knocks, you should open the door. The figure before him gradually became clear, making him gasp in surprise. No way. How are you here? The more I speak, the more I can't keep my composure and shout, Come on, Sean, say hello, you know. I almost started to miss you. You seem to feel his power, he thought to himself, then couldn't help but say it out loud. He wasn't this strong a few months ago before Asmodeus was defeated. Don't tell me it's Zehan. I continue to suspect. Did you absorb the divine essence of an extraterrestrial god? Hearing that, he chuckled cunningly and replied, Is it really that obvious? The moment those words rang out, he was filled with worry. So the rumor that he killed Nealthotep is true. If he absorbed the divine essence of a fallen outer god while still being a player, do I even have a chance to win? Even though I suspected and guessed Sean's intention, M hesitated and asked, Are you here to kill me? But he didn't answer right away and changed the subject, hoping you won't regret how we parted ways last time. That's why I say, never burn your bridges yourself. Yet those words somehow reached his ears. Forget about that for now. I need to find a way out of this damn place. Then he thought again, and harbored resentment, saying, I will remember this lesson. Understanding Ma'am's thoughts, Sean immediately revealed his intention. But unfortunately, I didn't come today to kill you. If you agree to cooperate and make a deal, I will let this one slide. So he eagerly stated his demand. I need to claim my own position of fury, but it seems I can't join this royal battle without someone to vouch for me, and you and I are lucky enough to be granted that honor. See, even so, this difficult choice still makes him hesitate. If I do that, Vas's territory will almost belong to those bastards. But refusing him, even then, the decision wasn't final as Han's car cut in before I could decide. Oh, and there's one more thing. Seeing M look up at him, he quickly added, This isn't a complicated matter. You just need to agree with what I will say next, and if at that time you find the loss too great, you can just refuse. Based on Han's expressions, he gradually guessed my intentions, Ra's Siat, and my agreement. From his proposal, I can only assume that what he truly aims for is the key to the demon realm. Then if that's the case, helping him probably won't hurt me. The more certain the benefit, the more my demon self can't help but sneer with pride. Because you won't get anything out of me. Fool, only the 7 deadly sins know about the trial, and we are strictly forbidden to reveal that secret to anyone. At the same time, in the rat territory of the demon race on the edge of the demon world, Wham Demon number 119 was strolling with his hands in his pockets. You don't have to worry about the great demons coming here because they wouldn't bother with this trash corner. The more Wynnum thinks about it, the more clearly he shows his joy. Actually, this is the safest place in the entire demon world, and I am also the king of this slum. Fleeing here was definitely the right decision. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with surprise at the unfamiliar figure with a new face in front of him. Then, when he saw that the newcomer didn't bother to greet him, Wynnum became annoyed. How arrogant to lift his head and walk past me instead of kneeling down. He has a bit of a divine aura but looks weak, probably an unknown rank. Even low-level demons have a clear aura, and high-level ones would never bother coming to this slum. Thinking that, he charged forward without any fear. I will cut down that arrogant brat right here. There's no way he would walk past proudly while the king of the slums is approaching. But with his arrogant attitude, Wynnum didn't attack immediately and just stood there, calling out. The other person didn't respond at all, and suddenly my face twisted in annoyance. Huh. Dare to ignore me? I've been waiting a long time and still haven't received any greeting. Wynnum, with the annoyed attitude, rushes forward to attack. This guy must be seriously crazy, right? I don't know where you came from, hiding in the shadows. Dan, and then the hood are pulled down. He still calmly responds, but you have no right to turn your back on me like that. As Wynnum finished speaking, Ju turned back with a cold expression, staring directly at him, leaving Wynnum stunned for a few seconds by the unexpected guess. A girl who at first seemed human, but is actually a demon? That thought becomes even more certain as her dark aura becomes obvious. That's right, now I can clearly sense her demonic aura, but pride still comes first, so even though I'm hesitant, I still tease her without caring. After all, she's quite pretty. Suddenly, Ju spoke out of nowhere, and the delayed response caught him off guard. Huh? Seeing Wynnum's puzzled expression, she asked immediately, why did you suddenly block me? And then his eyes met Ju's indifferent gaze, making Wynnum uncomfortable and thinking to himself, what's wrong with this girl? She looks at me like I'm just a piece of trash on the side of the road. The more I look at him, the more annoyed I get, and I can't hold back anymore, so I scolded immediately. You brat. As Wynnum spoke, he drew a small knife from his chest with a sinister look. Do you still not know who I am? But if you want to pass through here, it's best to bow and greet the boss first. After that, he didn't hesitate to rush forward and attack. Let me help loosen that stiff neck of yours a bit, little girl. With that, Wynnum couldn't contain his excitement and smugly cut into her neck. But the unexpected result made him unable to contain his fear, which was clearly visible on his face. Seeing Ju's neck without a scratch left Wynnum stunned. I couldn't cut her. She has no scratch at all. My hand is even sharper than the best blade. It should have sliced through like cutting butter, but no answer came to mind and her cold face showed no emotion, making him wonder what kind of creature she was. And then, when he met Ju's bloodthirsty gaze, Wynnum couldn't keep his composure anymore. It's really dangerous. In an instant, his body started trembling, as if he had stepped on the claw of a sleeping dragon. I am facing death itself. But before Wynnum could escape, she rushed from behind him with blazing red eyes, and then a thick cloud of smoke billowed up. It envelops Wham's entire body, making him seem to turn into dust. In the end, Wynnum coughs up blood, and his earlier arrogance has vanished. Now he can only lie helpless on the ground, struggling to shout and save someone save me. But inside, he keeps searching. I know the names and faces of all the high-level demons. Where did this witch come from? That pitiful look made Ju realize, and she had to say, you're not special at all. Ju's cold gaze made Wynnum realize with fear that it was just like the look he had when about to crush a bug. No, there's no doubt she really intended to kill me. Fortunately, before she could deliver the final blow, Azel appeared just in time to stop her. Wait a moment, my love. She looked down from above with an amused expression and continued, let that guy live a little longer. Wynnum collapsed to the ground, but the thought still fills me with shock. I am still alive. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Yeah, just as I thought. The sound made him realize immediately, and he shouted, wait a minute, this voice can only be A. Deo. Then Wynnum knelt on the ground in fear, wondering why she was here. Seeing your expression, she said, you look worried to see me here, right? Wynnum remembered the familiar face. AOL continued, you're friends with M, right? Yes, it's me, but I haven't contacted him in a long time. However, she still paid no mind and made her request. All right, just take us to his residence. Dan will lead you to him. Miss, you can find him at the Greedy Castle, but that is not Alo's intention. No, not that obvious place. Knowing Sehan, he probably already contacted Min. And knowing that M might be hiding in his treehouse after playing for a while, she confidently continued despite his stern expression. I heard you were involved in building the Greed Castle. Take us there. That Greed Castle is Mon's secret hideout, kept hidden so that only the demons who helped build it know its location. After finishing, M killed everyone involved in creating it to keep the location secret. Remembering that made Wynnum tremble as he thought to himself, oh my god, I escaped from M just in time and hid in the slums, but she's now demanding I go back to the lion's den. Everyone else died except Wynnum, the only demon to escape the greedy claws of the evil queen. The land of wrath. The demon kingdom. They were wandering around the town when Zhu spoke up. I think this is some kind of tournament based on the name, but I guess I was wrong. Then the girl shyly turned to John again. Did John really take part in this royal battle? But before she could answer, he interrupted with a teasing question about who could see the future, and the joke made Zhu blush instantly. Certainly, but I can't see the details within the broad strokes. Lord Sean, John could get hurt out there, you know. Feeling her worry, he couldn't help but sigh in helpless contemplation. Does she really like him? But what's a bit strange is that he didn't complain at all after being swapped out to join the royal battle, and he must have known he could die. As I was lost in thought, Sean was again struck by his calm, smoking demeanor, which only made him more annoyed. Look at him, calmly smoking amidst this chaos. He's been cool from the moment he was born. Han couldn't help but exclaim after thinking. Are you that confident or just clueless, but inside you're uncomfortable? Smoking indirectly causes real horror. If you don't know, then John replied right after, no one else but me can replace him. Han's car, but still, his suspicion hasn't eased at all. Yes, but you agreed too easily. That's a bit suspicious. Seeing that Han doesn't trust him, he slowly explained, Elle wouldn't say such things without a good reason. But in fact, I came here voluntarily. I only do what only I can do, so it's up to you. Yet that tone surprised him. Are you a sneaky and clever cat? Jagwan's involvement in this royal battle is unavoidable, because becoming one of the 7 deadly demons automatically disqualifies that person from the Demon King's throne. Saiyan needs someone to sit in the throne of wrath. Ju doesn't want to go. And Lynn Taylor is still sleeping, leaving Jagu to take on the task. The only player in the world who can stand equal to high-level demons is this guy. As soon as the conclusion was made, he said, but all of this still gives me a headache. Hearing that, he wondered, do you still need any more reasons? Seihan replied immediately, it's just that I find it strange that you willingly do this beyond all obvious reasons. After a moment, Sean pointed at John and continued, surely Ao could have told you to go, but seriously, why do you listen to her like a good dog? He kept going, suggesting that maybe you had feelings for her or something, and surprisingly, he didn't object at all, leaving Se-Han speechless. Wait a minute, no way, are you that evil? After waiting so long without a response, he lost his temper and shouted, what? Please tell me that's not true. John, just say something. Despite facing such intense emotion, he still calmly spoke, don't misunderstand. Hearing that, Se-Han quickly regained his composure and thought to himself, oh, it seems like Shu's son is definitely into her too. The girl's earnest look softened him, so he explained, Azel saved my life, but I am just a contract holder, not the right person to be with her. And so Zahn recounted while reminiscing, she told me that once I sat on the throne of fury, I would have the power to access the collective strength of all my predecessors, making me stronger. Remembering those words, he couldn't help but feel eager again. I think maybe, just maybe, I might be a little more worthy of becoming her contract holder by doing this. The graceful figure and radiant smile of her only make John more moved, because all I want to do is be by her side. As his words finished, Han's expression flickered with a hint of hesitation. All right, but deep down you're utterly helpless, which means you must have fallen for her. Even Du beside him couldn't keep calm and was clutching his head in despair. Why did it have to be Ao among all people, damn it? The story ends here with their resigned expressions. John asks if it's okay to leave the restless spirit be. The girl also worries, as if he will only agree after we sit in the seat of rage. Still, his decision was made out of necessity. On the other hand, we need to secure the seat first to have a chance to try the key. So, whether we like it or not, we still need M. But yes, that bastard probably has some ulterior motive. The difficult question weighs on me, so Zhu Han turns to Shu. Oh, isn't that something a seer shouldn't ask about? Hearing that, the girl nervously replied, I don't think it has anything to do with M's or Jue's embarrassed look. Suddenly made him realize that if Xue couldn't see the future, it meant someone who could change the future was involved in this situation, like himself. The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became. Did I accidentally do something to that bastard? The main reason I keep getting involved with him is that if he breaks his promise, the chase and the nod come too easily, so I guess he has no good intentions. So his face showed signs of suspicion. But what could he do now? I told him that I would hand over the domain of rage once we secured that seat. He wouldn't gain anything by risking a gamble, but while his mind was still searching for an answer, the situation no longer allowed it. He warned us that we have to put that thought aside. Seihan. In front of them was a stranger. When he saw them, he immediately asked in a cautious voice, Why, oh why, do I see a human among us? He continued with a cold expression. And my friend, are you going into the royal battle area? Hearing that, he didn't boast about Cam. Though his face remained unchanged, he politely replied. But his voice was interrupted as a dark aura enveloped the purple energy rushing toward them, like an arrow closing in, but luckily Jaewo quickly caught it. Jaewo. Seeing that, they couldn't help but gasp in admiration. He had stopped the dark spirits with his bare hands. Suddenly, the surrounding chatter grew louder. How do the dark spirits participate in the royal battle? I heard he's indulging in excess, so the rumors must be true. His words made Han Tram Tu ponder. The dark spirits ranked 10th among the demons he had never met in their first encounter, but surely had heard of him. It was said that the arrows he shot with his black bow were silent and more dangerous than any other arrows. That overhead kick was just a test to gauge our strength. Feeling their hostility directed at him, he immediately said Mam would vouch for us. Hearing that, the henchman couldn't help but gape in surprise. He did say so. Suddenly, he had a new idea and immediately made a suggestion. Well, I guess there have to be some surprises like this. Fighting old faces would be so boring. And then he turned around and added, a human stronger than a demon. In this way, the royal battle is becoming quite an interesting event. As their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, Shu A spoke up, seeming like no one would bother us anymore. Sehan agreed and nodded, then suddenly had an idea. That was another problem he hadn't solved yet, or maybe the opposite, but mentioning one of the deadly 7 great demons would definitely have an effect. The scene shifts, and after a difficult period, they finally arrive at the battleground. Before them, demons lurk behind the fog, moving silently without making any sound. Seeing that, the girl couldn't help but feel nervous. They all looked like children before a day of outdoor play, strangely silent and well-behaved, truly too quiet. Suddenly he notices someone and points upward, questioning, how can they not be next to the notorious bully at school? I don't see anything there. Are you sure? Look again. Hearing that, Jagan looked up once more, but this time was different from before. He suddenly jerked upright at the appearance of someone above. Lucifer, the leader and the most powerful among the 7, also the ruler of the prestigious throne, has claimed the sky of this grand event. The proud land of the demon world, a majestic place with a huge castle and rows of small houses. Mam Min's room. Now he is crossing his arms and quietly admiring, everything is going even better than I expected. When I allowed him to challenge the Demon King throne, Rion's seat of power over that territory will belong to me. Suddenly, the demon raised his hand high and then stared at it intently, as if about to seize something beneficial for himself. He clenched his fist as if Han's car was inside it, crushing it until blood splattered onto his face. Not to mention, if luck is on my side, I might even eliminate that Zai-Han. No one who has dared to challenge the throne has ever survived to tell the tale. The scene of demons seizing the throne and dying only fuels his excitement. The Demon King's cloak will never be worn by anyone truly worthy. Even those with supreme divine power have fallen before this ambition. That means an ordinary person like Han's car has even less of a chance. I truly look forward to that outcome. If he targets me, I just need to run away. Saying that, the demon couldn't hide his excitement, despite the noise ringing out as he continued. That's right, I will hide in the secret place you can't find. With that, he couldn't help but grin widely. Suddenly, someone from behind the pond appeared and spoke. Can I join in your laughter? As soon as the question was asked, he immediately spun around in surprise. Ah, I see. Hearing her call, she became gloomy and greeted him. Hello there. Oh my, I am truly glad to see you again. But why is the demon still being so polite? He didn't answer and immediately asked, what are you doing here? Guess what? Thinking that way, but due to his cowardice, he still chose to run away. After all, this encounter wouldn't bring me any benefit, so I have to escape. Thinking quickly, the demon cast a spell. A magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet to facilitate his escape. And then, before her eyes, the demon gradually disappeared into the space, leaving only his remaining aura of spiritual power. Seeing that, Azo also chased after him. She chuckled sarcastically, still as cowardly as ever, huh? Suddenly, Azio's face darkened, his eyes indifferent, and he continued calmly. Coward, you should know your limits. You have crossed the deadly line. Just as I found a hiding spot, I suddenly gasped for air and stammered out loud. Panting, I say, good, the plan is a success. The greedy palace is now filled with demons rejoicing over the victory of my scheme. Luckily, I prepared this place in advance. Fong, sensing the urgent situation, found a secret hiding spot hidden from all eyes in the demon world, suddenly falling silent. Guessing about her appearance, Ao coming here personally definitely isn't a good sign. This could cause my plan to seize the throne to fall apart, but M can still predict her next move and has decided to wait. but she'll be back on Earth soon enough. I just need to wait patiently. Yet, that seemingly unprofitable idea turned out to be successful. Suddenly, he felt a surge of murderous intent behind him. His gaze makes Ma hesitant and afraid to turn his back. It feels like something is lurking behind him. Although a bit frightened, he still gathered his courage and decisively turned back, because Ao couldn't know that this was the real place. But unexpectedly, there was no one behind me. Hearing that, he blurted out, "There's no one here, nothing at all." Yet little did I know, a bloodthirsty gaze was watching me, emanating a heavy aura around that person. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward me at lightning speed, leaving me no time to dodge, only able to shift back. With her small body and slender arms, she boldly grabbed the demon's neck, and his immense strength prevented him from escaping, forcing him to grit his teeth and struggle to speak. "Do you know who I am? The arrogant lord?" After finishing, Ma Mao immediately gathered the energy in his hands, like two different colored streams of water merging together. When the power was fully condensed, he swiftly swung his hand towards Ju to attack. However, the unexpected happened right in front of Mun. She still stood there unmoving, unharmed, still standing there. Seeing that, he also resigned himself and made no further move, instead asking softly, "Are you one of Ao's creations?" Though inwardly he was thinking of the black-haired woman who had always been by Han's side back in America. My eyes suddenly met Ju's blazing red gaze, and I immediately realized she was very powerful, but I didn't expect her to have become a true demon. "I see. Ale planned this from the start. You're also aiming for the throne of the Demon King, right?" But instead of a proper answer, she just smiled, clearly enjoying it. Born a god but corrupted into a demon, he is a proud demon, and one of the two strongest among the 7 deadly sins. Standing equal to Ale, Lucifer calmly spoke. "I don't care who controls R at all, but I don't want to see the demon world fall into chaos. The rules this time are simple. The last one standing after the battle will claim the R title." As he finished speaking, Lucifer looked up at the demon world's sun and continued. "The life and death battle will begin when the demon sun reaches its zenith." But as he finished, the sky darkened, clouds covered the sky, and his farewell left behind. Then good luck. Hearing Lucifer's suggestion, he quickly realized as well. In other words, it will start around noon, and judging by the current position of the sun, there are only about 30 minutes left. With that in mind, Seihan turned and walked away. "All right, I'll leave it to you. Joe, where do you plan to wait? This battle probably won't end in a day or two, so going to find Min isn't a bad idea." Hearing that, he immediately said, "I will contact you again once everything is settled." Seihan. "Yeah, at first glance they seem easy to take down, but be careful nonetheless. He cares that much, but it's only because he's afraid of Ozzel. If John pushes himself too hard and dies, Ozzel probably wouldn't even want to imagine how bad things could get." And just as his thoughts ended, he quickly took off, bringing X along with him. Seeing they had disappeared into the distance, he began to focus on the main matter. "I guess I should get ready too. The midterm is coming soon." To my surprise, JW just turned back and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. The demons began to change their tactics. As he had suspected, a group of demons gathered at the street corner to plan their attack. "I see. We work together." Jonya's gaze quickly caught the scene of the demons struggling to climb the mountain, some fighting for higher positions. Immediately after, his gaze shifted to the arrogant demons, while others focused on eliminating the weak first. As soon as he finished thinking, they moved toward John. "What can a weakling without divine power like you do here? You're not skilled enough." Hearing that insult, he hesitated for a moment before calmly turning around and replying, "I'll start with your group then." But they didn't take John's words seriously. He casually dismisses it and speaks with a sneer. "Humans are not meant to be part of this battle. I've heard you value life, but it seems that's not true." And then what was destined to happen did happen. As soon as they received the signal to start, they laughed with delight, their eyes greedily fixed on him. In front of them, the sun demon flashed brightly. The signal to start the battle appeared, and the demons couldn't hold back their excitement as they charged forward. But instead of counterattacking, they simply tilted their heads back and silently assessed. These demons were somewhere between average and below average divine power, yet they moved much faster than him. Therefore, he still can't fully unleash his power without divine traits. Without divine traits, players will hit their limits, and the system restricts physical abilities to S rank, so I can't go beyond that. Keep reigning, my friend. S rank is your limit. Wait, my current body must be far beyond S rank. The system just announced, and a thought suddenly flashed in John's mind. That was when divine power came into play. Strangely, while he was secretly planning and most distracted, they kept attacking but couldn't land a hit. Meanwhile, John didn't counterattack at all, only desperately dodging. Immediately they became worried. "We can't touch him even a little, can we? Did he dodge all of our attacks?" Does he really have no divine power? He asked, and the red devil, unable to contain his anger, swung his sword at him. But, look, his movements are somehow very unusual. Yet when his change was noticed, John calmly said, "Yeah, I can feel it now too." Suddenly his aura turned dark, with black mists gradually escaping from his body. Everything beyond my reach now seemed insignificant. Ignoring what happened, John became even more serious about defeating them. "You're out of tricks now, kids." The demonic aura radiating around them causes the demons to panic and cry out in fear. "Are you sure that guy is a human? He definitely doesn't move like an ordinary person." As soon as the question ended, an explanation echoed in his mind. It was definitely divine power that allowed one to surpass human limits, going beyond what a person should be able to do. But if you know how to surpass those limits, you won't even need divine power. Suddenly, a black aura enveloped John's mask. Then the announcement sounded, activating Io's inheriting skill, and the continuous flow of energy spread out, reaching a certain threshold. He spoke. "You're starting to become troublesome, Breachbreaker." Feeling death approaching, the gray demon couldn't help but panic, sweating profusely and begging. "Wait a moment." But before I could finish speaking, I rushed forward to attack in a flash. The breaker grants the user unmatched power, but at a heavy price. Still, he disregarded that high cost and kept attacking the demons. And so, those who mocked John all died in fear, and no human should have paid such a price. However, when his strike finally reached its target, John used the breaking power for just 1 second to boost his strength. No one but Ju helped John master this extraordinary ability. He had to train and fight against her while she was transforming into a demon. Jisoo never held back in those countless battles, and Juan became accustomed to using the breaking limit technique with sweat and blood. That progress even surprised Azel, and now the next to be astonished is the red demon. It gapes in disbelief at what's happening before its eyes. No way. The sight that greets the red devil is a long trail of bloodshed, while he stands calmly amidst the shattered bodies of demons. The horrifying scene strips away his initial arrogance, forcing him to flee from the monster John. But he kept chasing, wiping the blood off his face as he aimed higher. His true enemies are the top 20 demons. He can't afford to back down here. As Juan pondered, he put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the distant sky with determination. The battle has only just begun. The scene shifts to the greedy castle. Sensing this, Hans Carr can't help but glance around nervously. Something feels off. What's the atmosphere here supposed to be? Hey, when you suddenly hear a call, even a little devil can't help but startle. "Sir," upon hearing the response, he immediately asked, "Is there anything going on lately?" But when he heard that question, he hesitated and avoided it. "Yes, actually, there is nothing to worry about. Sir, there's nothing going on." Seeing that, Han asked directly, "Who came here recently? If I were you, I wouldn't lie. Everything's exposed." As he finished speaking, the little demon trembled all over and hesitated before revealing his reason. "I'm afraid I can't say." "Sir, I am forbidden from saying a word." Hearing that, Han immediately guessed, which of the 7 great sins could threaten the demon like that? As soon as he finished thinking, he immediately asked, "So you can answer this question?" Seeing his reluctant expression, Zine continued, "Is the demon still alive?" The hesitant expression on his face made me guess that he's dead. "Yes," Thuong Ngai. Realizing the situation clearly, Han's vehicle gradually made a decision. "The demon of greed is dead, huh? This is bigger than the battle itself. We need to investigate more thoroughly." So he immediately asked if this reading room or whatever was the last place he was in, right? That's correct. But Sehan paid no mind, his cold face pushing the door open. As soon as the door opened, he immediately sensed a strong magic permeating the air, with no signs of resistance. So they must have left using teleportation magic. Min Thuong can track their location, but there's nothing there. Thinking this through, Sean looked around and guessed that Azel had probably returned to Earth, and Lucifer had no reason to kill M. The answer still remains unknown. He glanced around for clues. Could the culprit be Gluttony, the one competing for the position of Wrath? No, I still feel like something is missing. As if searching for an answer within myself, Sehan asked, "Shu, I want to be sure." Then he quickly turned around to continue the previous question. "Is Azel in the demon world?" The moment the question was asked, the girl became confused and shook her head repeatedly, replying, "I can't reveal that. So revealing this information to me could affect the future. I understand now." "Is that so? But she doesn't have any clear motive, right? Why would a lazy bastard go so far as to kill one of the 7 great sins himself?" His thoughts suddenly surged, making him wonder if it was because of what he had done to Jagwan before. No, it couldn't be. She couldn't hold a grudge for that long, Sean blurted out instinctively. "Damn it, none of this makes any sense." Seeing Sehan's Chu's expression, I couldn't help but ask, "What's going on, sir?" "Sean, Hearing that, he also explained his thoughts. If Ao really came to kill me, his body would still be here. Escaping from her is impossible. The mystery is beyond explanation, Seihan asked, but Ma somehow managed to keep running. Do you realize what that means? Are you suggesting she deliberately let him go? Exactly as you said, that was his thought at the time. No signs of a fight, proving she had no intention of killing him herself. She must have known where he would run to and then set an ambush and shoot him there. I believe that the only demon capable of quietly wiping out one of the 7 great sins is Ayo. But now it's clear that someone else of the same level is involved. Truly. I don't want to complicate things further, so I thought about it before Sion asked. So why did you refuse to tell me anything, Shu? I'm just staying silent. I mean, no harm. Lord Seihan, I am just looking for the right conditions to guide us to the proper ending. Afraid you won't believe me, the girl added. You know, the current path will end with the Demon Lord of Madness, which is neither good nor bad. Listen, according to my prophecy, the Demon Lord of Madness is none other than me. So, if you tell me what would make me become him, I could find a way to avoid that path, but unfortunately I don't know exactly why you became the Lord of Madness. I can indeed see the future, but your path and actions are still shrouded in a fog of bones, yet that answer still doesn't convince him. I have a feeling that the death of my demon is one of the conditions you aimed for, right? Actually, it's more like a test step. Immediately after, Shuei continued, saying, to challenge the Demon Lord's throne, you need the approval of the majority of the great sins. The easiest way besides Azel's support is through M. Hearing that, Seihan immediately understood what the girl meant. And because he is dead, I will lose the chance to challenge the throne. However, the future remains unchanged, so that means I can still find another way besides that. Sohan's car, looking contemplative and guessing that desire is another target within reach, so maybe I can kill her and gain enough power to challenge? Suddenly, his eyes widen with surprise, a look of shock clearly on his face as if he has just realized something. He immediately turned to Zhu and asked, that bastard has started acting too? Yes. Upon receiving the answer, Sean suddenly lifted the girl high into the air, feeling overwhelmed. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot off the ground, ready to depart, hoping it wasn't too late. Thinking quickly, Sean took to the skies and flew away from the greedy castle. Our destination is the Palace of Desire, where Marapus resides. Meanwhile, the level 11 demon An is smiling wickedly as he eagerly attacks the person before him. On the other side, the expression remains emotionless, blocking each incoming attack. Facing that small but ironclad body of his, it couldn't help but gasp and ask, what is your body? Hearing this, Jean couldn't help but sneer and reply. You see, her attack is even more ferocious than hell itself. Her energy keeps pouring out. How dare a prey be so insolent to me? Immediately after, it swung its hand straight at him. And upon witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Good. Kill each other. Then my job will be much easier. Wait a minute, what the hell is that? A strong wave of bloodlust erupted, and he had reached his limit. The mysterious man glanced around and thought, I had carefully calculated his magic and physical condition to destroy Akan while he was still fighting. But why does he keep getting stronger the more he fights? Akan swung his sword and said, you should be exhausted long ago from fighting. What kind of magic is this? The ghost mage dodged the attack while responding to it. Limits? Are you talking about limits? You have no right to impose your boundaries on me. The Breaker. The system panel appears to introduce that the Breaker skill unlocks infinite power as long as the will remains strong. A CA looks up at his sword's path, then immediately lowers his sword. Akan was quickly beaten up by the demon's punches. I enhanced my entire body with the dark magic from the Suffering Mask, then filled it with the Breaker of Boundaries. The mysterious person stands frozen, staring at him in surprise, quietly wondering, what the hell is this? Akan is a great demon lord, so how can an ordinary human easily overpower him like that? He's too dangerous, I must end him now. Breaking free from his thoughts, he also raised his bow to aim at Ma Yu. Ma An was in danger at this moment, but he suddenly turned his head and looked straight at him. And for a moment, he was terrified. He figured out my plan from the very beginning. Damn it, I have to wait for another opportunity. The mysterious person immediately disappeared, and Ma An breathed a sigh of relief, almost dead. The rebel who counterattacked was really strong. Fighting for a long time would be deadly. I have to recover first before continuing, or it might be too late. At the domain of the El Palace of Desire, they have returned, and I secretly think that Azel is behind everything. But for what purpose? What is her goal? He approached and asked the female demon Marapus if she was dead. She replied no. What? So she's still alive? She replied, yes. It seems she has set a trap. What are the conditions? Yes, I think she was told to stay away for about a week. Seon turned around and asked, why is the palace in ruins like this? To be acknowledged by the seventh master. Accepted by the Seven Lords? But that only applies to the challenge with the key. He quietly wondered, but with her lazy nature, she probably never had the energy to participate. So who then? Then she suddenly realized that Ju's reason for always being by Ao's side is that Ju has now become like a demon, wanting to become the Demon King. Are you going to ask Shu? You really don't know what Ju will do? The girl immediately replied, I thought she would choose this path from the moment I told her to follow you because Ju wants to change the future, but I don't know why. But in every ending, she is always the one who stays with you, the longest. Then it makes even less sense. But even though she is essentially a good child, she still does it, proving that everything she does is for me. Even though she knows I wouldn't want her to, she still kills the Demon King. Then she wondered and asked again, wait, how could she kill him? No matter how strong she is, she can't win against failure because Ju is the Demon King. She hid from you and drank Ao's blood. Wait a minute, what is Ju? Then he secretly realized that the Demon King's blood was not something just anyone could drink. Half god and half girl of two of the most powerful beings in the universe. He was terrified, killing his parents in the name of justice. Back in the day, she hid in hell, trained in the slums, then defeated Bego to claim the title of Lazy Demon. Surviving after drinking her blood was truly a miracle. Do you remember? Jisoo was originally immortal, and knowing that I also had to accept the truth. I'm so terrible, can the outcome still not be changed? Jisoo has her own reasons, but damn it, at least you should tell me the consequences of what she did. Are you planning to stop her? At this point, the girl suddenly fell silent, listening carefully to his response, then hesitantly said, that is the coming apocalypse. The survivors fled Earth through Ira's teleportation gate. The planet will be erased, and gods and players will drift throughout the universe. What about those connected to me or Dezen? Kim and Idra survived. Sehan asked, so Ju is dead? No, the girl quickly replied in turn. Jisoo disappeared before Y set foot on Earth. The problem is, I don't know if she's still alive, and this isn't just a matter of life and death. In that future, no one will mention her name again, as if she never existed. Hearing her speak, he realized one thing. Yes, Min has always wondered why only the deathly spirits know about the challenge, and why has no one else ever become the Demon King? They don't die, they bear a fate even worse than death. Becoming the Demon King means being forgotten by everyone. Han's face darkened as he spoke in despair. Could the challenge be the key? Shu, I need your help with this. You hold the current fate as the Demon Lord of Madness, right? Shu, huh? She replied in surprise. Yes, even though I saved the world from Mia, I have become a greater threat than ever before. Then he silently wondered, when he first heard about that ending, he thought he was going crazy. But in the end, what truly made him want to go insane? Shu once said that when that moment came, Ju would be by his side, and he believed she would always stay with him, no matter what. But there should have been one more person. He suddenly remembered Idra and quickly grabbed the girl's hand, asking, where is Idra in that ending? Zelo, are you doing okay? Azo looked down, then flew over to her and smiled. Ju, I always thought you were like me. You wouldn't bring anything but what you enjoy. That's not right. I'm also very curious about her, the little girl. At first I was just curious about Joan, but what made him change and become like this? I'm still wondering, why did I suddenly mention him? Oh, I was just muttering to myself. Azel said with his eyes closed, there are only 3 of us left now. Me, Mam, and Mara Papas. So who will be the final choice? Glon, right? At this moment, Jisoo quietly considers that choosing Glatten would be easy. But surely Sean has figured out his plan, right? Then he turns around and replies, I choose Bran. Right now, Ju reveals his plan, claiming himself as the leader of the 7 deadly sins, but Aazo vehemently objects. That old, stubborn man would never agree to that. For centuries, he has ruled the world without our demon lord from the highest peak. Even Emiya does not want to face him. And honestly, my chances against Bride in a direct fight are quite slim. I really advise you not to go down that path. It's a waste to lose a child you've spent so much time training. A bleak and unfeeling outlook, but Ju remains firm in her stance. Greediness cannot happen. Sihan that I know will definitely come to it. Because of their conflicting thoughts, the two began to clash fiercely. So, why is it that you can easily defeat him? Right. I can't do it. Maybe if I used everything I have, but I don't want to do that to him. I've seen the end, so I can do it. Yes, my love. I think I'm quite curious to see how you will crush your pride. You said the one guarding the key is Bride, right? Then I can start the challenge as soon as I defeat him. Azel continued to advise Ju. Even though she heard the ending from Shu, once she joins the challenge, she won't be able to stay by Crow's side anymore. Do you still want to go? But Ju remains resolute. I still want to, even if it's a bad ending. I don't want Sehan to put himself in danger to save the Earth. She tilted her head and said, "Besides, that woman will tell him even more so because I am not there. His future with her will be brighter than with me." The obsession. The clingy trouble of a girl. Then Ju smiled confidently. "Of course, I have no intention of giving up that easily. We took a completely different path from our first playthrough and gained the power to shape our future. By continuing down this road, Han's vehicle will eventually become the demon lord of madness. I can't let that happen." My first mischievous act towards him, driven by my own freedom, made my heart beat a little faster. On Idra's side, the system display shows a notification that Aimia is supposedly starting a new mission through the Star of the Creator. The mission is to eliminate the global threat, and the actual completion condition is the destruction of Earth. Reading the notification, Idra sighed. No need to sugarcoat it. This is a lost cause. I've never seen a large-scale mission like this before. Even with only half of the key, Y is trying his luck. Can the humans on Earth resist the invasion from those coming from countless stars? Seeing her so exhausted, Sog brought her a glass of refreshing juice. Idra also smiled and accepted it. "Thank you, adorable kid." How many people responded to Y's call from the void then? Quite a few. Along with her words, Swen kept softly comforting him. Ira sighed and continued. "I know he reached out to the external gods, but I didn't expect my father to intervene personally. If the outsiders played a more active role, even the earth-loving gods wouldn't be able to help easily." Suddenly, Mina appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Is there anything we should be worried about?" Claw pouted and said, "Do we really need to be so aggressive? Why make a small matter into something big? Especially since we know how dangerous our enemy is, it seems like you're also worried about the fate of this star." She didn't know how much I had invested in Mina. "I also invested a lot in those loot boxes, right?" Cloud continued. "Honestly, I don't want to get too involved in human affairs. A little entertainment is all I can hope for. A petty desire to take revenge on humanity, those who have forgotten the age of the gods. That is why it is often not very impressive why the gods participate in these games. But since Kira took over the game, Earth's gameplay style has completely changed. The flashy missions disappeared, replaced by engaging interactions. The slow curiosity about their embodied forms is a new sensation for gods who have lost sensitivity to extreme pursuits of thrill, and Earth's new game offers a fresh experience. The Age of Legends is long gone, the gods have left, and the old ways will not return. But what about this? This could redefine how gods and mortals connect, which is why preserving the existence of this game is more important than ever." Hearing her words, Ira turned around and smiled, saying, "So, if you're concerned about what's beyond the horizon, you should make sure this game doesn't crash and burn." Cloud quickly responded, "Yes, I understand, but letting Mina infiltrate the realm of the Supreme is too risky. Maybe I can take her place." "Right now," Idra said confidently, "it's so sweet that you care about your embodiment, dear friend. But trust me, a god sneaking into the Supreme Realm is just begging to be caught, especially in your case with your highest divine theft. The problem is how I can get there in the first place. Hakkinen will help her with that. He has some connections from his days working with the Release Lord. Actually, there's no need to worry too much about it. He even personally chose the person she would turn into." Mina doesn't really trust Ira's words. She sighed quietly and whispered to herself, "Why is it so easy to say when she's not the one going? Why do I always rush to finish important missions?" At this moment, in the domain of the Fury of the Demon Realm, the remaining demons are ranked 30th. Manhwa is swiftly flying away, calculating as it moves. There is a demon and a human in the top M, and if they all attack me together, I would be easily caught. But perhaps they are too proud to cooperate, and I don't complain. I guess so, let's see. The ripest fruit among the remaining ones is suddenly the familiar figure of the Dark Spirit, ranked 10th among all demons. He is the one I have the highest chance of defeating in this group. At this moment, he suddenly notices you and rushes forward to fight. That arrogant human dares to stare at me as if I am an easy prey. He kept firing arrows at the demon, but he dodged quickly and lightly, though inside he still felt a bit amazed. They are really fast. They are highly accurate, or am I the only one who sees that they can change direction mid-air as if they are aiming at my forehead? One arrow after another keeps aiming at me. Even with my enhanced body, it can still tear through my flesh. His power is no joke. He can't keep dodging forever. You start to get into a stance, ready to fight back. Can I use that skill here? No, I have to do this. Now it's life or death. On the dark side of his mind, he kept urging himself to finish off this bastard once and for all. I can't give it any more chances to increase its stats. Ma'e's strength lies in direct punches. That bastard will be much weaker at a distance. I don't care if you're a superpowered human or one of Oslo's henchmen. 1,000 arrows of light. On Ma Yu's side, he also kept thinking, as an attack capable of firing thousands of black arrows in succession, even the 7 greats wouldn't dare to mock. Ma'an has just regained his composure and is about to take down that guy. What? In his moment of carelessness, Ma'an seized the opportunity to strike him down, causing his dark spirit to momentarily falter from the surprise attack. He used his magic to increase his weight briefly. After defeating him, Ma'an smugly said, "Let's see you draw your bow while lying on your back." He gritted his teeth in response. Nguyen cursed. "You win enough. I will leave this royal battle. The moment someone makes a mistake, they will automatically be expelled from that land. You see, I don't want my ending to be like A's. I hope we never meet again." Human. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit of the lamp suddenly fled in terror. Ma'an stands there casually lighting a cigarette, hoping everything is going well with them. At Glatton's territory, it seems Han's car is arriving and then speaks up. Ju hasn't been here yet. Suddenly a guard asks him, "What are you doing here?" "Humans, you are standing on Lord Bill Bap's territory. Only permitted demons can enter. I wonder, who do I need to get approval from?" Suddenly a demon approached and said, "It's me." Hearing that, he casually replied, "Fine." That two-horned demon crosses his arms and smirks at you, so it's clear you're not a weakling with that false divine appearance. "All right, are you here to see my master?" Without hesitation, Sean replied, "Yes," and he continued, "Our world is a place where the strong dominate. They may say so openly, but most demons, once they accept it, won't make a fuss about being human. Come, I will take you to meet my lord and master." In Glatton's territory, Glon is now believed to be the one controlling the largest domain in the demon world. The gate Daniel guards is almost right on the border of this territory. Seha looks down and quietly thinks that from the outside, it faces directly into Brian Bill Bap's domain. And fearing Lucifer, this makes sense in a way. That's why he abandoned Glatton's throne during my first game just to join the demon fighting arena. He even erased all information about the key. Is all of this just to aim for the throne of the Demon King? Does he want to defeat Lucifer that badly? The Demon Lord announced, "We have arrived." At the center, Sehan asked, "Can I go in by myself?" "Yeah, it's up to you. I'm heading back. I don't want to die just yet," Shu A asked. "This isn't a trap, right? Don't ask me. Look into the future." Zhu A, looking at the blood-soaked castle ahead with an ominous feeling, sensed that the magic power emanating from here was truly terrifying. The divine power combined with such a massive source of magic is like an impending disaster. If Ahriman's enormous magic energy, who swallowed Asmodeus like a vast lake, is compared to a sea, then Bill Bap's is like an ocean. Now you and Zua are entering the castle. Inside is vast and empty with no one in sight, and they keep going deeper inside. Longtam thinks that the closer they get to the center, the more intense the fluctuations of magic and divine power become. Now everywhere they pass is illuminated by a light. "Oh my god, you scared me, you should turn on a brighter light." That Glon guy is sitting inside waiting for them. He, in his bulky body, asked, "Isn't it about those cursed gods with chains?" It's surprising to see a famous person appear in such a remote place. Shu A immediately recognized that guy as the demon Glon. Contrary to his terrifying appearance, his voice was full of authority. He sat on his throne and looked down. "So, what do you want from me here?" Sehan asked. "I came to earn recognition from one of the 7 great demon lords of sin." Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Are you in such a hurry to find me?" "It seems you have underestimated me, friend Feathered Cloud." Hans Carr also responded loudly. "Well, we're in quite a hurry too." He growled in response, "Of course. Your arrogance has become legendary, or at least that's what I hear." Then you stomped your foot and walked over to Zan. "Me too. Actually, I have something to discuss with you." "Grow, it seems you're quite close to Ao. Are you wondering if there's a problem?" He continued, "She has activated something within our realm. And what irritates me the most is that I can't track her down either. That brat can hide from my sight, and she's not interested in the Demon King's throne. So I wondered why she suddenly started acting like that now, not to mention the strange little demon she always carries with her. And you, of all people, should know exactly what she is truly after. We can end this little chat now." With that, Gulton stepped back and jumped toward Han's car. He suddenly shot up into the air. After the dust settled and realizing the danger, he quickly pushed Shu away. "I can't fight back against him from the front. Doing so would only make him swallow me whole." While he was thinking, he opened his mouth wide to bite him. Bree's sharp hand, the Demon King's castle, and the spiked ring were all floating in the air. "Of course I know, but that glory will not belong to me. It will belong to this child." He frowned and said, "The girl is not qualified either. She hasn't yet gained enough support from the 7 people. Ao smiled and asked, "Why is that?" "She already has 3 people agreeing, only 1 more is needed. If you give her a thumbs up, that will make 4 people. Lucifer, after hearing her speak, frowned and questioned sharply, "Are you serious about this?" "So, that means she is the one who defeated Murin. I've never felt a presence like that before." A young demon like her, I'm afraid she hasn't fully adapted to her new form as a demon yet, so there's no need to lie here. Is that right? I have to admit you found a promising seedling. Are you planning to train her to be your successor? Among us demons, that concept doesn't exist. You know it. She will have to pass the Devil Lord's test. Lucifer shook his head with a smirk and said mockingly, "You've changed a lot. Adio. All your time on Earth has made you unusually sentimental, and you don't think I'll accept that easily, right?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hello, little demon girl." He chuckled and said, "Normally I would crush you without warning, but seeing your clear potential and Agiadeos, I will give you one more chance. Honestly, you're still too inexperienced to join the ranks of the Supreme Demon Kings. Shouldn't you wait a little longer? I also have the option to defeat Rad's new Demon King." But at this moment, Ju interrupted him. "I don't want it to be too late then." Ju bowed his head and spoke softly. "I must become a Demon King as soon as possible." Hearing that, he quickly questioned her. "Just participating in this test means you will disappear. Your information will be completely erased and no one will remember you anymore. Your loved ones and friends are no exception. No one will remember your name or face, and all related memories will be altered. The forgotten wander in emptiness, losing themselves and falling into a state almost like true death. Among the 7 great demons, only I can reveal details about the challenge. Demon girl, I am showing you the minimal respect as a member of our bloodline. Let go of your pride." Jesus clenched his fist. "I don't care, but he keeps threatening her. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Maybe you knew all along from the start. Fine. You'll have to experience for yourself how difficult and terrifying it is to earn my recognition." Jesus begins to tremble now. I will be forgotten. Honestly, I'm no longer sure if this is the right choice for the Demon Lord, but one thing is certain. I can't let Zine become the Demon King. Ju gently strokes her hair. "Do it. I will transform my emotions into enormous magic zones while expanding my blood vessels with divine power." She slightly raised her head to look at Ao, then regained her usual confidence. Ju immediately swung her arm, a wave of power enveloping her entire body. Lucifer smugly calls out, "Come on." As he finishes, Ju quickly rushes toward him, while he just stands there waiting to see what she will do. Ju rushes in, aiming a kick at Lucifer, but he stands frozen, lost in thought, realizing she's the type to rely on her physical strength. While he's distracted, she lands a strike on him, but it has no effect. "He is truly very strong," Lucifer said sarcastically. "Maybe if he had more time, kid, he would start using magic to retaliate against her. But there's still a long way to go." With that, he unleashed a dark force that knocked Ju away. She was thrown against the beam and couldn't hold it, spitting blood. I expected him to be very strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Jisoo looked at Io, but she only silently glanced at her without saying anything, still unable to make a choice on her own. "Right, Jisoo? It's not just a fear of the challenge, but also a persistent fear of her own choices. Her obedient nature makes her doubt whether it will bring any benefit, and that's why she still hasn't found trust in herself." Jisoo tried to stand up, then looked at him with a look of intense resentment. But Azo still thinks she's not ready to become a bad kid yet. Lucifer is on a completely different level from M. Maybe he hasn't even used a fraction of his power right now, just thinking about how to end this pointless fight. You need to find the answer before the company makes a decision. What is your move? Jisoo. At that moment, Ju rushed forward and stood in front of Lucifer. The two look at each other, knowing we're making a major turn in the future, Lin mentioned. And over on Sean's side, he's also facing a formidable demon. "You look more like a rat than a crow." Glon reached out to grab him, but Sean quickly dodged the attack. He smoothly drew his weapon and charged at him. But in an instant, it was destroyed by him. I can't believe my weapon broke so easily just by blocking his attack. Even with divine power, I wasn't even close to matching his strength. This is no different from before. There's no reason to fight here. Shaking off the thought, he quickly picked up Shu and left. He turned back and said, "Stay as far away from the battle as possible, Zue. All right, make the most of your abilities. If I don't want to die today, fine, I will do it. Still, I can't stop thinking, and I feel quite worried. But she can't die that easily because she can see the future." Meanwhile, Glatton over here looked at them and spoke. "Change the scene after all that? You're really boring. I descended from above. I have a problem with tight spaces. Not only Zhu, but innocent demons will also get caught up in the fight if we battle here, so we need to lure him into a safe area." Seeing Han's car fly away, he growled, "You human pests." Then he immediately chased after Han's car. The crazy man shouted, "Don't run away any further, just stop making me angry." He turned back and replied mockingly, "Surely not." Then he suddenly struck him down with a surprise attack. The one above called out smugly, "Look, if we fight here, only your low-level demons and evil spirits will die." He responded a bit bitterly upon hearing that. Dying just because of that is already a great insult to the demons, and it's no wonder that the weak ones die. Sehan thought to himself, oh my god, is there anyone with reason in that place? Just like before. But once he sets his sights on something, nothing can stop him. That's why he gave up the throne of the glutton to go find the key. For a foolish pig-faced guy, he's really reckless. Glon shouted from below, stop running, you crow. I think that's enough. Arriving at his destination, he immediately drew his weapon, Fragar, but he treated this weapon as a joke. You think that silly little weapon of yours can actually work on me? But Sehan's sword suddenly pierced into his hand. Sehan felt a bit satisfied. Good, at least Fragark has some effect. That is an SS-grade weapon for him. Not causing a fatal wound, but just sticking it into Bilbap's skin is already impressive. At this moment, Glon suddenly shouted loudly, this is too much, a hint of the unknown. Glon forcefully struck the ground, causing an explosion. Sehan was immediately startled, but the thick dust made it impossible to see clearly. But if I recall our first encounter, I already knew his plan. Just watch. I am no longer the man I used to be. Glon begins to blow a fierce wind towards the Korean vehicle. He is now in a difficult situation, and quickly raises his shield to block. Tsk, you also used Orion crystals to make this shield, so it's already broken? This shield is shattered, but at least it helped me get closer to Bill D. After some dodging, I started to take things more seriously, trying to gather my strength into my body. The divine power and demonic energy within my body are swirling and spinning like a tornado. I will gather all the refined martial energy into my right arm. Without hesitation, Sehan delivers a deadly punch. Asura can't dodge in time and gets hit. Lon was sent flying by Sehan's punch and hit the beam. Seeing that, he smiled contentedly. Well done. That strike definitely hit his backside. But he emerged from the wreckage, standing up and saying, not bad at all. Sehan started to notice. Could it be that his stomach has gotten a little smaller? Glon then went berserk and charged forward. At least he has some skill to match that arrogant ego. He quickly closed the distance to him, his speed astonishing. Sehan's face turned fearful at the attack, while he confidently taunted with a grin. In that moment, Sehan used magic to create a metal barrier in front of him and silently wondered, will it work? If I can slow him down even a little? But Glon is unharmed. He just chewed on those metal pieces voraciously and ate them happily. That made him wonder in surprise, what the hell is that? He's turning into metal. My god, I've never seen anyone eat metal like that before. This bastard's ability really is troublesome. Greed isn't just a fancy name. I didn't know about that during my first game, so I lost the IRA's space-time. Han's expression became even more strained. He focuses on figuring out how to defeat him. Now he needs to create some distance before he eats again. Fight and run might be the best strategy. The very next moment, he summoned a cannon to fire non-stop at Glatini, shells continuously blasting towards him as a thick cloud of smoke rose. Han secretly thought that although each shot consumed a high-grade magic stone, if he could land a powerful blow on this guy, it would be worth it. But Glonni was unharmed and even teased. You really have a deep bag, little crow. Yes, I will do whatever it takes to win. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He kept firing magic bullets non-stop at him. Glad was shot and fell backward. Seeing that, Sehan quickly rushed forward. Now is my chance. Move forward. Fragark appears from above. A sword materializes right above his head. Glon bares his fangs and says, like a persistent fly, come here, and I will swallow you. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. The fool didn't stop there. Han Chu summoned another magic circle behind him, a raging tornado swirling right behind him. After swallowing those metal pieces, his rough skin had transformed into metal. I have prepared this for facing him. It has a very strong magnetic field that can generate a tremendous pull on him, not completely nullifying him, but enough to hold him back for a while. He has completely revealed himself. To pierce through that thick skin and fat, I must concentrate all my strength on a single point, channel the bloodstorm energy from the surrounding air into the sword, quickly and precisely so the blade can sing, surpassing the speed of sound, approaching the speed of light, even stronger and more powerful. Sehan closed his eyes tightly, gripping his sword firmly as he thrust it into Glatny's abdomen. A burst of light exploded at this moment, followed by a loud, thunderous explosion. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and Han sweat nervously, secretly guessing that if his calculations were correct, his last strike should have pierced through Bill Bap's skin. Of course, I based it on how tough he was during our first fight. Is this really your true form? Glon, who was once a fat guy, has now become a handsome demon king. He sticks out his long, snake-like tongue and sneers. Hey, why are you so uninteresting? The creature isn't what you saw earlier was also my true form, just after evolution. I should have eaten and digested peacefully first. But come to think of it, a little hunger might actually be good. It could give me more inspiration to eat. Seeing him break my sword with his bare hands, Glenny secretly guessed that his power had now far surpassed what it was before. He is truly one of the three great primordial demons. Even Azel has to use all his strength to defeat him. He is on par with Vengo. I can't take him down with just a few sneaky moves. Glad suddenly asked, "Why don't you look surprised after I changed my outfit? Do you really have to be so cold? I'm asking honestly. Is that really all you can do?" Glani stroked his hair and said sarcastically, "But just seeing my true form is enough to leave you in awe, isn't it?" "That's right. What you're witnessing is all the power I possess. The current limit of Han the Racer is only this much. I'm not blessed with talent like Lin or Jisoo, nor do I have DLC items to defeat someone as superior as him. Alone, this is the furthest I can reach. Right now, I silently think to myself that I've always chosen the safest path and endures the injuries along the way, seeing it as a weakness. In the end, I convince myself that I have no other choice because I am too weak." Seihan responded to his taunt, saying if Azel and Jisoo hadn't been stuck in the other world, and if Emiya had given me a little more time, I might have retreated today and come back stronger later. But upon seeing that child, I suddenly realized that Vengo, the primordial giant, is a supreme being who can control time. Yet Lin still defeated him for a surprisingly simple reason. She has the courage to face him, something I never had in our first encounter. So now Seihan regained his composure and confidently told Glatten, "I'm up next. This time I will summon all my courage and charge straight into the battle. Damn it, I really didn't want to resort to this. I thought I could hold out a little longer and keep it as a last resort, but now there's no way out anymore. Bill Bap, huh? From now on I will cook you a dish you've never tasted before. Let me introduce Ira's core, the essence from the first game. Remember earlier, before heading to the demon world, Ira came to tell Sean, 'Keep this.' He asked curiously, 'What is this, a black tetrahedron?' She glanced at the relic in her hand and replied, 'This is the relic I left behind.' Wait a minute. You are me from the first playthrough. This form is forged from the remaining fragments of my memories. Ironically, its shape is identical to the luminous tetrahedron because it was created based on that pattern." Seihan kept asking Ira, "Are you sure? This is your power after all, the one you created it with?" "I have accessed almost all of my old memories. Those fragments of power no longer mean anything to me now." But Idra is very confident in her decision. She smiles brightly and replies, "Memory is the core of power, so you are the one who deserves to hold it." Then hands the gem to Sean, but she still doesn't forget to remind him. "But be prepared to use it. Be prepared?" "What do you mean?" "When you use this, it means accepting the power of the otherworldly gods, not just divine force, but embodying the very essence of an otherworldly deity within your body." "So what do you think the outer gods are?" When Idra asked, he quickly replied, "They are beings far beyond ordinary gods." "That's right, but simply put, otherworldly gods are beings outside the system, like demons. They are not bound by the rules of this world. That's why players who make contracts with them are not their incarnations but their contractees. We come from another universe, so we are not bound by anything here. That is why we are called otherworldly gods, the divine beings from another realm." Hearing this, Han's mind was filled with questions, but wasn't I once her avatar during our first game? According to her theory, I should be the challenger, right? IRA once again explained, "I may not belong to this world, but I can still participate in the game because I am registered as a god in the system." She begins to guide him on how to use it in detail. If he truly wants to use this, then he should place it on his chest, specifically right over his heart. But whether you can fully absorb this power depends only on yourself. Hearing that, Seihan quietly smiled and said, "Idra, it looks like we will be together until the very end." But suddenly, at this very moment, an error message from the system appeared, indicating that a strange tie-in line was trying to access the system. Seihan's heart pounding. This isn't good. This isn't something a human or any living creature can handle, but without this power, I can't defeat Bill Bap. Seeing him in such pain, Glon smiled in satisfaction. The error warning system, allowing the alien spirit to continue, would lead to total destruction. But I can't fall here, right, my comrades? Deep inside, I always try to stand up for my teammates, searching for the source of that energy from deep within my heart, where I can feel the power of the person who shared our first game. If I can't reach everyone at once, then I will absorb piece by piece, first enough to face Bill Bap. I can't unlock everything at once, but I can open each node one by one. Just a small fragment, a tiny piece of power from Ira from our first game. After activating the body stone, it feels like a stream of energy surrounds me. Closing my eyes, I sense that even this small fragment has changed everything. This is how the world appears through the eyes of an outsider god. Now Gladdy begins to ascend. That's right, this is the feeling. Bill Bap divides the world into two simple categories: food and everything else. Ghosts, demons, outsiders, even giants, all are the same to him. With the power of greed, he thought he could swallow everything along the way. Until he was completely defeated by Lucifer, Bilbap withdrew to his territory, quietly waiting for the right moment, believing that someday, time would be on his side. But then a young demon appeared like a shooting star in the dark night, claiming the throne of the Lazy One. Her appearance made his heart tremble, and he began to crave the Demon Lord's throne. Glon then secretly aimed to seize the throne of the Demon King. If he took control of the throne, he would no longer fear Lucifer or Azel. But then everything turned to dust with the appearance of Ael and her disciple, Ju. He chuckled softly. His original plan was to catch that crow to threaten Aol and the girl. Then he said to Sean, "But surprisingly, a tasty morsel comes straight to my mouth." Sean was still absorbing the powerful energy from the gem. Glad suddenly realized that this isn't exactly a feast. I have absorbed the essence of the Dream Witch, and although it's not complete, if I choose to devour this, I might not need to become the Demon King to stand equal to Lucifer. Glenny suddenly went berserk and charged forward. "Let me try a bite. Just a piece is enough." Sehan, after absorbing the power, stared and said, "Let me start with a word of thanks. Even if it's not perfect, you will still make an excellent training dish." Then suddenly a loud explosion erupted with devastating power. Glad hovered in midair, stunned, wondering if that was some kind of magic. "No, I don't feel that way. If he was just making the ground erupt, it wouldn't be able to restrict my movement like this." Thinking of that, he suddenly realized in shock that this was something that had shaped the earth. The scene before his eyes was suddenly torn apart into two. Glon quickly smirked with satisfaction. Could it be that he truly has the ability to turn illusions into reality? Does that mean anything he imagines becomes a power he can freely use? It's beyond my understanding now. And oh my God, this is not an ordinary power issue. I can't even gauge his limits. It's a glimpse of true power, the final stage a god can reach, the ultimate display of divine force. Right now, Sean is quietly observing his surroundings, guessing that Ira's approach to the first battle was different from this one. Everything she thought, everything she focused on to defeat her opponent. And she has spent a lot of time becoming stronger for that goal. This core is formed from the very essence of what she once was. I still can't fully control it yet, but as I think about it, I unconsciously tighten my chest. Even this much is enough to handle Bilbap. Soon, Sehan's eyes turned straight toward Glatney. At this moment, he faces him with a smug smile. After a while, Glenny helplessly laughs at himself in regret. "It seems I have made a serious mistake. All those empty stories about that crow must have reached my ears. But I never expected him to be so interesting. Talking about a person like that is truly not an exaggeration. Although it's hard to say exactly who he is now, I am sure that he is an enemy. And by surpassing him, I will finally be able to break through this terrifying boundary of power and become much stronger. I have to eat him. A part of my full strength is calling out to me. Oh, how charming it is." As soon as the words finished, Glon suddenly kicked off and charged forward with a burst. In an instant, he soared high above Han's car, and without hesitation, Glon immediately launched a throw with devastating power. He quickly landed confidently, smugly scanning the surroundings, but then he was startled when he realized he had already dodged. What? That is the subspace, a characteristic ability of Dream Witch. At this point, Glon couldn't hide her excitement and confidently suggested, "I'm more than happy to add you to my menu." Hearing that, Zehan suddenly appeared behind him, sneered contemptuously, and reminded him, "You should at least keep some manners when eating, idiot." As he finished speaking, a special weapon immediately appeared in his hand. Hanze's face lit up with pleasure as he clenched the sharp weapon tightly. He didn't hesitate to thrust the sharp tip directly at Glatney. Surprisingly, he managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. A mysterious black hole suddenly appeared above Glatney, and he instinctively turned his head in panic. On this side, Sean directly charged forward and thrust his sharp weapon at him, causing a devastating explosion in an instant. Glon secretly felt a wave of panic, thinking he's still alive, his body on a completely different level, luckily able to sneak in and out of the space while fighting this monster. At this moment, a bright flash of light quickly enveloped his entire body. Sehan looked on in amazement, wondering, is he swallowing lava? Is he an omnivore? At the same time, Glon was immersed in the boiling lava. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly and smiled brightly. Beneath the flowing lava, suddenly a few movements appeared. In an instant, two giant snake heads suddenly lunged out, causing Han to jerk in surprise. I was a bit disappointed for a moment. This power is one thing, but the blood vessels are just human, after all. And the last time I checked, lava and human flesh can't merge together. Two space gates suddenly appeared in midair, cutting through the body of the giant snake. Immediately, the gates vanished, slicing the snake's body in half. Its body parts were then cut in half one after another, and the giant serpent, in pain, twisted and let out a pitiful cry. Seeing that, Sihan puffed up with pride and straightened his posture. That's right, quantity over quality. In an instant, each head of the giant snake was turned to stone. Glani lost momentum and fell from above. Saiyan quickly reached out his hand to catch him, and thus Glani was securely held in the palm of his hand. But then, Saihan suddenly let go, causing him to fall into the abyss once again. Faced with this, he could only smile wryly. I see. On the other side, Glon suddenly tenses up and growls in each breath. He unconsciously smirked, thinking that its remarkable healing ability was enough to say this wasn't an ordinary creature. However, for Ori-chan, it was on a different level, and creating such things probably required significant power. Music is either this or the upper limit of what he can control right now, truly very powerful. I will let you grow, but you're still not strong enough to beat me. Thinking that, he immediately unleashes his power. In just a few moments, Glon was caught between two rocks and easily blocked Sean's attack. Glon temporarily blocked the look of blame. So dull, I was really looking forward to this. Can't you just entertain me a little? The objects he creates are ultimately just illusions. Their images lack substance and are truly like a building without a foundation, bound to collapse soon. From afar, Hans Carr subtly realizes something and murmurs in admiration. He's clever. It seems he has figured something out. He deliberately attacks head-on to test his limits, and he has also discovered his own boundaries. Just as you predicted, Glon on this side is smugly licking his hand. You're not wrong, you bastard. You give off an endless, truly chilling sensation. Faced with this situation, Sahan was briefly disappointed, thinking he might have absorbed Ira's power but still wasn't perfect enough. Not wanting him to overthink, Glon suddenly spoke up. You are the first meal to excite me this much. Growl? As soon as the words finished, he immediately charged forward, shouting, I can't wait to taste it anymore. Seeing that, Seihan immediately looked disdainful and asserted, but that didn't mean he was willing to be eaten. In an instant, Glon leapt high to face Zeihan, without hesitation gathering his strength and punching straight at him. Suddenly, a devastating punch was unleashed without any warning. Glad angrily scolds, you bastard. A giant space gate suddenly appears beside him, and Seihan unexpectedly appears, startling Glatten. Unable to hold back, he instinctively threw a powerful punch at him. I will soon devour that filthy thing. A wave of destructive power was unleashed instantly at incredible speed, rapidly reaching and colliding with Han's body. But something unexpected happened. Glad's entire body twitched involuntarily, and it was an illusion. As expected, Seihan suddenly appeared from behind and spoke, right behind him. Without giving Glad time to recover, Seihan directly struck him squarely in the face. Glad was immediately knocked back by the force. Seeing this, Sean Zealous frowned and silently hoped that this punch, powered by Asura's sharpest strength, would truly cause damage. On this side, Glon, after the sudden fall, smiles with a sinister grin. It's been a long time since a battle was driven not by obsession with hierarchy, or the need to surpass others, or for anyone else's benefit. It's been so long since I last tasted this feeling again. Really? Oh, really? I have to admit this. But before Glatten could finish his sentence, Seihan decisively unleashed a barrage of weapons. Immediately, Glon faced 1,000 sharp knives. Glay was amazed, thinking she had never known a battle could be this exciting. Without hesitation, Glon smugly grinned and charged forward, and in an instant his body was covered with numerous bloodied wounds. Han's vehicle seemed to jerk uncontrollably all over. After a moment, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in midair. Glon couldn't hide his amusement and burst into laughter, resorting to his usual cheap tricks, didn't he? But then, in the very next second, he was stunned by the scene before him. It is unclear when, but Glatten's entire body has been seized by giant thorns, and he keeps struggling fiercely. You are mistaken if you think this useless thorny dust is enough to hold me back. Without further ado, Glonni directly punched the sphere with a devastating blow. Immediately afterward, a bright glow suddenly appeared, followed by a huge explosion with a bang. It immediately threw Glatten to the ground and stepped aside. Han's vehicle, exhausted and wiping sweat, suddenly had a muscular hand grab his neck tightly. So it was Glatten. He firmly gripped Han's neck, leaving him unable to move. Glad shouted angrily, admitting that it hurt quite a bit. Hearing that, Sean Dellis looked annoyed and silently cursed. How stubborn could this bastard be? In response to that question, Glayton now eagerly lifts Han's chin and says, I will surely enjoy every last piece of you. As soon as the words finished, he immediately bared his sharp, long red tongue. A portal suddenly appeared, cutting across his arm. Sihan panicked and quickly hid, feeling worried inside. Bill Bapp is a living being, so I can't completely close the portal, but please, hold him back right now. Then he immediately stepped out from another portal, cursing loudly. That's a big mistake, you bastard, Gladney replied without any remorse. Oh no, it's your fault. Crow, I can feel this is not an illusion, making Sehan momentarily hesitant, wondering if he truly swallowed both the side space and his right hand. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and Gladney was immediately restrained by a series of enormous thorny vines. The fool still stubbornly shouted, I told you, these few strands of thorny noodles are just mosquitoes. Hearing that, Sehan immediately replied calmly, Yeah, so you'll just get a meatball to eat with sauce, don't worry. The rumor is that the demon world is more stable than most stars. As he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared in midair in an instant. Glon immediately looked at Sehan with a terrified expression, questioning him. What is this thing shining so brightly? Wait a moment. A loud noise rang out, and the scene suddenly darkened. Glad was momentarily stunned, staring with wide eyes, unable to open a secondary space in our world. It is much bigger than the sky outside the star we call home. That thing is a meteorite. Please don't tell me it's heading straight for me. Thinking of this, Glon was immediately frightened, his face turning pale. A huge explosion occurred in an instant, destroying everything. At the same time, the scene shifts to a dilapidated house where Lucifer coldly praises, That's an admirable challenge. Young demoness, but still not enough. I'm afraid I just spoke, and he is now glaring at Du's battered body on the ground. Her eyes are vacant, gasping between a pool of blood. At this moment, Lucifer coldly said, In reality, you are immortal, but such abilities are not enough for me to accept. As soon as he finished, Du's heart unconsciously throbbed. What is it that I truly want? She asked herself, then gazed blankly into the void. Ju's whole body trembled as she told herself she had no strength left. A small voice inside her urged her to give up. It won't be the end of the world if I give up here. Despite trying my best, I still haven't succeeded. That happens all the time. But the truth is I still have one more card up my sleeve. But why am I against taking it out? If I had used it from the beginning, everything would be different. So the question is why I still want to be a good girl and I don't want to leave Hans Carr behind. And above all, I am confident that I can love Hans Carr. No matter what kind of person he becomes, I can still love him even if he becomes the Demon King. Hearing this, Ju suddenly snapped awake and shook her head. No. She immediately and fiercely sat up to affirm no, that cannot happen. I came here to prevent that from happening. Did I really think that way about Sehan? For a moment she was terrified, wondering if she dared to put herself in his shoes. She has always been a good girl. That is a trait that allows me to always make the right choice in any situation. This criterion is based on whether it helps Zine or not. That's right, this isn't what he wants. Even if I don't intervene, he'll still find a way to escape the Mad King's fate. But if the future doesn't change, what then? Facing this situation, Du's face turned pale, trembling all over and gasping for breath. At this moment, a ghost suddenly appeared, holding her tightly and asking, Does that matter? Sweetheart? Oh, I temporarily lost my temper, but you don't care about that fool anymore. He's just an ordinary pebble on the road. Why is that? This is beneficial for you, isn't it what you've always wanted? The ghost emphasized immediately. A world without Ira. Idra, you have been with him since the very first battle. Idra, who has always held a special place in his heart. As long as she exists, you will always be second to him. As a god, you have waited thousands of years and given him everything. How could she not have his special eyes? Honestly, sweetheart, you've always wanted her out of your life, right? Now is your chance. Ira will disappear if he becomes the Demon King. You know this, right? Our Zihan won't be able to control the key on its own. That is why the foolish sacrifice of that woman allowed us to have him for ourselves. As her words ended, a faint shadow immediately appeared in Du's hazy dream. The future Han Cheon will seize the crown and return to Earth. Because he refused to accept the power, he did not become the Demon King. However, with the help of Idra and the other gods, he began decoding the key. With just a little more time, he could fully control it through the four-sided Huyanquang pillar. But Wai has taken the first step, and the ancestor giant king has appeared. This move made Sean so cautious that he had to use the key before finishing decoding. The condition to pass the key's challenge is not to forget, knowing that Seon absorbed all his power from the very first act. Ira exploits the fact that the system can recognize her as him and vice versa, then she tricks the entire system into believing she is Sehan. She must bear the burden of the key's punishment. As a result, Sehan is now on trial to prevent everyone from forgetting her. Because Ira's existence was erased instead, Sean finally overcame the loop and became the Demon King. But a loop is just a flaw, an unexpected side effect that caused him harm. Her existence was also erased from Sean's memory. Back to reality, the ghost continues to skillfully provoke. The problem is that woman affects him more than we thought, to the point that he is haunted by lost memories and going insane. We succeeded in stopping Emiya, but the haunting memories destroyed him. In the end, no one is left by his side, except us. Ira, all his thoughts are focused on her. The cursed obsession with that witch left me cold and alone, avoiding his gaze. Sahan truly went insane thinking about that figure. Imagine a world where your enemy has been defeated and only you are by his side. Just the two of us in a true paradise, right? Upon this suggestion, Dew instinctively clenched his fists in helplessness. I know everything about it. Zhu said that everything would happen to me. One place uses LA's hourglass and the other doesn't have an hourglass. The ghost immediately continued to question, why don't we just give up this pursuit? That's the only way truly beneficial for the Han vehicle. If we control the key, the Earth will collapse. Isn't that just like betraying him? So just stay still and everything will end that way. Because there is nothing, don't say anything, just give up. I have never denied this voice. The voice that haunted me since I endured years of abuse from my parents long before this world became a game. Jisoo, you have to try to be a good child. That well-behaved child still continues to serve me, even after becoming a trait, and she's right, she's truly spoiled. At this moment, Dew suddenly stood up. Seeing that, Lucifer immediately spoke without hesitation. It seems your cloud has dispersed, little demon. At the same time, he silently thought to himself that she had probably decided to give up. As soon as he finished, he immediately turned his back and said, I'm not interested in killing a child who has chosen to surrender. You can leave. But in the very next second, Lucifer had to stop in his tracks and wonder, what is this? As a sudden hourglass appeared and Dayu looked at it passionately with a vacant gaze. This made Lucifer momentarily startled, thinking to himself, what is this? What is this deafening sensation? I have to stop what she's doing. My instincts are pushing to the very edge of consciousness to intervene. But I want to see it. Thinking of this, he instinctively reached out and quickly covered his mouth. Lucifer suddenly clenched his body tightly, confidently rejoicing. That's right, this is what I have always wished for. Jesus stood to the side. Hao also couldn't hide his joyful smile. Humans are more than any other creature, and they can be the most treacherous of all. And because death is their constant companion, they can also be the cruelest. In their fragile lives, they possess the most intense emotions, and you can focus all of those feelings into one thing. Just become the strongest demon that ever existed. At this moment, the hourglass suddenly emits a mesmerizing red glow. Jisoo immediately realized, so this is Vaya. She instinctively trembled and reached out despite the ghost's protest. This is wrong. That's something you must never do. Answering, huh? Gyu at this moment honestly thinks I know. She firmly insists I do this because it's wrong. Diu recalls with a shiver, Lin told me that sometimes I have to be ready to be a bad kid in the future. All this time I was just pretending to be a good person, but from now on I will become one. The words just finished, and a momentary emptiness appeared in her expression. The surrounding scene is in complete chaos at this moment. Han Vohan stands above, looking down, instinctively trembling all over, gasping for breath non-stop. Suddenly a wave of murderous intent appeared out of nowhere, swirling around Han Vohan's body. Beneath the boiling magma, Glatton's mind was in chaos and he involuntarily laughed. It's been many years since I last endured a wound like this. Are you not satisfied yet? At the same time, feeling exhausted inside, I silently thought, damn it, I'm at my limit. I feel like I might faint if I relax even for a second. Suddenly, Glatton unexpectedly said, I want to try more, but I fear that my territory won't survive another feast with you. I admit defeat for now. You win, Bill of the Corn, the glutton demon. As he finished speaking, a surge of power suddenly appeared, rushing toward Han's vehicle and instantly merging with his head amid Glony's cheers. Use your strength now. Immediately, the system responded accordingly. You are considered worthy of Bilb, the gluttonous demon. Your god has risen from defeating one of the first demons, with only one more approval needed before you can challenge him. Upon hearing this, Sehan couldn't hide his excitement and clenched his fists tightly. Very quickly, he then landed gracefully in front of Glatney. Seeing him say, I think you will go to the trial right now, Gro responded, and Sean simply replied, I am just waiting for the final approval from the Wrath Demon. At the same time, feeling anxious inside, I thought that Doan should have finished the royal battle by now and just regrouped to head straight to the Palace of Fame. Just then, Glon suddenly burst out laughing and said, You know, Crow, I look forward to seeing Lucifer's face when the challenger finally appears after a long time. Seeing that, Sean straightforwardly replied, I hope I won't have to fight him to go to court, right? In response, he confidently affirmed that there would be no reliable battle at all, which eased Han's worries and made him feel relieved. He was momentarily worried, thinking he had used too much strength fighting Bill Bap, and that Idra's power still lingered in his heart. Without hesitation, Glon Nihi suddenly stood up. So I thought I would relax and sleep for a long time, but then suddenly he was startled and froze. Glad, looking panicked, immediately shouted to stop. "Wait, don't move so quickly." "What is that?" Glon replied in terror. "I also want to know what that is. Something is spreading from the Palace of Fame and Fortune." On the other side, a dark aura of unknown origin had appeared, covering everything. Sehan, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, quickly turned his head, and immediately spread his wings, soaring high into the sky in an instant. He suddenly called out anxiously, "Shoo!" The other side quickly realized and responded, "Kim, so it's Shoo." The girl couldn't help but panic and shout, "Oh my God, I almost died there." Hearing that, Sehan immediately asked Han, but the other demons should have protected her, right? In response to this, Shuei paid no mind and continued to question. "And why did you drop such a huge meteorite on us? What will you do if Tin is destroyed? Is the demon world different from other planets that it can be defeated so easily? Fine. I'll let it go. Because that's not what's important right now. You came to ask about the strange energy flowing through the palace, right?" Without hesitation, Sean nodded and confirmed, "Is it Dewey Shoes?" Shu A then directly addressed the point and replied, "Yes, that's correct." This makes him confused and curious. What did she do? She is not on the same level to challenge Lucifer. Immediately, Shu A continued, "I think you know better than anyone else that it is a special item that can bring the future closer to us." Hearing this, Sean Hannes was stunned and froze in place. He was amazed to realize that there was no way, Lepress's hourglass. Sahan was stunned and asked her, "Have you had something like that all along?" As he predicted, Zhu A honestly admitted. Yes, Zhu saw the future through it and knew what would happen if she used it, which confused Xe Han, who quickly turned around. "I stayed with Bill Bap the whole time. I needed to reach the Palace of Fame immediately, but before he could finish his sentence, Shu A had already intervened too late. The girl insisted that the ending had already started to change, and this made Se-Han feel overwhelmed. Bang Huang turns around, so people like Jesus and myself who have taken a different path from the original timeline have the ability to predict the future, but we cannot know the consequences of our actions until they happen. So what Shuei is saying right now is that right at this moment Shuei bows his head and emphasizes that he knows how the ending will change. The ending we are heading towards now is a terrible conclusion for a shattered world, a fragmented world. The more he listens, the more his head aches, lips pressed tightly together. The time ship is heading toward a terrible ending once again. That means the Earth will be destroyed like before, but why? Why would she choose that as the end approaches? What did she try to change to end up with that crazy demon king? Thinking of this, Sehan suddenly remembered something and guessed it might be Ira. He immediately woke up in horror. Idra will disappear along with the rise of the Mad King? Ju is trying to stop her from disappearing, right? But once again, the question is why? Before this, Sehan hesitated and didn't say a word. If you ask me, Ju might be better off with someone else by her side instead of her. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? All those obsessions just so everything can pass like this. Hearing that, Sean instinctively blamed himself and clenched his fists tightly because she thought of him more than anything else. No matter where she goes, it won't end with the demon king of humanity in a world living in misery. But if there's a chance, I could be happy. A shattered world. The world seems to collapse before his eyes as the chaos erupts in an instant. Do you only want this much? At the same time, the scene shifts to the Palace of Fame. Here, Lucifer's face turned pale as he painfully realized that this was what you wanted to see. And without hesitation, he admitted honestly, yes, 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 that's right. Then she kept staring at Ju, not knowing whether to call her a demon or a human. What exactly is she? The scene shifts to the Revenge Land, and seeing the scene before their eyes, the monsters are confused and discussing among themselves. What kind of crazy things could happen in the domain of pride? I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor that fell on the gluttonous land. The witch looked ahead and quickly sensed something unusual, as if everything was spiraling out of control. At that moment, the man approached with a smile and asked, "How does it feel to become a new furious demon?" "He's a level 9 goat demon." The witch face-to-face in front of him responded back, but he couldn't say he fully understood yet. He nodded in understanding and didn't forget to add, "Just as I thought, we find it hard to believe. A human becoming the master of a vengeful land. What era are we living in?" Dee's voice sounded somewhat pleased. "Remember my words, you will regret this. Soon, many demons will be lining up to challenge you." At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Before that, in the silent, dark space, Mao reached out and suggested, "If you have time for that, I should start running because something big seems to be about to happen." His series of words instantly left him confused. "What? Are you okay? So now you're the master of this realm. Where do you think you're going?" The madam also didn't think much and rushed forward quickly. That woman must be behind this. He moves with the speed of a prayer altar from one side to the other, as if this silence is signaling something to him. In his mind, he's thinking about the woman he also has to be cautious of. That thing is a bomb waiting for the right moment to explode, and it will go off very soon. The scene shifts to another place in the Proud Land. Lucifer seems to have figured something out. So that hourglass has the ability to take time from the future. Ju is very curious and quietly pondering, but how far can it go since demons don't pretend, so it's impossible to know how much time has passed. Lucifer seems to be secretly calculating something, but if I say that, there will be no more misunderstandings about this. The two of them face each other, and I can't consider this person inferior to me. He seems somewhat uncomfortable, wondering what kind of place the future is that a demon like her was born there. At this moment, she suddenly speaks and a terrifying smile spreads across her lips. "Finally, I am here again." I step forward and stand in front of Lucifer. "Never thought we would become enemies?" He coldly replied to her, "I agree that there are times when we are not enemies." The girl. Her eyes seem to reflect her thoughts as she recalls returning to 10 years ago. Ju instinctively remembered who she was before. Now she was different from back then. The moment I helplessly watched Han's car turn into the Demon King, her thoughts kept flashing through her mind. She told me about this, Lynn Taylor, that a turning point would appear when I could have the chance to rewrite a new past, and that moment is now, which is why I am here at this exact time and still retain all my memories. At the same time, she also remembered another desolate and remote land. As everyone predicted, the path leading to the furious Demon King had been broken. Thinking of this, she slowly raised her hands because the flow of time had used up most of its power, fighting famine. Ju sighed and declared, "I really want to avoid fighting you." She had her own plans, and even if he could fly as fast as he wanted now, it was already too late. She firmly raised her weapon forward, but I need that key. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange woman appeared. Jisaazo angrily shouted, choosing to rewrite time, and then, "You will disappear. Are you sure you won't regret this?" But it seems Jisoo doesn't care about any of this. My current form is just something I borrowed from using Laplace's hourglass. It's no different from back then. She remembers her pitiful past self. I've already had too many regrets. Trust me, the path with him isn't always joyful and full of flowers. For me, that is the greatest happiness I could ask for. There are many memories she wants to forget, but not for him. Every day for Seihan is a torment. She remembers just how desperate Seihan was back then. He continues to live because he cannot die. He hates himself for forgetting Idra and cursing the people of Earth. His face seemed to have lost all interest in life now. Watching Seihan gradually fade away into nothingness, just a mere existence. Everything is just to protect the Earth. She has observed all of his frustrations. That's true suffering. Ju gently smiles as she returns to reality. And also, don't you underestimate me. She silently recalls the complete disappearance of Huan Han's entity. A picture of everyone happy appears in her memory, even though it has been erased from everyone's mind. At the same time, she also remembers Zehan's face back then, but it doesn't scare her at all because she knows Zehan will find the answer. Unlike the Demon King in his rage, he doesn't have to live with shattered memories or go insane. Thinking of these things only makes her more determined. So, my choice and my actions have been decided. She stared fiercely at her opponent and shouted, "Defeat Lucifer and take the key to the demon world." She fearlessly rushed forward, moving quickly as Jisoo wiped the pen from side to side, fighting fiercely. The relentless strikes keep attacking Lucifer because she knows something incredibly important right in front of her. If we keep fighting here, there will be nothing left. Standing on our own ground like before is no longer an option. In that moment, she used all her strength to strike directly at Lucifer despite his dodging. Frustrated by the wasted time, he angrily reached out and ordered her to disappear. And she also knew that this was not magic, but a more primal power. The two immediately faced each other, unleashing huge streams of destructive energy. Ju's staff slowly rises into the air. Without my permission, nothing can reach me. Watching this scene, Lucifer begins to look down on her a little. Let's see how truly strong she is. And suddenly a loud explosion erupts as the chaos from their fierce battle intensifies. Seeing her so strong, Lucifer felt a bit uncomfortable. I had created a barrier just in time to absorb the impact, but it was still destroyed. The more she fights, the more determined she becomes to charge straight ahead. Ju's eyes are resolute as she reaches her hand out directly toward Lucifer. Her fighting style hasn't changed at all. How is that possible? Seeing her trembling arm in front of him, he felt a bit confused, her small, slender hands still trembling pitifully. Something quickly brushed past Ju's arm, making her even more vulnerable. Yet she still refused to give up, which surprised Lucifer to some extent. With both arms destroyed, she won't be able to keep up immediately. Seizing the opportunity, he rushes forward to attack. She couldn't stop this from happening. The story is gradually being told. The angels who once lived in the heavenly realm have disappeared, possessing power and authority equal to that of demons. They are beings who can be called gods. However, they suddenly faced their downfall one day as a terrifying pair of wings and darkness quickly appeared at the hands of a single angel named Lucifer. Lucifer is the terror of many. Born with black wings cast out by his own angelic kin, he alone brought destruction to the heavens. The creations he made caused fear among men, and from then on, Lucifer descended from the high heavens to the demon realm, quickly defeating the proud demon and claiming his throne. The image that appears shows Lucifer with his dark wings appearing in a remote land. From the very beginning, he already possessed power surpassing everyone else. This world is always beneath his feet. He coldly gazes intently at the land before him. After pushing himself to the limit, he realized that in this world he has no rivals. He is extremely noble to those strong enough with potential to come close to his level of power. But for those he considers weak, he shows no mercy at all. She continued recounting, but I have to say, Al was a bit surprised as he watched their battle. Is he really planning to kill everyone? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she scolded him. If I hadn't intervened, everyone would have been dead. Lucifer then let out a very tired sigh about this kind of thing. I really can't let Doan's territory be destroyed. Doing this and that, my reputation as a lazy demon is truly at risk. Ao's face quickly reacted and looked forward, but I consider watching this match from the front seat a privilege. Ju, I think she's really looking forward to the match between Ju and Lucifer right in front of her. The battle between the proudest demon and the first demon with human origins. Azo laughs eagerly, wondering what will happen next. Make me proud, my child. Azo watches intently, her face still serious as she continues to fight. I am eager to see what human perseverance can achieve. After the basic punches, Lucifer calmly stands in the air, observing the situation. He reached out his hand and pondered, realizing that her power was not just ordinary healing ability. It seemed he had figured something out, and his usual approach was no longer effective at all. At this moment, she takes the opportunity to dash forward quickly and delivers a direct blow to Lucifer's face. Of course, this had no effect on him at all. Even with stronger barriers, I still couldn't completely avoid its shockwave. He even sneered and laughed mockingly. Oh my. At this moment, Ju grabs his legs tightly. Lucifer, seeing this, is momentarily surprised and confused about what's happening, but she doesn't bother letting him understand, and uses all her strength to throw him straight down to the ground below. A loud explosion rang out and the scene became incredibly chaotic. In an instant, she disappeared into the air. She kicks hard at Lucifer's face, making him scream in pain. The two of them continue fighting fiercely, from one side to the other. The ground had to shake and shatter before their fierce battle. Despite Lucifer standing still and taking the hits, Ju kept relentlessly attacking with his feet. At this moment, a stream of yellow light appears around Lucifer's body, constantly rushing forward as if trying to pierce through everything. A light that can shatter earth and stone in an instant. No matter how large the rocks are, they are all broken apart by the golden glow. This makes her watch on the side with a surprised thought. He's been attacking like that many times already. She looked at Lucifer with confusion. His fighting style is really too predictable. Does he really just not care? Or is that how it feels to me? The next scene made her widen her eyes in surprise. She had tried to dodge, but it seemed all in vain. I'm sure I dodged it, but my body is injured now. Jude fell to the ground below, so how could it possibly hit me? At this moment, Lucifer revealed a truly cruel smile. If attraction and repulsion don't affect her, then this might work. He knows about the law of cause and effect, and if I explain a little about this, I can change the outcome, so that attacks that usually miss will hit. All my attacks will hit, while those against me will miss. As he said this, he burst out laughing with great excitement. The effects do have consequences, but they are still within my control. The yellow light keeps emanating from Lucifer's wings. The only entities capable of defeating this are the gods outside the system, beings beyond the law of cause and effect, the key holders. His voice kept echoing, and those with extraordinary power could influence it. The yellow light also pierced through her hands. She still didn't care and rushed straight towards him. Before Lucifer could react, she had already grabbed his neck with her hand. This made him feel a bit confused, questioning the inevitability that had no effect on her. How could that be? Ju tried to use his body to force him down into the ground, and then a loud explosion sounded. causing him to fall hard onto the ground in pain. She still uses her familiar legs to approach, repeatedly aiming at his face so he can't react. Lucifer frowns in annoyance and says, "I told you that something as primitive as that has no effect on me." It seems she doesn't care much about these words. She gently summons her familiar weapon. Using all her current strength, she slams this weapon directly into Lucifer's face, and the scene becomes even more tragic as rocks and debris fly everywhere. Lucifer, battered and furious, wondered in despair where that enormous amount of mana was coming from. So she had been constantly absorbing them from the air around her. He stared intently at Ju's cold face at that moment. Very well, without overthinking, he reached out his hand toward her. "Then try this." Even though she saw him strike, she showed no fear. A second later, her body shattered in an instant. At this moment, Lucifer finally smiled with great satisfaction. I injected her with a boost of mana and then sealed her from within. Immediately after, the smile on his face disappeared and he looked ahead in confusion. This is too unbelievable. Ju's penis is gradually healing as if nothing happened. Lucifer's face stiffened at the sight, unsure of what to say. I've never encountered an immortal who could recover this quickly from such destruction. Her flesh heals, revealing that beautiful yet terrifyingly cold face. She continues to strike Lucifer's body while he's distracted. After a series of continuous strikes that left him in great pain and sent him flying backward. Of course, she didn't hold back and immediately charged at him with her weapon. Lucifer now looked somewhat confused, realizing she could make him submit like this. Ju was still calmly watching to see what trick he would pull next. He was a little angry as he touched his stomach, feeling the pain inside it strangely distant. The more he thought about Lucifer, the more he felt unfulfilled. I have fought countless enemies, but never before has anyone been at my level. He glared angrily at her standing there. This child might really be able to do that. His eyes now only show hatred, as if he wants to tear her apart into 1,000 pieces, changing the laws of karma, gravity, and inertia. Nothing else works here, only pure strength. Maybe Lucifer also realized that things were becoming more interesting. Turns out, it's just a pure strength contest. A smile gradually distorted on Lucifer's face. I like that kind of style, too. He reached out his hand to create a protective barrier and then ordered Sphera to manifest, her hands now streaked with blood as the yellow light brushed past and shot into the air. First, Lucifer's gaze remained calm, watching what would happen next. He recalled that mighty god with supreme power, now the strength of the king who issued the strongest command of all. Lucifer, filled with hope, looked at Ju right in front of him and said, "O Earth, bind the woman before me." Her body was immediately restrained, leaving her unable to move. Despite trying so hard, her body couldn't move, making her gradually lose her composure. The angrier she got, the more Lucifer rejoiced. With the king's power, she was able to do this. She truly surpassed her own limits. He continuously controlled her as she floated in the air, saying, "O wind, become the chains of the air." Jisoo tried to appeal, but it seemed all for nothing. Suddenly, Lucifer's voice echoed in her ear, saying, "Let me go." On Thursday, Gebura. He is now standing in midair, a blazing yellow light burning like a sun, all rushing toward her. She froze for a moment, not knowing what to say in the face of this situation. The overwhelming power that Lucifer emanated from his door. Lucifer's corner of his mouth curled into a very smug smile as the intense heat burned everything, like an embodiment of punishment. When the fireball rushed straight at her, Lucifer's voice was cold. Let's see if she can recover when she transforms. The flames surrounding Ju for a moment seemed to leave her no hope at all. Everything is gradually becoming more chaotic as the fireball crashes down onto the ground. As the fireball disappears, strange cracks appear on the ground, emitting light and swirling mist. Standing above and observing the situation, Lucifer was a bit surprised and wondered to himself, "Is this enough? Even if she is immortal or not, if she turns into a monster, she won't be able to survive." He sighed and turned away, thinking it was over. Feeling that something was off, he opened his eyes wide in confusion and looked ahead, then turned back to the deep abyss. And Lucifer was a bit startled, realizing he had just sensed something. It's too fragile to be called human. Believing nothing had happened, he continued to turn and walk away. Her hand was still alive and slowly reappearing. "Here it is." Lucifer's face quickly turned pale in disbelief. No way. She gradually reconstructed her body as if nothing had happened, surprising him. She had cut off her own hand and thrown it away before she was burned. It's still a familiar skeleton, her flesh gradually forming again, but each time she reincarnates, her face becomes colder and her hands heal as if nothing happened. As soon as she returned to her original form, Ju charged straight ahead to attack. Her eyes now were filled with a terrifying hatred. Seeing this scene, Lucifer feels somewhat confused. Do I sense the power of the stars? He realizes that the embodiment of divine punishment exists to destroy enemies, as her vengeful eyes slowly turn to him as if she wants to devour him alive. I can't let this go on any longer. He quickly reached out to her and shouted, Earth, imprison and crush the enemy completely for me. It seems she still maintains an expression as if nothing happened, then disappears into the air again, moving at a speed no one can catch. In just a moment, Lucifer can no longer find Jisoo anywhere. It turns out she has escaped the bonds Lucifer created for her. She quickly targets Lucifer and charges straight at him, weapon in hand, her eyes icy and terrifying. At this moment, he could only feel confused as sweat kept dripping down his face. She was faster and even stronger than before, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt this was utterly unreasonable. No way, her will keeps growing stronger every time she gets hurt. Could it be that this effect will stack with each recovery, and then she will fully awaken? While he was still lost in thought, she raised her weapon towards him. Lucifer quickly reached out and kept giving orders. The wind howled, and the strong gusts made it difficult for Jisoo to catch her breath, but her remaining strength was so fierce that Lucifer quickly reacted. If this keeps up, she'll really catch me. There's no other choice, so he hurriedly flew forward as fast as he could. Damn it. She refuses to let him go and keeps attacking, and in the blink of an eye she is caught up with him in midair. Lucifer was now so frightened that his face turned pale. Gabura V in his heart was panicking, thinking he didn't have enough time to create a new sun, so he had to unleash all his heat radiation power. The golden light from his wings appeared once again, this time rushing towards her at an even faster speed, striking without hesitation. But Ju's willpower is incredibly strong, which makes Lucifer somewhat hesitant. Can she endure it? Although not as powerful as the artificial sun, he still tries to reassure himself, but Gabura's temperature is not something anyone can survive. Taking advantage of his distraction, she launched a full-force attack on Lucifer's nearly broken barrier. His face showed signs of confusion, as this was the first time he felt truly threatened. Her face had become incredibly terrifying, as if she had turned into a demon. She opened her mouth wide and bit down hard on Lucifer's neck, taking advantage of his distraction. Feeling the pain from her body, he kept shouting and cursing, "Get away from me immediately." Blood kept pouring from Lucifer's body as he continued to scream, "Get out." The scene became extremely chaotic, as Ju kept biting his neck with sharp teeth. Sensing the situation was unstable, he hurriedly wiped from one side to the other at an incredibly fast speed. Lucifer, using all his remaining strength, flies into the air to escape her grasp, and sensing the moment has come, she slowly looks at him with a cold expression. Her hands, strangely calm, gently touched Lucifer's wings, and a light stroke was enough to tear them apart, causing Lucifer's screams to echo loudly. It's still not enough. Ju continues to tear apart different pairs of wings with his bare hands. Each pair is broken and falls to the ground in a very pitiful way. Blood started to appear more and more on his face. Sensing the situation was getting worse, Lucifer quickly shouted an order to save Jason. Ju, witnessing the scene before him, feels a bit confused. Why has his body become transparent? A loud explosion shook the ground and the scene became incredibly chaotic. As the dust gradually cleared, everything seemed to return to its proper course. Lucifer uses his remaining wings to try to fly into the sky. Damn it, I can't fly anymore. If I had used the word earlier, I wouldn't be in such a terrible state now. He realized the wounds on his body were hurting more and more, the pain making his mind chaotic, and it had been a long time since he felt pain like this. His face suddenly broke into a smile because he found this all too interesting. No, it's the first time I felt this much pain. At this moment, Ju slowly walks toward him with her weapon. She hesitates, not immediately swinging her weapon to attack. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Lucifer, causing him to feel a hint of fear. The ultimate barrier can defy everything. It can no longer be left unchecked. Lucifer hurriedly shouted, "Six-tip Harriet!" He disappeared once again right in front of Ju, leaving her somewhat confused. Realizing he kept running away, she grew more annoyed. Seeing Ju continuously revive her body left Lucifer feeling helpless, as her hand immediately regenerated. The two continue to fight an extremely fierce battle, with Ju's fists striking decisively forward. Lucifer's shield gradually begins to crack as the prolonged battle leaves him feeling somewhat helpless. Damn it, because of Harriet's curse, my mana is regenerating too slowly. He quickly clenched his fist and tried to recover his stamina. The more Lucifer thought about it, the angrier he became. How could her body withstand such strength? Jisoo still stood there calmly watching every move he made. After a long struggle, she finally broke through Lucifer's last defense. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a powerful blow directly at him. This punch left him in excruciating pain as he screamed uncontrollably, everything gradually fading before his eyes. At this moment, he could only think in despair, trying to recreate his wings over and over again. But it still wasn't enough to fight her. He was completely overwhelmed by her. His legs were trembling pitifully, and he kept increasing his strength to test hers, but somehow it only gave her a chance to strike back. For her, this is nothing more than a stroke of bad luck. Lucifer also realized that Ju in front of him is not someone to be taken lightly. She is an entity beyond all limits. He realized one thing: a conviction had fully taken shape, after turning his back on everything just for one person. Thinking of this, Lucifer let out a surprised laugh, encountering such a foe. His eyes gradually turned deadly, and before he could finish, time seemed to freeze. Ju stood still, watching to see what form Lucifer would take next, still not finished. At this moment, Ju realizes something is wrong. Her instincts are screaming, the situation is getting worse, and Lucifer is about to unleash something far beyond his own power. A strange smile spread across her lips as if she had foreseen it. That's right, I've always been waiting for this moment. Jisoo stands there looking at her lifelong enemy, Lucifer the 11th. A Jeffra that has never existed. Lucifer thought to himself, a blank point, a potential, where 10 types of power would merge into one. If I want, like Azel's breakthrough, that is a power reaching an infinite ascension. He put on a smug look, looked at Ju in front of him, and then said confidently, "You will witness my power." Before he could finish speaking, Ju kicked him right in the groin. That kick really hit him hard, making his face turn purple instantly as he stared blankly into the distance. After regaining his composure, he painfully bent down to hold his little member, continuously moaning. While he was still lost in pain, a small hand gently cupped Lucifer's face. Then she lifted her leg, pushed his head down with her hand, and kicked his face hard, blood spurting from Lucifer's mouth. Possibly overwhelmed by too many sensations at once, he collapsed to his knees, while she stood there emotionlessly watching. Ju just stood there watching Lucifer, silently thinking that it was a dull ending, not as fierce as our battle, but it was the only way to defeat him without killing him. At this moment, a notification from the system rang out. You have defeated the demon of arrogance. You have earned the right to challenge the Demon King's crown, and after the battle an indescribable guilt filled her heart. But I was a bit worried. Was I too strong just now? Ju wondered silently. If he kept going, I might lose. I definitely can't fight Jeffra the 11th. And even if I manage to surpass him, half of this hell will have to be buried with us. She looked around, and the shimmering key seemed to beckon her to take it. She stared intently at the key. Are you still there? The red-haired girl begins to cast a spell to get the key. The key flew over to Ju and is now very close to her. A voice from behind suddenly spoke to her, saying, "Well done." The slow, somewhat lazy voice belongs to none other than Zalo. She is still in her sleepy state. Sorry for being late. I couldn't help but laugh. Putting aside my lazy appearance, Well got to the main point. No demon has ever been kicked there. It's understandable that he didn't guard himself. The way she handled it makes me more convinced that she has fought him several times in the future. She replied, "Yes, sometimes he is willing to fight me." Azo asked, "And did you use that move on him just now?" "Yes, but this is the first time I've used it while fighting for my life like this. Now go on, it's time to finish what you started." Suddenly, an angry voice called out her name, Jis. As that voice faded, a strange flutter stirred in her heart. This voice is truly too familiar to Ju. A voice she's used to, softer than in the future, without heaviness. The voice she still loves very much. "You came already?" Sehan said with a resentful look to Ju. "Stop, please," Jiz Sehan said as he hurriedly ran over to her. Just as I was about to touch it, a fair hand stopped me. Ao said, "Sorry, Crow, but this is the child's wish." Ju calmly and gently confesses to him that Sehan, I am very happy to be able to see you one last time here. Sean's face shows clear worry as he hears her say that. Jisoo and Ju turn away and leave without a word of farewell, and Sean doesn't try to stop them. She reached out her hand to touch the key, a wave of energy enveloping Ju's body. Seeing this scene, Sehan's face turned pale. I realize now that the danger is greater than I thought. The power of the hourglass is gone. The future, Ju's future, is disappearing. He hurriedly speaks out to stop it. No, using it will completely erase my existence. Jis still kept a calm face. She simply said softly, "Sehan, I think I will be a bad girl just this once." She took the lock ring and placed it on her head, secretly thinking this was definitely the wrong choice. This is not the outcome he wanted at all. Even so, I will still do it because I can't bear to think of you suffering anymore. I'm sorry. He froze as if stunned. Memories of her flooded into his mind at this very moment. Ju doesn't smile often because happiness is an unfamiliar feeling to her, something she has never experienced before. But today, that girl smiled. The smile on the face of the one wearing the crown is a smile. It's so familiar. That smile gradually fades from my mind. You have smiled that smile. The emotion it brought has disappeared. If why Mia barged in now, it wouldn't be that surprising. But it's strange. I just can't focus. I should be out on my final mission or something, so why am I still here? I wonder how long this will last. It's been 2 weeks since I last talked to Idra, hasn't it? Since I came back from hell. The past flashes before his eyes as Idra grabbed his collar and asked, "What has that child become now?" Sehan was confused and didn't understand what she was saying. Oh no, Ira is panicked. No, could you have also forgotten? Sehan hesitated, forgetting who it was, right? She said it was that child. Hearing that strange name, Sehan had no impression of it at all. Oh. He silently thought that he couldn't tell who she was talking about. My brain couldn't process that name, just like a new language I couldn't understand. After rummaging through his memories for a while, Sehan told Idra it seemed that person was very important, but I don't understand what she's saying at all. She opened her mouth in shock when she heard him say that. Sehan thought to himself that he couldn't even guess who that person was, as if it were just natural. Ira was so shocked she couldn't speak. Why did you do this?" She threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face as a desperate cry of anguish escaped. No, you can't. You should not forget. You were supposed to forget, right? Ira's tears kept flowing endlessly. Sean's shirt had been soaked with tears for quite some time. A strange feeling arose within him. Ira was crying. A divine being. She shows no human emotion but is crying, proving that she is gradually becoming more human. Ira cried and asked him, How could you? Sehan was lost in her thoughts, but why does she have to cry like this? Is that person really that important to her? After crying in pain for a while, Ira finally regains her composure. Sorry, I shouldn't have acted like that. You did very well in hell. I think I need some time to calm down. She turned her back and left, accompanied by disappointment. Sehan remained the same, just letting her walk away, step by step. I silently thought I couldn't stop Ira as she quietly turned her back and walked away. Since then, we haven't spoken to each other again. 2 weeks have passed and there's a lot to do, but I have no motivation to work. I need to check the sword manufacturing progress in China and ask for detailed location information of Mina and the publishers from Akin. But I can't even motivate myself to go to work because the future is already heading toward a bad ending. And why did it suddenly change direction like that? The future still unfolds in the direction of the furious Demon King, all the way to my descent into hell. Even though Bill Bapp has accepted me, the future still progresses that way. There must have been a reason for the move at that time, there definitely was. But it feels like that has nothing to do with the future at all, and I just can't figure out how to explain this. IRA would never cry like that for no reason, someone important enough to make her feel guilty and push her away, but I can't remember who that person is, even if I die. The scene shifts to a few days later, and Sehan is now standing in front of the skill board, looking hesitant. Something feels a bit off. Sehan started analyzing. Among the DLC items he bought, there was a multi-layered box. It allows up to 5 players without a guardian god to form a team, sharing skills and points among members, making it a convenient item that can boost your strength through others. But the problem is that the only name in the list is fixed in the second slot. I would never leave the first slot empty. The skills are already locked in place. But this just doesn't make sense. At that moment, his eyes focused on a prominent skill among the others here, and Asura couldn't help but wonder about that strange move. A powerful skill that only those with innate killing talent can use. How is it possible that I have it? I might have obtained it somehow, but I can't even use it. It's definitely someone else's skill, part of the forgotten memories that Idra mentioned. But even so, I can't do anything. I don't even know why I lost that memory. How could I remember it? There's nothing to investigate. If this affects her that much, maybe even she has no way to fix it. Sehan is now very confused, unsure how to handle this properly, when suddenly a line of text appears on the system display, catching his attention. The love of the girl has been shattered. Sehan wondered to himself, I thought being alone was my only trait. He wondered to himself, when did I get this? A look of panic suddenly appeared on Zan's face. What? The system keeps displaying notifications with a red overlay covering it. Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Zone. Sehan watches the scene before him intently. This is new. I've never seen this kind of notification before. It seems like the girl's love has been shattered, bound to the system. Is this work by Emiya, or is it related to that key? Instead of trying to recall the lost memories, I should focus on the emptiness they left behind. I am Ira, and I exist there. Someone connected to the celestial slaughter and that trait. The girl's love has been shattered. Think, Sehan. Think. There must be some clue to explain all of this. You have diverted the world's ending to a cruel fate. You helped me defeat the enemy, so I have to use Asura Crimson Red. Considering those details, I must remember who that is. Because as I am now, I am nothing compared to him. Probably because I am overwhelmed with all these thoughts in my head. Seihan helplessly pushes everything aside. Forget it. He tiredly slumped into the chair, still unable to stop thinking. No matter how much he tormented himself or how hard he searched through the stats window, it was all useless. It seems that major system issues are not easy to investigate. Everything in this world operates according to its own rules. Unless there is something that exists outside the system, a notification sound rings out. As soon as he heard that sound, Sean jumped up instantly. Huh? This notification sound. The item menu appears in front of him. DLC shop, Seihan observes carefully. What do you guys know about this? A new item. Seihan pressed his hand against the item list. The system immediately notified him of the amount to be paid. All the prerequisites have been met. The final DLC package has been unlocked. Developer message priced at 10,000, payment required. Seeing that 10 million figure, Seihan felt like he was falling into a fiery pit. He stared at it intently as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Are they crazy? 10 million points. The product that makes me go back in time is only worth 1 million. How many points do I have now? Current points are 10 to 40, 200. Does the system show your remaining balance? Seihan suddenly feels sweat appear on his face. It's not like I had plans to spend points on anything, but this payment will leave me almost broke. There's no other choice now. Payments in DLC shops have never disappointed me. I know this shop is completely separate from the system, and I even thought it was part of my skills, but it seems that things are not that simple. Seihan spoke up. What does the developer's message say? It probably isn't a real item, right? And who is the developer? After completing the payment, the system immediately carries out the task. You have successfully purchased the developer message. The 2 items have been sent to your inventory. You have received the developer's message and the forgotten axe. He feels a bit disgusted, looking so familiar it's almost frightening. Han pressed to access the axe, thinking it was just a normal item that could help him break a skull, but the system rejected his access, refusing to recognize this item as part of the game world. Seihan listened and was a bit confused at first, but then he figured it out himself. It's not part of the game world. That's right, there must be something suspicious. Everything in this world is controlled by the system, which means I should still be able to see information about items even if they are DLC store items. This axe must be something completely outside the system. In other words, it was created with a clear purpose. What about the message from the developer? If it's a guide for the axe, then it's really unnecessary. Han presses the message button, and the text in front of him makes his face turn pale with panic. The original message in that letter is as follows, sent by the furious Demon King. He was a bit tense reading those words, but it was himself. The publisher's area is on the divine upper floor. A week before Han's car returned from hell, Lim Mina looked quite surprised at her current appearance. Oh. Claw laughed as she spoke, amazed that she managed to drag me into this. It was truly impressive. She was smiling on the surface, but inside she was in complete chaos. If we get caught, they'll kill us right away. I want to run away immediately if I can. But without a protector, Mina won't stand a chance to survive. Are you sure they won't find out about us? And this is the right way, isn't it? Contrary to Mina's anxious mood, Aquanin remained calm and answered her. Of course, you don't need to worry, Mina. A bad feeling is rising in my chest. She slowly approached Aquen, wearing a fake smile, and asked, This definitely isn't part of your plan to betray us, is it? He also responded with a not-so-sincere smile. Betrayal? After everything I've done, why would I? They won't forgive me either if I do that. Cloud continued to probe. I don't understand why someone as powerful as you would choose to side with them, Aquanin replied calmly. I'm a fan of his. I already told the boss about this. She wondered. Boss, you call that person boss? Anin replied, If you forget, just call me that. His previous answer made Cloud suspicious. Is that all? Just because you're a fan of him, you had to go that far? He turned back to look at Cloud, and honestly, I don't like the publisher very much. Their game management isn't fun anymore. Aquanin started sharing his opinions. They keep repeating the same old script. Be boring. To be honest, they are following a path. Cloud pondered the previous opinion from him. That's true. The gods fight each other exactly according to the system's script, with extremely difficult missions that require them to burn out their avatar's life. The competitive conflicts among the gods may have once been thrilling and exciting, but now they are no longer interesting. Driven by revenge, those they have forgotten start to fade away and disappear, and they no longer want to go through this meaningless slaughter again. A game where the community and avatar characters thrive without any special competitive drive, almost like a return to ancient mythology. The gods are rushing to a game where they form close bonds with humans and find a place somewhere. Mina thought to herself, of course, I am no exception. Aquanin continues to insist on his opinion, and I also don't want to be taken over by something omnipotent. Cloud skeptically asks, are you talking about the system? Wait, is that why you helped the car pass? Do you think he can erase that system? He sneered and said, yes, I could ask you the same question. She has had a rebellious personality for as long as I can remember. Anyway, let's go there. We're almost there. That girl Bish, she's probably already there, waiting to rub it in my face. Mina said he has a strange, one-sided way of confronting others. Aquanin replied with a tone full of mockery. Oh, too easy to guess. From afar, a pair of eyes stared directly at them. That person is none other than Uruem, Uru Publishing's hidden sanctuary. He looks down from above and cheerfully greets. It's been a while? No, I won't let him finish speaking. The monster in the shadows interrupted. I'm sure you've heard about it already. The death of Neolateo, also known as Athot. He is the one they call the leader of the outer gods, standing above all other gods, a single entity capable of destroying the entire universe on his own. He thought to himself that without the key in his hand, he wouldn't even be allowed to see his form. In a tone of utmost respect, he told it, someone has killed your precious envoy, and luckily I plan to visit them for a bit. The system isn't excited about this, but with the key in hand, I can bring them here to talk, at least for a while. So, what do you say? Do you want to come along? The monster pondered for a long time. After some reflection, it spoke. Idril, is that the place you mentioned? That last response from the monster was beyond Ya's expectations. Perhaps due to surprise, he gradually became hesitant in his speech. I can't believe it. I didn't think you would answer me. I see. Judging by Emia's current appearance, I can make an educated guess. So you must be used to talking to yourself, he said to the monster, and I'm certainly not someone with a sense of humor. It told him I had learned a few things over the centuries. I thought, even though the outsiders don't really have feelings, I think if he knew about Neolatop's death, we could show some concern. But I never expected a full conversation. All right, everything is in my favor. Monster Thief steals the spotlight. The child has always cared about human matters. Neolatop is the same. Although they didn't fully agree, hearing that, Waimea seemed surprised. You already know, the monster confidently asserts. I know everything, I see everything. I also know what you are plotting. Emiya immediately became excited, so maybe you can help me. The monster speaks. How arrogant, don't mistake excitement for interest. You are giant, but all I need is a little time to prepare. I will attract too much attention with this form, so I must prepare like Ra and Neotep did. And besides, my help isn't the only thing you need, right? The words just spoken by the monster excite Saimia more than ever. You surprised me. I wish I could borrow the full power of all the gods above. The monster is also quite excited now. Then, wait a moment, King of Giants, I will gather some interesting children. I am looking forward to our rare family outing. The Demon Lord of Medness is returning to Xene. I'm still struggling with the system menu in front of me. That's the name I was planning to use for the ending. I don't understand this. This ending should have been erased. The system doesn't create entities capable of challenging it. But since returning to this moment in time, I have been on the opposite side of the system. The items in the DLC shop have actively helped me. It's like the shop knows exactly what I need. If I were the one creating the shop in the future, I definitely could. Sehun pondered for a moment and finally made his decision. After all, the answer he was looking for was probably in the message. The message appears on the system board. The sender is Medness's Demon Lord. Congratulations. If you are reading this message, it's something I will never be able to do. But don't worry about the plan, they're not really important. The important thing now is that someone has survived. Someone I am sure I have forgotten. Someone still beside you. But someone may have disappeared from your memory. Never force yourself to remember who they are. There is only one thing you need to do right now, and that is deliver this message into the axe given to you, to the person who has been forgotten. Then I will speak with you myself, the one waiting for you. After reading that letter, I also have my own plans in mind. The Demon Lord shouldn't even appear anymore, so how could he meet and talk to me? Additionally, the person he forgets may refer to someone who will disappear from his memory in a certain ending. Like someone vanishing from his memory, there is a character who will cease to exist when the Demon Lord arrives. Do I know who that is? Did I confirm it through Shu? That is Ira. What's the point of sending her this trivial thing? Is there any way to avoid this terrible ending? Forget it. I have no other choice. If the Demon Lord achieves his ending because Ira isn't there, then she will definitely hold the key to solving this problem. Han's car starts moving somewhere, and the scene shifts to the factory, where Deng Shu runs out to greet him as soon as he sees the car arrive. Hello, Kim? Han asked Han about the work. Is everything on schedule? Yes, of course. He started to tell T-Lin about Kwai T-Lin working for him. We are continuously creating high-difficulty dungeons to encourage users to strengthen their equipment. Moreover, the soldier hunt is almost over, so there are very few of them left on Earth now. Han's vehicle carefully observes the surroundings and also makes sure to inform him. I'm glad to hear that. Then he asked about Ira's whereabouts. By the way, where is Idra? Dungshu replied. She went outside to get some air. I think you'll find her in the lounge, he said Han's car, according to Dungshu. Seihan approaches the resting room and gently opens the door. Inside the room, Ira is sleeping on 2 small chairs. Seihan slowly approaches and gently calls Ira. Then he told her, "Oh, I hope you can consider some things to help me." It seemed like Seihan knew that Ira was pretending to sleep, so he straightforwardly discussed the main issue with her. The DLC shop just got a new update with a new item called the Publisher's Message. I chose it and got this. It was packaged with a strange small axe called the Forgotten Small Axe. Hearing this, Ira could no longer pretend and immediately widened her eyes. The axe Seihan held out in front of her. I'm thinking the owner of this thing is someone I forgot. Someone you might remember? Ira stared in shock at the weapon in his hand, a familiar feeling washing over her. Oh, is that the child's weapon? Seihan asked. Is this person that important to you? And her next answer completely caught him off guard. No. Not a single word escapes, stabbing Seihan straight in the heart. So all the analysis, investigation, and thinking were for nothing? Her eyes clearly showed joy as she held that axe in her hand. Honestly, I do like the girl a little. That's right, but it doesn't have any warmth in its emotions. Sometimes the girl even hits my skull a few times with this axe. Seihan silently thought, she's acting like it's nothing serious. Truly, immortality is real. Seihan wondered, isn't she like an enemy of yours? Idra explains, if you only look at the surface, that's true. But she is the most dedicated person I have ever met. Images of Jew suddenly flood Idra's mind. She mentions Jesus in her sadness. The girl lacks something to be called human, but ironically, she might be the most human among us. That's why. If you forget about her, I can't force myself to take her place. It would be very shameful and completely ordinary if I did that. Seihan heard this and found it a bit confusing. I don't understand why it's shameful anymore. She ignored his face full of suspicion. Ira asks if you said there was a message from the publisher, right? Show it to me. Seihan displays the system panel for her to see. After a thorough observation, Idra also understood quite well what he suspected. He here has no idea what she is talking about. When he saw Idra about to leave, he asked, what? What's going on and where are you going? She casually replied, I am going to the place I need to go. Seihan said, the activity rooms are right here. Ira simply replied softly, this isn't something we can undo here. Here, we can only influence events in the present reality. Now Seihan probably understands Ira's intentions. Wait a moment. That means she didn't even let him finish his sentence before jumping into the fray. Yes, just to the Dream Temple. The last time we used this was to seal Ila. Then he asked, is there anything we can do at the temple? Idra's hands moved quickly through her tasks, and she also didn't forget to answer him. Yes, we can reach the pass through it, but it won't take us anywhere. He began to make his judgment. Are you perhaps planning to use it to find my memories of someone? No, because you're under the system's control, so you can't do anything beyond its scope. Even if that child appears in front of you, you won't be able to see them. Seihan seemed a bit worried about the explanation just now, as if she was right in front of me. Ira replied calmly, yes, your eyes can't recognize her appearance. Even though you've become stronger, you're still within the system's grasp. You've absorbed my power, so you're closer to being an outsider god, but not quite there yet. It will be useless unless you remember the girl yourself, Seihan said worriedly to her. But even the demons forget about this child, this girl. Isn't it true that according to theory, demons are also external gods? Despite being asked many times and herself busy handling countless matters, Idra still patiently answers his questions. Yes, in theory, but as I said, the demon world's key symbolizes the power of the demon king. As long as they remain demons, they cannot escape the influence of the demon king. In other words, I am also affected by the system's power, which manipulates the power of the key, Seihan continued, and the demons are directly affected by it. He turned to ask her, so what can we expect to escape from here? Falling into the past seems unlikely? The face clearly shows a mysterious expression. Have you ever heard of parallel universes, my love? Many of these worlds originate from a single universe, with countless possibilities branching out from the main universe. The system develops the story based on these parallel worlds. To put it simply, the trigger for this world could be a result that appears in a parallel universe. To be sure of his thoughts, Zayn asked further if she meant that the Demon King of Rage is also a part of one of those branches. But wait, that ending is gone now. Ira smirked maliciously. This world is indeed like that, but if we talk about other worlds, you've already seen the evidence yourself. Seihan doubted. I have before. As Seihan reconnected all of Idra's explanations so far, he began to realize, now I think about it, that's really true. The moment I was sent back, any chance to reach the ending of the first game disappeared. And moreover, Ira had survived through the ending and eventually found herself in this world. Even now, one of those parallel universes still has an Ira out there who hasn't fallen, and the so-called Demon King of Fury as well. Ira turned to look at him and said, and this could also be seen as a sign left by another version of you, who managed to reach a different ending. Are you saying you will look for the traces of where the axe originally belonged? I will use it as a catalyst to activate the Dream Tower and then hunt down the owner of this weapon to tear open a temporary door that connects our worlds. Even if it seems impossible, if it's a dream, then maybe it can come true. At this moment, Seihan suddenly felt a change inside his body. His body now felt like a bomb, as if it could explode at any moment. A powerful energy enveloped his entire body. Seeing him writhing like that, Ira felt a bit of compassion. She told him, "You also know that I am a character with no divine aura at all, so please lend me your strength." Seihan doesn't blame her for borrowing his power, only for not informing him beforehand. At least, she should have told me first. Ira begins the mission, wielding my power from the very first game. I'm sure you can endure this pain like a mosquito bite. Love? Seihan is now in excruciating pain, feeling as if his blood is being drained out through hundreds of tubes. Ira is concentrating all her strength to complete this mission. Her hands and feet keep casting spells from above. She raises the stone high. After seeing the moment was right, Idra cast her final spell. An explosion rang out, shaking the entire area. A monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Seihan is now collapsed from exhaustion. Oh my god, it took away more divine power than when we dropped a meteorite on Budabop. Are you asking if that's what she meant? Ira hesitantly replied, I think so. She confidently raised the hammer in her hand. Now we need to hurry inside. Seihan was still stunned. What's going on now? Ira sighed at this foolish person. I told you this gate was only temporary. Seihan just stared blankly at the gate. When he saw it closing, he rushed forward without hesitation. It's closing already. Ira hurriedly rushes after her. Wait for me. Maybe because she was too hurried, Ira almost fell. Fortunately, Seihan reacted quickly to catch her. You are still as charming as ever. He's holding her in his arms and she's blushing shyly, her cheeks turning red. Both of them have now entered the space beyond that gate. Seihan is still lost in a daze. After a while, Sean slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Did I faint? I slowly sit up. Where am I? Ira, sitting beside, speaks up. Welcome back. Don't worry, we are right where we need to be in the temple. Although it has gathered quite a bit of dust since it hasn't been used much. Seihan whispered. It sounds so familiar. IRA informs him that we are in the year 2057. 30 years after the end of Demon King Seun, and Zine is quietly gazing at the magnificent city of Seun. Seihan quietly thought that he had never really thought much about the future. In the next 30 years, he already had too much to do trying to handle the immediate matters. My priority is to return the world of the game to its original state. The scandal involving the famous player has erupted. This week's top 10 hottest dungeons, and I never expected this game to continue for 3 more decades. Looking at everything ahead, Seihan speaks up. It seems everything has become completely sci-fi. Ira isn't surprised by Seun's current development. With a combination of magical principles and science, it's no surprise that things turned out this way. Seihan said to her, So this is really the end, isn't it? It depends on who she asks, but this could be a happy ending. Idra gently replies, Clearly not everything is smooth and perfect anymore. Can our world withstand the invasion? Is the demon realm rising again after the false letter? The Demon King has reappeared after 10 years of silence, returning to another planet. It looks peaceful on the surface, but it's a peace like smoke in his hand. It disappears as soon as he tries to hold on to it, and no problems are resolved. Seihan gradually accepts everything. That's right, the counterfeit seal will still stand firm, and the demon realm has clearly become an even greater threat. It's not like Earth is close friends with any other star. Hydra told him that, although it seems they still at least maintain a relationship with Pachoya, I'm quite sure of that. A new invasion hunt of Earth has begun at Star AA. This marks the 100th invasion Earth has faced in the past 3 decades. But Earth still stands strong because it has a powerful protector, the goddess of justice, Lynn Taylor. No man can ignore her presence. Hans Carr is no exception. He is captivated by Tae's face. Bak Nuyet Kwang. She still looks as beautiful as ever. Ira spoke to bring him back to reality. Actually, because she is a goddess, she is immune to all effects of aging. Seihan asked her, What about the others? She thought for a moment and replied, deciding that the current operation team was managing Truong Ti Lin. Maintaining the current game activities outside Lin makes it impossible to gather any information about the current team members. Seihan sighed and said, I hate to say this, but some of the original members may not have survived the many years. It seems we need to dig a little deeper. There's no clue about June or Ozzel's whereabouts either. Idra set the glass down and said she wouldn't be able to stay on Earth until now. I suspect you might find her back home. But you know I can't shake this strange feeling. Seihan has now changed her appearance, completely different from before. He asked her, what's going on? She explained. With my face changed by the illusion, it feels like I'm talking to someone else, which makes me lose focus. I asked her, so you can still see through the illusion, right? While that is usually the case, since you are my god, it's truly difficult to see through completely. I'm really sorry. Seihan told Ira that Seihan Kim from this world is the Demon King, so walking around in public with his real face would only bring trouble. Ira asked him about the next plan, so what should we do next? He replied, our first destination is the demon world. IRA also seems to understand part of his intention. So you're planning to face the Demon King? That has been the entire purpose of this trip from the very beginning. Isn't that right? Lapti Lin Vian's message led us here. He said he would personally tell us the rest, so maybe he's waiting for me. But what worries me a bit is how he's still sober enough to send such a letter and still be considered crazy. So I guess we'll find out soon enough, Idra said. I agree with that, but it raises a problem for us, Seihan wondered. A problem? She holds the stone in her hand. Dionan's glass charm is somewhat useless here. You asked if she used it early on, right? Idra replied. It was simply using the remaining power of the Palace of Dreams. After stepping outside, the connection was completely lost. That's my best guess. There is another crystal ring in this world that can cause some form of interference. Ira's previous answer made him think. So, with one already working, the other is basically destroyed, huh? She explained quite a bit. The main idea is that this comes from our world, and there is a reason to believe it won't have the same effect, or might not work well, in a different reality. Damn it, if we can't harness its power, we'll be stuck. There's no way to reach the demon world, and worst of all, no way to return to our original reality. Ira suddenly stood up, slammed her hand on the table, leaving us a path forward. Right? We go to the headquarters of this world's decision and steal that Fei ring. Seihan is a bit worried about what she just said. Of course, Idra, but it's easier said than done. I mean, we can't even be sure it's stored there, and no one else can use it except you. The only remaining option might be Lin, but does she think I can fight Lin in this form? Ira told you, there's no chance for hell. Seihan looked a bit sad. I feel a little hurt. Ira told him that the power of this reality must at least be equal to Lucifer's when he can't fully harness his own strength. Facing her would be unwise. A thrill rising in Seihan's heart. That's amazing. He spoke up. All right, first of all, let's check if there's a decision to move elsewhere. A lot can change in 30 years. The signs appeared in front of him. Hans Carr looked a bit puzzled. This isn't the old guild hall. Could this be some kind of cover? Is this some kind of disguise magic? Ira said as he observed the building. I mean, there's no way the guild I spent a fortune on would sit outside so openly. Security-wise, it's a nightmare. It looks like they moved. The car is sweating bullets. They moved then. She started analyzing the whole situation after all those investments. The control room is also there. That's probably the reason. Because I built it with my own strength, others might not be able to fully utilize this device. So for critical systems like the control room, they probably need to relocate and rebuild from scratch. I think the power of the key could make the job easier, Seihan suddenly exclaimed. I don't know if she can do that with the key. His mind is now quite confused, and the headache returns. Han gently rubbed his forehead. All right, it's fine. Our search continues. It won't be too hard to find their address with a little online research. A moment later, the two are now in the office, with Han focusing on investigating the location of what they need to find. Just as I thought, it's near Han. I secretly think that whole area has been leveled long ago, but I remember major redevelopment projects are underway. After 30 years, it's no surprise that this area has been completely rebuilt, maybe even more beautiful than before. The system announcement reaches us, the Tower of the Seun Council soaring into the sky as the tallest architecture company. Suddenly, Hans Carr seems to have seen something, and he opens his eyes in surprise. What is it? The system announced that the council tower soaring above Seun, as the tallest Lin architecture company, had been decided. He thought to himself, we used to be a secret society, but I guess once she becomes the representative of our world, the finesse will be gone. And Lin, the current guildmaster, is actually the model for all of humanity. He turned to tell Idra, Idra, this place has been locked tight. She didn't show any signs of worry. If somehow we could access some magic. However, the Forum of the Gods states that only the proxy can enter to make decisions for the past 30 years, Seihan wondered. Just one? Her hand gracefully moves over the screen, and that's the person you already know. Minsu, the Great Fairy, appears in the image of Minsu to be more certain. He asked again, "Are you sure that's her?" "I believe so," she replied. "Judging by her appearance, it seems she is also merged with her god." Sean silently thought, "That makes sense." Juya has always been a special case, awakening her power before the world turned into a game. And honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if Scott handed over everything she has to her. What? He focused on the information about this girl in the system. They even went so far as to secretly publish her current villa. Maybe she doesn't really care because she can see the future. Oh, Ira guessed his thoughts right now. "Are you thinking of visiting her, right?" "My Sihan." Seihan also didn't deny it. He turned away and said, "Yeah, if anyone can help me, it's probably her." She asked suspiciously, "What makes you think that?" "Tell her to stop. Ira, do you really think she doesn't know I was here? Get lost. Who could be stronger after merging with Scott?" Ira pressed further. "What if you're wrong?" Sean paused, then calmly turned to look at Ira and replied, "We will leave a trail before the herd arrives." "Wow, this place is so huge." "So, is there a plan to get us in then?" In response, he immediately looked around, carefully observing. There are about 10 players stationed at the front gate of the palace, possibly more or less. At the same time, secretly calculating in his mind, Min thought that over the next 30 years it was clear that none of them would be easy to bully. They all have skills, at least an A or B rank. Suddenly from afar, Mr. Y unexpectedly approached and spoke. Seeing her over there, Hyun-kyun hesitated for a moment and thought to himself, "She looks strangely familiar. Anyone I've ever known by now would probably have gray hair or been enjoying old age for a long time. But this child is different, looks completely different from the others." Ira also couldn't hide her curiosity about why this child felt so familiar, which made Hyun-kyun ask back in surprise, "You feel the same way too?" Without hesitation, she immediately replied, "It's not her face, but her feeling as if we've met before that makes Y unavoidably confused. Why are you talking to yourself?" She unconsciously sighed, thinking, "You are standing in front of the Tianchi estate. If your name isn't on the list, please turn back and leave. You have no idea how many people crave the thrill of danger every day." As she finished speaking, someone on the other side suddenly begged urgently, "Please let me through. I just need to see him once. Just once is enough." But he was immediately stopped by the guards. Our Lady doesn't entertain guests on a whim. He sees whoever he wants whenever he wants, making the man despair and cry out in helplessness. He was quickly dismissed, much to his disappointment. "So that's what you saw. Try any stunt you want and you'll end up being dragged out like this. I can see that you also seem to have the skills of a player, but don't get too overconfident just because of that." In response to this, Hyun-kyun remains completely calm, assuming she already knows I've arrived, which makes Wai Ongkwa jump and ask what? "What makes you think the lady here would know you?" In response, he confidently replied that the forgotten person is here, which only made Wai Ongkwa even angrier. She turned away angrily and said, "If what you say is true, we received the news days ago. There's no way someone like you could slip past our watch. If this secretive behavior continues, I have no choice but to stop it myself," but she suddenly froze before finishing her sentence. Seeing that, Hyun was a bit confused and asked what was happening, while Wai Ong, flustered, quickly replied, "No, it's just that over there, the guards are whispering excitedly. The Great Fairy has appeared. Does she feel it? But why is that?" There is no information about any appointment or schedule today. The door suddenly opens and Minsu immediately appears with her eyes tightly closed. She slowly approached with a calm demeanor. Seeing Minsu, Hyun-kyun Zealous was surprised and puzzled. Is it really true? At the same time, I wonder to myself, she has the aura of a living goddess, so it must be, but why does she have to keep her eyes closed? There is also no online information indicating that she has lost her sight. Soon after, Minsu proactively bowed. She greeted with great respect, welcoming him to my humble residence, which made him quickly question and scrutinize. "What? Who?" "Miss, do you know this man?" In this situation, Hyun-kyun couldn't help but be confused, trying to reassure himself. "Come on, Zua, I'm a little shy too." Then he quickly and shyly spoke up. "I think I should say it. It's been a long time since we last met. Oh, great elder of the divine immortals." In response, Minsu honestly said, "Just talk to me comfortably." Unable to help it, Hyun-kyun awkwardly scratched his head. "All right, then can we turn down the volume a bit? It's a bit too much with all the eyes on it." Hearing this, Minsu burst out laughing regardless, then sighed. Seeing that, Hyun-kyun immediately got annoyed and muttered to himself, "This little brat was planning to play a prank on me from the start, wasn't he? I don't care about that." Minsu, quickly and gently, give the order. "Are you coming? Please escort our guest inside. Make the other party flustered and quickly nod." "Yes, my lady." After a while, Khan moved into a certain room. "Here, Mr. Y keeps complaining. I think you didn't lie about getting to know him, right?" Making Hun Kyun confused, I repeat, that's exactly what I wanted to tell her. At this point, she's also at a loss for words. That's right, but it's still the same. From afar, Minsu suddenly approached with a bright smile and gently asked, "Have I greeted our guest properly?" After all that, it turns out this man also has a connection to you. Hearing that, Ah Young-kwa couldn't help but be confused and wondered why. Sorry, with me? You can't know right away just from a quick glance. This child's name is Wai Ong-kwa. The name doesn't remind him of anything. I mean, after the surname, the only person he knows is exactly as expected. Hun-kyun suddenly sat back in shock and asked her if she couldn't be Trang-yu's daughter, right, Minsu? And she explained that she is actually his daughter, which made Hyun-kyun curious and ask who her mother was, to which Minsu simply replied, "It was Gun-hong." And hearing that, Hyun-kyun's face paled and he sighed, meaning he knew those two were definitely a match. But in the end, he finally understood the whole story of traveling to the future. Standing aside, Wai Ong-kwa couldn't hide his curiosity this time. "If you know my father, then who are you?" "Sir," Hun-kun stood frozen, as if struck dead. "That's a good question." He thought privately that he couldn't reveal his name because he was the demon king of this universe. Suddenly, Minshu unexpectedly speaks and gives an order. "I will tell you everything later, so please step outside for a moment." Today, it made Wai Ong-kwa hesitate and waver for a moment, but her safety was answered by him. "Minsu, to be honest, you remember that I can see through the future, so Yungun had no choice but to comply." "Oh, all right." She obediently left shortly after. Hyun-kyun now finally spoke up. "He almost didn't recognize you. Your appearance and everything else about you." In response, Minsu calmly suggests that age can wear down that aspect. Then Hyun-kyun didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "Do you know why we came here?" Without hesitation, she answered. "Of course, my only purpose in getting involved in the death was for this day." Sitting to one side, Ira suddenly spoke up. Just as I suspected, your leaving Ao at that time was unreasonable." Faced with this, Minsu remained silent, only staring blankly. The scene made Ira uncomfortable, and she questioned her openly. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly go silent?" After a while, Minsu finally spoke with a hint, saying it seems like there's someone forgotten sitting next to him. That made both of them freeze in place, suddenly stopping. What the heck? On the opposite side, Minsu calmly emphasized, "Just to make it clear that right now, the only person appearing in your mind is Sean." Returning to reality, Idra seemed invisible, and she couldn't help but feel confused as she remembered, "So that's why the girl earlier asked why you were talking to yourself?" Upon hearing that, Hyun-kyun also recalled and nodded. Yes, she did say that. He thought to himself, so that's why they kept looking at him strangely when he talked to Idra and then asked, "Does that mean that humans in this world can't see her?" Idra replied briefly, "Yes, but those outside the system can, and there are only two such players. So only the Demon King version of me and Lynn Taylor hold the key." Therefore, Hyun-kyun also agrees and admits, yes, they are the only high-level divine beings outside here. But that doesn't mean that Lord Demon Sean has to remember who Ira is, right? Minsu suddenly interrupted from the side. "That's something you need to see, but there's also something else to remember. That's all for my video." The above is a summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye, and see you again. Goodbye.